Once the 9 Phoenix Dansha robe on Lei Zhu's body, now placed in the grocery store for 80 years without anyone caring. Everyone thinks it is an ordinary piece of clothing, but I spent all my savings to buy it. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room mocked me as a fool, I pinched my left hand and pointed to the sky, shouting, "Thunder strikes! Summon wind and rain! May the heavens assist me!" In an instant, a thunderbolt struck down, leaving all the netizens in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. It's all because I awakened as a divine system player, and as my performance level increases, I will receive rewards. At this moment, I was playing as Lei Zhu in the dormitory live broadcast, but I heard a sudden urgent military training assembly whistle. My roommate Wang Qingyu still had his paintbrush in his hand. He took a big step to the window and looked downstairs. Sure enough, he saw instructor Zhang Yong standing straight downstairs, blowing a whistle in his mouth, waiting for the students to assemble with a serious expression. Jiang Tao looked at me with concern and said, "We have to go down within 5 minutes. There's no time to change clothes at all. We are fine, wearing normal t-shirts and shorts. What about you in this Lei Zhu outfit?" I helplessly looked at myself in this Lei Zhu costume, unable to find the best solution in time. I gritted my teeth, pulled out the phone from the bracket, held it up, and walked towards the door, thinking that whether it's good fortune or misfortune, misfortune cannot be avoided. I said, "Let's go quickly, otherwise, if we don't assemble on time, we will definitely be punished." Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao put down their paintbrushes and quickly followed me out. Although the military training time is very short, all the freshmen were able to reach the ground floor within 5 minutes under the sudden assembly order, and received full approval from all the instructors. It's just that my stylish outfit and makeup on my face made the students on the scene look towards the queue where I was. I didn't even dare to breathe, thinking that my eccentric dress was going to be singled out by the instructors and punished with a set of punishment package. However, the more you fear, the more it comes. Instructor Zhang Yong unexpectedly walked step by step towards the direction where I was. I could only pray in my heart, hoping not to be caught by the instructor as an example. I didn't want to do push-ups on the playground in this outfit, and I hadn't even had time to turn off the live broadcast. Do I really have to do push-ups live in front of the netizens in the live broadcast room? Absolutely not. This would damage the reputation of Lei Zhu. Sure enough, Zhang Yong walked up to me and stood in front of me. Under my nervous gaze, Zhang Yong curiously looked me up and down in this special outfit. If he remembered correctly, he had mistaken me for a mentor on the first day he came to school. And now, with my complete outfit, I look like someone who had come out of a myth. Quite similar indeed. So Zhang Yong asked, "Are you Lin Nan?" I reflexively wanted to answer, but for some reason, the words at the tip of my tongue suddenly turned into a divine tone, formerly Lin Nan in the mortal world, now portraying Lei Zhu as a god. Once the words were spoken, I couldn't take them back. My heart suddenly skipped a beat, realizing that portraying a god required a certain demeanor, or else even Lei Zhu himself wouldn't be pleased. However, Zhang Yong was slightly stunned for a moment, then softened his serious expression and said gently, "Very alike. Impressive." But as an instructor and a military man, it was not convenient for him to say more, so he changed the subject. "Don't be nervous, we are not gathering for night training, but to allow everyone to relax during the tense military training process and get to know each other during this time." Zhang Yong's words instantly lifted the seal for the students, and everyone turned their heads towards the back row. From the moment they gathered, they wanted to get a close look at my appearance, but I stood in the last row, so they didn't dare to look around casually. Now they finally had the opportunity. Zhang Yong saw a group of heads turning towards him and shouted, "Dismiss, go to the playground." So, the freshmen who were just standing straight a moment ago scattered and walked together with familiar classmates. Although they were all very curious about my attire, no one dared to approach because of Zhang Yong's presence. After all, the military training a few days ago was very strict, and they hadn't forgotten it so easily. Zhang Yong walked with me and asked with curiosity in his eyes, "Who is Lei Zhu? A deity?" Seeing that Zhang Yong was not here to investigate, I breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Lei Zhu is the supreme thunder god of the Thunder Department, who governs the complex Thunder God organization." I looked at Zhang Yong's rarely gentle face and asked, "Instructor, if it's not for formal military training, can I livestream in the upcoming time?" Hearing this, Zhang Yong was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Why not? Tonight is not about being formal. It's not training, so feel free to stream." Zhang Yong wanted to pat my shoulder, but perhaps due to my current status and aura, he ultimately didn't dare to put his hand down and walked at the forefront of the group. Soon, all the new students arrived at the playground under the guidance of their respective instructors. Zhang Yong glanced at the young faces of the students in Class 3 and said, "We are here to get to know each other, to relax, and everyone can temporarily forget about military training and freely showcase their personalities and talents." The first activity today is for everyone to give a detailed self-introduction and then perform a talent to make everyone remember you. Alright, let's start with the class monitor. Lee Zuan. Lee Zuan, whom everyone was familiar with, smiled and confidently said, "My name is Lee Zuan. I am 20 years old, from Haishi province. I don't have many talents, so I'll sing a song for everyone." Seeing him confidently showcasing himself without hesitation, everyone gave him warm applause. With the rhythmic applause, the atmosphere at the scene was lifted. With Lee Zuan's demonstration, the second person to stand up didn't feel as awkward. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Qingyu. I am from Yanhai City, and I will dance for you." Jiang Tao, who knew Wang Qingyu the best among those present, immediately questioned, "You? What's wrong? Are fat people not allowed to have a flexible body?" But Wang Qingyu could only be stubborn to this point. The following talent show performance can be described as unbearable to watch. His round body made various strange movements, making his classmates laugh uncontrollably. Incredible! Is this the legendary flexible fat guy? Wang Qingyu scratched his head and sat down. "In order, the next person is me." Seeing me still sitting on the ground, the classmates who were laughing just now stopped laughing. I don't know if it's their illusion, but many people feel that looking at my stern face, they have a feeling of wanting to worship me. I handed the phone in my hand to the chubby guy, and then stood up under everyone's gaze. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Nan, from Lan Island City, Dongshan Province. I don't have any special interests in my daily life. Speaking of talents, I can draw, but unfortunately there is no drawing board here. Otherwise I would sing a song for everyone." However, my classmates, who are usually easy to talk to, all waved their hands and said, "What song are you going to sing?" "Exactly. It's not suitable for you. You're already cosplaying as the Thunder God. Singing doesn't suit you at all." Everyone started to make a fuss and didn't buy it, so I had to ask for suggestions. Unexpectedly, everyone joined in the excitement, even my roommate, wanting me to show off. "We know you are live streaming now, playing the role of the Thunder God. Isn't the Thunder Ancestor also a Thunder God? Lin Nan, please make it rain for us on the spot. You happen to be wearing a costume today, so perform a Thunder Ancestor rain dance for us, and we'll consider your talent show a success. Please, Rain God." This proposal immediately excited the whole class. The commotion caused by Class 3 even caught the attention of students from other classes sitting around, so more people joined in the cheering. What surprised me even more was that the instructor was smiling at me, seemingly wanting me to perform the rain dance. Lin Nan helplessly looked at their expectant eyes and didn't say anything. Nan, the fat man, who was sitting on the side, poked Lin Nan's leg and held the cell phone in front of him. Look at the netizens in the comments section of the live broadcast bristling. They want to see you act as the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder sounding Puwa heavenly honors performing rain. There are too many rewards, and the gifts are all over the screen. Why don't we put on a show? Just for fun. It's a performance anyway. It's not like it's raining on you. It's just like that. Looking at the screen full of "Come to Alezu Xingyanbuyu," the system's voice also sounded at the right time. Suggestion received by the owner was detected and the suggestion was included in the suggestion panel. Suggestion received: perform the duty of the Heavenly Father of the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder sound in universal harmonization. Manifest the sage in front of people, and perform clouds and rain. Difficulty high. Completion reward, 8% play completion. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Thunder General at your service. Lin Nan could be said to be riding a tiger now. If it was just people getting up in arms, Lin Nan could still refuse, but now that it had been included in the system as a suggestion, he had to find a way to complete it. It's just that he's just now getting his mana and is still in the process of playing the role of Thunder Ancestor. If one casts a spell to ask for rain at this time, wouldn't one really have to ask for the rain to come? Otherwise the suggestion would certainly not count, and the system gives just too much. A full 8% completion bonus. At 5% completion, he'd already earned 2 rewards. If we add this 8%, the total completion would exceed 10% to 13.6%. What awesome rewards will you get for such a high finish? Just thinking about it, Lin Nan already felt his blood boiling up, so with the crowd watching expectantly, he finally nodded his head and agreed to the offer. And as he nodded his head, a cheer erupted from the crowd. "Lin Nan, be generous. What do I have to do to ask for rain? What do I need?" "Yeah, just tell us what you need and we'll get it for you." Naturally, the students didn't take it seriously, but simply for the sake of Rant's hilarity, the netizens in the live broadcast room, even more gifts one after another. Lin Nan searched for a suitable location in the playground through the afterglow of the setting sun. Wang Qingyu had been following Lin Nan competently, and when he saw him looking around, he inquired in a low voice, "Nan, what are you looking for? Everyone is looking at you. Why don't you start yet? Isn't it necessary to have a spell?" The female and male double whips should have been left in the dormitory. I'll ask Tao to fetch them for you. Lin Nan also found a suitable and good location at this time. The feng shui is more sophisticated, so he nodded his head. Okay, but no need to fetch the double whips. Just bring me that little ceramic jar on my desk and the brush on the shelf. Good. With Lin Nan's words, Zhang Tao spoke to Zhang Yong and quickly ran back to fetch his things, and Lin Nan walked over to the good spot he had just found. At this time, the crowd of the third class also followed him here, and was followed by students from other classes who had heard about it. The entire playground was in a large circle with Lin Nan at the center. Is that man in the playing suit named Lin Nan? He really looks like he has that flavor of divine majesty. Yeah, he's already on fire in the Jitterbug play area now. It's said to be the only anchor in the play area who plays God, and there are many netizens who have taken the initiative to give him advice and send gifts for him to play it. I've heard that those who believe in God are disgusted by blasphemy, and it's amazing that he wasn't sprayed by the netizens. Yeah, really haven't seen anyone like that. Zhang Tao is back. Seeing Zhang Tao come back with something, everyone got out of the way, but the chatter in their mouths didn't stop. What did you guys say you were going to do with a quill pen and a small ceramic jar? As a spell? It's probably just using a magic weapon. After all, it's just a performance. Even if he looks like Lei Ancestor, it's impossible for him to actually act as a substitute for Lei Ancestor to make clouds and rain. Also, it doesn't matter what you take. Look, after Lin Nan received the brush, he dipped something into the small ceramic jar and is drawing on the ground. Hearing this person's voice, everyone looked towards where Lin Nan was. As the man had just said, Lin Nan was holding a brush and bending over to draw something on the ground. Lin Nan's action made everyone a bit uncertain. Didn't you say you were begging for rain? What's the point of writing and drawing on the floor? Zhang Yong also walked over to Lin Nan's side and asked suspiciously, Lin Nan, what are you doing? Lin Nan's hand holding the branch was still constantly moving, and he replied directly without looking up. It's drawing the 9 heavens Yuan spirit praying for rain formation, a spell formation used by Lei Ancestor to move clouds and spread rain. His voice wasn't too small, and apart from Zhang Yong, the students who were close enough to hear him could hear him clearly. I'll go. This brother and sister are bullish. They even did their homework in advance, and even know about the formations used by Lei Ancestor. His old man searched online, I think, but formations are hard to draw. Ordinary people can't even replicate these formations, right? You guys, look at the part Lin Nan is drawing right now. Does it look like the Yin Yang Bagua? Hey, it's kinda like that. Can it be that Lin Nan is actually a Taoist priest? It doesn't look like it either. The two of them, Wang Chengyu and Zhang Tao, also looked at Lin Nan with complicated faces. Of all the people present, no one knew Lin Nan better than the two of them, but he never said when exactly he learned this formation. Besides, it's just a show. Do you need to draw so seriously? Why don't you just pretend to chant a spell? It wasn't just the onlookers who didn't take the formation Lin Nan was drawing seriously. Even the two of them, Wang Chengyu, did not understand what exactly Lin Nan was concentrating so hard on. Anyway, even if the painting is serious, it can't really rain. In a crowd of skeptical voices, Lin Nan's right hand was steady as a mountain. The vermilion-stained brush traced stroke after stroke on the ground. The reason why we need to use vermilion sand to draw is because vermilion sand is the pure yang qi of heaven and earth, and drawing a formation with vermilion sand can increase the power of the formation. If you choose this location, it is the best place to draw because it gathers wind. Qian San Lian, Koan 6 broken. Jinyang Yu, burgundy overflows the bowl. The center of Li is empty. The center of Can is full. The upper part of 2A is missing. The lower part of Sun is broken. The Yin Yang Bagua, just the simplest part of this formation, was also the core and foundation of the entire formation. Every stroke that follows must be done with care and caution. And then Lin Nan drew many horizontal lines of varying lengths along its periphery with the Bagua as the center. The distance between each horizontal line is even very telling. Tianqian 3 lengths, Zitue 2 shorts on the outside and 2 lengths on the inside. Beyond the Kangua is even more extremely subtle. Can is paired with water, thunder to move it, wind to disperse it, and rain to moisten it. As the crowd looked on in disbelief, a line surrounded the gossip in the center. And when Lin Nan finally stopped the branch in his hand, his forehead already seeped out some fine beads of sweat. Drawing these formations seemed like it took a lot of effort and energy. Lin Nan is actually not from our business administration department, but the art department, right? This stroke by stroke, it's as if he drew it with a ruler and a circular gauge then. This seems to be similar to those formation diagrams I used to see in the Taoist temple. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers thought that Lin Nan's begging for rain had ended, and were about to applaud as encouragement. However, he heard Wang Chengyu, who was beside Lin Nan, open his mouth and ask, Nan, is it ready? However, Lin Nan shook his head and said in a serious manner. No, it's not even raining. There's one last step. Don't argue. Hearing Lin Nan's words, the onlookers froze. No, is Lin Nan getting into the act? Isn't it just playing the role of Lei Zhu traveling in the clouds and making it rain? He really wants to beg the rain down? How can it be? Whether it rains or not is not something that ordinary people like us can decide. At this moment, Lin Nan raised his head as if he couldn't hear the voices around him, and his serious face was full of majesty. And those skeptical voices also stopped in unison when they looked at Lin Nan. Lin Nan swept over his eyes, cold with compassion, as if he had seen through the world, causing everyone present to jump in their hearts and automatically band their voices. At the same time, Lin Nan's mouth moved. Taiyuan Haosher Thunder Fire Essence. Jiayin Gather Yangguard Thunder City. This is the name of the Thunder Ancestor, and the crime of those who dare to refuse is not a light one. In a low voice, he recited the incantation that accompanied the formation. Lin Nan's right hand, which had been placed in front of his chest to pinch the secrets, suddenly pointed the sword in the direction of the formation and shouted, "Combine the creation of heaven and earth by my command. 36 Thunder Generals at your service." End of chapter. Chapter 16, Lei Lai. The orange-red afterglow of the setting sun spilled over Lin Nan's body, accompanied by the mantra recited by Lin Nan. The hem of his coat fluttered up and down, moving without wind. Immediately, the two fingers pointing towards the formation pointed towards the sky, and then quickly retreated. His hands were folded, fingers entwined. In a matter of seconds, the fingers deftly shifted into several forms. Lin Nan's solemn face and the way he held his hand made the people around him have an illusion for a moment. It was as if the person in front of them was really a god who had walked out of a portrait. This caused the students who were onlookers at the scene to subconsciously look towards the sky above. However, in looking up, the sky that everyone saw was still the orange-red color of the setting sun's afterglow, and nothing had changed. At this point, everyone then suddenly reacted. What are you looking at? It's just a performance to beg for rain. How can it really rain? Cough cough also. This is not looking at Lin Nan this set of hole. Really quite like that. Yeah. No wonder people can be on fire, just with this look of dedication and drilling. It's no wonder that netizens are willing to eat him up. The netizens in Lin Nan's livestream also let out a scream full of admiration as he finished these rain-begging programs. Handsome. So cool. The anchor is really restoring what, in my mind's eye, I imagine Razor would look like when casting his spell. The line about Lei Gong helping me was just so awesome. I could feel the anchor's strong sense of conviction as he said it, as if believing that the next second, rain will come down. Not I say. The anchor is really under the effort. This formation map within the 8 trigrams, painted with the Taoist temple Taoist masters painted not the slightest difference. On this seriousness, it is worth me to give the anchor brush a round of gifts. Received a rocket *1 from all the way south. Received at. Hey guys, look. Why is the anchor still looking at the sky? Yes, after the formation has been drawn and the incantation recited, are we looking at the sky to see if it's going to rain or not? Are you kidding me? How can it really rain? The students also noticed Lin Nan's action and joked. Lin Nan, see how serious you look. Are you looking at the situation in the sky? The formation you just drew, and that 5/8 gate hand technique, can really be too much like that. Yeah, what's the situation now? Is it really going to rain later? Ha ha ha. Only then did Lin Nan retract her eyes after hearing the flirting of her classmates. It hadn't rained yet, but he could already feel the hint of a cool, moist breeze flowing through the air. Lin Nan knew that he had indeed succeeded. This makes it difficult to hide the excitement in his heart, suppress the emotions, see the surrounding as a face smiling at their own classmates. Lin Nan waist straight, serious and as serious said, how can that be? Come to think of it, I'm just performing. Comrades, we can all be college students, we have to believe in science. Everyone laughed even louder when they looked at Lin Nan's serious face. It wasn't that Lin Nan was making a fuss, but he wasn't able to say outright that it would rain later, or else this wouldn't be easy to explain. And there was no need for him to deliberately show off. The gains don't pay for the losses. Ha ha ha. I don't know who is just drawing formations and reciting incantations, and telling us to believe in science. Lin Nan, you can't be too double standard. Ha 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 ha. A cool breeze blew across the playground, moving the young faces and spreading the sound of joy throughout the playground. Zhang Yong also smiled at the joking group of students and opened his mouth. Lin Nan's talent show is over. Very original, like watching a mysterious folk ritual. But it reminds me of the Southern English songs and war dances. It opened my eyes too. Okay, let's go back to where we were and move on to the next person. Yes, the zippy, serious reply was followed by the sound of students running around joyfully. Just now Lin Nan's performance, although it made everyone feel fresh and brought a certain amount of surprise, but just like Lin Nan said, it was after all a performance. just a performance with artistic elements. And no one took Lin Nan's begging for rain to heart. Soon, the crowd of Class 3 regrouped in a circle and continued with their self-introductions and talent show. And Lin Nan also looked up to the sky frequently as the crowd stopped paying attention to him. Compared to the calm, starry, twinkling night sky just moments ago, there were only two biggest stars visible now. This shows that the clouds are gathering and the rain is just around the corner. Noticing this, Lin Nan's expression became serious. Gotta find a reason to pull out first. Otherwise, when the rain really comes, won't it just turn into a soupy mess? You can't use this outfit. So Lin Nan stared at her cell phone. Out of her mind. Report. After the students' talent show session ended, Lin Nan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Not only were the surrounding students taken aback, even Zhang Yong didn't expect that there would be anyone else who would make a report at this time. However, on second thought, this showed that the students had memorized the military training, which was not a small progress. So Zhang Yong gently said, Lin Nan, what is it? Lin Nan stood up before saying, Instructor, may I go back to the dormitory live, please? The light here is not very good and the capture is not very clear. Zhang Yong froze and subconsciously looked around. The playground had lights, but they were just enough to make out the track, and some of the gym equipment, and really didn't compare to the massive amount of lighting required for a live broadcast. But the purpose of this event was to get the new students acquainted with each other. If Lin Nan was allowed to go back early, it was inevitable that others would have opinions. So Zhang Yong thought of a compromise and said to all the students, Does everyone think it's okay? Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao looked at each other. The two of them didn't think much about it, thinking that Lin Nan was just there for the live broadcast, so they were the first to shout, We both agree. With the two opening their mouths, the other students didn't find it difficult, so they nodded their heads in agreement with the request. So Zhang Yong said to Lin Nan, Since your classmates have agreed, I won't keep you. Go back to your dormitory and broadcast. Thank you, instructor and classmates. He then walked in the direction of the dormitory and soon returned to it. When he set up his phone and watched the live stream closely, he realized that the gifts and the number of people who were watching were at a new high. So Lin Nan hurriedly thanked him. Thank you all for supporting the anchor. Just now there is no condition to thank the immortals who gave gifts one by one. I'll flip back now and make sure everyone's name is read. Thanks to Coco for the. Seeing that the anchors could interact, the comments section bristled again quickly. The scene of outdoor begging for rain just now is really great. I can't believe you know how to use vermilion. I wonder if you've been a Taoist priest before. Lin Nan laughed and replied, Ha ha, the Taoist priest is definitely not a Taoist priest. And Zhu Sha is also a Donyang searched out. The main one is diligent and loves to search. You always draw the gossip, don't you? It's awesome. It's exactly the same as the one I've seen. Did the anchor learn to draw? Not a student of painting, but I took some time as a kid to sketch. However, before Lin Nan's words fell, a burst of blinding white light suddenly flashed in the dark night, reflecting the ink-like night. It was also as if it had entered daytime. Rumble. Immediately afterward, a loud bang came through the window and resounded throughout the broadcast. End of chapter. Chapter 17, could it be a coincidence? The loud sound resounded through the sky. Even the netizens in the broadcast room heard it clearly. What's up? Anchor, what's going on over there? Is that the sound of something exploding? That's not right. Isn't the anchor at school? Such a big explosion. Could it be the cafeteria? Anchor? Anchor, why don't you say anything? The netizens were all startled by the loud bang, and when they saw that Lin Nan didn't open his mouth either, staring straight out of the window, they all became worried about his side of the story. And Lin Nan had also turned his head to look out the window in the first moment of the loud noise. The others didn't know what the loud noise was about, but how could he, as the caster of the painting array, not understand it? As expected, in the next instant after the loud noise, Lin Nan saw drop after drop of rainwater that was dripping down from the dormitory window glass. It's really raining. It was true that after having mana, you were able to perform the abilities of a god. Looking at the raindrops that kept falling from the sky, Lin Nan's heart was very excited. Before getting the system, who would have thought that an ordinary person could have the abilities that only gods have? After confirming that the rain had fallen, his attention was then returned to the broadcast. But I didn't realize that in just a few dozen seconds, the comments section was already filled with worried voices from netizens. Seeing that everyone misunderstood, Lin Nan then opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry everyone. It wasn't an explosion just now. It was just louder thunder. He said as he pointed his cell phone lens out the window. You see, it's raining outside right now, and the loud noise just now was the thunder before the rain. Holy, scared me to death. I thought it was some kind of explosion. Luckily it was just thunder. That is to say, the muffled thunder was a little too loud. Anchor, you just kept looking out the window and didn't say anything. I thought at the time that something was wrong. It's not right. The anchor was just begging for rain on the playground. And now it's raining. Isn't this also a bit too coincidental? Could it be that the anchor was really possessed by Lei Zhu at that time? After the netizens of the live broadcast realized that things were just a little too coincidental, those who were already believers in God were sending in comments and started worshipping again in the comment section. In the presence of the heavenly emperor of the 9 heavens, please bless our village with good wind and rain. Incense. JPG, blessed be the heavenly dignity. Lin Nan cried and laughed as he looked at the comment section, trying to get the netizens to hurry up and stop. Once a day. He can't stand this mortal flesh. Congratulations to the master for completing the suggestion. Thunder ancestor descends to earth to walk on earth. Perform the duty of the 9 heavens to respond to the sound of thunder and universalization of the heavenly honors, and to manifest himself as a saint in front of the people, performing clouds and raining. Obtained play completion, 8. 5%, total completion, 14. 1%. Playing completion breaks through 10%. Obtaining the reward, Purple Sky Divine Thunder method. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, the voice of the system boost sounded. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Law. Could this be a spell that the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father had used? The cool and domineering sounding name of the spell made Lin Nan's heart surge. I still have some mana in my body right now. I wonder if I can use this spell. When he had cast the 9 heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation on the playground earlier, he could feel that the mana in his body had been drained of most of it by the formation in an instant. In other words, 1 armor of mana was only able to perform the 9 heavens Yuan Ling praying rain formation once. If you want to use it a second time, you'll have to replenish your mana. The consumption is pretty horrible. Lin Nan could only sigh. The ability of the gods was really powerful. 1 armor of mana, after all, could only be used once. But think about it. The immortal cultivation tool Yuan is a unit of time calculation. A time of a nail is just a snap of the fingers. And this time, obtaining the Violet Sky Divine Thunder Law, and not knowing how much mana it could consume, Lin Nan did not dare to try it easily, and only had to suppress the curiosity in his heart, before he hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade him. Don't keep worshipping me everyone. I'm just a tiny little anchor in the role-playing area. I can't stand up to this worship. If people really want to ask for the Heavenly Father of Lei Zhu, they can just go to the Taoist temple and worship the true God's idol Ha. With Lin Nan's repeated persuasion, the fervor of God worship in the comments section came to an end. On the other side, the playground, the square sky was as white as day, and then a loud noise erupted immediately afterward. The sudden anomaly confused the freshmen who were joyfully holding freshman activities throughout the playground. No, what's going on here? That loud noise just now, could it be thunder? But there were flaming clouds just now. It doesn't make sense that it would suddenly rain. Such a situation made everyone subconsciously look to the sky. The original sight of orange-red clouds filling the sky had been replaced by a pitch-black night sky. Just as everyone gazed up at the sky in disbelief at this sudden transformation, another burst of purple and white electricity filled the entire sky. Immediately afterward, there was a loud rumbling sound. Ta-da-da-da. Under everyone's astonished gazes, drop after drop of rain fell one after another from that dark canopy. The students subconsciously wiped the rain that fell on their faces. Holy, it's actually raining. How can it rain? It can't be that Lin Nan's formation of begging for rain is having an effect, can it? Say what you will. He himself said for us to believe in science. But wouldn't that be a bit too much of a coincidence? Everyone subconsciously looked towards the formation Lin Nan had just drawn with vermilion sand. The legendary 9 heavenly spirits praying for rain formation is still lying quietly on the ground. It was being washed away by the successive drops of rain, and soon the original subtlety was gone. Granted, Lin Nan himself had said that he was playing the role of Reizo, and had taken it upon himself to say that he wanted them to believe in science. But after he had finished drawing the praying for rain formation, only 10 minutes had passed, but rain really started to fall in the sky. Wasn't this also too much of a coincidence? But at this point the rain was still coming down. Not too hard, but it certainly wasn't okay to stay here in the rain all the time. Zhang Yong and the instructors in charge of the other classes looked at each other and said together in tacit agreement, dismissed in place. Everyone back to the dormitory to escape the rain. Yes, with the instructor's order, these freshmen ran faster than rabbits. Those who have jackets use them over their heads to protect them from the rain. Those without jackets ran wildly in the direction of the dormitory directly under the rain. Instead of leaving at the first opportunity, the instructor stood still and stared at the formation Lin Nan had drawn in a daze. Lin Nan took leave to go back to the dormitory 10 minutes ago, saying it was for the live light, but now it's raining. Old Zhang, what are you looking at? Go, coming. Hearing his comrade's call, Zhang Yong then took a step away from the playground. When Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao arrived at the dormitory, they were already drenched all over and their hair was still dripping down. Click. Wang Qingyu gasped and brought the dormitory door closed. Absolutely, Nan. You're begging for rain at the right time. Yes, old Lin. How did you know it would suddenly rain tonight? The two men naturally didn't really believe that the rain was begged by Lin Nan. They only thought that it might just be that Lin Nan had learned about the rain through some means. However, Lin Nan pretended to be ignorant. I didn't know it was going to rain. The two of them froze, and Wang Qingyu said incredulously while wiping his hair with a towel. It can't be. Then why did you come back early? Lin Nan pointed to the cell phone in front of him that was still broadcasting live. I thought I said I'd be back on the air. The two were speechless for a while. Is it really a coincidence? End of chapter. Chapter 18, Rain Falls into Ice. Lin Nan's live broadcast continues. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao first went to the bathroom to briefly rinse the cool, and then a few people continued to help Lin Nan, doing the work of coloring the air model Qilin. Regarding the system's inclusion of the suggestion 9 heavenly appreciating thunder and universal harmonization heavenly honors, except the Mount Ink unicorn, I would like to thank you for your support. Literally, it seems like you should have to take in a proper griffin for it to count, but nowadays, where is the unicorn? I also wonder how well the system knows the world now. Does it know that the creature is no longer there? Unable to do so, Lin Nan could only use this preventing substitute to try to muddle through. But he couldn't be sure that he could accomplish this piece of advice 100% with an air-modeled unicorn. The good thing, though, is that the netizens are quite supportive of what he's doing, and that's what gives him the motivation to keep doing it. Fatty. Next up are the unicorn's eyes. Look at this picture. Wang Qingyu nodded in understanding after looking at the picture. The black and white eyes are kind of the easiest part of the overall coloring. By the time the pair had finished painting both eyes, it was time to say goodbye to the internet again. Only then did Lin Nan remove the dignified and majestic look he had when he was pretending to be Lei Zhu, smiled, waved his hand at the camera, and said, "Fairies, the anchor is going off the air. We'll see you tomorrow night at the same time." It then closed the live stream. Lin Nan, who usually paid attention to his image, also sat down on his butt on the chair behind him at this moment, doing the Guyu palsy posture, and muttered, "It's exhausting. Live after military training. It's killing me." The two of them, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, also changed their previous serious appearance and just sat on their asses on the floor of the dormitory. Who says it isn't? My feet are numb from squatting this half day. When will military training end? Jiang Tao looked out the window and said with some concern, "You guys see it's still raining outside. It's 11:30 now. It's not going to keep raining tomorrow too, is it? I'm a little worried that if we don't have military training tomorrow because of the rain, will military training possibly end a day later?" The moment Jiang Tao's words came out, it directly gave Wang Qingyu's face a white color. "That won't do. One more day and I'm dead. You don't really have to lose any money. You'll be able to rest tomorrow." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Nan turned to the window somewhat sheepishly and didn't answer. However, the rain outside the window, but has been pattering, not at all see the appearance of stopping. Fortunately, the rain was not too heavy, so even if it lasted all night, it wouldn't cause any conditions, and Lin Nan didn't think much about it. After chatting for a while, the three of them shuffled off to rest. Jingle bells. Snap. Lin Nan raised his hand to turn off the alarm clock, before rubbing his eyes and staring out at the ceiling. However, he didn't give himself too much time to let go, and if he didn't hurry to wash up and eat breakfast, he'd be hungry for a morning of military training. Lin Nan sat up and dressed, looking out the window in the process. Still down. Such a situation made him mutter a bit too. Last night's drawing was clearly a light rain that lasted for a while and then the formation would stop. But why hasn't it stopped now? Is it possible that a period of time, as I understand it, is not really the same as a period of time as explained in the introduction? However, looking at the fact that the rain was much lighter than last night, Lin Nan didn't take the matter to heart. At this moment, Wang Qingyu also opened his eyes. He had just gotten up and did the same thing as Lin Nan, opening his eyes and looking out the window. "Nan, it's still down. Is there no need to go today?" Jiang Tao's voice, coming from the bathroom door. "What are you thinking?" The group said normal military training, and there was a speech from the principal this morning. No one can take a vacation without a big event. Ah! Wang Qingyu's expression was as painful as if he had been hit by a stone. Eyes, nose, mouth, all out of their original orientation. It's going to get wet again. After a quick wash and a trip to breakfast, the trio made their way to the playground. At this point in the playground, there was already a neat line of squares standing. Lin Nan and the others quickly made their way to the third-class queue and stood at attention. But within a few minutes, a group of school leaders walked up to the podium above the playground. The leaders wore suits and black umbrellas as they walked under the pattering rain. At the head of the group was the president of Smoky Sea University, Zhang Jian. He was followed by the department chairs of the various departments. And the one responsible for hosting this morning meeting is the department head of the Business Administration Department, Wang Mingxiang. As soon as the assembly time of 7 o'clock arrived, Wang Mingxiang stood in front of the standing mic and looked seriously at all the freshmen on the scene before opening his mouth. Good morning, all freshman students. I'm Wang Mingxiang, the department head of the Department of Business Administration, and I'll be presiding over today's morning meeting for you. I believe you are full of longing for college life, and military training is the beginning of college life. All students have been through a week of military training time, in the exercise of their own body at the same time, but also exercise the nature of everyone's heart, so that each class are more with a sense of class honor. Next, I'd like to invite Principal Zheng Jian to give you a presentation on the main content of today's meeting. A round of applause. Pop pop pop. The freshmen were facetious enough to give a round of applause. Zheng Jian looked at the fresh faces on the playground with relief. Good morning, students, and so as not to delay your military training, I'll keep this short and sweet. In addition to mobilizing everyone's motivation for military training in this morning meeting today, there is one more important thing to tell you. In a week's time, our military training will be over, and before it ends, there will be a military drill that you will need to prepare for. The rendezvous will be judged by class and departmental rankings, and there will be special prizes for the class winners and runners-up. Please also train actively during the military training period and strive to give your best performance in the final military training performance. At this moment, everyone's attention was almost entirely on the principal on the stage. Not that anyone realized that Lin Nan was silently, frequently looking towards the sky. There was no other reason. Simply because he suddenly noticed that the temperature in the air seemed to be decreasing little by little. While temperatures do drop after rainfall, it won't be this sustained drop. Just as he raised his head to check the situation in the sky, he unexpectedly realized that there was a vision in the sky. How come? The clouds separated in the far end of the sky, but they were thicker than the clouds that were falling rain. This is a clear sign that heavy rain is coming, but a downpour wasn't a big deal, and that wasn't the point of Linan's weirdness. It is reasonable to expect the air to be muggy before a downpour, but now the air temperature is in a steady decline. When I had just arrived at the playground, I had found the body temperature to be very comfortable, but now, in the same clothes, I felt a little chilly. With such a strange situation, Lin Nan could only come up with one explanation in the end based on the rain-seeking formations maneuvers. Rain falls into ice. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Don't make a fool of yourself. Rain turns to ice, which is hail, but it shouldn't be. Yesterday's drawing was clearly a prayer rain formation, so how could there be such extreme hailstorms? Lin Nan immediately recalled the entire process when he drew the formation yesterday. First, the core gossip. A stroke in the formation diagram was exactly the same as the one in his mind, and it was impossible to make a mistake. And then comes the drawing of those commands attached to the outside of each trigram. First, the Qian-gua, 3 lons, yes, and then Ken-gua, Burgundy-gua. Alright where exactly is the problem? Just as Lin Nan frowned in nervous contemplation, he suddenly remembered something. A few days ago the sun was very poisonous, and there has been no rainfall. The air was dry and hot, making everyone very uncomfortable, and a few students fainted from heatstroke during the military training. So he wanted to take advantage of this time when he finished the suggestion of praying for rain, so that the rain could moisturize the hot air more, so that everyone could be more comfortable during the military training. So when he drew this 9 heavens Yuan spirit prayer rain formation, he intended to make an extra stroke of the Sun-gua, wanting to make the rain fall slightly heavier, but instead of adding an extra stroke to the Ken trigram, which corresponds to water, this stroke is added to the Koan trigram. As a result, he had only wanted to increase the amount of rainfall, but it had unexpectedly turned into a situation where, when the rain was about to stop, the water droplets in the clouds would instantly solidify, which would in turn lead to the formation of hailstones. The praying rain formation still needs to be practiced. One wrong stroke and there are thousands of changes. And based on the cloud thickness, this hail is going to last a while longer. The size of the hail is not known at this time. If this hail wasn't small, then wouldn't all of them standing on the playground have to be cracked open by this hail of eggs? Realizing the severity of the situation, Lin Nan's expression grew more and more serious. No way. Gotta find a way to get the scene to retreat first. He didn't want to cause anyone to get hurt because of his mistakes. Otherwise, you can't afford to take the consequences. But, will anyone believe anything I say? Lin Nan had a moment of hesitation, but on second thought, what the hell? If you don't say anything, you don't have a chance at all. Since pretending to be a god, Lin Nan became more and more convinced of these ancient beliefs, even the seriousness of karma. So Lin Nan came back to his senses, and when he saw that the principal happened to pause, he immediately raised his hand high in the air, and saved up all his strength to shout with a deep breath. Report! Lin Nan was afraid that the principal wouldn't see him, so he shouted extra hard, causing the whole playground to echo with the sound of this report. Zhang Jian, who was standing in front of the microphone, was also startled by the sudden yelling. Is there even someone so positive in this freshman class? What Lin Nan didn't know was that before he shouted this report, Zhang Jian's speech happened to end. What is going on now is the session for everyone to speak up and share what they have learned from the military training to the rest of the students. After Zhang Jian finished his introduction, he was waiting for the students to introduce themselves. I didn't realize that there were actually people who were so active and shouted so loudly, and the students of class 3 who were standing with Lin Nan were also confused. In their impression, Lin Nan was not a person who loved to be in the limelight. How could he be so active and requesting to go on stage to give a speech? Wang Chengyu was even more dumbfounded. He stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Nan, who was actively raising his hand, and asked in a low voice at the risk of being discovered by the instructor. Nan, do you realize what you're doing to yourself? However, Lin Nan, who was in a hurry in his heart, didn't notice this at all. He just stared at the principal on the stage, hoping that the principal would notice him and name himself to go up and speak. Zhang Jian looked at Lin Nan with great relief and spoke. This student from the business administration department is great. Whether it's a class or a presentation, everyone should be as brave as he is. This student, come up here. The rest of the time is yours. Lin Nan froze. What does it mean to express yourself? Didn't I interrupt the principal? How come the principal not only wasn't angry, but also looked at me with a look of relief? Yet the urgency in his heart kept him from thinking about these things in detail. Lin Nan hurriedly took 3 steps and jogged all the way up to the podium. Zhang Jian smiled and handed the microphone to Lin Nan and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Come on, kid. I'm watching you. Listening to Zhang Jian's words, Lin Nan was even more confused. At this moment, he had already realized that something didn't seem quite right with the way things were going. But then he looked at the microphone in his hand and suddenly had a flash of light. With a microphone, wouldn't it be a direct reminder to hurry up and take cover? So Lin Nan took a deep breath, held the microphone with both hands, and said with a serious and solemn face, Teachers and students, what I am about to say is very important. Please also listen carefully. In a short while, there's about to be hail falling, and the playground we're in now doesn't have any shelter. So if the hail falls, everyone could get hurt. My words are not a joke. Everyone please evacuate immediately to a safe place to avoid the upcoming hailstorm. Avoid casualties. This face of Lin Nan's was extremely mesmerizing, and after hearing him speak, everyone actually subconsciously looked towards the sky. If it weren't for his outrageous words, everyone would have had to evacuate to a safe place to escape the danger. Students whispered in the face of the outrageous situation here. I'm going to go, this dude is so awesome. Using the excuse of having to give a speech to make a splash. What's up with Lin Nan? Why is he saying such things on such an important occasion? Yeah, and besides, how can it hail when the rain is going to stop? Principal Zhang Jian, who stood behind Lin Nan, his pleased expression changed even more sharply to one of astonishment, and then to one of incomprehension and absurdity. Mr. Luo, the instructor of the 3rd class, looked at the principal's displeased expression and couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension in his heart. He somewhat regretted why he hadn't blocked Lin Nan just now. Usually this kid isn't a show-off. What's wrong with him today? Looking at Lin Nan's righteousness, the department head, Wang Mingxiang, hurriedly took the microphone over, rehanded it to Zhang Jian, and whispered to Lin Nan, You're not going to give a speech. You're going to say something subtle, so why don't you discuss it with the teachers ahead of time? And how can it hail when the rain has turned gross and it's going to stop raining in a little while? Lin Nan from class 3, right? I know that you live stream as a fairy on weekdays. It's a good thing to work hard and study hard. The school won't care and doesn't want to care. But you just declared a dangerous situation in public. It's very easy to cause panic when there are so many people. There's no way the teacher can ignore this matter. Wang Mingxiang then looked at Zhang Jian behind him. Principal, you see? Zhang Jian didn't expect that the first student he called up would make such a mess. This student says it's going to hail later? Where's the hail to fall when the rain is already going to stop? Besides, there was no hail warning issued by the weather forecast department at all. Could he, a student of business administration, be better than the weather bureau? That's ridiculous. But then it occurred to Zhang Jian that he hadn't caused any serious consequences other than saying something ridiculous. So, upholding the principle of finishing the meeting earlier so that the students could start their military training earlier, Zhang Jian said with one eye open, Give him a warning to go back. And don't make a fool of yourself like that again. End of chapter. Chapter 20, what did I say? The whispered exchanges between the two were actually audible to Lin Nan. Sure enough, the group of leaders didn't believe a word he said. What's to be done about this? Just as Lin Nan was about to think of other ways, the department head, Wang Mingxiang said to him seriously. The principal is not going to hold you accountable considering you haven't done anything outrageous, but don't you ever do anything like that again. Lin Nan knew that he couldn't produce any evidence and couldn't persuade the school leaders at all. But the school leaders on the stage at least have an umbrella cover, the bottom of the playground on the students and teachers, but there is no one thing can cover. When the hail comes, someone is bound to get hurt, and then they have to carry the karma themselves. So Lin Nan once again said solemnly to Wang Mingxiang as well as Zhang Jinan, Sensei, it's not that I'm making a fool of myself, but there is indeed a risk. If the hail really comes down, the teachers and students on the playground, they're all likely to get hurt. Seeing that his anxious demeanor didn't look fake, Principal Zhang Jian walked up and asked, Classmate, you see that the rain in the sky is getting smaller. Obviously the trend is about to stop raining. Why are you so sure that it will hail? Seeing that the principal had finally listened to what he had said, Lin Nan said in a meaningful and cryptic manner, because I can watch the sky at night. Nighttime sky watching? The school leaders who heard the word froze. At the same time, a school leader seemed to have remembered something and whispered in the ears of a few people, but was informing them that a rumor circulating among the freshmen yesterday about drawing a formation diagram to seek rain seemed to be this Lin Nan. But in response, several of the school leaders shook their heads slightly, clearly disbelieving. Wang Mingxiang subconsciously retorted, Lin Nan, I heard that you were performing to beg for rain yesterday, right? Is it because of that you are fooling around here? Lin Nan naturally wouldn't admit that he could beg for rain, and just calmly said, it's not important to ask for rain for this, but at the time of the gathering just now, the outdoor temperature was obviously still comfortable, but now the temperature is causing everyone to shiver straight away, and the clouds are also still thick as far as the eye can see, and the rain builds up and the air suddenly gets colder, which triggers hail. The lower temperatures now are a precursor to the impending hailstorm. Hearing Lin Nan himself say that he was begging for rain, and using the weather conditions as proof, the freshmen lined up below were abuzz with excitement. Observing the sky at night? Is Lin Nan admitting that he begged for yesterday's rain? Isn't this dude telling us to believe in science? Last night that array of painting is indeed very subtle. Just begging for rain led to hail, which is indeed a bit too mysterious. We are just an ordinary person. Can still be whole this? He didn't have to risk getting demerits and disciplinary action by pulling this whole stunt at a morning meeting where all the school leaders were present. Did he? Last night's rain was just a coincidence. And if you know something about meteorology, you can predict whether or not it will rain at some time in the future based on the weather. Yes, we are all ordinary people, not immortals. How can we ask for rain and get it? It doesn't matter. Just in case, I think Lin Nan has a point. And people have said that it's the nightly observation of the sky, and they haven't said that it's because they're begging for rain. The students were a bit skeptical of what Lin Nan said about the situation and thought it was a coincidence. However, they didn't dare to gamble. What if they really let Lin Nan guess again? Maybe it's a rain god. If the hail really came down and they didn't have something to block it, wouldn't they let the hail balls hit them squarely in the red? So the students shouted, dismissed, run for your lives. In case it does hail, everyone is going to be open. Teacher, dismissed. If you don't leave, we'll leave? By Lin Nan so ambiguous a scare, the students have yelled to be dismissed. They are many and powerful, not spoiled leadership problems. Really go. The leadership cannot help. For a moment, the school leaders on the podium burst into flames. These freshmen are just trying to avoid military training in every way possible. It's almost stopped raining. How can there be hail? Why is this Lin Nan student making rumors for no reason? However, the principal, Zhang Jian, was very steady and didn't just question like the other leaders. He listened into Lin Nan's words and was looking up at the clouds in the sky. It did seem to be quite thick, and the cold air spread around him, causing him to shiver as well. Young doesn't dare to gamble. He is the president of the University of the Smokies, the direct head of this school. If anything happened to the students, he was to blame. What's more, this morning meeting wasn't important at all compared to the safety of the students, and he didn't have to gamble. So Zhang Jian raised his hand, stopped the students from shouting, and said into the microphone, that's it for today's morning meeting. Classes will be evacuated in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing the principal's words, a loud cheer erupted from the crowd of students, who all of a sudden dispersed as birds and beasts, each running their own way without lingering. Long live the principal! Look at that! That's how dignified the principal is. It was just that the school leaders who were still questioning Lin Nan earlier, their faces were obviously not looking too good. Headmaster, how could you believe this boy's words? That's just it. How could he actually draw a formation for rain? Besides, severe weather like hailstorms are warned by the Weather Bureau, and the Weather Bureau hasn't even said anything yet. So he's making a big deal out of it. Principal, the students just want to avoid military training. Aren't we playing right into their hands by doing this? Yeah, these. Snap, snap. However, before these school leaders could finish their words, the sound of hard objects hitting the ground appeared one after another and was accompanied by many cries of pain. Ugh! What the hell? Who hit me in the head? However, when everyone looked at the ground in confusion, they saw several, transparent, round objects already lying on the ground. The object looked like one big ice cube fresh out of the freezer. The ice was considerably larger than a quail's egg, almost the size of a small egg. As one ice cube after another fell from the sky, everyone had understood the current situation. I can't believe it actually hailed. What Lin Nan said was surprisingly fulfilled. Zhang Yong and the other instructors were the first to react and shouted from the playground. Everyone dismissed. Find shelter from the hail. Hearing the strong shouts of the instructors, the school leaders on the podium also finally came back to their senses from the shock. Wang Mingxiang took the microphone in Li Tingting's hand and told her to hurry up and dodge it, and said loudly into the microphone, "Dismissed for hail. Take care of yourself. Get a shirt or something to protect your head." Above the entire playground, all were the astonished voices of the students and teachers. The chaotic crowd was running around, looking for a safe place to try to escape the sudden hail. Holy, that hurt. Run, run, run towards the next building. It's not safe under the trees. Oh my god. Zhang Ming, your head is bleeding. Get to the infirmary. Damn it. I told you I should have listened to Lin Nan. These dog leaders, I'm going to report them to the Education Bureau. End of chapter. Chapter 21, being noticed by the school leaders. The scattered crowd appeared to be scurrying like headless flies due to the hail. Some of those who reacted more slowly had already been hit by the hailstones and were injured. The faces of the school leaders who were taking shelter were no longer filled with the earlier displeasure and were filled with astonishment. I can't believe he really got it right. Obviously the weather forecast shows almost sunny skies this whole week. How could he be more accurate than the weather forecast measurement? Can predict the arrival of hail? It can't really be painting formations and begging for it, can it? Are you kidding me? Or does he have some kind of sky watching or something? In the confusion, everyone ran to different places. Luckily, though, no one was seriously injured except for a few traumatized people, as the students had run off a lot before that. The hail didn't last long, and in less than a few minutes it turned back to rain. The outdoor parking lot was full of private cars parked by teachers that didn't escape the hail. The school leaders sat in the conference room with a lousy face, looking at the sullen and silent principal sitting on the main seat, waiting for the principal to open his mouth to speak. The principal first took a sip of the hot water in the cup in front of him, and only then did he feel slightly warmed up by the cold wind. And then Zhang Jian frowned and said to the people present, "This sudden weather condition is also a rare extreme weather for our Smoky Sea city in recent years. It's good that it's short enough to create no harm. Let's start by having people from all the school districts keep a tally of student injuries and make sure to arrange for the treatment of the injured students. With regard to what is damaged, it is also reported promptly after the record is complete, and what needs to be replaced is promptly replaced, and repaired is promptly repaired." Zhang Jian, as the head of a school, first of all, then the response work was organized first, and only then did he look around at the school leaders and open his mouth to ask, "Now you know silence is golden? If I had listened to Lin Nan's classmates earlier, there wouldn't have been any casualties now. When you're a teacher, you can't feel like all your ideas are right, and the opinions of your students are sometimes important." The school leaders present all bowed their heads and listened to the principal's criticism, and none of them dared to refute the principal's words. Seeing this, the principal only continued, "Okay, now all of you, what do you think about this hailstorm?" Upon hearing this, all the leaders of the school also recalled what had just happened on the playground. They looked at each other before speaking. The hail did fall too suddenly this time. When this morning meeting was scheduled, we followed the weather forecast for days in advance, but it always showed a sunny day, not to mention hail, and not even rain was forecast. Yes, our school's activities are always well prepared in advance to prevent accidents, but I never thought that this time, despite all the preparations, such an unexpected situation as today could still happen. The school leaders are talking about the accident, but no one thinks that what happened really had anything to do with Lin Nan. To say that drawing a formation for rain or something like that, they definitely don't believe in it. This student, though, should really have some skills in him. It's true that thanks to him, it would have been impossible to keep the injuries in single digits if it wasn't for his warning, and the student did a good job, even though he disrupted the morning meeting. On the way back, I heard a student mention that he was playing a deity live on the internet, and the one who played that deity seems to be the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father, who was in charge of natural weather such as clouds, rain, thunder and lightning. Old Lu, you're not trying to say that he also has the ability of that Heavenly Father, are you? Director Ryu shook his head. I didn't mean to say that. I just remembered a saying I've heard before, that some Taoist masters can tell the state of the weather by observing the sky. Is it possible that this student may also have such an ability? It rained after the drawing of the array for rain, and then this morning he got him right about the hail. Do you guys think that both times were just coincidences? Those words made the scene grow quiet. Everyone was pondering whether these two coincidences were really coincidences, or was it Lin Nan's intentional act after realizing it? Is it really like what old Willow said, that this student can observe the heavens? Hearing everyone's words, Zheng Jian turned his eyes to Wang Mingxiang. Director Wang, Lin Nan is your student. Do you know the situation of this student? Wang Mingxiang shook his head. This batch of freshmen just arrived, and I didn't have time to observe closely. I only know that he usually opens a live broadcast, and is just a little famous netizen. But now that the hail has stopped, should we call Mr. Luo, the instructor of class 3, over? He should know more about this student's situation. Zheng Jian considered for a moment and nodded his head to agree to Wang Mingxiang's proposal. Okay, this student, Lin Nan, does give me an extraordinary feeling. Just call Mr. Law over. Wang Mingxiang then made a phone call to Mr. Luo, the instructor of the 3rd class. It was the first time that Mr. Luo attended a meeting where all the school leaders were present, and he was still called by the director after that unexpected situation just happened, so he looked a little nervous and formal. However, he was also able to guess that the principal had called him here because of Lin Nan's matter. Zhang Jian pointed to the seat at the end and said, Mr. Luo, sit down. I want to ask you something. Mr. Law sat back and nodded. Ask away, principal. Zheng Jian spoke directly. Do you pay much attention to Lin Nan as a student? Tell me about his usual situation. As expected, the moment the principal opened his mouth, he inquired about Lin Nan's situation. Mr. Luo was mentally prepared for this, recalling the bits and pieces since the report, and opened his mouth. Lin Nan is not a show-off student and is quite modest. I've always had a good impression of him. He doesn't go out often on weekdays, participates more actively in group activities, and there's nothing special about him except that he plays a fairy live every day. What Mr. Luo said was obviously not what Zheng Jian and the others were curious about, so he continued to ask, has he shown nothing unusual in the days since he reported for duty? Like, often talking about metaphysical things, or predicting the weather, or something like that? After a careful recollection, Mr. Luo shook his head in affirmation. No, never heard him say that. On the contrary, at last night's freshman event, after he drew a formation to beg for rain, he even told the students that we college students should believe in science, and stopped the students from making jokes about his Lezu's body. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The Bewildered Weather Bureau. I've seen his live broadcasts, and some of the netizens who worshipped him in the live broadcast room would be persuaded to worship the idol of the Taoist temple. Some of the people who begged for rain in the live broadcast, Lin Nan would also recommend that he be told to look for the Meteorological Bureau, never saying that he had any ability to predict the weather. Although this child has been lived to make money, but is down to earth, and does not use this to engage in some superstitious metaphysical sayings, is really very good. So I didn't expect him to predict hail at today's morning meeting either. Zheng Jinan and the other school leaders nodded. These qualities do make them feel good about the kid too. Add to this the fact that it's not for everyone to be warned of a dangerous situation even before the hailstorm and risk being lectured by the teacher about the outcome. It was just that the matter of drawing formations to seek rain was something that even Zheng Jian, who had listened to Lin Nan's advice, didn't believe in. And people Lin Nan himself said to believe in science. Then maybe Lin Nan really can read the sky. So Zheng Jian opened his mouth. Teacher Luo, call Lin Nan over. There's something I want to ask him personally. Okay, I'll send him over. Mr. Luo made a phone call to Lin Nan and told him to come directly to the large conference room in the office building. Be safe and come quickly. Okay, teacher. Thud. Enter. Lin Nan pushed open the large conference room, but he didn't expect that all the school leaders, including the principal and department head, were waiting for him in the conference room. Lin Nan had already prepared for the fact that she would be approached by the teacher long before she decided to go on stage and tell the situation, but he didn't expect that it wasn't Mr. Luo or the department head, Wang Mingxiang, who approached him, but the principal, Zhang Jian. Looking at the way the group of school leaders were seriously sizing themselves up, Lin Nan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, did the school leaders really believe him when he said he could draw a formation for rain? That's not good. Not being able to figure out the principal's intention, Lin Nan opened his mouth to greet him first. Hello teachers. Seeing Lin Nan's appearance of a polite and good student, and recalling Mr. Luo's introduction, as well as Lin Nan's risk of being punished for reminding Hale during the morning meeting, the principal had a rather good impression of him, and nodded his head gently. Don't be nervous, the teacher just wants to ask you a few questions. Come sit here. After watching Lin Nan sit down, Zhang Jian opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Lin Nan, why did you know it was going to hail during the morning meeting? Sure enough, he was asked about it. But of course Lin Nan wouldn't say anything about the system. If his abilities were exposed, he might even be brought in for questioning by the state authorities, and his future days were bound to be uneventful. Lin Nan had also long thought of a response to this problem. Teacher, I said that in the morning because I was in a hurry, and it was actually just an accident that I found out about the impending hailstorm. When I first arrived at the playground in the morning, I found the temperature quite comfortable, but as the session went on for a while, the temperature outside became colder and colder, and it would have been unusual for that to happen after a rain. So I just started to notice what was going on in the sky. I noticed that the clouds in the distant sky were thick and didn't look like they were going to stop raining. And when cumulonimbus clouds collide with cold air and freeze rapidly, hail can form. The weather at the time was a harbinger of what's to come before the hail comes. Lin Nan's words were well reasoned, so that the school leaders at the scene couldn't pick any faults. This made the school leaders, who had previously felt that Lin Nan was somewhat credulous, drop their opinions of him. It seems like this student would say something as outrageous as that, just because the situation was urgent and his mouth was not ready to speak. Just how would a freshman, and not a meteorology major, know anything about this? Thus, Director Liu, who had previously guessed Lin Nan's situation, couldn't help but ask, Lin Nan, what you say does make sense, but how do you know this knowledge? Lin Nan replied soberly, I've read meteorological science before, and that's where I remembered this aspect from the science. Today is also because the temperature continues to drop, which suddenly reminded me of this incident, which led me to notice the vision in the sky, and thus guessed that the hail was coming. In this way, everything has a rational explanation. And Lin Nan's answer also let Zhang Jian understand that this student was not only observant, but also had a strong learning ability, and he was able to keep the knowledge of different specialties clearly in his head. A good student who was good at learning. So Zhang Jian said with relief, the ability to apply what you've learned to real life is the hardest bit, and you're good at learning and applying it. We have a rough idea of what you said, and we were able to minimize injuries this time because of your brave offer. So on behalf of all the freshmen, I would like to thank you. Zhang Jinan then stood up and bowed to Lin Nan. Lin Nan got up. Headmaster, I'm just raising my hand. There's no need for that. Zhang Jian laughed. You deserve this thanks. Okay kid, go back. Okay. Lin Nan then walked out of the conference room with Mr. Luo. On the way back to the dormitory, Mr. Luo kept smiling and looking at Lin Nan, and his eyes were also full of admiration for Lin Nan. Teacher doesn't know yet that you've done some research on the weather as well. Lin Nan smiled awkwardly. He was very knowledgeable about the weather, and it was the kind of research that could manipulate the weather. Oh, it's just that I was looking around in my spare time, and this time, the blind cat just stumbled upon the dead rat. There's no need to get paranoid. It's not messy looking if you can use it. After this incident, Mr. Luo also remembered the class this do not love the limelight, and looks very characteristic students, and he had a very good impression of Lin Nan, who had given him a long face as a tutor when the school had just started. So Mr. Law continued, you might even get a reward from the school for your brave speech this time, but right now the principal and the others are busy with the aftermath, so the reward should be handed out later. This was a bit of a surprise to Lin Nan. I didn't think I'd be able to rake in a reward for raising my hand. After they chatted for a while, Lin Nan separated from Mr. Luo and returned to the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, the Smoky Seas City Weather Service. The sudden and widespread hailstorm also left the Weather Bureau office in disarray. The rainfall was fine, as sudden rainfall does occur in today's season, and radar did check for it afterward, but the hail was a bit unfathomable, and the weather radar hasn't been able to detect it, which has given the Weather Bureau a headache as the calls from the city leaders go on, and you don't have to answer them to know that they're here to point fingers and criticize. Hey, leader, we're really not to blame. I suspect it's the old U.S. using weather weapons on us. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Looking for the Unicorn? Didn't hear wrong. Smoky Seas Meteorological Service. Because of this sudden hailstorm, the office phones have been ringing off the hook. Undoubtedly, it is the many calls from the public and the severe criticisms from the higher authorities, and the head of the Weather Bureau was full of questions about the unsuspected hail. Then, he heard the city leaders rebuke on the other end of the line. I can't believe a Weather Bureau the size of yours didn't issue any warnings for this hailstorm. I don't care what it's because, if it happens again in the future, you know the consequences. Yes. The head of the Meteorological Bureau wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead and promised in a loud voice. Leader, we promise there won't be a next time. Hello, leader? Listening to the busy signal coming from the other end of the phone, the head of the weather bureau let out a long breath. That's odd. What's with the sudden hail? The man in charge still chimed in puzzled. Immediately, the person in charge opened his mouth towards his subordinates in a busy office. Hurry up. Invite the meteorologists from Smoky Sea City over and hold a symposium. Get the situation investigated, and situations like this will never be allowed to happen again in the future. This hailstorm in Smoky Seas came and went quickly. After staying cool for a while, the weather is hot again. The military training at the University of Smoky Sea is still going on as normal, or is nearing its end. On the eve of preparing for the freshman military training competition, the freshmen enjoyed a rare 2-day vacation. In the freshman dormitory, Lin Nan's trio had just finished a day of military training. Phew, finally I can catch my breath. Zhang Tao sat on a chair and looked through his cell phone and said, "Brothers, where do you plan to go to relax while you have these 2 days off?" "Stop, I'm not going anywhere." Wang Chengyu was already lying on the bed like a dead pig, exhausted. Hearing Zhang Tao's voice, he couldn't even bother to raise his head, and his mouth smuttered. "It's been almost 2 weeks of military training in a row, and I'm so tired I'm losing weight. It's so hard to get 2 days off, and all I want to do is stay in the dorm and lay around. Harm, for crying out loud. Fatso." Zhang Tao scratched his cell phone and flung it towards Wang Chengyu. "I see so many girls in our class group who say they want to familiarize themselves with the environment, and they want to go around the school. This is a rare opportunity. Aren't you going to take advantage of it and make contact?" When Wang Qingyu sniffed, his head lifted just a little. Then he flopped back down on the pillow and said, "Forget it, it's still a comfortable bed in the dorm. Where's old Lin? What's the arrangement?" Seeing that the fat man was really flirting, Zhang Tao turned his head and asked Lin Nan. And at this time, Lin Nan was thinking about the ink Qilin, since he was thinking about the matter, and was also thinking about how he should imitate it in order to reach this condition. On the screen of the laptop, Lin Nan was browsing through the portrait of the ink Kirin and was so mesmerized that he didn't notice Zhang Tao coming over. Still pondering the unicorn? It's still the old forest that's got the right stuff going on. Then, he heard Zhang Tao continue to speak. "By the way, Lao Lin, I went to ask the doohickey before and said that this ink unicorn shape seems similar to the sable antelope and deer. It just so happens that our Smoky Sea City Zoo just opened a new park, and there are events this weekend. Why don't we take a break and go check it out? Get inspired and relax in the meantime." Hearing Zhang Tao's proposal, Lin Nan couldn't help but light up. His suggestion was not unreasonable. The pictures of ink unicorns that can be found on the internet are images that existed in mythology and were conjured up by later generations. If you want to imitate it, you naturally have to do it from a realistic point of view. And, often, these beasts that exist in mythology are able to find archetypes in reality. Like the ancient book Shanhai Jing, the book describes many strange and exotic animals. There are many creatures that can be followed in modern times. For example, the wild dolphin Dangkong from the Shanhaijing is extremely similar to the warthogs that exist on the African continent. The animal recorded as deer shu is again similar to the okapi. Even the manta ray, a winged flying fish, exists in reality. Residents of the South China Sea commonly call it yen or fish and will even use it as bait for fishing. Therefore, there are rumors that the strange creatures contained in the Shanhaijing are distributed in all continents of the world. It was only anthropomorphized by the ancients in a clear-thinking metaphorical way. Like the pet parrot that is extremely common nowadays. In the way that the Yamaha Sutra describes it, there is a bird that looks like an owl, has 7 colored feathers, and can spit out human speech. So it looks like the zoo is really worth a visit, with a live outdoor broadcast along the way when the time comes. It's best if you succeed in getting the play value, and even if you don't, you'll more than likely get something out of it. Thinking of this, Lin Nan couldn't help but nod and open his mouth. "Yes, we'll check it out tomorrow. By the way, start an outdoor broadcast and see what else the netizens have to offer." As Lin Nan's words fell, Zhang Tao instantly came alive. While browsing through the zoo's ticket offers, he opened his mouth towards Wang Qingyu. "Fatty, old Lin has spoken. We are a team. You can't pigeonhole us. Ugh. Into it, into it." Wang Qingyu flopped down on the bed and agreed. "There's a double discount on weekends, where the second ticket is half price as long as the couple or parent and child are playing together. Fatty, do you want to sacrifice a little tomorrow to have a female costume?" Zhang Tao made bad words. Asterisk 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 off. "Who's with you couple?" Well, then we'll have a parent-child ticket. Good old son." Wang Qingyu was speechless and didn't bother to struggle, raising his eyes to Lin Nan and saying, "You're buying a double ticket with me. So what about old Lin?" Zhang Tao, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow with a smile in his eyes and said, "Didn't you hear old Lin just now? We're planning to have an outdoor broadcast tomorrow. So can our makeup artist still not be there?" As the two detractors snickered, Lin Nan did not take any notice. Just sending a message to Bunny Bleat online. An appointment was made for tomorrow, and was soon answered in the affirmative. Immediately, Lin Nan posted a preview of the outdoor live broadcast on his Douyin account. Smoky Sea City Zoo, located in the outskirts of the city, not far south of the city, is also next to a natural landscape. The location is sort of out of the way, but the environment is also much better than downtown. When Lin Nan's trio arrived at the zoo, they saw a short denim-skirted girl wearing sunglasses standing at the entrance. Exuding youthful vigor, she carried a wide bag over her shoulder. One look at the bulging makeup bag tells me that it's Bunny Bleat who has arrived. Whether it's a sophomore schoolgirl or a professional makeup lady, with a little dressing up, they are much more eye-catching than the freshman girls who are still in military training. Yo! Senior sister came quite early. Jiang Tao went forward and greeted her. Seems to have heard something inside. The sight if anything glanced at Lin Nan. I heard that senior sister even pushed back the activities in the club for our sake? Of course, Bunny Bleat said, holding up his sunglasses and smiling. After all, the sense of accomplishment that comes from working with you guys is so much higher than creating makeup for cosplayers. What's more, I'm working for nothing when I give out activities for the club, and I can still get some blood back by following you guys. So why not? Also, don't call me senior sister outside. Just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing introduced 2 sentences, then asked towards Lin Nan and the others. By the way, what made you guys decide, all of a sudden, to come to the zoo and start an outdoor broadcast? Oh, the reason simple. Wang Qingyu's expression was bland as he opened his mouth. We came to the zoo to find the unicorn. Karen. Hearing this, Yi Qing was stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Surprised by God. Looking for a unicorn in a zoo? I say, you guys are not mistaken? Yi Qing muttered in the back with a surprised look on her face. Lin Nan's trio, however, had already headed towards the entrance of the zoo. Seeing this, Yi Qing followed closely behind. Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, who were walking at the front, however, had already been stopped. Then I saw the grandpa at the ticket gate staring at the two of them with a suspicious look on his face. So you mean, he's your son? Yes. Jiang Tao nodded affirmatively, his gaze firm as if he wanted to join the organization. With an arm around Wang Qingyu's shoulders, he chopped his head off. I'm a natural born. We look so much alike, can't you tell? The ticket master looked out the window at the 2 faces of the one has thick eyebrows, the other beady eyes, and the bodies are even more different. What's more, these 2 look like they're the same age, fooling the hell out of them. However, this ticket Moncler outlet store seems to have been used to it a long time ago, and did not care too much, just sweeping a glance. He then casually pulled 2 tickets and handed them to the 2 of them, saying, your father and son, please come in. After that, he muttered under his breath, hey, these days there are really all kinds of god people. In order to save a little bit of money for the ticket, is it really necessary? 2. Just then, a magnetic voice that seemed to carry magic power rang out. Moncler outlet store casually raising his eyes. After seeing the appearance and dress of the person coming through the window, those cloudy eyes instantly lit up. Both eyes were wide open, staring at the visitor with a surprised expression. Standing in front of the ticket window at the moment was none other than Lin Nan. Right now, Lin Nan was still only wearing Lei Zhu Tianzuan's vestments and golden armor, and his face was not made up. But even so, this outfit is already amazing. That Moncler outlet store seems to have forgotten how to sell the ticket, just subconsciously repeating the action. Great God, this way please. Thanks. Lin Nan got the ticket, said thanks and took Yi Qing into the zoo, and the grandpa at the ticket counter still looks like he hasn't slowed down. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered under his breath, my goodness, did you just see a fairy? Meanwhile, a secluded corner of the zoo. Ooh-hoo. Mom. The child's tender cry came out if nothing else from this corner, before being noticed by a distant passerby. A man's voice, lowered to a whisper, rang out. Children, don't be afraid. You just have to finish this one, and uncle will take you to find your mom, okay? As the man's voice rang out, it was in the middle of a secluded corner hidden by a bamboo forest. A man in an old black trench coat was squatting in front of a small square with a fake smile on his face. The little boy didn't look more than about 4 or 5 years old. 2 strings of crystalline teardrops hung on the little round pink face. There seemed to be a great deal of distrust of the man in front of her, and a timid fear was revealed in her eyes. Nor do they want to eat a stick handed to them by a man. The man saw this and tried to pass it to his mouth. Just then, a low growl emanated steeply from the man's Bluetooth headset. Funeral Biao. Are you done? Don't be silly. I saw someone heading your way. Hearing the voice coming from the headset, the man nicknamed Morning Biao gritted his teeth. The original pretense of amiability vanished in an instant, and was then replaced by a face full of fierceness and ferocity. Martyr. Coaxed half a day not to listen, then can only come hard. the dosage is not adjustable, so don't it up again. Saying that, Morning Biao, regardless of the circumstances, fiercely took a big step forward, with his thick arms in a death grip on the little boy, and pulled a towel out of his pocket and put it over the little boy's mouth and nose. Oh, the little boy struggled in fear, but where could a weak body resist such a grown man? Just then, a sound of footsteps approached not far away. As he was about to come to this corner, the little boy but also just about stopped moving. When Morning Biao saw this, he then pulled a piece of gray cloth right out of his wide trench coat. Stretching out was actually like an unobtrusive gray blanket, directly wrapping that little boy up tightly, and holding him in his arms. He stepped out at once, as if nothing had happened. He brushed past the passers-by who approached him conversationally, quickly run towards the zoo entrance. Only the two who passed by were left with palpitating hearts, but they didn't take it seriously and muttered, "Holy, there's someone else here? That's right, what's wrong with this big brother? Suddenly came out and scared me." On the other hand, Lin Nan and his group first found a bench to rest on after entering the zoo. For the sake of the outdoor live broadcast, by the way, I had Ji Qing paint herself with makeup, and with this effort, Wang Chengyu also recounted their purpose. After listening, Yi Qing then nodded in understanding. "So you're looking for a physical reference, ah? Told you so. I thought you guys were talking in code." While a few people were gagging, Yi Qian had already finished her makeup. With the makeup applied, the heavenly eye in the center of that brow came to life. The whole person's demeanor is elevated again. At that moment, a round head came up and scrutinized it. "Tao ah, it's not my eyes, is it? How do I feel? Lao Lin, this disguise, more and more realistic?" Jiang Tao, who was on the side, couldn't help but be staggered at his words. "You don't say. I think so too." Hiss, could it be that this errand of playing the gods really means something? The two of them were talking to each other. Lin Nan, however, didn't say anything, but only made a wink, signaling them to start the live broadcast. Those two then stopped chatting about small talk and skillfully began the discourse. After all, after a period of time on the air, these two have been live mouth alternatives, and Lin Nan, because of his disguise, will not say a lot of words in the live room, more of a non-angry. After briefly interacting with the netizens on the air, the group then prepared to head inside, but just then, a sudden sound of footsteps quickly approached. Tap. A man was seen carrying something in his arms and walking with a hurried gait towards the exit. From time to time, he even looked back and up toward his back. Just in this gap, the man had already arrived close to Lin Nan and the others. Perhaps Wang Qingyu's footprint is too large. The man just happened to hit it impartially, and was even bounced back 2 steps on his stomach. No eyes. The man seemed to subconsciously want to burst out. As a result, when he turned his head, his eyes instantly widened when he saw a figure. "I blanch." Some horrified voices rang out. The man was seeing none other than Lin Nan. Just the costume of the vestments. The heavenly eyes between the eyebrows seemed to be able to see through everything. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What's more, the one who appeared in front of him was an immortal mighty thunder ancestor, Heavenly Father. A mere glance scared the man so much that he nearly trembled in his hands. It really fooled him into thinking it was a god from heaven. It wasn't until he blinked desperately to make sure it was a living, breathing person in front of him that he cursed and continued to walk away. Just as the man hurried away, Lin Nan's brows were furrowed. If you are not mistaken, what the man was holding in his arms under cover was clearly a child. But if it's parents bringing their kids to the zoo, why the rush? And the kid still looks like he's asleep. Even stranger, it's summer, and the child's body is wrapped so tightly in a blanket? End of chapter. Chapter 25, Emergency Broadcasts. Lin Nan stopped where he was, frowning slightly with a thoughtful look. It was only because what he had just seen in his trance made him feel more and more puzzled the more he thought about it. And I don't know why. The man had clearly used a gray blanket to wrap almost the entirety of the object in his arms. But Lin Nan saw it clearly at a certain moment. Beneath the blanket hid a small face reddened by the sweltering heat. It was clearly a little boy wearing light blue short sleeves on top. Then think of the man's behavior, and all the other antics. No, Lin Nan muttered under his breath as the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. And as he moved, the few people around him naturally sensed the difference. After all, Lin Nan was the main character of the live broadcast. The two detractors on the sidelines had to keep their lenses on him even as they took turns holding their cell phones. Seeing Lin Nan stop, Wang Chengyu, who was currently holding a live-streaming cell phone, also turned the camera to Lin Nan. And just as the live feed was presented again, the 3 people present, as well as the viewers of the live broadcast, all saw such a scene. This thunder ancestor, Heavenly Father in front of him, who was clad in divine armor, was not angry at the moment. His brow was slightly furrowed, and he was born to kill at the drop of a hat. The heavenly eye between his forehead seemed to be able to see through everything in the world and was gazing in one direction. This look and feel. It really had the immediate feeling that the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father was about to descend like a sea of divine might. So the viewers of this live broadcast said, "I go. The anchor, this disguise is also too God. Like it's about to rain down heavenly punishment." That's right. No wonder posting the door God can ward off evil spirits. This person is afraid of seeing it. I was sweating even through my cell phone screen. Just a few seconds ago. It seems like I remembered all the bad things I've done in my life, despite the pop-ups swiped by the live audience. However, Lin Nan's sudden action still made the two detrimental friends beside him a little uncertain. It's not a plot that several people have discussed ahead of time. However, when Wang Qingyu saw the rhythm of the live broadcast, it was mostly words of praise. Once again, he saw that Lin Nan hadn't moved yet, and assumed that the other party had done it intentionally. Hey, don't keep quiet about this with your buddies, do you? You don't have to tell me. It works pretty well. Wang Qingyu muttered with a smile and quietly gave Lin Nan a thumbs up. However, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, frowned. He carefully scrutinized Lin Nan's demeanor and gave his judgment. Fatty, something's not right. Old Lin He seems to be really thinking about something. So, with a few people wondering, seeing that he hadn't made a move for a while, Yi Qing was the first to press the issue and asked in a low voice, "Lin Nan, what's wrong with you?" With Yi Qing's inquiry, Lin Nan also came back to his senses, but did not turn back, still gazing in the direction the man had left, and he recounted the doubts of his mind to the crowd. That man just now, why did he cover the baby so tightly? It's so hot. Aren't you afraid of smothering the baby? However, when they heard Lin Nan's words, the others present froze. Kids? What child? Wang Qingyu and the others were puzzled and exchanged glances with each other. After determining that the other party was also full of confusion, he wondered towards Lin Nan. "You mean the one who just ran past?" Lin Nan sniffed and heard the doubt in their tone, so he turned his head to a few people, watching their expressions for confirmation. "Yeah, you didn't see it?" Immediately, he saw them nodding blankly, and Yi Qing also revealed a puzzled expression. "No harm, not to mention us." The netizens in the broadcast room didn't see it either. At this moment, Wang Qingyu focused on the movement of the live broadcast and said towards Lin Nan, as he said, even the thousands of viewers of the live broadcast only glimpsed an object completely wrapped in a gray blanket. None of them could tell exactly what the man was holding in his arms. That's odd. Lin Nan couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it really be that he was blind? Geez, old Lin, I think you're just being paranoid. Don't wonder. What could happen in the middle of the day? Wang Qingyu was holding up his cell phone with one hand and kept fanning himself with the other. Because this weather was really hot, and because of his fat body type, he was already sweating. Plus it's the middle of the day. The sun scorched the ground, baking layers of heat. With such a clear sky, it would be a good idea to let one's guard down. Even Lin Nan was nearly spoken for, plus the man was long gone. He then withdrew his eyes, ready to move on. Beep. However, just at that moment, a long chime sounded abruptly. A man's voice rang out from a loudspeaker in the park. "Attention all travelers. We are broadcasting an emergency missing person announcement. A 4.5-year-old boy, about a meter tall and wearing light blue short sleeves, was lost with his mother in the monkey park. Anyone who has seen it, or can provide information, please come to the radio room quickly. Repeat." The sudden sounding of the search announcement in this park caused the people present to faintly stare. Wang Qingyu hadn't taken it seriously and staggered. There's a child lost. This zoo is so big. It's really not easy to find a 4 or 5-year-old lost. However, upon hearing this broadcast, Lin Nan was even more stunned. The image of what he had just seen flashed back in his mind with exceptional clarity. Think of the child in the man's arms who looks like he's asleep. Its upper body was wearing none other than a light blue-colored short sleeve. In a flash, it was as if Lin Nan had awakened to something all of a sudden. At the same time, Jiang Tao and Yi Qing, as well as the audience in the live broadcast room, reacted. After all, Lin Nan had just said that something wasn't quite right on the front foot, and then, on the back foot, he really heard the park radio saying that someone had lost a child. What in the world could be so coincidental? At this moment, when people thought back to what Lin Nan had said, they inevitably had some bad associations. Jiang Tao, on the other hand, was even more grave and hurriedly confirmed with Lin Nan. "Old Lin, did you really just see that? Is that kid wearing a light blue short sleeve?" Accompanied by Jiang Tao's inquiry, the atmosphere of the scene was also condensed for a few minutes. Wang Qingyu saw that the atmosphere had become odd, so he straightened up and stared at Lin Nan's reaction. Yes, Lin Nan nodded without thinking as he recalled what he had seen. And seeing this, the crowd was stunned. "I blanch, really? You even saw what color clothes you were wearing?" When Wang Qingyu saw this, he all felt that his eyes had grown for nothing. How come I didn't see anything? What's more, the man had just hit him in the stomach first, but he froze and didn't see if what the other man was carrying in his arms was a child or not. The audience in the live broadcast room was equally confused at this point. Holy, can't it be that we've really met human traffickers? End of chapter. Chapter 26, God. Immortal? The radio in the park is still playing a loop of announcements looking for lost children. Still, the crowd bit off more than they could chew. After all, Lin Nan was the only one who claimed to have seen a boy in that man's arms. Got to go after it. At this moment, Lin Nan's voice rang out. It was like a tolling bell, ringing in the hearts of the crowd. Yes, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Jiang Tao was the first to react and cut through the confusion. Forget about how old Lin saw it for a moment. If that guy is really a human trafficker, it's probably for life. After saying that, Jiang Tao was ready to move and asked towards Lin Nan. Old Lin, see that guy go that way at the end? Lin Nan pointed in a direction and immediately signaled. I'll go with you. Come on, come on. Old Lin, don't go. What are you running around the zoo in that? Jiang Tao was also hot-blooded. His brain turned fast to arrange the road. Tell you what, you guys go to the radio room and check the surveillance. I'll take care of stopping people. Chang, Inner One, be careful, haha. Wang Qingyu reminded. A few people quickly arranged a division of labor, only to see Jiang Tao in ambush. In the next second, it was like an arrow off the string, and the whole person sprinted out. And seeing Jiang Tao in action, Lin Nan didn't delay. Go! With a shout, he led Wang Qingyu and Yi Qing in a quick step towards the monitoring room. The viewers who were in the live broadcast room at this time were also seeing this kind of scene for the first time. In your lifetime, can you actually see a team of anchors working together to catch a human trafficker? Though they were not yet sure of the man's identity. But the announcements from the park are still repeating themselves, so there can't be a fake. This, coupled with the fact that Lin Nan's side had already begun operations, had created a sense of urgency. What's more, they also hate human traffickers with a passion, because that represents countless families that were originally harmonious and beautiful, facing the pain of separation of flesh and blood. No matter where you are, human traffickers are frowned upon. As a result, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room also increased. All of them were talking about it. Asterisk. That guy's not really a human trafficker, is he? Either way, child traffickers deserve raw rice. I don't know why, but I'm burning up through the screen. Meanwhile, in the radio room at the zoo, keep looking. How could such a big kid disappear into thin air? An eager man's voice rang out, speaking towards the park's security. This middle-aged man was a bit bald and full of sadness. It was the zoo's director Zhao. Beside it, there was also the sound of a woman sobbing, obviously the mother who had lost her child. As she listened to the cries, head gardener Zhao also anxiously paced back and forth in the broadcasting room, simply because the boy was lost, which in itself wasn't too unusual. As a result, after half a day of searching, there was no news of any of this kid, not even a single person in the know who saw or heard the child cry. This was quite counterintuitive. And head gardener Zhao couldn't help but have a bad suspicion and pray in her heart. God forbid it should fall into one of the parks. If that's the case, things are going to get messy. Knock knock. Just as the gardener was anxious in his mind, the door to this broadcasting room was knocked on. It's also the first time we've heard movement since the search broadcast was sent out. At that moment, the head gardener Zhao exchanged a glance with the crying woman, and a flash of hope flashed in her eyes. Head gardener Zhao immediately took 2 steps forward and pulled open the door to the broadcasting room. However, the moment the door opened, park director Zhao froze. He stared blankly at Lin Nan, who stood outside the door with a majestic demeanor, as if a true god had descended to earth, his mouth slightly open. God, divine immortal? At this instant, head gardener Zhao even thought it was the fulfillment of his party's prayers. God really showed up. The gods have been sent to deliver themselves. However, this did not last long. Head gardener, don't take this the wrong way. When Wang Qingyu gasping breath explains the intention, Zhao Gardener's heart for no reason surprisingly empty, only to feel that this fairy play too much like, no matter whether it is the temperament or demeanor, just a glance, really thought it was praying for manifestation of the spirit of it. If only this was a real fairy, everything would be solved. With a silent search in his heart, head gardener Zhao immediately let the trio into the broadcasting room. So, you're here to provide clues? Head gardener Zhao looked at the trio, and his heart grew full of curiosity. Their zoo has also been a high priority since the report of the missing child. Have the park staff start looking around for the child. The results were never anything, and so many staff members have failed to find any trace of it. How did these 3 men find out what happened to the lost child? Holding this thought, park director Zhao continued to inquire. Where did you guys see the kid? Why don't you just bring him here? And when Wang Qingyu sniffed, he first glanced at Lin Nan and opened his mouth to the head gardener Zhao. The gardener. Actually, it wasn't us all who saw it. It was old Lin who said he saw a boy with light blue short sleeves. I can't tell you what was going on for a while. Just check the surveillance. That woman was incredibly anxious when she heard that there was finally news of a child. And park director Zhao immediately pulled up the surveillance and followed the descriptions of the three to find them. Soon enough, a surveillance probe was followed to see what was going on. In the surveillance video, a man in a black trench coat is seen walking in a hurry. It seemed that he didn't expect someone in front of him to be so big, and he was distracted for a moment and crashed into them. Then he hurried away again. And throughout, the man had a gray blanket in his arms. Park director Zhao squinted her eyes and scrutinized the surveillance video. But no matter how much I could tell, I could only see that the blanket had bumps. It did look like it was wrapped in something, but it was clear that you couldn't tell anything about what was going on inside. Seeing this, head gardener Zhao's brows furrowed for a moment. He looked at Lin Nan suspiciously. Question marks written all over his brain. After all, it's not like there's any footage of a lost child in this video footage. And how did he tell that it was a boy under the blanket? And in the video, he stood still for half a day, keeping his eyes on the man's figure. It was really as if he had found something. What's more, Director Zhao hoped from the bottom of her heart that this time it was just a simple lost child. At that point it won't be a big deal to find the child as soon as possible as long as the park steps up its efforts. But once it rises to the level of child trafficking, this is a serious matter. No matter which zoo, but whenever there is such a vicious incident, once a child is not recovered, it is bound to be devastating. And just as head gardener Zhao was harboring the last vestige of luck, he heard a cry suddenly come from behind him. Ah, my child. A few people turned their heads to see that the woman was already sitting on the floor, crying loudly. It was as if she, too, saw through the blanket that it was her son wrapped up inside. This scene rather confused head gardener Zhao, thinking to myself, how on earth can I tell? But in the way of the urgency of the situation, Zhao Gardner did not delay. Immediately follow the clues and look for surveillance. Finally, the black trench coat man was seen in one of the surveillance images. But in just one flash, the man was like a loach, burrowing into a surveillance blind spot. It also happens to be at this point that the surveillance shows Zhang Tao's location just a short distance from the trafficker. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Choking and chanting. Eyes watched as the man in black was captured by the surveillance probe, only to quickly disappear into the blind spot. Luckily, at this moment, Zhang Tao's position showed that he was not too far away from the man. Seeing this, Lin Nan immediately sent a message to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, that person is right in front of you, at the corner position from the two surveillance intervals. And as Lin Nan's words fell, only in the surveillance screen, Zhang Tao confirmed the target as if his figure was running rapidly. It also nearly hit a passing tourist and chased it all the way regardless. That's about 10 seconds. Zhang Tao's figure also plunged headlong into the blind spot of the surveillance. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the monitoring room, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all filled with anticipation. Is this catching up? Can't be wrong. It was only about 10 seconds before and after. That guy definitely didn't have time to escape. Definitely caught. However, just as the crowd was slightly relieved and ready to pop champagne to celebrate, the next second, Zhang Tao's voice called, sounding incredibly chagrined. Let him get away. As this voice of Zhang Tao rang out, all the people present were stunned. The heart said, the man in black clearly went in and never saw him come out again. Even the ones that came out of the back surveillance were in pairs. Not even a single one. And how did the man in black get away? And just as the crowd was wondering, they only saw Zhang Tao's figure appear in the blind spot of the surveillance, and walked out with a black trench coat in his hand, was panting under his breath, gesturing toward the nearest surveillance probe. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately reacted. This man in black had changed his clothes in just 10 seconds or so, and it went out of this blind spot unnoticed. Old Lin, this bastard must have an accomplice to take over. Otherwise it's impossible to change clothes so quickly and run away without a trace. There was no need for Zhang Tao to remind him, and Lin Nan immediately reminded him towards head gardener Zhao. Take a look at the surveillance at the entrance to the park just now. As the surveillance footage plays out, a fact that one would not want to believe is presented. Only two figures were seen walking quickly out of the zoo and quickly getting into a van. One of them, with that familiar gray blanket in his arms, was the man who had changed his clothes. After the two get in the car, the van then quickly started up, slammed on the gas and hurried away. Seeing all the things in front of them, all of them were realized that this was undoubtedly a gang of human traffickers. Holy, it's really Nan. They're really human traffickers. At this time, not only Wang Chengyu, the audience in the live broadcast room was also in awe. But now the situation is urgent. and we see that the traffickers are about to escape. Someone else wanted to see the van's license plate number, but the van was so well hidden that it must have been avoiding the cameras for a long time. Add to that the fact that the zoo in Smoky Seas is located on the outskirts of the city. A short distance south of it is a protected area of natural beauty, and once the car continues to drive away, in case you run into that landscape and change cars again, by then, it will be difficult to find the people in the car. Realizing all this, a low atmosphere enveloped the scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but burst into foul language. Mud. That's so crafty. This human trafficker is hateful. They must be arrested. Damn it. Human traffickers deserve the death penalty. Damn. That pisses me off. Several people in the monitoring room were equally frustrated, and the boy's mother was crying inconsolably. Zhao Gardner was also visibly pinching herself, still reassuring and calming her emotions. We've done our best. Let's wait for the police to come over next. Let's see if there's anything else we can do to help. Yi Qing said regretfully, looking at the weeping mother with a hidden pain in her heart. Jiang Tao, bring him his clothes. Just then, Lin Nan's voice rang out, barking towards Jiang Tao. The crowd in the room froze at these words. It didn't seem quite clear why Lin Nan was still focusing on that discarded black trenchcoat at this moment. However, soon after, Wang Chengyu looked like he had guessed something and said helpfully, Right. Bring that grandson's clothes. It's evidence. Hearing this, these few people, including the audience in the live broadcast room, thought that Lin Nan's purpose was this. However, what none of the onlookers knew was that Lin Nan had other plans in mind. Right now the van is pulling away, heading south toward the landscape. While it is not too far away, perhaps, there is a chance to cut it off. Maybe this lightning method, it can fight for a chance? Just now this mana. I don't know if it's still enough. At this moment in Lin Nan's mind, the violet heavenly divine thunder technique had begun to emerge. The three Qing dynasty established Taoism, each fusion of thunder method, the creation of the ministry of thunder of the rest. There is also a Taoist hefty three Qing divine thunder, the judicial division of thunder. The first has 5 thunders, the second has 36 thunders, and the third has 72 thunders. All of these thunder spells were born from the original three Qing divine thunder. So the purple heavenly thunder was known as one of the 3 great divine thunder and the first of the 10 great ancient thunder. The 72 weights of the purple heavenly thunder could destroy immortals and kill gods with its power. This thunder method is divided into 8 systems: Ethelwood positive thunder, Sea fire yang thunder, capricious waterine thunder, gung gold robbery thunder, earth underworld thunder, evil execution god thunder, god killing demon thunder, and life destroying purple thunder. As long as it was properly executed, the thunder law would not be subject to all things, but could also counter-control all things in the 3 realms. He is a man of thunder, who drives away evil and filth for thousands of miles. Of course, this was a case of the gods themselves casting it, and Lin Nan certainly didn't have the skill. But before these traffickers could run away and completely hide their tracks, one might be able to try to find this vehicle through the purple sky divine thunder decree and cut it off. That was why Lin Nan had to remind Jiang Tao to bring back that black trench coat. With the clothes with the scent, Lin Nan was able to execute the violet heavenly thunder skill and lock onto the general location. Phew. Sorry, I didn't catch up. Not much time later, Jiang Tao came to the radio room and saw the boy's mother full of apologies. Seemingly afraid to look directly at this mother's gaze, she hurriedly changed the subject and said, "By the way, old Lin, what did you ask me to bring back these clothes for?" Lin Nan looked at it and didn't say anything. Instead, he took the black trench coat in Jiang Tao's hand and tried to silently recite the spell in his mind. In the universalization of the 9 heavens, the form is transformed into the 10 realms. Whistling wind whip thunder, regaining and subduing the demon essence. As Lin Nan's heart murmured, an invisible breeze surrounded his body, blowing his clothes automatically. Lin Nan did not pay any attention to it, only because a strange feeling surged through his heart. Knock, buzz. The sound of thunder drums humming came from somewhere around his ears. At the same time, Lin Nan only felt a layer of white mist enveloping his eyes. The mist looked quite solid, impossible to see through or break through. Lin Nan was still reciting the purple heavenly divine thunder dharma in his heart as his consciousness attempted to break through this layer of white mist. Snort! With a crackle of intertwining lightning, the vision was actually steeply clearer. When everything in front of him jumped into his eyes, Lin Nan suddenly realized that he was in a field of vision. Right above the clouds, below you will find the city in miniature, as well as the lush mountains and forests. And compared to the mountains and hills, the bustling cities of mankind seem extremely small. Of course, Lin Nan was not able to maintain this metaphysical state. Instead, he merely meditated on the violet heavenly divine thunder dharma, trying to see if, by following the scent, he could track down the trafficker. However, at this moment, It was like a heavenly deity sitting on top of the clouds, overlooking the earth, and in this overhead view, all that could be seen was a van the size of an ant, speeding down the rough highway. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Heavenly Changes. Sure enough, once the speeding van appeared in his vision, Lin Nan's consciousness quickly drew back, fearful of wasting one more ounce of aura, and the fact that the party was just a flashing image was enough to confirm the wonders of this lightning method. But it seems that this trafficker's clothing is not enough now. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Nan stepped in front of the boy's mother and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you have, on you, the child's personal effects?" The boy's mother, at the sound of the voice, had been so worried about her child that she was crouching down and crying, but when she raised her eyes to look at Lin Nan, she saw that he had a Lei Zhu Tianzuan disguise, which was not furious, and his body's divine armor was awe-inspiring, and the heavenly eyes between his eyebrows were like gleaming gods. Ha! Theirs. The boy's mother didn't know what to think, like a dying man grasping for a lifeline. Ghostly, he obeyed Lin Nan's words and rummaged through his carry-on bag. Soon, the boy's mother pulled out a divine lightstick from her bag. Heck, it's an Ultraman toy transformer. Does this count? My kids are rare, the boy's mother said. It seems to see his son's favorite toys, and remembered his son's smiling face, and suddenly shed 2 lines of tears again. Seeing this, Lin Nan first picked up this divine light rod. Under the silent recitation of the spell in his heart, the images flashed before his eyes became clearer and clearer. Sure enough, it's a lot more accurate again. The next thing to do is to minimize the error again. The precise control of the landing point of the thunderbolt stopped the fleeing van on the highway. Your child's birthday, to be precise, Lin Nan finally inquired. September 13th, 2000, 5 p.m. The boy's mother answered quickly, obviously keeping a pretty firm time. And naturally, the reason Lin Nan asked the boy about his birthday was to figure out his birth date. This is the last step to check out before driving the thunder. In order to play the role of Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father, Lin Nan had put in a lot of effort. It's also thinking about the need to interact with the live audience and naturally knowing as much as possible. Not to mention something as basic as the birth date, which should be memorized by heart. Nowadays, this is used. So Lin Nan quickly deduced the boy's birth date based on the boy's mother's response. With that information, plus the 2 things the boy had with him from the trafficker in, sufficient to ensure the proper administration of the mine laws. Thus, after making preparations, Lin Nan lightly exhaled. With his eyes slightly closed, he recited the violet heavenly divine thunder dharma in his heart, and feeling the marvelousness, Lin Nan decided to formally cast the spell. At the same time, with Lin Nan's actions just now, Wang Qingyu and the others on the side naturally noticed. They were still frustrated that they hadn't been able to stop the celebrity vendor in time, but now their eyes fell on Lin Nan. Under observation, their pupils shrunk slightly, casting curious glances, only to see that at this moment, Lin Nan was slightly closing his eyes, and his mouth seemed to be reciting words, and in front of it was the black trench coat, as well as a divine light rod. Moreover, with the slight chanting of this Lin Nan's lips, a breeze seemed to rise around him, constantly scraping its sleeves fluttered, making the whole person look even more immortal. There is really a sense of immediacy that the 9 heavens should be met with the sound of thunder and universalization of the Heavenly Father's manifestation of sainthood. Thus, seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu and the others were also a bit stunned and couldn't help but whisper, "What's Nan doing?" "I don't know." Zhang Tao was also puzzled and whispered to Wang Qingyu, "I seem to have just heard old Lin Pipe and that parent asking for the boy's birthday. Now maybe, is trying to get some program effects?" When these words came out, Wang Qingyu immediately denied it. "Don't tease. It's at this juncture. How can Nan still have the heart to engage in those?" As Wang Qingyu had said, they knew Lin Nan's character and could not possibly use this matter to fool around. But looking at Lin Nan's eyes that were slightly closed, he looked like he was fussing. Rather, it really confused them a bit. And at this moment, Lin Nan was secretly performing the purple heavenly divine thunder dharma. And, because the purpose was to stop the fleeing van, not to take lives, the safety of the boy in the van was also at stake. Therefore, Lin Nan was even more cautious, making sure to control the distance precisely. Along with the recitation of the mantra, fine sweat began to break out on Lin Nan's forehead. Finally, everything was ready. Lin Nan's palm turned over to face upwards, and his fingertips pinched up a subtle spell, whistling wind whip thunder, regaining and subduing the demon essence, ethereal positive thunder, fall. As Lin Nan's mind moved, he felt a surge of aura saving up within his body. Half of that armor's spiritual energy had been used earlier when the rain formation was performed. Now the remaining aura had been depleted by a third with it. This was still a lesson Lin Nan had learned and intentionally lowered the power of the lightning method. With a portion of the aura in his body being rapidly withdrawn, Lin Nan sensed the thunder law mysteries. He also knew that it would be difficult to intercept the car once with the thunder method for fear of success, and he still needed to leave room for trial and error. In order to keep his mind on one, Lin Nan's eyes had not been opened since the beginning. Just then, the surrounding crowd also sensed something strange. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also following Lin Nan's every move. Some sharp-eyed netizens noticed the subtle movements of Lin Nan's hands and swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. Hiss. What are the anchors doing? If I'm not mistaken, he was choking on his hand just now, wasn't he? Yeah, I think I saw it too. Although I don't quite understand these hand decisions, I feel that the hand decision strangled by the anchor looks so subtle, with the live audience buzzing. Wang Chengyu, however, froze and glanced at Lin Nan in question. Old Lin, you just did it behind our backs? And Lin Nan sniffed all couldn't help but cough lightly twice, nearly choking on his own saliva. He naturally couldn't say it outright, but just lied. No, I just want to pinpoint where the kid is and which way the traffickers are running. Ow, so it is. Hearing Lin Nan's response, the viewers of the live broadcast got an explanation and didn't think much of it. As for whether he could do the math, the audience was abuzz. Wang Qingyu was even less skeptical and continued to aim the camera at Lin Nan. But not even a few minutes had passed. Wang Qingyu suddenly felt that his eyes went black and he couldn't see anything. Originally, this radio room had excellent lighting, and the sense of contrast was especially strong. And it had just been a hot summer day in the sun, and the tile floors on the floor were bright and blinding. But now, this broadcasting room has turned pitch black. With the huge drop-off, it was almost like reaching for the sky. Who closed the curtains? Wang Qingyu shouted in wonder. However, there was no voice to respond to him. Shortly after, a cell phone screen glow lit up, illuminating Yi Qing's face. She was only seen staring out of the window with her misplaced sight, raising her hand towards Wang Qingyu and the others. You look outside. It's not the curtains that are drawn. It's dark. The crowd was stunned at the words, and only then did they look toward the window. But he was surprised to find that the originally clear sky had become cloudy at some point. Why is this? Sky suddenly cloudy? Wang Qingyu and the others were dumbfounded and were surprised as they ran to the window to confirm the situation outside. And when they raised their heads to look upwards, they were all shocked by the sight before them. Holy! Wang Qingyu shouted in surprise, but not before lifting his cell phone up and slowly stretching the lens upward to focus on the scene outside the window. End of chapter. Chapter 29, a god with a thunder spear in his hand. With a commotion in the broadcasting room, Yi Qing's few people quickly gathered by the window. Tilt your head back and look out the window. Only the black, pressurized clouds, like raging waves, were slowly gathering towards the sky above. Crackle! In the midst of the ink-like dark clouds, there were also several thunder snakes that were actively beating. The temperature outside, which was originally scorching hot, had also decreased steeply. An onslaught of cold wind poured in through the window, chilling the crowd, which was wearing only short sleeves. However, they pressed on with no leisure time to care about anything else, all full of questions. It's a nice day. How come it's like this all of a sudden? And this situation is unknown to others. But Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao feel some déjà vu. Thinking back to that earlier time at the playground, it was also the original starry sky that was obscured by dark clouds, and at the time it appeared to be. I blanch, why is this sky cloudy again? So, in unison, the two men shouted. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao exchanged glances and tacitly turned their heads back, and at that moment, Lin Nan was still standing at the same place, seemingly unconcerned about the visions happening outside. Please God, help me get my child back. At this moment, the boy's mother, not knowing whether she was sick and desperate or what, even began to piously fold her hands and beg bitterly towards Lin Nan. At that moment, several more thunder snakes saved up in the sky, scattering light, shining on Lin Nan's face. The closed eyes moved slightly, as if waiting for something. It was as if the Heavenly Father had manifested himself. No wonder that mother worships Lin Nan. What's going on? Is the sky cloudy again? At this time, the Smoky Sea City Weather Bureau was once again in a mess. All the staff members are in a hurry, constantly passing reports and documents to each other. Each and every one of them wondered why the sky was cloudy again at this moment. And before that, the weather service hadn't even detected that it was going to rain. Even the next few days will be sunny. And how on earth did this sudden cloudy day come about? Among these busy figures, it is the director of the Meteorological Bureau, Mr. Yi, who was the most anxious. As the head of the Weather Bureau, he had already been scolded earlier because of an unsuspected hailstorm. Right. And it also paid lip service to the city leaders that it would not happen again. As it turns out, it's now just a few days before the hailstorm passes. That turn of the head is another one. And it's not just cloudy, as you can see from the real-time cloud charts. This time, the cumulus clouds were clearly thunderstorm rated to a degree. At this time, Director Yi of the Meteorological Bureau also hurriedly checked and questioned his subordinates. What the hell is going on? Why didn't the weather radar detect it ahead of time? Yi Director. We also wonder a young subordinate said. And when he saw Director Yi looking at himself, he hurriedly called up the cloud map. Nearly a few minutes of cloud cover changes were given to the big screen. Look, Director. According to the cloud charts, just 2 minutes ago, the clouds over this large area suddenly started gathering in one direction. And in a very short period of time, thundercumulus clouds filled with supercharged electricity formed at a height of 10,000 meters. But, our Smoky Sea City just a few days ago hail and rain. Now there will be this extreme weather pressure is not normal. As the young section members' words fell, the other staff members were also incredibly puzzled. Even more so, looking at the cloud map above the screen, looking at the situation of the clouds converging above, they all felt strange, even a little weird, and couldn't help but discuss. I've never seen a cloud map like this before. It's like clouds in all directions, all gathering towards the same place in a short period of time. Yes, and at such a fast speed. How much wind must be needed? For a while, the staff within the Meteorological Bureau were all amazed and began to speculate non-stop. Oh, a bunch of unseen children. It's nothing to be surprised about. Just then, an old man's laughing voice rang out. Looking around, he saw a fat old man in uniform and old glasses with a knowledgeable look. Expert Sue? What do you say? Director Yi looked at this person. It was the expert invited by the Meteorological Bureau. Then, only this old man got up, pointed to the situation of the cloud map, and spoke to the section members present. Well, according to my initial speculation, it is highly likely that the updrafts formed in a short period of time after the collision of cold and warm air have pulled the rapid movement of the surrounding clouds. All in all, it can't be helped with that hail that fell earlier. As Expert Sue spoke with certainty, a group of section members from the Meteorological Bureau also felt reasonable. It really seemed to find an explanation and couldn't stop nodding in agreement. Look at how the clouds are gathering. It's really a storm. It's imperative that we do our job. The good thing is that this time the clouds were observed converging ahead of time and it wasn't as sudden as the hail came. It's also a lesson learned and prepared for. Thus, Director Yi immediately opened his mouth and commanded towards his subordinates. Hear all that? Get a grip. Prepare to issue an orange storm warning. Notice to the citizens of the city. This time, our weather bureau is going to get a big credit. Rumble. In Smoky Sea City, a van was speeding along a rugged highway. And the sky directly in front of them had long been black. A dark cloud of the largest volume was even more cascading and gathering. At first glance, it looked like a giant clad in black armor, with wildly dancing thunder snakes saved within its body. It was like a god, looking down on them with a cold gaze. Granny drop. You guys listen to this thunder. Gee, this is going to change. The dry, thin driver in the van, who was driving the car, spoke up. Look at this. This rain is not going to let up later. At that moment, the man sitting on the passenger side seemed to think of something and was alert. There's mud on the road in the rain, so it's easy to leave traces, so the police won't follow them up. Will they? Don't worry, it's been ready for a long time. The driver was unimpressed and patted his chest in reassurance. The buyer is waiting. We'll drive a little further and we'll be able to change cars. Once we hand over the kid, we'll have nothing but money in our hands, and we'll be on our way to the big time. Speaking of which, the three traffickers in the van were still laughing heartlessly. And the man in the black trenchcoat from earlier glanced at the still sleeping boy curled up in the blanket and said, Gee, it's a shame. If they were younger, they would sell for more. After all, the younger you are, the less you remember. So you'll have to pay attention next time. However, the three traffickers who were in the van at this time were not paying attention. It was not far ahead of them in the sky. The dark cloud that looked like a black armored giant had already clutched a thunderbolt spear in its hand at some point. Several thunder snakes in the gaps of the dark clouds were also rapidly converging towards one of the spearheads. A crackling sound erupted under the cohesion of these thunder snakes. And, gradually, a thick thunderbolt was forming that was gathering the power of 10,000 pounds of thunder, just waiting for the van to pull up. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Police Tracking, Heavenly Signs. As the van raced along, it had just made its way to a signpost. It says, 5 kilometers ahead. Arrive at a protected natural landscape area. The traffickers in the car were even more excited when they saw the instructions, because they were not far from getting away. Couldn't help but begin to think about selling the boy and getting the money and then going somewhere for a while in style, without even realizing it. The seemingly sudden overcast sky, the dark clouds that were rapidly stacking up above their heads, and the thunderous power that was building up in the clouds. At that time, the Smoky Seas Police Department also received a report of child abduction. It so happened that the criminal investigation team leader Lian Yuzhu was closest to the target location. so she led the team and drove towards the Smoky Sea City Zoo. And with police pulling up surveillance along the way, the suspicious van was soon locked down. That's when Lian Yuzhu also realized this group of traffickers is heading towards the Natural Beauty Reserve, so the police car was chasing along behind. Watching the whereabouts of the traffickers, Lian Yuzhu also realized the urgency of the situation. After judging the situation, he said towards the officers behind him, "See, this piece of natural landscape has a rather complicated route. They wanted to dive in headfirst, and they must have arranged their back roads in advance, making plans to change cars as well as disguises." Having said that, the seriousness of the situation in the immediate form of the then, Lian Yuzhu also reminded the team that the time left for them was tight. According to the informant's description, the abducted boy was not crying and was wrapped inside a blanket by the trafficker. If it hadn't been for the sharp eyes of one of the companions, it most likely wouldn't have been reported so quickly. It follows that the traffickers must have used narcotic drugs, which are not easy to control the dosage of such items, plus the young age of the abducted children. There is a high risk of irreversible brain damage if you are left in a mesmerized state for a prolonged period of time. As Lian Yuzhu's words fell, fellow officers also knew that there was much more to this case than just the tricky part. At that moment, the officer sitting in the police car was looking at the dark clouds stacked up in the sky. The layers of thunderclouds that looked like mountains were stacked on top of each other, and from time to time, they would also save and jump out of the leaping electric snakes. And as it gets closer, the mountain-like dark clouds weigh heavily overhead, and it's hard to breathe. The more you look at it, the more it feels like you're witnessing an apocalyptic landscape. Such a sight calls for the natural assumption that in a short time, a very large thunderstorm is bound to fall here. So, while witnessing the vision in the sky, the officers in the car also hated these human traffickers with a passion. These human traffickers are really hateful. They simply use other people's children as tools to exchange money. Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning? They will do absolutely anything to get what they want. They must be brought to justice. Seeing that the storm is coming, that child is only 4 years old. Really, if it is brought to the mountain, so much tossing and turning. I don't know if this child can hold out. With the sound of the police officers talking, Lian Yuzhu's sight stared ahead and said, "So it's imperative that we intercept them before they enter the natural landscape. Otherwise, it's only going to get more and more troublesome back there," Lian Yuzhu said, her eyes fixedly looking into the distance. The party police car had also just passed a sign, and just below the reach of this vision, Lian Yuzhu's brows gradually heaved, for she fixed her eyes on the clouds ahead of her and realized that there seemed to be something extraordinary. Among her pupils, she could clearly reflect a large thunderbolt in the clouds. At the moment it was building up its strength like a spear. It seemed to explode with thunder at all times, slamming hard towards the ground. It was also the first time Lian Yuzhu had seen such extreme weather. The heart could not help but add a few points of worry for the abducted child. Can we make it in time? The dark clouds that covered the entire land were as dark as night. The tallest of these dark clouds resembled a god in black armor. The thunderbolt spear clutched tightly in his hand was accumulating the power of lightning. It was exactly what Lian Yuzhu had seen just now, and just after the van, driven by the trafficker, had traveled some distance toward the front, the dark cloud seemed to have locked onto its target. Prickly la 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 la, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of intertwining electric currents. Only a thunderous light instantly erupted from the clouds. Whistling wind whipped thunder, regaining and subduing the demon essence. Ethereal would positive thunder. Fall. In a trance, an ethereal to the core voice seemed to come from the clouds that were 10,000 meters high in the sky. Immediately afterward, the thunderbolt spears that had been condensing in the sky for a long time were finally saved and shot out in this instant. Click. A large thunderbolt struck straight down towards the ground. It all happened strangely fast. Just in the blink of an eye, the sky was split in two at this moment, and in the ink-like canopy, a dazzling light was cut through, bright as day. If a camera had captured this scene, it would have been extremely spectacular, and particularly similar to the common photos of thunder and lightning on the internet. In the next instant, the thunderbolt, which was like a giant tree splitting its branches, slammed heavily into the ground. Boom snap, unbiased and precise. It smashed right in front of the van, only 5 meters apart from the front of this van, but the car was still in the middle of a rush. The control of its distance has been subtle to a certain extent. Snort! The lightning struck the ground, seemingly capable of tearing through space with an ear-piercing rattle, straight to the head. At this point, the traffickers in this van, one by one, didn't react. 1 second they were talking about how much the boy would fetch, what to look for again next time you pick a target. However, before the smiles at the corners of their mouths could be suppressed, their eyes were all occupied by a dazzling white light, especially in this otherwise gloomy and dim, black and night-like environment. A thunderbolt so bright flashed steeply before his eyes. All at once, The eyes of the three traffickers in the car felt a stinging pain. Couldn't even resist the urge to cover my eyes and wail out. Ah, my eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? The man in the van, sitting in the driver's seat as well as the passenger side, let out an angry curse, because there was no cover in front of the two of them. Almost at the instant the lightning struck down, the entire giant tree-like lightning, several meters thick, was seared into the bottom of his eyes. Therefore, they were even more affected and nearly went into a brief blindness. But the man driving the car still had his foot on the gas with no intention of slowing down. After all, right now they were only 5 kilometers away from the natural landscape and were about to go all the way. They would never stop easily unless they had to. And what happened just now left the three people in the car still in a daze. Instead, the man in black sitting in the back row seemed to have seen something with his afterglow. The expression on his face had shock written all over it. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Thunder from the sky rang out and boomed a mere 5 meters from the front of the car. When the dazzling lightning flashed by, the original man in black only felt that his ears were still buzzing, but he also caught a glimpse of something in the afterglow, and his mind went blank for a moment. So, just as the two accomplices were confused, only to see him staring ahead in amazement, his mouth wide open, nearly out of breath. Holy Ray! It looks like it just thundered. And then, a bolt of lightning struck in front of our car. As the man's words fell, the remaining two human vendors in the car were stunned. What? Something that outrageous? The two remaining human vendors couldn't help but question even though they weren't sure what had just happened. Morning Bill, what the are you talking about crazy? In a place this big, how can lightning strike in front of us without being impartial? I've never been struck by lightning in all my life. The two of them disliked each other while gradually recovering their sight at this moment. However, for the strong light that Funeral Biao said appeared just now was a thunderbolt striking down. The two men still feel a bit pie in the sky, but they didn't wait for them to think about it. The next second, a series of sirens came from the rear. Upon hearing the sharp siren blare, the three human traffickers inside the van suddenly turned white. Looking back in a hurry, I saw the red and blue warning lights flashing at the end of the road. It stung in this dreary weather. Mud, the cops are coming after us. At the sight of this, the traffickers in the car panicked. The driver who was responsible for driving the car to receive the driver even pressed hard on the gas pedal, cursing under his breath. What's going on? How did they react so fast this time? With that said, the co-pilot, who was in charge of the stakeout, also shrugged off the pot. Viciously, he cursed at the man behind him. Morning Bill, how did you catch the kid? Wasn't you exposed when you did it? At this moment, listening to the whistling sirens behind him, Morning Biao also had his eyes wide open. With a look of disbelief on his face, he opened his mouth towards the two people in front of him. This can't be right. I'm all around the surveillance, and it hasn't been much of a ride. The zoo is so big, it's reasonable that they should still be looking inside. As Funeral Biao explained in a panic, he also recalled it in his mind. What exactly went wrong? Seems like since he entered the zoo and then seduced this little boy, wrapped it up in the blind spot of the surveillance and made his way towards the outside, all the while not revealing himself. He even still looked down, glancing at the boy in the same back seat. It looked like it was still asleep and the tightly wrapped blanket didn't show any signs of it. It's a safe bet that even the boy's own mother wouldn't recognize him if he came. When exactly was it exposed? And the police are chasing them so fast. It must have been reported and started out since they left the zoo. When? Morning Biao couldn't help but murmur in his mind. Just as he was reminiscing, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. And, as the figure surfaced in his mind, Funeral Biao's heart suddenly palpitated. It was as if it had been clutched hard by an invisible hand. Even now, it still felt a bit of fear. The figure that Morning Biao remembered vividly was wearing majestic immortal clothes and immortal armor. The eyebrows were even more divinely intentional, and there was a lifelike eye in the forehead. With some recollection, he was the only one, with his eyes towards his arms as he passed, and the eyes seemed to carry a kind of majesty, all of which made him panic. Funeral Biao headless searching. Then suddenly a burst of pushback feeling came. It was the accomplice who was responsible for driving the car. Another foot on the gas pedal. The speed was raised a few points faster. Immediately after that, I only heard the driver who was in charge of the car, whose mind seemed to be calmed down, say, alright, 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 alright. We've already made arrangements. Up ahead is the entrance to the natural scenic area. We just need to go in. They'll have a hard time finding us again. And you heard the sirens. They're not close to us. It's all about the same speed. We're almost at the entrance. Surely we can make it. Hearing this companion's words, Morning Biao and the trafficker on the passenger side also settled down a little. Indeed, despite the sirens blaring in the rear, the warning lights were still a long way off. No surprise, surely they can't be caught. And so, with that thought, the van vendor breathed a sigh of relief. The driver also slammed on the gas and sped toward the front entrance. At the same time, the police officers chasing in the rear also noticed this, because right now, even the police car closest to that van, the shape of a car could only be seen, looming on the distant horizon. And the van wasn't exactly slow and had obviously picked up speed. Under these circumstances, one of the officers in the car couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, that should be the van up ahead, right? Although we can see it, this distance seems to be less than ideal." With the police officer's worried voice, Liang Yuzhu also knew that the current situation was worrying. These traffickers are so cunning that the reason they drove all the way this way after they got their hands on them, it must be that there's still a backstory on this side. And once they enter the natural landscape, they lose sight of this goal on the horizon. The routes inside the scenic area are quite complicated, and even with surveillance there's no way to be sure. It's not guaranteed that these traffickers will change cars or go into hiding. Not to mention, the children in this car are in danger. At his age, he simply can't be under anesthesia for long. These traffickers simply use it as a job in exchange for money and do not treat people as human beings. They don't have a clue how much they're going to meter the kid just to keep him from interrupting. Even direct brain death is possible. Therefore, one more second of delay means one more minute of danger. Once you can't catch this opportunity, let them escape into the natural landscape. At that time, no one can predict what these traffickers will do. The final consequence could very well be a fresh life. Thinking of this, Liang Yuzhu also frowned and told the police officer driving the car, "Do everything you can to close the distance quickly. Try to stop them before they escape into the landscape." "Yes," the police officer driving the car immediately responded. However, even as he slammed on the gas, he was already driving as fast as he could, but never sought any significant proximity to the van. And I don't know if it's because the other party is running for their lives, the speed of the car is just like crazy, with the police sprinting to catch up. Nay, the earlier gap was too wide. As the officers watched, they too could only watch the van drive into the natural landscape, and the scenic roads are winding and well connected. The officers in the van were each chagrined when the van was lost at the end of the road. "Crap, they've driven in. That kid's in a dangerous situation. If we could just hurry up." Just as the officers were somewhat remorseful, rumble, in the sky, another sound of intertwining thunder and lightning rang out, like the beating of drums. End of chapter. Chapter 32, really struck by lightning. Rumble, Smoky Sea City, Zoo Radio Room. That distant thunder exploded, and the sound seemed like a muffled drum as it traveled swiftly. At this time, Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao and the others were still guarding the window watching this aerial vision. "Ooh, that's a lot of thunder." Every now and then, Wang Qingyu would still be shaken to the core by this distant thunder. Couldn't stop tutaying his tongue and talking to Zhang Tao, who was watching as if he was watching. Right at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky that had accumulated as large as giants steeply smashed down a thunderbolt. The lightning branches that split like tree branches, and the brilliant lightning rays. In an instant, it was etched in everyone's eyes. You guys, look! Wang Qingyu held his live-streaming cell phone in one hand and pointed at the sky with the other. It was as if the bottom of his eyes were still lingering for a long time with that splendid giant tree of thunder and lightning. It was the first time Wang Qingyu had seen such clear lightning, and it seemed to carry some screaming heart palpitations. It was as if even when gazing from a distance, one could feel the majestic power of that thunderbolt caught in a trance. Guys, did you all just see that? A thunderbolt that thick. It came out of the clouds all at once, and that tree branch pulled long. It's all smashed right into the ground. Wang Qingyu spoke excitedly, with a look of excitement like the end was near. Just as he was excitedly recounting it, Zhang Tao on the side was also slowly lifting his cell phone and snapping pictures. After all, it was a rare sight, so Wang Qingyu immediately opened his mouth. "Taozi, take a few shots for me too. I'm live on my cell phone here." Zhang Tao sniffed and glanced at the other party. It was then that he noticed the excited expression on his face and couldn't help but inquire, "What are you so excited about? Harm, you do not know?" Wang Qingyu threw a you-know-what look and said meaningfully, "If the end comes, it's often fat people of my size who get the most out of it." Ha ha ha. Saying that, Wang Qingyu's mind didn't know what image had surfaced and asked rhetorically, "Yeah bah, isn't that what they do in cartoons?" Hearing this, Zhang Tao seemed to have comprehended something and frowned with some contempt. "You can watch less of those that can't be broadcast on the children's channel in the future, right?" After saying that, Zhang Tao raised his cell phone again and took a few pictures of clouds surging with thunder and lightning. However, just as he held up his cell phone, A thought flashed through his mind. Zhang Tao couldn't help but freeze and asked towards Wang Qingyu, who was at the side. What direction is where the thunder just struck? It seems like it's south, Wang Qingyu responded, and as a result, he also recalled a quick glance at the map beforehand, and it looks like just south of the zoo is an area of natural beauty. So, he froze for a moment as well and locked eyes with Zhang Tao. Didn't Yi Qing report that group of traffickers? Did she say they ran that way? After saying that, the two of them turned their eyes towards Yi Qing in unison, as if they wanted to confirm an unwarranted thought. However, Yi Qing froze and looked out of the window, speaking in a serious manner towards the two. That's not north over there. As I recall, the main entrance to the zoo is right over there? Hearing this, Zhang Tao and Wang Qingyu were both speechless. Also sort of know how poor this sister's sense of direction is. Zhang Tao helplessly said, Sis, the main entrance to the zoo, facing southeast. Ugh, forget it, even if you ask it's useless. We can't get involved in the rest. We can only wait for the police to handle it. Zhang Tao said and turned back to Lin Nan. However, he saw Lin Nan still standing in place, his eyes slightly closed, his lips slightly moving but not hearing his voice. Hiss, Nan still counts? Seeing this, Zhang Tao couldn't help but mutter. Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, sniffed and glanced at the boy's mother who was in front of Lin Nan. At this moment, he had also stopped bawling, but was softly shedding tears while praying devoutly. Seeing this scene, Wang Chengyu turned his cell phone back and whispered, You don't understand this, do you? Having our Nan around is a comfort to this mother at high and low levels. You see now, it's better than her stifling herself and crying in pain, isn't it? With Wang Qingyu's explanation, Zhang Tao as well as the crowd in the live broadcast room also felt that it made sense. After all, they were quite limited in what they could do in this situation now. It was already considered to be benevolent to not just walk away. However, they thought at this moment that Lin Nan was just making a show of it. Give this mother, who has lost her child, a touch of psychological comfort. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Nan was still performing the violet heavenly thunder skill, and with the meditation of the Dharma, the consciousness was staring dead center at the location of the group of traffickers. The traffickers were seen fleeing into the scenic area, while the police car in pursuit behind them had lost its target. Lin Nan sank his breath. The last lightning method had already made an attempt and had absolute control over the power aspect, and after determining that it could be done without injuring the child, this time it was enough to make sure that it was foolproof. So the fingers made quick movements. Under the flip of his fingertips, he quickly changed his fingering and pinched another thunder decision, chanting in his mind, See fire yang thunder, fall, rumble. With the sound of Lin Nan's heart chanting, the thunderclouds gathered in the sky once again hummed. There seemed to be an endless amount of majestic power that kept churning and intertwining in the clouds. The mere sound of the unusual noise between the convergence of thunder and lightning caused the hearts of the living beings on the ground to tremble. Oops, what's with the, again? Wang Qingyu shivered in fear and muttered under his breath. Oh, said no need to panic. Do you think they can catch up with us? Once we enter this forest, we are now considered to be on one leg. As the car sped into the landscape, the peddler in the driver's seat said triumphantly, eyes on the surrounding mountains and forests. After a few twisting and turning turns, the flashing warning lights were long gone. Even the shrill sirens seemed to have been cut out and reduced by the mountains. Kinda got rid of them. For a while, all three human vendors in the car showed open smiles. However, this did not last long. Rumble. Just as they were in a relaxed mood, they only heard an appalling muffled sound resonate in the sky once again. All of a sudden, the sound pounded on their hearts like a drum. Especially Morning Biao. All of a sudden, his whole body exploded in sweat. Earlier in the trance, he had seen the unusual sound of the thunder. Especially before, when the lightning struck close to the front of the car, it had long ago psychologized him, and this time it brought his heart back into his throat. Instantly, he reached for the passenger's backrest and violently stretched his head to the center of the front seat. The sudden movement startled the two human vendors in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You asshole, why don't you sit down and stretch your neck? Under the angry scolding of his accomplices, Morning Biao, however, could not raise his fire at all. Swallowing hard, he tried to tilt his head back to look through the front window at the dark clouds in the sky. No, it's not right, I always feel. Before his words fell, another ethereal voice rang out from above the clouds in a trance. See fire yang thunder, fall. In the next second, from the sky above their heads, a thick thunderbolt coalesced once again. Morning Biao's eyes widened at once, and a thick and long lightning bolt descended from the clouds once again, and that thunderbolt was still enlarging in his pupils. In an instant, the dazzling and eye-catching thunder light illuminated this side of the heaven and earth. What's more, The 3 human traffickers in this car were irradiated with incomparably pale faces. Boom snap! With a popping sound of electricity, a lightning bolt that was 3 meters thick landed directly on the front of the van. In a flash, the blazing and majestic might of Yan Lei struck the iron skin and burst into dazzling fire. Barely. Immediately after that, countless thunder snakes leaped and climbed along the bodywork at a rapid speed, calling people's scalp numb. And it all happened so fast, didn't wait to see any saving flames. As the hot Yang Lei blasted down, it directly melted the front part of the van into magma like hot iron. The van, which was still traveling, was immediately stopped in its tracks. The front end of the car went down heavily under the violent blast, while the back end of the car lifted almost a meter. The car slowed down a lot because of the turns you have to make from time to time in the landscape, but even so, under the violent bumps, the 3 traffickers in the car were hit in the head. Boom, boom, pop, with the 3 traffickers in the car all close to unconsciousness under the heavy impact. The one in the driver's seat even disliked the windshield head-on, and couldn't even make a wailing sound. The blinding flash of lightning was gone, the unpleasant smell of burning escaped around them, and the iron from the front of the car was still dripping towards the ground, and the front of the car and the ground, a full 3 meters in diameter, were all blasted with scorched black marks. End of chapter. Chapter 33 Blessings of the Gods. Under the bombardment of the Seafire Yang Thunder, the natural scenic area was instantly lit up like daytime. The lush mountains and forests, their original emerald green color was only black and white. Squeaky. Countless flying birds were startled and fled in all directions in the sky. It wasn't long ago that police cars were chasing human traffickers all the way. After seeing the van disappear its target, it persevered and chased it into the landscape. As they had inferred earlier, the mountains and forests within this natural scenic area are lush, and the roads are as labyrinthine as they are well connected. Just as you drive into the landscape, you are faced with 2 forks in the road. Plus there were no tracks on the ground to determine where the van had gone. For a moment, the officers in the car were somewhat chagrined. Rumble. Snap. But at that moment, a thick lightning bolt fell steeply from the sky not far ahead. No, can't even call it lightning, because everyone in the police car heard the appalling thunder overhead. It was like the humming of thunder drums, straight from the heart. Spinning around and looking upwards, he saw a thick thunderbolt converging in the clouds. In falling from the ink-like clouds, you can clearly see the trend of its descent. It was as if it was a spear stabbing down hard from the canopy. The light was so bright that all the people in the police car could see it clearly. This mighty thunderbolt instantly cut a hole in the gloomy sky, splitting all the way from the heights to the ground. Snort! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this thick thunderbolt then crashed down not far ahead. Before the officers could react, they disappeared again without a trace. All that was left were the traces of light burned into the middle of their pupils, which could not be dispersed for a long time. At this point, the crowd in the police car was filled with amazement. The constable, who was in charge of the car, was about to inquire which way to pursue. There's no need to inquire about it, because they all clearly heard that the lightning seemed to have struck some object. It was accompanied by the sound of the vehicle crashing under the violent bumps, and they were chasing the vendors into the sights. It was so overcast that it looked like it was going to rain heavily. What other vehicles will be stopping in this natural landscape? Does it mean that? The officers in the car had disbelief written all over their faces. Check it out. At Liang Yuzhu's order, the police car started up again, rushing straight towards the direction where that thunderbolt landed. Soon, the police car followed directions to the location where the lightning had struck the party. Without waiting to get closer, the officers in the car saw a car parked in front of them. Captain, isn't that car there? At once an officer recognized the van as the one driven by the fleeing traffickers. Strange, how they stopped here? Holding endless questions, the officers clawed their way to the near side. However, what they saw next nearly overturned their perceptions. As the police cars roared by, through the car window, the strong smell of burning ahead came through. Extraordinarily unpleasant. Oh, what's with the big smell of paste? By the time the officers had gotten out of their cars, they had the van surrounded. This moment also saw the appalling sight at the front of the car. Just the front end of the van, which can only be described as miserable. The entire front end of the car was almost melted into reddish iron, leaving only a large hollow hole, and had cooled to a charred black puddle on the ground. And through the hollow in the front of the car's starter can be seen. To the amazement of the officers present, even the engine looked like a wax statue that had been exposed to the summer sun and had melted out of shape. And judging by the degree of melting of the front end and the ebony marks of the burn, that caused all this. Categorically, it was the thunderbolt that had struck the party. My God, all these are caused by that thunder just now? That thunder was so unbiased that it smashed directly in front of this car. There's such a thing? What kind of probability must this be? along with the surprised voices of the police officers. All of them were puzzled by what was happening in front of them. However, while surprise flashed through his mind, he didn't forget the mission. Look for abducted children first. With Liang Yuzhu's reminder, the police officers had also surrounded the van long ago. However, the 3 human vendors in the car were all shaken to the core. Wow! At that point, the van's door was pulled open. A man stumbled out of the back seat. Before the surrounding officers could come forward to restrain him, he fell straight to his knees. His face was stained with blood, and he looked around at the officers with a blank look in his eyes. Immediately, surprisingly, he clasped his hands together towards the sky and bowed down in a delirious manner. I was wrong. Never dare again. Doing bad things. Really struck by lightning. After bringing the car's traffickers all under control, Liang Yuzhu also quickly found the boy in the back seat. The tightly wrapped blanket was open to reveal a round face, still in a deep sleep. After carefully checking and confirming that the boy's body was safe and sound, Liang Yuzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after reporting to his superiors, the boy's mother was informed of the situation. The zoo's radio room, accompanied by a sharp ringing of the phone. Yi Chang, who had previously called the police, quickly picked up the caller. What? The baby was found? When Yi Chang's voice rang out in the broadcasting room, the crowd present cast their eyes in unison. Found it? Great! How is the baby now? What about the traffickers? Have they all been brought to justice? Wang Qingyu, incomparably active road, is also considered to have witnessed a child abduction and trafficking case solved. Sister Chang, put it on speakerphone. Let's be happy too. Zhao, the director of the zoo, also let out a long breath, and the boy's mother, is even more tears in the eyes, immediately went forward 2 steps, took the cell phone in a row. Thanks, comrade police officer. Immediately, only a voice was heard on the other end of the phone. You're welcome. It's all we should have done, and it's not entirely to our credit. Let's just say that what goes around comes around. This whole thing is a bit of a coincidence, to say the least. Liang Yuzhu on the other end of the phone briefly recounted to this mother the situation they found when they arrived, and how those traffickers were in a state. And with Liang Yuzhu's description, the people in the broadcasting room froze. Wang Qingyu, several people looked at each other as if they couldn't believe their ears, confirming with each other. What did this sir say? A thunderbolt fell from the sky, unbiasedly hit the head of the trafficker's car? Meanwhile, the viewers of the live broadcast were confused. Lin Nan's every move in the live broadcast footage just now instantly flashed in his mind. The arcane movements of that pinching and chanting, combined with the words of the police on the other end of the phone. The netizens couldn't help but look at Lin Nan, who was still slightly closing his eyes and looking majestic at the moment. In a flash, the live broadcast room also became lively again. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Dark Clouds Disperse. With the news passed back from the police, the intention was to reassure the child's mother first. But I never thought that it would stir up 1,000 waves. The live streamers combined the police descriptions with the footage they saw. It's hard not to make the connection between the two things. This side is in the costume of a god, just like Lei Zhu Tianzun manifesting himself. Just now, it was the anchor whose eyes were slightly closed and who had some choking and chanting spells. And on the other side, the fleeing gang of traffickers. On the verge of fleeing from the police, the car was destroyed by a lightning bolt from heaven that struck the car alive. This is said to be a coincidence? That's not very convincing. Keep in mind that it is very rare for lightning to strike a car, even in a rainstorm. Not to mention it's just cloudy outside right now. Despite a few thunderstorms, lightning struck only a handful of times. Not even a single drop of rain fell. How could that trafficker's car be damaged by lightning under those circumstances? This doesn't look like a coincidence, but it's like that thunder is clearly headed towards them. So, after getting the news from the police, the airwaves instantly exploded. Countless viewers who were in the live broadcast room have swiped the screen in the pop-up screen and said, "What? Those traffickers' cars that got struck by lightning? Holy, really? In all my life, I've never heard of a criminal gang that was told to be struck down by lightning. And don't you guys think that it's not too much of a coincidence? Yeah, it's too damn coincidental. Coincidence is mystifying. You all just saw the anchor's hands pinching and his mouth chanting the magic words, right?" Along with these comments being thrown out, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all talking. Exactly. I was just wondering. The anchor said he was just trying to help with the search, but when people count directions, don't they just pinch their fingers? Where do they pinch their swords? That's right. The hand decision that anchor just flipped. I feel so mysterious even looking at it. It's also pressed as if it's really a bit of a statement. Not only that, but he asked the boy's mother for his birth date in front of him. And not to mention anything else. You guys just look at the anchor's appearance. It's like the temple's Lei Zhu Tianzun has come to life. This thunder, the won't these really with the anchor dip a little relationship it? with a burst of heated discussion among the netizens in the live room. There are voices in favor of it, and naturally there are voices against it. While the netizens were seen to suspect that the lightning that suddenly descended had some connection with Lin Nan, there was a part of the netizens, however, who scoffed at this speculation. Though they also feel that lightning stopping a moving car is hard to happen, destroying a fleeing vehicle is an even more unlikely event. It's definitely even more difficult than winning the jackpot in the lottery. However, when they see these remarks, some people still think that it is a fantasy, and they even think that these people are a bit outrageous. How can you even believe that? So another voice emerged from the live stream, saying, "Ha, what do you mean by that? The thunder that stopped the traffickers was made by the anchor? How is this possible? Cos anchors, do you guys really think you're gods? Dude, come on, stop teasing. The age of science. What's the game?" However, when they saw Lin Nan's figure appearing in the middle of the live broadcast screen once again, dressed in immortal armor and colorful clothes, it was like immortal might. Its slightly closed eyes, as well as the slightly moving state of its eyes, were just like a frazzled look. For a while, even the netizens who questioned it were somewhat muttering in their hearts at the moment. Hiss, this anchor is still acting? But that's too much of a costume to really say anything, isn't it? These netizens still maintained a skeptical attitude, while Wang Qingyu watched the popularity of the live broadcast room save up, while also witnessing all the speculations of the netizens. I thought to myself that this group of netizens could really dare to guess, and even pondered that the thunder was descended by Nan. Phew. It also happened to be at this moment that Lin Nan let out a long breath. The mind gradually pulled back from the state of executing the Violet Sky Divine Thunder technique, seeing that Lin Nan finally made a move, and that his eyes were slowly opening. Wang Qingyu also took 2 steps forward, pointed the live broadcast camera at Lin Nan, and opened his mouth as if he was joking. "Hey, Nan, look at how daring our netizens in the live broadcast room are to guess. Now a lot of people are saying that the thunder that split the van was a spell you just cast." However, as these words of Wang Qingyu's had just fallen, what happened in the next second, however, caused the entire broadcasting room to fall silent, only to see that just as Wang Qingyu was joking, but there were several rays of light shining from behind him. The bright light, from 10,000 meters in the air, shone through the window and into the room. It was like a curtain of light that had risen out of nowhere. It illuminated the entire broadcasting room. These people in the radio room have long been familiar with the light when it's cloudy. At the moment, it was so steeply bright that he couldn't help but open his eyes a little. What's going on? Who turned the lights on? Wang Qingyu was uncomfortably shaken by the light and couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands and muttered. The others in the broadcasting room were equally unresponsive. Soon, however, they perceived the cause, because the heat, which belongs to the long-lost days of summer, also poured into the broadcasting room in a short time. The sun was once again baking the earth, and the dark clouds that had been obscuring it were dispersing. After realizing this, Yi Qing pointed to the clear sky outside. "Look guys, the sun is out." As Yi Qing's words fell, Zhang Tao and Wang Qingyu were wide-eyed, hastily and quickly went to the window again. When he saw a red sun in the sky, as well as the surrounding dark clouds are fading, Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao surprised. "No, why is this day suddenly clear? Where are the dark clouds that were piled up in the sky just now? How come they've all suddenly cleared up at once?" In Zhang Tao's surprised voice, Wang Qingyu also raised his cell phone to aim at the sky outside. "Friends, you've all seen it too, haven't you? The dark clouds that were so thick just now suddenly dispersed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought we were going to get a big rain, but it didn't even rain a drop." As Wang Qingyu's words fell, the people present seemed to be recalling something. Their faces gradually became odd, and then finally they couldn't help but focus on Lin Nan. The netizens in the live broadcast room seemed to share their thoughts and were speculating at the moment. "Hiss, if I remember correctly, it seems that when the sky clouded over just now, it was the anchor who was strangling and chanting. Now when the anchor moves, all the dark clouds in the sky are dispersed all of a sudden too? Good guy. Rain god Xiao Jingting isn't as spiritual as you are. Brainstorming is a good idea to watch." End of chapter. Chapter 35. Nan, you really know how to awe? As the dark clouds in the sky cleared, summer once again baked the earth, and to the amazement of the people present, right after Lin Nan opened his eyes, the sky returned to clear. Such a coincidence was really a bit unbelievable to the crowd. As a result, the viewers of the live broadcast also swiped their pop-ups. "Not, this is too godly. How is it that when the anchor just started to pinch and recite the incantation, the sky started to be covered in dark clouds? As a result, when the anchor opened his eyes, the sky cleared up? Can there be such a coincidence? The anchor can't really know something. Is it all like this now? You cultivators should at least say so. Don't let the end come when you all fly away one by one with your imperial swords." The anchor was saying before that he was just trying to figure out which direction the person was in. This is good. Eyes closed and opened. Even the color of the sky has changed. Still call this just counting where people are? For a while, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was incomparably hot. After all, with the addition of many coincidences, the audience, although they felt it was unrealistic and impossible, could not help but not think about it more. Of course, there is no shortage of people watching and talking in the comments section. As the netizens' suspicions rose, Lin Nan examined himself. However, he realized that the mana consumed by the Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder skill that he had performed this time was really quite a lot, though it had been careful to do its best to keep the power in check. But the two Heavenly Thunderbolts smashed down, draining almost all of the mana he had previously gained for an armor. But the good news is that it turned out to be pretty much perfect. At least he actually saved a child who was nearly abducted and sold with the spells he acquired. For Lin Nan, the sense of accomplishment was still there. The merit is immense. And right after Lin Nan opened his eyes, in front of him was the boy's mother. At some point he stood in front of himself and seemed to be waiting for something, until Lin Nan returned to his senses completely. The boy's mother was filled with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks to the immortal. Many thanks to the immortal. If it weren't for the mercy of the immortals, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten my child back. The more the boy's mother spoke, the more pious she became, and she came close to kneeling down in front of Lin Nan. It wasn't that she was superstitious, but after all the ups and downs, there happened to be a god in front of her with an extraordinarily lifelike appearance, giving her a feeling that she had to believe. At Lin Nan's eye gesture, Jiang Tao took 2 steps forward to hold him up and console him for a few moments. Seeing this mother gradually calming down, Lin Nan made a hand gesture and slowly spoke. There is no need to say thank you. It is all in this son's destiny. And teach him to do good deeds once and for all, and to accumulate merits and virtues, and he will be blessed in the future. As Lin Nan's voice rang out, the calm and steady voice seemed to be able to call for tranquility. And in the live feed, it looks like the anchor has this look of urging people to be good. And it's really a fake. Even Yi Qing and the others who were present at the scene felt a bit dazed for a split second. It was as if what stood here was none other than the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father manifesting and descending into the world. Subsequently, a few people thought that the follow-up might involve the police coming to the questioning process and making a statement, so they first gave the live broadcast a pause, and Wang Qingyu couldn't wait to come to Lin Nan's side after speaking a few words to the viewers, excitedly talking about the climb and the number of fans after this live broadcast. Also curious, he inquired, "Brother Nan, this is too godly of you. You know what you're talking about, don't you? What are you thinking about?" Lin Nan let out a light laugh and patted Wang Qingyu's shoulder. "How could I be that capable? It's just a coincidence." Is there really such a thing as coincidence? When Wang Qingyu heard this, he scratched the back of his head in puzzlement and stared at Lin Nan with some suspicion. But this kind of thing really can't be proved, and it's really a bit unbelievable. He is also a big heart, and immediately turned to think, excitedly clapped his hands and said, "I go to. That is not likely to be God to reward food like Shao Tung, the god of rain. It's just thunder and rain when the occasion calls for it." In the face of this explanation that seemed quite reasonable, the others nodded with deep approval, except for Lin Nan, who was speechless, but didn't say much. Meanwhile, Zhao, the director of the zoo, came forward. He had been worried about this earlier. Not only was he worried about the abducted child, but also because this zoo was hosting a parent-child themed event. In the meantime, if a child is abducted and cannot be recovered, the repercussions of this incident are not insignificant. The good thing is that this time it was kind of a scare and at least some remedial measures could be carried out. And at this moment, when head gardener Zhao looked at Lin Nan, he also had some curiosity in his heart. In the spirit of preferring to believe in something rather than nothing, head gardener Zhao stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Several students, thank you so much for this time. Not only did it give us a lead on the trafficker, but it was reported to the police in time for the abducted child to be recovered. As director, on behalf of the Smoky Sea City Zoo, I would like to present you with a lifetime ticket to our park." Saying that, Director Zhao found a pen and prepared to write something on the ticket. And when he heard that the director of the garden was going to give each of them free tickets for life, Wang Qingyu immediately brightened up. Thinking that the value of this ticket was a lot of money, he immediately opened his mouth. "Mr. Gardener, may I ask if these tickets can be resold?" As Wang Qingyu's words fell, head gardener Zhao's expression froze as he said, this student has quite a sense of humor." However, an intention was also born in Lin Nan's mind. The purpose of his visit to the zoo was to see if the animals in this park could be upgraded to play. Thus, Lin Nan opened his mouth to park director Zhao. "Gardeners, are you short of volunteers here? We'd actually like to feed the antelope and elk if we get the chance." Hearing what Lin Nan said, The head gardener also naturally had no choice but to nod his head and respond immediately. Sure, I'm always welcome. Then thanks to the gardener. As the two of them talked, Wang Qingyu exchanged glances with Zhang Tao and Yi Qing who were on the side. A dark poke gave a thumbs up and a whisper. Hey, see? It's still Nan who's got the business. At that time, Liang Yuzhu, who was in charge of this child abduction and trafficking case, had also finished investigating the scene and was heading back with her people. The boy's mother was at the zoo with the informant. Gotta get a statement from them. Investigating the modus operandi of this group of traffickers will at least allow parents to take more precautions in the future. Liang Yuzhu was talking to the police officers, and this police car had only driven out of the natural landscape not long ago. The originally cloudy sky was gradually returning to clear, and the stacked clouds in the sky had cleared. In the light of daylight, the surrounding scenery was incredibly clear. Not long after the police car drove out of the natural scenery area, the police officer in the driver's seat seemed to see something unusual on the ground in the distance. After carefully confirming it, he immediately reported towards Liang Yuzhu. Wait, Captain Liang, look ahead. As the police officer's words fell, Liang Yuzhu looked in the direction the other party prompted. Spinning around, the police car soon came to a stop. Liang Yuzhu got out of the car with a few police officers and looked at a mark on the ground with a surprised face. Only an area about 4 meters in diameter was visible, and the ground was a charred black color, and irregularly spread around. Seeing this trace, Liang Yuzhu as well as the group of police officers were all stunned, because there was clearly a freshly formed lightning strike trail there, and it's right on the path to the natural landscape. End of chapter. Chapter 36. The Clueless Weather Bureau. Captain, why is there another lightning strike here? A police officer wondered. Earlier it was extraordinarily cloudy because of the dark clouds, plus they were chasing the trafficker at full speed, so they didn't notice at first. Now that the sun was in full swing, the mark looked especially clear. And lightning striking the ground is itself a small probability event, not to mention the fact that it struck 2 thunderbolts in a row within such a short period of time, and all in the path of the group of traffickers fleeing. Therefore, looking at this trace on the ground, the police officers present were inevitably a little surprised. Combine that with what I've seen earlier, even from the police for many years of the old criminal police, is unheard of, cannot help but surround that marked discussion. Surprisingly, there were 2 thunderbolts, and they both struck in the path of the human traffickers' escape. It's really strange. I've been working as a criminal police officer for so many years, but I haven't come across such a god. Can it be that there really is such a thing as heaven's wrath? With the sound of murmurs from the crowd of police officers present, Liang Yuzhu looked at the marks on the ground and likewise pondered for a long time in her mind. One also can't help but feel that this chase of a human trafficker whose vehicle was damaged by lightning doesn't seem like a random event. Then he looked up at the sky, and the dark clouds that had been there had cleared. Take pictures, write down the location and leave it for the evidence section to investigate. The guys are still unconscious, so go ahead and get a statement from someone with knowledge of the case. As Liang Yuzhu's words fell, these police officers also got into the car. Soon, the police car started up and headed toward the zoo once again. What? The sky is clear? No mistake, right? It's really fake. At that time, the Smoky Sea City Weather Bureau has become a mess. The cause is this very fickle weather. Originally the Weather Bureau observed gathering dark clouds from cloud charts. Even when viewed with the naked eye, it looked like a torrential downpour was about to fall. Plus, the Weather Bureau had already been criticized by the city's leadership because of that previous hailstorm that didn't have a timely warning. That's a long way to go this time. After sensing the thunderous cumulus clouds stacked over Smoky Sea City, enough to form a torrential downpour, the meteorological department then immediately issued an orange warning for heavy rainfall to the public. I had thought that this time it should always be foolproof, or even a great credit. However, what the weatherman never expected was this. After they issued the warning, the expected torrential downpour turned out not to be there at all. And the reality is also diametrically opposed to the experts' predictions. The sky was stacked with black, dark clouds that surprisingly subsided naturally after a few strikes of lightning. It's more like not even a drop of rain. Now the weather service staff were confused. How is that possible? It is clear that the clouds have accumulated that thick. No surprise that heavy rain is bound to fall. But why did the clouds quickly dissipate again in such a short period of time? It was as if they were deliberately teasing them. At this time, the director of the Meteorological Bureau was even more surprised. He was crouching in front of the cloud map, staring dead ahead at the direction of that cloud. Seeing those clouds, like scattered sand, dispersing in all directions with the wind, the director's face at this time all became ugly and he couldn't stop asking, "It really fell apart? Is there any chance of coalescing back anymore?" said the meteorological director, and his tone seemed a little more eager. No wonder he was in such a hurry. Ever since I took this position of director, I have never experienced such weird weather. First, the other day, the hailstorm that came without warning, the dark clouds, which were gathering again at this moment, were surprisingly dissipating themselves under circumstances sufficient to form a rainstorm. It simply turned their meteorologists' perceptions upside down. But even though there were 10,000 question marks in the secretary's mind, this fact was already in front of him. Jingle. Meanwhile, the phone at the Weather Bureau rang. The director stared at the number display on that phone and his heart sank. And without delay, he immediately picked up the phone, only to hear a familiar voice on the other end of the phone. It is the city leader called. The first sentence shows the intention. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you just promise me that you wouldn't mess up again? How long has this been going on? And then to have made such a big mess. Listening to the leader on the other end of the phone lecturing, the director of the Weather Bureau was also in tears. It just feels like this weather is really getting more and more evil these days. Even if they had detected it in advance through technological means, they could not predict the weather at all. Leader, let me explain. The director of the Weather Bureau was about to open his mouth and say something. However, it was quickly silenced by the voice on the other end of the line. Don't you talk to me about weather weapons again. You go now and show me what our citizens are saying. That you are inactive, that you have poor skills, and that you are lying about the military. Even Jitterbug is calling our city's Weather Bureau a strawman. Only after a reprimand from the city leader on the other end did the call end. At this point, the director of the Weather Bureau had an ugly look on his face, constantly recalling in my mind what went wrong. Spinning his eyes down to the group of experts, he opened his mouth towards them. Tell me, what's going on? Sue expert, didn't you say that this rain will definitely fall? As the director's words fell, expert Sue couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. Right now he also wanted to get to the bottom of it. Why did the dark clouds that had gathered inexplicably disperse after a few thunderbolts? It's almost counterintuitive. And right now even if he wanted to force an explanation, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say anything. Expert Sue could not help but be speechless, and his heart was also filled with question marks. This damn weather, could it get any weirder? At the entrance to the zoo, police cars had arrived. 2 of the 3 human traffickers apprehended are still unconscious from the violent crash. Liang Yuzhu then brought a few police officers, as well as the sober trafficker to the scene to prepare for further investigation. Soon, their group arrived at the radio room. After a brief inquiry with the boy's mother, she was told to go to the hospital first to accompany her still sleeping child. And what was left in the broadcasting room was the zoo director as well as Lin Nan and his party. Comrade policeman. These are the people who gave the tip. The zoo's director Zhao raised his hand and introduced himself towards Liang Yuzhu. As the 2 waves sized each other up, Liang Yuzhu's eyes glanced twice more at Lin Nan, seemingly somewhat curious. At this time, Wang Qingyu stared at the human vendor who was given a silver bracelet in the back. Nan, isn't that the kid who hit me? Lin Nan shot a glance and realized that this person was none other than the man in black that he had met once earlier. Only, the celebrity vendor was in a bit of a trance, and constantly alert to everything around him. The whole man was cowering and appeared to have been struck dumb by lightning. And after seeing Lin Nan's figure, the peddler didn't know what he was thinking about. And suddenly his eyes widened. Surprisingly, he flopped down and knelt down towards Lin Nan, kneeling his head as if he were pounding garlic. He said, Shang Xian, spare your life. I don't dare anymore. Data is a bit low. Asking for recommendations and monthly votes for support. Thank you very much. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Surveillance. Shang Xian. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Inside the radio room, in full view, the moment this celebrity vendor saw Lin Nan, he actually threw himself headfirst on the ground and started kowtowing. Bam bam bam. Ooh, what's up with this? Worshipping right off the bat? What's wrong with this one? Listening to the dull sound coming from the floor, Zhang Tao and the others couldn't help but mutter. Given the identity of this human trafficker, the crowd's hearts were incredibly disgusted, without any semblance of sympathy. Even tried to go up and make up a couple of kicks. Even if the peddler bumped his head, everyone would only feel sorry for the floor tiles of the broadcasting room. At this moment, Yi Qing heard the words that the human vendor mouthed and turned her head to look at Lin Nan. It seems like he is treating Lin Nan as a god? With these words from Yi Qing, the crowd did not doubt it. After all, this celebrity peddler's actions are there for all to see. I'm just not quite sure why the vendor looks so god-awful. It's as if they've been scared out of their wits. And while the onlookers didn't know, Lin Nan knew it in his heart. After all, the power of the 2 heavenly thunderbolts that had been cast before was truly not to be underestimated. Plus 2 thunderbolts fell in quick succession and both landed close to them. It's less likely than even winning the jackpot in the lottery. Even atheists have to be muttering in their minds. These traffickers were already thieves. In a trance, I saw the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father in this guise. The heartstrings naturally crumbled. Lin Nan glanced at the human vendor who was kowtowing, and a flash of clarity flashed through his gaze. Oops. Not really. Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, joked. With the way Nan is dressed now, who wouldn't want to pay their respects when they see him? At the same time, two officers stepped forward and yanked him to his feet, but the peddler's mouth was still full of words, and he looked like he was scared out of his wits. Liang Yuzhu, who was making a statement, said in a deep voice without lifting his head, "It's just like this from the time he was arrested. I don't know if it's a real mental problem or if it's a deliberate act." Hearing Liang Yuzhu's words, the crowd shot another glance towards him, looking at his cold sweaty head in the way he couldn't even stand up with trembling. Had it not been for the police officer tugging at him, he would have fallen head over heels and kowtowed. It was like a walking corpse that had been scared out of its wits. If this is really pretending to be crazy, I guess it can get a movie star. At this moment, Liang Yuzhu couldn't stop frowning. The reason she brought the trafficker with her was that she intended for him to identify the scene as well as explain the abduction process. But look at his current state of mind, especially after meeting Lin Nan, like he was stimulated by something again. Emotions become extremely unstable. When the police saw this, they had to stop for the time being. The intention is to run the case back through the zoo's surveillance. Before that, Liang Yuzhu still gave a statement to Lin Nan and the others. Just think of them as a bunch of enthusiastic college students who do live streaming as a hobby. No one can connect the dots either. The overcast sky just now, and the lightning that destroyed the van, all directly related to the Lin Nan in front of him. Thank you for your cooperation. After making a brief inquiry, Liang Yuzhu spoke to Lin Nan and the others. I may have to trouble you guys again in the future if the need arises. Hey, no trouble police sister. Wang Chengyu also seldom see female police officers, not to mention that they are also so beautiful. That fat, chubby face piled up a smile and said with extreme solicitude, cooperate with the investigation. Is what we should do. Why don't you leave a contact? I basically understand the situation here. Wang Chengyu took out his cell phone, revealing a QR code, but did not wait for friend verification, but instead met Liang Yuzhu's icy eyes. He shivered, his eyes looking away to change the subject. Nan, did we lock the dormitory door when we came out? Why don't we just let a couple of officers get busy first? Let's hurry back. After saying that, Wang Qingyu's mung bean-sized eyes turned round a few times. Seeing this, Lin Nan exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao, shook his head and lost his smile, and then, under the farewell of Zhao's head gardener, the group moved to leave the park. Liang Yuzhu, on the other hand, did not stop for a moment and took the officers to check the surveillance. Officer Liang, this way please. I had guessed that you would come to investigate, and I had the surveillance ready ahead of time. Zhao Gardner enthusiastically cooperated with the police investigation, and pulled out all the surveillance related to the abduction case. You see, these are the surveillance videos related to the case. While saying that, Park Director Zhao brought Liang Yuzhu in to check the surveillance. Seemingly remembering something, the gardener lamented at the sight of an image. To say the least, it's thanks to Lin Nan. Oh, the anchor student who plays a god. If it wasn't for his sharp eyes, we really wouldn't necessarily have realized it so early. Might still be looking all over the park. Lin Nan. Liang Yuzhu recited a name, and at the same time, the figure also appeared in his mind, but did not think much about it. And then, Liang Yuzhu and the police officers also through the surveillance screen, gradually see what happened. And as the video played, the other officers couldn't help but suck in their breath. A strange expression grew on his face. Hiss. Something. This Lin Nan. How did he realize something was wrong? Only in the surveillance video, the celebrity vendor accidentally bumped into Wang Qingyu, yet still covering the child in his arms. He did not show any sign of it, and its technique looks quite sophisticated, wrapped up in a blanket from the appearance of the pressure to see no human form. But the police officers who were there saw the reaction of Lin Nan in the surveillance at that time. That one was dressed as a Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father, and his gaze was heady as he stared at the human vendor. It was clearly as if he had an unobstructed view and had witnessed the boy covered in the arms of the trafficker. The officers were puzzled. After all, a normal person wouldn't associate this blanket with a child wrapped up in it, would they? But how did this Lin Nan find out? And, to keep staring at the back of this human vendor's departing body? Only, by that it's not enough to say anything. What's more, the target of the police's investigation is the course of the crimes committed by these several human traffickers. With the surveillance broadcast, after seeing Lin Nan and his group heading to the broadcasting room, Liang Yuzhu could roughly guess what happened behind them. It was a few exchanges between a few people that established that they had stumbled upon a human trafficker, and then Yi Qing called the police. Then there was a police chase all the way until they saw two thick falling thunderbolts in the sky. But, soon as the surveillance was played, Liang Yuzhu, along with the police officers present, all landed their eyes on Lin Nan's body, eyes on his antics in the radio room. What's more, he witnessed Lin Nan gradually closing his eyes slightly and starting to pinch and recite spells on his hands. And what's more outrageous is the color of the sky outside, which is extremely synchronized with Lin Nan's moves. Surprisingly, it really did get progressively gloomier. As the officers witnessed this, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. All the way to the end, the dark cloud in the video screen cleared. Liang Yuzhu looked at the boy's mother, who kept thanking Lin Nan, and murmured thoughtfully, "Could it be that all of this is really a coincidence?" End of chapter. Chapter 38. It's not recommended to learn. This thing has no blue to drain blood. Phew. Finally back. When the three of them returned to the dormitory, Wang Chengyu fell headfirst onto the bed. I can't imagine that this would happen on a trip to the zoo. Upon further review, Wang Chengyu couldn't help but mutter, "Gee, the more I think about it, the more God. You say that thunder can strike so accurately? I can't believe I just chopped up that gang of traffickers' car. Nan, this really has nothing to do with you?" At this moment, Lin Nan and Jiang Tao also sat down and opened their mouths. "Don't mull it over. Trust science." That's right. To do such a heartless business as child abduction and trafficking, these human traffickers deserve the wrath of God. Jiang Tao also spoke from the sidelines. This is also true. Wang Chengyu scat his tongue and stopped talking. Drip drip drip. After chatting for no more than a couple of sentences, all three of their cell phones rang at this moment. Lin Nan pulled out his cell phone and found that it was a notification from the guide in the class group. At all members, tomorrow is the military drill. It's the last day of military training. Bring out the spirit. When the repertoire is over, the students can start preparing for the upcoming dormitory culture festival. A quick glance at the notice posted in the group showed that this military training repertoire had been scheduled for a long time. However, Wang Qingyu looked at the second message and muttered to Lin Nan and the others, "Dorm culture festival? What's that?" Jiang Tao, who had obviously done his homework on the side, explained to the two men, "It's just for freshmen to decorate their dorm rooms and put up wallpaper and stuff. And then finally, we'll have the faculty teachers stroll around and select a few outstanding dormitories and reward them with some worthless trinkets. Can you add credits?" Wang Chengyu asked extremely realistically as he listened. Jiang Tao didn't say anything, just shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "Ha, that's no fun. Why don't you brush up on your videos if you have this free time?" With those words, Wang Chengyu opened Douyin and prepared to brush up on the beauty videos. As a result, he glanced at the message and his eyes were immediately drawn to the unread 99+. I blanched. "I think I'm on fire," Wang Chengyu shouted in surprise, causing the two Lin Nan to shout. However, soon after, when Wang Qingyu clicked on the message and briefly scanned it, then in an agitated tone, he opened his mouth towards Lin Nan. "Ah no, it's Nan who's on fire." Under the puzzled gazes of the two, Wang Chengyu hurriedly reminded, "I took a screenshot and shared it with the group, so you guys should check it out too." Lin Nan whirled around and also opened the Douyin, which made him understand what Wang Qingyu meant. "Just see it on Dojo." Due to today's live content, the news of that thunderbolt stopping the human trafficker has gone viral on the internet. And, because of Lin Nan's various performances in that live broadcast, it caused a lot of buzz among fans. Even though Lin Nan had already made it clear that the hand technique he had pinched at that time was just to help calculate the directions, but it can't hold up to the speculation of netizens and the love of watching. There are even a number of fans who can edit who have created mashup videos using the footage at hand. One of the hottest videos has had tens of thousands of likes. The content of the video is roughly the image of Lin Nan pinching and chanting the spell in the live broadcast. Once those several subtle and incomparable hand decisions came out, it was dazzling to watch. The second half is coupled with some thunder and lightning material from the middle of the documentary. The combination of these two was truly a bit of the immediacy of the Thunder Ancestor's Heavenly Father manifesting himself and descending thunderbolts of heavenly wrath. Plus, the country was already extremely interested in this kind of metaphysics. This ultimately led to this video, which became a small explosion of topics. Many netizens who don't know what's going on have followed suit, filming edited videos of the pinch to draw lightning. Right now this topic has over 2,000 people participating in the challenge. Mind you, it's still only one day. Inside the topics added during the same period, this kind of heat has been quite high. So many netizens are following the video, and I just went to take a look at our follower count, and it's gone up quite a bit. Wang Qingyu's excited voice echoed in the dormitory, and Lin Nan picked a few random videos with a lot of likes from the topic and clicked on them, and saw that there were really quite a lot of fans, who pinched their hands in the videos as they were doing, and there were a couple of young men, who had learned it quite well, and looked like they had studied it frame by frame. However, Looking at the pomp and circumstance on the fighting sound, Lin Nan frowned. Despite knowing that this purple heavenly divine thunder dharma requires a hand decision to be used along with the dharma, it is not helpful for an ordinary person to just analyze a hand decision. Not to mention the fact that the cell phone camera wasn't always pointed at Lin Nan at the time, so bystanders couldn't exactly draw on it. But even so, everything has a price. This kind of spell that was capable of triggering divine lightning was also proportional to its power and cost. Even if Lin Nan had carefully gone to cast it himself, it had consumed half an armor's worth of mana. If we let the netizens learn randomly, but where the comparison is a 1 in 10, I'm afraid there will be attrition as well. And for ordinary people without mana to consume, randomly gesturing out these hand decisions would likely injure the body and fold the blessings. What's more, it depletes life expectancy. As soon as he thought of this, looking at the netizens on the internet who were following the trend of comparing hand dueling, Lin Nan frowned even more tightly. Brother Nan, our live room is a little hot this time, but your reaction seems to be different from what I thought? Wang Qingyu noticed Lin Nan's expression and wondered. Lin Nan sniffed and didn't directly explain the situation, but only arranged it. There's no need to take this makeup off. Let's wait until tonight to start a live show and make a statement. Ha? What statement? When they heard Lin Nan say that he was going to start another live broadcast arrangement, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, perked up and listened with their ears open. It's just a reminder to the fans that this hand is never recommended for them to do their own wild imitations. Otherwise, if it is light, you will be marked by a folded blessing, and if it is heavy, there is also the possibility of losing your life. Lin Nan said, but he saw Wang Xingyu and Jiang Tao staring wide-eyed, looking like they didn't understand. Well, in layman's terms, once this hand decision is made, there is blue to consume blue, no blue to burn blood. As Lin Nan's words fell, this time Wang Qingyu and his duo suddenly came to a realization, and didn't think much of it. Just think of it as Lin Nan taking the opportunity to get some more program effects. And Wang Qingyu's eyes dripped around a few times, seemed to ponder over the flavor, and suddenly folded. I blanch, it's still you, Nan. The whole thing is like the real thing. Once this statement is sent out, the heat of our live broadcast room is estimated to grow by a large margin. As Wang Qingyu's words fell, the three of them began to prepare for the evening's live broadcast. Soon the time came to evening. Still in the usual fashion, the trio opened the live stream on time. Lin Nan was still in his Lei Zhu Tianzun costume, holding a magic weapon and sitting in front of the camera in a divine appearance. Perhaps due to the previous heat, the live broadcast room was quickly flooded with a group of viewers. The number of people online in real time is even higher. End of chapter. Chapter 39 is by no means alarmist. The number of people online in real time rose rapidly as the live stream opened. Some of the viewers that flooded in were old fans of the live broadcast, and even Lin Nan and the others were somewhat familiar ID. There are also passerby netizens who are on the air for the first time through Hot Topics. At this point, the pop-up was enthusiastically filled with various statements. Some of the old fans who had suggested it before were heartily happy for Lin Nan. Anchor, you're really on fire this time. Have you seen those edited videos online? That hand choking and summoning thunder is too cool. More than that, I even suspect that video wasn't even an edit at all. Anchor, hurry up and be honest with me. Was it you who cast a spell behind our backs when the trafficker's car was struck by lightning? Along with the sounds of excitement and banter from some of the older fans, passerby netizens, who entered the live broadcast for the first time, gradually sorted things out. Most of them do it because they see some videos popping up on the internet with the same content, which are all about some people gesticulating with their hands in front of the camera and making a few moves that they think are cool. Then in the second half of the video put all sorts of wild and cool thunder and lightning effects that shook people's eyes. At first, because of the novelty, I was able to look past the videos when I saw them. However, as more and more people follow the trend, the quality of the videos varies. There were even a number of elementary school students who got involved. In conjunction with the 50-cent lightning special effects, his hands gestured movements, and an evil smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Look at the netizens who can pick their toes out of a 3-room apartment. It's hard to watch this follow the leader video too often, and it inevitably causes offense to passers-by. As the saying goes, there are many mouths to feed. After understanding the cause of those videos, these passerby netizens said with some displeasure, "Good lord, I said how I keep swiping this kind of video lately, hating 9 out of 10. Dare I say it started with the anchor. I've seen that edited video of the anchor. It's just a more realistic costume. It doesn't mean anything at all, right? Is it hard to summon lightning to destroy a trafficker's car by making a few hand gestures in front of the camera? Do people really believe in such a mysterious thing?" Along with the pop-ups rolling through the live broadcast, many netizens who had been in death couldn't help but retort, "I go, you are not aware of how godly the anchor is. I go to the same school as the anchor. I heard that he drew a formation on the playground earlier to beg for rain, and it really started raining within a few minutes. I was very impressed with that because I happened to be right outside at the time and got doused straight away. And there was sudden hail the next day, and I had a cold until today. Along with this alumni's comments. Yet there are many more passerby netizens who don't believe it. Scoffing at this in the pop-up. He questioned, "Dude, how much did the anchor pay you for one? Don't hide. Have a meal together, cha." At this time, Lin Nan's trio was also watching the live pop-ups. Upon seeing this alumnus remarks, Lin Nan's trio however did not doubt their authenticity in the slightest. After all, two of them were witnesses, and Lin Nan was the one who started it all. It was just that both Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao had witnessed the entire process of Lin Nan drawing a formation to seek rain. Looking at the alumni's comments at the moment, I can't help but mutter once again, yes. First, this drawing a ray for rain, Lin Nan said it was by chance. Then there was the pinching and chanting. I heard Lin Nan say that he was looking for the child's orientation. But what happened? That head trafficker's car went straight to lightning. Can there be so many coincidences in this world? For a while, the two of them couldn't help but look with some skepticism in their hearts towards Lin Nan, who was seated in front of them, and the number of people in the live stream grew, and the discussion in the pop-up screen became more and more heated. Seeing that the time was about right, Lin Nan then gestured towards the two and made a statement to alert the netizens in the live stream. Seeing this, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, also for the time being, did not go to think wildly. Immediately, he stood on both sides of Lin Nan and saluted with a decent arch. "Senior brothers, welcome to the live broadcast. The reason why I chose to go live tonight is actually a matter of clarification." Along with the voices of the two speaking, and Lin Nan's unruffled thunder ancestor Heavenly Father disguise, none of the netizens who were in the live broadcast room had pricked up their ears to listen. Perhaps it's the nature of the hustle and bustle. Even those passers-by who held grudges earlier were curious about the upcoming announcement. With a lull in the live streaming pop-ups, the two of them, Wang Chengyu and Zhang Tao, helped each other out by saying what Lin Nan had taught them earlier. "Senior brothers, we have made it clear. The hand decision used by the anchor at that time is not recommended for all senior brothers to imitate in private. After all, these hand decisions involve some subtleties, and we also have to hold a minimum of reverence, such as if we casually imitate and then accidentally compare one or two. If it's light, you'll get a broken blessing, and if it's heavy, there's a chance you'll lose your life." The two men's voices echoed up in this live room. As their words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare. Even the old fans didn't realize that the anchor and the guys were going to say something like this. Those fans who had followed through with the video were even more muttering at the moment. What the hell? Practicing this hand decision in private by yourself, and possibly folding your blessing in life? No way. Really? You guys don't scare me. I followed along several times before for the video. Instead, some passers-by still scoffed at the claim. Right after Wang Qingyu's duo's words fell, they immediately scoffed. Good lord, a live room that engages in play acting, as to still make it so mysterious? It's possible to drain your yang life by making a few random gestures? So boastful. I've seen a lot of this kind of showmanship, but it's the first time I've seen one as capable of bull **** as the anchor. For a while, many netizens began to speculate in the pop-ups that the anchor was being alarmist. However, where would these netizens know the concerns in Lin Nan's mind? Once this purple heavenly divine thunder technique was performed, the thunder that was triggered was heavenly thunder, and it was bound to startle the gods of the thunder ministry. Ordinary people casually pinch the hand decision, but the body cannot force supply, will inevitably self-damage the body, and, if one is seen to be disrespectful to the gods, one always has to pay something. To the gods, perhaps it is only a slight punishment, but for an ordinary person, this small punishment might represent a decade or so of longevity. I don't know if it was really as Lin Nan feared, or if it was out of psychology. After a reminder, a number of netizens have actually popped up on the live stream, stating that they've encountered something strange. Hiss, seems to have something to say about that. I just pinched a few hands as the anchor did, and I always felt dizzy afterward. Gosh, I seem to be too. For a while, as these netizens shared, the live broadcast room was once again lively. End of chapter. Chapter 40, The Thunderbolt Grant. A number of comments had already appeared as a burst of pop-ups rolled through the live stream, claimed to have suffered physical discomfort after learning and performing the hand decision in a model way, following the anchor's pinch. What's more, they already feel dizzy and have raw brain pain, as if they haven't closed their eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. Looking at these comments, Lin Nan's brows couldn't help but knit. If one or two of them had experienced discomfort after pinching their hands, it might have been chalked up to coincidence. But now what? Nearly 100 people popped up on the live feed. Both indicated that they were physically abnormal and mentally drained. This is by no means a coincidence. What one had feared seemed to be creeping in. It's a good thing that he found it in time and gave himself a warning early enough to not cause any too much damage. Thus, seeing the chatter in the live broadcast room, Lin Nan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that in the future, there wouldn't be anyone who would easily try it again in disbelief. If there really is, it is a good word to persuade the damned ghosts. If you have to make a death, Lin Nan has no law. However, as the pop-ups rolled in on the air, another portion of the audience took the claim at face value, interrupting and teasing. What the hell? A couple of hand chokes can produce such a big side effect? Are you guys sure it wasn't the anchor's hand decision that was too complicated to follow and practice to low blood? When the comment was made, it drew a lot of agreement from the passerby audience. Good lord, I really do believe in science after all. I told you that this anchor can only be considered lucky. So many coincidences all caught up with him. If the anchor is really capable, why don't you let him rain on the desert, and see if he still works? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao are looking in their eyes and anxious in their hearts. Where did they know Lin Nan's methods? Just as soon as these comments came out, they were all quite unfavorable beats for the livestream. If they let the audience get so serious, how will they be able to hang out in the play area in the future? Thinking of this, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao exchanged a glance and muttered secretly in their hearts. Hiss, this kind of thing is not the heart to know is good. Have to pull out a so? But as I watched the live broadcast gradually being brought up in a negative rhythm, I nearly faced a word-of-mouth collapse. Just as the two were at a loss, a calm voice slowly sounded. That voice is incomparably calm and steady, like the oracle of the immortals to declare the world. Su Su said, "It is written in the Thunder Dignity Treasure Grant that the hand holds up the golden light Rui and proclaims the Jade Pivot Treasure Sutra, disobediently transforming into fine dust, issuing the trumpet as swiftly as wind and fire. With a clear and quiet mind, he carries forward great wishes, and with wisdom, he subdues the devils. Chief of the five thunders, running the three realms, father of the group births, master of all spirits, great sage, great mercy, supreme emperor, supreme way, nine heavens in Yuan thunder sound universalizing heavenly honors." Accompanied by this voice, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao's expressions were suddenly stunned. Then they all looked toward Lin Nan, but saw that his face did not change color at the moment, still the appearance of the solemn and unruly Dharma. Unsurprisingly, this was exactly the homework that Lin Nan had done in advance, being the Thunder Exalted Treasure Grant. This enjoyment was preceded by a long paragraph, of which Lin Nan recited only a portion, and whirled around to explain. The so-called father of all living beings and master of all spirits means the group of living beings, i.e., the multitude of living beings, and the 10,000 spirits, which means all living beings. The Thunder God has a great desire to teach the world, and a compassionate heart to transform all souls. He is both father and teacher, hence the name. And all things are certain. And jutsu is never a tool to be used for amusement or wanton play, but is intended for the well-being of living beings. If there are truly living beings in affliction, the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father will himself harbor compassion and use his magic to benefit them. As Lin Nan's words fell, at that moment, the live broadcast room fell into a short silence. It seemed like the viewers in the live broadcast room were also listening a bit out of their minds. What's more, Lin Nan dressed like this, as well as the voice and demeanor when that Su Su said. None of them called for subconscious awe. It was still Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao who were the first to come back to their senses and were also hit by a wave of shock. Unable to resist putting his hand behind his back, he gave a thumbs up towards Lin Nan and exclaimed in a low voice, "Nan is awesome. Listen to that little word. The whole thing. That'll always stop all this bandwagon talk." Along with a momentary out-of-breath exclamation, the two men were also a little guilty in the back of their minds. After all, Lin Nan had explained it very clearly just now. It's responding positively to those who are up in arms and leading the charge, clamoring for Lin Nan to go rain on the desert. And the meaning of Lin Nan's words was, it was fine to cast spells, but you couldn't do it casually. One must encounter genuine suffering of living beings before one can use the mind of compassion and enlightenment to drive the jutsu. But, Lin Nan's paragraph temporarily suppressed the rhythm of the live broadcast though. Yet another problem confronts them. Hiss, Nan has put the word out this time. What if someone really comes to us in the future and asks us to do something? At that time we help or not? No, even if we want to help, I'm afraid we can't do anything about it. Along with Wang Qingyu's worried voice, Jiang Tao secretly made a wink and said, "Fatty, we'll talk about the future later. Let's deal with today's rhythm first. The most important thing now is to divert attention. But don't really let the audience beg for something live. Look, the comments section is now following the trend of swiping for riches. Seeing that some people in the live broadcast room really began to petition, like treating the live broadcast room as a wishing fountain. The two were afraid that some big wish for world peace or something like that would pop up at this moment, so everything possible was done to change the subject. Wang Qingyu's brain turned, and he snorted and said, "That's right, haha. Jutsu can't be cast easily and there's a price to pay every time you do it. Besides, even if we can get all of you to win the lottery, at the end of the day when we divide it up, each of you will at most get a $2 or $3 not. Instead of asking for fairy tales, we'd rather have our feet on the ground, and that's what we're thinking. So, friends, can you give us some more suggestions?" With Wang Qingyu's 3 or 2 words, he really brought the topic over. Immediately, some old fans began to mention suggestions to them, and the claims can be all over the place. And among these suggestions, one of the comments caught Lin Nan's attention. Hiss, the anchor's costume is already so realistic that there's almost nothing to fault. Just this background always look a little awkward. This back look is the dormitory with the anchor costume is a little against the grain. Why don't you consider a different background? Let's not talk about the fairy palace. At least the whole mountain forest hut or something will do. As this comment appeared, a voice rang in Lin Nan's ears. The test owner received a suggestion from the webmaster, which is now included in the suggestions section. Suggestion received, change the background. Reizu God's house. Difficulty, moderate. Reward for completion, 6% play completion. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Military Training Performance. Unexpected guests. Current outstanding recommendations. 1. Receiving the Mount Murky Kirin. 2. Replacing the background. Lei Zhu Shenfu. As Lin Nan's mind moved, the suggestions that had not yet been reached after the inclusion became clear. This matter of taking in mounts could only be put on hold for the time being last time because of the encounter with human traffickers. The immediate suggestion that can be reached as soon as possible is to change the background of the live room. This Thunder Ancestor Divine Mansion, all known as the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion, is the residence of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father. In the future, when the live broadcast has accumulated enough funds, it is possible to consider getting a specialized venue to broadcast. However, conditions are not exactly plentiful right now, so it's better to keep things simple. Might as well do something about it in the dorms. It's kind of the most convenient and secure way to do it. Thinking of this, Lin Nan made a decision in his mind. Senior brothers, it's getting late. That's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you next time. As Jiang Tao saluted with Wang Qingyu's arch, the latter went up and closed the live broadcast. After exiting the live streaming interface, the two of them both let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. My mouth was getting worn out. Just now, I saw so many netizens wishing at the bottom. They're almost treating our live room as a wishing pool. But no, I don't know what the netizens are thinking this year. If it's really that spiritual, I'll make a wish with Nan too. Saying that, Wang Qingyu's eyes rolled, jokingly towards Lin Nan. Don't you think so, Nan? Little brother wants to beg for riches too. At this moment, Lin Nan got up from his seat and was about to change his clothes. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to see Wang Qingyu's pitiful look. Lin Nan smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then he directly picked up his cell phone. After some finger manipulation, only to hear the cell phone in Wang Qingyu's pocket shook and sounded a prompt. Dropping. V-mail collection arrived. Hearing this beep, Wang Qingyu was stunned. Pulling out his cell phone and seeing the string of numbers, the green bean-sized eyes immediately glared with excitement. I blanch. Dare I say it really works. And didn't wait for Wang Qingyu to be happy for long. Jiang Tao's cell phone also shook, and similarly received a transfer. Old Lin, what are you? As Jiang Tao inquired. It seemed a little embarrassed to take this money. However, soon after, Lin Nan's voice came in a laughing tone. Hard work, every broadcast from now on, and there's no need to be polite to me. You all deserve it. As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao did not squirm. Wang Qingyu is even more joyful and smiling. Thinking about the bright prospects of the future said, Can. Follow Nan live for a while longer, and you'll earn back this freshman year's tuition. And Jiang Tao, seeing Lin Nan's insistence, nodded his head. In fact, the audience mostly came for you, and the two of us were just being clever. But it's also your kindness, so we'll take this money for now, Lin Nan answered, removing the makeup from her face as she continued to speak. Okay, let me tell you guys something. I'm going to remodel our dorm. Immediately, Lin Nan briefly told the two people about the suggestions made by the audience tonight, as well as his current thoughts. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, two people, just received a red envelope. Plus this is the live broadcast of the matter is very energetic. Naturally, there were no complaints and extremely positive feedback was given. No problem, Nan. It's a good thing. Let's get the live background out of the way, and the popularity of the live room will definitely still go up. Speaking here, Wang Qingyu seemed to think of something, slightly revealing a thoughtful look. Only, Brother Nan, you said the divine heaven jade clear mansion. That is an immortal residence. The scale is certainly not small. We've only got a small dormitory. What do we have to do to make it look decent? With the sound of Wang Qingyu's concern, before Lin Nan could open his mouth, Zhang Tao took the lead in proposing. Live background well, and not have to 1:1 restore, as long as the internet to buy a similar background wallpaper is almost. It makes sense. Wang Qingyu seemed to have just reacted, scanning around the dormitory and said, it's just as well. Another period of time is the dormitory culture festival. Let's simply get it together. Change all the wallpaper in this dorm to fairy palaces. What do you say? In the three people's some discussion, brainstorming, live background replacement ideas gradually clear. More than that, he began to strive for excellence, and Wang Qingyu popped up with an idea every now and then. How about another whole humidifier? That thing sprays. It should have a similar effect to that cloudy effect of the fairy palace. Oh yeah, and we need to organize some more greenery. This night was spent by the three of them in preparing how to arrange the background of the live broadcast, as well as constantly shopping online for the various props needed. Early the next morning, the playground of the University of the Smokies, the freshmen of this class, who had just finished their military training, assembled early and stood in line, ready to participate in the final performance of the military training. The process was nothing special. It was nothing more than having the freshmen who had finished their military training walk a few squares in front of the reviewing stand in order, so as to highlight the results of this period of training, so that the school leadership to see the spirit of the freshmen. However, the school also got a dozen cages of white pigeons from somewhere. The cages were opened as soon as the rendezvous began, and these pigeons were allowed to fly out, spread out over the playground. The scene was quite spectacular. And wait until the freshmen from each faculty step through the squares in turn and walk in front of the school leaders as well as the instructors. This was followed by the usual school leaders' speeches. Lin Nan stood in the square, momentarily bored, and wondering in his mind whether the props he had bought would arrive today. Brother Nan. Just then, Wang Qingyu beside him made a puzzled voice. Spinning around, he whispered a few words of greeting towards Lin Nan. What? Lin Nan sniffed and glanced towards the other party, but saw that Wang Qingyu was reaching out privately, pointing to the reviewing stand directly opposite the square. He kept gesturing. Look, who's standing on the far right of that stage? Lin Nan sniffed, and only then did he look towards the location that Wang Qingyu had indicated. However, he saw that on the far right, there was indeed a large and a small figure standing. The smaller of the two, a little boy of about 4 or 5, and behind the boy was a woman, with that appearance and figure that Lin Nan recognized at once. It was the little boy who had been abducted and the mother who had met him at the zoo. It's them? How? Seeing the little boy with his mother standing on the stage at some point, Lin Nan froze. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao, who were on the side, also reacted similarly to Lin Nan. The three exchanged glances with each other, as if they had all guessed something. Ahem. Hello class. Meanwhile, with the movement coming from the playground stereo, the principal, Zhang Jian, began to speak. However, the speech was different from what the crowd expected, only to hear the principal, Zhang Jian, with his eyes falling on the square position of the Department of Business Administration, said with a smile on his face, I'm going to start by asking a student to come to the stage. Lin Nan from the 3rd class of the Department of Business Administration, please come up. And with the sound of a horn in the playground, dozens of gazes from the same party looked at Lin Nan in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 42, being sent a banner. Ha, did I hear right? What did the principal just say? With the sound of the magnificent radio in the playground, the words of the principal were sent to the ears of all the freshmen. The rest of the freshmen were still looking around, wondering who the Lin Nan was that the principal was shouting at. However, the freshmen who were in the same party as Lin Nan had their eyes on Lin Nan. Those pairs of gazes were filled with doubt and curiosity, not sure why the principal let Lin Nan go up at this moment, but as the principal's words fell, and the sight of the mother and son waiting by the reviewing stand, Lin Nan's three exchanged glances and guessed what was going on. Immediately, Lin Nan didn't squirm and stepped broadly out of the square formation, heading towards the reviewing stand. And when Lin Nan's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd, there was already a portion of the freshmen who recognized Lin Nan, and were talking about it. Isn't this the guy who said it was going to hail at the last meeting? Yeah, I remembered. So he's Lin Nan. Why is the principal calling him up at this moment? What's this about? Is it still because of what happened last time? Accompanied by the murmuring voices of the freshmen, Lin Nan had also already taken a step to the reviewing stand, facing the countless freshmen underneath with a calm and even rather majestic expression. On the other hand, the principal, Zhang Jian, had a smile piled up on his face, a springtime look on his face, and showed an extremely cordial attitude towards Lin Nan. While patting Lin Nan's shoulder gratefully, he explained to the freshman on stage, "Class, it's this. I just got word. Yesterday at our zoo in Smoky Sea City, there was a vicious incident of child abduction." With the principal's words, the freshmen on the stage were still a bit confused and couldn't help but murmur. Zheng Jian then laughed at the situation, turned his head to look at Lin Nan, and continued, "It's a good thing that Mr. Lin Nan, with a few of his friends, was there at the time and played in the fine tradition." The actions of the traffickers were quickly discovered and reported to the police at the first opportunity, successfully allowing the police to track down the traffickers and reunite the mother and son. As these words of Principal Zheng Jian fell, the freshmen who were on the stage then reacted. Each one of them had a somewhat surprised expression. Fang realized that the purpose of the principal calling Lin Nan to the stage was because of this matter. And it's not just ordinary bravery. Listening to this presentation by the principal, it was clear that he had acted as a tipster and assisted the police in catching a group of traffickers. That's not a lot of gold. I go, this dude, he actually assisted the police in catching a group of human traffickers? This is too awesome, isn't it? It's proper to see the righteousness, and it's known by the school leaders. This dude will be famous in the school from now on. That alone would probably give a lot of extra credit. Envious. Why don't you let me catch up with this kind of thing? You catch up? What's the point of you catching up? Do you really think you can deal with human traffickers with just anyone? When they heard the situation described by the principal, the freshmen on the stage all cast envious gazes towards Lin Nan. At this moment, Lin Nan stood in front of the reviewing stand, listening to the principal beside him laughingly. "Mr. Lin Nan, what about your two friends? They seem to be from our school as well." This mother remembered your names then, now call them up together. "Wang Chengyu, Jiang Tao." Lin Nan nodded and whirled around, calling out the two men's names over the microphone and waving at them, and was called to the name of the two. Is frozen. Look a little unnatural. It can be seen, in the face of so many people, really some nervousness. After a deep breath, this is out of the column toward the parade platform. Little fat Wang Qingyu's round face looks like it has been burned red, and it doesn't have the usual look. It was Jiang Tao who knew how to seize the opportunity to show his face in front of the freshman. After standing beside Lin Nan, his waist was also straight and his body was secretly powered up. The muscles from that long workout were about to burst out from underneath the military uniform. As the two arrived, the principal stepped back and nodded with a smile toward the waiting mother and child at the end. The latter had also been waiting for a long time, only to see the mother with her son. 3 or 2 steps up. "Gee, thanks a lot. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid my son wouldn't know where he'd been sold by those damn traffickers." That mother faced Lin Nan and thanked him one by one, and raised a rolled-up banner from her hand. Continuing, "This is the banner I got someone to make. It has to be delivered to you, so please be sure to accept it." Looking at the banner in the mother's hand, Lin Nan also did not expect this, and hurriedly opened his mouth. "This, you bother, I really didn't do anything." Seeing that Lin Nan was somewhat pushing back, that mother was red-eyed and hurriedly said, "You can never say that. I have understood. If it were not for that thunder that struck down that day, that group of traffickers might have taken my children and run off in either direction. And I remember when you..." Hearing this mother's words, it seemed as if she wanted to talk about the circumstances in which she had cast the violet sky divine thunder skill at that time. Seeing this, Lin Nan immediately coughed lightly twice, interrupting this mother's voice and said, "Ahem, that's all coincidence. Let's believe in science. Don't teach your little children." At the same time, the principal, who had retreated to the side, spoke up. "Student Lin Nan, don't push your luck. This banner is also a piece of mind, and I'm taking the opportunity to show it to everyone." As the principal's words fell, Lin Nan had to take the banner, handed it to Jiang Tao and Wang Qingyu, who unfolded the banner together. However, when looking at the content on this banner, Lin Nan was somewhat in tears. Only the most conspicuous thing on this banner was 8 big, hot gold letters. Lei Zhu manifests his spirit and universalizes all beings. Fruity. Upon seeing the content on this banner, not only Lin Nan, but also the group of freshmen on the stage were all stunned. Razor's manifestation? Good lord, this just said we should believe in science on the front foot, and this is what was on the banner. For a while, these new students were also curious. What really happened then? The Lei Zhu manifestation? What's it got to do with Lin Nan? At this time, Zhang Jian, as well as school leaders, also did not expect the banner will be this content. When they learned that someone was going to send a banner, they naturally assumed that it would be something like helping people, so they didn't check ahead of time. At this moment, seeing that the freshmen on the stage were talking a lot, the principal Zhang Jian also hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong, everyone." At that time, Lin Nan's classmates were doing an outdoor live broadcast. playing the role of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father. I think it must have given the mother some spiritual comfort while helping others. That's why we received this banner. But it's still a great spirit for the students to learn from. It's important to continue the tradition of excellence in our school and to always keep it in mind outside. The accompanying words from the principal really turned the conversation back around. Then the principal went into overdrive, rambling on and on. Finally, after some speeches, this military training show came to a successful conclusion. Lin Nan's trio also came off the stage with the banner and returned to the queue. Soon after the announcement of the disbandment, it seems that someone looked up the story about it. At once, a girl in the same class as Lin Nan looked at her cell phone and called out in surprise, "Wow! I checked it out." End of chapter. Chapter 43, The Immortal Palace. Yikes! As a girl with a ponytail suddenly let out a shout, the students gathered around her cast curious glances at her. I found the story on this case. The girl with the ponytail shouted, looking at her cell phone while her eyes grew whiter and whiter. What happened? What the hell was going on back then? What did Lin Nan do? He was even sent a banner to his door. Amidst inquiries from her classmates, the girl told the crowd about the police release. While reciting, her tone of voice, however, also seemed surprised. The report said that the gang of traffickers fled towards the scenic area and were about to escape. Their car, struck by lightning. The girl's eyes revealed surprise after the narration. The rest of the students, too, reacted in much the same way as she did, with some jaws dropping in disbelief. What? The trafficker's car that got struck by lightning? Are you sure you read it right? Isn't this some kind of marketing number story? The girl held up her cell phone, signaling the account that posted the news, and the students gathered around witnessed the release of the media. That was clearly the official account of the Smoky Sea City Public Security. And where are the media outlets that would dare to falsify a police statement of case like this one? And, due to the coincidental nature of this case, it has attracted the attention of many netizens. Lightning from the heavens to split a criminal's vehicle during a police chase? It was just too dramatic. Inevitably, it has attracted numerous media outlets that have copied and pasted the content and posted it on their respective news accounts. And it has already created a buzz on the internet. So there was no pressure for them to doubt the veracity of the incident. The students gathered around Lin Nan also had astonished faces at this moment. Following that, he turned his head towards Lin Nan. They had all looked at the lazu that Lin Nan had played during his previous live broadcasts. It was also a first-hand experience of the time when Lin Nan's painting formation begged for rain and nearly doused them in the playground. It was only at this moment that the students realized why the banner that Mother sent to Lin Nan had the following content. Lazu manifested his spirit and universalized all living beings. Dare. Did she really see Lin Nan as Lazu possessed? But it would be too much of a coincidence to say that it wasn't intentional. Even the weather that day was a bit of a mystery to them. Because before it was clear that there were no clouds in the sky. But suddenly, without warning, dark clouds gathered to cover the sky. And, at that time, even the meteorological department issued an emergency notice and an orange rainstorm warning. But what happened? After waiting for half a day, the sky was so cloudy but not even a single raindrop fell. And the sky cleared up quickly. It's as if that cloudy day was intentional, just to lay down a few thunderbolts. And it's the minds that are off the charts. But they also hit the car driven by the human trafficker with pinpoint accuracy. Is it really such a coincidence? They don't even dare to act like this in TV dramas, do they? As a result, the students present couldn't help but look at Lin Nan with a probing look. And I don't know what's going on in each of their minds. For a while, there was a silence. Hey, how about bull? Until Wang Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Seems to see the surprise of the students. A face of eloquence said, "This thing I was present throughout. It's just too good to be true." At that time, I just saw Nan's hand strangling a spell. And then with a swish, the sky went dark. Then came the lightning and thunder. Ouch, it was like the end of days. Accompanied by Wang Qingyu's bravado, the surrounding students were dumbfounded. Especially the girls in the same class. Already many two eyes were glittering and covering their mouths in surprise. Fatty. Seeing the reaction of his classmates, Lin Nan coughed lightly twice, made a wink toward Wang Qingyu who was bragging, and spoke. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's just a coincidence. Hearing Lin Nan's voice, Wang Qingyu laughed awkwardly and coughed lightly twice and said, yes, 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 if lightning strikes, it's purely coincidental. You students still have to believe in science, haha. But this scene, called the bystanders to see the reverse somewhat want to cover up the sense of immediacy. He couldn't help but make a group of students look sideways, feeling more and more that Lin Nan was truly mysterious and unpredictable. Dropping. Just then, a ring came from Lin Nan's cell phone. It was the delivery they had bought earlier that had arrived. Looking at the pile of pickup codes is really quite a lot. Lin Nan then said, "Okay, the things we bought have arrived. First follow me to pick up the courier." Okay Lu. Wang Chunyu promised while deliberately saying aloud. How to take it later on Nan. Still royal sword today? Lin Nan couldn't help but jaw at even hearing that. It's okay. The surrounding college students, however, revealed admiration in their clear eyes, not knowing whether they were joking and flirting, or whether they really believed it. Wow. I heard right blah. He actually knows how to handle a sword? It's really fake. A few girls in the same class stared at Lin Nan with peachy eyes, the admiration in their hearts knew no bounds. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao was momentarily speechless and quite envious. Seeing that Lin Nan had already taken a step to move, he also rolled up his sleeves and followed. Only the group of students remained, still looking at Lin Nan's back and talking. Although it was impossible to really think that he would descend thunder with his sword, he also thought that Lin Nan might really know something about metaphysics just like those Taoist priests. Want to go up a little more? See if it's crooked. Okay, stop. Inside the 304 dormitory, Lin Nan's trio was busy all afternoon. Finally, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they had finally placed all the things they had bought. Phew, great job. Upon further inspection this time, the interior of the dormitory is almost brand new, only to see that the walls all around had been replaced with wallpaper in the mold of a fairy palace. Many pavilions suspended in the ninth heaven were bathed in golden light, and there were also colorful clouds surrounding them. Being here is like being in a heavenly palace. My god, this hits the eye. It really looks like it's in the fairy world. Zhang Tao couldn't help but be satisfied even as he surveyed the surroundings. If it weren't for the fact that the neon clouds on this wallpaper don't flow, I'd almost believe it. Hey, it's not over yet, Wang Chengyu said, turning on the two humidifiers on the floor, as well as the prepared sunset ambient light. The bubbling mist is illuminated by the ambient lighting and slowly flows up. It really has the immediacy of a golden cloud of neon. Combined with the wallpaper on the back, the atmosphere can be pulled right through. Nice. Lin Nan's eyes flowed, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile as he said, ready to start. 2 hours later, the live stream opened on time. Countless fans saw the live alert as the beep sounded, but when they clicked on the live broadcast as usual, they all let the scene in front of them be dumbfounded, and instantly couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Anchor funds are burning. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Lightning Strikes Spirit Mountain? As the live broadcast opened, the viewers who entered were surprised at the first sight, only to see that at this time, Munan's live broadcast room had already undergone a radical change. The live broadcast screen was surrounded by golden clouds, and behind it were hazy immortal palace buildings, hidden in the cloudy neon. The flowing mist was dense and lingering, giving the illusion that the immortal palace behind it was also floating. And at that moment the anchor was dressed in immortal armor. Immortality sat in the center of the room, with an unruffled look. This scene was as if it was truly being broadcast live in the Thunder Ancestor Immortal Palace. Seeing this, the pop-up exploded. I go, where is this ing up? Is this the fairy world? The anchor is in the immortal class? The scene is a bit fake when you look at it closely, but you can't help but anchor this disguise is too much, and in a trance it actually seems like you're really broadcasting a myth. Dazzling, hanging on to all the live rooms of its play-acting counterparts now. Looking at the scrolling pop-ups, Wang Qingyu had a smile on his face as he explained to the audience. Just made a suggestion, and you've arranged it so quickly? The anchor is really listening to advice. Look at the background plus the vibe. TSK, it's great. With the sound of chatter from the audience in the broadcast room, a pop-up screen rolled with favorable comments. At the same time, a voice rang in Lin Nan's ears. Congratulations to the owner for reaching the suggestion, change the background. The mansion of the Thunder Ancestor God. Difficulty, moderate. Gain 6% play completion. Currently playing at 20% completion. Reward 100 years of mana. Receive the returning Spring Thunder Seal. Hearing this voice, Lin Nan's heart rejoiced. It hadn't been in vain. It was only the rewards given by the system this time that made Lin Nan raise his interest. In addition to the 100 years of mana, there was actually a technique that appeared. Lin Nan's mind moved, and the explanation of this Guiyuan Spring Thunder Seal appeared in his mind. 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Po Tianzun. Lord of life and death, good and evil rewards and punishments, executing clouds and raining, decapitating demons and subduing devils, and commanding the thunder. And the secretary of birth and death and withering and glory, is the universalization of the group of living things. The return of the Spring Thunder Seal, can hold the birth of the glory of the spirit. The person who has cast the seal can be renewed ancient blood, or decadent impotence and decay. After hearing the explanation of this returning Spring Thunder Seal, Lin Nan's heart was enlightened. That is to say, this seal is capable of allowing a living being to rejuvenate its potential? It is said that many animals nowadays have the bloodline of divine beasts left over from the ancient times. Only that these bloodlines have become extremely weak over the years. If there was a chance, it would be possible to try this Guiyuan Spring Thunder Seal to see if it could recreate the elegance of the ancient divine beast. Moreover, the previous suggestion of taking in the Ink Kirin Mount had not yet been accomplished. Perhaps it would also be possible to find creatures with remnants of ancient bloodlines, thus allowing divine beasts like the unicorn to reappear. Thinking of this, Lin Nan had already made a decision. And just as Lin Nan was secretly pondering in his mind, the live broadcast also continued. At that time, the audience, after a short period of surprise, also sighed that this anchor really listened to advice. So again, there was an outpouring of advice on the air, and that idea was 5 or 8. The picture is cloudy. If the anchor can ride on clouds during the live broadcast, it will definitely have more visual impact. It is rumored that under the seat of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father there are many Thunder Departments and 36 Thunder Dukes. If this can all be invited out to stand in a row, the rows will be pulled full directly. Lin Nan's mind, however, sounded several voices one after another. Multiple recommendations detected. Recommendations included: inclusion suggestions, taking off in the clouds. Lei Zhu reveals himself. Difficulty, high. Reward 15% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, all generals listen to the order. And the Thunder Ministry lines up. Difficulty, extremely high. Reward 16% play completion. Looking at the suggestions made by the audience during the live broadcast, Lin Nan couldn't help but admire the imagination of the fans. There were even people who asked Lin Nan to build the Heavenly Court, meet the Jade Emperor, and even thunderbolt the Spirit Mountain. Watching Lin Nan's mouth twitch, thunder striking the Spirit Mountain. This is not wanting me to live? Right at this moment, a pop-up screen that strongly contrasted with these suggestions jumped into view, attracting Lin Nan's attention for the first time. Reading it carefully, it was a petition pop-up, and the words seemed extremely pleading. I heard that this anchor can make it rain? Anchor, our place has been in a drought for a long time. How about some rain? I also came here after watching the news. My grandma's land in my hometown is drought-stricken this year. So anchor the rain. Decien, can't you try? As these pop-ups appeared, the other viewers in the live broadcast room, however, froze and couldn't help but joke about it. Good lord, there's even a plea for rain on the air? Dude, not me. You should go to the Dragon King Temple to ask for rain. You don't really think the anchor is a god, do you? The live stream was filled with a cheerful atmosphere as fans chimed in. However, this viewer's next words caused the rest of the live stream to fall silent, only to see this old brother's words filled with bitterness and helplessness. He continued, it's all been tried, every method, but it's no use. It's been almost over a month since it rained in Nanjiao, and the ground is dry as a bone. It's really desperate. God is driving people to their death. Seeing this old brother as a sob, the audience who were still flirting and joking just now were all silent. Southern Focus. Seeing the location mentioned by this audience member, Jiang Tao seemed to recall something and whispered, I've brushed up on the video before, and it says that the drought in Nanjiao City is really serious, with more than 3 million acres of farmland unable to be planted due to the heavy drought, and because it hasn't rained for a long time, the ground is pretty much kept at about 40 C, so you can see that it's really not doing too well. As Jiang Tao's words fell, even Wang Qingyu changed his previous smiling face and couldn't help but tsk his tongue, calling for some heartache. Indeed quite difficult. After all, farmers are dependent on the sky to eat, this day if it does not rain, but even the rice cannot eat. But what can we do if they really come to our studio to ask for rain? Just as the atmosphere in this live broadcast room was subtle and gradually enveloped by a low air pressure, a calm and magnetic voice rang out, and it was Lin Nan who slowly opened his mouth and soothed, I shine on the heavenly heart of the Great Way, and help the suffering of the underworld. So if you make a pious petition, you will be rewarded. As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, who were on the sides, as well as the audience in the live broadcast room, were not surprised. It was also just all taken as the anchors giving each other mental comfort and not thought much of it, and watching the gradual increase in the number of people pouring into the live broadcast room begging for rain, seemingly literally pinning their hopes on drifting away. The rest of the audience couldn't help but sigh. After being on air for some time, the atmosphere in the live room was still difficult to liven up. When the live broadcast ended, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao were still a little saddened. Alas, after all, our type of live broadcasting room, coupled with Nan's such a godly resemblance, it's just like the statue of the god in the temple coming to life. In the future there will definitely be fewer people like this who really encountered a difficult thing to petition. In fact, they know that this stuff can't be done. It's all superstition, but it's just the same as praying to God and Buddha. It's just a psychological comfort. Yes, what is the saying? I have read books and know that there are no ghosts and gods in this world, but when I saw her on the hospital bed, I even felt a kind of despair of kneeling down and crying for the God's blessing, but there's nothing we can do to help even if we wanted to. It's better to adjust your mindset as soon as possible and stop being easily influenced. The sound of the two people's helpless conversation reached Lin Nan's ears, but he didn't respond, and was currently rummaging through the internet. A search for the city of Nanjiao, mentioned by that viewer, brought up the drought conditions that are being experienced today. However, as Lin Nan flipped through the pages, another piece of news soon came into view. The city of Nanjiao was known as Lui in ancient times, and the legend of the black deer offering treasure is still circulating in the area. Black deer, Lin Nan muttered, his eyes gradually flashing with a glint. End of chapter. Chapter 45 Departure. Nanjiao City. When Lin Nan searched for Nanjiao City on the internet, the word black deer appeared among the relevant words that popped up, and he couldn't help but be reminded of Lei Zhu Tianzuan's mount, the ink Shilin. So again, I followed the clues closely and quickly identified some word science and reports. Black deer, also known as water deer, are named for their love of foraging near water, often going for a dip in the water, and being good swimmers. Seeing this content, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, simply because this black deer is not only similar in appearance, even its habits are very much the same as the ink Shilin, which has two horns and can attract thunderstorms. Is this just a coincidence? Or maybe the black deer and the ink Kirin have a great connection? Even the leftover bloodline of the ink Kirin perhaps lingered in its body? Thinking of this, Lin Nan immediately struck up an idea in his mind. However, just as he was thinking about it, his eyes were drawn back to the next report. Nowadays, the drought in Nanjiao City is severe, and the water level of the riverbed is decreasing, resulting in a rapid deterioration of the black deer's living environment as well. If this drought is allowed to continue any longer, I'm afraid it's only going to take a toll on this species in South Joliet. The severe drought facing the city of Nanjiao today would have made Lin Nan's heart feel something, and today he also saw many viewers in the area praying religiously for rain. What's more, creatures like the black deer exist in the southern Jiao. Between these two, for whatever purpose, Lin Nan had to take a walk. It looks like is going to have to take a trip, Lin Nan said to himself, and his mind was already made up. At the same time, Wang Chengyu, who was still reviewing the disc with Zhang Tao, staggered repeatedly. Tao, we still need to pay attention in the future. We can't be influenced by those petitions. Did you realize? Later on, when our mood was bad, even the atmosphere of the live broadcast room was not active. Saying that, Wang Qingyu didn't forget to cue Lin Nan and turned his head. Do you think so? Nah, today is the day we found out the problem, so you'll have to remind us both of it when we go live tomorrow. Lin Nan thought about his upcoming departure for a trip to Nanjiao, but considering that he still had to ask his guide for leave and other matters when he went out at the moment, plus his own purpose was not simple. In addition to searching for the black deer in this Nanjiao city, it was to perform a formation to bring a rainfall to Nanjiao city. And let's not even talk about the probability of the three of them being approved for a leave of absence together when military training has just ended. Lin Nan alone had to perform a formation to pray for rain, and it was inconvenient for someone to follow beside him. Thus, after considering it again and again, Lin Nan spoke slowly. Tomorrow may be off the air for a while. If it's on, I might just broadcast myself for a while. When Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu's expression froze in confusion. Huh? Why? Nah, is it that the two of us did not bring the rhythm of the live broadcast today? You plan to not bring us both? Zhang Tao on the side didn't think about it so much, and already saw that Lin Nan had something to do, because Lin Nan was already packing up her things while she was talking, and took the travel bag out, picking up dress-up clothes as well as spells as they made their way to the bag. Overthink it. Hearing Wang Qingyu's voice, Lin Nan patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Then old Lin, what is this?" Zhang Tao asked curiously. "Planning to make a trip." "Huh? Where are we going this late at night?" "Nanjiao City." Lin Nan didn't have the need to hide anything from the two. This was because originally Lin Nan had planned to go to Nanjiao to see if he could fulfill the suggestion of subjugating the ink Qilin. If things go well, there might even be a live stream along the way, so there was no need to deliberately hide it from the two. "What? Nanjiao?" As Lin Nan's words fell, only Wang Chengyu and Zhang Tao were stunned. Glancing at each other, they couldn't help but inquire towards Lin Nan. "Nan, why are you suddenly going to Nanjiao? Is it because a viewer is begging for rain in our live room tonight? But we can't help it if he begs. You don't have to come all the way here, do you? You can't really make it rain, can you?" Just under the two men's puzzled voices, Lin Nan's move to clean up did not stop. "You guys take a look at this first." With that, Lin Nan handed his cell phone to the two. Above that brightly lit screen was a report from South Jiao City about black deer. Seeing all the things on it, Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao couldn't help but look at each other. "Old Lin, You wouldn't go for this, would you? Well, it's just a matter of trying my luck. Lin Nan didn't deny it and continued, and if I go, I might even be able to heat up the airwaves. There's something meaningful about that statement. However, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, did not comprehend the deeper meaning. It was only assumed that Lin Nan was going to seek out this black deer to fulfill the suggestion made by the audience earlier, and both men saw the picture of the black deer on their cell phones. I have to say, all the descriptions of this black deer are indeed quite unicorn-like, much more godlike than the moose in the zoo or something. Consider these 2 days of vacation for you, and you won't have to toss a trip with me. Saying that, Lin Nan had already stuffed the things she was going to bring into her travel bag. Immediately after that, another random excuse was found to take a few days off from the class teacher, Mr. Luo. Perhaps it was because Lin Nan had just been given a banner in front of the school leaders, making the third class of the Department of Business Administration also grow a face. The guide, Lao Luo, was on a roll and showed extreme leniency to Lin Nan's request. It wasn't even pursued closely. It was a straight-up yes. And after successfully taking her vacation, Lin Nan was looking at airfare to Nanzhou online. It's not the peak season for school and travel, so airplane tickets are easy to come by. It just so happened that one of the airplanes still had special tickets on sale at that 1 a.m. time. Lin Nan looked at the time. It was just in time to take a taxi and leave for the airport. Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, also opened his mouth and inquired, "Brother Nan, did you pack up your things so quickly? When are you planning to leave?" "Just for tonight. That's it. I'll leave you guys to it on the dormitory side." After saying that, Lin Nan put on her travel bag and left the dormitory without looking back, leaving only Jiang Tao and Wang Qingyu in the house. They couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the disappearing back. "Good man, talking about leaving, this is going to Nanjiao? Nan, this execution, TSK, a little strong terrible ah." Lin Nan called a car ahead of time, but didn't pay attention to the carpool that was called, and getting into the car with himself was a girl who was also waiting at the school entrance. Due to sitting in the passenger seat, there was no conversation with the girl in the back seat on this journey, but both had the same destination, and both got off at the airport. After successfully getting his boarding pass, Lin Nan thought about going through the security check first, but when he waited until he reached the security checkpoint, that airport security officer seemed a bit surprised and signaled, "What do you have in this bag, sir? Can you open it and look at it?" End of chapter. Chapter 46, Fans. "Sir, may I see the contents of your bag? Normally we don't go through bags to check, but what's in your backpack?" Smoky Sea Airport. Security checkpoint. The security officer looked a little puzzled, and every now and then he would frown and stare at the monitor as if trying to make an effort to recognize something. Could be. Once he heard that he needed to be examined, Lin Nan didn't procrastinate at all, answering the security officer. He then pulled open his travel bag. Wow! With a pleasant crashing sound, several magic weapons inside the traveling bag were taken out by Lin Nan and displayed on the security checking table. That security checker was originally staring at the display screen, still trying to recognize the objects inside. But as he looked at the security table that was gradually being spread out, the expression on his face also became one of surprise and curiosity, only to see that under Lin Nan's move, many magic weapons appeared on the security table, such as the 5 thunder tokens, the jar of vermilion sand, the brushes for drawing formations, and the yin-yang double whips. All kinds of props and spells are beautiful, and at a glance, they give people a feeling of being extremely professional and subtle. That security inspector was a bit speechless for a moment. Then his eyes drifted inside the travel bag and found that there seemed to be another piece of clothing there. The metaphysical luster had a hidden golden reflection, and it was obviously by no means mundane either. At the same time, the passengers waiting in line behind the security check heard the noise in front of them also cannot help but cast a line of sight. The first sight of that 5 thunders token and other objects was enough to make everyone's jaws drop, and when that vermilion jar, as well as the front end is still stained with vermilion brush into the eyes, these passengers queuing up to go through the security check for a time cannot help but begin to be surprised out loud. "Oh, what's this one carrying? Don't tell me. It all seems very professional. And that brush dipped in vermilion. It looks like it really knows something." Along with the passengers' comments, there were even speculations. Could it be that the Taoist priests were invited to perform the ritual? Right in the midst of these speculative voices, the girl who happened to be riding in the same car as Lin Nan to the airport earlier, similarly looked in Lin Nan's direction. After she witnessed the magic weapon on that security table and inexplicably felt some familiarity, the girl then carefully surveyed Lin Nan's face, and also couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes, and the corner of her mouth lifted up a smile of excitement. "Oh, it's all spells," Lin Nan explained towards the security inspector. Seeing that the security inspector, after surveying the objects on the countertop, looked towards the backpack, a picture of curiosity. "Do you still want to see what's inside?" Lin Nan inquired. "Oh, no need." The security officer waved his hand, seeing Lin Nan's unruffled authority, and then with that magic weapon. He suspected that this was a Taoist priest, and I'm afraid that his seniority was not low. Otherwise how could he have such majesty? He politely and respectfully rushed at Lin Nan and said, "Taoist master, I apologize for the disturbance caused to you. You may pass." Shortly afterward, Lin Nan came to the waiting hall and looked at the boarding time, which was less than half an hour away. So he first found a seat and sat down, thinking of the purpose of this trip to Nanzhou. If rain is to fall, then it is inevitable that the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation must be performed. And in cases like Nanzhou City, the entire southern province is in a drought. Therefore, if you want to perform a formation, you still have to find a location with excellent feng shui before you can have significant results. As for the black deer, they are water-loving by nature. It is also not known how this population is doing and if it has migrated due to the drought in the southern province. At that point it's just a matter of finding the hills where they roughly appear and taking your chances. Mulling it over in his mind, Lin Nan also began to look for a suitable location on the map to cast the formation. Pepe also had a message pop up on his phone. From the dormitory group. "I only saw Wang Chengyu Aili saying in the group, 'The first night without Nan. Miss him.'" Lin Nan was speechless as he looked at the cloying tone, his mind filled with that round face. "Mu Nan?" Right at this moment, Lin Nan only heard a voice ring out in front of him. When I looked up, there was something familiar about it. It was the same girl who happened to carpool to the airport together earlier, and to Lin Nan's curiosity, the other party actually shouted out his screen name. "Yeah, it's really you." Seeing Lin Nan look up, a smile appeared on this girl's face as she said, "I'm a fan of your live broadcast, and I've been watching you live recently, but basically all I've seen is you as Razor. I haven't seen much of a vegetarian face yet. I didn't dare to recognize it until I saw you pull those spells out of your bag just now." Hearing what the girl said, Lin Nan realized, spinning around with a warm smile on his face, he spoke to this fan of the live broadcast. "Thanks for the support. Anchor da. You're going to Nanjia too? Well, go run some errands." After a short conversation, Lin Nan learned that the other party was a journalist on internship. "This time, I went to Nanjia. Firstly, I went back to my hometown. And secondly, I wanted to report on the drought situation in the southern province, so as to contribute to my hometown." Soon, the radio blared the airplane's boarding reminder and the flight finally departed. The journey was uneventful, with the airplane passing through clouds and crossing rivers and mountains. When the plane landed, Lin Nan said goodbye to that fan. It was around 3 in the morning, and seeing that it was about to get light, Lin Nan took a car at the airport entrance and went straight to his destination. While on the airplane, Lin Nan was not idle. Searching according to the map he had downloaded in advance, Lin Nan eventually selected a location. It was a place called Minglu Mountain, and from the map it looked like it had excellent feng shui, just the right location to conduct rain prayers. Also, more frequent black deer activity has been documented on this hill. I was just able to stop by and see if I could run into this luck. As for choosing to go there while it was night, it was for the matter of praying for rain. There is no shortage of drought in this province, as Lin Nan could perceive since he landed and walked out of the airport. Even at night, the air was stifling, and now that the sun has not yet risen, the vapor between heaven and earth is a bit wetter and colder compared to the day. It was also the most suitable hour to perform the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying rain formation. After some driving, Lin Nan was dropped off near his destination and hiked some more distance. Finally came to the foot of Minglu Mountain, raised his eyes to look around. The distant mountains like ink, hidden in the night. The sky is dotted with stars, starlight mottled, sprinkled mountains. The feng shui of this place is indeed as shown on the map. The hill is the trend of wind rising. The foot of the hill is containing water vapor, and take on the position of the Big Dipper. It is indeed a good feng shui treasure. And this time, the way Lin Nan intended to perform the nine heavens Yuan spirit prayer rain formation was different from before. After all, for the drought in the southern province, a single rainfall is really a bit insignificant, and to pray for rain with even greater effect, a slightly larger formation is needed. Lin Nan made a decision in his mind after a field trip under his eyes. It is to use this Minglu Mountain as the eye of the formation, reflecting the stars. Everyone throw in some monthly votes and recommendations. It's Monday and I need some support. Thank you very much. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Excited citizens. This time, if Lin Nan wanted to perform the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation on a large scale, he naturally wouldn't be able to draw a formation on the ground like he did before to suffice. Instead, it was necessary to draw on the power of nature as the eye of the formation with the help of the mountainous terrain. so that the power of the praying for rain formation could be greatly enhanced. Only then can we solve the urgent needs of Nanjiao City and even the entire southern province. However, raising his eyes and looking at the head of Minglu Mountain, Lin Nan couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Are there any more deer on this hill?" With a mutter, he headed up the rugged trail toward the mountains. This is despite the fact that one doesn't carry much lighting on one's person, other than one's cell phone, when one arrives. It was a good thing that there were no clouds covering the night sky, and it was called a clear moon. Even without flashlight illumination, it was enough to see the path ahead. Just as he made his way up the hill, Lin Nan's understanding of the land's drought became clearer and clearer, for with every step he took, the ground cracked under his feet and raised dust. The dead branches and leaves that the soles of the feet step on will even make a crunching sound, and it seems that they have long been roasted without any moisture. Even the unbroken pines and cypresses are tinted with a withering yellow at the tips of their needles. It was supposed to be cool at 3 in the morning. However, in the process of going up the mountain, Lin Nan's forehead was still hard and hot with a fine layer of sweat. Click! Just as Lin Nan had nearly reached the halfway point of the mountain, he suddenly heard a sound of leaves breaking. At first, he thought it was coming from the dead leaves he stepped on under his feet, but the voice didn't seem to be too close. So, once again, he stopped abruptly, the sound still coming from the distant forest. Lin Nan immediately confirmed that there was something in the mountain forest at this time when it was not yet dawn, in the woods less than 100 meters away from him, and judging by how often that sound comes up, it seemed to be something that was coming all the way after itself. However, the view of the mountains was obstructed. Lin Nan could only hear the sound of something stepping through the leaves, but he couldn't see anything specific. Fortunately, no danger was perceived, and he did not pay too much attention to it. All the way to the top of the hill, overhead was a clear night sky with not a cloud in sight. Lin Nan's eyesight peered ahead, and as far as the eye could see, there were patches of grain fields and towns. It's amazing how little green can be seen in that vast expanse of farmland at a time of year when business should be booming. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Nan's heart was somewhat stunned. The reports I've seen online before are still too conservative. Not to mention the fact that all many people see are the cold numbers on the top of the report. The horrors of drought can only be seen after witnessing them firsthand. 10,000 acres of good land into the eyes, but it is a withered yellow. Right now Lin Nan didn't delay. After slowing down his mind a little, he began to check out his surroundings, and as early as during the process of going up the mountain, Lin Nan was constructing the general direction of the formation in his mind. It is now meticulously planned. The fact that he was going to use this entire Minglu mountain as the eye of the rain-praying formation was naturally not quite the same as before. After carefully confirming the orientation as well as the direction of the 8 trigrams, Lin Nan once again took a step. First, he made a dot 5 meters behind him with vermilion sand. Immediately afterward, he began to draw a formation along the top of this Minglu mountain with a brush dipped in vermilion sand. Lin Nan was careful with every stroke, and the length of each vermilion stroke was very deliberate. At the center of this vermilion dot, a large Taiji Bagua formation was drawn, and the cinnabar dot is in the 2 yin and yang fish in which the eye of the yin fish, impartial, exactly where this Minglu mountain axis of the mountain. Immediately after that, Lin Nan widened along this basic spell formation and drew a 10-meter-long 9 heavens yuan spirit prayer rain formation on top of this mountain. After doing this, a full 2 hours had passed. When the sky had already turned fish belly white, Lin Nan had also changed into his attire long ago. Spinning around, he sank his breath, pinched up his hands, and mouthed the words, Taiyuan Haoshir Thunder Fire Essence, Jia Yin Gather Yang Guard Thunder City. This is the name of the Thunder Ancestor, and those who dare to reject it are guilty of no lesser offense. With a swish, the hand that was originally ended in front of his chest was suddenly compared to a sword point, and he drank towards the formation. Combine the creation of heaven and earth by my command. 36 Thunder Generals at your service. When Lin Nan's words fell, the immortal armor on his body was hunting. At the same time, Lin Nan felt that the mana in his body was rapidly flying away. Even most of it was siphoned off at once, just as Lin Nan was surprised at the speed at which his own mana was flowing away. Immediately afterward, a pouncing astral wind leaped out from the eye of that yin fish. In just a short moment, it allowed Lin Nan's rapid flow of mana to be alleviated. Upon noticing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. And this was precisely the benefit of borrowing the power of nature as the eye of the formation and casting the formation. Otherwise, Lin Nan's own mana alone, even after emptying 100 years of mana, it would be difficult to really make much of an improvement in the drought situation in Hunan province. Now it seemed that the natural power of this mountain had been successfully drawn out by himself and had become the eye of the rain-praying formation. Rustling. At the same time, a cool breeze blew up from the mountain, sweeping away Lin Nan's original exhaustion. Lin Nan raised his eyes to the distant sky and watched as several smoke-like overcast clouds floated up from the clouds and were converging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a done deal. Lin Nan gave a dark cry. Right at this moment, the crunching sound of the withered leaves being stepped on reappeared, and it was not difficult to judge from the sound that the distance between the two was already very close. Lin Nan turned his head and looked towards where the sound was coming from. Right under his gaze, he only saw a black and brown figure gradually reveal its head from amongst the trees. Senior, where are we going? In Nanjiao City, on a moving interview car, the trainee reporter who had a chance encounter with Lin Nan inquired. The cameraman, sitting in the driver's seat, responded. In the field, shoot some footage. Shooting material? The trainee reporter, with a look of excitement on his face, pursued toward the photographer. Then how come you didn't bring any other reporters with you? Could I be on camera? The intern reporter seemed to be thinking about something, excitedly. The photographer, on the other hand, was unconcerned and dismissed her dreams. Harm, no need to show your face, just shooting scenes, just running you through the scene and familiarizing yourself. Plus, I can't tell you how many times these field droughts have been reported on the news. We're not expected to use the material we're shooting, so we'll shoot it early and get it over with. With that said, the car continued on its way to the field. All the way to the farmland, the photographer got out of the car carrying the camera, aimed the camera at the yellowed fields at the side of the road and start shooting. The trainee reporter, who was seeing this arid scene for the first time, couldn't help but look around with some disorientation. Just as she was looking around, she noticed a few figures in the field, all dressed as farmers. She then walked up, only to hear the old man sighing uncontrollably in a guilty manner. Master, why have you come to the field so early in the morning? The old man heard someone asking and responded while looking up towards where the voice came from. Yeah, wanted to turn the ground while it was still a little cooler. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the questioner was a young girl he didn't recognize. At the same time, this old man had just seen the man on the other side who was carrying a camera. Oops, you guys are reporters? This old man reacted instantly. Before the trainee reporter could react, the old man began to pour out his grievances towards her. My reporter friend, you don't know, it's just too dry this year. All the seedlings we planted before are drought-stricken. None of them will survive at all. Listening to the old man's complaint, the main intern reporter also has a sour heart. After all, Nanjiao was also her hometown, and it was not good for her heart to see the old folks suffering. But everything has been tried. It just won't rain. So what can we do? Can we just watch the seedlings in the fields dry up and die? If we can't sow any more seeds, I'm afraid we're really going to starve. The old uncle sighed. Yet before he could finish his words, a deafening sound came steeply, causing several people to freeze and stop talking. Rumble. It seemed that, at the instant the voice sounded, all the living beings in Nanjiao froze. Before that trainee reporter could react, the old man in front of her had already raised his eyes to the sky, and as those cloudy eyes fixed their sight dead on the sky, the old man witnessed that the cloud was gathering in his pupils. Vaguely, there were also a few thunderbolts exploding in the middle of the clouds. It was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes, but the old man still staring. Excited look has long been unable to hide. The old face has been trembling. Vaguely have tears clouded the old eyes. Oops. God bless. God forbid. At the same moment, all the residents in Nanjiao City heard the dull thunder. Some popped out of bed, some scurried to the window, some stopped. People were raising their eyes toward the sky, excited and exuberant. This Nanjiao City has been in high temperature for many days without a drop of rain. Now it was hard not to be delighted to hear a few dull thunders. The ongoing drought may also be alleviated by this rainfall. For a while, even though it was still early morning. But when this thunder sounded, many residents of Nanjiao City and even the southern province, none of them looked up at the sky, staring at the dark clouds that were gathering in the sky. An unprecedented excitement was set off in his heart. The photographer, who had planned to take a shot of the field and call it a day, first froze when he heard the thunder. Then, he immediately ran to the trainee reporter's side, amazed. Hear the thunder? Is this going to rain? Good man, this is catching up with you. Upon confirming that dark clouds were gathering fast in the sky and that the clouds were moving towards them, the photographer seemed to have thought of something and was overwhelmed with excitement. Because much of what is reported in the news these days is the impact environment caused by dry weather. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the arrival of the first rains, which will surely grab the headlines then. The opportunity was now before them, and they were in the middle of farmland. As long as you press the on button right then and there, you will be able to record the first rain that falls in this South Jiao City. Time waits for no one, and the photographer has no choice but to lock his eyes on this trainee reporter. However, the trainee reporter looked as if she had frozen. As she stood still and stared at the cloudy sky above her, her face, in addition to being surprised, also had a hint of oddness. I thought there had been a prolonged drought? Why is it suddenly cloudy without warning? And she felt as if something flashed through her mind. It seems to be a silhouette, but before she had time to think about it, the photographer reminded her. What's all the fuss about? Haven't you always wanted to be on camera? This time you finally hit the jackpot. Hurry up and start shooting. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Thunder Ancestor Inc. Kirin. Rumble. As the wind grew stronger on the mountain, a coolness flooded the air. The sky over Minglu Mountain was gradually cloudy, and before the sun could rise, it was deadened by the rapidly converging dark clouds. The sound of thunder like drums was faintly heard in the distance. All of this was undoubtedly indicating that the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation had taken effect. The original sultriness in the air is dissipating, and it won't be long before it starts to rain. Lin Nan seemed to be able to perceive that those populace within his line of sight were cheering because of this impending rain. However, at this moment, Lin Nan didn't have the heart to pay attention to those. His eyes were locked on the withered jungle, while his breathing was as steady as it could be, afraid that one big gasp would disturb the creature that had just revealed itself from the forest. But it turned out that Lin Nan was still too cautious. Once again, a few dull thunderclaps came from the sky, which were deafening. If an ordinary creature heard such a loud noise, it would most likely be frightened and flee in panic. However, this figure was not the least bit intimidated. Even on the contrary, the louder the thunder, the more it dares to stand up and step out of the jungle. Click! The sound was extraordinarily familiar as the creature's hooves stomped on dead branches and leaves. Lin Nan was able to determine at this moment that the original thing that had been following him not far away before was it. With the figure that came slowly out of the forest, standing fixedly not far away. It was only then that Lin Nan saw the creature in its entirety. It is roughly similar in appearance to a deer, though it is clearly much stronger in size. The length of the body was about 2.5 meters, more than half a man tall, and the twin horns on the head were large and sharp, shaped like gray lightning bolts folded down from the clouds. The fur on its back is black, the rest of its body is dark brown, and the eye sockets are black as ink. These characteristics piled up together made Lin Nan feel happy. It was the very same black deer that he had been searching for. At this moment, although Lin Nan was excited inwardly, he didn't dare to show his joy on the surface, worried that any extra movement on his part would spook this black deer. So Lin Nan stood still and looked at the pair of round eyes that were sizing himself up. No, more accurately, it was just looking towards itself. The location Lin Nan was in was exactly where the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation was located. Unsurprisingly, the eye of the formation was still surging with majestic natural power. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan could not help but secretly sigh. This black deer is really spiritual. Could it be that it sniffs out the water vapor induced by this rain-praying array? Lin Nan guessed in his mind that he thought that the pray for rain formation he had performed had attracted a large amount of water vapor. And black deer, also known as water deer, are water-loving by nature. I can't imagine that my intention of casting the spell was to try to bring relief to the drought in Nanjiao City. It's amazing how you can attract a black deer by mistake. As Lin Nan locked eyes with this black deer, the latter seemed to gradually lower its guard. It was also as if he was attracted by something and took a slow step towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan just stood still and waited quietly until this black deer came closer. First, he carefully tried a few maneuvers to make sure that his moves wouldn't scare the black deer away. Even when it stood close, this black deer made no move to retreat. Lin Nan then grew bolder and began to size up the other man at close range. After some observation, Lin Nan gradually made a new discovery. This black buck was not in great shape, even though it looked big, mostly due to the drought conditions during this time, which have dramatically deteriorated the black deer's habitat. The water that the deer had been feeding at the water's edge was drying up and there was no place for them to feed and drink. Plus, this black deer had eaten many water-deprived plants in order to fill its stomach, becoming more and more thirsty and weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been attracted by the nine heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. And thankfully, I was the one who acted in time. Even a day later, he might not have been able to touch this black deer. Seeing that the black deer was drooping, if he delayed for a while longer, he was afraid that he would not even be able to stand up. Lin Nan then stepped forward and raised his hand to stroke the black deer's furry head. Black deer sure didn't dodge. I don't know if it was to conserve strength or if I was too weak to want to move. Rejuvenation. This spell seal might do the trick. Lin Nan's first thought was of the spell he had just acquired, and he muttered under his breath. Then, as if asking for advice, he locked eyes with this black deer. The latter, on the other hand, was staring at Lin Nan with a pair of round eyes, his gaze clear and stupid. Under the gaze of one person and one deer, this black deer, after all, needed to slightly tilt its head, and after holding on for a while, it actually gave its head down a bit. When Lin Nan saw this, A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he just took it as a promise. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Lin Nan consoled with this extremely spiritual black deer and immediately pinched out a spell on his hand. With a dazzling display of hand decisions, a clear wind surrounded Lin Nan's body. The immortal armor on his body shook slightly, and it seemed to carry infinite vitality. 3 days of Yuyuan, Jingxiao is being punished. The call to arms occurs, and the upper should be listed as a star. Lin Nan compared the hand decree while reciting aloud under his breath, and as he moved, the breeze grew stronger. Wherever it blew, the withered grass under Lin Nan's feet seemed to turn a few shades of green. Slap! Just as this wind was getting stronger, a thunderous sound came out from Lin Nan's hands. If one looked closely, one could notice that the tips of Lin Nan's fingers seemed to be flickering with jumping thunderbolts. Emperor Tai, summon your true spirit. Thunder as a guide, reveal your true form. And along with Lin Nan's last spell recited, his right hand, which had originally scratched out the spell, had also been made into the form of a spell seal. Eventually, the pinched Dharma seal then struck the forehead of this black deer, returning to the spring thunder seal, falling into thunder, which was enough to stimulate the potential of a living being's body and bring back the remnants of the ancient bloodline, was leaping rapidly within the body of this black deer. This thunder that ruled over Karenai didn't hurt, it merely managed to make it feel a tingling sensation. Only the entire body of this black deer trembled, its forehooves strongly supporting its body, and the returning spring thunder seal that had penetrated into his body was like spring thunder leading to wind and rain, constantly washing and reshaping the black deer's body, revitalizing every cell in his body, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. This black deer's aura changed radically, changing his original shriveled and weak appearance. His body gradually straightened up, the pair of narrow antlers seemed to have grown a few inches, even the hair on its body became quite oily. Starting with the black hairs on its back, the hairs that were originally dark brown also had a vague tendency to turn black. Soon, the black deer seemed to gradually adapt and began to shake off the dust on its body, with the dust rustling and scattering. At this moment, Lin Nan looked at the black deer more carefully, and couldn't help but be staggered. But it was a far cry from the gray-haired earth deer we just saw. That tall deer head, topped with a pair of thunderbolt-like long horns, showed off a touch of condescension. The body was also much stronger, and the robust limbs seemed to have amazing explosive power. As an extremely ethereal sound of a deer's roar rang out, this black deer was also revitalized. It seemed to have inexhaustible strength, and began to spread its hooves and run wildly. And despite the black deer's stocky build, the run was anything but clumsy. It was even as if the wind was generated under the hooves, and the moment he stepped on the ground, it was as if a black shadow was darting. That's fast enough to catch a car that's speeding along. And just as the black deer was running freely, Lin Nan also perceived that there seemed to be an additional layer of subtle sensation between himself and it. It was as if you could communicate with it with your mind. And as the black deer ran wildly with joy, Lin Nan could also vaguely feel the other party's excitement and joy. I think it must be because of the returning spring thunder seal that I performed. Just as Lin Nan was speculating, this black deer seemed to have sensed Lin Nan's thoughts as well. After darting around for a while, she returned to Lin Nan's side in a well-behaved manner. Looking at the black deer that was close by, the demeanor had been quite a relic of the ancient past. In a trance, there are a few ink unicorn immediacy. Of course, in terms of bloodline it was still far from good, and it also simply didn't have any strength that a divine beast should have. However, if it could continue to evolve under Lin Nan's guidance, which meant giving it a little manual stimulation of its bloodline potential from time to time, it was not impossible for it to transform into a divine beast in the future. However, this required Lin Nan to regularly strike out with his FA seal, which would consume a lot of mana, and it also needed to be constant over time, for years and years, which was equivalent to continuously cultivating a favored beast. I don't know if this can be considered reaching a proposal now. The suggestion of subjugating the inked Qilin came to Lin Nan's mind, and he couldn't help but ponder, reaching out to stroke the black deer's head, and figuring that his own guesses wouldn't come to fruition. He decided to simply take a picture of it so that his fans could see it and come up with corroboration. It's kind of a souvenir, Lin Nan said as he began to set up his cell phone. After all, right now in Nanjiao City, this black deer is still a rare wildlife, and it is not like an ordinary pet can be brought back. Otherwise it's very criminal at first glance. Soon, Lin Nan set up his cell phone. After adjusting the angle a bit, he then mentally ambled the black deer to his side. He, on the other hand, was holding a magic whip in one hand and a 5 Thunder Edicts tablet in the other, his expression unruffled. Together with the sky behind, the dark clouds that leapt with thunder and lightning served as a backdrop. This scene of images was practically the same as the deity statue of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father with the inked Qilin. There should be a net map here. Even Lin Nan himself couldn't help but be a little staggered when he looked at the photos after the shoot. Immediately, Lin Nan didn't delay and directly posted the photo online. Even more so, a graphic was posted on the doujinshi account used for live streaming. A chance encounter in the mountains. Thunder Ancestor Inc. Kirin, calling the rain to fall on Earth. No bad leads and no animals were harmed during the shoot. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Anchor in Nanjiao? Congratulations master. The razor mount. Subjugate the Inc. Kirin suggestion has been initially accomplished. Gaining 5% play completion. As the graphic was released, a voice rang in Lin Nan's ears. Hearing this, Lin Nan froze for a moment and breathed another sigh of relief. It seems that I was not wrong in my judgment. And even though the recommendations were not fully accomplished, they made a difference. This was the first time the system had given the concept of preliminary completion. It hadn't been there before, so it must have been tied to the mission conditions. And while the suggestion of subjugating the Griffin was a 10% playability bonus if it was all completed, now that it was initially completed, it was given 5%. Sure enough, dressing up an ordinary walking beast is not even a preliminary completion. Only activating a certain bloodline will do. Immediately, Lin Nan landed his sight on this black deer. The returning spring thunder seal had already been inaugurated on its body, and it was still continuously stimulating the bloodline in its body. I just don't know how much longer it will take to wake up completely. Even though he had taken a vacation, he couldn't stay here and die waiting. We can only wait until we come back to Nanjiao City in a while and maybe we will see significant results. Tada! Just as Lin Nan was thinking, a few drops of rain fell on Lin Nan's face. Immediately after that, there were sheets of rain falling down. Quite fast. It's raining. Feel the gradually moist air and the gusts of cool air coming in. Listen to the rustling sound of raindrops slapping amongst the withered mountains. 10,000 acres of water-starved grain fields also hungrily felt this sweet rain, and the land gave birth to shoots. Watching all of this, Lin Nan's face revealed a touch of relief. This journey had been worthwhile. Looking back to the black deer beside him, he intended to say goodbye. At that time, in the middle of a farmland in Nanjiao. Oops. It's raining. It's raining. God, open your eyes. Countless farmers, longing for this rain, ran to the fields. Unable to hide their excitement and joy, they began to bow reverently to God. And as the rain fell, the trainee reporter from earlier was calming his excitement. Straightening her bangs, which were plastered to her face after being wet by the rain, she took a deep breath and spoke in front of the camera after seeing the cameraman give a gesture. Hello viewers, after more than 30 long days of hot weather, the city of Nanjiao has finally received a rainfall. And behind me is what's happening on local farmland. The rains will effectively alleviate the drought in the southern province, allowing farmers to plant their seeds well within the season. Reports our reporter Yang Wen from. Intern reporter Wen Yang strained her nerves and put on as professional a front as possible. After reading the last sentence, still holding the microphone frozen to his chest, it wasn't until she saw the photographer's thumbs up high that she breathed a sigh of relief. But still standing as if in a dream. I can't imagine that I, as an intern, would be on the camera so quickly, and it was shot on such a high-profile, factual story. Immediately after that, the photographer also said excitedly, yes, perfect. I can't believe you're acting quite professional for an intern. That photographer couldn't hide his joy and came forward to gesture tightly. Don't just stand there. Hurry back to the station. We're sure to be the first to get the material this time. With that, the two hurried back to the car. As the car traveled, Yang Wen watched out the window as many farmers ran out of their homes to greet the long-lost rains. Everyone's face was filled with joy, as if they had been given a new life, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Looking at the scene outside the car window, while Yang Wen was excited, a figure could not help but appear in her mind. It was none other than Lin Nan, whom he had met on the way here. It hadn't rained in this southern province for many days, and she ran into Lin Nan arriving in Nanjiao City. It had only been a short time before it started to rain. Not too much of a coincidence, is it? Combined with some of the previous catch-all news. Yang Wen pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, a beep came. It was an update reminder pushed by the Douyin platform, and when she saw the account that had posted the content, Yang Wen instantly perked up. When I clicked on it, it was the account of Munen that had posted a graphic. The anchor in the middle of the picture is still wearing a coat of immortal armor and the appearance of immortal might. Attention was drawn to the fact that a majestic black deer ambled beside it. The graphic looks like it was just posted a little while ago. Yang Wen looked at the background behind the anchor, which appeared to be filmed on a mountain. Maybe it's for perspective reasons. Only the dark clouds in the sky were almost overhead, and a few intertwining thunderbolts were framed in the clouds, and the one god and the godly beasts were standing and lying under the canopy, gazing into the distance, with a majestic demeanor, as if they had come down to save the world at the time of the end of the world. These images have a sense of oppression and realism that no expensive special effects can achieve. As expected, it seems that this graphic has only been posted for a short while, and there are already a lot of netizens liking and commenting underneath as well. And, among the first few comments, there's one with a picture. It should be a picture that this netizen had specially gone and searched for. And that was clearly a portrait of Lei Zhu Tianzun and the Ink Qilan. Looking at the portrait and comparing it to the photos taken and released by the anchor, it's almost as if they were plucked from the portrait. A comparison was made and the comment section was full of netizens. Ooh, the anchor plays it like it is. Even got the mount this time. The framing is fantastic. The colors of the sky and the characters complement each other. And with the aura of the protagonist, it's perfect. I really thought the gods had come down. But, anchor this deer beside you. How does it look as if it's not quite the same as an ordinary deer? Why do I feel that its size is several times larger than an unusual deer? In the comments section of this graphic, many netizens were curious about this deer. It seems that they can feel that this deer is different, but they can't say exactly. There were also netizens who knew more about biology and recognized the breed of the black deer and wondered, wait, this seems to be a water deer, right? It's quite rare to see one that can grow to such a large size. And this deer is a species that is partial to the south. Is it also found in your eastern mountain province? As netizens talk, it gradually becomes clear that something seems to be wrong. Most of the fans know that the anchor is from the eastern Sierra province and attended school in the Smokies. However, I haven't heard that this species of water deer is also distributed in Dongshan province. How did the anchor come across it? And the copy says the anchor met by chance while climbing a mountain. But which mountain did he actually climb? Netizens gradually realized what? Immediately checking the IP address of the graphic release, but found that the address where or Dongshan province heck, it's the South province. Seeing this scene, netizens couldn't help but wonder. Didn't the anchor go to school on the Smokies? How did this positioning dry up in the southern province? That's right, and don't I remember the anchor being live in the dorm last night? Just as the netizens were momentarily surprised and somewhat confused, one of the latest comments that suddenly appeared caught the eye of a bunch of netizens. Wait, did you see the hot search phrase? South province, which has been suffering from a severe drought, suddenly received rain today. With this comment, the comments section exploded again. What? When did this happen? I thought the drought was severe and would last a while. The netizen who had read the news immediately replied. Just now. Every major media outlet is sending out news flashes now. Eyeing this, many netizens have gone to check it out. There is also no need for deliberate searching, as the phrase rainfall in southern provinces is extremely visible on the hot search. A quick tap into the hot search term popped up numerous related searches. All of the above are graphics released by the media, and the video is accompanied by rainfall footage found somewhere. Combined with the impassioned rhythmic BGM, it's all news flashes with nearly identical content. Holy, it's really raining. It's not easy. There is a reprieve from the drought in the southern province. Eyeing the news flash, netizens have been posting exclamations. However, some fans of Lin Nan's live broadcast couldn't help but make a lot of associations at this moment. When I think about the graphic just posted by the anchor, that IP address is also in the southern province, and the anchor is in the southern province, and the southern province, which has been in drought, is getting rain? Brushing the various comments in Lin Nan's graphic video, Yang Wen, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but think about it at this moment, and after a few moments, she still couldn't help but tap on the screen and give an affirmative reply. It's true. I even ran into the anchor earlier. He's in Nanjiao right now. After receiving this affirmation, the netizens were abuzz for a while. It's still true. When did the anchor come to South Province? And it just happens to be such a coincidence that while he is in the Southern Province, it is raining over here? Even more so, a fan of the broadcast, thinking back to last night, warned, you guys think back again. Last night during the live broadcast, there just happened to be some old guys begging for rain for South Province. As soon as this comment came out, netizens couldn't help but be doubly surprised. For a time, the comment area sprang up bold conjectures. Some netizens marveled, to say, this rain according to this, it would not be the anchor casting a spell, right? Nanjiao City, long-distance bus station. Lin Nan was sitting on a seat inside the waiting room, having long since changed back into her costume. Instead of choosing an airplane for this return trip, I bought a bus ticket back to the Smokies. After all, the extent of this rain was best known to Lin Nan. The Nine Heavens Yuan Ling praying for rain formation that he himself had performed was even larger in scale than the last time, and there was also Menglu Mountain as a natural formation to add to it. It is estimated that the rain will continue for a day or two, and the plane will not be able to take off for a while, and by long-distance bus back to the Smokies, expect a 7 or 8 hour trip. It just so happened that he had been drawing formations on the mountain in the early hours of the morning and had not closed his eyes all night. It was also sleepy by now. However, after getting on the bus, Lin Nan saw that the faces of the passers-by outside the bus window were all filled with joy. There were even a number of people on the street corners who purposely came out in short sleeves to watch the rain, thinking it must be the result of too long a drought. The rain has certainly brought hope to the residents of the southern province. Soon the bus drove onto the highway. As the bus traveled, Lin Nan leaned on the window and fell asleep listening to the pattering rain. Wow! Whoa! The black deer was playing recklessly in the long-delayed rain on Narwhal Mountain. Like a playful child, it kept stamping its hooves on the puddles that gradually accumulated on the ground. Looking at the splashing rainwater, a spirit-filled expression appeared on the black deer's face. The joy was overwhelming, and after a bit of playfulness, the black deer snorted out a warm snort, as if it wanted to share its joy. But when the black deer looked back, the human who was wearing immortal armor and gave it an extremely close and familiar feeling had disappeared. Thinking of the reminder the human had left for it, a flash of despondency unexpectedly flashed through the dark pupils. Within a few moments, the sound of yodeling deer sounded from the hills, extraordinarily long and ethereal, penetrating the rain curtain and echoing in the mountains. Immediately after that, they heard the sound of hooves, like that of rain. Then, a black figure was seen speeding down from the top of the mountain, and was following the traces in the air that had not yet completely disappeared. Like a swift wind, it darted away in the pouring rain. 100,000 words in. Everyone, catch up on your reading lately, and try not to feed the chapters, as these recent free chapters may be charged after they hit the shelves in a while. By the way, I'm asking for votes to help the author make a list. Thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 50 Dark Shadows on the Highway. In the evening, Dormitory 304 of the University of Smoky Sea. Towsy, have you seen the hot search yet? Ha ha ha, it's just heavenly. Wang Qingyu was holding up his cell phone and talking to Jiang Tao with an excited look on his face. Just then, a footstep sounded in the doorway. Then the door to the dormitory was pushed open and a figure walked in from outside. I go? Seeing the visitor, Wang Qingyu, who was holding the cell phone, had a stiff expression and said with some surprise, Nav, you're back so soon? Lin Nan, who had just returned from Nanjiao City, casually took off the travel bag on his back. Hearing Wang Qingyu's voice, he nodded somewhat tiredly. The two people in the room saw this, but they gathered around with curious faces. Wang Qingyu's attitude was obviously more excited as he inquired towards Lin Nan. Nan, what's going on? Do you know it's raining in Nanjiao? Well, of course I know. Lin Nan gathered her things and casually answered. I happened to bump into them when I went there. Wang Qingyu, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and became more and more excited. Hey, do you think it's a coincidence? It hasn't rained in Nan province for a long time, and it just started raining as soon as Nan went there. It's like, as Wang Qingyu's voice paused, the other party also deliberately pulled a long tone. Lin Nan's movements that were cleaning up also stalled for a moment, and his brows tightened slightly. However, in the very next second, only Wang Qingyu could be heard continuing. It's like even God is helping us. Lin Nan sniffed and felt speechless in his heart. Just now, listening to his tone, I thought it was this fat man who saw something wrong and guessed something. Dare I say I'm overthinking this? Lin Nan shook her head and continued packing her travel bag. Immediately after that, Wang Qingyu seemed to have thought of some news, and his desire to share exploded as he said, Right, Nan look. Wang Qingyu said as he flipped his cell phone, presenting the relevant content in front of Lin Nan's eyes. Lin Nan casually scanned the screen, which showed some popular comments, as well as private messages from netizens. Now that the rainfall in the southern province is all over the internet, our fan base has almost doubled since this morning. There are even a lot of fans who saw your IP address and said that you are possessed by the rain god. Wherever you go, it rains. Speaking of this, Wang Qingyu sighed from the bottom of his heart. Brother Nan, how on earth did you get the sudden idea to go to Nanjiao to look for the Inkchilan? Now that I look back on it, the idea was truly divine. This wave of heat has really rubbed off on you. After listening to Wang Qingyu's machine gun-like speech, Lin Nan snorted and said, Maybe, luck is part of strength? After coping with a few words, Lin Nan also briefly packed up the things he had brought along with him, and it's been a long journey and a restless sleep on the bus. After relaxing, a wave of sleepiness came back. Lin Nan simply lay back down on the bed and said towards the Wang Qingyu duo, Tired brothers, I'll catch up on my sleep. And seeing Lin Nan in this state, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao exchanged a glance. Both men were stunned and couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Old Lin, why are you so tired? What did you do last night in Nanjiao? Climbing the mountain. Lin Nan finally spat out two words and fell asleep with her head covered by the blanket. The two remaining people in the room looked at each other again. Wang Qingyu slowly gave a thumbs up and praised. TCH, climbing a mountain at night. What a ya! At this moment, Lin Nan, in a daze, seemed to be dreaming. The dream seemed to transform itself into a gust of wind, and the mountains on either side were flashing by. Meanwhile, a private car was traveling on the Hasun Highway leading from the southern province to Dongsun province. In the car sat a family of 3. The man driving the car was talking to his wife on the passenger side. In the back row, in a special seat for babies, was a baby boy who was still teething. The baby boy's big, watery eyes curiously surveyed the images that flashed rapidly out the car window. The clear gaze was full of curiosity and the unknown about the world. The rain was still falling and the view out the car window was rapidly regressing. As the baby boy looked around, his not-so-restless eyes gradually locked onto one spot. Children of that age don't really have a good attention span, but the baby boy's gaze never moved halfway toward anything else. It seemed that something was doubly new to the baby boy in the midst of the rapidly regressing and changing scenery. LOL. Soon, the baby boy let out a silvery bell-like giggle that was unique to babies, and while giggling, he began to playfully talk in the back seat. Baba shoo shoo. Yeah, shoo shoo. The man in the main driver's seat sniffed and repeated with a loving look on his face. He didn't think much of it, and just took it as a momentary curiosity from the baby boy as he saw the scenery outside the car window. However, with the man's painless response, the baby boy did not seem to get the feedback he wanted, and wriggled restlessly in the back seat again, and there was a babbling sound that seemed a bit urgent. What's wrong with the boy today? The mother on the passenger side wondered, turning her head back toward the baby boy in the back. The baby boy's little face was seen to be motionless, his eyes still following somewhere outside the car window. Those chubby little hands, too, were pointing out the car window over and over. The mother of the baby boy couldn't help but frown at the sight and look in the direction of the baby boy's finger. However, after the mother's eyes carefully retrieved the rainy curtain outside the car window, she saw something different abruptly, and her expression was instantly stunned. His mouth subconsciously opened, and he likewise raised his hand to point toward the side, still busy calling out, "Old husband, you look quickly. Look, what's wrong? On the hill ahead, is there a dark shadow? How can?" The man driving the car responded subconsciously, but when following the direction of his wife's finger, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, his expression stunned while staring in amazement. If he wasn't holding the steering wheel at the moment, he would have wanted to rub his eyes hard. Just above the mountain path on the side, there was indeed a dark shadow, like a speeding wind. It was speeding along the mountain road on the side of the highway, moving several meters away with each crossing. Holy, what is that? The man in the driver's seat couldn't help but lose his voice, staring and taking a closer look, only to see that the black shadow was not far from their position, to say the least, probably around 300 meters, and that dark shadow was about the size of a private car. There was also a thin layer of water mist around its circumference as the rain lapped at it. There was also a pair of long horns on his head, which made him look formidable. Yet, it was this creature of such size that managed to stay ahead of their line of sight at all times. Apparently it's its speed that can keep pace with a moving vehicle. Even, looking at the black shadow seemed to be gradually shrinking, seemingly a few moments faster than the vehicle. Is this like a deer? The man matched its appearance in his mind. However, when he looked at the speed at which the black shadow sped, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. No, can a deer run that fast? At this point, nearly half of the vehicles traveling on the River Mountain Highway have run into this dark shadow, and as the sky grew cloudy, vehicles traveling on the highway began to light up. By the light, there were also quite a few people who could see the black shadow's true face, just see it in a blurry illumination. What came into view was clearly a stocky black deer, although its size at a glance is not small, but a line of movement is like the wind and lightning, extremely light and swift, and this black buck's movements are not at all rigid. At times it would leap sharply over the mountain passes on the right side of the highway, and at other times it would actually come to the highway in one leap. It will even come alongside a passing moving vehicle, like they were playfully competing with each other for speed. And despite this seemingly dangerous situation, no accidents occurred. The black deer appeared to be extremely spiritual and never traveled against traffic on the highway, nor did it stick too close to any of the cars. But for all that, the people on the highway were close to looking dumbfounded. More than that, many people have started calling the relevant authorities. Hello, FDA? I saw a deer on the highway. The Forest Service phone was quickly answered. The crew on the other end heard it was a large wild animal like a deer on the highway. He was instantly pumped up and said in a somewhat urgent tone, "May I ask where the exact location is? Was the deer injured? Has it caused any traffic accidents now?" None of that. No? This unexpected answer caused the Forest Service staff to pause. It's not uncommon for wildlife like this to run onto the road, and when the Forest Service receives a situation, either the wildlife has already been hit by a vehicle and is injured, or the vehicle is trying to avoid, or the driver is frightened and subsequently causes a crash. However, hearing the other party's reply, none of the above had happened? How is this possible? This was on a highway with heavy traffic and very fast speeds. A wild deer shows up. More than likely it's going to panic and run away, causing a car accident. The staff on the FDA side of the fence were completely unable to envision a specific scenario in their minds and could only make wild guesses. Is it hard to believe that this deer got its head stuck in the guardrail? However, when the staff member continued to inquire, with the response given on the other end of the phone, this staff member was considered completely confused. None of them, because the deer ran faster than any car on the highway, and I can barely catch up with it as long as I'm talking to you right now. Hearing this, the staff member on the other end was completely confused. You guys are still chasing it? Still can't catch up? Seeing that the other person seemed to have just reacted, the man who made the call expressed his understanding that it did seem a bit unbelievable after all. He hurriedly replied in the affirmative. Yes, looking at the direction it appeared, it's estimated to have come from the southern province side, and now that it's on the Shanha Highway, the probability is that it's heading in the direction of Dongshan Province. End of chapter. Chapter 51, an unknown creature has broken into the campus. After listening to the situation coming from the other end of the phone, the Forest Service staff had long since had their brains go down. What the hell is going on here? Listen to this. A deer ran up from the Southern Province Highway and then also ran all the way into Dongshan Province? And faster than any car on the highway? At the moment, the staff's mind is painted with question marks. A deer can be that fast? And why is it traveling so far? Could it be migrating? With a heart full of questions, this staff member immediately inquired. I probably know the situation, and will immediately go and coordinate with the relevant departments. Can you describe the characteristics of this deer to us in more detail? The man on the highway looked at the shrinking figure in front of him and described it. Well, it's a black deer. It's not small, and it runs like a gust of wind. As the man's descriptive voice fell, the staff member on the other end of the phone's face was suddenly stunned, and his mouth couldn't help but mutter. Southern Province? Black fur? Hiss. Does it? Seemingly thinking of something, the staff member couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Spinning off the phone, he hurriedly ran off and knocked on the door of the Wildlife Conservation Section's office. Chief Lee, it's not good. With the sound of voices coming from the office, the staff member opened the door quickly and barged in. The situation of the phone call he just received was quickly reported to Section Chief Lee. After listening to this staff member's account, Section Chief Lee's face changed slightly and he also sat up with his butt from his chair. Water deer? A rare animal in our southern province? Running wild on the highway? Hurry up and see where it's run off to now. As Chief Lee's words fell, the entire section was instantly busy. Hey, when are you guys sending someone? There's a toll booth up ahead. Maybe we can stop it. On the highway, the man on the phone to the Forest Service listened to a busy signal coming from the other end of the line, muttering something under his breath. Knowing that the Forest Service had gone to work on it urgently, he returned his attention to the black deer in front of him. As he said, the highway toll booth was not far ahead. Cars were already lined up at the toll gate. The man was also a little numb from being on the highway for too long and subconsciously assumed that the black deer would stop along with him. As a result, just as these drivers were watching, but the black deer didn't stop for a moment, jumping straight up in a single leap over the parapet, spinning down the right front slope. It made a perfect arc halfway up the mountain, straight around the highway toll booth, back on the road again, and continuing to speed toward the front. And at the moment a number of cars are slowing down to stop at the toll gates on the highway. The man who had called earlier couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the black deer that had disappeared ahead. Damn. Still, this thing is awesome. No tolls to cross the highway. There was no doubt that this black deer was the same fey deer that had been planted with the returning spring thunder seal by Lin Nan earlier out of curiosity to check out the formation. It ran out of Nanjiao City, and then followed Lin Nan all the way to where he passed. As the black deer raced down the highway, there were also a number of people in their cars shooting video, with the camera capturing the swiftness of the deer and posting the video to the internet. For a while, it caused a small amount of heat, and the people who ate it started a hot debate on the internet. Oh, my god, what's a deer doing on this highway? And look at the size of this one. Bigger than any I've seen at the zoo. Wow, it went right around the toll booth. Kind of cool. Is that a deer? How come it doesn't quite look like one? Among these onlookers, there also happened to be a few water users who had seen Lin Nan's live broadcast. Although this water deer is a large species, most of the water deer basically look similar. But when you see this black shadow appeared in the video, the robust silhouette and shape, the mighty temperament and running thunder, obviously very few water deer can look like this. For a while, it didn't stop speculation from arising in their minds. Hiss. This looks a bit like one of the anchors I've seen, the one he ran into. Not only are they the same size, but they're all about the same fur color. Only, the one the anchor ran into this morning didn't seem as imposing as this one. Did it? With a few waterboys wondering, still a bit undecided. After all, the black deer they had seen this morning, the one they had taken a picture of with the anchor, seemed to be still a little different from this one. Yet they couldn't tell exactly. Where would these onlookers know? This black deer was continuously stimulating its bloodline potential because of the thunder seal in its body. Even though it had only been a short day, the aura had already changed dramatically. But despite the inability to bite, these waterboys also noticed something else, asking in disbelief on the internet. Wait, where do you guys think this deer is headed? Soon, time gave them the answer. Right around 7 in the evening, when it was getting dark, the black deer had already come down from the highway and entered the Smoky Sea City. And after it came to the city, without all the speeding traffic on the highway, the black deer surprisingly had the good sense to slow its pace down. Like a child full of curiosity, while following Lin Nan's scent, he slowly walked and watched on the street. Where did this deer come from? And there were quite a few other people coming and going in the downtown area. And when they saw the robust black deer, they cast astonished glances. The citizens especially eyed the black deer, with its robust hooves, which were very different from the usual deer, as well as the pair of sharp antlers shaped like thunderbolts on top of its head. A formidable appearance cannot help but call people daunting. Although the passers-by were curious, they also retreated, not daring to get too close, but only pulling out their cell phones from a long way away to shoot and discuss with the people around them. Ran away from the zoo? No way. Where would you find a deer of that size in a zoo? It's 80% wild. In all my life, I've never seen one that big in size. I've never seen a deer in all my life. That's rare. Hurry up and call. But in a situation like this, should we call the police or the fire department? While the eyes of the passing passers-by watched, the black deer seemed to enjoy this feeling somewhat, noticing the various shocked and fearful sights cast at it by the humans around it. The black deer unexpectedly held its head high for a few more points and strolled through the city in a dignified manner, as if it were a godly beast patrolling the mortal world, huffing and puffing. Just then, the black deer emitted a warm snort from the tip of its nose, then he twitched his nose twice, sniffing carefully at something. Soon, it seemed to have sniffed out something, and instantly became excited, letting out an ethereal and pleasant deer sound. Immediately, he raised his hooves and flew in a direction at breakneck speed. Ouch! Run, run, run! Passing bystanders to see this scene, but also did not forget to hold up a cell phone a snapshot, and then excited to send a circle of friends. At the same time, there were also people who looked at the direction this black deer left and murmured curiously, where is it going? Further ahead. Seems to be the University of the Smokies, right? Just as the passerby had said, this black deer had obviously caught Lin Nan's scent. Realizing that the distance to Lin Nan was already getting closer and closer, he spilled his guts and chased in that direction. With some speeding on its part, it soon arrived at the entrance of Smoky Sea University. Looking at the gate of the strange building in front of him, Black Deer stopped to observe with some curiosity. At this moment, outside the security booth at the entrance of the school, 2 school security guards had just finished their dinner shifts and were making small talk, and the automatic levers in and out of the school gates were still down, and no one was going in or out. And it was peaceful. Brother Wang, I'm a person who likes to help people. The night before last, I ran into a couple who came back late. The boy nonetheless said that the school door was closed and couldn't be opened. At that time it happened to be me on duty, and I pressed the door open at once. I also told that boy at that time, no matter how late, the school door is always open for you. Hey, to that little boy face are angry green. What did I tell you when you came with me to start? It's great to be a security guard. 30 years less of a hassle. And I'll be guarding this school. What's wrong with that? However, just as the 2 security guards on campus were talking and laughing, a rush of hoofbeats suddenly came from the distance and flew towards them, causing the 2 security guards to stop communicating and raise their eyes to look with a puzzled expression. Tap tap tap. The sound came so strangely fast that they didn't even have time to react. It was followed by a whoosh. A dark shadow leapt high above the school gates, directly over the automatic bar. Boo! As the heavy hooves slammed into the ground, it seemed to set off an invisible wind. The cheeks of the 2 security guards were scraped raw. The 2 security guards, both with dumbfounded expressions, looked toward the black shadow in front of them, and for a while, they were even a little confused. What's the situation? What the hell was that? Standing in the security booth, he looked at the pair of sharp antlers in the distance and the size of a man. The 2 security guards looked at each other in dismay. Where had they ever seen such a sight? But the dark shadow didn't stop for a moment after crossing the railing. Continuing to raise his front hooves, he headed down the spacious school road, heading only towards the dormitory building. These 2 security guards were frozen in place for a while, finally came back to their senses. And suddenly their faces changed in shock. Shouting bad thing, they carried the blasting fork from the security booth and quickly chased after them. As security guards, they naturally have to protect the safety of students on campus. Although I am quite free on weekdays, I have to be on it when something really happens. The two of them chased after each other while taking out their walkie-talkies and shaking people like crazy. It was around 8 o'clock at night, and the lights were still out in the schoolyard. Many of the students had just finished their night run and were about to return to their dormitories when they saw a scene underneath the building that they will never forget. Only to see in the open space under the dormitory building, a tall and robust black deer stood there peacefully and quietly, tilting its head to look at the lights in the building. Under the moonlight, the fur on its body reflected a stream of light-like color, like a beast of prey, and from time to time issued a long deer song, drifting away with the evening wind, like a call to the moon. Why is there a deer here? That's a strong-looking deer. What did he grow up eating? Although a little surprised, the majestic appearance of this black deer, as well as its imposing look, instantly attracted the curiosity and favor of countless male college students. There were even some bold ones who jumped at the chance to come forward. And the men's and women's dormitory buildings at the University of the Smokies aren't far from each other. What's more, underneath this dormitory building, there were already many clubs gathered, taking advantage of the evening time to start activities. Many female college students also saw this black deer under the men's dormitory, so with curiosity, they gathered up carefully. There were even a few of Lin Nan's classmates among these onlookers, and this black deer did not show any aggressiveness, still waiting for something downstairs, quiet and well-behaved. But it was only when some of the bolder boys tried to get closer that its gaze glanced up, revealing a touch of very anthropomorphic intimidation. Also just this cold sweep, that the vibrancy of the aura will be revealed, scared the surrounding boys trembling. Do not dare to go forward. Danger, danger. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Just then, with a rush of footsteps, the school security team finally arrived. Seeing that some bold students actually wanted to approach, the security guards in the school instantly glared with round eyes and reprimanded. Stay away from it. Don't you want to die? However, the black deer a little bit of action, even just raise a hoof, the security guards will be neck shrinking, hastily back, and do not dare to go directly forward. Can only first evacuate the students gathered in the vicinity of the first. For a while, the dormitory floor began to gradually become noisy. Some people took pictures, some people drove the deer, some people whistled, and there were even caring girls who threw food. It adds a twist to the humdrum day-to-day college routine. It was also in the midst of this clamor that Lin Nan also woke up from his sleep, rubbing his eyes in a daze, with a bit of a headache. What's going on? It's so noisy. Is someone downstairs confessing again? This book is a daily more 2 chapters, a chapter of more than 3,000 words. Counting down the free period of daily updates is also okay. Trouble everyone to vote for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The data is a bit dismal. Need everyone's support. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Recognizing the Lord? Lin Nan was awakened by the clamor coming from downstairs, and with a puzzled mutter, he climbed out of bed. Take a look in the direction of the balcony. The door to the balcony was wide open, and the noise from downstairs was clearly audible as it came into the house from here. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao were both standing on the balcony, staring at something downstairs. While watching intently, his mouth kept chanting in amazement. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan frowned and walked towards the two people on the balcony. Tapla. With the sound Lin Nan made, the duo on the balcony heard the noise and turned their heads in unison. Yo, Nan, you're awake. Seeing Lin Nan get out of bed, the look of surprise on Wang Qingyu's face had not yet faded. He was busy waving at him and calling out. Woke up just in time. I was just about to go over and yell at you. Zhang Tao, who was on the side, also nodded his head and took the initiative to go forward and pull Lin Nan. What's wrong? Seeing the duo in such a hurry, Lin Nan inquired in a puzzled manner. 2 steps to the balcony, only to hear the clamor of voices downstairs grow clearer. Immediately afterward, Wang Qingyu gave Lin Nan a seat. The 3 stood together on the balcony, and Wang Qingyu's size made the side-by-side lineup look cramped. Nan, there's a big guy coming down from our dormitory. Look at that. Recognize it, Wang Qingyu said while raising one hand with difficulty to point towards the downstairs, and standing on the balcony. You can see everything below you with a slight dip of your head. However, when Lin Nan glanced at the scene downstairs, his pupils couldn't help but widen a few points, for no other reason than that one's own glance downstairs. It actually met directly with a pair of dark eyes. The latter, however, even seemed to leap at the sight of Lin Nan, letting out a joyful deer sound. This, Lin Nan was momentarily stunned, surprised out loud. Fatty, where am I? Nan, you're not sleep deprived, are you? Of course it's in school. Hearing the other party's reply, Lin Nan nodded numbly. but he really couldn't explain the situation he saw in his eyes. At this moment, right under the dormitory building, there is a black deer standing, and through its appearance and unique aura, Lin Nan was able to tell at a glance that it was the same one he had met earlier in Nanjiao. The lightning marks that fell on its body also had a strong sense with itself, but Lin Nan's mind couldn't help but draw question marks. Isn't this deer in the southern province? From Nanjiao City to Smoky Sea City, it was even more important to cross the entire Dongshan province. How did it get here? Just as Lin Nan revealed a surprised expression, Wang Qingyu saw this and inquired towards him. Nan, how's it going? Does it look familiar? Is it the one you ran into in Nanjiao? Well, Lin Nan subconsciously nodded, still doubly puzzled. Couldn't even resist the urge to rub my eyes to make sure I wasn't eyeing it. Instead, it was Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, who looked like he had gotten some results and excitedly said towards Zhang Tao. Ha 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 ha, Tao-chan, what did I say? It's the same deer that was photographed on the highway, and it's not running this time. High speed? Lin Nan was a bit clouded by what he heard and inquired towards Wang Qingyu. Oh yes, Nan, you've been asleep since you got back. Surely you don't know yet? During the afternoon, there were many online users posting videos of a deer on the River Hills Highway. It's also been nicknamed high-speed deer. No, look, Wang Qingyu said while rummaging out the relevant content from his cell phone. Lin Nan took the phone and briefly scanned it, seeing those videos posted on the internet. It was during that time of his own sleep that the internet caught a black deer running like the wind on the highway, and so fast that even many private cars can't keep up. And one of the hottest videos collects video footage from many netizens, and pick the HD footage to mix in with a BGM. The video footage only shows the deer running along the highway with music playing in the background at just the right time. That distant mountain calls me 1,000 times. I've passed by halfway up to pick a few. There's something about this lilting music, paired with black deer's determined run forward. Lin Nan couldn't help but be a little confused when he saw these videos. The bus I took on my own return. It's hard not to feel a little familiar looking at the scenery in this video. Isn't that exactly what you've been through? At the same time, Lin Nan also saw that there were quite a few netizen comments underneath this video. It's basically a guess as to what is attracting it. Seeing these contents, Lin Nan couldn't help but look towards the black deer downstairs again. Dare this black deer to run all the way so far? Hard to follow over? Lin Nan was surprised but also a little delighted. He had planted the thunder seal on this deer himself, and wanted to wait for it to stimulate its ancient bloodline before seeking it out. Unexpectedly, this deer had chased it all the way to the Smoky Sea because of the connection between the thunder seal and himself. Instead, they saved themselves a lot of trouble in an invisible way. At this moment, Lin Nan locked eyes with this black deer downstairs, feeling the joy in its eyes. Also saw the students gathered underneath, as well as the security guards who were all wary of the black deer and were still trying to take steps to repel it. Lin Nan couldn't wait to see this, so he greeted the two of them and went downstairs. And as Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu's eyes dripped and proposed. Brother Nan, I think this deer is probably coming for you. There are still a lot of people taking pictures down here. The heat can't be rubbed off on others, right? Why don't we just turn on the live broadcast and go down to take a look? Lin Nan sniffed and didn't have time to think about it, casually answered a mouthful and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, more and more students were gathering under the dormitory building. Despite several attempts by the campus security team to discourage them, the enthusiasm of the college students could not be overcome. Not to mention that such a large and imposing black deer is a rare sight. And among those watching the crowd, there were quite a few of Lin Nan's classmates. Ban Wangyu was also urged by her roommate to stop and watch from a short distance away. This deer, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere? Looking at this black deer standing downstairs, Wangyu always felt a bit familiar and muttered under her breath. And the group of boys gathered around at the bottom looked like they had lost their minds. After all, there were so many female classmates around watching, and each one of them wanted to express themselves. A few of the bold ones wanted to go up and pet this deer to show their courage. What's more, the deer was seen appearing downstairs and looked like it was waiting for something. A boy then strides up, muttering under his breath. I could barely make out words like tamer and alien awakening coming out of his mouth. The two security guards couldn't hold this one's determination even with their pulling and tugging. He was seen standing firmly at the heels of this deer, and raised one hand fervently. A doubly familiar incantation was chanted. Good little deer, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The bad guys have been chased away. The surrounding students witnessing this scene were suddenly speechless, even scoffing. What is surprising, however, is this. Amidst the chanting of this incantation, this black deer actually did move its feet and slowly walk towards the front. Seeing this, the surrounding students couldn't help but murmur. No, it's really moving. Is Askia's spell really that powerful? The boy, who had chanted the spell, couldn't stop the elation on his face. It was as if these few steps taken by this black deer gave him a glimpse of the future, and he was about to marry a rich white woman and go to the top of his life. Ahem. Just as the boy was ecstatic and thinking about the future, a light cough suddenly sounded from behind him. Immediately afterward, a magnetic voice rang out. "Classmate, please move over. Who are you? Don't be nosy, I'm about to take it in," the boy said decisively without looking back. A wild look filled his eyes as he watched the deer come closer and closer, but in the very next second, the black deer's head suddenly twisted and arched. Just see that a pair of narrow antlers, directly will give hard he disliked to the side, and then vision fixed in front, a motionless look at the person in front of him, mouth issued a joyful deer song. Seeing this, the students gathered around them realized this. Dare I say that the reason why the deer moved just now was not because of any spell at all. Instead, he saw the man behind him. Who? Linan? Seeing that familiar figure, Wang Yu subconsciously called out the name. The surrounding students sniffed and looked sideways. Oh, he's Lin Nan. That's right, the one who received the banner at the freshman jamboree last time. But how is it that the deer looks as if he's changed when he sees him? Standing in front of this black deer at the moment was none other than Lin Nan, who had just come downstairs. Just as everyone had said, when the black deer saw Lin Nan, it was as if it had instantly lost its original awe-inspiring presence. It became a pampered child, and had a smug look, as if asking for a compliment. The students in the room were doubly amazed by this anthropomorphic situation, and as Wang Yu looked at this scene, something suddenly came to her mind and she opened her mouth. Ah, I remember. This deer, it seems to be the one that took pictures with Lin Nan? At this time, Wang Qingyu also took his cell phone and chased out panting. He had already turned on the live stream long ago, taking in the scene that was happening right now into the camera. While catching his breath, he briefly explained the situation to the live streamers. Seeing Lin Nan and this deer in the same frame again, the netizens in the live broadcast room were confused. So it's the one that took a picture with the anchor before? It was photographed on the highway. Together with it. As the pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast, the netizens were all incredulous, and their curiosity was instantly ignited. This deer actually chased hard along the highway, from Nanjiao City to the Smoky Sea? For a moment, the pop-ups began a heated debate. I'll go. This Nanjiao City is more than 800 kilometers away from Smoky Sea City. Did it come all the way here, just to find the anchor? I'm begging for a ticket. Monthly or recommendation is fine. Thank you, thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 53, The Difference in Treatment. This deer actually ran all the way from Nanjiao along the highway to Smoky Sea City? That's more than 800 kilometers in between. And did it come to the Smoky Sea just to find the anchor? Realizing this, the viewers of the live broadcast were a bit dismayed. Classmate, danger, get away from it. Just then, an urgent voice came. The crowd turned their heads to see the security guards gawking and trying to come forward. The security guard saw Lin Nan standing defenselessly in front of the black deer, and it was still approaching Lin Nan. The pair of narrow, sharp antlers were only a stone's throw away from Lin Nan. The head of security is already about to be anxious in the heart of the fire, fearing that something will happen to the students, and then you have to take the blame. So, with a cruel heart and a stomp of the foot, he was about to go up and pull Lin Nan back at once. Classmates, step back. The security guard quickly stepped forward and tried to rip Zhao Yan back. However, just as he made a move, he heard an ethereal sound of a deer suddenly ringing out, stirring between this dormitory building. Then, he only saw a huge black shadow quickly leaping forward, stopping the security chief and Lin Nan in between. OMG, that security chief's eyes went black, and he was scared to death by this sudden turn of events. Spinning around, he was so busy backing up that he nearly sat on his butt. Wait back and look again, only to see that huge black deer, which was actually blocking Lin Nan's body at the moment, was hanging his head slightly, a warm snort coming from the tip of his nose. The narrow antlers were like two thunderbolts, aimed straight at the security guard on the ground, his eyes full of majesty and anger, as if a warning look. Ferociousness is revealed. If not recognized, this is a deer. Say it is a furious tiger and leopard are believed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students couldn't help but tremble with awe and hastily backed away, while their eyes were filled with amazement. The deer had not shown any aggressive intent since entering the campus. Even with the students in close proximity, the deer merely showed impatience. This also led to the fact that the students subconsciously assumed that the deer was tame in nature and would not hurt anyone at all. But, just now, the deer suddenly sprang out for a moment, which really startled the crowd present. It was also true to see that the deer was so fast that it was like thunder and lightning. And then look at the lurid pair of antlers on its head and fantasize about what it would be like to be on top of this thing. It's bound to be a zinger. This attack is nothing less than a fierce beast. Thinking about this, many of the boys in the party who wanted to get close to this black deer had a layer of cold sweat of fear rising up their spines. Damn. I'm glad I didn't go over there just now. Pretend not to get topped again. The little life will be lost. How is this deer launching its anger? More frightening than a lion or tiger? The onlookers whispered to the students. Some of them too frightened to come any closer. At this time, as the center of the field focus of Lin Nan, also could not help but tsk, more and more feel that this deer through spirituality, understand human nature, some extraordinary, and through the thunder seal planted in the other party's body, Lin Nan realized that he had a kind of meditative sensation with him. No wonder when he was catching up on his sleep in the dormitory in the afternoon, he would dream in a haze that seemed to fly like the wind. Maybe, that wasn't a dream at all. Rather, this deer was indeed running on the road at the time and was sensed by himself. It was also out of this vague sense that allowed Lin Nan to know some of the other party's thoughts. The purpose of this deer's sudden move just now was indeed to try to protect itself. Don't look at its current robust size. It was because the bloodline stimulation of the returning spring thunder seal gave it the qualifications to grow towards a spirit beast. The actual age of the deer was only 6 or 7 years old. Just now it only saw someone trying to come up and pull itself out, not realizing what the security guard was doing for. That's why in a moment of impatience, he got right in the middle of himself and the security guard. It's more or less similar to the meaning of beast pets in the Imperial Beasts novels. To be honest, the more Lin Nan looked at the deer, the more he loved it. Who wouldn't want to have their own awesome pet? Not only can it be a mount, it can also be a companion, and it can also be a bodyguard at critical moments, which is simply brilliant. However, at this moment, feeling the gazes of the surrounding students mixed with a bit of awe, Lin Nan also knew that he couldn't let the deer be frightened anymore. After all, it was not yet an adult, and although it was humane, its mind was still immature. Lin Nan walked slowly to the black deer's heel, but as he acted, the students gathered around him were still inevitably scared for him. Even Wang Yu, watching from a short distance away, couldn't help but pinch the corners of her coat, worrying for Lin Nan in her heart. After all, what this deer had just done had scared them. What's more, it was now hanging its head slightly, thrusting those lurid pair of antlers forward, forcing its eyes on the security guard. Although it appeared to be protecting Lin Nan, this was after all an animal, and people were not sure if it would suddenly explode in ferocity and rise up to injure people. However, under the crowd's shocked gazes, Lin Nan was calm and composed, idly walking to the front and probing his hand towards the black deer's head. Just as the hearts of the crowd were hanging in their throats, Lin Nan's palm had slowly landed on this black deer's head. Thumbs up. A sound of intertwining thunder and lightning that was almost too weak to be heard and difficult to see with the naked eye rang out where Lin Nan's palm landed. It was the returning spring thunder seal that had been planted in this deer's brain earlier that was once again resonating with Lin Nan at this moment. As he stroked it, the ancient bloodline that had been stimulated within its body was revitalized just like bamboo shoots after the rain. This black deer immediately showed a look of delight and enjoyment, and seeing this man and deer acting so close to each other, the students in the room stared with wide eyes, somewhat dumbfounded. What's the situation? This deer was clearly not allowing anyone to get close enough to pet it before, and it was very aggressive. How come when you meet Lin Nan, it's as if you've completely changed your appearance? Surprisingly, he just let him touch his head and didn't see any impatience. Even look like they're enjoying themselves? Just as the crowd of students nearly dropped their jaws at the scene in front of them, Lin Nan's voice with majesty came out slowly. Divine beasts come down to earth. Do not hurt people at will. Remember, Lin Nan knew that the show was on right now, so naturally he couldn't pass up the opportunity to play the role. The exit is the words that burst from the middle, but practically fit the role of the god he is currently playing. This deer, isn't it a divine beast that has descended to earth? And as his words rang out, though they were addressed to this black deer, however, that voice was as if it carried magic, and coupled with Lin Nan's behavior at the moment, in the midst of his well-traveled majesty, he was also showing signs of intimacy. It was a sight to behold, and the crowd was in a trance. It was as if the gods were really exhorting the divine beasts under their seats. But can this black deer understand it? And there was one that tried to talk to black deer not too long ago. The image of the dude being forcefully pushed away by the antlers and nearly stumbling is still fresh in the crowd's mind. Lin Nan this move. And what can be? But just as the crowd was speculating, what happened in the next scene was very different from the previous one, only to see that the deer really looked as if it understood, and immediately raised its head. A pair of dark eyes also once again looked towards Lin Nan, just in the crowd's dismayed eyes. This stocky black deer was like a pampered child, taking the initiative. He put his head up and rubbed that furry cheek against Lin Nan's face. Upon witnessing this scene, the arena was instantly silent. Even that security chief was filled with dismay, patting the dirt on his ass. He couldn't stop himself from saying, "No, are you guys from the same family? Where's that mean streak this deer was just playing with himself? Now you're a good boy?" The boy who had just been pushed away by the black deer with his horns raised was also red-eyed and lost his voice. It's not. Why is he good and I'm not? At the same time, the scene just now was also recorded into the camera by the cell phone that was broadcasting live in Wang Qingyu's hand. As the saying goes, the authorities are in the dark. These live viewers, at least, were still across the screen and not as scared as the students on the floor. As a result, they had also long seen some clues and had swiped up pop-ups in the live broadcast. Hiss. Why do I get the feeling that this black deer is protecting the anchor? Holy, not to mention, I feel the same way. Think about it. This deer had so many people trying to get close to it just now, and it didn't do a thing, but it snapped all of a sudden when the security guards were about to pull the anchor. With this discovery, and the thought that this high-speed buck was not only 800 kilometers to track, now it was even protecting the anchor, and the broadcast room exploded again. What's the situation? Could it be that what it did just now, it was protecting its master? And look at how they are still acting so intimate. Is it possible that they are going to act out a human-deer love affair? What exactly did the anchor do to it that night in Nanjiao? But this deer has horns, so it's obvious it's a male. I blanch. That's even more exciting. With some tone-deaf chatter on the air, the topic got more and more sinister. At that moment, the sound of a vehicle's engine rang out, stopping a little away from the crowd. Spinning around, the car door was closed and a group of people walked over, and from the back a voice said, "Excuse me, please, don't even look around here. Break it up." With the sound of voices from the back of the crowd's murmurs stopped slightly, and Lin Nan and the others followed the sound to look, only to see the gathered crowd give way and a dozen men stepped in picking their way through the pile, each wearing 2 colors of uniforms. 6 of them wore orange uniforms and helmets, no doubt firefighters from Smoky Seas from the way they were dressed, and the remaining comers, Lin Nan saw the words on their uniforms. Heck, it's the Forest Service coming through. These people should have known the situation ahead of time and were very careful, fearing that the sound of the car might startle the black deer. It stopped at a distance. However, when they leaped over the crowd and saw the situation in front of them, they were stunned. I thought there was a wild deer that broke into the campus? How does it look like the situation has been resolved? Those few people from the Forestry Bureau looked at the majestic black deer, and one of them, a middle-aged man wearing a Forestry Bureau uniform, who was supposed to be the leader of this wave, couldn't help but murmur incredulously, "Sure enough, it's a water deer. Ah, it really ran from the south of the province?" A section officer standing beside him responded in a confident whisper, "Chief, it's true, and it's a second-class rare. South Province side are anxious." Hearing this head section chief also coughed lightly twice, and then came forward. After looking around the circle, his eyes fixed on Lin Nan and opened his mouth to introduce him. "Hello, we're from the Smoky Sea City Forestry Department, and we received a wildlife intrusion into the city and came over to perform a rescue." This section chief also looked out Lin Nan, and the black deer is very familiar with the appearance. Cannot help but inquire, "You too?" "No?" After a moment's pause, he asked curiously, "I heard that this deer came all the way from the southern province. Does this matter concern you?" "Right." Lin Nan did not deny it. After all, the black deer's movements were too obvious. A little bit of investigation. You can find out that they also just returned from the South Jiao. Denial will only cause more suspicion. But with Lin Nan's affirmative reply, the people present were still surprised. Nice guy. The deer, dare I say it, was really running at him. But when they heard the affirmative answer given by Lin Nan, a few people from the Forestry Bureau were incredulous instead. But from what we have so far, the deer's movements do seem suspicious. A section member couldn't help but inquire, "Did it come all this way just to come here to find you? What's the reason?" The crowd perked up as the words of the section officer fell from their lips. The same question lingered in his mind, as did curiosity about the deer's whereabouts. Seeing that Lin Nan seemed to intend to respond positively, they also all wanted to hear what Lin Nan would reply. "Seeking revenge." In the next second, Lin Nan blurted out without changing his face, "When I was going up the mountain, I accidentally stepped on a lawn. Maybe it's holding a grudge against me for stepping on its food and that's why it's chasing me so far." Lin Nan said with a firm gaze and a serious expression. "You can't say you were abducted by yourself, can you? That's not criminal." But as those words fell, the crowd in the room froze. Seeking revenge? This reason was really out of everyone's expectation. And Lin Nan's face was a fretful look. But the black deer is still constantly putting his face over to him and pampering him. Where is the semblance of deep hatred? Nor was it just the students who were there. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room heard. Also all clam up. In a flash, the comments section exploded as well. What the hell? Revenge? What kind of deer holds such a grudge? It's worth traveling over 800 kilometers and chasing it all the way here? Good guy. And I stranded here 1,000 miles to ride it? Anchor, Do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? Look at the way it's so intimate with you. It's got the words "please stick it" written all over its face. You say it's here to seek revenge? Who believes that? At this point, the Forest Service froze, watching the black deer's reaction. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, now that the fact has occurred, that section chief reminded his subordinates, the priority now is to get this deer properly handled as soon as possible. However, the crowd was stumped again as they thought of ways to deal with it. Normally when this happens, it's sent back to the gathering place, but it was able to come this far, so there's no guarantee that it won't come back a second time. What if we send it back 1 minute and it runs out onto the highway the next? End of chapter. Chapter 54. Arriving at the call and acting upon the call. Chief Gao, if there's one, there's two. If we send this deer back, what if it makes another trip on the highway in the future? As scorned by the section members. Right now, they all know that the deer ran itself from the Smoky Seas in the South China province. Hooray for no accidents on the highway this time. But what would be the outcome if we had to do it again? No one can guarantee that. Apparently the section chief of the Forest Service is aware of the problem. If they send the deer back, they will have a lot to do with any future incidents. Thinking about it, Chief Gao was momentarily stumped. Also wondered in his heart, why did this deer have to come all the way to the Smoky Sea? Is it really because of this Lin Nan? Immediately, Chief Gao stepped aside and made a phone call. There was some communication with the forestry department on the southern province side. After 10 minutes or so, the two sides had this taken hold, and the section chief hung up the phone on a few people. Okay, it's been negotiated. For the time being, let's put it in the nature reserve under our jurisdiction and see what happens. Take it away. As the section chief gave the order, the people involved sprang into action, trying to walk up and try to take the black deer away. At close range, these section members still could not help staggering in their minds when they saw the stature of this black deer. However, as they tried to guide the black deer out of the area, they realized that it looked like the deer had roots under its feet. No matter what methods they used, it stood steadfastly by Lin Nan's side like a small mountain, unwilling to leave at all. Away you go. Step up in the back and push. After several attempts, these section members were tired and sweating. Looking down again, the deer's feet froze and didn't move anywhere, only to turn his eyes to the section chief of the Forest Service and cast a consulting glance. Chief Gao, what should we do? It doesn't move at all. At this time, the high section chief also cannot stop wondering, amazed at why this deer is so stubborn. But you can't just leave it here unattended. What now? Anesthesia injection? But look at the size of this deer. How to have 200 kilograms? They don't have any lifting equipment. How are they going to get it to the car? This is so weird. Chief Gao's eyebrows were wrinkled to the point of twisting into a rope, and while the crowd was in a quandary, Lin Nan also witnessed the situation at hand and made considerations in his heart. Lin Nan was still pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart that this black deer could come looking for him, but Lin Nan also knew that it was impossible to let it stay on campus all the time. Both it and the students were prone to danger. Moreover, if this black deer was allowed to stay in the city, it would also categorically lose its proper freedom and would not be suitable for the evolution of its bloodline. After thinking about it, it seems that the program given by the Forest Service is the most applicable. Why don't we just go ahead and place it in a nature preserve in the Smoky Seas? This would at the very least ensure that the black deer's survival environment would not be much different from before. The natural scent of the mountains and forests was also beneficial in promoting the stimulation of the black deer's bloodline. And it's not too far away, so you can still see each other every now and then. With the decision made, all that remained was how to get the deer to go with the Forest Service. When Lin Nan glanced out of the corner of his eye at Wang Qingyu, who was holding up his cell phone to broadcast live, a thought quickly generated. After a quick search in my head, it was good to know that I had done quite a bit of homework before. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Nan had already begun to move. First, he coughed lightly twice, then slowly opened his mouth to recite. In the underworld, heaven and earth help the Lord. Heed the call. Do as you are called. Accompanied by the sound of Lin Nan's voice filled with majesty, all the people present were stunned. They also naturally heard where the voice came from, so they all looked towards Lin Nan. It didn't matter that the crowd in the room couldn't help but be a little stunned. Only Lin Nan's eyes were already slightly closed at this moment. Not only did he recite words in his mouth, but he also kept turning out arcane hand decisions in his hands. In this situation, it is just like an appearance of being in the process of strangling and reciting the law. You guys, look, Lin Nan, what is he doing? As a girl's surprised voice came out, the students on the sidelines began to talk. Holy, it's like he's casting a spell? You guys heard what he just read, right? It seemed pretty obscure. Obviously it's all words. How come I can't quite hear them when they're added together? I know, those real spells do sound hard to understand, It's exactly as he's reading it now, with a lot of chatter from the crowd. But things weren't over yet. One could only see Lin Nan's hand decision change, eventually taking on the shape of a sword finger. It seemed that the execution of the spell had reached a critical moment, and Lin Nan's voice had steeply raised a bit. Intent on my heart, enslave the thunder spirit, and follow it, and do not disobey. When the sound of the last word fell, Lin Nan presented his hand as a sword finger and nodded at the center of Blackdeer's brow. As Lin Nan's move stopped, the surrounding forestry bureau crowd all looked on in bewilderment, wondering what drug he was selling. However, there is no need for them to wonder too much. Just the next second, we'll hear pedal pedal. Several clear hoof beats sound. This black deer, which was originally unwilling to move its position, actually heckled and began to move. It also ghostly called out twice towards Lin Nan, as if there was a hint of reluctance mixed in that voice. However, it was also clear that they were no longer so resistant to the FDA crowd, and cooperating with the guidance of the FDA section members. They began to show signs of leaving. The Forest Service section members were also confused when they saw such a clear transformation of the black deer. What's the situation? Does this deer mean it's ready to come with us? This is too godly. All the people in the Forestry Bureau did not expect that Lin Nan's move of pinching and reciting the spell was so effective, which was more or less unbelievable. And the crowd also saw the spirit-filled behavior of this black deer, as if they were reluctant to give up. A pair of black eyes were constantly glancing back towards Lin Nan. All kinds of situations fall into the eyes of the crowd of onlookers. I have to say, it really looks like an immortal in the performance of the spell to drive its seat beast. Meanwhile, after witnessing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were boiling over, with pop-ups flashing across the screen like snow. The expression on the deer's face is too spiritual. It's the first time I've ever seen such obvious attachment on an animal's face. According to this, it really doesn't look like a mortal deer. It's simply a spirit beast. Anchor place status, +1 again. I even suspect that this deer won't really be able to evolve into a divine beast, right? The hot discussion in the live broadcast room continues, and the onlooker students on the scene are naturally the same. But the Forestry Bureau's Gao section chief has already returned to his senses when he saw the situation. After taking 2 more glances at Lin Nan, he was more or less impressed in the bottom of his heart, thinking that this might be a high-level person. Otherwise, how could he have been born so majestically, and carry an aura with every move, coupled with the ability of the party? Simply unheard of. The high section chief took advantage of the subordinates and the busy, took the initiative to go forward and politely said, "Look at you, and this deer is quite familiar with. Give us to leave a contact information. If there is any situation in the future, it is also convenient to inform you." This high section chief is also an old man. Firstly, he can see that Lin Nan is capable, and secondly, he can see that this deer has an unusual attitude towards Lin Nan, thinking that in case something happened, he could still contact Lin Nan as soon as possible. Good. Lin Nan naturally had no reason to refuse. After leaving a phone number for the other party, he returned his sight to the black deer. Watching it take 3 steps back and forth, it reluctantly followed the Forestry Bureau's vehicle away. Lin Nan smiled and drove his hand towards it, signaling it to get on its way as soon as possible. Fortunately, one person and one deer have the same mind, but also know that it is not Lin Nan abandoned himself, but let himself go back first, and can visit again in the future. Therefore, the deer eventually left, and the firefighters who came along, seeing that the matter had been resolved in a satisfactory manner, got into their cars and drove away. After they left, the 2 of them, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, said goodbye to the viewers in the live broadcast room, and then they came forward. "Nan, what just happened? How is it that a few gestures from you made this deer go away obediently?" At this moment, Lin Nan was still watching the black deer follow the car away, until it disappeared from his sight. Then he turned back, and seeing Wang Qingyu's curious look, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. What kind of spell was that just now? It was only because this black deer already had the thunder seal in his body, and to a certain extent, he was able to do the same thing with his mind. That was just for show. A little bit of program effect. How else is it playing anchor? Only, despite this, Lin Nan comforted the deer for a long time, and with the promise to meet from time to time, the black deer was willing to leave for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Nan also spoke half-truthfully. "It's actually nothing. This black deer should have fallen in the southern province because of the drought at the time, and took me for a companion. And it's no surprise that the water deer, with its unusually keen sense of smell, was able to follow the scent. As to why it actually listens." In saying that, seeing Wang Qingyu's expression of eagerness to know, Lin Nan paused in feigned inscrutability and said, "Immortal stroking my top, nodding my hair and receiving long life. Have you heard of this saying? You too can realize it yourself." As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Hang, unknown. I think old Lin is blowing awesome, don't you? No, I think he might actually have something. Just as the two were arguing, the students watching around them had already dispersed one after another. However, with the sound of footsteps, a figure hurriedly ran in the distance. Lin Nan and Wang Qingyu and the others took a look, but they couldn't help but be stunned, because the visitor was none other than the guide. Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo? What brings you here? Jiang Tao rushed to greet him, while the other party was obviously rushed to come in a hurry, and still kept gasping for air as he opened his mouth. Phew, I heard there was an emergency in your dormitory building and it alerted the fire department. Wasn't quite sure, so I came over to check it out. As Mr. Luo was speaking, his eyes fixed on Lin Nan's body in the next second. Lin Nan? Teacher Luo was puzzled. Didn't you leave school on leave? Back so soon? Teacher Luo, things are a bit complicated. Lin Nan smiled and nodded in response. For a while, I actually didn't know how to explain it to you. However, without waiting for Lin Nan to say anything more, Wang Chengyu, with an excited face, as if he wasn't going to vomit, said, Teacher, I understand the situation. It's like this. Wang Chengyu presently learned and recounted to Mr. Luo again what Lin Nan had just improvised to say. Seeing that someone had taken the initiative to explain for himself, Lin Nan was happy to be free. Mr. Luo was obviously a little suspicious. Though, this is all very touching? No sermons next? Lin Nan is not concerned about their chat. Anyway, the discerning person knows that he is scared to blow the force. Only Jiang Tao this kid can believe. Spinning around, he attentively sensed the lightning marks that fell on the black deer. With some probing, Lin Nan sensed that the black deer was getting closer to the nature reserve. The other side. Chief Gao of the forestry department took the black deer all the way to the nature reserve, and it was a light ride to a fire ranger site. It seems to have heard the car outside. From inside the watchroom emerged two rangers, one old and one young. Old Yen. When the car stopped, Chief Gao greeted the slightly older ranger. Ha ha ha, hi chief. The ranger Lao Yen catered, while walking quickly. Soon they also saw the black deer standing beside the car. Even though you learned something in advance on the phone, but when he saw the black deer's robust size, as well as a pair of narrow and sharp antlers, even veteran ranger Lao Yen couldn't help but marvel. After all, he had been patrolling the woods for most of his life and had never seen a deer that could grow so large in size. Master, that's the deer, isn't it? And stood next to the old Yen the younger ranger. Looks like just graduated from college not long ago. Upon seeing the majestic black deer, he couldn't take his eyes off of it for a moment. At this time the ranger Lao Yen is with the high section on the handover work. Under the high section chief's instructions, the ranger Lao Yen patted his chest. Don't worry high chief, as soon as this deer gets into the woods, I'll do my best to take more care of it. Getting the promise of the ranger Lao Yen, the high section chief is also considered to be a sigh of relief. But right after the handover, a tangle surfaced on the face of the ranger old Yen. It seemed like there were some words stuck in his throat, hesitating to say them. After a few seconds of silence, the ranger Lao Yen still decided to open his mouth and said, Gao section chief, I still have one thing that I have to report to the top. What's up? Seeing this, the high section chief also dispelled the other party's doubts and suspicions. The forest ranger, old Yen, sniffed, and then spoke. In recent times, I've always found some strange traces in the forest, and it looks like it should be left behind by someone. But, these locations where footsteps have appeared are basically deep in the mountains where warning signs are posted. It doesn't look like the work of an ordinary tourist in any way. Oh, Gao section chief's brow frowned at the words, but he was not sure of the specifics, so he just kept it in mind and promised. Old Yen, I'll call attention to the situation you mentioned. I'll have to trouble you guys to take more care in the meantime. 2. To see if there's anything else out of the ordinary. Old Yen, the forest ranger, nodded and said nothing more. And then, in a whirlwind, he looked at this black deer in front of him. I was just about to guide it and let it go to the mountains and forests. Unexpectedly, the performance of this black deer revealed a very spiritual appearance. Seemingly seeing such a lush mountain forest, this black deer let out an ethereal cry, very satisfied, and even nodded its head commendably at the several people, as if the meaning was indicating, Mortals, you've done well. Master Deer likes it. Immediately afterward, under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, he opened his hooves and darted headlong into the mountains and forests as if he were scattering. End of chapter. Chapter 55. An anaconda transiting the thunder tribulation? It just complimented us? What a god. That's a condescending look, like he's treating us like servants. That's funny. Ha ha. This deer is psychic. Unusual. Really unusual. I've been watching the mountains for so many years. I've never seen such a divine deer. I'd believe it if I said it was a rare beast. The sound of mousing in the bushes quickly moved away as the black deer's form disappeared. The people present were slow to return. Only because of this contact, they felt more and more that this deer was extraordinary. Also can't help but think of the Linan that made it come all the way to Ben present. Such a spiritual deer was able to be so close to him, so I'm sure the man had some ability. After watching for a long time, when it was confirmed that the black deer had entered the mountains, Chief Gao was slightly relieved and said to the forest ranger Lao Yen, "Okay, that's about it. Let's put it in the woods for a while to watch and observe, and work hard to keep an extra eye on it. Keep us posted. We'll be on our way." Don't worry. Ranger Lao Yen nodded and responded. Immediately, the FDA section members got into their cars and left. The bright headlights faded to the end of the road, and in the huge mountain forest, only this one ranger duty room is still lit. Outside the shade of that incandescent lamp, a few moths with the rest of the tiny flying insects were flipping and dancing around. Under the shroud of night, the forest ranger Lao Yen wrapped the cloaked clothes, and spoke to the side of the small horse. "Did you hear what Chief Gao said just now?" "Hear me clearly, Master." The ranger pony nodded. "Well." Old Yen face showed a satisfied expression. Continued. "You are the disciple I took. Should also be more exercise. This task will be handed over to you in the future. While you're out on the hills every day patrolling the forests for fire, you're trying to find as much of that deer as you can, documenting it and then organizing and reporting on it." "Ha!" The ranger pony sniffed and let out a long sigh. Immediately, his eyes drifted to the location where the black deer had disappeared, looking at the quiet, deep, dense forest and the patches of nature reserves in the back. It's such a big mountain forest. It's a struggle just to find a deer, not to mention having to track it every day and keep track of it. How easy it is to talk about. And hearing the surprised voice of the pony, the ranger Old Yen sket his tongue and frowned. But, cut the crap. Which one of us is the master?" The ranger Lao Yen threw down a strike, and then walked toward the duty room with his back hand. Only the ponies were left where they were, as if they were frosted eggplants. He stood for a long time, before he sighed quietly and hung his head to follow. Squeak! The raucous sound of cicadas intertwined in this dense forest. At the same time, the lush bushes made a sizzling sound, with a few branches being stepped on and broken. The moonlight shone through the dappled shadows of the trees. Several sneaky figures appeared in the middle of the mountain forest. They avoided surveillance along the way and chose to enter the reserve at one of the most remote locations. With some groping forward, these figures gradually revealed their full appearance. It was 3 men, all wearing assault vests and carrying hiking packs. He also had a powerful crossbow in his hand and an arrow pouch with crossbow arrows hanging from his waist. And the one who was in the lead had a shotgun on his back. Upon further inspection, bloodstains were also oozing from the bottom of the hiking packs on the backs of these 3 men. Clearly, they were a prepared group of poachers. LOL. Just then, a sudden chirping sound came from not far ahead of the 3. Upon hearing this commotion, the 3 of them instantly hid their forms and sneaked around, approaching towards the front with extremely slight movements. When he had advanced some distance, he saw a bird of prey standing alone in a meadow not far away. Its head is reddish-brown and its neck is ringed with a ring of clean white feathers. Under the moonlight, the feathers all over his body were glistening with a sheen. And upon seeing this bird of prey, these 3 people immediately interacted with their eyes. One of the younger men, 2, immediately drew a crossbow and strung it, aimed the crossbow at the bird of prey. Whoosh! In the next second, only the sound of a crossbow bolt breaking through the air was heard. In this silent night, it was like a hypnotic talisman. The bird of prey didn't even have time to react in any way before it was pierced by this shot of crossbow arrows and planted down. And seeing the arrow hit its target, the trio ran over in small steps, picking up the already badly wounded bird of prey on the ground. He pulled the crossbow off and recovered it. Looking at this bird of prey, one of them seemed to be a bit disgusted and said, "Why is this? Again, when can we get some big goods?" And with this poacher's disgusting voice, muttering under his breath, the middle-aged man at the head of the group, who was carrying a shotgun, pulled out his dagger with a whoosh. The sharp, cold light was bright and harsh in the moonlight, and seeing him holding a dagger, the man who was still indignant in his mind a moment ago gulped and hurriedly hung his head. Immediately after that, the man in charge coldly swept him a glance and went up to seize the flying bird into his hands. With a stabbing sound, the man skillfully cut off the head of the flying bird, casually tossing it aside. He handed the still gurgling and bleeding bird of prey to the other party and spoke in a deep voice. "What's the rush?" The man at the head of the group inquired to another person. "You've stepped on the spot a few times. Do you see anything?" That one person sniffed and immediately responded. "Brother Mao, don't worry, there's definitely a python on this mountain." Saying that, the man explained to the 2 again. "A few days ago, 2 thunderbolts came down here, but it froze and didn't rain a drop. The rumors in the neighborhood are all over the place, saying that it's a cultivated python trying to survive a thunderbolt. And if we can just find a decent python in the mountains, we'll be rich. Take it apart and tear it apart and sell it, and you'll have enough to eat and drink for the rest of your life. As this poacher said, they came on this trip besides running for rare animals. It also held a purpose to look for a python in the mountains. Perhaps a boa constrictor is not too valuable to poachers, but once it is given a special value, such as this python, which had induced a thunderbolt, then it will be worth its weight in gold. Of course, this is all blowing awesome, and they naturally know that it's impossible for a real python to cross over. But with that claim, it sells for a good price. As for this so-called thunderbolt was also really mysterious. They had heard a lot of legends recently, and so far they couldn't figure out what exactly was going on with those 2 thunderbolts. With this purpose in mind, the 3 poachers resumed their operations. Their movements were not fixed, so they just searched all the way up the mountain, and the sky was gradually wiping out the light. As he watched, the surrounding mountains and forests became more and more emerald green under the rising sun. One of the poachers, looking around as if he was worried about what he might encounter, inquired towards the man at the head of the group. "Brother Mao, there are still rangers in this forest. We can't run into them, can we?" While the man at the head of the group heard this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and said, "What are you afraid of? We have guns. If anyone dares to get in my way, I'll give him a bullet." Rustling. Just as the lead poacher was letting loose with his harsh words, there was a rustling noise from the bushes in front of him. There seemed to be something that was moving not far ahead of them, and extrapolating from the sound bearing, the thing seemed to be approaching them. Shoo! Seeing this, the 3 poachers immediately raised their guard, and all of a sudden they kept quiet and exchanged glances with each other. Could it be the rangers of this nature reserve? They speculated. However, listening to that sound and the constant change of position, the speed is extremely fast. Pressure is not like the forest ranger in the forest running can make. Could it be some kind of beast? With speculation in their hearts, the 2 bow-wielding poachers were slightly pleased and had their crossbows cocked. Here, an encounter with a ranger can be much scarier than a wild animal. The beasts can't beat heavily armed poachers, but the rangers can tip off. The man who was in charge also removed his shotgun from his back and listened to the sounds coming from ahead, which were now getting closer to them. Even the bushes in front of them began to shake violently. And just as the 3 poachers were holding their breath and setting up their formation drive in preparation for a response, swish! In the next second, a huge black shadow leapt out of the forest. The moment they saw this black shadow, all 3 poachers' expressions instantly froze. Nearly at the same time, their eyes widened as if they had forgotten to breathe, only to see that the creature that suddenly sprang out had a pair of narrow double horns on top of its head, shaped like a lightning bolt, and the black fur on its back actually showed a splash of colorful spots under the morning light. Such a huge figure from the forest sprinted out, but also a high leap of several meters high, as if to ascend to the sky and go. That robust body that looked heavy, unexpectedly swept past the 3 people's heads in a raw manner. The 3 poachers only felt a strong wind rising above their heads, scraping their cheeks and making their eyes almost impossible to open. On the contrary, that black shadow seemed to have not noticed that 3 people would come out from this side, and after glancing at it with great spirituality, it ran towards the outskirts of the natural scenery area again. The 3 poachers, however, were staring in unison at the direction where the black shadow had disappeared. A poacher couldn't help but murmur in surprise as he recalled what he had just seen. Did I read that right? Was that a deer just now? As the poacher saw, the black shadow that leapt out of the mountain forest just now was naturally the black deer that had been released into the nature reserve by the Forestry Bureau, due to the returning spring thunder seal that Lin Nan had placed on it. Inspired by the bloodline that remained from the ancient times, this black deer was continuously drawing closer towards the divine beast, the Ink Qilin, and according to the canonical texts, the Ink Kirin under the seat of the thunder ancestor Heavenly Father was extremely powerful. Not only can the 2 horns attract thunder and call the wind and rain, but also be able to spit out human speech. In this way, this black deer had also become extremely spiritual, able to connect with Lin Nan's mind. I just don't know how long it will take to rely on the thunder seal to completely stimulate the bloodline. And this black deer had been able to understand Lin Nan's comforting words when he parted with him yesterday. Heard Lin Nan say they weren't far away and could meet any time. So, Black Deer had just familiarized himself with the environment in the mountains and was planning to go back to find Lin Nan. It just so happened that the Black Deer had also sought out a remote location and wanted to go down the mountain in the direction of Lin Nan, but it just so happened to encounter this group of poachers and thieves. And at this moment, because of the steep appearance of the Black Deer, the 3 poachers were doubly surprised. As poachers, they spend a lot of time in the mountains. In the process, naturally, they have seen a wide variety of mountain deer. but even though they had seen a lot, they had never seen such a special deer. Surprisingly, with a single leap on the flat ground, he could be about 3 or 4 meters high off the ground, not to mention the fact that the deer was so large that it didn't look lightweight by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact that it happened right in front of their eyes. They all just watched it. For a while, the 3 poaching thieves still looked at each other and couldn't help but marvel. Was that really a deer back there? Why do I get the feeling that it glared back at us as it walked away? As the words rang out, the trio recalled the gaze of the deer that had just turned its head to glance at them. It really didn't look like an ordinary deer in the woods, to the point where it clearly looked like a person's gaze. Thinking of this, the poacher who shot the crossbow earlier couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and said, "Hiss. I've heard from the older generation that the mountain gods sometimes take the form of forest animals to punish those who disrespect the mountain spirits. That deer just now. It can't be." And the poacher on the side sniffed and catered immediately. "What did I say? This place is definitely evil." Now it seems that the 2 thunderbolts that struck the day might not really be a coincidence. Just as the 2 hunters were talking more and more evilly, the big hairy brother in the lead was spitting. "What the hell? Hurry up and find it for me. And what mountain god? The next time I see it, I'll just give it a crash." A few people do not dare to say more, knowing that as poachers, if there really is a mountain god, then they will certainly create retribution. Fortunately, the party was just a joke. No one took it to heart, and then continued to walk to the mountain. Phew, to hell with it, hey, but it's done running. University of the Smokies. In the early morning sun, the freshmen had just finished their morning run, and Wang Qingyu was crossing his arms and gasping for air. He also couldn't stop complaining. "Alas, it's also really a hell of a thing. You say it's not easy for us to have no classes in the morning, but we still have to get up early and come out for a morning run. How long will it be like this?" Hearing Wang Qingyu's complaint, Jiang Tao seemed to have inquired about something in advance and opened his mouth. "It won't be long. I don't want to get into the athletic department, and I also contacted the athletic department's seniors, saying that the freshman morning run has to be done for the whole semester," Jiang Tao said, and there seemed to be some emotion in his words about the shortness of the morning run. On the contrary, Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, suddenly heard the bad news, and his 2 green bean-sized eyes glared round. "What? Gotta run for a semester?" Wang Qingyu lost his voice and cried out. His face was a half-dead look. Eventually, the 2 were pacified and reluctantly accepted this fact. Immediately afterward, Wang Qingyu curiously inquired towards Jiang Tao. "Sports department? What do you think you're doing in that thing for nothing? If you have that kind of free time, you might as well lie around in your dorm room or go on a live broadcast with Nan." "Really?" Jiang Tao sniffed. The corner of his mouth lifted up into a smile as he said meaningfully, "But once you join the physical education department, you'll be able to supervise the other freshmen's morning runs. If it's my turn to supervise someday, and I run into someone who's not feeling well, won't I get to stand on the sidelines and rest?" "I blanch?" As Jiang Tao's words fell, Wang Qingyu was stunned. Fong was still scoffing about his joining the athletic department, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Qingyu's attitude made a 180-degree turn. "Dare I say that not only is Lin Nan his breadwinner, but this one is also a backer." Thinking of this, Wang Qingyu immediately changed his words and cupped his fists and arched his hands. "Righteous father, my child's words were a bit heavy just now." After a few gags, Jiang Tao turned his head toward Lin Nan and inquired, "Say, what about old Lin? Ever thought of joining a department or a club?" End of chapter. Chapter 56, Lei Zhu rides a unicorn. And hearing Jiang Tao's inquiry, Lin Nan froze. "I really hadn't thought about it before. But, with the perspective of playing a god yourself, perhaps a cos club would be the best choice? Of course, it's just that." Thinking of Yi Qing, joining the club and having to run various activities afterward, he didn't have the time. Moreover, it was at least playing a god, so one had to keep it a little pushy anyways, or else it would affect old man Lei ancestors' prestige. After thinking about it, Lin Nan still shook her head and said, "It's busy enough to open a live broadcast in normal times, plus I still have to attend classes, so I have no plans for the time being." The 3 of them chatted idly as they made their way back. "As I passed the restaurant, I thought about how I would not be able to go back to bed for a while after this morning run. So, Wang Qingyu proposed to go to the restaurant first to have breakfast and fill up his stomach." The 3 of them hit it off, and when they arrived at the restaurant, Lin Nan casually ate a few buns. Wang Qingyu, on the other hand, was eating tofu brain with fried chicken legs. Lin Nan was also wondering which of the included suggestions could be realized next. Baird. Just then, it was as if a lightning bolt flashed in Lin Nan's mind. In a flash, a familiar feeling surged through Lin Nan's mind. Spinning his mind to slightly perceive the situation, after confirming the situation, Lin Nan first shook his head, but with a smile on his face. "I can't believe I came back so quickly. Lin Nan muttered under his breath. Ha! And the two beside them heard the sound and inquired towards Lin Nan. What did you say, brother Nan? What came back? It's nothing, Lin Nan casually responded. Then spoke. I'll go back to change clothes and prepare for the live broadcast later. Saying that, Lin Nan got up and prepared to go back to the dormitory to change clothes first. Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, who were on the side, saw that Lin Nan was about to leave. Jiang Tao also stood up directly without saying anything. Seeing this scene, Wang Chengyu could only hastily inhale a mouthful of tofu brain and step forward in a hurry. Come on, One Piece. The three of them returned to the dormitory. Wang Chengyu was still a bit uncertain and wondered. Nan, what's going on? We're having a nice meal. Why do you suddenly want to go home? Back on the air? And hearing Wang Chengyu's inquiry, Lin Nan didn't explain too much and just smiled and said, you'll find out later. At that exact moment, a clamor from downstairs in the dormitory resumed. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao froze and looked at each other for a moment. What's the situation? After Lin Nan changed into the clothes he used to play the role of Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father, he went downstairs after some cleanup. Then he saw the black deer, still standing where it had stood yesterday. It seemed to be just waiting quietly for Lin Nan to arrive. At this time, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao also followed Lin Nan's footsteps down the stairs. Upon seeing this black deer downstairs, Wang Chengyu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this the black buck from yesterday? Hiss. It wasn't already sent away by the forestry department? How come it's back again? Just as Wang Chengyu was shocked, the other students passing by also looked at the black deer. Of course, there was also Lin Nan who stood in front of this black deer wearing immortal armor. Yoo-hoo! An ethereal deer sound rang out, and the black deer seemed to be in awe of Lin Nan's outfit at the moment, surprisingly revealing a rare well-behaved gesture. Bending its head and rubbing against Lin Nan, as if to express its reverence, Lin Nan touched the black deer's furry head and said to Wang Chengyu behind him, don't think about it so much. It did come back anyway. As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Chengyu also seemed to realize something, nodded his head and said, oh, I say why you are so anxious to come back. Dare to get a letter? That's true, Nan. We have to make good use of this opportunity, just in time to get some live effects and show the fans that the deer is running back. Upon hearing Wang Chengyu's proposal, Lin Nan, however, smiled and shook his head. Too conservative. What do you think would happen if I wrote it? This live? And as Lin Nan's words fell, both Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao were stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Even more so, they turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Nan, unable to stop themselves from opening their mouths to confirm. Nan, what did you just say? You don't really want to write it, do you? Wouldn't that be a little too dangerous? But whether it was dangerous or not, Lin Nan himself couldn't be clearer. Looking at this majestic black deer in front of you, if you can use it as a mount, and I'm afraid no one can say no. And so it was under the watchful eyes of the crowd that Lin Nan slowly stepped forward and stood to the side of black deer. The black deer, on the other hand, behaved quite well and seemed to be waiting for Lin Nan's move as it knelt down with both legs and bent down like an old cow, truly obedient like lay ancestors' mount, causing the others to stare in disbelief. Lin Nan stroked the black deer's back twice, feeling the furry texture, then took a deep breath and leapt up. Wang Chengyu was also busy turning on the live broadcast to include this image in the camera. The netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room were just in time to see the scene of black deer kneeling down and Lei Zhu leaping up. Taking another look at the image, this black deer held its head high in a majestic manner. The anchor sitting on its back was wearing a suit of immortal armor and had a magic weapon resting on his hand. Surprisingly, it bore a 7 or 8% resemblance to the idol of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father riding a black qilin. Shout! Lin Nan, who was sitting on the back of the black deer, gave the command, and the sound of crisp forehoofs stamping on the ground was heard. This black deer was already carrying Lin Nan and running through the wide campus. Seeing this scene, Wang Chengyu's face was full of bitterness, and he hurriedly chased after 2 steps, and in his mouth, he kept saying to the netizens, it is rumored that the mount of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father is an ink unicorn, which can turn the winds with a single movement and attract thunder with its 2 horns. And seeing this black deer carrying the anchor, it sped like the wind. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked stunned, and the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Holy, the anchor actually wrote it? That's too much like it. If you run into someone who doesn't know, I'm afraid you'll really think it's the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father manifesting on his mount. It's just a pity that it's still running on the ground. If the anchor could ride a deer and step on a cloud, the effect would definitely be more explosive. Are you kidding me? This deer must be over 200 kilograms at least. I'm afraid the wigwam would have to be yanked out of place to get to the sky. However, anchor, this really feels like Lei Zhu descending to earth. Can we simply send down a few divine thunderbolts and sink the island of small days? Accompanied by the heated discussions of the netizens in the live broadcast room, Lin Nan's ears kept ringing with voices. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions included: inclusion suggestion, driving a deer to the clouds and showing the Saints of Thunder Joe. Extremely difficult. Reward 16% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, heavenly punishment and divine thunder to split and sink the island. Extremely difficult. Reward 17% play completion. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Why do you not worship God when you see him? As the black deer carried Lin Nan as he sped along the school's roads, reminders of the system's inclusion of suggestions came to his ears from time to time. Obviously, the situation of himself riding a black deer had brought quite a shock to the netizens in the live broadcast. And let's not even talk about the internet. Even Lin Nan himself was inevitably a little excited. After all, it's a pretty amazing feeling, and it doesn't compare to any of those on a bike. Not to mention the fact that it was transformed by the Thunder Seal. It was even more extraordinary. Thus, Lin Nan couldn't be bothered to take a closer look at those newly included suggestions for the time being. Just listen to the gusts of wind sweeping past your ears, and feel the rush of wind in your eyes with abandon. Meanwhile, on the boulevard of the University of the Smokies, on both sides of the road are displayed many tents, the original spacious road to occupy some congestion, and tables were spread out under the various tents, with students keeping watch. Some tents will also have a billboard on the side of the tent that says so-and-so club recruiting. It was after the freshman military training was completed that the major clubs inside the school started recruiting. These clubs, unlike departments such as student government, are more hobby-oriented. Departments such as the student council are usually recruited by the previous year's seniors who visit the freshman dormitories. Often just a few of the freshmen are impressed by the sincerity of their sentiments and go to the department for an interview. Once you get to the interview, then congratulations, the roles are switched. These seniors who go to each dormitory to recruit new students change their demeanor during the interview, and with a blank face, they question out that one line: "Why did you come to our department?" It seemed to have forgotten all about the humility of the previous introduction to recruiting in the freshman dormitory, fearing that no new force would join, and compared to student government, which requires an interview, these clubs are different. It's basically an on-site intake of new community members, and the clubs generally welcome any new student who wants to join. The reason for this is simple: clubs charge an initiation fee when they recruit new members. For those freshmen who have a hobby, by paying just a few dollars for a club, you can find a group of like-minded friends who tend not to skimp. But there are many other freshmen who are there just on a whim. Often, after paying the money for the enrollment fund, they don't bother to go to the activities and forget about it within 2 days. Therefore, every time this time of year, all the clubs will try every possible means to recruit new members, and the routine is just the same as the gym to get an annual card. However, there are exceptions to everything. Under a tent at the intersection and the best spot on the entire boulevard, an argument erupted from the place where the largest number of freshmen had gathered. "No, why do people get in and I don't?" The man who spoke had a ring of fake monkey hair on his head, a tiger skirt around his waist, and a telescopic version of his weapon in his hand. He was dressed as the Monkey King, but he was arguing with the opposite side of the room, and across from him were several students in cosplay. Apparently, the tent belonged to the Smoky Sea University's cos club, and this kind of club, as a secondary gathering place, naturally attracts the attention of many freshmen. Only, the students underneath this tent looked at the monkey who had come to enroll in front of them with a somewhat contemptuous gaze. "Classmate, a word of advice. Circles are different. Don't blend hard." Charcoal Gyro, sitting behind the table, glanced over and shook his head. "Why don't you take a look at what you're cosplaying first? It's like a top sword show in some park. Really, if you want to join us you can. I advise you to go back and reprise your role as the Monkey King again." Hearing the man's words, Monkey frowned. Although the line on his own body is a bit simple, but should have the same not bad doesn't this count for me? What else is missing? Thus, Monkey inquired out in doubt. As a result, the few people on the other side seemed to have already reached a consensus. That doozy standing behind Charcoal Gyro also spoke up. "Don't be funny. The Monkey King we're talking about is a Super Saiyan." Hearing these words, Monkey was immediately exasperated and somewhat dumbfounded. Raising his hand and pointing towards the several people in front, his voice exasperatedly said, "Fine, dare I say that I have to play the role of a little day in the life, right? Who made that rule?" And as Monkey's words rang out, a few people from the cos club laughed in unison. "I can't help it. We've got a lot of pussy here." "That's right. What era is it? Still cos gods? How earthy buddy." Seeing the mocking smiles on the faces of these few people in front of him, despite the anger rising in his heart, Monkey could do nothing about it. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound of hooves rang out from the side of the crowd. The voice was clear and pleasant. but it was a sound that had never been heard in reality before and only existed on television. The crowd couldn't help but follow the sound. But when they saw where the sound was coming from, their original expressions all changed, and their eyes widened. Just under the stunned gaze of the crowd, just see at the end of that road is the direction to the dormitory building. A tall figure actually appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a stocky and imposing black deer. That's not all. In addition to this black deer, what surprised them even more was that this deer was carrying a man on its back. As this scene appeared, some people in the know immediately opened their mouths. Ooh, look, you guys, isn't that the deer from last night? Wasn't he taken away? How come you're back? I go, on its back. Is there someone else? There was no need to be reminded, as the other students present all saw the figure on the black deer. When they got a little closer, the crowd realized that the man's costume was not unusual. One could only see that he was wearing a metaphysical immortal armor and a long belt shaped like a cloud of neon. The magic weapon held in his hand was inscribed with 5 thunder edicts, and so black deer with the immediacy of an ink unicorn. Together with this 5 thunders token, it was also enough to easily call out for recognition. In the early morning hours, there was still a bit of morning fog in the air. Under the sunlight, this figure riding a black deer seemed to step out of the fog, appearing to be immortal. Such a scene was akin to the appearance of the thunder ancestor manifesting himself as a saint. The crowd of students present had their jaws dropped at the moment. One by one, their eyes looked as if they were fixed, looking dead on toward the figure riding the black deer, their heads deflecting as it ran. And the black deer galloped like lightning and was quite fast. The sound of hooves, which was still some distance away, came very close in a matter of moments. As the distance draws closer, the students present can see even more clearly. Even the shiny fur is clearly visible, and the figure sitting on the back of the deer, but also a look of anger and self-confidence. In a flash, the students in the room were silent. Especially the students of the cos club were dumbfounded, and suddenly an unspeakable feeling of inferiority arose for no reason. Couldn't help but look down at his own line of dress, and then look at that thunder ancestor Kiran, actually from the heart to give birth to the feeling of worship, until an ill-timed voice rang out from the sidelines, snapping them out of their outbursts. See, this is Monkey, my hometown in heaven. Isn't it awesome? Back then I was the god of thunder and he was the god of thunder. Why don't you little Japanese caramels worship the gods? End of chapter. Chapter 58, Heavenly Society? The black deer carrying Lin Nan brushed past these students and gradually went away. These students seemed to have not easily slowed down yet, and lost their voices in their mouths as they let out exclamations. I go, this is touching the real thing? What's the situation? It can't be. It's bumping into a real fairy. My god, I've never seen a deer like that before. Just by looking at the thickness of those 4 hooves, I even suspect that it's a mythical unicorn. With Lin Nan riding the black deer, he ran around the school since. These students who witnessed it were all jaw-dropped at the moment. Even the line of sight couldn't help but follow Lin Nan's figure for a long time, unwilling to look back. However, the speed of the black deer was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. Soon in the blink of an eye of the crowd swiftly disappeared at the end of the road. The monkey who was previously disliked by the cos club now felt a raised eyebrow. The local god, the household name Monkey, was disliked by a group of foreign anime characters? Now what? You've seen the power of the local gods, haven't you? Although I do not have that kind of momentum, but the image of the cos is at least the same system, so it is also with honor. Monkey turned his head to look at Charcoal Gyru on that opposite side of the room, only to see these cosplayers are also a look of surprise to the mouth. And the face is a little complicated. Some have even begun to take off their clothes, obviously by the scene just now, shocked, steeped in the feeling that cost these foreign anime characters a little bit of a drop. This stuff is actually fine without the comparison, but once there is a clear comparison and the difference is felt, the mental gap makes it very difficult. Monkey's heart felt a sudden surge of darkness. Who was the one who just said that cosplaying small-time anime characters is what makes them pushy? How about now? Now you've seen what a god looks like. To be shocked, it has to be the mysterious power from the east. You guys just learn. Monkey, after some fox fake tiger, head held high and walked away. Suddenly feel tasteless. This cos society does not enter, unless that Lei Zhu builds a heavenly society and joins it himself to fit the image of Monkey brother. But then again, that dude was awesome back there. It's almost as if they ran straight out from inside the idol. Smoky Sea City, in a protected natural landscape area. The long cries of insects and birds can be heard everywhere among the verdant mountains and forests. It was early in the morning. The mist rose and the air in the forest was fresh and crisp. Pony, who is a forest ranger, is patrolling the mountains. Where the hell is it? The pony muttered under his breath while still hunched slowly forward. He kept dropping his head to look at the traces on the ground, as if trying to find something. As a forest ranger, your daily job is to disguise yourself as a human stethoscope. Measure the mountains and forests with your feet and check every blade of grass in the reserve. And go ahead and beware of mountain fires that can be caused by the elements. And in addition to these day-to-day tasks, the ponies have an additional task. It is to find out the whereabouts of the black deer in the mountains and forests. Based on these tracks, the survey was organized and reported on the activities of the deer in the reserve. However, when the pony received this task and was ready to complete it, he realized that this matter, however, was even more difficult than he had imagined. Despite knowing how difficult it is to try and find a deer in the middle of a huge mountain forest, but the good thing is that last night the deer entered the reserve right in front of them. So as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, the pony tracked his way directly along where he had stepped into the mountains. But the pony soon realized that after walking along for a while, the deer's trail became difficult to find. It was as if he was deliberately hiding his tracks, and his movements were extraordinarily erratic. The pony pursued it all the way, only to see a set of hoof prints again after a long search. Phew! Finally found it. With a sigh of relief, he pulled out his satellite phone and prepared to mark the location on the map. However, upon seeing the orientation of the map he was in at the moment, the pony froze. He seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his expression was somewhat surprised. Then his eyes were fixed on the several points on the map that had been searched for, and under the gaze, the points were connected with lines. When that line is drawn, what was reflected in the pony's eyes was an arc, and where the ponies were at that moment was only a few miles away from the edge of the reserve. What does that portend? The black deer that was put into the mountains last night did not head into the hinterland of the reserve after entering it. Instead, the route is curved into the forest, slipped for a moment, and then began to run in the direction of the edge of the mountains. Right now, Pony looked at the curve drawn on this map. If we follow its trend and extend it further, from what can be deduced about the line, that black deer, I'm afraid it's long gone from the reserve by now. This can't be right. Realizing this, the ponies all of a sudden looked a little dumbfounded. That deer, did it really get out? He even said he'd observe. If he's really gone, what's the point of observing? The pony immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, and was about to go to the edge of the protected area to see what was going on. But at that moment, he heard a whoosh sound, and the sound of an arrow breaking through the air suddenly came from the distance. Lola! Lola! Immediately afterward, an ear-piercing sound of flying birds cawing could be heard, which seemed to be very painful. Upon hearing the rattle, the pony was first stunned. Soon, however, the bird of prey never moved again after letting out one last chirp. The ponies also took advantage of the effort to return to their senses. Not right. Spinning around, he took a step towards where the voice came from. He cautiously explored ahead. After passing through a bush, he could see from afar that there were actually a few people standing in front of him. Two of them were armed with bows, and the leader of the group was carrying a bird of prey that was gurgling blood from its neck. It was the same one that had been crowing. Seeing the equipment they were wearing, and the shotgun that the man in charge was carrying, the pony's heart skipped a beat and he carefully hid behind a tree. It wasn't until after watching the three men talking about something and taking another step deeper into the mountains, only then did he dare to take a couple big breaths and hurriedly pulled out his satellite phone. Hello? Master. Master. With the phone being connected, the pony's throat was a little dry, and he said hoarsely, I ran into a group of people in the forest, as if they were poachers. At this time, the ranger Lao Yen, who was at the other end of the mountain, suddenly had a stern look on his face. Associating it with the trail he had seen in the forest 2 days ago, he had a vague guess in his mind, and after inquiring with the pony about the current situation, he instantly understood. This is definitely a poacher without a doubt. Old Yen did not doubt him, quickly instructed, Apprentice, this gang can do anything. You hurry to find a place to hide first, don't be exposed. I'll rush over. After saying that, Old Yen hurried towards the mountain forest side. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ma, who was hiding behind a tree, looked at the direction that those three people had left, thinking that once their traces were lost in this dense forest, it would be difficult to find them again. What's more, if Master came over from that side, and the two met again, I was afraid that something would happen. Thinking about this, Pony finally mustered up the courage. Trying to steady his breathing, he followed at a distance. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Playing the Gods and Creating an Immortal Class. Phew, cool. Lin Nan sat on the back of the black deer, feeling the gusty wind sweeping by his ears, and let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. At this time, the black deer also spread out and ran wildly around the campus for a long time. It's just that this campus, as big as it looks, is clearly not big enough to allow the black deer to gallop around to its heart's content. Plus this comes and goes, and there are always students walking on the road. Black deer still remembered Lin Nan's teachings not to hurt anyone, so he still had to lower his speed, and after a few laps around the campus, Black Deer was getting a little pressed, wanted to take Lin Nan to the wider world for a bit of fun, and because of the existence of the Thunder Seal, Lin Nan was also able to read what was going on in Black Deer's mind. So, see the Black Deer gradually slow down, and from time to time wiggle his antlers to pout, like a child eager to go out and play. The corner of Lin Nan's mouth raised a smile, somewhat helplessly lowered his body, reached out and touched the Black Deer's forehead, and asked, "How? Do you want to go out and play?" As Lin Nan's words fell, he only heard this Black Deer immediately let out a cheerful chirping sound. It seemed to be in response to Lin Nan's speculation, and his attitude seemed quite eager. "It's fine to go out and have fun, but you must be obedient and never get me in trouble." Considering the traffic outside and the fact that this is a state-protected animal, Lin Nan also had to be cautious. "Let's go. Gotta make a trip back to talk to them first too." The them Lin Nan was talking about was naturally Wang Qingyu and the others. Immediately, Black Deer couldn't wait to speed up and lead Lin Nan back to find them. "I can't make the decision about what you said. I still have to ask Nan what he wants." Back. At this time, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao were still guarding the road leading to the dormitory. Wang Qingyu was holding the cell phone of the live broadcast, and was chatting with the water friends in the live broadcast room, as well as the people beside him. They also wanted to chase Lin Nan live, but the Black Deer was too fast. Even Jiang Tao, who trained from time to time, could only look at his back and look away. At this moment, seeing that the Black Deer ran back idly carrying Lin Nan, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, immediately came forward. Only, besides the two of them, Lin Nan also saw a figure. A tiger skin dress was wrapped around his body, and the weapon in his hand had shrunk to the size of a rolling pin and was clutched in his hand, in the very guise of a monkey. He looked familiar. Lin Nan recalled in his mind that he seemed to have glimpsed this person when he passed by just now. "Back Nan." Wang Qingyu took a step and moved to Lin Nan's side in 3 or 2 moves. While looking back and forth, his eyes revealed a strong envy, and he said in a loud voice, "TSK, Brother Nan, this stance of yours right now is way too racy. Little brother's real name is Envious." Wang Qingyu's face was filled with flattery, and he also smiled as if to please. "Let's discuss. Can you take me for a ride?" "It's okay." Lin Nan nodded without thinking. Then, under Wang Qingyu's excited expression, he patted the Black Deer and spoke, "But you have to ask it first. As long as it agrees, I have no problem." As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu immediately turned his head to look at this Black Deer, and the next second, when he saw this Black Deer, eyes coldly glanced, and even raised his head proudly, and shook the pair of narrow antlers. Wang Qingyu heart's expectations instantly doused. Hey, forget it. Next time, some other time, sometime. It seemed that he could see that this Black Deer had an uninviting attitude towards everyone else except Lin Nan. Wang Qingyu then used a delaying triple move to slightly save some face for himself. Otherwise he was really afraid that the deer would give him a top, and that would be bad. He asserted that the average beast of prey really wouldn't be able to beat this lanky deer. Hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Lin Nan also had a prediction in his heart. Immediately, his eyes fell on that monkey. "Old Lin, he's here to see you." Seeing Lin Nan looking over, Jiang Tao introduced a mouth at the side, clearly knowing the purpose of this person. However, before Jiang Tao finished speaking, that monkey had already taken 2 steps forward, eyes full of astonishment. He'd scared at the Black Deer as well as Lin Nan on the deer's back. He was close to offering his knees and said in a loud voice, "Great God, I've heard all about you, and I have to say, it's a real impersonation, just like the real thing, and the sight of you passing by over there just now directly shook all those people up. You don't know. I just tried to join the cos club in this monkey suit and I ended up." Speaking of what just happened, Monkey seems to have opened the box. Will be his encounter with the sound and colorful narrative out, and by the time Monkey's words fell, Lin Nan had yet to figure out the other party's purpose for coming to him. "Well, so what? So, can I ask you to form a club? Great God? It's a special gathering of those of us who love folklore and play the role of various mythological or legendary characters. Start your own club?" Hearing the other party's proposal, Lin Nan couldn't help but freeze. Hadn't really thought about it before, but would have a little something to offer if they did start a club. That is, in the future, it would be easier to walk around the school in the name of the club, playing the god himself. And just as Lin Nan was thinking, Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, took his cell phone camera and aimed it at both Lin Nan and Monkey. At the same time, he was keeping an eye on the pop-ups scrolling through the live stream, seemed to see an interesting comment and spoke up from the sidelines. "Hey Nan, you see that's a bit of an interesting offer, haha." While speaking, Wang Qingyu handed his cell phone to Lin Nan's eyes, and seeing the comments that popped up, Lin Nan's expression stagnated, only to see the pop-ups scrolling in the live broadcast room. The netizens obviously saw Monkey appearing in the same frame as Lin Nan, and they were swiping the screen in the live broadcast room. I go, Sun Disheng face to face with Thunder Ancestor? Look at what he's wearing or the suit that fell from the monsters at the early stage of fetching scriptures. It's obvious that he's asking Heavenly Father to do something? Begging Lei Zhu to come down to Earth to help collect the demons. Ha ha ha. Kind of interesting. Why doesn't the anchor just create a Heavenly Court society? And then just have a Heavenly Court universe at a later stage? Think about the anchor's future live broadcast with a bunch of heavenly generals. That picture must be shocking. Seeing the netizens' proposal, Lin Nan felt speechless and couldn't help but admire the netizens' brainchild. Creating the celestial universe? Mustn't that versus the Marvel universe? Thanks for thinking of it. However, in the very next second, Lin Nan's expression froze on his face, unable to laugh. It was only because the system's beep came from his ears at the right time. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions includes important mainline suggestions: play as the gods of heaven, create an immortal class, and start the heavenly realm on Earth. Sunban illustrations have been distributed. Play as the mainline, hosts can play as the gods of the heavenly court, or create an immortal ministry. For each unlocked god, you will receive a mysterious reward. Hint, when all of the immortal classes are built, you will receive the ultimate reward. What? Play as the gods of heaven and create an immortal class? Well, 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 well. Can you do that? This just included suggestion instantly caught Lin Nan's attention, and immediately, something extra did feel in his mind. So with a thought, he realized that if he gently closed his eyes, a picture would emerge, and on top of the scroll, it was clearly the heavenly realm of the immortal palace floating in the air, with countless gods and goddesses in different postures. There is the giant spirit god who holds the heaven-opening axe, the Erlangjianjuan who has the roaring dog lying beside him, the Jade Emperor, who sits in the center of the scroll, and the three pristine ones, who are in the ninth heaven overlooking the gods. Nezha with his feet on the wind and fire wheels, Li Tianwan with his hand on the pagoda. These were all gods and goddesses ranked in the immortal class, and the end of the day, they had a look of divine might. Only on the scroll these gods are basically in black and white, proving that they haven't been illuminated yet. So far, the only colorful one is in a conspicuous position on the right side of the scroll, riding an ink unicorn, holding a magic weapon, labeled Thunder Department God of the Nine Heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Tianzuan. Only this only god with color is only lit up less than 1/4 of the way. This was because Lin Nan's current play completion level was also precisely at the early 20%. Seeing this flipped open scroll, Lin Nan's heart turned over in a wave of shock. It's really a no-brainer. Surprisingly, there are still so many heavenly deities, but think about it, there are so many departments in the heavenly court, and there are even more gods and goddesses in the immortal class. Hundreds of them if you add all the big and small gods and goddesses. And by merely completing the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father's play completion of 20 out of 20, he had gained the spell aptitude that he had today. What if we could play all these gods? With this in mind, Lin Nan couldn't help but have thoughts. However, at this moment, to the onlookers, Lin Nan did not know what he was thinking. And originally, Black Deer was a bit impatient at the moment because he couldn't spread his legs on this campus. A slight movement of his body roused Lin Nan, who was in a daze, back to his senses. Hiss, kind of funny. Unlocking it gives you access to the mysterious rewards. I don't know if there's any real immortal cultivation methods in here. If there is, this mana won't be a worry in the future. And Lin Nan, who had come back to his senses, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and had a decision in his heart. But now that we know what's going on, it's not the time to be in a hurry. And Lin Nan was in a great mood at the moment, so he reached out and stroked the black deer's head, waiting impatiently. Are we? Come on, let's get going. Lin Nan favored him. And the black deer answered instantly, letting out a joyful chirp in response, and instantly was about to lead Lin Nan towards the outside of the school. Nan, where are you going? Behind him came Wang Qingyu's puzzled call, and Lin Nan waved his hand at the other party to indicate that there was no need to worry. At the same time, he also said to Monkey, I've taken note of the proposal you just made. I'll think about it later. You can contact Jian Tao if there's anything. And the black deer's speed was strangely fast, leaving only Lin Nan's voice echoing in the breeze, causing the three of them to stop and look at it with envy. And one man and one deer soon ran all the way from this side of the dormitory building to the entrance of the school. Gee, you mean that thing yesterday? How much effort did we put in? It wouldn't be too much to ask for a prize, would it? At this point, the security guards at the school entrance were still chatting away. Just then, a crisp sound of 4 hooves on the ground rang out from the distance. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the security guards' expressions were stunned. Old Wang, did you hear? Any movement? Hiss, how is that possible? These two security guards said in surprise, seemingly thinking of the owner of the voice. They could not help but look at each other, and then look towards the direction of the voice in unison. In the next second, horror was written all over his face. It was clearly the same black deer that had appeared on campus last night. It surprisingly reappeared, and it was speeding towards the school entrance, and the two security guards froze in place for a moment, and didn't wait for them to react in any way, but he saw that the black deer had already arrived at the school entrance. This was followed by another high leap that easily crossed the school's automatic bar. Tap. Without stopping a moment after landing, the figure headed off into the distance. Seeing this scene, the two security guards' jaws dropped. There it is again. Why is it back again? When did it enter the school? And why don't I know anything about it? Recalling the situation when he saw the black deer just now, one of the security guards said in shock, "Old Wang, if I didn't make a mistake just now, is this deer carrying a man on it?" The security guard, Old Wang, swallowed his saliva, and all kinds of speculations surfaced in his mind, and he was finally surprised. Holy, it can't have been kidnapped by this deer, can it? I'm asking for a wave of recommendations and monthly votes. Thank you all. This is the second chapter, and there's another one around midnight tonight. Then, after a while it might be on the shelves, and the current free chapters will go into VIP then. So everyone read it now while it's free, and catch up on your reading. Don't save it up so you don't have to pay for it when the time comes, and then you'll lose money. End of chapter. Chapter 60. A divine god falls to earth. Worshipping citizens. Lin Nan rode the black deer and sped out of the campus. Coming above the streets of the city, this black deer's mood had obviously become much higher. Obviously, the wide, straight streets outside are much better than at school, and black deer remembered the route and knew exactly which way he should go, while about to cross a street. Seeing the red light ahead, Lin Nan reminded black deer in his mind. Spinning around, it surveyed the direction it was preparing to go in, which was the very natural landscape close to the zoo. Is it to show me around your new home? Lin Nan hung his hand down and stroked the black deer's forehead twice and opened his mouth. The latter, on the other hand, let out a cheerful chirp and nodded with great spirituality. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan's mouth revealed a smile. Thinking about the natural scenic spots in the Smoky Sea City, he hadn't even taken a proper stroll yet. Since I'm out this time, I might as well take the opportunity to enjoy it as well and get some air in the big forest. Think of it as casual relaxation. And with such an opportunity, Lin Nan didn't forget about the group of aquatic friends and fans in the live broadcast room. Spinning out his cell phone, he skillfully switched accounts to open the live broadcast. Nor did he specifically say anything, merely adding a paragraph to the live feed's notes. Preparing to go up the mountain for a break. Cloud trekking in. If it was just a simple line, it might not have much appeal. It would just make people think it was a regular outdoor broadcast. However, with the image presented by Lin Nan's camera at the moment, it was a different scene. Lin Nan tucked her cell phone into her blouse and put it into the pocket she had purposely sewn earlier. The angle is just enough to allow the camera to capture what's in front of it. And the image presented in the live broadcast at this moment was clearly the viewpoint of Lin Nan riding on the back of a black deer. Upon seeing the pair of narrow antlers just ahead in this live feed, soon there were fans and netizens flooding into the live broadcast room. Good lord, the anchor got the whole first view thing going? Love to watch. Also the first view, the experience pulls it all together. That said, going up the mountain to take a break. Cloud trekking? Where is the anchor going with this? Is it hard to elope? As the netizens flooded in, the pop-ups in the live stream began to roll. It was just that Lin Nan didn't check it out, so naturally he wouldn't feel speechless. Just then, a stuttering voice rang out from not far from his own side. Hiss. You? Lin Nan's gaze flickered and followed the sound. Realizing that it was precisely on his side, there was a man waiting at a red light with him, only to see that the other party was riding an electric bicycle and was staring at black deer and Lin Nan with a face full of surprise. Because of the black deer's tall size and the fact that Lin Nan was sitting on its back, he was much taller than this man. Therefore, Lin Nan needed to turn around slightly and then hang his head to see the other side. It turned out that this look didn't matter. When Lin Nan turned to face him, the man raised his head slightly and saw clearly Lin Nan's appearance and dress. Instead, what presented itself to his eyes was a different picture. One could only see an immortal dressed in a suit of basilisk-colored immortal armor, with an aura that transcended the mortal world, and at his hip was a majestic shin deer, and it just so happened that Lin Nan was in a higher position, her body blocking the sun. Under the reflection of the sunlight behind him, falling in the man's eyes, Lin Nan's body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of eye-catching golden light, not to mention the fact that this immortal armor had floating ribbons shaped like clouds and neon on top of it. Now it was also in the sunlight, glowing with a colorful shine. This view, it's not too much to say that it's a godsend, the man's mind thought. and in an instant, waves of shock were set off. More than that, I can't stop my jaw from dropping. His mouth was also open, as if he wanted to say something, but he stumbled and couldn't speak for half a day. And as the man was surprised, the waiting red light turned green. Ha! Lin Nan saw this expression on the other party's face, and purposely waited in place for a few seconds, hoping to hear a bit of a statement from him, and also to increase the degree of play. However, seeing that he really had nothing to say, Lin Nan stopped waiting. Immediately, he signaled Black Deer and continued in the direction of his destination. However, with the sound of crisp hooves, this passing man, however, still watched Lin Nan's figure fade away before returning slightly to his senses. I blanch, even fairies have to wait for stoplights? Having said that, the man was still in a bit of a trance when he recalled what he had just seen. Like a weighted lottery ticket pinched in your hand, and he had a clear chance to win the grand prize, but he froze and didn't scratch it at the end. The whole person was immediately chagrined and slapped his thighs, saying in a loud voice, "Oops, I should have known that I should have made a wish first just now. Even if it's spiritual or not, why just drop the ball at the critical moment?" Just as the man was doubly remorseful, as if he had missed some heavenly opportunity, Lin Nan, however, had already ridden the Black Deer and left a long way away. At the same time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also talking heatedly. They had all witnessed what had just happened. The slightly exaggerated expression of that old man on the electric bike is still imprinted in the eyes of netizens. The netizens in the live stream couldn't help but be amused. Ha ha ha, look at that old man just now. He's practically a face artist. That shocked little expression is killing me. After all, the probability of meeting a god on the road is so small that it's no different than going out and running into God. Just now if it were me, I would probably have reacted even more violently than him. Don't say that either. It's really because the anchor listened to the advice and is now playing too much of a role. Even the mount is arranged. Don't look at the big guys talking through the screen. If I really met the anchor in reality, I guess I would have to mutter in my heart. As the netizens of the live broadcast commented, Lin Nan followed the deer and continued to gallop forward. After this green light, the road behind was clear. Gradually, the Black Deer spread out and gained speed. Lin Nan could only hear the sound of the whistling wind coming from his ears, becoming clearer and clearer. Meanwhile, 2 streets ahead. Phew! A traffic policeman was blowing a whistle and supervising passing vehicles. Most of the time, however, the main task of the traffic police is to remind passing motorized vehicle owners to wear helmets. However, just as the traffic police were directing, they saw a black figure running at the end of the road. The moment he saw the dark figure, the traffic cop's vision was fixed, frozen in the distance. What is it? As the figure rapidly approached, the traffic police were quick to see it in its full glory. It turned out to be a black deer that was actually strutting down the city road, and driving alongside a car, not overtaking, not changing lanes, and looking like they're obeying the rules of the road. Seeing this scene, the traffic police immediately stared in disbelief, as if not quite dare to believe what they saw in front of them. However, the red light did not come on in the vicinity of the traffic cop, and the black deer was just passing through. Without stopping for a moment, he continued to gallop forward. The traffic cop muttered under his breath and froze in place for a few seconds, but also quickly sensed that something was wrong. What's this deer doing in the city? And Fong, if I'm not mistaken, was carrying someone on his back. And let's not get ahead of ourselves. How can we let it run around the streets? This traffic cop immediately woke up, so he took 2 steps on the motorcycle and chased after him. However, the black deer was running really fast. It was soon left behind. The traffic cop didn't give up, staring at the dark figure on the horizon while contacting his colleagues on the intercom. 102138 to Captain. A deer has been spotted on East Street in Harbor City. Request to follow. The black deer carried Lin Nan as he darted down the road. An orange Lamborghini was parked at the next stoplight. The young man sitting in the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, was full of smugness at the moment. In what he thought was a sexy voice, he said to the heavily made-up, wonderful woman beside him, "Baby, just got my dad to buy me a new car. How does it feel?" The woman on the passenger side of the car is lightly familiar with the car, and immediately responded with stars in her eyes. Wow, this car is really handsome. Ah no, the husband is really handsome. As she said that, she turned her sight to the driver's seat, but then she abruptly heard a crisp cry not far away. The woman froze and subconsciously looked in the direction of that sound. With just a quick glance, the entire group was confused for a moment, almost thinking they hadn't woken up. What met his eyes was a majestic black deer, standing there alone and proud, and on the back of the deer sat a god in immortal armor. Wow! The woman's eyes widened, she covered her mouth, and gave a heartfelt cry. What's the matter? A shock? Her unusual behavior startled the rich young man in the driver's seat, catching a glimpse of the surprise and adoration on the woman's face. The rich young man also looked towards the direction of her sight, but was stunned in the next second. I go to. Richie's eyes widened as he slowly removed his sunglasses, looking at this black deer next to the car, as well as Lin Nan sitting on the deer's back. He felt a very oppressive aura coming over him. At this moment, the rich kid's mind was painted with question marks. You've got a heart on? Or did you lose too much essence last night? How is this in broad daylight? To see the gods? Richie rubbed his eyes hard. It's surprising that it will wait for a stoplight? Playing so? Richie couldn't help but marvel at the fact that, upon further comparison, it felt like the luxury car he'd always loved instantly didn't smell good anymore. And just as he was surprised, the green light ahead had come on, only to see that the black deer had already set its hooves and continued to run forward. Seeing this, the rich second generation hurriedly stretched his neck out from the car window towards Lin Nan, who was running away. How much do you want to pay for this deer, Mr. Immortal? Why don't you sell it to me? However, he did not receive any response, and the black deer was already carrying Lin Nan further and further away. Instead, there was a motorcycle sound from the rear. The traffic police chased them all the way and saw the rich kid poking his head out the window. The traffic cop knocked on the car door and opened his mouth to warn, "Comrade, keep your head out of the car window." Once that was out of the way, the traffic cop tapped his helmet and pulled down his visor. After taking a deep breath with a sense of mission, the motorcycle ramped up and continued to chase after them as if it were a movie. And the rich kid was still slow to catch his breath as he watched their departing backs. Hearing the horn honking furiously from behind, he simply pulled over and dialed a phone. Dad, something isn't going to change the car. Do you know where they sell deer? The kind that can carry people and read the stoplights themselves. As the rich kid's words fell, a splitting reprimand came from the other end of the phone. The rich kid was at a loss for words and hurriedly explained. No, Dad, I didn't touch that. What are you stopping the credit card for? Dad, hello? End of chapter. Chapter 61. Could it be him? As Lin Nan sped through the city on the black deer, he drew countless side glances from passers-by for a while. There is no lack of drivers waiting for the green light on the road. After seeing that there are people riding black deer in their own side-by-side, in the surprise and at the same time muttered asterisk 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 asterisk, while they have taken out their cell phones to take pictures all the time. And people were even more surprised to find out that the black deer actually looked like it knew the rules of the road. Despite running in the road, it didn't cause any accidents. Just like that, the black deer carried Lin Nan all the way to the nature reserve. When passing by the Yanhai City Zoo, there happened to be a number of tourists who had just finished coming out, and as soon as they were out of the zoo's gate, they saw a black deer galloping across the road. Many people looked suspiciously at the road and then at the zoo gates behind them. Thought I was still at the zoo. What a special program this was. One person even heartily exclaimed, "Oh, it's all out and you still see animals running in the streets? Not bad for a big city zoo. It's worth the admission money." And when the black deer, carrying Lin Nan, quickly disappeared from their field of vision, followed closely by the traffic policeman, who also caught up on his motorcycle, it was enough to see Lin Nan's whereabouts from the reaction of the passers-by. Did you guys just see? Before the traffic police could finish their questioning, the surrounding enthusiastic citizens reached out and pointed in the direction of Lin Nan's disappearance. See, it's going that way, riding a deer. It's awesome. So this traffic police officer chased and asked questions and froze, but unfortunately just could not catch up. Anxious head, white face. After passing through the zoo, the smell of nature intensifies. The scenery around the eye, except for this artificial paved road under the feet, has gradually been replaced by verdant trees. Soon, the black deer carried Lin Nan and entered within the natural scenic area. On this journey, Lin Nan's eyes were glued to the front, and when the black deer had twisted and turned around a few corners, suddenly, a flash of darkness on the road ahead broke into Lin Nan's line of sight. As the distance continued to close, the flash of blackness continued to enlarge in Lin Nan's line of sight. When it became clearly visible, Lin Nan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, because he realized that what was on the ground was a charred mark. Wait a minute. Lin Nan's mind moved, signaling the black deer to slow down and get closer to the scorched black mark. Baird. Just as he was approaching, a sound of intertwining thunder and lightning faintly resounded in Lin Nan's ears. In the air, it was as if there was still a strong breath of thunder that carried a majestic and volatile aftermath. At this time, the live broadcast of the Water Friends also saw the marks on the road. The charred black, with the surrounding concrete road, is really a bit out of place. Seeing Lin Nan stopping by, the Water Friends couldn't help but question, "Oh, Anchor, why is there such a big black mark here?" Under close observation, one could only see that the charred black mark had a diameter of about 4 meters, with irregularly radiating edges, and there are a number of bumpy objects within this imprint. It looks like the steel was melted and then cooled to form the mold. Seeing this, there are already a number of sailors who associated with something that has happened here before. So immediately in the pop-up warned, I go. This is not the last time the gang of traffickers' car was formed when the lightning struck. With this discovery from the netizens, the water users in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. Although I had heard about it before, I had never seen it live. Now they were so close through the live broadcast. In a flash, the pop-ups in the live stream also boiled over. It seems to be true. Look at the center of the marks, and the traces of melted and cooled iron. Isn't that what the news said was left behind after the trafficker's car was struck by lightning? Ha! I bet the news about that gang of traffickers being struck by lightning is true. Is it really such a coincidence? It can't be some kind of high priest doing it? Seeing that there were later netizens, it was clear that they didn't know what Lin Nan had done that day. Thus, the old fans who had been staying in the live broadcast room couldn't help but send pop-ups to tease. The practice? Don't tell me. There was one. And it's right here. Undoubtedly. Just as the live streaming netizens had teased, this mark was precisely left behind by a heavenly thunderbolt that Lin Nan had descended with the violet heavenly thunder skill that day. But although the thunder was struck by his own hand, however, when he saw this mark so closely, Lin Nan was still quite emotional in his heart. Feeling the thunder chi that was still lingering around him if it was still hidden, the power of this thunder could be imagined. Right now, he was only playing the role of a thunder ancestor, and the thunder technique he cast was so powerful. In the future, if you play as more gods, unlock more immortals in the immortal spectrum icon, there was no telling how many subtle spells awaited one in the back. For a while, Lin Nan couldn't help but be overwhelmed with thoughts, and was even a bit impatient. However, right after some heartfelt thoughts, Lin Nan had a second thought. As the old saying goes, you can't eat a Wang Chengyu in one breath. Even though you have expectations, you have to keep your feet on the ground and take it one step at a time. Besides, follow the system's routine. As the God's playthrough becomes more complete, the more difficult the later suggestions are to complete, the richer the rewards become. Right now, one should still go ahead and fulfill the advice about the Thunder Ancestor as much as possible. Also, it's time to think ahead to the next god you'll be playing. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Nan patted the black deer on the back, accompanying Lin Nan's move. The crisp sound of hooves then resounded once more, and this time, the black deer directly carried Lin Nan to the border of the scenic area. Spinning around, he leapt high and plunged headlong into the middle of the lush mountain forest. After crossing a bush, this beautiful mountain scenery came into Lin Nan's eyes. The whole thing is wide open. In the meantime, with the sound of a motorcycle starting up, that traffic cop also chased after the natural landscape. Looking ahead at this straight road leading to the scenic area, the traffic policeman murmured suspiciously, "Is this going into the woods?" Just then, a sharp and oppressive siren suddenly came from the rear. Hearing the sound, the traffic police froze, stopped the car in a hurry, and looked back to the rear in surprise, only to see several police cars approaching rapidly. Ooh, what's with all the police cars? What's this big deal that's happening? And right now, the traffic police are at the entrance to the natural landscape. The police car came to him quickly. The police car in the lead braked and a female officer stepped out of it. If Lin Nan and the others were present, they would be able to recognize this person at a glance. And it was none other than Liang Yuzhu. Apparently, she was puzzled to see a traffic cop standing at the entrance to this scenic spot. Right now the traffic cop is still in a daze, and both sides subconsciously salute each other. "Comrade, this is, what happened?" As the traffic police inquired, Liang Yuzhu showed her ID and reminded, "We received a call from a forest ranger that a group of poachers and thieves had come to the nature reserve in the back and were illegally in possession of firearms. It could be dangerous here, so if anything is particularly important, go back first." As Liang Yuzhu's words fell, this traffic police officer was however still in a daze. "Poachers? Illegal gun possession? Nice guy, you just came after a deer yourself. Ha! I can't believe I stumbled into this." But the traffic policeman sighed for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, not right? There's a gang of poachers in these woods? That deer rider could have broken in just now. Thinking of this, the traffic police cannot help but be a little worried about it, and hearing him talk to himself, but let the presence of Liang Yuzhu and other people puzzled, calling for puzzlement. What deer riding broke in? Liang Yuzhu opened her mouth to inquire. Oh, that's what happened. Traffic police will be things after a brief description, and described the person's dress and appearance characteristics, also cannot help but lamented, that set of dress up quite bluff. At first glance it really looks like the immortal descended from the earth. I chased him all the way here and just watched him run into the scenery. As the traffic policeman described the matter clearly, Liang Yuzhu's mind immediately floated to a person's figure. And it's not just the dress code, it's even the appearance that's right. Could it really be him? Looking towards the dense mountain forest, Lian Yuju's brows unconsciously frowned. Meanwhile, right in the middle of this dense mountain forest, the ranger, Pony, followed the three poachers with caution all the way. Just wanted to wait for the police to arrive so they could report their location as soon as possible. But along the way, the ponies could see the ruthlessness of this gang of poachers. So it's been taught and extra careful. It can't be said that he doesn't have a brain. When it comes to this kind of thing, as a forest ranger, he naturally has a responsibility. But some will choose to run for cover and some will choose to go forward valiantly. The three people in front of him were about to lose sight of them as they walked behind a few trees. The pony was about to go after it at a fast pace. Suddenly, a pair of rough and wrinkled hands reached out from a side bush and grabbed the pony's arm with precision. In the next second, the hand fought to pull back, and a huge force yanked it directly into the grass. Xiao Ma was frightened by this sudden turn of events, coupled with the fact that his nerves were already in a tense state. He was just about to shout out, but a pair of hands covered his mouth in death. "Bastard! Stop yelling!" A pale voice that was pressed extremely low sounded from his ears. The pony couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief as he listened with a double sense of familiarity and affection. Well, Fu, just when he wanted to call out to a master. His mouth was still covered by a death grip, but there is a master in. At least the heart is sort of solid. Tense nerves also relaxed a few points. Next, there shouldn't be any accidents, right? Just wait for the police to come. The pony thought darkly in his mind. However, he didn't know it. It was during this time when old Yen pulled him into the bushes with one hand. The three poachers who were walking not far ahead also made a move. The one in the lead seemed to have heard something and immediately raised his hand to signal his companions to stop. Spinning around, he took off his shotgun. With a sinister look in his eyes, he turned to look toward their rear. The remaining two poacher thieves were suddenly puzzled and opened their mouths to inquire. "What's going on with Big Hairy Brother?" "Hush!" Damao signaled the two to be silent and continued to watch the wind ahead. It was only because he had just heard an unusual sound of grass rubbing together. After a careful round, his eyes gradually settled on a cold voice. "Someone is following us." "Ha!" As his words fell, the other two poacher thieves instantly froze. Again, follow its line of sight. Looking at the bright green woods, shaking in the sunlight. But after half a day's scrutiny, I couldn't see any signs of people. "Where? Brother Daimao? Who's following us?" Hearing this, Big Hair spat and whispered. "What the? Who else but a forest ranger in these deep woods? A widow with a broken shoe?" Upon hearing that a ranger had spotted them, the two remaining poachers were a little nonplussed. "What then?" A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Damao's eyes and he lowered his voice. "What else can we do? If we get caught, we'll get a couple years. And have you forgotten what you've done before? Once we're found out, we won't be able to fight for a few years. This forest is so big, it's not unusual to simply have a dead ranger eaten by a bear, is it?" The remaining two poachers heard Big Hair's intentions and were appalled, muttering, but before their words fell, Big Hair gave an impatient and angry rebuke. "No buts, listen to me if you want to live." With that, he pulled two lead bullets from his pocket and loaded them into the shotgun. Meanwhile, in the bushes not far in front of them, through a gap in the grass, Pony saw the three poachers move. He had just graduated from college. Where had he seen such a scene? A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. "Master, did he find us? Why don't we pull back first?" And with Xiao Ma's slightly trembling whispered reminder, the ranger Lao Yen but his eyes stared, noticed the reaction of the three poachers. The mere fact that the first one had a relatively clear purpose, but it also looked like they just sensed someone behind them. Now if he overreacted and made any noise, he would undoubtedly fall into the other party's hands. But even so, old Yen twisted his head and glanced at Xiao Ma, and instructed in a low voice. "Brat, you go first. Pay attention. Move out little by little. Don't make a big noise." Hearing this, Pony wanted to say something else, but before he could open his mouth, he was dissuaded by old Yan's eyes. Seeing this, he had no choice but to listen to his master's words first, and began to carefully move backward. It was only when the pony's feet had just moved twice that the lead poacher had already started his movements. Apparently, the other side pressed on with no intention of finding out who the people were first. There was no room given for negotiation either, and a shot was fired directly in the direction of the bush. Boo! With the sound of gunfire, exploding lead bullets radiated and stirred up a cloud of debris. The pony heard the voice, and then felt a sound coming from his ears. Several pieces of shrapnel flew close to his ears. Noticing this, the pony shuddered, as if he had been immobilized. His face was pale and his lips couldn't stop trembling. After a few hard breaths, the pony touched himself and did not notice any injuries. Thinking again of the master who was still behind him, he hurriedly turned back to look at old Yen. Just wanted to ask about the other side. However, in the next second, that pale body suddenly slanted, Then there was a portion of the weight that pressed down on the pony. The ponies froze as they assisted each other, a bit at a loss for words. At the moment his mind went blank. Before he could return to his senses, he suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. He subconsciously dropped his head to look, only to find that his hand was already dripping with blood. And this blood is clearly coming from Old Yen. Seeing this scene, Pony couldn't hold it together any longer. "Ah, master," he cried out in a low voice, some sobs already in his voice. With a low whimper from the pony, the shot rang out longingly through the dense forest. Boo! All of a sudden, the forest was startled by a flying bird that twittered and swept across the sky. In the dense forest, a black deer that was running joyfully also stopped abruptly. Begging for votes, begging for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Excitement. Chapter 62, Excitement. The black deer nimbly turned its head twice and looked at the bird sweeping across the sky, a touch of curiosity coming through its dark pupils. As for Lin Nan, who was sitting on the back of the black deer, his expression was stunned when he heard this sudden voice. Is this gunfire? At the same time, the cell phone tucked in his breast pocket rang with a vibration. Holy, did I just hear that right? Why is there gunfire in this forest? Anchor, run away. This is not the place to stay. Exciting. Every time an anchor is on the air, something odd happens. Anchor, watch the reward. Obviously, the water friends in the live broadcast also heard the sound of the party, and it was undoubtedly the sound of a gunshot. For a while, netizens couldn't help but speculate, and there were also netizens who found it exciting and had already begun to brush up their gifts. Soon, there was a netizen who gave his opinion. The sound of gunfire in the forest is either a ranger encountering a wounded animal that needs to shoot for defense, or someone on this mountain is poaching. Generally speaking, however, the latter is a bit more likely. That's why I suggest that the anchor should go first. It's too dangerous. Don't lose your life out of curiosity. With this netizen's response, other waterbenders chimed in with their approval. Upstairs, you know a lot, don't you? It's true that there are still more gods online. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I can analyze that too. And right now, the situation was in front of Lin Nan, requiring him to make a choice. However, Lin Nan naturally would not turn a blind eye to the sudden sound of gunfire in the forest. It's not some kind of sanctimonious overflow. There was only one reason why Lin Nan wanted to find out what was going on. This piece of mountain forest was now the residence that housed the black deer. And this black deer was planted with the thunder seal, and was expected to grow into an ink chilin in the future. If there were poachers in these mountains, it would certainly affect their safety. Moreover, after these few days together, Lin Nan was already close to his heart and mind. For whatever reason, Lin Nan couldn't even allow this mountain forest to have any potential dangers present. So he made up his mind and wanted to find out where the gunshot was and find out what was going on. And the black deer seemed to know Lin Nan's thoughts and twitched its nose twice with effort, trying to rely on its keen sense of smell to determine what was going on, where the shots were coming from. A moment later, 2 warm breaths erupted from the tip of the black deer's nose. Lin Nan carefully sensed the black deer's reaction. It seemed to be a little agitated by the smell coming from the gunshot. Immortals, something must have happened up ahead. I'm going to check it out, Lin Nan said to the aquanauts in the live broadcast room, and then examined himself, checking how much mana he still had left to use. The last time he went to South Jiao to cast rain, along with planting the thunder seal on the black deer, he had consumed the 100 years of mana he had harvested before. And right now, although there wasn't much mana left, it was enough to use the method of summoning thunder once. Only the power and distance are relatively limited. Thinking of this, Lin Nan sank a breath and looked in the direction where the gunshots rang out, reaching out to pat Black Deer's back and said in a deep voice, "Check it out." Along with Lin Nan's words, the black deer had already taken 4 hooves, and eyeing the image presented in the live broadcast, the shadows of the trees on both sides flashed by at a fast speed, heading straight towards the direction where the gunshots rang out. Seeing this, the water friends in the live broadcast instantly exploded again. "Scratch that. Anchor, what the hell are you doing? There's a gunfight going on over there. I told you to play Lezu, but I didn't tell you to really think you're a god, right? How dare you move forward when you hear gunshots? You've got too much guts." Just as Lin Nan rode the black deer and raced toward the sound of the shots, at this moment, the traffic police guarding the outside of the forest were also completely confused, and Liang Yuzhu and the others who arrived on the site had wanted to confirm the ranger's location through the satellite phone first. After hearing the gunshots coming from the forest, Liang Yuzhu's gaze gazed into the distance and muttered, "Something's wrong." Immediately, Liang Yuzhu quickly made arrangements and commanded a group of police officers. "Group 1 and 2, now follow me in. The rest of you hold your positions and don't let any of the poachers get away. If you run into a ranger or that anchor, be the first to protect it. Did you hear everything?" "I understood. Action." As Liang Yuzhu's words fell, a group of police officers moved in response, and several figures quickly scurried into the dense forest, rushing towards where the gunshots were. I'll go too. Seeing the situation, the traffic police, who had been waiting, also had a surge of heart. It was as if the hot blood, which had not been ignited for a long time, filled his chest at this moment. Even though he's a traffic cop now, but once upon a time, who didn't have a dream of being a police officer? Immediately, the traffic cop had a flurry of hands and feet, thinking about what he could do, but after rummaging through his body, apart from the walkie-talkie for contact and the DUI tester, he was left with a pair of handcuffs. After a long moment of contemplation, the traffic cop finally pulled out the pair of handcuffs, clutched tightly in his hand. He seemed to be using it as a finger tiger. His eyes were even more unblinking, carefully staring at the wind in the dense forest. Woo-woo, master. In the bushes, the ranger Xiaoma assisted Lao Yan and cried in a low voice. But just as he was sobbing with a sniffle and a tear, the old Yen who was being assisted by him coldly raised his hand and gave him an elbow, reprimanding him in a low voice. What's all the crying about? I'm not dead yet. Feeling the strength of master's elbow, the pony's crying stopped. The shotgun the opponent was carrying was obviously a bit old and had a limited range. Not enough for a single shot to kill someone from such a distance away. Only the scattered shrapnel still hit old Yan's leg, which is now gurgling with blood. If you cannot get timely treatment, not to mention the loss of blood, the leg is likely to be difficult to save. But the gang of poachers didn't want to leave anyone alive. He couldn't figure it out. Poaching was just poaching, and if you caught it, you'd only get a few years in jail, as opposed to being an outlaw. But now there is obviously no time to think about it, because at this moment, both Xiaoma and Lao Yan heard a sound of footsteps, slowly walking towards them, looking out through a gap in the grass. It was the three poachers, with shotguns and crossbows in their hands. He was almost to the bushes and was about to peel back the grass and make a face-to-face with both sides. And Xiaoma has been scared to the point that his legs are weak, not to mention that Lao Yan has been shot in the leg, and now he even struggles to stand up. How else can you escape? Bad. Master, what about this? Seeing the inexperienced pony at a loss, with a crying voice, the ranger Lao Yan is calm. Just want to do something. Rustling. But a braying sound was heard in the middle of the mountains. There seemed to be a sudden gust of wind, causing all the surrounding bushes to start swaying wildly. End of chapter. Chapter 63, First Appearance. Shilin Bloodline. Hu Shu. With the sound of the wind whistling in his ears, Black Deer had already led Lin Nan to the bearing where the gunshot sounded. As the distance gradually approached, Lin Nan, out of vigilance, had the Black Deer stop for the time being and first left to observe from a distance. As a result of such a look, the situation ahead is gripping, only to see two uniformed rangers hiding behind a patch of bushes on the side front. It looked like an old man and a young man. The younger one was supporting the older one. The older ranger, on the other hand, was obviously not doing well, and his face was a little white. Upon further inspection, it was not difficult to realize that at his feet was a streak of crimson blood, and across the bushes where the two rangers were hiding, you could just see three more men with guns and crossbows, slowly approaching. Lin Nan looked at the costumes of these three people, the bulging backpacks behind them, and the heads of birds of prey and feathers of different colors hanging on their sides, and then combined them with the two hiding and injured forest rangers. The situation at hand is clear as day. Just as Lin Nan was observing, the live broadcast also rolled up pop-ups. However, the water boys were not discussing the current situation, but were busy complaining about it. Blanche, the signal in this mountain is also too bad. The live feed is almost stuck as a PPT. I'm still stuck in the middle of two big trees in my screen, and I've counted how many ants are in this tree. Ugh, be glad there's still something to watch. It's good that the live feed didn't go offline with such a poor signal. And along with the waterboys' complaints, the live feed finally changed. The signal came belatedly, finally transmitting what Lin Nan saw at this moment to the outside world with the live broadcast. When the aquanauts in the live broadcast room saw what was in front of them, they instantly exploded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor, sure it's not an act? At this moment, Lin Nan didn't have the time to pay attention to what his friends were discussing. He focused his thoughts on dealing with the situation in front of him, thinking that the Black Deer is going to live in this mountain forest. What does the ranger of this mountain mean to him? What an equivalent to a butler and bodyguard on patrol. Of course, even if it had nothing to do with it, you can't just stand by and watch them get killed by poachers. With this in mind, looking at the three poachers who were closing in on the forest ranger, Lin Nan pondered a countermeasure in his mind. How should they be rescued? Now cast the purple sky divine thunder skill? I am afraid that it is already too late. After all, it takes time to cast the spell, and this thunder decision is more special, and it is not a palm thunder. Not with the call. But right now it was not up to Lin Nan to think about it. Even if there is little hope, one should always try. Even if a less powerful thunder was summoned, even if it scared the other party, it would be able to temporarily resolve the crisis. Thus, Lin Nan quickly strangled his hand and recited in his heart. In the universalization of the 9 heavens, the form is transformed into the 10 realms. Whistling wind whip thunder. Regent ambush. However, it came to an abrupt end before Lin Nan could finish reciting the spell. It was only because he suddenly perceived a flash of something different. Baird. A sound, if any, of intertwining thunder and lightning entered Lin Nan's ears. Lin Nan subconsciously followed the sound and eventually landed his eyes on the black deer. But then he made a surprising discovery. The one that was generating a strange movement at the moment was clearly the thunder seal that had struck the black deer's forehead. What's going on? Lin Nan was surprised in his heart and focused his attention on the black deer. While it seemed to have sensed Lin Nan's anxious mood and also tensed its nerves, stamping the ground back and forth with all 4 hooves, wanting to share Lin Nan's worries. Under these circumstances, the vigorous qi and blood in the black deer was also stimulated by itself. He even made a mistake and made the returning spring thunder seal planted on his body active for a short period of time. At this moment, it was accompanied by the faint sound of intertwining thunder and lightning. The ancient Qilin bloodline hidden in Black Deer's body was awakened a few more points. Lin Nan was also able to see some differences with the naked eye. I remember when I first encountered this black deer, the hair on its body was mostly gray, with only the hair on its back black and shiny. Now, the black hair on its body is getting more and more prosperous, and it is about to spread to its legs. Just as Lin Nan was observing the transformation of the black deer, he realized that the sky was actually getting darker. When he looked up, he saw a cloud of gloom above his head, and it was converging at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually blotting out the sun. For a while, the forest became even darker, as if it was entering the evening. But strangely enough, Lin Nan didn't hear thunder or see any signs of rain. It seemed to just cover a mere cloud of gloom. I also don't know if this vision is the half of the purple heavenly divine thunder technique that I just cast out, or Lin Nan's expression was stunned. One must know that the Ink Qilin had the ability to call the wind and rain, and now this cloud, inevitably, made him suspicious. Could it be that the black stag has made its first appearance? Thinking of this, Lin Nan reached out and touched the black deer's forehead, and the black deer rubbed against Lin Nan's palm. It seems to have had something in mind and is stupid. Under the perception of his mind, Lin Nan didn't stop him and sank his breath to speak. Go on, do what you want. Having received Lin Nan's affirmation, the black deer clearly gave birth to a burst of joy. Oh yo! Immediately, his 4 hooves stepped on the wind, and like an arrow off the string, he quickly leaped out. At that moment, the 3 poachers were heading cautiously toward the bush where the ranger was hiding. Eyes on the gun-toting big hare was already fast approaching the bushes. Rustle! Just in the nick of time, the bushes around them began to rustle. There seemed to be a fast wind sweeping through, and even the bushes and grasses on both sides began to sway crazily. What's going on? Suddenly the wind is picking up? The 2 poacher thieves standing behind Demao were puzzled, and they were also surprised to find that the sky was gradually darkening. An overcast cloud loomed over their heads. Along with the strong winds hunting around, the woods were beginning to stir. It was as if in the middle of the shade, there were countless ferocious beasts hiding their forms, staring at them intently, ready to leap out of the shadows at any moment. Sensing the steep shift in the atmosphere of the jungle and the fury of the blistering wind, the 2 poachers, for a moment, began to feel a bit timid. However, soon the sound of Big Harry's angry voice brought the 2 of them back to their senses. Mud, what are you 2 still standing around for? Only Big Harry, carrying a shotgun, pointed toward the bush and signaled. Hurry up and see if anyone's here. Hearing these words from Big Hare, the poachers who had been made to do so could only put aside their fear in their hearts and attribute it all to the fickle weather in the mountains and forests. Then he strung his crossbow and headed toward the front. However, before he could take 2 steps, he heard a poacher behind him call out in a startled voice. Asterisk 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 what the hell? The scream really scared him, who had just raised his guts. Big Hare on the side was even more angry and raised his leg to kick over. But before he could land on his opponent, Daimao's move came to a hard stop. It was only because the poacher, with a terrified look on his face, was raising his hand, trembling, and pointing to a spot in the mountains. Looking at his stunned expression, it didn't look like he was faking it at all either. So the remaining 2 also jerked their heads and looked in the direction of his finger. It didn't matter what I saw. I was immediately shocked as well, only to see that not far away, among the shade of the trees, there was a blurred black figure that was hiding in the darkness, silently watching itself. With the sky clouded over, it was impossible to call out the specifics, but you can also see the tallness of its body from the silhouette. If the rustling sound in the mountain forest just now can be interpreted as the wind blowing through it to produce a rattling sound. But now, that ghostly figure had actually fallen into their eyes. Two of the poachers began to drum in their hearts. Looking at the black shadow, he didn't dare to move and muttered in a low voice. You all saw it too, right? Wasn't there thunder here before? And there was talk of some kind of a transmigration or something? I feel now that this forest can be a bit of a mystery. That shadow shouldn't be a mountain ghost, right? As the two poachers mumbled, the leader, Dai Mao, however, lifted his shotgun with one hand. Ha, good wow, I've hunted all my life, but I've never hit a mountain ghost before. Come on, show me. Boo! As De Mao's words fell, a shot followed, hitting the dark shadow in the jungle. The sudden gunshot startled the two men on the sidelines again. When the gunshot fell, the two of them cautiously looked towards the location of the dark shadow, but a shocking scene appeared, only to see the blurred black shadow in the jungle unexpectedly disappeared without a word. Just disappeared. Gone? The two poachers exclaimed in shock. Hurriedly, he cruised towards the surroundings, only to find that the black shadow had already appeared in another direction. Still in the shadows, motionless, he watched them. Seeing this scene, the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. However, when Big Hair saw the black shadow, he seemed to be bewitched and kept shooting at the black shadow. Seeing this, the other two poachers also fired their crossbows towards where the black shadow was. But no matter how much they shot, they could never hit it. The black shadow kept changing its orientation, truly like a ghost. And just without realizing it, the three poachers' attention was drawn as much as possible to that dark shadow. Instead, as if deliberately led away from the bushes. Master, they seem to be gone? Hearing the footsteps a little farther away from them, the pony also looked out through the gap in the grass, and old Yen sniffed, trying to stop the blood on his leg while wondering, what did these guys just mumble about? What did they see? The pony was surveying the situation outside, and at the same time, he also saw that flash of black shadow in the middle of the mountain forest. Master, there really seems to be something in the forest. Could it be that the mountain god is really helping us? Hearing this, old Yen was obviously somewhat silent. If he hadn't been wounded in the leg, he would have wanted to give the boy another elbow. What mountain gods and ghosts? Lost you kid or studied in college? If I don't go to the hospital, your master I'm going to become a ghost, Lao Yen said. His hand movements did not stop. Taking advantage of this effort, ripped off the trouser leg that was shattered by shrapnel, and strangled the thigh with the torn cloth, inhibiting the loss of blood. At the same time, old Yen also followed the cracks in the grass and vigilantly looked towards the three poachers, but he abruptly widened his eyes, and his face revealed a touch of horror, only to see a black shadow as if it were running thunder and lightning, scurrying headlong out of the forest. Before the crowd could see exactly what was going on, they heard a miserable scream follow. One of the poacher thieves was instantly toppled over. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Comrade Razor. As the ghostly black shadow in the jungle sprinted out like lightning, one of the poachers only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and before he could react, he felt a huge force coming from him. Immediately afterward, his feet left the ground, and a sense of weightlessness mixed with a sharp pain in his internal organs like a turning river hit him. In the next instant, it was hardened and toppled several meters. Its figure flew to midair and stopped for a few seconds in a stagnant manner at the highest point, accompanied by the sound of its terrified screams. Everything around it seemed to freeze. Is this a deer? Seems a little familiar. Everyone present was filled with horror as they looked at the huge black shadow. What came into view was a pair of narrow double horns, and a stocky build. Heck, it was a black deer. Upon seeing the dark figure in full, the two rangers, hiding behind the bushes, instantly recognized it. Master. The pony looked at the black deer in surprise and said, Look, isn't this the deer master that was sent into the forest last night? As the pony's words fell, the ranger Lao Yen also fixed his eyes on the back of the black deer. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he saw what was ahead of him. Hiss. For no other reason than the fact that everyone else in the room could clearly see that there was a man sitting on the back of the black deer. And look at its clothing. A basalt mortal armor mighty. Face is not angry from the power. Completely unlike the mortal world ordinary people. But Lao Yen himself just said that there is no such thing as a mountain god or a mountain ghost in this world. Now it was a good thing that he turned his eyes to see this immortal clad in immortal armor. For a moment, the heart could not help but set off waves of shock. In this life and death situation encountered this man of God. Could it be that it is really the blessing of the mountain gods? Along with old Yan's horror, the group of poachers present clearly revealed a look of panic. What? What is this? Is this the deer we saw last time? Is that a mountain god sitting on it? Watch as one of your companions flies up several meters and hits the ground hard enough to stop moving. The face of the remaining two poachers immediately became ugly, and their hearts were even more suspicious. This scene appeared too suddenly, and for a moment they couldn't tell the difference between reality and reality. Are there really fairies? The other poacher's voice trembled with inquiry, but it also startled the black deer, and as soon as the poacher craned his head, he met the pair of dark pupils. Ah! The poacher saw this and fumbled, trying to get his crossbow to fire. As a result, he was so busy that the crossbow, which had just been strung, fell to the ground in a flash. One more look at the black deer, whose front hooves had begun to stamp the ground, ready to come toward him. This poacher was terrified, and as soon as he dropped his crossbow on the ground, he turned around and ran, shouting, "Ah! Don't come over here! Help! Help!" But before he ran out a few steps, he heard a rumbling sound from behind him, which scared him to death. The curmudgeonly people, who are a scourge to the earth, must be punished. As Lin Nan's words fell, the black deer cooperated with a chirp, then took 4 hooves, like an arrow off the string, and set off a gale, straight towards the poacher headlong, with a huge shock coming from the back. This poacher's figure was like a kite with broken strings, and he was directly slapped onto a tree not far away. With a loud bang, he felt his entire body's skeleton seem to fall apart, slowly sliding down the trunk of the tree and planting himself softly on the ground. It all happened in a flash, with 2 poachers being tackled in quick succession. Only Big Hair, who was still standing in place, was left, his gaze glowing with ferocity, still making a trapped beast. Marred, Sensei is a human or a ghost. Want to catch me? Dream on. Damao looked at Lin Nan, who was riding on the back of the black deer, and cursed with a disrespectful mouth. Then he loaded 2 more rounds of lead into the shotgun, took aim at Lin Nan, who was like a god, and with a trembling finger, finally pulled the trigger quickly. Boo! Accompanied by the sound of gunshots, the bullets went straight towards Lin Nan. Oh yo! And this black deer obviously sensed the killing intent, just like showing a look of annoyance, tilting up the sky in longing. Its dark pupils stared at the flames spraying from the muzzle. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Thumbs up. Suddenly, a thunder and lightning interweaving sound exploded, and it's clearer than a few times before. Along with the rise of anger, the thunder seal between the forehead of this black deer was once again stimulated. The bottom of his eyes actually seemed to be flickering with the mighty aura of a few thunderbolts. A pair of narrow antlers was actually covered in intertwined lightning, flashing out several thunderbolts. Under Black Stag's gaze, the trajectory of that bullet as it flew through the air was in full view. Immediately, the black deer stepped on the ground with all 4 hooves and steeply saved its shot, dodging the incoming bullet with a surprisingly fast speed. Boo! Immediately, the bullet exploded on a tree trunk not far away, bringing charred bark bursting in all directions, and the eye saw that the black deer actually dodged the bullet with a flash. A flash of horror flashed across the bottom of Big Hair's eyes, but his hand movements were non-stop, continuing to aim and pull the trigger. I am the Thunder Ancestor. How can mere mortals dare to disrespect me? The Qilin under my seat. Go and suppress it. Lin Nan fell into the scene, striving to take advantage of this opportunity to pull the play degree, and with his command, the black deer became visibly exuberant, charging out again with a long chant. At this moment, it was as if the reeling Qilin divine beast had descended into the world, bound to cut down the demons and suppress the evil spirits on earth. The black deer's instantaneous burst of speed was too fast. When running, it would even create an illusion of stepping into the air, just in the space of a breath. This black deer arrived in front of Big Hair with the swiftness of lightning, and without hesitation, the pair of antlers met the shotgun directly and crashed hard. Subla la la la. The instant the two came into contact, a majestic lightning instantly spread along the barrel of the gun. The gunpowder inside the barrel instantly exploded, and without waiting for the bullet to be shot out of the chamber, the barrel of the shotgun was twisted and already blown up and scrapped, and without waiting to return to his senses, Damao watched as this black deer appeared close by, with a tremor coming from the tiger's mouth. Several swift thunder snakes sprang out from the antlers. Big Hair only felt a tingle in his hand, but in a matter of moments, this electric shock spread throughout his body, and the thunder snake roamed its body recklessly, and wherever it went, the skin and flesh trembled and warred. In the next second, its entire body began to spasm uncontrollably. Its hair all stood up to the naked eye and gradually curled, emitting an unpleasant burnt odor. Poof! He stood twitching in place for a few seconds before falling back headfirst, but still shaking uncontrollably, and several irregular burn marks were clearly visible on its exposed skin. With this last poacher collapsed to the ground, the tip of the black deer's snout spewed out 2 breaths, and then it raised its head high. Ouch! With a disdainful and arrogant look, he even inclined his head a bit, as if waiting for Lin Nan's praise. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Nan also sighed slightly. Just now, Lin Nan sensed the lightning surging from the black deer's body. It was originally thought that it was the excitation of this thunder seal that had awakened this black deer's bloodline, allowing it to drive thunder. But after the black deer gradually regained its composure, Lin Nan once again perceived it. Only then did he realize that the lightning on the black deer had disappeared without a trace. It was thought that it was only at the moment of crisis that he saw the poacher rushing to shoot at him. In the heat of the moment, the black deer exploded the potential contained in its bloodline. Noticing this, Lin Nan felt a bit of pity, but at the same time, he was also a bit elated. The fact that there was a potential to explode meant that it would eventually grow to that point one day. It was not just a matter of time. Lin Nan couldn't help but look forward to that day more and more. There will be a true divine beast appearing in the human world. Touching the black deer's head, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Good job." And at the same time, the two rangers behind that bush witnessed this. What's going on here? Why is he suddenly smoking on? The ranger, Xiao Ma, couldn't stop the surprise in his eyes, looked at the poacher on the ground and muttered, "Is it hard to be epileptic?" However, after the suspicion, he didn't bother to think about it, and the crisis was finally over. But the master was still wounded in the leg, and urgently needed to be sent to the hospital for treatment. He happened to see the magnificent figure riding on the black deer. Casting his eyes this way, Xiao Ma immediately got up his spirits, assisted Lao Yan to get up, and shouted towards the other party, "Immortal, are you an immortal? Save my master." As the pony's words fell, Lin Nan also signaled Black Deer to come this way. Swish swish swish. Just then, however, the sound of footsteps appeared in the surrounding grass, and soon a line of people scurried out. All were dressed in police uniforms and looked alert. It was the officers who had arrived earlier, who had heard the gunshot again, and who were now following the sound and coming round at a fast pace. And just as they arrived, some vigilant rounds were made, only to find that there was no resistance at all. The few poacher thieves, now all collapsed on the ground, with two of them still wailing breathlessly on the ground. And the worst of them are still twitching every now and then. "I don't know what's going on, Captain. There are two suspects injured here. There's a coma over here." The officers quickly checked the scene and reported to Liang Yuzhu at the first opportunity. Only, after probing the area, the officers couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Things have been resolved? Who did this?" And with that query, even more police officers stood at Big Hair's heels. Look at him with a few wisps of black smoke still billowing out of him, twitching every now and then, doubly surprised at what was happening to him. "Is this stepping on a power line? Are you kidding me? Where is the high voltage in this forest?" Just as the constable was speaking, he also caught sight of the bush not far away. Only two men dressed as rangers were visible, one of whom was being assisted, and in front of them was a robust black deer with a great and majestic figure on its back, sweeping ahead and locking eyes with them. This mountain god? The crowd of police officers were visibly frozen for a moment as the scene rushed violently into their line of sight, when it was really a bit of a shock. After all, in the mountains and forests, suddenly saw such a situation. And dress is really difficult to distinguish between real and fake. It is inevitable that there will be no misunderstanding. However, before the officers could return to their senses, they heard a serious woman's voice suddenly come out. "It's not the gods, it's our comrades. All right, take them all back first." With Liang Yuzhu's command, these police officers also finally reacted, but they were still a bit confused in their hearts. "It's not a god, it's a comrade? What the hell? There are gods on the team?" But the captain gave the word. They can't be bothered to ask more questions, and without saying a word they hurriedly began to deal with the scene. Liang Yuzhu, on the other hand, landed her gaze on Lin Nan. Under the four eyes, she walked slowly towards Lin Nan. "It's really you." Liang Yuzhu gazed at Lin Nan on the deer's back in amazement, and couldn't help but show some smiles. "Should I call you Lei Zhu or Lin Nan, student?" This dress of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father had already been seen once before when he made a statement at the zoo. However, this black deer was the first time she had seen it. Although the traffic police in the mouth of the situation, but when the first hand to see, but still a little disbelief. "Call me by my legal name when pretending to be Thunder Ancestor, but call me by my real name on weekdays," Lin Nan replied in a literal manner. At this moment, Lei Zhu disguise, naturally, cannot be used as a normal day to communicate. "Well, Comrade Rezo, down to earth again you are?" Liang Yuzhu smiled. Her gaze toward Lin Nan was filled with curiosity, and then her gaze toward Black Deer was filled with surprise. But this is not the time to ask detailed questions. Liang Yuzhu's eyes turned to the rangers and saw the injury on the leg of one of them. Seeing that the situation was not promising, he immediately arranged it. "The ambulance is waiting outside. Let's get out first. Unit 2, get over here and help two people." When Liang Yuzhu's words fell, two police officers also came forward and assisted Lao Yan. The group began to walk outside the forest. Baird. At this time, Lin Nan's live broadcast room was still open, but the screen had lagged countless times, because ever since Lin Nan went into the forest, the signal gradually got worse. It led to the water friends in the live broadcast room. Watching this live broadcast, it was really like watching a slideshow. However, the watermen know the situation is not simple, so even though the screen was stuck, it was slow to quit. Instead, with a mixture of nervousness and worry, they chose to continue watching in anticipation of the final result, while praying that nothing would ever happen to the anchor. Well, the next few images they saw really didn't disappoint. In the first image, it's the black deer in the jungle bloom, staring down the three poachers. Unfortunately, the moment the black deer leaps out of the way, the image begins to lag. However, when the next image presented itself, the waterbenders froze, only to see that what was presented in the picture was clearly a figure flying in mid-air. It was the first poacher who was sent flying by the top of the antlers. The realism of this live footage is something that no special effects can render. Rather, it's more like pulling a few key frames out of a movie that's just too good to be true. Immediately after that, the water users watched as the poacher stalled in the screen for about 5 seconds, like a close-up, because of the signal lag, and was screenshotted by netizens. Immediately, another image presented itself. One of the poachers was seen in a big shape and was knocked headlong into a tree. Seeing this battle, netizens' jaws dropped and they couldn't help but sigh. Ouch, that's not a light bump. It's going to take some effort to snap him out of the tree later. As the waterbenders continued to swipe their pop-ups as the screen lagged, finally, the last image presented itself. However, upon seeing this scene, the aquanauts in the live broadcast room also froze. Just look at this poacher's hairstyle, like he just got a tinfoil perm. The mouth was still slightly open, black smoke was coming out of the mouth and nose, and it was rolling its eyes upwards. And out of spasm is hard to tell, as the person in the picture still looks a little blurry. But even so, it was not difficult to see that it had suffered a serious injury. Hiss, what's wrong with this guy? How did he get made to look like this? Just as the netizens were surprised, a dreamy purple sports car animation appeared on the live screen, and also in the pop-up screen, also scrolling up a reminder of the gift. The green mountain will not change. Send a sports car *1, *1, *1. It was at this exact moment that the live feed finally dropped out due to signal issues. When the live screen completely turned black, only a line of anchor temporarily left text. The netizens in the live room are not yet finished, so they ran to the bottom of Lin Nan's latest video release to leave a message, and also slightly with some resentment said, "Good job. It's finally stuck off. This time it's good. The hanging heart is finally dead. Does anyone have the full video? I am dying to see what really happened at the scene. I'm sure the anchor will be on the hot seat soon." End of chapter. Chapter 65, The Book of Heavenly Writings. The 5K Big Chapter. As the live signal dropped out, netizens trolled the bottom of the video with some comments, lamenting the fact that I didn't get to see the full live situation. At this moment, there are also fans looking back. At the end of the broadcast, there were also people who swiped several sports cars for the anchor in a row, but the netizen was not seen in the comments section. So, one can't help but start asking about it. Say, where's that dude who gave away the sports car just now? How come he slipped away after swiping the gift? Seriously, it's the first time I've seen a brush with a sports car in an anchor's live room. And look at that one's attitude of not wanting money. If it wasn't for the live broadcast dropping out, I guess it would still be hogging the screen for a while. TSK, if the anchor knows about this, he won't be heartbroken? With the appearance of this comment, the comments section took on a cheerful atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, it's still you who cares for the anchor. At first glance, you're an old fan. Touched. @Munin. My heart goes out to the anchor. 2. Follow 1. @Munin. For a while, netizens started going crazy in the comments section and they all claim to be doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. Don't want the anchor to know and be heartbroken. Feel like they're missing out on $1 billion. What's more, a screenshot of the live broadcast at the time was sent out, and the sports car as well as the IDs of the netizens who swiped gifts were clearly visible. And at this moment, some netizens looked at the screenshot and found that the ID of the netizen who swiped the sports car looked somewhat familiar. After thinking back, someone immediately commented under the screenshot, this guy. Isn't that the same one who alerted the anchor to the possibility of poachers in the mountains when he first heard the gunshots and was also more familiar with the rangers? Then someone asked him and he didn't even speak again. I thought he quit. Dare I say he's been diving in the live stream? With this discovery, the internet can't help but be doubly confused. But Lin Nan, on the other side, had no time to pay attention to this at the moment, as the sound of the system boosting had sounded very pleasantly. Congratulations, master. The razor mount, subjugate the ink Kirin suggestion has been further achieved, gaining 2% playability. The current Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father play has reached 27% completion, rewarding 100 years of mana and gaining the Heavenly Book of Tungwen Eyes. At this moment, Lin Nan and Liang Yuju's group had just stepped out of the forest. When he heard the voice ringing in his ears, Lin Nan hesitated. The last time I subdued the black deer, the play degree came to 25%, but I didn't get a reward. This time when it reached 27, I was surprised that I was given so much at once. Lin Nan was surprised in his heart, but when he thought that there was still a way to go before this proposal was fully accomplished, he was relieved. Spinning around, he focused his attention on the Heavenly Book Tungwen Eyes that he had just obtained, checking the explanation given by the system. It turned out that the so-called Heavenly Books in Tungwen meant that when reading various types of scrolls, and even Heavenly Books and immortal documents, one could enhance the ability to perceive and achieve unforgettable memories. It was only that the Heavenly Book Tungwen Eye would continuously consume mana when it was opened. Seeing this explanation, Lin Nan's brows furrowed. This Overwatch sounds heavenly, but where are the Heavenly Books? Just as Lin Nan was thinking about it, a group of police officers also brought people out of the forest. At this time, 2 ambulances were parked on the side of the road. Several paramedics had also stood guard outside with stretchers. Quickly, save my master. The ranger pony spoke towards the paramedics. Several people came forward and quickly assisted Old Yen to the stretcher. A paramedic present took a look and gave a judgment on the injury. Shrapnel embedded in the leg. The wound is bleeding badly. Surgery is needed as soon as possible. Immediately, the medical staff with a stretcher to send the Old Yen on the car. As for the 3 remaining poachers, 2 of them had already awakened on their way out of the forest. Despite the fact that they were badly injured and were still grimacing and crying out in pain, they were at least able to walk on their own. But the one who was in the lead was lifted out of the mountain alive by several police officers. It is still in an unconscious state. When the paramedics saw him, they thought he had also suffered a gunshot wound or had been hit hard. However, when the officers helped him onto a stretcher, the paramedics who were there made a surprising discovery. There was no visible blood on this poacher, and there were no wounds on his body from the huge impact. Instead, the hair was rooted upside down and the ends took on a curled appearance, and his face was gray and black, his eyes were rolled back, and his body was intermittently convulsing. The fingers were also extremely twisted and spread out on his chest in the shape of a hunched chicken claw. What kind of injury is he suffering from? How come? Is in this state? The paramedics at the scene were confused. At this point, one of the paramedics noticed the exposed part of his arm. There appeared to be a few strange wounds on that, and immediately signaled. And the wounds on his body are in a charred black shape? Lift up his shirt and see if there's anything else on him elsewhere. To determine the extent of his injuries, the paramedics acted immediately and lifted his shirt. However, the moment its clothes were lifted, the medics present were stunned, only to see that this poacher thief's body was clearly a countless number of gully-like wounds. These wounds are intertwined lengthwise and crosswise. Most of them are charred black in color and show a tendency to spread in the form of tree branches. Judging by his currently exposed skin, these split and extended wounds were nearly all over the body. And, after lifting up the dress, a burning odor gradually filled the air, with a few hints of roasted meat mixed in. Seeing this, the paramedic was more and more confused, and tried to ask, did it just thunder? I don't think so, did it? But this wound on his body, looks how it looks like he was struck by lightning? Just as the paramedics were busy, Liang Yuju ordered his men to take stock of the scene, search the gang of poachers' backpacks, and record the situation. And while the officers were rummaging through their bags to search for incriminating evidence, Liang Yuju walked towards Lin Nan. She first glanced at Black Deer, who was standing beside Lin Nan in a well-behaved manner. I don't know what came to mind, but his eyes flickered and he inquired, "Tell me, why are you here? Don't tell me you don't have class today. Freshman year isn't that laid back." "Officer Liang, I was just passing by." The corner of Lin Nan's mouth raised a sincere smile, and he said without a hitch, "I was brought here for a ride, but I ended up hearing gunshots in the forest, so I stopped by to take a look. By the way," when these words came out, Liang Yuju's eyes flickered for a moment. This side trip to look around, surprisingly, saved 2 rangers, and it's connected to an illegal poaching bust? And the other side is also armed with guns and crossbows, which are lethal weapons. Moreover, Lin Nan had made an outstanding contribution the last time he caught a human trafficker. Was it a coincidence both times? Just as Liang Yuju was suspicious, a man's voice suddenly rang out. "That, I can testify to." Looking around, I realized it was none other than the traffic police who had been waiting on the sidelines for a long time. It seemed to have finally gotten a chance to show off, and this time it came up to the table. Lin Nan saw that there is a traffic police, and also said that they can give their own testimony. But some puzzled, with a smile, asked, "This comrade, have we met?" Hearing Lin Nan's words, the traffic police officer froze in place. Have we met? What a joke. I chased him all the way here. The tires are nearly worn off. So he doesn't even know? The traffic cop was momentarily speechless, and was close to ducking to the side to gloom himself, dropping. Just then, Lin Nan's cell phone rang. Pulled out a look. It is Wang Chengyu called. This moment is not convenient to answer, so first hung up for a while, but did not expect. The other side then hit again. Seeing the other side of a life-threatening serial call, Lin Nan only had to signal, "My roommate, there may be an urgent matter to find me. Answer the phone first." And when Lin Nan pressed the answer button, Wang Qingyu's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Nan, you finally answered the phone. I just called several times and couldn't get through." Lin Nan guessed that it was in the forest just now and the signal would be a bit poor, so he didn't receive it. Also hearing the urgency in the other party's tone, he opened his mouth and asked, "The signal was bad just now. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Wang Qingyu's side seemed to have someone staring at him and deliberately lowered his voice. "Hey, what time is it now? We have to go to class, big brother. And, if it were a normal class, I wouldn't call you out. But our class this afternoon is microeconomics. Tao Zi has inquired with the seniors and siblings in advance. He said that Prof. Chui who teaches this class is particularly difficult to deal with. If he gets caught once, he'll get a 0 in his regular grade. He's really going to fail us. Most of our classmates are here now. Except you. I'm calling to ask where you are and when you'll be back." However, just as Wang Qingyu explained the situation, the sirens on Lin Nan's side were still sounding, and the 2 ambulances had just driven away not long ago. The slightly noisy sounds had also reached Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao's ears. These two heard the sirens at the other end of the phone, immediately looked at each other, surprised and asked, "Brother Nan, what's going on over there? Why are there sirens and ambulances?" Upon hearing the duo's inquiries, Lin Nan was unable to explain clearly over the phone in just a few words. So, intending to cooperate with this side of things first, and then go back to explain, he said to Wang Qingyu on the other end of the phone, "This matter is a long story. I guess I can't go back for a while. You guys go ahead and answer for me or wait for me to go back and explain it to him." After saying that, he only saw that the traffic policeman seemed to wait for a while and waved towards Lin Nan. Seeing that it meant to ask for some information, Lin Nan then hung up the phone and prepared to go forward. "You, fill in a name here first." The traffic police officer handed over a pen and opened his mouth to Lin Nan, and Lin Nan was still holding the cell phone, which in turn was a bit of a hindrance at the moment, and half of it was not tucked into his pocket. "You write first." Seeing this, Lian Yuzhu signaled to keep the cell phone for Lin Nan. "Thanks." Lin Nan smiled. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Smoky Sea University, right now, apart from Lin Nan, the students of the 3rd class of engineering management had all arrived. Apparently they had all heard of this Professor Chui's reputation and didn't dare to easily skip his class. At that moment, Prof. Chui was taking roll call according to the roster. "Well, can old Lin come back?" Zhang Tao, who was sitting in the penultimate row, inquired. Wang Qingyu shook his head with a difficult expression and spoke. "I'm afraid it's hanging by a thread, and the situation on his side seems to be a bit troublesome." "It's okay, let's both answer for Nan first. So you shout or Lin Nan." Just as the two were discussing, Professor Chui on the stage suddenly named him. "Here, too." Well, 2 decisive shouts suddenly rang out in the classroom. It was Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao who spoke at the same time. For a moment, the students in the classroom also turned around to look at it, ringing with laughter. And Professor Chui on the podium, his face was a bit gloomy, with lowered eyes and down-pursed lips. He scrutinized the duo of Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao. Spinning around, he braced his hands on the podium and asked in a deep voice, "You two, which one of you is called Lin Nan?" "Me." Again, the 2 men cut to the chase, speaking in unison. As the words fell out of their mouths, the 2 hastily changed their words again and raised their hands to point at each other. Him. Seeing this, both of them were a bit tense. The eyes began to look towards the ground. His expression as ugly as a bitter melon. "What's the situation? I didn't see such a heart-to-heart during the live broadcast on weekdays, did I? How is it that you're tacitly on this moment?" And through poking around, it was known that this Professor Chui was notoriously strict. It's only his 1st class and he's caught in the act of answering for him. How will I pass this class in the future? That's a lot of failing classes and making up tests every year. Just as the 2 of them were saying something bad in their hearts, Professor Chui walked slowly towards the 2 of them with a roll call book in his hand. He stood in front of the 2 men and didn't speak, just watched quietly. Wang Qingyu saw that the atmosphere was heavy and scary, and in a rush, he lightly coughed twice and said, "Professor Chui, in fact, my nickname is Zero South. Because of this, I'm built like an O. It's hard to lose weight." "Ah ha ha, Wang Qingyu laughed awkwardly. I had thought that Professor Chui would let them off the hook for the sake of reaching out. However, Professor Chui snorted coldly. What scenes have I not seen before in all my years of teaching? You too. You really think I'm easy to fool, don't you? Immediately, under the watchful eyes of Wang Qingyu's duo, Professor Chui pulled out his cell phone and rummaged around. Then he held up a photo and showed it to the two of them. Wang Qingyu. When they saw the image on their cell phone screens, the two men were instantly honest. In the middle of that screen was the official public number of Smoky Sea University. And what it posted was the group photo of Lin Nan taking the two of them on stage together to receive the banner on the day of the military training performance. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but say in his heart, Nan brother. Is not buddy not righteousness? Is really can't pocket ah. Professor Chui showed his cell phone around before speaking again. Look, the military training repertoire picks up the banner, and the school's public number can be sent out. TSK. This Lin Nan student's fame is not small. Who else doesn't recognize him? Along with Professor Chui's derisive tone. In the next second, his voice suddenly raised a few decibels, and he harshly criticized. It's only a single brocade received. Is it something to be proud of? This is only the first class and you're skipping? In all my years of teaching, I've never seen a freshman like this. Professor Chui seemed to intend to make an example of these freshmen and establish a prestige in front of them. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Wang Qingyu, saying, You call him now and see if he's sleeping in the dormitory. Teacher. I just listen carefully in class and never bring my cell phone. Wang Qingyu swore. However, Professor Chui did not even turn his head for a moment and directly reached out and flipped through the textbook lying on Wang Qingyu's desktop. Unsurprisingly, Wang Qingyu's cell phone was clearly on top of the page. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. I had heard before that this Professor Chui was not easy to deal with. Who would have thought that he would be so difficult to deal with? Seeing that he was about to be unable to resist, Wang Qingyu pulled out his sincere must-kill skills. Teacher, I'll be honest with you. Lin Nan, he may not be very convenient right now. And Wang Qingyu didn't lie this time. Thinking about the sirens and noise that came from the other end when he called Lin Nan just now. It hadn't been a while, and Lin Nan's side was more than likely not done yet. Professor Chui, however, was soft and hard, coldly grunting and not to be questioned. Immediately, put me on speakerphone when you get through. Let the class hear how he's weaseling his way out of this. Seeing Professor Chui's resolute attitude, Wang Qingyu really had no way to resist. Only in the eyes of the whole class, reluctantly dialed the phone to Lin Nan again, and muttered in a low voice, Brother Nan, don't blame my little brother. I really tried my best. The call was quickly dialed, and at Professor Chui's eye gesture, he turned on the speakerphone in front of the class. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was answered by the other party. However, somewhat to the surprise of everyone in the classroom, as the call was connected, what came from the other end of the phone was clearly a woman's voice. Hello? To whom it may concern. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Looking for Lin Nan? It's not convenient. It's a case being solved. Hello? Find who? Along with those three short words, the students in the classroom cast astonished gazes. It's no wonder they think about it more. Blame it on what Wang Qingyu had just said himself. That Lin Nan might be busy and inconvenient at this moment. How could they know if these words of Wang Qingyu's were words within words? And just listening from the content of the call. Not only did Lin Nan skip class in the afternoon, the phone with him was answered by a woman. And it's not hard to tell from the sound. The woman wasn't that old, and still had a vaguely imperious voice with a touch of Englishness. It's a lot to think about. The woman you'd rather skip school to see. Wow. All of a sudden, the classroom erupted in a chorus of uproarious voices. However, just as the students were screaming strangely, no one noticed that Ban Wanyu's expression was a bit complicated, and she even frowned slightly. This, what's the matter with it? At the same time, hearing the female voice on the other end of the phone, Prof. Chui was clearly surprised, and his face suddenly turned a bit more green. Obviously, he's thinking the wrong way too. And while it was none of his business what students did in their private lives, it was class time. If we don't teach him a lesson, where will Professor Chui lose face? Thus, Professor Chui showed an expression of anger and reached out his hand to ask for a phone number from Wang Qingyu. However, Wang Qingyu was fuming and didn't give him the phone immediately. There was no other reason than Wang Qingyu felt that the woman's voice was somewhat familiar. So, under Professor Chui's stern gaze, he asked tentatively, Is Officer Liang? With Wang Qingyu's inquiring voice, the other end of the phone was noticeably silent for 2 seconds. Well, it's me. The other party seemed to pick up the phone subconsciously, and after confirming it again, it dawned on him that the phone was Lin Nan's, so he hurriedly opened his mouth again. Excuse me, you're looking for Lin Nan, right? He's making a statement. Have him call you back later. Saying that, Liang Yuzhu was about to hang up the phone, but fortunately Wang Qingyu's brain was spinning fast at this moment. In his heart, he thought that if he had Officer Liang to talk to, he should be able to handle it. Not being able to think too much, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Officer Liang, wait a minute. It's not that we're looking for him for something, it's our teacher. Then, Wang Qingyu briefly reviewed the situation on the classroom side over the phone. However, he had not been informed of the exact situation in his previous phone call with Lin Nan. At this moment, also with personal curiosity, asked Liang Yuzhu, Officer Liang, what is the situation on your side? Lin Nan, is he alright? Hearing Wang Qingyu's lustful inquiry, Liang Yuzhu naturally understood what the other party was worrying about and pacified. You don't have to worry. It's not that Lin Nan has committed anything. After a pause, Liang Yuzhu explained again, on the contrary, it was he who just assisted our police in solving a poaching case of a bad nature. Liang Yuzhu, in an official tone, generalized this poaching case and roughly elaborated on the key role Lin Nan played in it. A key role in it. There was nothing to hide. After all, things were making a lot of noise, not to mention the fact that a ranger was injured, which will surely be followed by a lot of official media coverage. When the time comes, recognizing the ranger's dedication to his duties, as well as honoring Lin Nan's bravery, are all very routine operations, which can be excellent for publicizing the city's construction. However, despite her non-exhaustive and generalized description, but these college students can't help but brainstorm. Based on Liang Yuzhu's 3 words alone, these students in the classroom had already begun to conjure up all sorts of images of heroes making their debut. More like a pot exploded, began to discuss, resulting in the originally full of learning atmosphere of the classroom suddenly became chaotic, as if the food market. What the hell? A poaching case? So Lin Nan didn't come to class this moment. He's gone to be a city hero again. Holy, really? First there was begging for rain to predict hail, and now it's assisting the police in catching poachers. This dude is really a god. I heard this policewoman say that the gang of poachers still had guns on them. How did Lin Nan specifically assist? ********. I have a feeling that our school is going to be famous again this time. Get ready to be on the hot search, students. Originally, when they first answered the phone, there were still people who were a little skeptical about Liang Yuzhu's identity, but just now they could clearly hear the sirens coming from the other end of the phone. There is no doubt about its identity. Combined with the police account, the students only found it mind-boggling. As for Wang Qingyu, he was directly high. Originally facing this strict professor, he was pushed down. On the first day of class, he was taught in public, and now suddenly he could pretend to hit the face. He felt honored, so much so that his expression became more and more complacent. Looking at the astonished Professor Choi's face in front of him, the corners of his mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. Good lord, this trip out there has managed to catch a group of poachers. I should have known I'd have gone along for the ride and not been able to get another copy of the banner. Wang Qingyu thought while forcibly suppressing his laughter. But the hand holding up the cell phone was unconsciously raised a few points. It wasn't until Liang Yuzhu's words fell that the phone was finally hung up. Only then did Wang Qingyu deliberately cough twice and said to Professor Chui, "That, teacher, what did I say? Lin Nan is indeed unavailable. He really didn't mean to not come to class, mainly because the people need him, the police need him." However, Wang Qingyu also knew that he couldn't offend people to death. Not to mention that the other party was also the teacher who could decide whether or not to fail the course. Then also sort of giving Professor Chui a leg up, he added, "Teacher, I can testify that he went out while there were no classes in the morning, and surely I didn't expect to go out and run into this, and assist the police, by the way, in catching a gang of poachers. So, this shouldn't count as malicious skipping, right?" With Wang Qingyu's reminder general inquiry. At this time, Professor Chui's face was cloudy, but on the other hand, he really couldn't pick out the thorns. Moreover, even if he wanted to use the name of truancy to give disciplinary action, I'm only afraid that the school leaders would not agree. After all, Lin Nan, as a freshman, had assisted the police in solving 2 cases in a row in less than a month after he first enrolled. But any setup atypical, completely can give the University of Smoky Sea hit the popularity, but also can give next year's enrollment prospectus fella colorful. On balance, who cares if Lin Nan should have shown up off campus at that time? Thinking of this, Professor Chui nodded and said meaningfully, well, Lin Nan student, is very good. Pay attention next time." The matter was left unresolved, but apparently the aftermath was just beginning to unfold. Along with the students' private discussions, what had happened in the party was also spreading through various ways within the school. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Driving Thunder and Electricity. With the heated discussions among students on various social media platforms, as well as in group chats. Numerous seniors have also heard about the situation. Good lord, that's the first time I've ever heard of a freshman being able to make old Trey eat his words. This schoolmate can he even assisted the police in solving a poaching case? That's a great achievement. Old Shui must have a bellyful of fire in his heart right now, but he has no place to send it. Ha 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 ha. I can't even imagine how wonderful his face must look right now. Lin Nan must meet and see this man of God when he has the chance. Just as the students were having a lively discussion, inside the landscape, Lin Nan was still making a statement. That traffic cop was asking questions and writing things down as he was recording the situation. Vehicle model. The traffic cop said to himself, his pen hanging in midair for a moment. He turned back and glanced at the lanky black deer. It seemed to be thinking about something. Pausing for a moment, he inquired tentatively toward Lin Nan. Does it have a name? Hearing this, Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. However, the traffic policeman's words reminded Lin Nan that he should also give the black deer a name. Spinning around to look at the black deer in all directions, Lin Nan pondered in his heart. The color black is also known as basalt and is the main water virtue, and if this deer completely stimulates its bloodline, it can also drive thunder and lightning in the future. How about? A name came to Lin Nan's mind and he spoke. Schwanza. Ha! The traffic policeman seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. However, he saw this black deer shaking its head and showing a joyful look, as if it knew that Lin Nan was calling its name. The traffic policeman did not hesitate and whirled around, moving his pen and writing 2 words on the sheet. Okay, I've got the situation down, plus a few more reminders. After some education by the traffic police, the matter came to an end. On Liang Yuju's side, a group of police officers had finished counting the poachers' backpacks. Lin Nan saw this and realized that he had to go back, so he gently stroked the black deer's head and whispered a few words of instruction in its ear, and as if Schwanza had understood, his demeanor looked a bit disheartened. Be obedient. I'll come back to play with you next time. Lin Nan was like coaxing a child, and after pacifying it, he walked over to Liang Yuju and first took the cell phone handed by the other party. Thank you, Officer Liang. Liang Yuju shook her head, gesturing to the police officers who were taking evidence over there, and said heartily, no, it's rather us who should thank you. It's getting late. You should go back to school, right? She glanced at her watch and without any nonsense, she directly arranged a police car for Lin Nan, stating that she would send him back to the city. And this scenic area is located in the middle of nowhere. It is definitely not possible to get a taxi for a while, so Lin Nan was not polite. When Lin Nan got into the car, Liang Yuju was also ready to take the remaining people back to the criminal police force. When the other police officers had gotten on the car, Liang Yuju seemed to remember something and said towards Lin Nan in the car, by the way, I answered a call for you just now. It was from your roommate. I hope it won't cause you any trouble. Trouble? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much of it, and after Liang Yuju said that, she quickly got into the police car in front of her. The group began to drive away from the scenery and towards the city. Along with Lin Nan's departure, Black Deer gazed at the vehicle that was fading away in the distance. Only when it was completely out of sight did it whimper twice and turn its head toward the woods. And just after the Black Deer's figure disappeared in the middle of the dense forest, a chittering cry rang out over the forest, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping, only to see countless flying birds that had been frightened away by the gunshots earlier, actually flew back upside down, and they were converging towards a spot in the forest, as if something was drawing them closer to worship. For a while, the sky above the mountains and forests was filled with many flying birds, resembling a cloud of birds circling around. This spectacular situation is like 100 birds flocking to the phoenix. At the same time, the other flying birds and beasts in the mountains and forests also popped up. If anyone could have seen this scene, their jaws would have been dropped, only to see deep in the dense forest tigers and leopards walking side by side with foxes, and bobcats walking parallel with snakes and rats. The natural enemies of the animals are in groups, but there is no intention of killing or hunting. All of them were following a direction, like 100 beasts greeting the gods of this mountain forest. Arrived. On the other side, the police car came all the way to the entrance of Smoky Sea University. It's here, isn't it? The officer in the driver's seat spoke up. It's this. Lin Nan said thank you and got out of the car, walking towards the campus. And at that moment, the 2 security guards at the entrance of the school were casting curious gazes. They watched the police car, which was parked at the entrance of the school, and Lin Nan, who got down from the police car. It had been subconsciously assumed that one of the students on campus had committed an offense. However, when they saw Lin Nan's outfit, they were confused by the situation in front of them. One of the security guards muttered in surprise, "Good guy, dare to think that the gods are also arrested for committing crimes?" And right under the watchful eyes of the 2 security guards, Lin Nan had already entered the school. only to find that there were quite a few students downstairs in the second teaching hall heading towards the dormitory. Lin Nan glanced at the time. It was now around 3:30 in the afternoon, just in time for the end of the first big afternoon class. Nan! At that moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Lin Nan glanced up and realized that it was none other than Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, who had just gotten out of class. And, accompanied by Wang Qingyu's shouting and beckoning, Lin Nan also noticed that several familiar faces around him were also casting their eyes toward him in unison. Obviously are the same classmates. Class Wang Yu beside the girlfriends also tugged on the corner of her coat. In a whisper muttered something. Soon, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao trotted over. The former even circled around Lin Nan twice, looking up and down. It wasn't until he confirmed that Lin Nan didn't have any wounds on his body that he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing, huh? Really not hurt at all? You seem disappointed. Hearing the other party's surprised tone, Lin Nan smiled and joked. Hey, why not Nan? Wang Qingyu hastened to prove his innocence. You are not aware that the phone call received by Officer Liang can give me a scare ruined. What with the poachers and the illegal gun ownership? It sounds dangerous. It's a good thing Officer Liang said you're okay and that you've assisted the police with great merit. Otherwise I'd have wanted to skip class to go save you, Wang Qingyu said while also giving a thumbs up. Then it seems to remember something. The tone sank a few points. Admonished. In addition, Professor Cui sighed. You have to keep your eyes open recently. He was trying to catch a typical first period class to set an example, but he didn't expect to get a defeat instead. And he kind of remembered you. Don't flunk us and have to retake the whole thing every year. Okay, I know. Lin Nan nodded. At this time, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, looked at Lin Nan and opened his mouth to propose. Old Lin, you haven't eaten at noon, right? Anyway, there's nothing to do for a while. Why don't we go to the restaurant to calm down? Not so much for you, but mainly because the fat man is scared. With Jiang Tao's suggestion, the three of them hit it off and headed for the restaurant. Soon arrived at the restaurant, which wasn't too crowded since it wasn't a mealtime period. The three of them casually found a seat and sat down. Wang Qingyu busily played a few dishes and set them on the table. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was fuming, thinking for a long time on the way back to school in the police car. It was still because of the matter of lighting up the immortal class illustrations and the current play of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father. Lin Nan was prepared to complete the proposal about Lei Zhu as quickly as possible. So in the back of my mind, I was calculating what other suggestions that had been included could be activated. Taking off in the clouds? No spells have been acquired that can accomplish that yet. Heavenly thunder to split and sink the island? Although I just gained 100 years of mana. But even if I drained it, I currently can't summon that big of a thunder. Royal sword flight. Lin Nan thought and kept denying while hesitating with a hard look on his face. What exactly is the appropriate advice to complete? End of chapter. Chapter 68, The New Gods. Nan, what are you muttering about? Wang Qingyu also finally sat down at this moment, looking at the dishes on the table and preparing to feast. Hearing Lin Nan's last muttered sentence of flying with a sword, Wang Qingyu raised his head and said curiously, still studying the suggestions made by the netizens earlier? Brother Nan, you're really listening to advice. Yeah. Lin Nan took a long breath. We have to accomplish as much as possible of the suggestions given by the netizens, so that we can also retain our fans. That's true. Wang Qingyu nodded his head to give affirmation. Then spoke, Brother Nan, although this imperial sword flight sounds bull *******, but well, I do have a suggestion. When these words came out, Lin Nan and Jiang Tao both looked at him, signaling him to elaborate. Wang Qingyu, on the other hand, revealed a mysterious expression and whispered towards the two. Hey, I've seen a European and American movie before, and there's a bridge in it related to a steel wire. Wire. Hearing this, Jiang Tao couldn't help but be surprised. Then realizing that he had lost his voice, he hurriedly turned his head to look. Luckily, there weren't many people in the cafeteria at this time of the day, so no one noticed anything different about him. Immediately, Jiang Tao lightly coughed twice. His eyes flooded with a hunting light. That thing. Does not la panic? His words in turn caused Wang Qingyu to freeze in place, and he only snapped out of it after a long time. No, dude, what's on your mind? You're being more than a little stereotypical. Can't I see something serious? Realizing that he seemed to have misunderstood, Jiang Tao hemmed and hawed and pretended to clip the food. Wang Qingyu continued to explain. It's just a serious movie about tightrope walking. I think it's called Cloud Walking? It's about the hero walking a tightrope in the middle of two tall towers. I feel that we can follow suit. Make the wire a little bit more hidden. Then tie a sword on it. People stand on it. The effect should not be much different from flying with a sword. It's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Jiang Tao whispered at this moment. Harm. Who said we really need to go out for extreme challenges? Let's just get 1/2 meter off the ground in the dorm. If I can't, I'll pay for 2 more humidifiers out of my own pocket. With Wang Qingyu's advice, Lin Nan thought that he might as well give it a try. But it's hard to say whether it's effective or not, and whether the system recognizes it or not. But no matter what, the idea was still reliable. So he patted Wang Qingyu's shoulder and praised him. Fatty, you are worthy of being my crouching dragon. Looking at Wang Qingyu with a wise look, Lin Nan smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and immediately instructed with the 2. Okay, grab the props and get them ready. The sooner the better. Nan, you're trying too hard for the live broadcast effect, aren't you? There's no rush this moment. Let's eat first. Lin Nan waved his hand. But hearing the duo mention the live broadcast, he remembered something. He was on live at that moment in the mountains himself, and then he looked at his phone and realized that he had dropped out. I don't know what the numbers are like for that live stream either. It's only now that I thought to check. However, when Lin Nan looked up the data from that live broadcast, he was frozen by a gift alert in the background. What is it? Nav? Seeing Lin Nan put down his chopsticks, a picture of surprise, Wang Qingyu and the 2 of them immediately looked over. Lin Nan showed his cell phone to the 2. Someone rewarded a lot of money for that live broadcast today. I did some simple math, and after splitting it with Shake Shack, there's about this much left. Saying that, Lin Nan compared a 5 in his hand. Seeing Lin Nan's gesture, as well as the lines of data of the sports car gifts on the screen, Wang Qingyu was instantly surprised. 5W? So much. Lin Nan, however, rolled her eyes and shook her head out of laughter. What are you thinking? Remove a decimal point. I'll be damned. That's quite a lot. Nan. Wang Qingyu is not the least bit less, and his excitement has not abated. And in the midst of the surprise, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, said with some doubts, this dude, how did he swipe so many sports cars in one go? Old Lin, is the live stream after you left so explosive? That's for sure. Without waiting for Lin Nan to speak, Wang Qingyu answered. Didn't you hear Officer Liang's description? The group of poachers at the scene still had guns. The live streaming effect will definitely be very exciting. Moreover, there might really be such rewarding without any reasoning. It means that our live room is on fire. As the 2 men murmured, Lin Nan silently drew a question mark in his heart, not really thinking about it that much. Just waiting to prepare the props and reach the next recommendation as soon as possible. After dinner, the trio began intensive preparations. Although the original plan was to use steel wire, I couldn't find any suitable material for a while, so the 3 of them simply went to a tackle store near the school and bought some strong and durable fishing lines. The sword is essential to flying with a sword. Instead, the 3 of them went to the nearest wholesale toy town and found a decent giant sword. Spinning around, he began to busy himself in the dormitory. First, a few rivets were placed in the wall. Wrap the fishing line around the ends in a loop, creating a sturdy, clear pathway. Lin Nan stepped on it and tested it twice. The tight fishing line was quite solid and it didn't wobble when he stood on it. Then the huge sword, the size of a skateboard, was given a vertical placement in the center of the fishing line. Finally, using clear tape, bind and glue it in place. Soon, this huge sword, which was suspended in the air, floated in the center of the dormitory. The time also came quickly to evening. At a fixed time every day, Lin Nan's trio turned the live broadcast on time. Lin Nan had long been ready to change into his Lei disguise. Immediately, he sank his breath, and with a single step of his feet, he stood firmly on top of that huge sword. Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, also turned on the humidifiers on both sides and turned on the ambient lights. Soon, the water misted within the bedchamber. It looks cloudy and beautiful with the ambient lighting. Lin Nan, on the other hand, stood on top of the giant sword, combined with the immortal palace pavilion behind them, and the golden cloud neon beneath them. There was not the slightest hint of any breakage, and it was all a fait accompli of an aerial imperial sword flight. Seeing this, even Wang Qingyu's duo could not stop being surprised, not to mention the live audience. Soon, as the live stream opened, many netizens flocked in. There were many fans who were still thinking about the noon situation, wanted to take advantage of the evening's broadcast to ask what became of that poaching case. However, when they walked into the live stream, at the sight of the scene in front of them, but they were surprised and could not close their mouths. Only in the middle of the picture, an immortal clad in immortal armor with an extraordinary aura was floating and standing on top of a huge sword, accompanied by the clouds on both sides of the neon surroundings. Like a fairy in the sunset clouds on top of the flying sword scene, many netizens were left with their jaws on the floor when they saw this. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, too, had scrolled and brushed up, and the atmosphere was instantly lively. OMG. Am I seeing a real immortal? Anchor, you really stepped on a sword and flew on a cloud? How did that happen? Good guy. before someone proposed to let the anchor Imperial sword flight. I still think it's outrageous. Dare you really know it? The pop-ups in the live stream were rolling like crazy, and the excitement of the netizens was evident. It was no wonder that the netizens were so surprised. It was really the trio's elaborate setup that couldn't be seen to be broken. And after just a few minutes of broadcasting, it has already attracted a lot of people to start sending gifts. Of course, along with the gift swiping, it was time for the familiar wishing session. Begging for riches, ask for a promotion and a raise, pray that your parents are in good health and free from calamities. Most of the wish requests were fairly normal, and there were some tricky wishes that screamed out, "Bless my children, who are still in elementary school, with a high score on their future college entrance exams," begging for a couple romances, "Rotten peaches who do nothing but give me money, play for 2 days and then drop a hefty breakup fee to find a new love." Seeking upstairs is a bit much. What's the difference between you and wishing to win the lottery? However, such an amazing sight will not last forever. As fans spend a few minutes on the air, they gradually realize the background of the fairy palace building behind the anchor did not budge, and the anchor looked like he was just standing on his sword. As for the cloud of neon underneath it, I don't know what got it yet though, but there was soon speculation. In accordance with the flow of the clouds, it looked like someone was fanning the wind outside the live feed. Plus there were 2 assistants on the air before, all of whom were nowhere to be seen at this moment. The results are already obvious. Unsurprisingly, it was Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao who were constantly fanning themselves on both sides at this time, creating an atmosphere. However, it is still hard to avoid the netizens' sigh of relief. The anchor has gone to great lengths to present the program. You can see some differences, but it's realistic enough. When you look at the other playing areas, most of them are straight up green screen gouges. Not only is the background blurry, that technical slag. I'll take a PS and randomly key it. It's better than him. The main thing is that the anchor has an unusual temperament. Even if the special effects pull the crotch a little bit, it can be driven up. While looking at the pop-ups that kept pouring out of the live broadcast, Lin Nan was still waiting, but as the broadcast progressed, there was a delay in hearing the suggested completion sound from the system. Not reached? Is there something else missing? Can't really let me fly. Can you? Just as Lin Nan was suspicious, the netizens in the live broadcast room gradually chatted about the poaching case. Say, anchor, are you done with lunch? I thought it wouldn't be live at night after what happened. Along with some inquiries from netizens, there are also those who have just come in who are unsure. Noon? What is it? My god, there's someone else who doesn't know. Seeing that there were still uninformed netizens asking about it, at once, the fans in the live broadcast room began to tell Lin Nan in detail for him. It's the latest poaching case uncovered in Smoky Sea City. You guys wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? The anchor was riding that black deer, and along with the fans' explanations, it presents the story in context. For a while, those uninformed netizens were even more amazed by it. That poaching case reported on the news that the anchor helped the police solve? I heard that the gang of poachers were so vicious that they not only carried shotguns but also injured a forest ranger. All the news said was that there was a concerned citizen who happened to assist the police in saving the ranger's life. Hoping that it's even an anchor. With the astonished comments from netizens, the pop-up screen was once again lively. It was also at that moment that an animation of a gift appeared on the live screen. Aoyama will not change. Give away a sports car *1. Upon seeing this familiar name, Lin Nan was stunned, and the fans of the live broadcast, there are a lot of noontime happen to be present, immediately recognized. This familiar ID is exactly Noon even brushed several sports car water friends. Holy, the Golden Master has shown up again. Isn't this the big guy who painted the anchor's sports car at noon? Boss atmosphere. Tough incentive for the anchor. Accompanied by the hot discussion in the live broadcast room, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao's duo obviously saw the pop-up screen, and at this moment, they all poked their heads out. This time there was no need to cover up and hide on either side of the fan to create an atmosphere. At Lin Nan's gesture, the two of them greeted the audience graciously. Spinning around, he began to act as a mouth substitute. Speaking in the live broadcast, this senior brother, thank you for the kindness you sent. Every good thought is a blessing. Wang Qingyu spoke up in doubt. I wonder why this senior brother. And just as the crowd was curious, the netizen finally gave a response. Green Mountain unchanged, maybe the anchor reminds me of my father. The netizens were stunned at this statement. Wang Qingyu even looked at this pop-up screen, and then looked at Lin Nan, almost did not tense up, and could not stop in his heart. What the hell? Seeing Nan makes him think of his father? Is this about recognizing his father? However, the pop-up that floated up in the next sentence was like an invisible hand clutching the hearts of everyone present. Anchor, my father was a forest ranger during his lifetime, only to die tragically at that time in 16 years when he was confronting a group of poachers. Green Mountain unchanged. It's probably because of this reason that seeing the anchor save those two rangers was so emotional. If the anchor had been there when my dad died, everything might have been different. Green Mountain unchanged, so I also want to thank the anchor for the families of those two rangers. A small gift. No honor. As this netizen recounted his story, the crowd in the room was silent, and the atmosphere became a few degrees more grave. Apparently, no one had expected that this internet user would have such an experience. Wang Qingyu was still laughing in his heart, but now that he knows the original reason, he feels that he can't help but shake himself twice in his dreams at night. And just when the netizens didn't know what to say, Lin Nan slowly opened his mouth. If you have a wish, tell it. Immediately, only the netizen floated up another pop-up. Green Mountain unchanged. I can't talk about wishes. I just remember when I was young, my father would always tell me the story of Erlangshan carrying the mountain to catch the sun. As this netizen shared his experience, a group of fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel quite emotional, and various pop-up offers popped up one after another. Anchor, Lei Zhu has also played as a god for so long. Do you want to play as a different god? How about considering playing as Erlangshan? Erlangshan I think is a bit too popular. How about playing Zhong Kuei? It also fits the majestic image of the protagonist. How about Hui, carrying a bow on his back? Old and handsome, playing too much pesticide upstairs? I'll vote for Erlangshan. It just so happens that Erlangshan also has a pet, the same as Lei Zhu's mount, and a dog for the black deer. A deer and a dog. It's fun to think about. Then I'll vote for Erlangshan as well. I vote for Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei also has a pet, bullhead and horseface. What the next god plays? Anyone interested can say something, and it will all be written subsequently. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Exercising Divine Power. The Heavenly Book of Texts. Chapter 1 casts a divine spell. A heavenly book through the text. As the netizens in the live broadcast room talked, Lin Nan's ears kept ringing with prompting sounds. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions included. Inclusion suggestion, play as Qingyuan Miao Daoxinjuan. Erlangshan Yang Jian. Inclusion suggestion, play the role of Exorcist Emperor. Ghost hunting Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. Inclusion suggestion, play as the god who shoots the sun. Ho-E, the god of arrows. Upon successfully playing as a new god, the host will light up the corresponding immortal class icon and receive a mysterious reward. Hearing these suggestions included by the system, Lin Nan pondered in his mind for a moment. Originally, he had also planned to complete the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father's suggestion as much as possible. And now, there was a new doubt lingering in Lin Nan's mind. Senior brothers, it's getting late, so today's live broadcast will end here. Thank you, senior brothers, for your suggestions. We will seriously consider them. Along with the closing remarks of the duo of Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao, tonight's live broadcast has also come to an end. Hey. After hanging up the live broadcast, Wang Qingyu seemed to recall something. His face was covered with a surprised smile, and he couldn't stop himself from opening his mouth. The good guys have opened their eyes today. There's really a sports car for us. Not to mention, that sports car animation is really something when it runs on the screen. After excitedly muttering a few words, Wang Qingyu turned his head to look at Lin Nan. Seeing that he was still standing on top of that huge sword at this moment, he immediately said, "Brother Nan, live broadcasting for so long I guess you're tired of standing. Come down first." However, at this moment, Lin Nan did not hear it at all, as if he did not pay any attention to Wang Qingyu's inquiry. But instead, his brows were slightly knitted, and a doubt was circling in his mind. How it didn't work. The suggestion of Imperial Sword Flight, why was it not reached? Right now, it was this very issue that Lin Nan was confused about. The reason he went through all the trouble of preparing the props and setting up half a day in his dormitory. All of them are to fulfill the suggestion of flying with a royal sword. And yet, this broadcast ended without receiving any prompts? Fatty, Jiang Tao, what is it, Nan? With the puzzled gazes cast by the duo, Lin Nan couldn't help but ask. Just now on the live broadcast screen, did it look like I was really flying with a sword? Of course, Nan. The two heard this inquiry from Lin Nan, though they were a bit confused. Still, Wang Qingyu gave an immediate affirmative answer. Nan, didn't you see it all? When we first started the live broadcast, the netizens who came in were all saying that this Imperial Sword Flight is just like the real thing. And judging from the data, didn't we do quite well with this broadcast? Wang Qingyu's attitude was sincere and answered truthfully, but he also saw that Lin Nan's state was somewhat abnormal and inquired curiously. What's up, Nan? Still thinking about the replay? Lin Nan didn't answer, still frowning tightly. After all the various aspects of this live broadcast, he himself had seen it all. To be sure, there is nothing wrong with the approach they are taking. It's even by far the best program that can represent flying with a sword. But, is so realistic that it doesn't count as reaching a recommendation? Thinking of this, Lin Nan's heart couldn't help but rise with a guess. Could it be that Reizo's play completion is too high, causing the requirements for reaching a recommendation to be raised as well? Lin Nan wondered if this suggestion would have a chance of being accomplished when he gained the spell of flight. It's as if the mounts suggest the same thing. Alright, you guys have worked hard too. That's enough for today. After determining the next step in their preparations, the trio whirled around and packed up. Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, the two of them. This live broadcast is also not a lot of words. So, after a brief wash, I went to bed early, and Lin Nan changed his clothes and sat down at his desk, pondering whether the spells acquired so far could help fulfill further suggestions. After thinking for a while, there was no obvious clue. Finally, Lin Nan landed his attention on the divine ability he had just harvested, the Eye of the Book of Heaven through literature. According to the description given by the system, this was a divine ability that would continuously consume mana after opening, but it helps you to read obscure books and to be able to forget them. Right now, since there is nothing to complete the suggested ideas, might as well try this spell first. Having made up his mind, Lin Nan was ready to make an attempt. It was just that there was no heavenly book of immortal documents on hand, and there was only one random book to read first. Immediately, Lin Nan took out a textbook from the table, casually, thinking about the business administration program I attended. The textbooks were mostly obscure, and when Lin Nan saw the name of this textbook, it was clearly microeconomics. It was then that I recalled that I had found the book earlier and placed it on the table when I thought of this class in the afternoon. But I didn't expect to encounter a black deer in search of it in the morning, and to run into poachers. Right now, it just so happens that this textbook is in your hands. Lin Nan didn't bother replacing it anymore, and directly turned to the first page, and with a thought, he began to try to cast a divine ability. On the 36th heaven, read the Book of Treasures, examine the Cheong book. Raise your hands to the golden light of Rui and proclaim the Jade Pivot Treasure Sutra. With Lin Nan's silent recitation of the mantra, he simultaneously pinched up the spell with both hands. Under some chanting, a faint golden glittering light flowed around his body, and these glittering lights were converging towards Lin Nan's eyes. Lin Nan only felt that his eyes were slightly hot, but his mind was exceptionally clear, able to help the souls of the long night with the power of wisdom, like the waters of his Milky Way, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 moonwheels. Finally, after finishing the recitation of the mantra, Lin Nan's two fingers were in the shape of a sword trick and wiped each of them on the slightly closed eyes. Along with this move, the heavenly book Tungwen seemed to have been cast. However, when Lin Nan opened his eyes again, he was puzzled. It was as if nothing had changed before his eyes. The table lamp was on in front of his own eyes, and it was bright moonlight outside. Could it be a mistake somewhere? Lin Nan couldn't help but mutter. However, with a little bit of perception, Lin Nan clearly perceived that the mana in his body was gradually draining away. It looks like it's been turned on successfully. Under doubt, Lin Nan's sight turned to the books on the desktop. However, just as soon as the gaze was fixed, the next moment there was a startling discovery, only to see that this original presentation of black paper and white characters of the textbook, in Lin Nan's eyes like a layer of gold, and even as if it came to life. Whenever Lin Nan's gaze reached them, these golden characters would fly away from the top of the textbook, and it flew towards Lin Nan's eyes. Soon, a golden text was quickly reflected in Lin Nan's eyes. Under these circumstances, Lin Nan felt as if these words were imprinted into his memory. Not only can you easily understand the meaning of these words, but these words in your head are in complete alignment. It seems to have been engraved in his mind. One can always rummage it up with a thought. Such an amazing scene caused Lin Nan to feel emotion in his heart. This is to understand the text and not forget it. It was also considered a heaven-defying aptitude. I've heard before that some people with good memories have something to say about building memory palaces, and once this divine ability was used, not only could the content be directly memorized in the mind, but it could also help with comprehension. Could be a lot better than some memory palace. And, if there really is some heavenly book of immortality in the future, under unusual circumstances, I was afraid that I would not be able to penetrate the mysteries for decades, but with this divine ability, it should be enough to comprehend it in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Lin Nan couldn't help but leap in his heart, and the movement of his hand did not stop, flipping through the pages of the book in the open state of the heavenly book's Tungwen. Swish la, with the sound of pages turning. At this time, Wang Chengyu, who was lying on the bed, also heard the sound, and the smile of the man who was still giggling as he swiped the video of the beautiful woman froze. Immediately, he pricked up his ears and began to listen carefully. Originally, Wang Chengyu thought that he had misheard, but when he confirmed where the voice came from, his head immediately looked towards the bottom of the bed and saw Lin Nanchang sitting at the desk, the small desk lamp on, and holding a textbook in her hand. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu's jaw dropped. Holy, what the hell? We said we'd wind up together. How come someone's secretly working on it? Immediately, Wang Qingyu sat up in a flash. Nan, what are you doing? You don't think you're studying, do you? Wang Qingyu's voice amplified all of a sudden, as if he was questioning. Along with his words, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, also looked downward with uncertainty. Upon seeing Lin Nan's appearance, he was similarly stunned. Whoa, no way Nan, what's with the whole involution thing at night? Lin Nan, on the other hand, was reading fast at the moment, and as the words on the textbook kept leaping into his mind, to say that it was a glance was not enough to describe it. Those words glowing with golden light would quickly rush into Lin Nan's eyes with just a single glance. At the same time, and in order to save some mana, Lin Nan was flipping as fast as he could. Finally, I was able to get through this entire book on microeconomics. Every word on it was firmly engraved in Lin Nan's mind. And, just at the moment the flipping was completed, Lin Nan had already comprehended the contents enough to be able to integrate them. However, these circumstances were naturally unknown to the onlookers. The two of them, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, who were lying on the bed watching, only saw Lin Nan flipping the pages of the book rapidly. It was only a few minutes from discovery to the end. The situation was clearly like Lin Nan had just casually flipped through it and quickly closed the book again and put it on the table. Jiang Tao, who was on the upper bunk, saw the cover and immediately opened his mouth. Old Lin, what are you, planning to deal with Professor Cui? Wang Qingyu also recalled. Hiss, right I see that Professor Cui seems to be targeting you. Really should look at the book in advance, lest he find you stumped. Thinking of this, Wang Qingyu also relieved himself, and even took the initiative to propose. But brother Nan, weren't you looking at it too fast just now? This flip-flopping of yours is even faster than flip-flopping. You didn't even read a single sentence before it was over, right? Want to look twice again? Take a closer look? No need. Lin Nan, on the other hand, exhaled a long breath, shook his head, and said calmly, it's very simple. I've already learned it all. Recommend this great book. End of chapter. Chapter 70 recommends a good book in the urban genre. Also the category of urban folk myths. The idea is interesting. It was supposed to be a friend's book, and I gave the chapter a spontaneous push, but instead my friend didn't trust me, thinking I didn't have many readers and that the push would have mediocre results. This gives me angry. I bet with him, as long as I can launch 200 collections plus chasing read for him, will introduce me to a girlfriend. I believe it. We've got over 10,000 favorites. Can't we handle him? Everyone go help out with favorites and catch-up reads. Give him a push to fill 100 catch-up reads and I'll add one more. Fill 200 and add 2 more. It's really not about introductions. Believe me. Book title, Folklore and Monsters, Rebirth 70. Changbai Catching the Mountain Man. Pen name, Prince of Chu. Synopsis. Era plus Catching the Mountain plus animals plus everyday life in the countryside plus folklore plus monsters. Zhao Xian is reborn back in the 70s in a small mountain village at the foot of Changbai Mountain. In an era of conservative thinking, but inherits his brother's legacy. Take care of your beautiful sister-in-law. Nah, there's a female informed fiancé at home, living under the same roof and catching up with the changes of the times. Just when Zhao Xian was confused and had a headache, an ancient tripod was dug out of the cellar by him. With this, fate deflected, and Zhao Xian became the last special folk-catching mountain man of the current world, listening to the wind to identify the points, observing the stars to explore the treasure, inspecting the earth to chase the dragon, leading the sheep to attract the phoenix. When it rains on a sunny day, a fox is seen in the mountains marrying and leading a fire cloud of Dan. Ginseng is hidden, and a red rope is used to lock up the goblins. At midnight at the hillock, the yellow skin stopped the road to ask for a reward, searching for dragons in the rain, capturing Ganoderma and brewing imperial flow syrup. The great mountains of the Northeast in the 1970s contained endless mysteries and treasures. As the saying goes, ancient mountains are full of strange sights and strange treasures are hidden in demons. I can't put up links for single chapters, so laboriously search for the book title or pen name directly. End of chapter. Chapter 70 recommends a good book in the urban genre. Also the category of urban folk myths. The idea is interesting. It was supposed to be a friend's book, and I gave the chapter a spontaneous push, but instead my friend didn't trust me, thinking I didn't have many readers and that the push would have mediocre results. This gives me angry. I bet with him, as long as I can launch 200 collections plus chasing read for him, will introduce me to a girlfriend. I believe it. We've got over 10,000 favorites. Can't we handle him? Everyone go help out with favorites and catch-up reads. Give him a push to fill 100 catch-up reads and I'll add one more. Fill 200 and add 2 more. It's really not about introductions. Believe me. Book title, Folklore and Monsters, Rebirth 70. Changbai Catching the Mountain Man. Pen name, Prince of Chu. Synopsis. Era plus catching the mountain plus animals plus everyday life in the countryside plus folklore plus monsters. Zhao Xian is reborn back in the 70s in a small mountain village at the foot of Qingbai Mountain. In an era of conservative thinking, but inherits his brother's legacy. Take care of your beautiful sister-in-law. Nah, there's a female-informed fiancé at home, living under the same roof and catching up with the changes of the times. Just when Zhao Xian was confused and had a headache, an ancient tripod was dug out of the cellar by him. With this, fate deflected, and Zhao Xian became the last special folk-catching mountain man of the current world, listening to the wind to identify points, observing the stars to explore the treasure, inspecting the earth to chase the dragon, leading the sheep to attract the phoenix. When it rains on a sunny day, a fox is seen in the mountains marrying and leading a fire cloud of Dan. Ginseng is hidden, and a red rope is used to lock up the goblins. At midnight at the hillock, the yellow skin stopped the road to ask for a reward, searching for dragons in the rain, capturing Ganoderma and brewing imperial flow syrup. The great mountains of the Northeast in the 1970s contain endless mysteries and treasures. As the saying goes, ancient mountains are full of strange sights and strange treasures are hidden in demons. I can't put up links for single chapters, so laboriously search for the book title or pen name directly. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Erlangshan, Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, in Guangjianku. What? Finished? Upon hearing Lin Nan's response, Wang Qingyu was stunned. Thinking back to Lin Nan's actions just now, it was clear that it was just a hurried sweep. The time spent on each page of the book was not even more than 5 seconds. Can you call that finished? Good lord. Nan, you're a godsend, aren't you? Wang Qingyu only thought that Lin Nan was joking and didn't take it to heart. Jiang Tao, who was on the side, also held the same opinion as Wang Qingyu, thinking that Lin Nan was just making a casual remark. But once he thought of Professor Chui's reaction today, Jiang Tao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Old Lin, I just took a look at the class schedule. We still have a class with Professor Chui the morning after tomorrow. I'm afraid he'll target you in class then, so why don't you watch a little longer? Noticing the two men's worried gazes, Lin Nan, however, shrugged indifferently. To be honest, Lin Nan didn't even think that much. I just wanted to test the Heavenly Book of Tungguan Eyes and picked up that microeconomics book by mistake. The test went fairly well and I did finish the book front to back on my own. And the above is ingrained in the brain. Lin Nan was even able to pinpoint every word and in which natural paragraph on which page. No need, I really read it. Speaking in a cloudy manner, Lin Nan slowly closed his eyes. First, he turned off the divine ability of the Heavenly Book Tungguan Eyes so as not to continuously consume mana, then examined itself. There was also a clear perception of the mana consumption required for this divine ability. Just now, after using it for less than 10 minutes, he had actually consumed nearly a year's worth of mana. Moreover, Lin Nan could also perceive that since the difficulty level of the book wasn't too high, he didn't struggle too much in understanding it. But if you switch to a more difficult to understand book, such as some wordless book or something, the rate of mana consumption would definitely be faster then. But the results have been remarkable. Admittedly, such a short period of time allowed Lin Nan to memorize an entire textbook, even though it would continuously consume mana. This divine ability was quite heaven-defying. Having sorted that out, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief and swung off the light and went to bed. Fatty, have you contacted the things arranged for you? Don't worry, Nan. Wang Qingyu made an okay gesture and opened his mouth towards Lin Nan in response. I've already contacted Auntie to expedite it before, and she happens to have a few more similar half-finished sets over there, so I guess I'll be able to come up with a look by noon tomorrow. Hearing Wang Qingyu's response, Lin Nan nodded. Mentally, he hoped that tomorrow he would be able to successfully reach another line of Razor's Play suggestions. Then, without realizing it, he fell asleep. The time came for the next day, and the morning continued with the normal run-through of classes. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Lin Nan received a reply from her aunt at the tailor's store. It says that the preparation of the clothes has been rushed almost to the end. Wang Qingyu was surprisingly active when he received the news, and directly took advantage of the end of the first major class to hurry to pick it up. When he returned from picking up his clothes, the three of them ate lunch in the dormitory. Immediately, Wang Qingyu was excited and showed the clothes brought from the tailor store. Those were clearly two pieces of blue and purple intertwined immortal armor. One of them is relatively imposing, obviously for the physically strong. The other was slightly bloated, with the belly of the immortal armor protruding all the way out, making it look extraordinarily round. Hey, look at this dress. I've always watched Nan wear his immortal armor and be majestic. Now we can finally try it out too. The situation was just as he had said. These two pieces of immortal armor were the very tasks that Lin Nan had instructed Wang Qingyu to do last night, and they were also specially prepared for the two of them. Lin Nan's purpose was simple, to reach the proposal of gathering the generals of the Thunder Ministry, only to realize this advice. There are still some tricky parts to the truth. Lin Nan was now using his dormitory as a live broadcast venue, which couldn't accommodate many people in total. Plus, the tailor shop couldn't produce much immortal armor at this moment in time. Even the finished products received now were given alterations using semi-finished products from other armors, working overnight. But after all, at the moment about the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father's suggestion, the rest looked difficult to realize. After Lin Nan thought about it for a while, this was the only suggestion that he could go ahead and try. So, after watching the two of them, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, change into their costumes, Lin Nan sank his breath and opened the live broadcast at exactly 12 noon. Good noon, friends. As the live broadcast opened, the duo of Wang Chengyu skillfully greeted the netizens. The netizens naturally saw the dress of the two men, and looked at the two men on the side of the anchor who were also wearing armor. Ooh, you guys changed your clothes too? Not to mention, the picture looks a lot more harmonious, and the atmosphere has gone up a notch. When he saw the praise of the netizens, Wang Qingyu was still a little smug. But soon, the netizens saw a hint of something different. Despite all the costume changes, the rest of the two are distinctly different from the anchor from the screen. I can't say exactly what it is, but it just feels like there's a bad feeling somewhere. It is this feeling that makes the difference in comparison. Hiss, always felt like something was still missing even after the two of them changed into their costumes. Yeah, at first glance it looks like the Razorbacks, but it's not quite. Shenanigans. Right, that's right. In this comparison, it feels like the anchor not only dresses up like him, but also has charisma. It's no wonder that every time I see the anchor, I still get the illusion that the Thunder Ancestor has descended. As the comments rolled in on the air, they all marveled at the difference between the three. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao saw this. While watching the netizens praising Lin Nan, he was complacent in his heart. After all, they all knew in their hearts that Lin Nan was the top pillar of the live broadcast. They are in charge of the atmosphere, and they get a share of the profits when they tell the netizens about some knowledge. This time when netizens compare, they feel more like Lin Nan played it. It also fulfills their role as greens. And a gift animation gradually floated up in the live room. Nice guy. The assistant is changing into a costume. Must send a little heart. The anchor team put their heart and soul into it. Add a beer. Looking at the gifts brushed up in the live broadcast, Wang Chengyu and his duo were excited in their hearts. However, at this moment, Lin Nan was frowning slightly. In the eyes of outsiders, the end is a look of no anger. However, he didn't know that he didn't have much joy in his heart right now. This live broadcast has been open for a while, but there is no prompt sound coming from his ears. Obviously, the attempt, or not, did not result in a recommendation. With such a result, he couldn't help but make Lin Nan think in his heart, today's proposal, why did it fail again? Could it be that it was rushed? The costume was not carefully polished, and it differs quite a bit from the documented Thunderbolt generals? Or is it the difference in numbers? Lin Nan thought about this in his mind and wondered a little. Moreover, from yesterday until now, Lin Nan had tried the suggestions included in the system several times in succession. None of the recommendations were reached. The completion of the playthrough of Reijo Tensho is even more unproductive. At this time, Lin Nan also pondered once again, rummaging through the remaining included suggestions, and couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, since flying with a sword doesn't even count, riding a deer on clouds is even more impossible. On top of that, there are many other suggestions that just don't seem to be achievable for the time being. For example, splitting and sinking the island in thunderbolts from the sky, even transforming thunder in his body, penetrating beyond the 9 heavens. Eventually, after some consideration, Lin Nan dropped his attention to 3 suggestions that had been included just yesterday. Inclusion suggestion, play as Qingyuan Miao Daoxinjuan, Erlang Xin Yang Jian. Inclusion suggestion, play the role of Exorcist Emperor, Ghost Hunting Celestial Master Zhong Kuei. Inclusion suggestion, play as the god who shoots the sun, Ho-E, the god of arrows. Now, the 3 failures had made Lin Nan reflect on the situation. Is he or she being a bit hasty? Could it be that heaven intended it? To put it another way, if the playing level is too high and too similar, wouldn't it really be a Thunder Ancestor? So it's actually understandable that the further back you go, the harder it is to move up. I'm afraid that the next play will not be accomplished by effort, but by chance. Since it won't be finished for a while, then it would be better to go ahead and light up the Xianban icon and play as the other gods. At least it won't be stagnant as it is now. And, in the process of playing other gods, one might be able to gain some divine powers. From there, he went back and allowed himself to reach the suggestion of playing as Razor. After all, playing the role of a god is something that can be switched back and forth, just like switching sizes. The big deal is that when there is an opportunity or chance, Then you can reappear as the Thunder Ancestor again. Thinking of this, Lin Nan made up his mind. Spinning around, he looked at these 3 gods currently included and began to make a choice. Ghost Hunter Tianshi. This has to have something to do with the official jitterbugs, right? Or the live room is easy to be checked. And is there really a ghost in the world? Once he thought about this, Lin Nan but sank his breath, because suddenly on second thought, he was now able to exorcise spells, which was something that he had never even dared to think about before. It's also enough to prove something. It is not guaranteed that there really exists something in this world that is just unnoticed by oneself, or not accessible to ordinary people for the time being. And Lin Nan mulled it over a bit more. In case you play Zhongkue, when the time comes, the netizens popped up a bunch of suggestions. To let yourself go to the cemetery to catch a ghost to see the strength. Think about it is also strange creepy. The suggestions that it's Zhongkue can include are thought to be few and difficult to accomplish, and for the time being are not well suited to be played without a special opportunity. Thus, Lin Nan put it aside for the time being and turned his attention to the 2 remaining gods. Arrow God Hui. He shoots 9 days. What a feat. It would be worth a try if I could make it to this Olympics. After thinking about it for a while, that leaves the last one for now. And upon seeing the divine name of this one god, Lin Nan's mind didn't even need to think much before an immortal and handsome figure immediately surfaced. Flesh becomes holy, listening to the tone, not listening to the pronouncement, without restraint, cultivating the 8-9 mysteries, the 72 changes. The wonderful way is infinite. The Dharma heaven and earth can be transformed into 10,000 feet of immortal might. It is Yang Jian, the true lord of the myriad paths of Qingyuan and the Erlang god of Jiangkou, Yang Chan's brother, master of the roaring dogs, and nephew of the Jade Emperor. That's a lot of titles and skills to have, and I'm sure there are very many suggestions that can be included. For a while, Lin Nan's mind was filled with thoughts and gradually came to a decision. After all, when it comes to Erlangshan, he is also a household name and a more familiar deity. Moreover, each of these divine abilities, singled out, was a strong existence, with infinite wonderful paths, which might allow one to fulfill the Thunder Ancestor's suggestion. Many spells, after all, were able to form bonds with each other and complement each other. For example, Lei Zu's spells would work perfectly well to play Erlangshan, which triggered an idea in Lin Nan's mind. If you play Erlangshan, in the future, I might even be able to raise a snarling dog to keep the black deer company. With the spell returning Spring Thunder Seal, it won't be difficult to have one more divine favorite. Strongly recommend this book, which is also related to folklore mythology. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Throwing the Cup of Water Again. Since Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father's suggestion cannot be reached for the time being, it will have to be. After making up his mind, a slight confusion flashed before Lin Nan's eyes. Spinning around, he slowly raised his head, his eyes looking straight into the camera. At this time, Wang Qingyu was still talking eloquently with the water friends in the live broadcast room, watching the scrolling pop-ups that were livening up the atmosphere. That's right, friends, we both got 2 similar outfits to try and set the mood. This fan's wish is sincere and I hope it can come true soon. But not a moment later, he realized that the originally lively pop-ups in the live broadcast room had suddenly come to a standstill. Following that, the netizens' comments shifted to subtle exclamations. It seems that there's some kind of movement on Lin Nan's side. The 2 of them, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao, turned around and realized that Lin Nan had already raised his head, and his gaze was looking straight at the camera, not knowing what he was thinking about. And with Lin Nan's immortal armor costume, coupled with his gleaming gaze, even without saying a word, he seemed to be carrying a heck of a lot of divine power. For a while, many netizens in the broadcast room began to comment. I go, how the anchor suddenly stared straight at the camera, and the look, like he could see me through the screen. Good lord, being stared at by the anchor like that. I even remembered stealing eggs from my neighbor's house when I was a kid. With the comments on the live broadcast, Wang Qingyu also sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly whispered a reminder from the side. Hiss, Nav, what's wrong? As soon as his words fell, Lin Nan actually stood up directly. This scene gave the Wang Qingyu duo a confused look. I didn't say anything about this before. Why are you standing up all of a sudden? What's the trick? Just as the 2 were puzzled, Lin Nan slowly walked closer and whispered a few words in their ears. Ha, are you sure? Nav, accompanied by Lin Nan's explanation, Wang Qingyu was first stunned. However, immediately afterward, he turned his thoughts around and nodded. Well, listen to you, Nan. Just do it. Immediately, Lin Nan walked out of the live broadcast screen, and seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room froze. What happened? Halfway through the broadcast, the anchor ran away? Or is it just that people are in a hurry and the anchor has gone to solve the problem? But it's only just started. It hasn't been much longer? Just as the netizens were wondering, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao looked at each other and stood on either side without responding, just waiting for Lin Nan to come back later. He would have to explain to the netizens in person. This did not last long. Soon, Lin Nan was back in the middle of the live broadcast screen, but when he appeared this time, the fans on the air were amazed. Lin Nan had already shed his Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father's immortal armor and changed into his usual attire. Hello everyone on the air. As the netizens were wondering, Lin Nan greeted towards the camera and narrated, as I'm sure you can see, I just went to change my clothes to talk to you all as myself. Remember that fan who swiped gifts earlier? Many of you in the live broadcast room should understand that the legend of Erlangshan has an extremely special meaning to him. Along with Lin Nan's voice, the netizens in the live broadcast room reminisced and swiped their pop-up screens. Oh, that old man. His experience is truly moving. He said his father, a forest ranger who rarely made it home all year round, would often tell him the legend of Erlang stretching the mountain on the phone when he was a boy, saying that he, too, was stretching a great mountain. Think about it, these rangers need to live in the mountains all year round. If they do not have them inspecting day and night, once a fire starts in the mountains without the first time to find out, when the fire spreads, the loss is simply incalculable. Moreover, we have to watch out for lawless people. So when you look at it, it's not like you're using your own strength to carry a big mountain. Accompanied by the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room, Lin Nan said with a smile on his face, it turns out that there are so many friends who remember. That's right. I made a mental note of this user's advice from the day I hit. In the meantime, the anchor would like to bring something fresh to your friends. When Lin Nan said this, the fans in the live broadcast seemed to sense something, and it was quickly confirmed as well. So next, the anchor is going to try to play Erlang Shinjun, Yang Jian. As Lin Nan's firm words fell, the netizens in the live broadcast room lamented. Oh, so that's it. Can. It seems that the anchor is really listening to advice now. Also take all our words to heart. And it's kind of a relief for that old man, isn't it? As the pop-ups tumbled through the live stream, there were also netizens who offered different opinions. Nice idea and good starting point. Except I have a request. The anchor wants to play Erlang Shin, but can he also play Lei Zhu every now and then? I have to walk at night a lot from work for work reasons, and I'm scared to be alone, so I watch the live stream on my way home at night. Strangely enough, since I saw the anchor, I've never been afraid of walking at night, and now I'm all counting on the anchor's role as Lei Zhu to exorcise ghosts and ward off evil spirits. Along with this offer, there are also many netizens who have expressed their love for watching the anchor play Reizo. However, there was also a pop-up response at the bottom. That's hard to believe that Yang Jian, the true lord of Qingyuan Miao Dao, the Erlang god of Junko, doesn't ward off evil spirits? Hey, we haven't seen the anchor play it yet. Yeah, anchor hurry up. I can't wait to hear you play Erlang Shin. You don't know, my original hero is Yang Jian. The battle records can be checked. You play too much pesticide upstairs, don't you? For a while, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was once again lively, because Lin Nan's reputation for listening to advice has been made famous. A number of netizens have voluntarily taken on the role of a think tank, cutting to the chase and considering issues on Lin Nan's behalf. Say anchor, this Erlang Shinjun immortal name is notable, is a household name. From ancient times to the present handed down the modeling version is extremely many. Anchor intends to play which version? Is it the shape of the statue of the god Erlang in the temple? Or is it an image that has appeared in various movies and TV shows? With this netizen's inquiry, the live broadcasting room was once again bustling with netizens speaking up. If you want to talk about movie and TV work, it's definitely Pauline Lamp. Definitely the most handsome version. It's also the Erlang Shinjun Benjun of my heart. Pauline Lamp stills. JPG. This user also included pictures. One could only see the divine sovereign in the picture, wearing a bright silver immortal armor. Between his forehead was a heavenly eye tattoo, and he held a three-pointed, two-bladed sword. Handsome and superb. But if you want to talk about playing the role, it's more convincing to test the shape of the idol in history, isn't it? And the statues of the gods restored in the ancient temples are styled quite majestically. Ancient Temple of Erlangshan, image of the deity restored. JPG. Netizen is another picture served, only to see this ancient temple in the statue of Erlang god. Eyebrows between the eyes of heaven seems to be able to see through everything. An immortal armor is washed away by the years, faded the original color, but still can glimpse its original hegemony. Accompanied by the fans' proposals, Lin Nan slowly spoke. I've taken everyone's proposals into consideration, but this specific thing, I haven't bothered to think about it yet, because there is an essential process to go through before playing a god. Speaking here, Lin Nan paused. Just like before I played the role of Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father, I also made a point of going to the Taoist temple to ask for advice. This time too, it is up to the gods to grant permission. As Lin Nan's words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room froze. And there were quite a few old fans who had been following Lin Nan since he first started live broadcasting and recalled the situation, and were suddenly surprised. Anchor, see what you mean is that you still have to go and ask the gods for help? I remember the last time the anchor went to the Taoist temple to ask Lei Zhu. He froze and threw the Holy Grail 3 times in a row. But how easy is it to throw it 3 times in a row? Last time, the anchor's luck was enough to buy a lottery ticket. I think, if we want to succeed this time, it'll add up to 6 times. In terms of probability, these are considered extremely low probability events. Can they really work? Since the anchor has already played as Lei Zhu, wouldn't it be better to just play Erlangshan? It's all in the same system. Shouldn't mind? With the proposal of the netizens, there was a sudden opposition saying, how would that work? What's due is still not less. In case something goes wrong and the gods are drawn down to punish us? Seeing these scrolling pop-ups, Lin Nan smiled and said in a slow voice, that's right, and not to mention any divine punishment. The reverence that should be there should still be there. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's get ready to depart. Xianlan Guan, Smoky Sea City, Xianlan Taoist Temple. This Taoist temple is located on top of a mountainside, surrounded by grass and trees. From time to time there are squirrels leaping in the forest. A thriving scene. At this moment, 3 figures appeared on top of the stone steps going up the mountain. It was the 3 Lin Nan who had come all the way from the school. Friends, up ahead is Xianlan Guan. The anchor is about to ask the Erlang god to inquire about being able to grant permission to play. Lin Nan spoke to the viewers of the live broadcast as he walked. Soon, it came to the door of Xianlan Guan. A Taoist priest in the temple who received the visitor seemed to have seen the visitor from a long distance away. Then he took the initiative to step forward to meet them. Looking at its appearance, which was somewhat familiar, it was clearly the one who had taken Lin Nan to the Thunder Ancestor Hall last time. And when the 3 of them came close, before Lin Nan could explain his intentions, this Taoist master, however, stopped Lin Nan first, his eyes glancing back and forth over his body. I don't know what I saw, but the Taoist master's expression was a bit odd. This resident, after not seeing you for a few days, you look good. Saying that, as if sensing his dissimilarity, the Taoist master slightly corrected his color and smiled. Did you come this time to return a wish? And Lin Nan sniffed and explained his intention to him. Taoist priest, can I trouble you to take me to the Erlangjinjuan Hall? I'd like to ask for one more thing. End of chapter. Chapter 73 The Divine Will. Well then, Shi Tzu and follow me. The Taoist priest seemed to have a plan and subconsciously wanted to take Lin Nan to the Hall of Thunder Ancestors to return his wish. However, as he raised his hand to signal that he was just about to turn around, Lin Nan's words echoed in his ears, which gradually made him react. What did you say, schizo? The Taoist priest inquired, even more puzzled in his mind. Didn't he come to return the favor? But what's the point of going to the Erlangjin temple? Just as the Taoist priest was puzzled, Lin Nan also vaguely guessed what was going on, and repeated with a smile on his face, Taoist priest, I want to go to the Erlangjinjuan Hall, to ask the gods. When these words came out, only the Taoist priest hesitated for a moment. But there is no intention of blocking. Turn around and walk forward, floating leisurely, leaving a sentence. Come with me. The scale of this Xianlan Guan, in the Smoky Sea City, although it is not comparable to the Panglai Immortal Pavilion, but it is also considered to be ranked. Its interior is lined with halls and pavilions, and most of the gods and goddesses can basically find their corresponding idols for worship. And Lin Nan's trio followed Taoist Wang all the way through these halls. While traveling, Wang Qingyu whispered in Lin Nan's ear, Nan, you really want to ask God? Have you thought about what if you can't cast the Holy Grail 3 times this time? Hearing this, Lin Nan was also slightly apprehensive in his heart and sincerely said, that also depends on fate. I don't know what's going to happen until I ask the results. After receiving Lin Nan's response, Wang Qingyu was still a bit worried. After all, I saw the pop-ups on the live feed earlier. Knowing that fans are excited about the anchor preparing to play Erlang God, he also had no choice but to nod helplessly and began to pray without ceasing. Bless you gods. Make sure Nan rolls the Holy Grail 3 times off. The fans in the live room are waiting to see it. When we get rich, we'll definitely come back to offer incense to all the great gods. And at this point, the live stream is still on normally. Lin Nan was not too worried like Wang Qingyu. Instead, as he walked, he surveyed the halls within the Taoist temple, and it was discovered that many of the idols within these many halls appeared in the Xianban iconography. Seeing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but think, if the result of asking God later is really unsatisfactory, then why not simply ask these idols, one by one, for a round of questions? After all, there are a lot of unlit gods on the iconography. Ask a few more times and there should always be an agreement, right? Of course, it was just a passing thought. Just as Lin Nan was pondering in his mind, he saw some more clues. The location of these halls seems to be a bit elaborate. Lin Nan looked around and found that the halls in which these idols were located were related to their corresponding functions. It seems to be arranged in a particular pattern. Realizing this, Lin Nan confirmed with Taoist Wang in front of him. Taoist Master, are the halls within this Taoist temple implicitly arranged in some way? The footsteps of Taoist Wang, who was leading the way ahead, paused for a moment, and an affirmative reply came. The Schoonstadt is right. I think that when Xianlonguan was being built, it was purposely laid out. Each of these halls as well as the idols enshrined within are arranged according to the immortal positions as well as the stars. After some explanation, Taoist Master Wang added heartfelt praise towards Lin Nan. Just by walking up for a while you can see that it is unusual. The monk really has a unique eye for destiny na. Hearing this, Lin Nan was in turn a little embarrassed. The only reason he could detect it himself was partly because he had put in some work since playing a god. Carefully learned the legendary allusions to the various gods to prevent asking questions on the air. And this time, being able to see that the arrangement of the temple alluded to the stars in the sky was also out of a strange sense of realization. Perhaps it was because of the divine ability of the heavenly book of Tungguan eyes. Lin Nan felt that since he had acquired this divine ability, his perception of everything around him had become a little more detailed and subtle. And as Wang Daochang affirms, the netizens in the live broadcast room are also brushing the pop-up screen, sighing with emotion that the anchor is quite dedicated, when it really has made an effort to understand. There are, of course, some special ways of doing this, besides distributing them by starry night. For example, the Thunder Ancestors Hall is located directly south, while the Erlang True Lords Hall is located in the southwest direction. As Taoist Wang explained, several people were already about to come closer. Just a short distance ahead, there was a low barking sound. After turning a corner, Lin Nan's few people froze. Just ahead of them were 5 dogs that were wandering beyond the side halls. And amazingly, these dogs are deep-chested and thin-waisted, with narrow and elongated limbs. It's a very different breed than what you usually see in the city. This is the fine dog. Seeing the surprise of several people, Taoist Master Wang slowly opened his mouth and explained. This is the side hall of the Erlang True Lords Hall, and inside is dedicated to the roaring dog. In order to enshrine Erlang Jinjuan, this Quan has specially made a kennel near his temple and kept several fine dogs. As Taoist Master Wang explained, the crowd nodded their heads. That's really thoughtful. And as Lin Nan walked, his eyes fell on these fine dogs kept by the Taoist temple. Just a few of these fine dogs, the best condition of which was a solid black fine dog. It was like an adult and looked very lively. And at the back of these lively fine dogs, inside the door of that side hall, was lying a pure white fine dog. It looked smaller, like it was only a few months old, and was leaning its head on the threshold with a listless look. Didn't pay much attention to it either. Soon, several people were led by Taoist Wang to the Erlang Jinjuan Hall. Giver. Taoist Master Wang handed a pair of cups of wild rice to Lin Nan. There was no need to say anything more. After all, it wasn't the first time. Lin Nan is also considered to be a lightweight and knows all the rules that should be in place. Holding the pair of cups, he took a deep breath. Erlang Jinjuan is on the throne. I still hope for permission. After reciting this a few times in his mind, Lin Nan began to walk around the incense burner in the temple 3 times. Immediately, he knelt down in front of the statue of the god Erlang and read aloud his name and birthdate as well as the reason for his visit. Finally throwing the cup of water in his hand, he said piously, "Please give instructions, Erlang Jinjuan." Snap! As Lin Nan's words fell, 2 crisp sounds rang out on the ground. Wang Chengyu, who was a little afraid to look at the side, just aimed his cell phone lens at the ground, but he himself closed his eyes tightly and asked in a small voice, "How's that?" Jiang Tao, on the other hand, looked at the scene happening in front of him without blinking. After confirming the situation of the cups on the ground, Jiang Tao's gaze flickered and he sighed in relief. Bingo! It's the Holy Grail. As Jiang Tao's voice rang out, Wang Qingyu's heart was immediately delighted. Tightly opened his eyes. Found this ground cup of water. It is a positive and a negative. There is yin and yang, representing divine approval. Oops, it's really hit. At this moment, Wang Chengyu, as well as the netizens in the live broadcast room, were all jaw-dropped. Anchor, this luck can be last time, the Holy Grail came out 3 times in a row. This time up here is another one. But don't get too happy. It's only the first time, and you'll have to roll it twice more to get the god's permission. And Lin Nan didn't stop for a moment after rolling his first chalice. After picking up the cup of water on the ground and shaking it in his hand, he threw it again. Snap! Right in front of everyone's eyes. Only these 2 cups of water were seen. Scattered on the ground. One landed and then snapped right to the ground, convex side up, and the other one is bobbing on the ground like a small boat with the plane facing up. The Holy Grail again. Seeing this situation, everyone present couldn't help but get excited. Whoa, 2 in a row again. Can this be luck? Light out of the Holy Grail. The anchor can't really have a say in this, can he? Could it be that this time, the anchor can also roll the Holy Grail 3 times in a row? At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room began to brush the screen. The netizens were amazed, and Wang Chengyu duo, while excited, also hung their hearts in their throats. One time, just one more time. Nan, hold on. On the side, Daoist Wang. His expression also changed slightly as he looked at Lin Nan incredulously. Right under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Nan took a deep breath. Trying to smooth out his mood, he finally tossed the cup. As the 2 cups of water arced through the air, time seemed to slow down a bit. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and a cup of rice landed on the ground, plain side up. The other cup of water, however, looked as if it had been subjected to some invisible force. It shouldn't have fallen far, but it froze and bounced, and after bouncing on the ground a few times, it ended up dramatically disliking the legs of the offering table. As I watched, the convex side of the cup was about to snap over, but the flat part was stuck to the table leg. It froze in place for half a day, and finally, as its center of gravity slowly collapsed towards the back, it staggered halfway across the floor. The cup of oracle, which was to be snapped over, is now flat side up. Seeing this scene, the people present all stared in disbelief. The 2 of them, Wang Chengyu, hadn't even dared to utter a single breath just now, fearing that it would affect Lin Nan. But I never thought it would turn out this way. Lin Nan, on the other hand, looked at the appearance presented by the last cup of wild rice. He didn't use much force just now. Why did that cup of water seem to have springs in it and bounce to the front of the table? And at that moment, the viewers of the live broadcast commented, "Bad. This time both are young. With our custom in Fu province, this means that the time is not ripe and the gods are still considering it. But how did this cup of wild rice fly out just now? The host didn't put much effort into it, and I just saw it clearly. It would have snapped over if it hadn't just touched the table leg. Doesn't the chalice of 1 yin and 1 yang represent consent?" At this time, after a moment of silence, Wang Qingyu also pointed at the cup of wild rice and asked, "Taoist master, you also saw it just now, right? It could have been turned over, but it was blocked by the table leg. What do you do in a situation like this?" "I apply. Should we do it again?" Taoist master Wang was silent for a moment, and was also a bit uncertain. Just then, a bright white narrow figure suddenly appeared, was slipping in from outside the temple with small steps, as if no one else was there. "Hey, a dog ran in here." Wang Qingyu saw a dog walking past his feet and just wanted to say something, but what happened in the next second made his jaw drop. "I saw this pure white fine dog, after stepping into the door of the temple, come straight to the offering table. Then he probed his paw and tapped it on the edge of the cup that was facing upwards. Snap! As it tapped, it froze the cup oracle on the ground, face up, and flipped it over. At this time, this cup of wild rice has turned into a chalice of yin and yang. Immediately, this pure white fine dog raised its head and its tail kept wagging. A pair of aura-rich eyes were staring at Lin Nan. The crowd looked at the thin white dog and then at the statue of the god Erlang in front of the offering table. It was found to be virtually identical in image to the roaring dog held by Erlang Shen. For a time, the hall was silent in reverie. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Divine Dog Helps. Watching a scene unfold within the True Lord's Hall, the people present were dumbfounded. After all, from the actions of this fine dog that broke into the temple, it was clear that it ran straight to the offering table and overturned the cup. Does it know what these people are doing? And why would you come over here and flip the cup for no reason, thus changing the outcome of the interference? It's unbelievable. Moreover, through the live picture, I do not know whether it is out of psychological effect. The live broadcast is even more netizens found that the appearance of this fine dog, and Erlang Jinjuan holding the roaring dog is almost generally the same. So, the pop-ups in the live stream started rolling like crazy. I'll go. This dog is a god. It even came over and changed the result of the cup of water. Can it be that the true Lord is manifesting? Knowing that the results of the cup of water just now went awry, you purposely let the roaring dog come down to earth to make up for the bias and save the day? Also, just now, the anchor clearly didn't exert any force, but the cup of water jumped out a long way. It's like an invisible force is controlling the tipping of the cups. If I hadn't mistakenly bumped into the table leg just now, that last cup would have clearly formed the Holy Grail as well. Raise your head 3 feet and there's a god. Ah, the ancients are true to their word. The anchor has been recognized by the gods twice in a row. It can't be true that she has something in her destiny, can it? At this moment, Lin Nan also looked at this fine dog that had intruded into the temple and carefully examined it. The only thing I saw was this pure white fine dog, with one eye staring right at him and his tail wagging constantly. It was as if he was getting close to himself. A very spiritual look. Taoist, this is Lin Nan looked at the white dog and wondered. And with the same amazement written on his face, Taoist Master Wang took 2 steps forward and bowed as he called toward the white dog. White, you how? Seeing that the crowd was puzzled, Taoist Wang then opened his mouth to explain. Oh, all of you do not know. This fine dog is also kept by this Guan, but compared to a few others, it is weak since childhood and listless all day, and never gets close to people, and even to the poor Taoist, he loves them, but it is so lively today, but also run over to rattle the cups by itself, is really calling for doubts. Seeing that Taoist Master Wang was still sizing up the white dog with a confused look, Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, but was paying attention to the results, hurriedly inquired, Taoist priest, can we make sure first? Now how does this turn out? In fact, if it hadn't bumped into the table leg, that cup of wild rice would have surely tipped over as well, and now that this dog has come over to pick at it, it turns out to be the Holy Grail, too. As Wang Qingyu's voice fell, Taoist Wang pondered for a moment. What happened just now was truly unbelievable. Could it really be that Erlang Jinjuan has manifested himself? Taoist Master Wang's eyes glanced to the statue of the god Erlang at the back of the offering table, piety flickering in his gaze. Immediately, he turned his head and opened his mouth towards Lin Nan and the others. This monk, in the poor Taoist's opinion, the cup of water bumping into the table leg just now was just an accident. And the poor Taoist also prefers to believe that this fine dog's perverse behavior represents the divine will of the true Lord Erlang, coming over to make up for the error. It thus appears that the gods have given their consent. With these words from Taoist Master Wang, Lin Nan secretly sighed with relief in his heart. On the contrary, Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, hurriedly helped Lin Nan up and couldn't stop saying, Brother Nan, did you hear that? The gods have agreed. Well, that's awesome. Wang Chengyu was so excited that he almost spat out an expletive, but he was able to break the car in time. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room was also surprised after receiving Dao Lord Wang's conclusion. Good Lord, a divine dog to help. This is more mysterious than the anchor casting the 3 holy grails himself. This is properly authorized by Erlang Shinjun. Anchor, don't hurry up and go dress up. Don't let this rare miracle down. I can't wait to see what the anchor will be like as Erlang Shinjun. As netizens commented, animations of gifts scrolled across the live screen. Tell the heart that moves to give away stars to light up the lamp *1. Castle Peak will not change. Give away the sports car *1. And Lin Nan stood up at this time, with a warm smile on his face, and said to the live broadcast camera, Friends, since we have the result, I will go back to prepare for playing the role of Erlang Jinjuan. In the meantime, we welcome continued suggestions, and we're a mainstay on the air to listen to advice. Lin Nan bowed his hand towards the Erlang True Lord behind the offering table. After 2 pillars of incense, he moved to leave the Taoist temple. Right after a few people left, Taoist Master Wang gazed at Lin Nan's departing back, not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment, the white dog suddenly whimpered twice in a low voice. The Taoist master twisted his head to see that the white dog, who had been in high spirits, was now bereft again. Alone, he returned to the side hall and leaned against the threshold, losing the vigor he had just shown. This is really weird. Taoist Master Wang glanced at Lin Nan's departing direction and couldn't help but murmur, Hey Nan, you're a god today. By now the broadcast had ended and the 3 were chatting away in the car on the way back. Lin Nan didn't talk for a moment, but instead searched for Erlang Jinjuan's dress-up style and contacted Lanxiang Tailor Shop. The owner's wife on the other end received the customized image and said she would step up production and expected a finished version the day after tomorrow. Having gotten the news, Lin Nan was temporarily relieved. But it's not enough to dress up. If you want to play like one, you can't ignore the makeup. Thus, a figure appeared in Lin Nan's mind, so he proposed to Wang Qingyu's duo. Fatty, old Jiang, let's go out for a meal together in the evening. Dinner? As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu raised his spirits. Brother Nan, see what you mean, you want to treat us to a big meal? Lin Nan continued non-committally. By the way, call up senior sister Yi Qing. The earnings from the live broadcast are good during this period of time, so it's time to celebrate. Oh, Wang Qingyu revealed a look of understanding and joked. Dare you say you want to invite a senior sister? Then why don't you just let us both avoid it? Nan, you feel free to date outside. We brothers will just stay in the dormitory and eat instant noodles. Saying that, Wang Qingyu also revealed a pitiful look. Stop. At this time, Zhang Tao compared his hands to a daba and spoke. Don't take me with you when you eat bubble noodles. Old Lin, I'll go with you. You two focus on dating and I'll focus on drying out. Mainlining it, cheeky one. Despite hearing the other party's joking intentions, but seeing that Zhang Tao still had a serious expression on his face when he said this, Lin Nan are a little trance. Staggering. Tao, you will play less with fat people in the future. are learning bad. Soon the time came to evening. Lin Nan made a reservation in advance, and didn't pick any upscale restaurant. It was just a meal of river bottom fishing. After ordering things, Yi Ching also quickly rushed over from school. Wow, I'm touched that you'd call me for dinner. Touched, aren't you? Nan made the shout. Of course we're looking forward to you coming. After all, we're a team. Wang Qingyu shouted cheaply, not forgetting to secretly wink at Lin Nan. The expression said as if he was taking credit. Hey, watch it, Nan. Tonight, I'm a pure help. And when Yi Ching sniffed, she glanced towards Lin Nan, then withdrew her gaze like an electric shock. The corner of his mouth, however, revealed a smile, coughed twice, and asked Wang Qingyu, by the way, on the phone, I heard you guys say that you want to celebrate. Is there something happy? Hey, of course I did. Mentioning this is making me so excited. School teacher, you don't know. At this moment, Wang Qingyu was like a chatterbox that couldn't be shut down, and he gave Yi Ching an enriched account of what happened in the Taoist temple today, especially that fine dog turning over the cup of water. It is simply to be said that it is a snarling dog descending to the earth. Not a moment later, Yi Ching was all ears and couldn't help but be surprised. Geez, so God? More than that, there's also, seeing that Wang Qingyu was still going to brag, Lin Nan couldn't help but interrupt with his voice and said to Yi Ching, Sister, today is mainly a celebration, but also an exchange of news in advance. I want to see how this Erlang goddess makeup should go. Yi Ching nodded, pondering. Actually, compared to the previous makeup, Erlang is relatively simple. After all, everyone is familiar with it, and there have been a lot of costs in movies and anime. Then, Yi Ching revealed a nice smile towards Lin Nan and patted her chest and assured, when I turn around, I'll check the information. It's on me. That's a relief. Immediately, several people raised their glasses. The cool beer went down and the four of them talked about the world. The next morning, it was time for another freshman run. Lin Nan's trio had already forgotten the mess they made last night when they hurried back to the dormitory. Was covering his somewhat hungover head as he hurried toward the class meeting place. Along the way, I saw that a number of freshman classes were already standing in line. At this moment, Lin Nan also noticed that there were quite a few gazes around him looking at himself. Facing the sight cast his way, Lin Nan was slightly stunned and inquired towards Zhang Tao, do I have something on my face? Zhang Tao sniffed and took a careful look, then shook his head. Then why do I feel like so many people are looking at me? As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, opened his mouth cheaply. Harm, Nan doesn't blame you. I've had that trouble from time to time, can't help it. Maybe some people are born to be the center of attention in a crowd. Saying that, Wang Qingyu also really showed a distressed expression. Don't listen to him. Zhang Tao rolled his eyes and said, it should be because you assisted the police a few days ago and solved the group of poaching thieves. By the looks of it, most likely most of the freshmen already know. Hearing Zhang Tao's explanation, Lin Nan felt that it was somewhat reliable, so he nodded in relief. It seems that without realizing it, he has become a school celebrity. Soon, the three arrived at the class meeting place. The rest of the class had basically arrived and stood in formation. As Lin Nan and his group appeared, several pairs of eyes immediately looked towards Lin Nan, and they all showed a look of surprise, and also greeted the students beside them. Soon, almost the entire class cast their gazes at Lin Nan. A clamor rose from the queue. Wow! Look! Lin Nan is here! The students have cast adoring gazes, with different expressions, full of curiosity about this school man of the hour that they have heard about for a long time. It's still true. I heard that he alone assisted the police in catching a gang of armed poachers. Not only did he not get hurt at all, it even saved 2 rangers. Holy, this is too good. And the news has spread to the school leaders. Now our third class is the most talked about class among the freshmen. It's not just the school. Surely the police must give a commendation too? Will there be a prize for being a concerned citizen? Harm, can Lin Nan look at the prize now? People are now online celebrities. I heard he opens a live stream and people swipe gifts. In one night, with the sound of murmurs amongst the queue, there was a succession of marveling sounds. There were even quite a few girls in the same class who cast adoring gazes towards Lin Nan, and at that moment, Lin Nan was still moving forward, being stared at by so many pairs of eyes. Lin Nan couldn't help but cough lightly twice. On the contrary, Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, held his head high and showed a smug look. It was as if the praises of his classmates had something to do with him as well. Lin Nan made a cloudy appearance on the surface and was about to walk into the middle of the queue when he didn't expect that just at that moment, a familiar figure walked not far away. When the students saw the figure, they too gradually quieted down. The visitor was clearly the guide of the third class, Mr. Luo. His pace was brisk and he soon came to where the third class stood in line. As Mr. Luo approached, it was easy to see the red glow on his face. There seems to be some great joy. And just as he saw Lin Nan and met his 4 eyes, Mr. Luo's mouth was tinged with a smile as he waved towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan's student, come out for a moment. Hearing the guide's call, as well as observing the other party's expression, Lin Nan had already guessed something in his heart, and without hesitation, he stepped out of the queue as the crowd watched. At this point, it was time to run the drill. Seeing that the group in front of him was already running, Mr. Luo instructed the rest of the class. The rest of you continue to run the drill, and the class president maintains discipline. Accompanied by the fall of teacher Luo's words, Wang Chengyu immediately showed a look of envy. This teacher Luo is clearly to find Lin Nan alone to talk. Do not have to let him run exercise. Thus, Wang Chengyu looked at Lin Nan's back and shouted in a low voice, Hiss Nan, bring me out 2 Nan. But before Lin Nan could react, the queue was already running. Jiang Tao, who was standing next to him, directly wrapped his arm around Wang Chengyu's shoulders and opened his mouth. Okay, stop struggling. Old Luo probably has some serious business to find Lin Nan. Hurry up and run. Immediately, he drove Wang Chengyu and ran forward together, and as the students left, Lin Nan walked up to Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, you're looking for me? Ha 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 ha. Lin Nan nah. Mr. Luo's tone was full of joy and his eyes showed endless appreciation. I heard that you assisted the police in solving a poaching case yesterday? Not bad, not bad. Teacher really didn't misjudge you. And before Lin Nan could say anything, Mr. Luo continued, in view of your outstanding performance of bravery, the school leaders have decided to reward you, and are prepared to give you extra credits. End of chapter. Chapter 75, The Turmoil. Extra credit? Upon hearing this, Lin Nan was slightly stunned. The word credit, after all, is not too tempting for a college student. What Lin Nan just didn't expect was that the school leaders would give such a reward for this matter. The smile on teacher Luo's face didn't fade, and he slightly straightened up and said in a serious tone, but rewards are rewards. Lin Nan, I know that at your age, most of you are young and vigorous, but no matter what, your teacher wants you to always remember to always keep yourself safe. Lin Nan felt as if he was being treated by the other party as a hot-blooded young man who was brave enough to say no to the wrongdoers. However, it is true that the several incidents experienced were mostly coincidental, not out of his own intention. So Lin Nan frankly said, don't worry teacher, I didn't try to be a hero. Catching that gang of poachers and thieves was just a matter of passing by accidentally and in passing. However, as Lin Nan's words fell, Mr. Luo froze. Just passing by accident? What's a smoothie about catching poachers? Nice guy. If that sentence were to be heard by that group of poachers, they would probably even have the heart to run their heads into the ground. Teacher Luo smiled back and spoke. Teacher likes your humor. Ha ha ha. As Lin Nan conversed with the guide, there were lines of freshmen running past on both sides from time to time. Many students passing by also looked at Lin Nan and whispered, look, that's Lin Nan from the 3rd class of engineering management. Lin Nan? Who is it? Don't you recognize him? It's the one who received the banner on the day of the military drill. And, I heard he was, yesterday. Ha, I blanch. So awesome? A murmur of voices rang out one after another from the queues running drills on either side. After learning the ins and outs, when these sights looked at Lin Nan again, they all clearly had a few more moments of admiration. Mr. Luo finished relaying the school leader's decision to Lin Nan. The freshman also ran around the school and back twice. Seeing that the queue immediately returned to its initial position, teacher Luo nodded with a smile and said, all right, Lin Nan, you can go back first. If there's any good news, I'll let you know first. Lin Nan answered and turned his head to look at the duo of Wang Chengyu in the middle of the queue. At the end of the run, the classes announced their dismissal. When the queue dispersed, Wang Chengyu came up for air. Phew, that's exhausting. This last night's booze is still fresh. I almost ran and threw up just now. Then he looked at Lin Nan and said heartily, Brother Nan, if you run into this kind of thing next time, can you call on me as well? I feel like it's better for me to fight thugs than run laps around the school. Come on, just you? Hearing Wang Chengyu's words, Jiang Tao immediately opened his mouth and said, not to mention how small the chances of running into this kind of thing. Even if we really encountered it, I guess both of us are also given to the criminals as hostage material. Don't be unable to help when the time comes, and you'll have to distract old Lin from saving you. Wang Chengyu was not angry, but on the contrary, he felt that it was somewhat reasonable, so he nodded and said, that's true, right Nan? What did Lao Luo say to you just now? It's just conveying a little recognition or something. Lin Nan returned, still thinking about the details of playing Erlang Jinjuan, then asked casually, What's the first class in the morning? And as Lin Nan's inquisitive voice fell, the duo of Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, who were on the sidelines, were all of a sudden silent. Seeing this reaction from the two, Lin Nan had already guessed the answer. That's quite a coincidence. Soon, it was time for first period. Lin Nan and the others came to the classroom early, as they expected. The class was none other than microeconomics. Nan, this is Professor Choi. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was walking in the door. Hearing Wang Qingyu's reminder beside him, Lin Nan was seeing this teacher for the first time. Be careful in this class. There's no telling what they'll do to us. There was also no need for Wang Qingyu to say more. Lin Nan could clearly perceive it. This Prof. Choi, despite his unperturbed appearance as he entered the classroom. However, the eyes were glancing vaguely toward the shadows, as if to identify the visitor. And when Lin Nan's line of sight met with it, after a brief contact, that Professor Choi's expression changed slightly and he snorted coldly. Hey, Lin Nan. At this point, the students sitting in their seats were still whispering as the bell had not yet rung. A girl in the front row was currently greeting Lin Nan. Lin Nan glanced toward the other party and was not impressed, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Only to see the other side of the body blocking, quietly pointed to the phone said, "You will play what game while cannot take me." Seeing this scene, Lin Nan froze. It did not give the first reaction, while Wang Qingyu on the side was snickering. Obviously seeing what was going on, he was about to raise a small ruckus. However, seeing Lin Nan's look of wanting to refuse but having no good words to say, Wang Qingyu also stretched out his head, and that big bulbous face came forward and said, "Ha ha ha, I know a lot of things. Female enchanter, why don't you let me take you?" And with Wang Qingyu's interruption, the girl's mouth smiled awkwardly, then the body stiffened and turned away, never looking back up. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingyu indifferently skimmed his mouth, and Jiang Tao did not know whether it was on purpose or accidentally, rubbing salt into the wound and said, "Fatty, you have taken the initiative to open your mouth. How come she won't let you bring it?" Looking specifically for old Lin Ah? Harm. What else could it be? You must have a crush on Nan. Wang Qingyu, with a look of realization, whispered, "After all, Nan is now called a man of the hour. Handsome and rich. Nowadays, a live broadcast can earn almost as much as a few months of living expenses for a normal college student. So many conditions are here. Cannot call people rush to come. Alas, the word envy. I am tired of saying it." Lin Nan, however, shook his head and lost his smile, ignoring the two men, and subconsciously intended to preview the textbook in advance as he saw that class was about to start. However, when Lin Nan saw the cover of this microeconomics, Fong remembered that he had already read this book, and he also used the divine power of the heavenly book of Tungwen to give a word-for-word account of it. This time it's so good that the textbook presses on without having to read it. I almost forgot about this. Lin Nan couldn't help but think, I should have known that I would have agreed to it just now, or else a big morning class would have been too boring. However, Lin Nan was not idle either. Solely pulling out his cell phone, he looked up the recorded information on Erlangjinjuan, and soon, as the bell rang for class, a pair of eyes on the podium, however, were secretly watching Lin Nan. Taozi, want to make a bet? Bet on what? Jiang Tao queried. Let's bet on this class. Will Prof. Choi target Nan? I bet it will. Wang Qingyu seemed to be afraid that Jiang Tao would open his mouth first and grab the first bet. That's no way to play. Jiang Tao nodded firmly and said, I also think it will. Just as the two of them were whispering, Professor Chui's voice rang out from the podium in front of them. Soon enough, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, felt that they were still too conservative. The first thing I heard Professor Chui say when he opened his mouth was, before class I would like to remind you, you're all students. You need to focus on your academics. I've heard that some of my classmates have a very active mind. Not only are they doing some kind of live broadcasting, but they also insist on getting involved with the police and solving crimes. Their energy is not on the right track at all. With Professor Chui's words, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao couldn't help but look at each other. How they didn't think of it earlier. This Prof. Chui was so unforgiving that he was close to naming names. At this moment, the other students in the middle of the classroom also looked at Lin Nan in unison. After all, Prof. Chui's pointing was clear, and it didn't take much thought to realize who he was targeting. Good lord, Professor Chui came up with so much fire. It looks like Lin Nan's failure to show up last time really pissed him off. But it can't be all Lin Nan's fault, can it? Who knew a trip out there would lead to something like that? It's kinda dangerous. And if it wasn't for Prof. Choi having to call and lecture people, the other police wouldn't have gotten the call, and now they can only suffer a nuisance. At this time, Lin Nan was turning a deaf ear and was rummaging through Erlang Jinjuan's information, completing the first suggestion for inclusion after some searching. Inclusion suggestion, understand the record of Erlang Jinjuan's canon. Reward 1% play completion. But with the sound that came back to his ears, Lin Nan also came back to his senses, noticing the sights cast around him. Seeing the class, all looking at him, Lin Nan froze for a moment. Why? The two of them, Wang Qingyu beside him, cast a loving look. As for Professor Cui on the podium, he gave a cold snort and continued. Microeconomics is a course that you majored in at your university, and there is no need for me to say more about its importance, right? If you fail other subjects, you can just make up for it, but if you don't pass your major, then you definitely won't get your diploma. And some students hang around all day, even skipping first period. Speaking here, Professor Cui paused, and his sight was not hidden as he stared at Lin Nan. Hearing this, Lin Nan also understood the current situation. It seems that this Professor Cui is ready to say it in the open. Lin Nan, as expected. The next second, Professor Cui called out his name. Then, speaking in front of the class, he said, after all I've just said, you should know who I'm talking about, right? Skipping class for no reason and not going to explain yourself to me? Hearing this, Lin Nan, however, looked as if he had not even noticed the other party's tit-for-tat. With a warm smile still on his face, he stood up and said, Professor Cui, I'm really sorry. I had a bit of an emergency last time and didn't have time to take a vacation. Lin Nan's reaction was considered textbook level. Knowing that Professor Cui was deliberately targeting, he didn't show any impatience so that he couldn't pick any faults, even though Prof. Cui was full of anger. He had no way to vent it at the moment, because the more angry he was, the more he set off Lin Nan's broad-mindedness. When the students saw Lin Nan's reaction, they also subconsciously took sides in their minds and chose to stand on Lin Nan's end. Prof. Cui saw him in this state, but he was still unforgiving. That's your reason? As a student, even if you don't have classes in the morning, don't you know how to prep? How dare you go all the way out there to the reserve to catch some poachers? As expected, there was a strong contrast between the two due to the humble attitude Lin Nan displayed, so much so that the students felt a little prickly when they heard Prof. Cui's words. Even some of the quick-tempered boys in the class thought about if this happened to them. Hearing Professor Cui's cynicism just now, he'd more than likely have slapped the table and walked away by now. However, to the admiration of the crowd, Lin Nan remained unhurried and spoke slowly. Professor Cui, truth be told, I did prep for this. Lin Nan picked up the textbook on the desktop and said frankly, I've read everything on here. For one thing, I didn't waste my studies, and for another, punishing evil and seeing justice is also a duty that students in our school should fulfill. As Lin Nan's words fell, Professor Cui's face turned green and purple, realizing that Lin Nan was in the right, and at the moment he was acting like he was being unreasonable. Thinking about this, Prof. Cui also gradually calmed down a bit, knowing that he was a teacher, and couldn't be roasted on the fire by Lin Nan like this. He had to find this student's cracks, so that he could at least be a teacher for a reason. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Nan, addressing the rest of the class. Class, take a look. I don't care if you have no discipline and ignore the school rules and regulations. You still have such a hard mouth. In all the classes I've taught, I've never seen such poor students. Saying that, Professor Cui walked down from the podium and sniffed his nose when he came close to Wang Qingyu's trio. Smelling a faint hint of alcohol, he immediately frowned. Why does it still smell like alcohol? What did you guys do last night? Ahem. The two of them, Wang Qingyu, who were seated on the side, coughed twice in a rather unnatural manner and turned their eyes away. Prof. Cui took another look at the cell phone with the screen still lit on Lin Nan's desktop and glanced at the content on it, which was clearly a few photos of Erlang Jinjuan's idol, as well as archaeological information on ancient temples. Still reading this stuff that has nothing to do with school. You just said that you've read this book, right? Previewed it too? Yes, Lin Nan replied, still unhurriedly. Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, covered his face with his hands and thought about what Lin Nan had said about prepping, and his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a bitter melon, and he kept reaching out, tugging at Lin Nan's coat in private, in an effort to remind Lin Nan. Damn, what Nan said about prepping. Wouldn't be a few minutes of flipping through the book the other night, would it? Holy, it was just a few seconds. What can I remember? This cannot dare to blindly say. So that Professor Cui caught the handle. Certainly use this reason on the line. Wang Qingyu thought in his heart, and his hands kept moving. They were about to yank Lin Nan's clothes off the line, but it was too late. After receiving Lin Nan's confirmed reply, Professor Cui picked up the book on the desktop. After briefly flipping through it twice, he could see the signs, and he couldn't stop a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Holding Lin Nan's textbook high in the air and signaling it to the class. Class, look, this book is as good as new. There's no markings on it at all. It hasn't even been flipped. That's it, and you say you've prepped? As Professor Chui's words fell, the students also thought that Lin Nan was just saying it casually to deal with Professor Chui. But even so, there were many students who felt that Professor Chui was too aggressive. After all, Lin Nan had already acted quite humble and had always had a good attitude, and was still a freshman. So he couldn't be too forceful, could he? Instead, Prof. Chui had been nitpicking, causing some unavoidable resentment in the hearts of the students. Immediately after that, Professor Chui slapped the textbook onto the table again and uttered a very classic sentence. Lin Nan, it's useless for you to cheat me. Cheat and cheat. In the end, it's only you who will be unlucky. You think it's for me to learn? Hearing Professor Chui's words, Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh as well. His eyes looked straight at Professor Chui, with a hidden wisp of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I really prepped. I'm not lying. If you really don't believe me, you can just take the test. End of chapter. Chapter 76. As Lin Nan's words fell, the students present froze. Wang Qingyu was even staring, sighing that Nan was really tough this time. Surprisingly, he's still going hard with Prof. Chui. However, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but worry for Lin Nan in his heart. What if Prof. Chui really takes the test later? How can you get off the stage? At this time, the other students in the class also held the same view as Wang Qingyu. Ban Wangyu, too, secretly sweated for Lin Nan in her heart. Fine. Professor Chui narrowed his eyes, but he was told to catch a chance. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Then I'll test you, Professor Chui said, while putting his hands behind his back and tilting his head to look at Lin Nan. I'm not going to test you on anything too difficult, so I'm just going to ask you about what you learned in class yesterday. It's the first few pages of the textbook that talk about an introduction to the fundamentals of economics. After Professor Chui finished speaking, a smirking expression had appeared on his face, certain that Lin Nan would definitely not be able to answer anything. Already in his mind, he was thinking of words, how to teach this boy who didn't know the sky and the earth a good deal later. And at that moment, the other students in the class were sweating for Lin Nan. A number of them even shook their heads, even though the content was something they had just learned the day before. But economics is basically about rote memorization, which is hard to understand, let alone remember. Even if you have learned it, it's over. It's over. This is embarrassing for Nan. Why don't we have another drink at night to comfort? Wang Qingyu sighed and muttered to Zheng Tao in a low voice. Say, didn't you say you've prepped? Can't you answer such a simple question? Professor Chui pressed step by step. However, what they don't know is this. Lin Nan had tested the heavenly book Tungwen before and had long since memorized this entire textbook. Nowadays, with just a moment's recollection, a full picture of this textbook comes to mind. Every character on it, even the punctuation, is incredibly clear. And naturally, Lin Nan was stress-free, as long as he chanted as he pleased. Immediately, in front of the class, slowly spoke. Introduction to Microeconomics is divided into the following parts. Reasons and benefits of studying economics. What is economics? The object of study of economics and its content. The voice was unhurried, and the students looked at Lin Nan in surprise, a little confused for a moment. No, you really do? But soon the students came back to their senses and hurriedly turned over the textbook, checking it against Lin Nan's narration. However, he realized that Lin Nan's narration was not at all different from what was in the book, and without half a pause, it went on for a full 2 minutes, one after the other. In addition to this, it is also to explore the origins and evolution of modern Western economics, as well as the methods and approaches to the study of economics. A few moments later, Lin Nan froze and gave a word-for-word account of the first introductory chapter. By this point, not to mention the students in the classroom, even Professor Chui's expression changed, his brows unconsciously furrowing. Professor Chui? At Lin Nan's call, Professor Chui came back to his senses, surprised in his heart, and had to resize and scrutinize the student in front of him. This kid, or prepared even memorized the front. But that book in his hand, it looks exactly like new, obviously hasn't been turned over a few times. How can he remember it so well? Professor Chui frowned in thought, but without realizing it, he also eased up slightly in his attitude. After all, he had targeted Lin Nan simply because the other party had skipped the first class, and in front of the whole class, making a big deal out of it. If they are not penalized, it will be very difficult to carry out educational work in the future. But I didn't expect that this kid really had 2 tricks up his sleeve, completely out of Prof. Chui's expectation. You just said that you can be quizzed on anything in the book, right? Yes. Lin Nan still responded calmly. Well then, I'll test you again. Professor Chui gradually straightened up and looked at Lin Nan seriously. If you can answer the questions I've asked, you can come to my class whenever you want in the future, and I'll give you the usual points for the class as usual. But if you can't answer that, then I'm sorry. I've always had a rule about my classes. But if I catch you skipping class once, your usual points are nullified. As Professor Chui's words fell, the students in the class looked at each other in dismay, obviously not expecting Professor Chui to have this side of him. But they had never heard of him giving such preferential treatment to any of the students. Holy, get caught once and your usual points are nullified? Without classroom performance, you're halfway to failing this class. I thought senior was bluffing before, but I dare say Professor Chui is really this ruthless? But there's an upside. Once we get past this, Professor Chui won't care later. As his classmates mingled, Wang Qingyu also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he was ready to remind Lin Nan to simply give in to Professor Chui. However, before he could make a sound, Prof. Chui had already looked straight at Lin Nan with both eyes and asked, "Let me ask you, what are the factors affecting the price elasticity of supply include?" And with this inquiry from Professor Chui, the students within the class froze collectively. Supply elasticity? Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, was also at a loss, muttering in a low voice, "Where is this knowledge point? How come I haven't even heard of it?" Not only him, but many of the rest of the students also started to go through the textbook. They followed the catalog all the way down to retrieve it, and it was a full few seconds before I saw the words in question. Only this relevant content, which appeared in the middle of the textbook. That is to say, the questions that Prof. Chui was now asking Lin Nan were pressingly superlative to them, and it's gotten to the point where it's impossible to flip that far back in the preview. Seeing the practicing situation, the crowd also seemed to see Professor Chui's intentions and couldn't help but stagger. Good lord, Professor Chui is trying to test Lin Nan to death. The question he's asking now is in the middle of the textbook, let alone answering. It would take a while just to look in the book. There were students in the class who wanted to hold it for Lin Nan. Wang Yu also pinched the corner of her coat, biting her lips tightly as she intended to stand up. But before she opened her mouth, she heard a calm voice ring out, and as the crowd followed the sound, they only saw Lin Nan answering without slowing down. Factors include supply time, cost, and production scale and cycle. The students who were ready to fight back held back at once, looking at Lin Nan with a suspicious face, unsure if he was talking nonsense. How could you even answer Prof. Chui's question? This question is clearly over the top. How could he possibly know? It's not like, is making it up, is it? The students were in disbelief for a moment, so while listening to Lin Nan's words, he hurriedly began to check up on the textbook. They were soon surprised to find Lin Nan's narration is again word for word the same as the definition in the textbook, and at that moment, Professor Chui's expression became strange. He had wanted to see Lin Nan dumbfounded, so he could also take the opportunity to rectify the situation and establish authority for this class of freshmen. However, upon hearing Lin Nan's easy answer to the question, Prof. Chui's opinion changed, because, if Lin Nan could memorize the preface introduction, he might have been prepared. But this question, he randomly picked it out from the middle of the textbook. Lin Nan could even answer it? It was unexpected. Professor Chui's eyes stared, and in a different way, he inquired, which theory from the textbook can be corroborated by a paradox of value that Adam Smith presented in The Wealth of Nations? Hearing this question, Lin Nan clearly remembered in his mind that the textbook talked about how to use marginal utility theory to explain this value paradox, and Prof. Chui switched it around a bit. The intent, it seems, is to test whether one understands the implications of these theories beyond being able to memorize them. Thus, right under Professor Chui's burning gaze, Lin Nan slowly opened his mouth. The paradox of value, as formulated by Adam Smith, is that nothing is more useful than water, but it can scarcely be exchanged for anything. On the contrary, a piece of diamond has only a very small use value, but a large number of other commodities can be obtained by exchange. And the theory that this value paradox can be corroborated by is marginal utility theory. The classroom was once again silent. The students present were naturally confused, not sure if what Lin Nan said was right or wrong. However, listening to Lin Nan's tone just now, it seemed as if he really knew something about it. Holy, unknown. I can't quite understand it, but what he just said seems really interesting. Professor Chui, did Lin Nan answer the question just now? The students all turned their gazes to Professor Chui in droves, but upon seeing the shocked expression on his face, the students were already clear in their minds. Right again? The students also opened their mouths in disbelief. Professor Chui no longer had time to answer his classmates' questions, and he didn't expect that Lin Nan would actually be able to answer them. And it's also well organized, with the value paradoxes not in the least bit different from the economic theories they corroborate. Before, it might have been possible to say that he had a good memory and had memorized it in advance, but when he deliberately changed his own approach, Lin Nan was still able to answer correctly. What does that mean? It shows that Lin Nan is not only able to memorize the contents of the textbook, it is even possible to achieve complete understanding and even to integrate the theory. The shock this discovery gave Professor Choi had far outweighed any truancy. Hiss. You. And after a moment of surprise, Professor Choi also re-examined Lin Nan. I thought this was a prick who was truant and disobedient, but I never imagined that the reality was just the opposite. Now, it seems that Lin Nan is instead an excellent student who knows this class like the back of his hand. Are you memorizing all the theories in this book by heart, and know it by heart? Professor Choi also stopped asking questions and directly confirmed with Lin Nan, his eyes burning and full of excitement staring at Lin Nan. The fact that a genius had come out of his own students was also a feather in his cap. It's just a better memory, and it's not fully understood. Upon hearing Lin Nan's such a modest reply, Professor Choi's gaze had also long since turned to admiration, as if he had completely changed his face, and was practically a different person from what he had been at the beginning. Ho ho ho. Good wow. Professor Choi smiled and patted Lin Nan's shoulder, turning his head to the students. Class, did you all see that? I'm just treating things as they are. Any of you who can do what Lin Nan did, even if the principal catches you skipping class, I'll bet you're out running errands for me. Alright, Mr. Lin Nan, why don't you sit down first? After Professor Choi said that to Lin Nan, he turned his head back to the podium with a joyful smile on his face, ready to continue the lesson. And as his back walks away, Wang Qingyu on the side has long been unable to hold down the road. Holy, Nan, what's going on? Didn't you tell us to just read it? How come you memorized it all? Zhang Tao was also a bit surprised. Old Lin, did you know from early on that Professor Choi would target you, so memorize the material ahead of time? But it's really too late to memorize such a textbook. Just flipped through it yesterday and memorized it all? Lin Nan laughed and shook his head, finding a reason to explain. Actually, I just memorized the front and read a few knowledge points in the back. It just so happens that it's still all about the questions he asks. It's just luck of the draw. Hearing Lin Nan's words, Wang Qingyu blared with both eyes and said, so it's a test for what you learn? Luck is really a part of strength. Nah, this is too awesome. It was clear that many of the students were no longer interested in the class. Some were brooding, some were messaging on their cell phones, and others were whispering. Without exception, all of them were discussing Lin Nan's deeds in class today. Knowing that Professor Choi was known within the school for his stereotypical nature, who would have thought that one day his classroom would not be cured of his temper, not to mention that he was not even angry. Even Professor Choi was a bit distracted in his lecture this time, wandering off from time to time, but every time he did, he couldn't help glancing at Lin Nan with his afterglow. It wasn't until near the end of class that a notification rang on his cell phone, bringing everyone's thoughts back. Notice that the Dormitory Culture Festival will begin at noon today, when the university leaders will visit the dormitories. University of the Smokies, Office of the President. Professor Choi, who had just finished class, was called to the office by the principal. Old Trey, you sit first. Principal Zhang Jian raised his hand in a gesture, gradually indicating his intentions and said, you should have an impression of Lin Nan from this year's Economics and Management Class 3, right? I've heard that you seem to be a bit prejudiced against him? Before Professor Choi could say anything, Zhang Jian said in a serious tone, do you know how fierce the competition for enrollment is right now? Whether or not our school can stand out depends on him to set an example. After a pause, Zhang Jian coughed lightly twice and complimented with full of admiration. Forget about whether he is good at studying or not. Do you know how many great things he has done recently? Even the police are treating him differently, and he has a certain popularity on the internet. Such a talent. I hope you don't look at it purely based on academic performance. Finally, he made a criticism of Professor Choi, saying down, old Choi, you are biased. No one is perfect. Who says that a bad student is not a good student, right? So what? I hope you won't be too harsh on Lin Nan in the future. This student I have seen before. Very good kid, but the way you're doing it, it'll be easy to cause dissatisfaction among the students. After saying that, Zhang Jian looked at Professor Choi with a serious gaze. Obviously there was the meaning of knocking, hoping that he would have some number in his heart. However, Prof. Choi did not get angry at all until Zhang Jian finished, but even shook his head with a smile. Principal, that was before. Professor Choi waved his hand and added, it just so happens that I also have a request. When he's a senior, I want to be Lin Nan's thesis advisor. Hearing this, Zhang Jian froze, suspecting that it was Professor Choi who wanted to properly temper Lin Nan, and in fact, put it under his hand to teach him a lesson. Zhang Jian sighed and said, old Choi, why are you doing this? Seeing that the principal misunderstood his intentions, Professor Choi hurriedly explained. No, headmaster, don't get the wrong idea. It was only today that I realized Lin Nan is indeed a seedling. Professor Chui's face was full of red light. And who said that people are not good at studying? He belongs to the category of good students who are all round in terms of morality, intelligence, physicality, and aesthetics. Rather, it's you, principal, who has too one-sided an understanding of Lin Nan. Zheng Jian was confused. End of chapter. Chapter 77 Immortal Armor Makeup. Trey, what do you mean by that? Hearing what Prof. Choi said, Young raised an eyebrow. After all, the situation at hand was a far cry from the news he had received. Wasn't this Professor Chui going to take a stab at Lin Nan, holding a grudge against him for skipping class? How come this moment? Is praising Lin Nan as a good seed? What the hell is going on? At this point, Prof. Chui seemed to see the principal's hesitation and kept fighting for the road. It's the principal. I was a bit prejudiced against Mr. Lin Nan before, but wasn't that for the sake of the education work to run smoothly? Things are different now. This kid is definitely a piece of material. If I were to make him a mentor, I guarantee that I would be able to lead him to produce a highly academic thesis. When the time comes, it's not a bad idea to casually win a provincial award. Zheng Jian had a frozen expression and didn't speak. And just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. The principal glanced at the memo prompt, slowly stood up from his seat, straightened his collar and said, Lao Chui it's best if you can think that way. But they're only freshmen and there's no rush about the thesis. Then, Zheng Jian signaled the time and casually asked, Isn't this the Dormitory Culture Festival? I'll go around the dormitory first to see how well the students have organized their dormitories. Professor Choi, do you want to come with me? It had been a casual question, and the principal hadn't really wanted to wait, having moved to leave. Okay, but unexpectedly, Prof. Choi did not know what came to his mind and agreed so painfully. Oh, let's go then. Seeing Professor Chui's promise, the principal didn't say anything more, but just felt strange in his heart, because this Prof. Choi's education style is too harsh. Unlike other university teachers who mingle with their students, and among the faculty group, Prof. Choi didn't exactly fit in, but the only good thing is that he still takes teaching seriously, but he didn't know why. Zheng Jian always felt that the other party was a bit abnormal today. Soon, the principal, Zheng Jian, led Professor Chui all the way to the boys' dormitory, and Mr. Luo and the others were waiting under the dormitory building. The principal is here. Seeing the principal coming from a short distance away, a tutor spoke up at once. At the same time, as the two figures got closer and closer, the crowd also saw Professor Chui who was following along. Why is he here too? One couldn't help but frown slightly and mutter in a low voice that Professor Chui's popularity was evident. None of them showed it openly, though, and greeted the principal as he began to make his way to the dormitory. The principal came to visit the dormitory in his busy schedule. What a thoughtful thing to do. With the flattery of one of the mentors, Zheng Jian smiled on his face and said, It's only right to learn more about how young people think nowadays so that you can teach according to your talent. And, don't look at it as just a small dormitory culture festival, but it shows the creativity of the students. What the principal said. With that, the school leader and a few mentors began to stroll through the freshman dorms. Soon the floor was gone. Most of these freshman dorms, on the other hand, are simply a change of wallpaper, nothing out of the ordinary. So as he was about to go up to the third floor, one of the school leaders spoke up. There doesn't seem to be anything new in this class. I just looked around, and there's only one that makes the dorms look like green grass that's even remotely interesting. Hearing this, Zheng Jian seemed to remember something and opened his mouth. I remember the last dorm that won first place in the dorm culture festival. They were the ones that had calligraphy all over the walls. Yeah, I'm the one with the students. Hearing that the principal's memory was still fresh, one of the mentors raised his hand in recognition. Well, those kids are so creative. When they open the door to their dormitory, it's just a flurry of literature. Zhang made the ink flavor sound metaphorical, while the other teachers nodded in agreement. Just then, Professor Chui, who hadn't said a word, also said in an inopportune manner, Yes, I heard that it rained within a few days, and when the air was damp, the entire dormitory dripped black water outward. I was asking them at the time how they got black and white on their clothes, as if they had fallen into a dye bath. As Professor Chui's self-consciously humorous voice fell, the smiles of the other instructors froze on their faces. There was a moment's silence, and there were whispers. Didn't he used to not go to the dormitory? Why did he tag along this time? Ugh, who knows? A tutor said, raised his eyes and glanced at the dormitory door number, turned his head and spoke to Mr. Luo. Hey, Lao Luo, is this the dormitory of that Lin Nan in your class in front of you? Mr. Law glanced up and nodded. At this moment, The crowd was going to the very same 304 dormitory. Soon, the school leader and his team arrived at the door, and a tutor pushed it open. And when they saw the situation inside the dormitory, the group of school leaders as well as mentors present froze, just because at a glance, this is surrounded by fairy palaces and pavilions, as if they were in a heavenly realm. And within the dormitory, there were golden-colored clouds that spread from the house to the feet of the people. If it weren't for the beds and other amenities in the dormitory, it would be an illusion of trance. At the same time, there was a burst of music coming from the dormitory, as ethereal and long as fairy tones. Just as the school leaders were surprised, the three men in the dormitory revealed themselves. Wang Chengyu took his cell phone, which was playing the classic Heavenly Palace Swift Sounds soundtrack of Journey to the West, and greeted him. "Hello, principal. Hello, teachers." With the sound of Wang Chengyu's speech, the school leaders also came back to their senses. It was also true that he was briefly shocked by the look of the dormitory. "That's pretty creative, huh?" one guide muttered. "But right, isn't that making it too much like that? And I heard that the students in this dorm room decorated their dorm room for a live broadcast? Wouldn't this be a bit of a school delay?" It is hard to avoid some suspicion of pulling a stump when this statement is made. After all, they are going to be involved in the selection process, and the instructors want their students to come in first place. Lin Nan and the others also heard the meaning, but they couldn't say anything, and Mr. Luo was about to open his mouth to defend his student, but before his words came out, it was Professor Chui, who was on the side, who was the first to dislike him back. "What's the delay? If it were any other student, it would be fine to worry about this. But for Lin Nan, forget it. And didn't the principal say that students should be strongly encouraged to develop hobbies? How does live streaming not count? Besides, wouldn't it be more indicative of their rigor and seriousness to make their quarters so realistic for the live broadcast?" With that, Prof. Choi also looked at the principal in passing and asked, "Don't you think so, principal?" Zheng Jian froze for a moment, nodding his head and not nodding his head. But in the end, when he thought of the honor Lin Nan had brought to the school during this time, he agreed. "I think what Professor Chui said also has some truth to it." As Professor Chui and the principal greeted each other, the crowd in the room was a bit confused. Teacher Luo even looked at Professor Chui with an incredulous face. Really confused, because just a short while ago, he had heard that this Professor Chui was targeting Lin Nan, caught him skipping class on the line, and looked like he was going to set up a fight. How is it that you hear someone say a bad word about Lin Nan at this moment, before he, as a mentor, could speak out in defense? It was instead Professor Chui who caught fire first? It wasn't just Mr. Luo either. That disliked guide was also momentarily dumbfounded. "I don't know what this Professor Chui is smoking again." Still, in front of the principal, the guide opened his mouth and spoke. "Aha, I'm not thinking of the students." And the principal, Zhang Jian, was considered to have thoroughly seen that Professor Chui's attitude towards Lin Nan had indeed changed greatly, and it was not for show. Combined with the other party's previous behavior, it seemed that he really did have his eye on Lin Nan. That would be a good thing. After all, now Lin Nan not only has some heat on the internet, but also assists the police in solving cases one after another. The school is trying to set a student example for Lin Nan. Unsurprisingly, the school's enrollment campaign for the coming year can be counted on. After a moment of silence, the principal finally spoke with a smile on his face. "Well, the Dormitory Culture Festival is supposed to advocate students to utilize their creativity and boldly express themselves. From what I've seen so far, this dorm room is arguably the most unique." Speaking here, the principal even smiled towards Lin Nan and spoke in a somewhat familiar tone. It seems that student Lin Nan can always bring us surprises." As the principal's words fell, combined with the movement of his expression, the illusion was somewhat obvious. Fellow school leaders, as well as guides, had answers. It seems that the dormitory that will win first place in this Dormitory Culture Festival has already been chosen. It's not just because of the decor of the dorms, either. The school authorities had been explicitly and implicitly trying to give Lin Nan some recognition, and with an opportunity as good as the Dormitory Culture Festival, it's natural not to miss it. "Alright, then we'll check out the other dorms." Immediately, with these words from the principal, the school leaders moved to leave dormitory 304. After the crowd had left, Wang Qingyu hadn't had time to analyze the intentions in the principal's words. In his heart, he couldn't stop being curious and immediately came close to Lin Nan. And Jiang Tao similarly stretched his neck and asked Lin Nan with a surprised face, "Old Lin, what's the situation?" Looking at the faces of the two coming closer, Lin Nan was puzzled, and Wang Qingyu couldn't resist and asked quickly, "No, brother Nan, why did old Chui speak for us just now? Didn't he target you in class? When in the world did you take down the toughest Professor Choi?" As the two of them inquired, Lin Nan was also a bit suspicious. After recalling it in his mind, it seemed as if Professor Choi's change in attitude was indeed a bit sudden, and just now on the way out, Professor Choi also seemed to be winking at himself if nothing else. It was as if the party he did intend to speak for himself. What's going on here? Is it because you memorized the material for a while in class? Lin Nan was a bit puzzled and didn't figure it out for a while. Dropping. Just then, a cell phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, the string of text on it read Orchid Tailor Shop. After a short conversation, Lin Nan said to the two people beside him, "Okay, forget about Prof. Choi for a second. The tailor store just called me. Erlang Jinjuan's immortal armor is ready." Lin Nan glanced at the time. If you move fast you can still catch the afternoon broadcast. So the three split up. Zhang Tao went to the tailor store first to pick up the clothes, while Wang Qingyu followed Lin Nan to contact Yi Qing. Then, Lin Nan dialed Yi Qing, and when it was learned that Lin Nan's side needed makeup, within an hour, Yi Qing appeared in the middle of the campus with that familiar makeup case. "It's starting today. Ha, it's moving pretty fast." After a simple greeting, Yi Qing left her suitcase behind and patted her chest. "But don't worry, I searched the internet last night and basically figured out how to draw Erlang Jinjuan's makeup." "Good. Trust you, schoolteacher. Also, I have some observations to make as we draw." "No problem." After saying that, Yi Qing took out her tools from her makeup bag, and her body moved closer to Lin Nan to start applying her makeup. However, as the two of them got closer, their gazes inevitably met. Yi Qing suddenly swayed, and the makeup brush in her hand briefly froze. In the near face-to-face state, Lin Nan could feel the other person's nostrils, and clearly perceived that today's Yi Qing seemed to be not quite the same as the usual skillful makeup lady. For some reason, the movement was a bit frazzled. Ahem. Yi Qing coughed twice to hide her panic, and the situation also made her feel a little surprised. After all, she jerked off makeup on others before, but she'd never felt this way. It seemed to be that one glance with Lin Nan just now that suddenly tugged at the heartstrings. Yi Qing thought for a long time and did not come to a conclusion, and she naturally understood what the fluttering of her heart represented. The godly makeup she was painting at the moment required extra care and attention. Yi Qing also had to just barely control herself and try to keep a steady mind. However, how could things easily go as she wished? The more Yi Qing tried to control it, the more those hands holding the makeup brush shook instead. Again, she didn't want Lin Nan to notice the panic, so she deliberately controlled it, which backfired. Even to the end, Yi Qing's brain gradually blanked out, completely leaving behind the Erlang Jinjuan's makeup that she had conceived in her mind last night. "Sister?" At that moment, Lin Nan's voice rang out. He naturally saw that there was something wrong with Yi Qing, but he didn't think much of it. Just think of it as this first drawing of Erlang Jinjuan's costume being a bit tricky. So Lin Nan comforted while speaking stoically. "There's no need to rush. Take your time as I say." Lin Nan's mind sank, landing his thoughts on the unlit immortal class illustration. Even though the unlit gods didn't have a hint of color on their iconography, it still allowed Lin Nan to make out some outlines, thus providing some relatively accurate makeup situations. Thus, Lin Nan followed the illustrations and narrated to Yi Qing. As Lin Nan moved, Yi Qing gradually calmed down and began to follow Lin Nan's instructions to outline the Erlang Jinjuan's costume. After some action, the two of them were getting better and better together. Yi Qing temporarily forgot about the party and began to exert her professionalism. "Put your whole heart and soul into this makeup portrayal." Finally, the makeup of Erlang Jinjuan was perfected. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Cultivation Technique. Yikes! Lin Nan's makeup was already painted and lifelike. Seeing the scene in front of her, Yi Qing could not stop issuing a gasp of surprise and said with some surprise, "Is this makeup I just jacked out? It's too much like blah blah blah." Along with Yi Qing's exclamation, Wang Qingyu did not need to say much since, again, he was blowing rainbow farts from the sidelines, deep awe in his eyes. Seeing the two of them react like this, the corners of Lin Nan's mouth rose slightly. That's the effect. Spinning around, he stood up and pulled out his cell phone to rummage through Yi Qing's account. Soon after, on Yi Qing's cell phone, a collection tone came. Toastmasters arrived at $600. Hearing this beep, Yi Qing froze. Pulling out his cell phone to confirm, he turned his head to Lin Nan and asked, "Yo, what are you doing? Are you rich?" Lin Nan didn't deny it and nodded, smiling at the corner of his mouth. "The earnings have been really good lately, and thanks to your makeup skills. And, remember, when we first started the show, the price of getting you to jack up your makeup did seem a little low, and it makes up for it." A smile spread across Yi Qing's face. Obviously, she was still happy that Lin Nan could remember this. "Well, that's nice of you, but I'm not exactly short of money, and jerking off makeup is a hobby. Besides, putting this kind of godly makeup on you, Hokage, is much more fulfilling than drawing those cost dress-ups. So, do you need a discount from your schoolmates?" Before Lin Nan could say anything, Wang Chengyu had already picked up the meaning and immediately said, "Harm. Schoolteacher, don't be polite to us. Originally just started live at that time, no money. You give us the pricing is on the low side. Besides, this jacked so many times makeup, cosmetics wear and tear also need money is not." Then, okay, hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Yi Qing also nodded her head and said, "Since you guys are so insistent, then I won't be polite." After solving the problem of makeup creation, Lin Nan took Wang Qingyu back to the dormitory. Jiang Tao came back even earlier than them and was already waiting in the dormitory. "Old Lin, come back." Ouch. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside the dormitory, as well as the sound of Lin Nan talking to Wang Qingyu, Jiang Tao greeted him while carefully organizing his immortal armor. After the two entered the dormitory, Jiang Tao also twisted his head to take a look. As a result, this glance instantly caused Jiang Tao to freeze, repeatedly surveying Lin Nan standing in the doorway. He also rubbed his eyes in disbelief and went up to examine him. Hey, how's Nan's makeup this time?" As Wang Qingyu's voice rang out, Jiang Tao couldn't help but nod his head and say, "You don't say. Old Lin's looks, paired with this Erlang Jinjuan's makeup, is simply a masterpiece. This can really be called ingenious na." Seeing this reaction from the two, Lin Nan patted the other's shoulder and said, "Okay, first things first." Lin Nan looked at the clothes that Jiang Tao had retrieved. Just as the dress of the Erlang Jinjuan idol inside the temple was generally the same, beyond a light-colored military uniform was a goose-yellow golden wisp of immortal armor, combined with a couple of crimson fluttering ribbons. It looks immortal. Lin Nan then changed into a military uniform and did not put on his immortal armor, so he opened the live broadcast. Soon, netizens flocked to the live broadcast. At the sight of Lin Nan, who was seated in front of the camera, netizens had their jaws dropped. "I'll go. Anchor's makeup is a bit different today. It looks as if it's a little more spontaneous and uninhibited than before, and the heavenly eye between these eyebrows is not quite the same as before. Hiss. If I'm not wrong, the anchor dressed up today. It can't be Erlang Jinjuan." Along with the comments of the netizens on the air, it is already obvious that the makeup is not the same, and when this judgment appeared, at once the pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to roll wildly. "What? The anchor dressed up so quickly? You don't say. It's like Erlang Jinjuan is alive. The makeup is too godlike. Where did the anchor find the basis for this? I was originally wondering which Erlanger look the anchor would reference. Now that I've seen the look the anchor has chosen, it's totally like Erlang Jinjuan manifested himself." Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was gradually becoming lively, Lin Nan didn't pause and directly made a wink towards Wang Qingyu and the two of them. The two of them then draped that goose-yellow golden wisp of immortal armor onto Lin Nan's body, and quickly dressed this immortal armor and presented it in front of the camera. With Lin Nan's representation, the makeup and appearance of Erlang Jinjuan had been revealed. He only saw that a coat of military armor and gold armor, which set off an extraordinary immortal posture, and a pair of phoenix eyes with a dashing and uninhibited look. That one heavenly eye erected on the forehead seemed to be able to see through all the truth and falsehood of good and evil in the world. Eyeing the situation in the live broadcast screen, the netizens in the live broadcast room also exploded. "I blanch. It's worthy of being an anchor. This set of costume is too similar. Just standing here, I'm in a trance that it's Erlang Jinjuan himself. Yeah, this is simply more godlike than any Erlang statue I've ever seen." And with the near-explosive chatter on the air, netizens commented and retweeted. The heat of the live broadcast, too, quickly soared to a high level. There were even many netizens who brushed up gifts in the live broadcast, received Green Hills Never Change and sent a sports car *1, received and in a dress, sending hot air balloons *10, received love carrots and sent beer *10. Just as the live broadcast was buzzing with activity, Lin Nan's ears were ringing with sounds one after another. Congratulations to the owner for reaching the suggestion, play Erlang Jinjuan. Rewarded with 5% play completion. Play as Erlang Jinjuan for the first time. Successfully light up the immortal class icon. Receive a reward, 89 Xian Gong. With the system voice ringing in his ears, the immortal class illustration in Lin Nan's mind, in which Erlang Jinjuan already had some color. What caused Lin Nan to draw even more attention was the 89 Xian Gong that the system rewarded. Surprisingly, obtaining this set of techniques, because I had looked up the allusions to Erlang Jinjuan before, I had some knowledge of him. It is also known that Yang Jian, the Erlang god, is a saint in the flesh, and is not subject to the shackles of the heavenly court before entering the god sealing list. And the reason for this is that this 89 Xian Gong is indispensable. This 89 Xian Gong is also known as 9 turns of Yuan Gong. According to the theory of the way of the inner elixir, after completing the 9 revolutions of the golden elixir avenue, one can strip away the yin of the latter and reveal the true yang of the innate. refine the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the innate, and return them to 1 in 9 revolutions. Since then, the golden elixir will always exist and can become the great Tao. The Yuan Shen will never be scattered, and the Gong body cannot be destroyed, and the 8-9 mysterious power not only contains the Jindan road to become immortal and get the way, but also contains the infinite wonderful way, even the 72 changes as well as all sorts of divine spells. Now that he had obtained such a technique, how could he not make Lin Nan feel excited? Lin Nan also did not forget the advice of the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father. If one could cultivate this Gong method, then riding the clouds might be just around the corner. At that time, the Razor proposal can also be synchronized and completed. But right now, the live stream is still on. Lin Nan also knew that he couldn't show too much excitement as he maintained his disguise as Erlang Jinjun, so it was just a matter of holding down the emotions and not being there to see it on the spot. Instead, he continued this live broadcast, watching the comments of netizens scrolling on the pop-up screen. Anchor's costume is 7 or 8% similar, but it looks and feels like something is missing. It seems like it's a magic weapon, right? Right. I remember Erlang Shinjun has a lot of magic weapons, like the most iconic 3-pointed, 2-edged sword. That's practically Erlang Jinjuan's calling card, and not to mention in the heavenly court. But whenever you see a god holding a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword, everyone subconsciously thinks it's Erlang Shun. No other reason. It's so recognizable. Yeah. And the golden bow and silver bullets. Actually, Erlang Shin is a good slingshot player. As the live broadcast progressed, Lin Nan's ears had a succession of netizen suggestions that the system had included. Congrats to the owner for including multiple suggestions. Inclusion suggestion: build a divine weapon, a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword, a golden bow and a silver bullet. And as these suggestions are being included, animations of gifts are popping up on the air. After broadcasting live for some time, Lin Nan saw that it was about time. So, he made a wink towards the 2 Wang Chengyu. The 2 of them were also tacitly cooperative and immediately understood Lin Nan's intentions. Immediately, Lin Nan spoke sincerely. Thank you for the suggestions, friends. The anchor will try to fulfill them. Then the anchor will go ahead and perfect it, and try to realize your suggestions sooner rather than later. Then, Lin Nan ended the live broadcast. While breathing a sigh of relief, the mind began to take stock. Taozi, we do seem to be getting hotter and hotter. Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, spoke up. Zhang Tao also nodded at his words. Indeed, that's how I felt while watching this broadcast tonight. Wang Chengyu whirled around and went to check the background data, muttering under his breath. Let's see how our numbers look for this broadcast. As Wang Qingyu approached, his eyes fell on top of the cell phone screen. In the next second, he was involuntarily exclaiming, and then his entire body became agitated. I'll go. We're running a live stream right now and the highest number of people online is almost 5,000? Wouldn't it be if each person swiped $1 for us? Before Wang Qingyu's words fell, Zhang Tao slapped his palm on the other party's shoulder. How dare you think of such a beautiful thing? Why don't you just be bold and have 2 pieces each? That's too bold. Wang Chengyu responded with a smile. Despite Zhang Tao's flirting, it was undeniable that the benefits of their live broadcasts were indeed becoming better and better. While the 2 of them were rejoicing over this, Lin Nan was still sitting where he was, still contemplating that system-rewarded book, 8-9 Xian Gong. Mindfulness. Lin Nan slowly turned his hands back, his palms in an empty grip, and this heavenly book gradually took on a shape in Lin Nan's hand. Feeling the gradual change from nothing to a portion that appeared in his hand, Lin Nan sank a breath and flipped his palm back in front of him again. With this move, Lin Nan hung his head and took a look. Then he saw a yellowed ancient book appear in his originally empty hands, and on top of this ancient book, there were 4 big words written in a form that could be vaguely seen, and from the shape alone, one can perceive the pale vigor it contains. However, the lettering was difficult to read and did not resemble an unusual font. It was only because Lin Nan himself knew the origin of this heavenly book that he could barely recognize the large characters on it. And there was a gilt-like sheen on the text of this cover. Lin Nan's mood was inevitably a bit excited. After all, this was a cultivation method in the true sense of the word, and every practiced one, like Erlang Xinyang Jian, that is an existence of fleshly sainthood. What's more, with such a subtle cultivation technique, one might even be able to rely on one's own cultivation to accumulate mana without having to worry about depletion. Thinking about this, Lin Nan was already a bit impatient and wanted to go cultivate this book as soon as possible. So, first, I briefly flipped through 2 pages, but when Lin Nan checked up on the contents of this heavenly book, he realized that things weren't that simple. With just a quick scan, Lin Nan's brows furrowed into a knot. What is this all about? Lin Nan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. There was no other reason than the fact that the words recorded in this heavenly book were really a bit incomprehensible to Lin Nan. What was used on there didn't even press like modern writing, but Lin Nan quickly lifted and came to his senses. It seemed that the heavenly book reward given by this system was not something that could be fully comprehended just by giving it. You still have to study it yourself before you can step into the threshold of cultivation. However, this is really a bit difficult. Lin Nan still couldn't see anything after scrutinizing it carefully. The characters on there, when viewed with the naked eye alone, are impossible to understand their meaning. Moreover, Lin Nan also saw that on top of this heavenly book, every few lines of text, there would be some white space. It was as if some of the contents of this heavenly book had been hidden. This heavenly book is already obscure, plus there are gaps in all the content. No wonder it could so easily transform into a tome and appear in one's hands. It's a combination of not being afraid of what any onlooker can tell from this book. The text is difficult to recognize even if there are even a few paragraphs that are wordless. This protection is not too good. Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh a sentence in his heart while drawing a question mark in his mind. This 8-9 Xian Gong. How should I go about cultivating it? Perhaps a thought popped up in the middle of Lin Nan's mind. And just then, Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, came over and patted Lin Nan's shoulder. Nav, what are you thinking about? Wang Qingyu saw Lin Nan's abnormality and came over to inquire. Swept his head down and also saw the 8-9 Xiangong in Lin Nan's hand. What's this? Wang Qingyu curiously looked around twice and also saw some of the contents on it. Only, the words recorded on it, in Wang Qingyu's eyes, were completely like drawing charms. Pressed to see any content. Oh, the props that were specially prepared before to play Erlang Shen. Still looks like an ancient book, doesn't it? Lin Nan gestured at the heavenly book in his hand and looked for a random explanation. So it is. But Nan, did you buy a fake? Wang Chengyu revealed a thoughtful expression and kindly reminded. I just took a look at it. What's on it? I can't understand it at all. Ha? And looking at it like that, it doesn't look like a font that appeared in any dynasty. Doesn't matter. Lin Nan slowly spoke. Just for show. That's true. Wang Chengyu nodded, indicating that it made sense. Lin Nan glanced at the time. It was still mid-afternoon at the moment. After the live broadcast, Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao were also busy with their own things. The dormitory wasn't exactly quiet right now, and Lin Nan didn't want to subject the two to constraints because of himself. Then I thought I would go to the library study room and find a quiet place, so I could also verify whether I was right. Thus, with anticipation in his heart, Lin Nan also quickly began to move. Changing out of his costume, he spoke to the two men and moved off to the campus library. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Practicing the Method Walking. Soon, Lin Nan arrived at the library and found a more secluded location. After sitting down, Lin Nan placed this heavenly book in front of the table. Sinking a breath, he thought to himself, blessed by Thunder Ancestor Heaven, it must work. Immediately afterward, he began to silently recite the mantra in his mind while pinching up the spell with both hands. Under Lin Nan's movements, there was gradually a faint burst of golden glittering light that flowed around Lin Nan's body. Moreover, these glittering lights were also converging towards Lin Nan's eyes, able to help the souls of the long night with the power of wisdom. Like the waters of his Milky Way, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 moonwheels, there was no doubt that the mantra Lin Nan was reciting at this moment was precisely opening the heavenly book Tungwan Eye. As the mantra was called out, Lin Nan only felt his eyes heat up slightly and his mind clear. After doing this, noticing the changes in himself, it was as if the heavenly book Tungwan Eye had opened, and sustaining this state required a constant consumption of mana. Lin Nan didn't delay and began to flip through this heavenly book in front of him, and this time when he read it again, he saw that the words on this heavenly book glowed with a golden light. The text, which was already in the gilt mold, is now more and more eye-catching in its luster. Even the original blankness of that book surfaced, and the words gradually came down from the book as if they were flying, leaping into Lin Nan's eyes in bunches. Lin Nan was also pleasantly surprised to find that with the heavenly book Tungwan Eyes, he was indeed able to read and understand the contents of this book. With excitement in his heart, Lin Nan began to read through it. When Taiji was first created, the 2 Qi were stimulated, 3 talents in motion, 4 elephants in birth, the 5 elements are in harmony, and the hexagrams circulate, the 7 stars change places, the 8 trigrams turn over, the 9 palaces return to unity, and the great success reaches its ultimate truth. This is the key points of the 8-9 mysterious gongs, in the first part of the recipe, and after reading through the first page, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel something in his heart. As expected, this book of 8-9 mysteries must be combined with the eye of the heavenly book of Tungwan before one can understand a thing or two. The two are a far cry from the earlier textbook that could be memorized in a single sweep. Even with his divine ability turned on, Lin Nan found that he was extremely struggling to view this book. Even if you've read it once, you'll just be able to remember what's on it. It was impossible to achieve a full sense of realization as before. Moreover, Lin Nan clearly perceived it. If the heavenly book Tungwan eyes were open, it would also keep draining mana. What if, in order to read through this heavenly book, all the mana gained previously was consumed? With this in mind, Lin Nan couldn't help but think darkly. Since the 8-9 Xian Gong is a cultivation technique, there must be a cultivation method recorded in it. If you can acquire the doorway to cultivate as well as accumulate mana before it runs out, then the deal is not a loss. Now that you've got your reward, you might as well take a big gamble. Let's see if we can comprehend the cultivation dharma from this heavenly book before we run out of mana. And once the bet was won, one would be able to cultivate and accumulate mana on their own in the future. There was also no need to be finicky about using the mana rewarded by the system. Thus, under the divine power of the heavenly book of Tungwan eyes, Lin Nan held his breath and poured all of his attention on this heavenly book. Soon, as one's mind gradually became more engaged, the words on the heavenly book leapt into one's eyes. The words from these heavenly books, after being burned into the eyes, its original obscurity was gradually transformed into words that one could understand. Lin Nan recited in his mind while comprehending the subtleties. After looking at it for a while, a line of heavenly writing caught Lin Nan's attention. Long with God embracing in Qi, Qi embracing in God, God and Qi embracing each other, solidified in the sea of Qi. The divine turtle of creation is the life of man. When this string of words jumped into his mind, it didn't cause Lin Nan to pay too much attention at first. However, with the divine ability of the heavenly book Tungwan eyes aiding in comprehension, Lin Nan found the string of text special. It was clearly a specific mnemonic for cultivation. Realizing this, Lin Nan couldn't stop his delight. Sure enough, bet yourself right. On top of this heavenly book, there was indeed a cultivation method, and it was located on the front page of the heavenly book. But after a burst of excitement, Lin Nan stabilized his mind. Due to their own current moderate form, Lin Nan also didn't rush to deeply memorize these mnemonics in his heart first. Instead, he continued to flip through the book of heaven. Wanted to take this opportunity to see if I could comprehend more. After another look, what was written in the heavenly book made Lin Nan more and more astonished. The 8-9 Xian Gong, which talks about the method of cultivating the Jin Dan Yuan Shen. In the later stages it was able to quench the physical body to the point where the physical body became a saint and the Jin Dan was indestructible. There is even an infinite number of wonderful paths, transforming into 72 changes as well as all sorts of magical powers and spells. Jin to the Mahayana realm, where the birds and beasts of the earth and sky, mountains, rocks, grass and trees, yin and yang, 5 elements, everything changes. The use of the wonderful exists in the heart. No wonder the book has the following words: cultivate the 8 or 9 mysteries in the mystery, and let them roam in the world. With a quick glance, Lin Nan felt its subtleties firsthand. One also couldn't help but have immense anticipation for the cultivation of the heavenly book. Only, Lin Nan also knew the situation he was in. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It is like a student who has just memorized the 9-9 multiplication table and sees a high math problem. Even if he wants to solve it, he has no way to start. Therefore, it would take some time if one wanted to perform the dharma therein. What's more, the gongfu recorded above this 8-9 Xian Gong, what with the golden light of the vertical earth, the clouds and the mist, and the many changes, this move and style required mana consumption, and the level of consumption was not low. If you don't have a few hundred years of mana under your belt, I'm afraid that performing a few changes at random would consume one's own chi and blood. Thinking about this, Lin Nan staggered while continuing to sink his mind into browsing the contents of the heavenly book. The time just passed, and almost an hour passed. Lin Nan realized that this heavenly book was really more mentally exhausting to read. Even with the divine power of the heavenly book of passage texts, he himself was visibly tired. So Lin Nan stopped reading with some fondness. His eyes slowly closed, and he first put away his divine ability. Spin and then look at yourself. Wanted to see how much mana had been used up in the past period of time. And it didn't matter if he took a look. Lin Nan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I remembered that it took less than 10 minutes to memorize the textbook before, only to consume almost a year's worth of mana. And Fong read this book of 8-9 Xian Gong. Just without realizing it, more than 15 minutes of time had passed, unexpectedly consuming nearly an armor's worth of mana. The mana consumption to read and understand the heavenly book was almost 10 times that of memorizing a textbook. Realizing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Good lord, the last time I felt my time was expensive, or the first time I went into a high-end internet cafe earlier in the year, but then it was only $5 an hour. However, Lin Nan thought for a moment. It was a good thing that he had memorized the cultivation method and could try to cultivate on his own. It was believed that the mana expended this time would soon be able to be replenished. Moreover, this heavenly book, if placed in an unusual situation, an ordinary person would probably still not be able to penetrate even a hair's breadth even if they spent an armor's worth of time. However, anyone who could read the previous part was considered to have burned high incense. From this, the consumption of mana wasn't too outrageous. Phew! After finishing his reading, Lin Nan took a long breath of relief. Taking his eyes off the books, he was greeted by a bright and clean library. It was as if he was instantly pulled back from the infinite and wonderful path depicted in the heavenly book. It gave Lin Nan the illusion of being a world away. This heavenly book is truly subtle, and I have only comprehended a small portion of it after expending an armor of mana. It's still early. Why don't you, try somewhere? With this in mind, Lin Nan then put the heavenly book away. Prepare to find a secluded spot on campus and try your hand at cultivation. However, just as Lin Nan was about to move to leave the library, but then he heard a voice calling from behind him. Lin Nan? Lin Nan's figure lurched and followed the sound. It was discovered that from a short distance away, two silhouettes were slowly walking. One of them, Lin Nan didn't have a deep impression of him. He just felt familiar. Knowing that the other party was in the same class as himself, it seemed to be called Lu Yen. The other person, on the other hand, had even said a few words, so he was more impressed. The main thing was that the other party's delicate face, as well as her beautiful figure. From time to time, she would also attract the side eye of the other students, and it was the class King Yu, who was evaluated by their third class. The two seemed to have come to the library to study together, and when they saw each other greet each other, Lin Nan couldn't turn a blind eye, and could only smile and nod to them in place. What a coincidence! You also come from study? The one who spoke was Wang Yu, who was more or less looking for something to say. Coming to the library and not studying can still eat? A bit of a coincidence indeed. Lin Nan smiled and nodded. Seeing Wang Yu's look of being hesitant to speak, he suspected that she might have something to ask for his help. In reality, he was planning to invite Lin Nan to study with him. However, Lin Nan naturally couldn't guess. But no matter which case it was, Lin Nan currently had no intention of delaying here. So without waiting for Wang Yu to dwell on it for long, Lin Nan continued. But I've already finished studying and am about to go out for a walk. Lu Yen froze, as if suddenly realizing something, immediately pursued. Wait, what did you just learn? Lu Yen suspiciously sized up Lin Nan for a while, and Woody deduced. Lin Nan, you're not hiding from everyone again and memorizing which textbook in advance, are you? Hearing the other party's inquiry, Lin Nan was momentarily speechless, not knowing what kind of brain circuits the other party had. What was the point of memorizing so many textbooks when he had nothing to do? Seeing that Lin Nan did not respond at first, Lu Yen thought that she had hit the nail on the head, so she hurriedly tugged on Wang Yu's arm. No, it looks like we need to hurry up too. Saying that, Lu Yen was ready to take Wang Yu towards the library, but she froze and failed to pull Wang Yu with all her efforts. It was as if the other party had roots under their feet, still standing motionless. This could confuse Lu Yen. Puzzled, You, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you want to come to the library and memorize microeconomics? At those words, Lin Nan was also stunned. You guys don't have to work that hard, do you? It's just the beginning of the school year. After all, they're only freshmen. They haven't taken many classes. What's this about coming to the library to memorize? Lu Yen was like a widow in the middle of a boudoir. Her gaze revealed a grudge and said, It's not because of you? Surprisingly, you memorized all the textbooks in class. It's too voluminous. The students know how strict Prof. Choi is, and now there's one who has memorized the entire textbook plucking up Prof. Choi's expectations. Everyone's afraid they'll be implicated, and now they're all trying to catch up on progress as quickly as possible. Lin Nan coughed lightly in embarrassment, not having thought that he would cause such a chain reaction by answering Professor Choi's question casually in class. But it's understandable that they're just starting college and still have motivation, and when they've been around for a while, most of them pretty much just completely swing for the fences, except for a few individual students. Without further ado, we need to get caught up too. After a few words of politeness, Lu Yen made a gesture to leave, but unexpectedly, Wang Yu still had no intention of leaving, and, under some eyeless questioning from her best friend, Wang Yu whispered, Why don't you go ahead and learn on your own? What's wrong you? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to come and study? Seeing that she was poked and prodded in front of Lin Nan, Wang Yu implicitly glared at her and pulled another excuse, saying, that, I'm suddenly a little sick and don't want to go. Uncomfortable? Where? Do you want to accompany you to the infirmary? Lu Yen was still relentlessly pursuing. No, it's fine. I'll just find a place to rest and bring you dinner when I get back tonight. Well, contact me if you need anything haha. Seeing Wang Yu say this, Lu Yen could only walk away on her own. And with her departure, only Wang Yu and Lin Nan were left here. Lin Nan wanted to leave, but he saw Wang Yu stopping in front of him, looking like she was about to say something. Then, out of politeness, he first opened his mouth and inquired, where are you uncomfortable? Wang Yu shook her head, a shy light smile appearing on her face as she turned towards Lin Nan. It's not much. I just suddenly felt a little bored in the library. Don't you want to take a walk? Why don't we take a walk to the lake together? Lin Nan frowned, somewhat hesitant. An outright rejection is more or less too straight, but thinking that he was going to try to cultivate spells, he needed to find a secluded place, and the lake was a good place to do so. Okay. Thus, Lin Nan did not forcefully refuse. Aha, let's go then. Wang Yu couldn't wait to gaze at Lin Nan, looking at him a bit hairy and uncomfortable. To be honest, I've never been in love in my entire life. Being invited by a pretty girl, Lin Nan himself was not a moralistic eunuch, and naturally his heart was not repulsed. Soon, Lin Nan was out of the library, shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yu, casually chatting, all the way towards the artificial lake on campus, and Wang Yu lived up to the name of the class. It naturally drew many stares and backward glances along the way. If she was alone, perhaps there was not that big of a reaction, but there was also a Lin Nan next to her, and Lin Nan's appearance and temperament was quite majestic, in stark contrast to Wang Yu's innocence, which inevitably caused people to give her frequent sideways glances. And this campus is not big to say the least. Soon, the scene of the two strolling around the lake together is somewhat witnessed by the same class. End of chapter. Recommend a very good urban brainstorming book. It's also in the urban transcendence category, and the ideas are fun. People can check it out if they are interested. Book name, Transcendental Evolution. I became the source ancestor of urban legends. Pen name, The Man in the Mountain and Sea Scriptures. Synopsis. Who says being nearly middle-aged has to be stressful? I don't buy a house or carry a mortgage. I don't have kids, and my wife and I make enough salary. You want to hold me in this Thai job? I don't want to do it. 30. Nearly middle-aged. Because of trivialities in the workplace, Zheng Ming resigned and returned to his hometown, and his wife returned to the comfort of the small county. I thought the days would go on like this until this day when I found a dusty, years-old clay pot in the cellar, carved with intricate designs of monsters, each of which could be an evolutionary sequence. July 30th, 2024. Some kind of animal feathers plus lightning wood plus gold ore, smelted in a jar successfully. I grew a pair of wings after taking it, and I can actually use it to travel the 9 heavens and ride the thunder. And every time I flap my wings, it brings up wind, thunder, lightning and rain. Is this the direction of the golden-winged rock eagle's sequential evolution? September 1st, 2024. Grave pressing bricks plus Forbidden City wall bark plus acacia roots. I saw a special monster on the jar, shaped like a drought demon, and I tried to evolve towards this sequence. And after this dose I fell asleep for 7 days and 7 nights, and when I woke up again, I was surprised to appear in the morgue. But I didn't die. 2026. January 3rd. Recently legends of monsters have begun to circulate in the community, and people have named the series Urban Legends, so it turns out that I have unknowingly evolved into the source ancestor of monsters. I can't put up links for single chapters, so please just search for the book title or pen name. End of chapter. Recommend a very good urban brainstorming book. It's also in the urban transcendence category, and the ideas are fun. People can check it out if they are interested. Book name, Transcendental Evolution. I became the source ancestor of urban legends. Pen name, The Man in the Mountain and Sea Scriptures. Synopsis. Who says being nearly middle-aged has to be stressful? I don't buy a house or carry a mortgage. I don't have kids, and my wife and I make enough salary. You want to hold me in this Thai job? I don't want to do it. 30. Nearly middle-aged. Because of trivialities in the workplace, Zheng Ming resigned and returned to his hometown, and his wife returned to the comfort of the small county. I thought the days would just go by until this day when I found a dusty clay pot in the cellar, carved with intricate designs of monsters, each of which could be an evolutionary sequence. July 30th, 2024. Some kind of animal feathers plus lightning wood plus gold ore, smelted in a jar successfully. I grew a pair of wings after taking it, and I can actually use it to travel the 9 heavens and ride the thunder. And every time I flap my wings, it brings up wind, thunder, lightning and rain. Is this the direction of the golden-winged rock eagle's sequential evolution? September 1st, 2024. Grave pressing bricks plus Forbidden City wall bark plus acacia roots. I saw a special monster on the jar, shaped like a drought demon, and I tried to evolve towards this sequence. And after this dose I fell asleep for 7 days and 7 nights, and when I woke up again, I was surprised to appear in the morgue. But I didn't die. 2026. January 3rd. Recently, legends of monsters have begun to circulate in the community, and people have named the series Urban Legends, so it turns out that I have unknowingly evolved into the source ancestor of monsters. I can't put up links for single chapters, so please just search for the book title or pen name. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Hanging Up to Cultivate Immortality. Families, a heavy news item has been discovered. In the class group, someone posted a photo, and the content on it was clearly Lin Nan and Wang Yu taking a walk by the lake. I just passed by the lake when I was buying dinner, and look who it is. The students have clicked on the photo to view, all transformed into a crowd of melon eaters. The class group immediately exploded. I'm going? This isn't Wang Yu. Next to her is this. Lin Nan? What the hell? Are these two talking? It should be. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to walk by the lake together. Isn't this a proper couple standard? And look, you guys, how close they are walking together. Based on my years of experience in eating melon, these two are designated to be in a situation. Dormitory Wang Qingyu was originally brushing the video up, but heard the phone ding-dong ringing non-stop. Found that the class group message. Wang Qingyu suddenly wondered. Do not know what happened. Hastily scrolled down to see. Asterisk. Nah. As a result, when he saw the photo in the group, Wang Qingyu immediately stared in disbelief and enlarged that photo, and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air after a few confirmations. Then, he couldn't help but ask questions in the group chat as well. At the same time, he did not forget to pat Jiang Tao, who was also in the dormitory, and said evenly, Taozi, look at the group message. I say Nan, why suddenly want to go to the library, together with drunkenness, but when did Nan hook up with our class? Hiss. In fact, there was no need for him to remind him at all. Jiang Tao had long been reading the group message, and at this moment, listening to Wang Qingyu's excited voice, he was also a little surprised. You can do it, old Lin, even hiding it from your brother. When he comes back, he'll have to be grilled and questioned. Meanwhile, inside the library, Lu Yen, who had been abducted by Wang Yu earlier, was looking for a place to study. As a result, I felt a vibration on my cell phone and saw that the class group was buzzing with food. And seeing the picture of Lin Nan and Wang Yu, Lu Yan's entire body was stunned and she couldn't help but say offhandedly, Hurrah! Didn't you say you weren't feeling well? Hoping to go on a date behind my back? With the class group eating their way right through, there were many male students who had a crush on Wang Yu's heart, and at this moment, it was as if they heard the sound of a broken heart. After all, this class Wang Yu's face and body were both online, and seeing her and Lin Nan in a sweet manner by the lake, naturally attracted the envy of these people. However, at this time, Lin Nan was unaware of all this, nor did he expect that the casual promise to take Wang Yu for a walk would incur jealousy. It's worse than sinus. Of course, even if Lin Nan knew about it, he didn't have the time to take care of it right now, because the thoughts that filled his mind were the cultivation of the 8-9 Xiangong. While striding along the lake, Lin Nan sensed something strange. Between one breath and the other, there was a vague sense of mystery. This was a situation only noticed by the party after reading the 8-9 mysteries. Could this be the aura of heaven and earth? With careful awareness, he was able to clearly discern a subtle arcane aura permeating the air, thought to have been there for a long time. It was only that he hadn't obtained the cultivation method before, so he hadn't noticed it. With this in mind, Lin Nan immediately recited the cultivation mantra of the 8-9 Xiangong. The heart is on the right path. The qi gathers in the dantian. With Lin Nan's composure, he calmed his mind to a tranquil state, and just as he suspected, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the surroundings began to converge one by one. Such a situation caused Lin Nan's heart to rejoice. It's a done deal. Already feeling the aura of heaven and earth, Lin Nan didn't dare to slacken off at all while he was elated, and prepared to follow the mnemonic to draw on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As a result, before he could recite the mantra in his mind, Lin Nan was surprised to realize these heaven and earth auras around them were slowly gathering towards themselves. Moreover, these heaven and earth auras were being naturally absorbed by one's own body. Under the internal vision, it can be found that they are flowing and walking on the 8 veins of Qi Jing, just like a very orderly appearance. Lin Nan's heart fluttered, and he vaguely had a guess. Could it be that this 8-9 metaphysical skills is so marvelous that it doesn't require one to cultivate it all the time? And then it can make the heaven and earth spiritual Qi run unceasingly in one's body? What's this about? Earlier, when he perceived the aura of heaven and earth around him, it was mostly the divine ability of the heavenly book Tungguan eyes, which strengthened his own perception of things around him. However, these heaven and earth auras would actually converge towards themselves and operate within their bodies on their own. Could it be that you are playing a god yourself and gaining something in the unseen? Or he already had a huge amount of mana in his body, and was able to attract the spiritual qi of heaven and earth on his own? Lin Nan couldn't think of a reason. but he was happy to do so. There was no need to deliberately dispatch the aura or take time out to meditate and cultivate on one's own, which could save too much time and effort. And, after these heaven and earth auras scurried into his body, it was still continuously unblocking the meridians in his body, eventually gradually surging into the sea of chi and becoming the mana he had accumulated. Although the accumulation was slow, and it was unknown how long it would take to have a year's worth of mana, watching the heaven and earth's aura operate on its own within the body, wasn't this just hanging on to cultivate immortality? This is so me. Lin Nan exhaled easily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Lin Nan student, are you laughing? However, Wang Yu, who was on the side, noticed Lin Nan's change and couldn't help but inquire. And right now, it was just the two of them walking idly around the lake. Wang Yu could not help but narcissistically speculate whether it was because Lin Nan was in a good mood from walking with herself that she was smiling. Lin Nan came back to his senses. Stunned. No, don't think too much. I just suddenly thought of something. Well, Wang Yu looked at Lin Nan grudgingly, and when she saw that he once again turned his head to look at the lake in a daze, she instantly knew that she was indeed overthinking things. I can't believe I have time to geek out, Wang Yu thought sullenly in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to bother Lin Nan. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Nan was feeling the aura of heaven and earth, one strand at a time, pouring into his body. After familiarizing himself for a while, Lin Nan realized something. That is, the heaven and earth aura that one is absorbing seems to be rather weak. This led to the speed of opening up the meridians around the body, which was also really anxious. Lin Nan pondered in his mind, perhaps because he was in the middle of the city, surrounded by piles of reinforced concrete. Even when you walk around the lake, it's just a man-made lake on campus, a far cry from the real natural environment. For sure, if you are in the middle of the mountains, the surrounding heaven and earth aura might be abundant. With this in mind, Lin Nan's mind couldn't help but conjure up that black deer and the protected area of natural scenery it was currently inhabiting. I wonder how Xuanze is doing now. Lin Nan's mind moved at will, sensing the thunder seal planted within his body. Despite being tens of kilometers apart, it was still vaguely possible to appreciate the state of the black deer. At the moment, it seemed to be swimming freely in the mountains and forests, and that thunder seal was quite active, still continuously stimulating the Inkchilan bloodline within the black deer. Rustling. In the middle of the lush jungle, there was a sound of leaves gathering. A shadow, like black lightning, violently sprang out of the bushes. In the wake of this dark shadow, followed closely by a multitude of wild animals. Feathered grouse, ruddy foxes, gray-furred hares. The animals acted as followers, playing with each other, and the dark figure running ahead, with its athletic form, stopped briskly on top of the grass. It was seen to be topped with a pair of thunderbolt-shaped narrow antlers, and its shiny black fur moved with the wind. It was none other than the black deer Xuanze that had been released in this natural landscape, and after just a few days of not seeing it, the black deer's figure had gotten a few more robust. The ebony hair that was originally on its back had also spread across its body, and the most obvious change was the four legs of this black deer, more and more thick and powerful, all not like the unusual deer legs that thin. Obviously, the lightning mark that Lin Nan had planted on his body was stimulating his ancient bloodline all the time, making it already a hint of a unicorn. Recommend a good book in the urban transcendental genre. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The black deer's stance was proud, surrounded by beasts and fowls following and playing with each other, on the verge of becoming the overlord of this part of heaven and earth. The pattering of gradually overcast clouds gathered above the mountains and cool rain fell. The black deer raised its head and chest, emitting an ethereal deer song looking incredibly cozy. For hooves tread the wind. In this oblique wind and rain, more and more joyful play up. The rear of the beasts and birds also followed in the mountains and forests run, rumble, with a dull clap of thunder. Not far away, near a cave, a hare was startled by the sound of thunder and began to flee in haste. It was strangely fast, constantly leaping between patches of grass. In a moment of inattention, the hare came to the entrance of this cave, sheltering from the rain under its eaves, and this hole that the hare was in was more than 3 meters wide, with an oval entrance. Coupled with the overcast sky, the light couldn't shine through, and you could only get a glimpse of about 5 meters of the cave entrance. The depths of the cave were a deep pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. The hare twitched its nose twice, as if it had picked up some sort of unpleasant odor. Above the walls of the entrance to this cave, there were numerous marks that had been scratched. It was as if someone had used a small carving knife to carve several narrow tracks above the cave wall. Just then, a rustling and scraping sound came faintly from the depths of the cave. The hare at the entrance of the hole stood up all of a sudden, 2 ears erected high, and twitched his nose twice, then directly prepared to jump away as if he was fleeing. Rustle! However, before the hare could run far, the sound from the depths of the cave steeply accelerated, accompanied by the sound of rubble on the ground being crushed and splattered. That horrible friction sound, straight to the scalp. In the middle of the pitch-black cave, several scarlet rays of light were revealed, quickly turning from the teacup shape at the beginning to the size of a disc. Immediately afterward, just at the moment when this hair jumped towards the outside of the cave and its legs left the ground, 3 huge bloody mouths violently poked out from the cave. Before the hair could react, it was directly torn into 3 pieces. Then came a couple of gulps. As the scarlet blood splattered across the hole, it was gradually washed away by the rain, and the scuffling inside the cave grew deep again, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. On the other side, Lin Nan sensed the lightning seals on Xian's body and found that he was still in good shape, and the thinness of the aura on this side of the school was mostly related to the environment. Thinking that a natural scenic area with lush mountains and forests should have a more abundant aura, well, can take the time to go over there and check it out. The party's 2 laps around the school's artificial lake were finally somewhat productive. After inhaling the subtle auras around him into his body, he found that they were continuously opening up the meridians in his body. Lin Nan could clearly sense a trace of warmth flowing through his body. Just like this, after walking around the lake with Wang Yu for some time, Lin Nan found that the speed of the convergence of auras seemed to have slowed down a bit. Could it be that the bottleneck of the first cultivation has been reached? However, one bite doesn't make a fat man, and there was no hurry, so Lin Nan was ready to go back to the dormitory first. Just as the sun was setting, it was time for dinner. Out of politeness, asked Wang Yu if she wanted to have a meal together. I didn't expect the other party to agree without hesitation, which was really out of Lin Nan's expectation. It was just a courtesy, but now I'm too embarrassed to push it. By the time he came out of the cafeteria, it was getting dark, so Lin Nan sent him back to the dormitory on his way. And that's a standard process down the line, not to mention meeting the class. Even when the 2 were eating in the cafeteria, there were several students who saw the photo and ran over to eat melon in admiration. For a while, the rumors about Lin Nan and Wang Yu's melon in the class group became more and more lively. Solid family members. I just saw the 2 of them eating together in the cafeteria. More than that, after dinner, Lin Nan even sent our class back to their dormitory. Geez, so quick to bump into a real melon? It's just a few days after military training, and Lin Nan has ruffled our class? Where's the main man? Why don't you come out and weasel your way out? At Lin Nan and Wang Yu. As the class group heated up, the 2 were naturally grilled by their housemates. Oh, Nan, I said, why do you want to go to the library all of a sudden? Dare I say there's something going on? Just as he stepped into the dormitory door with his front foot, Lin Nan heard a strange scream. Wang Qingyu's big face then came up, noisily asking after him. Lin Nan didn't pick up the other party's words, bashfully took his seat, turned his head and inquired, let's not talk about those first. How are the props all prepared? Okay, Nan. When it came to business, the 2 did not dare to delay and stopped joking. As for the so-called props, they naturally referred to Erlang Jinjuan's weapons, the 3-pointed, 2-edged sword and the golden bow and silver dan. Wang Qingyu said with a slightly positive look, it is a coincidence. Nan brother, do you know that this ancient style of slingshot art has now become a non-cultural heritage? It turns out that Erlang Jinjuan's golden Baoyin Dan is not a slingshot in the shape of a tree branch, but a long bow in the shape of a curved moon that can be drawn with a bowstring. The difference from an unusual bow and arrow is that the slingshot has a leather pocket in the middle of the bowstring and strikes clay or copper projectiles. The slingshot technique is the skillful way to use this weapon. I've asked around, and it just so happens that there's a non-hereditary person in Smoky Sea who can make this kind of projectile-firing bow, and I've heard that he's even been on TV before. I've already made an appointment with someone, so we're going to visit tomorrow. In addition, the 3-pointed, 2-edged knife has been customized according to the style by someone online, and it is estimated that it will be shipped in the next 2 days. Wait, just as Lin Nan was thinking, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, opened his mouth. It's just to find someone to customize a slingshot. Why do you need the 3 of us to do it together? You can just go by yourself. Wang Qingyu was momentarily speechless, obviously not wanting to act alone, so he threw a look of help towards Li Nan and spoke. Brother Nan, I've checked, that place isn't close, it is almost to Xianlan Guan. Are you willing to let me go by myself? Well, Lin Nan murmured, Tao Zi is right. It just so happens that there are no classes tomorrow morning, so it's just as well that we can still broadcast a live show. Immediately, not caring about Wang Qingyu's crying expression, Lin Nan stretched his back. That's settled. Get an early night both of you. The next day, according to the plan, Lin Nan took Jiang Tao to live broadcast as usual in the dormitory. Wang Qingyu, on the other hand, reluctantly followed the address and went all the way to look for that non-hereditary person who made the slingshot. As the cab traveled, Wang Qingyu arrived at the bungalow area on the outskirts of the city. After making 7 turns along the way, he eventually found a bungalow with a yard. Wang Qingyu raised his eyes with the navigation and murmured uncertainly, "It should be here, right?" Not that he was to blame for muttering in his mind. There was no bright sign outside the bungalow. It was just a piece of cloth hanging on the wall with the word Bao written on it. Wang Qingyu hesitated at the door for a moment, then promptly knocked on the door, and the sound of sawing in the yard stopped, and soon came out a teacher. "You are Master Liang, right?" Seeing the other party nodding, Wang Qingyu sighed in relief and continued, "Hello, we were previously contacted online for a custom set of slingshots. Well, come on in." Master Liang didn't seem to have a good temper and kept a stern face. He just waved and turned his head to lead him towards the courtyard. After stepping into the courtyard gate, Wang Qingyu saw the unfinished products being processed in the courtyard. He was taken all the way to a stone table outside the courtyard and looked at the bao-making parts laid out on it. Recalling the identity of this teacher, Wang Qingyu could not help but praise. "Hey, not bad for a teacher who's been on TV. I haven't even gone into detail about the requirements and you're already doing it here?" Master Liang obviously heard the words, but did not answer positively. Stifled, he continued the work at hand without looking up. "Let's still talk about the price first. Seeing that you're not very old, you should still be a student, right? It's not easy for a young man like you to be interested in this ancient slingshot. Looking for me to customize it is even better. I have a few finished bows in this yard. If you fancy them you can just take them. The price is negotiable." Speaking here, Master Liang paused for a moment and said, "By the way, do you have any idea how much it would cost to customize a slingshot? At my place?" Wang Qingyu froze, and hadn't really inquired too deeply before. "I only know that this master teacher is a non-hereditary person, and has been on a TV program, thinking about making a wooden bow. Nothing more than a small thousand. About the same price as buying a guitar." Ha! After learning that Wang Qingyu was so naive, Master Liang laughed and shook his head, raising his hand to compare a number. "Ha!" Wang Qingyu's eyebrows raised and he immediately turned his head to look at the slingshot that had been made in the compound. "That's done. I'll just pick a well-done one. Thank you, master." With a word of thanks, he went to the bow rack in the yard and carefully picked a slingshot down. After weighing it in his hand, he was quite pleased with the look. Only in the details, it doesn't quite fit the golden bow and silver bullets. After all, the purpose of their slingshot purchase was to play Erlang Shenjun. Wang Qingyu thought about it, took the slingshot as well as the 5 projectiles, and turned back towards Master Liang. "Master Liang, do you have any gold paint or something like that here? I want to paint this bow gold. Also, does this projectile come in white brass or iron? A silver-plated one would be great." However, with the 2 requests made by Wang Qingyu, Master Liang, who was originally doing his work with his head down, suddenly froze in his movements. He whirled around and looked at Wang Qingyu with some confusion. Frowning, "Gold bow and silver bullets? Could it be that you approached me before to customize this?" Right. Seeing that the other party also knew, Wang Qingyu thought that it was because the other party knew the style and could help him make it, so he hurriedly answered. But without thinking, Master Liang frowned his eyebrows even tighter. Re-examining him twice more, he asked in a low voice, "What are you, a student, going to the trouble of having to customize a gold bow and silver bullets for?" "Master Liang, looking at you, you should also know the legend of Erlang Shen." Wang Qingyu sniffed and said with a somewhat showy heated smile, "It is said that at the waist of Erlang Shenjun, this crescent-shaped golden bow is carried." As he recounted the story, Master Liang initially had a somewhat relieved look on his face. However, as he spoke further down the line, Master Liang's expression became more and more off. It wasn't until Wang Qingyu briefly recounted their situation that Master Liang's brows tightened. "What did you just say?" Wang Qingyu thought that it was the other party who hadn't heard clearly and continued to respond with a smile. "We custom-build gold bows and silver bullets just to play Erlang Shen Na." As those words fell, Master Liang's face completely darkened. Straight away, he put down the work at hand and made a gesture of invitation and said, "I'm sorry, but I won't be doing this single job, so I apologize for not seeing you off." With that, he made a gesture to invite Wang Qingyu out of the courtyard with a rather resolute attitude. Such a sudden change also made Wang Qingyu freeze in place. He did not understand for a moment this Master Liang non-genetic identity. Did you learn how to make a slingshot? Or did you learn how to change faces in Sichuan opera? How could the attitude change so quickly? And Wang Qingyu was afraid of messing things up, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. "Don't, Master Liang, wasn't it fine just now? What is the matter with you? The money can be discussed." Master Liang saw that he was indeed puzzled and looked very anxious. Then he settled down a little inside. "Come with me." Immediately, Wang Qingyu, under suspicion, followed Master Liang towards that bungalow. When the door to the room opened, Wang Qingyu could not help but be slightly stunned when he saw the situation inside. Look what it is. Along with Master Liang's voice, he saw a portrait of Erlangshan hanging squarely on the wall right in front of him in this house. And look at its form and movement. It is clearly holding a golden bow and pulling the bowstring. Under the portrait, there is also a statue of Erlangshan, and the incense table offerings are even more complete. See, Master Liang said lightly, what is the position of Erlangshan in the hearts of our craftsmen who make slingshots? Should not need me to say more, right? In other words, if I really do it for you all, I'm afraid I'll be blamed by the ancestors. Wang Qingyu was momentarily speechless. How could he not expect this result now? Hopefully, it was their purpose of playing Erlangshan that struck a nerve with this master. After a plea, Mr. Liang is still unwilling to let go, just waving his hand for him to leave quickly. Wang Qingyu was helpless for a moment, but eventually he cried and dialed Lin Nan. Hello? Nan, come on you. I really can't get it right on my end. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Erlangshan manifests himself. Slingshot technique. Fatty, what's the rush? Old Lin is on the air. With Wang Qingyu's off-camera plea for help. Zhang Tao's voice came from the other side of the phone. Aya Taozi, don't ask so many questions first. Anyway, I've encountered some trouble on my side. After hearing Wang Qingyu's description, Zhang Tao exchanged glances with Lin Nan and said, okay, we're on our way. And at this moment, Lin Nan was already wearing military attire and golden wispy mortal armor. The heavenly eyes between his eyebrows glistened, and he already had quite a look of the Erlangshan manifesting himself as a saint. Zhang Tao whispered a few words in his ear, then faced the camera and spoke to the audience in the live broadcast. Friends, there is a situation that needs to be dealt with. So for our live broadcast today, we're moving outdoors next. After saying that, Lin Nan and Zhang Tao moved off and headed towards where Wang Qingyu was. Master Liang, you can just be accommodating. We can discuss everything. In the yard, Wang Qingyu is still making a last-ditch effort toward Master Liang, and with a look of indifference, Master Liang waved his hand. No, I would never do anything so offensive. No one is good enough to come today. And just when Wang Qingyu was helpless, a sound of a car sounded outside, and it was Lin Nan and Zhang Tao who arrived. As the two walked quickly into the courtyard, Zhang Tao saw Wang Qingyu and called out, Fatty, what's wrong? Nan, you guys are finally here. As if he had seen a savior, Wang Qingyu let out a sigh of relief and said, hearing the sound of footsteps, Master Liang also followed the sound. As a result, with just a glance, he saw Lin Nan, who was dressed as a god. Ha! Master Liang immediately froze, his eyes falling on Lin Nan's body unable to move. And at that moment, Wang Qingyu talked to Lin Nan and the others, recounting what had happened. The viewers of the live stream witnessed this as well, eyeing the scene within the compound, and Master Liang who was dressed as a craftsman. At once, some people found it familiar and quickly recognized it, swiping up pop-ups in the comment section. Isn't this the same teacher who was on the non-fiction program before? Right. I said, why do I feel like this scene is deja vu? Like I've seen it somewhere before. Great guy. Dare I say the anchor is looking for him to build Erlangshan's golden bow and silver bullets? After a few conversations, it was figured out what was going on. Zhang Tao also showed a difficult face, not thinking that this Erlangshan is actually a god that they, the slingshot craftsmen, worship. It's a bit hard to persuade them. Zhang Tao thought this way, still intending to make an effort to try and persuade. However, before he could say anything, he realized that Master Liang's eyes were stuck on Lin Nan. Immediately afterward, it was under the gaze of the crowd. Master Liang took 2 quick steps and came straight to Lin Nan, rubbing his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. But he did not speak for a long time. Master Liang, Lian? After a moment of silence, Wang Qingyu called out. Only then did Master Liang gradually come back to his senses, his eyes glancing back and forth over Lin Nan, looking at him in military attire and clad in immortal armor. The heavenly eyes between his eyebrows were lifelike. Master Liang's eyes widened as he muttered vaguely, like, really like. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Wang Qingyu, while being surprised, also found that this matter seems to have a turnaround. So he hurriedly said, Teacher Master, in fact, Nan, this play, it is permitted by the gods, and you don't know, Master Teacher, how mysterious the situation was. Wang Qingyu revealed an expression of bragging, his words slightly exaggerated. He described to Master Liang the situation on that day when Lin Nan threw the cup in front of the statue of the Erlang god, and upon hearing that there was even a white fine dog at that time, who took the initiative to come forward and turn a pair of chalices out for Lin Nan. Master Liang's eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. There's such a thing? Could it be that Is really Erlang Jinjuan manifesting himself and agreeing over it? In the next second, Master Liang gestured toward Lin Nan and said, "Follow me." Immediately, Master Liang led the crowd back to the house, looking at the portraits hanging inside the house, as well as the statue of the god Erlang enshrined on that incense stand. Master Liang's gaze went back and forth between the two. It seemed to be trying to find some differences, but was slow to see much difference. Right at this moment, the corner of Wang Qingyu's mouth pulled up a smile as he opened his mouth to Master Liang. "Well, what I told you before, now see it with your own eyes?" TSK. Master Liang sniffed, nodded repeatedly. "Really did not expect. You guys do not say is playing. I just now really thought it was Erlang Jinjuan manifestation of the saints down to earth." Immediately afterward, he rested his gaze on Lin Nan's waist, looking at how empty it was. The god statue, Erlang Jinjuan, was carrying a crescent-shaped slingshot around his waist. When you look at it like that, there's still something really missing from your waist. As Master Liang's words fell, Wang Qingyu and the others immediately brightened up, glancing at each other. They confirmed towards Master Liang. "According to you, could it be that you've agreed to help us build a slingshot?" Well, after meeting Lin Nan, Master Liang's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Not only did they agree to their request, but they also took the initiative to speak up. "Since the Holy Grail has already been thrown and approved by the gods, what can I say? It is necessary to do my best. Not only do we have to build it, we have to build it decently. That way, we won't be dishonoring the reputation of this legacy of ours. You don't worry, this golden bow and silver bullet is on me. I will do my best to build one of the best in my life." Hearing Master Liang's promise, Wang Qingyu and the others were overjoyed. Immediately afterward, though, he seemed to think of something. Spinning around, he walked over to Lin Nan and whispered, "Nan, I forgot to ask the price before. This customized set of gold bow and silver bullet cost is not low, half to this number." Looking at the number Wang Qingyu had compared, Lin Nan's heart tightened, but his face did not show any unusual expression. At this time, the viewers of the live broadcast also witnessed this and swiped on the pop-up screen. "Good lord, look at this. Customized set of slingshots is still a little over 10,000. It's worth the price. After all, this old gentleman is a non-geneticist and has been on TV. And it's time-consuming and labor-intensive when it's purely handmade like this. And craftspeople always have to eat, don't they? Just how many live broadcasts would an anchor have to make to build this set of slingshots to earn it back? We are going to watch the anchor bleed out today." As the pop-ups rolled on the air, but the bright laughter of Master Liang came from the front. Seems to see the dilemma of a few people. He then smiled and opened his mouth and said, "A few, don't worry. The price of this aspect of your watch to come on the line, or even give it away for nothing, is not impossible." Hearing this, the people present froze. This customized slingshot, worth tens of thousands of dollars, is going to be given away for nothing? There's even a perk for that? Wang Qingyu was just about to steal a sigh of joy. Lin Nan did not want to take more advantage of the situation, and opened his mouth. "This handmade fee still has to be given. Just look at a discount." "No problem." Master Liang nodded in agreement. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he took a wooden box out of the house. Then he took a hasty step out to the yard and busied himself at the workbench. The crowd watched as he moved to remove a beautifully carved bow from a wooden box, along with a treasured and maintained bowstring. It looked like a carefully preserved half-finished product of this master teacher who hadn't waited to put it to use. At this moment, he was the one who pulled out these precious stocks and started making them with full concentration. Seeing how serious Master Liang looked, Lin Nan and the others didn't go up to disturb him, but waited patiently. In this way, I watched Master Liang polishing and calibrating the bowstring over and over again, with meticulous care. Time flies. Phew, it's a done deal. It wasn't until a few hours had passed that Master Liang's voice finally came through, with the crowd's expectant gaze, only to see Master Liang's hands. An additional exquisitely shaped slingshot. The gilt pattern on the bow shimmers and glitters in the sunlight, and a few silver projectiles, lying quietly in a leather balloon, glowed with an eerie chill. Master Liang seems to be quite happy with the slingshot. After scrutinizing it some more, with a smile on his face, he handed the pair of slingshots to Lin Nan. Lin Nan was not polite, and obediently took the slingshot and assembled it at his waist. When the people present took a look, they immediately realized that this Lin Nan's aura had changed again. At the same time, Lin Nan's ears rang with the system's prompting sound. "Congratulations, Master, for reaching the suggestion, build a divine weapon, a golden bow and a silver bullet. Reward Erlangen with 3% play completion. Gain proficiency in the art of slingshot." Along with the system's voice, Lin Nan realized that something more had appeared in his mind, and a touch of strange familiarity came from the hand that held the slingshot. It was as if he had been using it skillfully for years and knew the techniques of using the slingshot technique by heart. Under this impulse, Lin Nan even wanted to try the power of this slingshot right now. Master Liang also looked at Lin Nan and spoke. This divine bow has just been made, so it should actually be tested to see how accurate it is. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu felt that there was some danger and hurriedly reminded towards Lin Nan. Nan, that's not something to try lightly, is it? This slingshot is not the same as a bow and arrow. If you're not careful your fingers will break. However, Lin Nan was confident. What's more, the live stream is still on, so you can't miss the opportunity to play this. So with a faint smile towards Wang Qingyu, he began to make his stance. Lin Nan pinched a projectile at the leather pocket on the string and set a steady pace. Then pull back the bowstring and start sinking your shoulders and elbows. It's a sequence of movements that only an insider could see the way. A strange light flashed in Master Liang's eyes, looking at Lin Nan with increasing curiosity, wanting to see what he would do next. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was already aiming at his target, and without hesitation, he spread the bowstring and withdrew his forearm downwards in a smooth manner. Phew! A bright silver-colored projectile, with a sound of breaking air, shot out at a rapid speed. Pop! As the crowd watched, the silver bullet struck precisely on top of a tree trunk in the courtyard, and the bark crumbled right before the crowd's eyes. Upon further scrutiny, the projectile was found to be deeply embedded in the trunk of the tree. At that moment, the people present stared in disbelief. I go, Nan brother Kawa, so powerful? Wang Qingyu was even more surprised and couldn't close his mouth, simply not expecting Lin Nan to come up with such a hand. It wasn't just him either. Master Liang's gaze was also a bit complicated. He gazed at Lin Nan, not knowing what to think. End of chapter. Chapter 83, The Roaring Dog. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Nan had already calmly put away his slingshot and slung it around his waist. It's not bad power, and it's smooth to use. Having received this affirmation, Master Liang came back to his senses, but his gaze towards Lin Nan was still somewhat trance-like. This person who was giving him a response seemed as if he was really the same Erlang Jinjuan who was worshipped by thousands of incense in the temple. It's just too similar. Master Liang could not help but feel a tremor in his heart, followed by an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. For most smiths who make weapons, creating a supreme divine soldier was the goal they pursued for their entire lives. And Master Liang had started to prepare the materials for making the divine bow several years ago. It's just been carefully collected for so long that I never really got around to building it, and never found the right opportunity to take that step. Master Liang originally intended to keep the box of good wood and bowstring, as if it were a memory for himself. Right now, though, it was finally the best place for his treasured materials to find a home. Even more so, through Lin Nan's mouth, as if he had been recognized by Erlang Jinjuan. Master Liang felt relieved. The whole person is refreshed. A long breath of relief said, Phew, no regrets in this life. And Lin Nan put the slingshot away after trying to hit a projectile. Settling his mind a little, he inquired towards the fans on the air. My friends, this proposal for the golden bow and silver bullet has been completed, while the triple-pointed two-edged sword is still in the process of being made, so please don't be in a hurry. If anyone has any more ideas, feel free to bring them up. Hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room came back to their senses from the party's hit. There were exclamations as if in a dream. Anchor, that slingshot you hit just now was so cool too. It's not an exaggeration to say that a guy like me would want to give you monkeys just by looking at you. Ahem, ahem. Be careful what you say upstairs. It's more or less blasphemous. That's just it. Words like that, I keep them in my heart and steal them. TSK TSK. Just making a slingshot is so handsome. I can't even dare to imagine the scene when the anchor is holding a three-pointed, two-bladed sword in his hand. However, there is a legend that this three-pointed, two-bladed blade was transformed by a three-headed evil augur. It had also been tempered by Thunder Ancestor's thunder spell. How is the anchor going to realize such a divine weapon? Say, isn't there a dog missing from the anchor's side? After all, in myths and legends, that snarling dog under the seat of Erlang Jinjuan is like a shadow. And there's more. Among the legends of some regions, Erlang Shin is also the god of hunting, like this golden bow and silver dan, which are weapons specialized for hunting. And the prototype of the roaring dog is also a fine dog that is a hunting dog. In that case, would the anchor like to pick a time and find a place to hunt? I don't dare to mention this opinion blindly. There are protected animals everywhere now. Where can we hunt? You can get a couple years for casually beating a chicken. I play area can follow such an anchor. Don't be fooled by you guys into stepping on the sewing machine. As the pop-ups rolled in the live stream, the netizens were talking about it. Lin Nan's mind moved, checking up on the currently included suggestions. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions included. Inclusion suggestion, build a three-pointed, two-edged blade. casting with the blood of the three-headed augur essence, supplemented by thunder quenching the blade. Completion rewards 5% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, Tengu goes along with the divine dog roaring. Fully achieved reward 10% play completion. Collection suggestion, Erlang manifests himself and hunts the forest. Completion reward 1% play completion. Looking at these included suggestions, Lin Nan secretly pondered. First up is this three-pointed, two-edged knife. If you just build it out, it's still easy. However, Lin Nan had also searched for information and had some knowledge of the legend of this divine weapon. Legend has it that it was Erlang Jinjuan who subdued a three-headed evil augur and evolved it into a divine weapon. This included suggestion is even related to the three-headed evil Zhao as well? Where can I find it? It is impossible to assert for a moment whether there is a limit to the attainment of this recommendation. Also, we'll just have to wait for the knife to be made first and see how it goes. As for hunting the woods, this advice. Just kidding. The ones in the mountains and forests are basically protected animals now, where they can be hunted at will. Not to mention live hunting. Isn't this just putting the evidence of guilt in front of us? What's the difference between that and turning yourself in? After scrutinizing them, Lin Nan identified their degree of difficulty one by one. Right now it's also expected to be accomplished with just the one suggestion of the snarling dog. As soon as he spoke of a snarling dog, a figure appeared in Lin Nan's mind. It was the same pure white fine dog that he had encountered at Xianlongguan that day when he had thrown the cup in Oracle, and both in size and fur color. It is the same as the legendary roaring dog. At the same time, Lin Nan realized something else. The location at hand happened to be on the outskirts of the city of Smoky Sea City, not too far from Xianlongguan. Even if you look up at the distant hills, you can see the temple buildings on the hillside. Why don't we, walk up now? By the way, let's see how that fine dog is doing. Having made up his mind, Lin Nan's heart itched, so he opened his mouth to Wang Qingyu's duo. I want to go to Xianlongguan again. The two of you can go together if you want to. Not reluctantly. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu immediately opened his mouth wide, like a deflated ball. Nan, why do you suddenly want to go there? Saying that, Wang Qingyu also raised his eyes to look at the Taoist temple pavilion on that mountainside. When he thought of the hard work of climbing the steps while climbing the mountain, he was terrified from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, after running a drill in the morning and working half a day in the morning, it was more or less impossible for the fat man to hold up as far as his size was concerned. Want to go to the Taoist temple? I can accompany you. Jiang Tao was nothing to be ashamed of and patted Wang Qingyu's shoulder and said, it's not like there's anything to do anyway, so it's okay if you go back to school first. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu was immediately relieved and had a cheap smile on his face. It's not that I'm afraid of hard work, it's mostly this heat. But since you guys are saying that, may I moist first? Immediately, the three of them were ready to leave. While saying goodbye to Master Liang and about to step out of the workshop, Master Liang called out to the three of them. With his eyes locked on Lin Nan, he handed over a postcard and spoke. This is my contact information, so I hope I can still reach you if I need to. Lin Nan took the business card and scanned the title on it, and above a line of large letters, it is Smoky Sea City Non-Heritage Projects, the president of the Association of Slingshot Arts. After the three of them left the workshop, Wang Qingyu first took a taxi back to school. Lin Nan and Jiang Tao, on the other hand, had traveled all the way to Xianlongguan. When going up the mountain along the stretches of stone steps, Lin Nan felt the fresh and refreshing scent of the mountain. The surrounding heaven and earth aura was also really much more abundant than in the city. The heart technique of the 8-9 Xiangong also began to operate on its own, sucking in the aura one strand at a time. Knock knock. As Jiang Tao knocked on the mountain door, a disciple quickly came out from the Taoist temple. This young Taoist priest froze in place when he saw Lin Nan outside, rubbed his eyes hard. At first glance, it only felt like the Erlang Jinjuan enshrined in the Taoist temple had come to life. And after confirming the identity of the two, the look of surprise on this disciple's face still hadn't faded. Surprisingly, he immediately turned around and ran towards the view while greeting. Elder brother Dao Xian, Abbot Lin is here. Seeing this, Jiang Tao frowned in confusion. Strange, he seems happy. Old Lin, the money we donated to the merit box last time, was it a lot? Lin Nan shook his head, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Under this young Taoist priest's pass, the familiar Taoist Master Wang from earlier also ushered in with quick steps. The two meet each other. As soon as Taoist Master Wang saw Lin Nan's disguise and the crescent moon slingshot at his waist, a flash of color could not help but flicker in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Taoist Wang greeted with a smile on his face. Blessed shine limitless heavenly father. Lin Ju sure, you really do have a destiny with my Shenmen sect. This time, when you come back, could it be that you want to ask for divination again? No. Lin Nan didn't drag his feet and got right to the point. Is the fine dog that appeared during the last toss of the oracle still in the Guan? I would like to meet it. When these words came out, but Wang Dao took a long breath and immediately said, truth be told, I was just about to say the same thing. Lin Ju sure, and follow me first. Lin Nan followed Daoist Wang's footsteps all the way to that Erlangjianjuan hall. Arriving at the side hall, Lin Nan looked towards the doorway. Last time, I saw the white dog at the entrance of this side hall, leaning listlessly on the threshold. Only this time, when I came back, I didn't see the white dog. Guru, it's on the far side. Seeming to see Lin Nan's doubts, Taoist Master Wang pointed to the interior of the side hall inside. It's strange to say that ever since the guru left last time, this fine dog seems to have lost its soul. No matter what we did, it just burrowed into the far end of the side hall all day and wouldn't come out. Even meals are not eaten much. If it were to be nursed for a few more days, I am afraid it would. Oh, hearing about this situation, Lin Nan was also stunned. This fine white dog, remembered at the time to be extremely spiritual, had even locked eyes with himself. Now listening to Taoist Master Wang's description, how does it look like a hunger strike? Lin Nan did not delay and immediately took a few steps forward to the entrance of the side hall. The sight looked inward. First seeing the statue in front of the offering table, one could only see a divine dog, with a body like a swimming dragon, stepping on an incomplete orb under its paw. Around the dog's mouth, there was another piece of the shape torn from the orb. It seems to be a scene of a Tengu swallowing the moon, and according to what Taoist Master Wang had said, it was the ancient Tengu bloodline that was enshrined within this side hall, the roaring heavenly dog. Lin Nan then proceeded to roam around the side halls, his gaze finally landing on the lower part of the offering table, and he met a pair of eyes that he could vaguely make out were those of the fine white dog from earlier. However, at this time, its body shape is even thinner and thinner, just like a healthy fine dog, and just the moment Lin Nan appeared in the doorway, well, a weak canine whimper sounded. The white dog, which was hiding under the altar, actually stood up with strong support. End of chapter. Chapter 84 Spellcasting. As weak whimpers emanated from the side halls, the camera got a clear shot of the interior. Only a pure white fine dog was seen hiding under the offering table, a scrawny and frail-looking man. Even standing up was wobbly and rather laborious. The netizens in the livestream felt the contrast and swiped the screen. Hiss. Strange. Is this the white dog that helped the anchor flip the cup oracle before? I remember it was quite lively the last time I saw it. Its eyes were like it could talk. How come you haven't seen me for a few days, and now you're weak like this? Could it be that because he can't see the anchor? This white dog is sick with longing and depressed? Not only did the netizens speculate, even Lin Nan was a bit puzzled. His memory of the last time was still fresh. At the time, this fine dog was still spiritually meeting his gaze after flipping the cup oracle. It is as if a roaring dog had descended to earth to remedy the wrongs and to proclaim the granting of permission. But nowadays, this pure white fine dog is very different from what it looked like on that day. A look of weakness and disheveled appetite, all on the verge of being skinny. If this state continues, I'm afraid I'll die of weakness in a few days. At this moment, Daoist Wang on the side. Lin Ju sure, it's been like this since you left last time, staying under this offering table all day long, and not touching a single bite of the food and water prepared for it. And when anyone in our view calls it, it ignores it as if it didn't hear. Ha! Halfway through his speech, Taoist Master Wang suddenly made a puzzled sound, and just as he opened his mouth to introduce the situation to Lin Nan, he only saw this pure white fine dog, actually trembling and moving up, and began to take the initiative to walk towards Lin Nan's side. Moreover, it was clearly very weak, yet it still wobbled and took a step to Lin Nan. This, Taoist Master Wang froze in place. The audience in the livestream had much the same reaction as he did. Lin Nan, on the other hand, leaned down and prodded his hand toward the fine dog. This fine dog did not resist and allowed Lin Nan to stroke it on its head. Only the tail wagged a little feebly, sticking out his tongue and letting out a heavy wheeze of huffing and puffing. What's going on with this fine dog? Lin Nan rubbed the dog's head while wondering in his mind. It has a lot of suspicion on it. I have heard from Taoist Master Wang before that this fine dog has a poor physique since childhood and wilts all day long. But it was on that occasion when he threw a cup of oracle and petitioned Erlangjianjuan. It was as if the dog had suddenly changed its temperament, and had become extremely active and spiritual. It was even mistaken for a snarling dog coming down to earth. However, when Lin Nan left the Taoist temple on the front foot, it returned to its former state on the back foot. Even worse, eyes are on the verge of starving themselves to death. Lin Nan really couldn't figure it out and was interested in probing. Because of his previous experience with the black deer, Lin Nan roughly knew the method. Then he composed himself and dropped his hand on the fine dog's head, casting a spell to sense as much as he could. In the state of mindful immersion, a touch of alienation soon came to life. With an ancient and distant aura emanating from its body, Lin Nan was able to confirm that in this pure white fine dog indeed contains the ancient Tengu bloodline. and it's quite dense. But with such a bloodline, why has this fine dog been so sickly and listless since birth? Could it be that it is precisely because of the purity of the bloodline that its body is unable to carry it? Lin Nan pondered in his mind, then noticed a hint of something strange. There was something perverse about the breath on this fine dog, like a volcano that had just erupted. It seemed that not too long ago, its bloodline had suddenly been briefly stimulated, causing it to be in an extremely disturbed state at the moment, just like a usual well with a surging underground river surging underneath. As a result, his already weak body was unable to carry the power of the bloodline, thus backfiring on himself. It's at the end of its rope now. After roughly sorting out the fine dog's situation, Lin Nan fell into deep thought, eyes on the fine dog hanging his head, not even able to stand. What it needs most now, then, is to revitalize its body and get strong as soon as possible. Look at it this way. A thought flashed through Lin Nan's mind. Return to the spring thunder seal. This lightning mark had already been planted on the black deer, and the results were quite obvious. Spring thunder is the beginning of all things, containing the fullness of life, enough to make the living spirit burst into life. Just, perhaps, a bit risky for this fine dog of pure blood. It would undoubtedly be the best if it could make its body strong and healthy quickly so as to carry the ancient bloodline in its body. But once the thunder seal stimulated the bloodline at a rate that exceeded the recovery of the fine dog's bodily functions, by then, it might be worse. The results are unknown. Want to give it a try? Lin Nan was caught in a state of hesitation. Woo! Just then, a weak whimper resounded again, only to see that this fine dog in front of him had lifted his head and looked at himself with innocent eyes. Even more feebly, with his head, he arched Lin Nan's hand, as if asking for help. Seeing this, Lin Nan's heart softened. Forget it. If you do nothing, you're just watching it die. Instead of that, I'd rather wrestle him for a chance at life. Thinking of this, Lin Nan made up his mind in his heart and muttered under his relative's sight, "Will you trust me?" Oh, the fine dog actually made a sound as if it understood. Lin Nan saw this and sank his breath. He stroked the fine dog's head, and then whirled around to pinch a spell in the dark with his other hand. 3 days of Yuyuan, Jingxiao is being punished. The call to arms occurs, and the upper should be listed as a star. While performing the hand decision of the returning spring thunder seal, Lin Nan softly recited, "Shoo." Soon, a clear wind rose up from the ground and surrounded Lin Nan's body. It made Lin Nan's clothes shake and the floating belt on his shoulder move slowly. And this breeze was entrapped with infinite vitality. It made the few people present feel refreshed. Where's the wind? Jiang Tao shivered with relief and looked around in wonder. On the other hand, Daoist Wang, who was on the side, flickered his eyes and his sight fell on Lin Nan. Looking at Lin Nan's body, his clothes swayed lightly with the wind, and he looked immortal in every move. It is just like a true king manifesting himself. Daoist Wan's heart couldn't help but be appalled. Bared, and as the wind grew stronger, a faint sound of intertwining thunder and lightning emanated from Lin Nan's hands. If one looked closely, one could see that the tips of Lin Nan's fingers were leaping with subtle lightning. Emperor Tai, summon your true spirit. Thunder as a guide. Reveal your true form. As the last sentence of the spell was recited silently, Lin Nan's hand stroking the fine dog's head presented a spell seal, gently tapped on each other's foreheads, returning to the spring thunder seal, falling, prickly, with a subtle sound of intertwining thunder and lightning. This spring thunder, which was entrained with infinite vitality, began to race through the fine dog's body. It made its originally disordered and decayed body functions rapidly revitalized. Gradually, every cell in its body was nourished under the spring thunder surge. It's really a long drought. In a moment, every bit of flesh and blood on this fine dog's body began to come alive. In a matter of seconds, the fine dog, whose breath had been dying and whose head was hanging by a thread, was seen to give a jolt. There was also a gleam in his eyes. Following this, the body twisted restlessly a few times and the tail began to wag vigorously. Woof! The fine dog lifted his head and craned his neck to bark. Its state had become much more spirited. Seeing this, Lin Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's a done deal. This fine dog's body has been restored and is still getting stronger. The ancient heavenly dog bloodline within its body would also be awakened under the excitement of the thunder seal. Adding to the fact that its bloodline was already pure, it was believed that the results would soon be seen. Just as Lin Nan was pondering in his mind, several people present at that moment also heard the sound, so they looked over towards this fine dog. It also noticed the transformation that had taken place in its body, all in the blink of an eye. Why is this dog suddenly perky? At this time, there were viewers in the live broadcast room who were surprised. Even though the fine dog is thin and lean, the difference can be clearly seen. This white dog was not at all as frail as it was when the people first saw it, but was instead radiant. Hiss! I think I just heard the anchor chanting a few lines, like it was some kind of spell, and then a tap on the side of his head. and the dog was suddenly energized. The live broadcast burst into life with these words. Yeah, I think I heard it too. That's amazing too. Good lord, does chanting spells work? Anchor this pure words therapy. If I had that skill, I could be a veterinarian on the side. It's not just chanting. Didn't you guys just notice the anchor's hand? It seems like it even made a gesture and slapped this dog on the head. Is it really that mysterious? You might as well say that this dog has something growing in its head. And the anchor just made a move to hit the bull through the air and shattered the lesion. Along with the chatter on the air, an even more amazing scene took place. Only to see this fine dog, barking twice towards Lin Nan, in a rather active state, whirling around supposedly feeling hungry. He ran off to a kennel off to the side, and there were several other fine dogs around the kennel. The oldest of them, a pure black spaniel, was the leader of the pack. But as the fine dog walked slowly toward the kennel, the fine dogs that had been guarding the food bowl were all like mice that had seen a cat. They all hung their heads and backed away with their dogs' tails between their legs, not daring to squeak a word. Look at that! The dog even knows to go for food. Could it really be the mood? Because of the sight of the anchor, this fine dog's appetite increased all of a sudden, and even got well. However, the viewers of the live stream did not pay attention to the reactions of the fine dogs around them, but Taoist Master Wang, who was present, looked dumbfounded. He had been in this Taoist temple for the longest time, so he naturally knew the usual state of these fine dogs. This pure white spaniel has never fit in well due to his frail body and has suffered a lot of bullying in the pack. But now, the fine dog that had originally bullied it was showing a look of awe at the moment. Truly amazing. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Taoist Master Wang looked at Lin Nan with a glint in his eyes. Also do not do hesitation. Immediately went forward and spoke. Immeasurable Shou Fu. Lin Ju sure. The poor Taoist see this fine dog and you have a destiny, but also worried about it in the future to make a mistake. In the poor Taoist's opinion, why doesn't the monk take him down the mountain? Lin Nan froze at the sound. The fine dog also ate some food before quickly returning to Lin Nan's side. It began to wander around Lin Nan non-stop, in an unusually excited mood, and this scene fell in the eyes of the onlookers, just like the Erlang Jinjuan, with the seat of the roaring dog appeared to descend to earth. Lin Nan knew that this fine dog contained the bloodline of a heavenly dog, and with the Dharma seal he had planted on it, it was bound to become a weapon in time. Now that the Taoist master himself has opened his mouth and delivered the bargain to himself, how could he not pick it up? Also good. Lin Nan readily accepted, heartily promising, and please don't worry, Taoist master, I will take good care of it. That's natural. Taoist Master Wang smiled, and right after Lin Nan answered, a prompting sound spiraled in his ears. Congratulations, Master. Initial suggestion reached. Tengu goes along with the divine dog roaring. Reward 2% play completion. Lin Nan sniffed, knowing that this was only the beginning. This fine dog already had a pure bloodline, and with the thunder seal planted in its body, its growth rate would undoubtedly be quite astonishing. And the proposal, obviously, is also ongoing. Thinking of this, Lin Nan leaned over and stroked the fine dog's head, murmuring, "Your name is White? It's not too popular, since it is a snarling dog. I will call you Snarling White from now on." The fine dog, on hearing this, let out a joyful bark, his tail wagging like the fan blades of an electric fan. Jiang Tao on the side couldn't help but ask, "Old Lin, is the Taoist priest giving us this dog? Not to mention how we're going to raise him at school. This fine dog isn't cheap, is it?" Lin Nan naturally knew that and already had plans, so he turned his head and opened his mouth to Dao Lord Wang. "Taoist master, take us to a few pillars of incense." Immediately afterward, the two of them offered a few joss sticks of incense in the Taoist temple, went back to the merit box, scanned the QR code on it and donated some incense money. Xianlong Guan's reputation was still quite loud, and from time to time, there were incomers passing by. When he saw Lin Nan, who was dressed as Erlang Jinjuan, standing in front of the merit box, a slingshot was at his waist, and a fine pure white dog was at his side. All these perfumers can look dumbfounded. What's more, the original intention was to put some change into the merit box, but when they saw Lin Nan, they silently put the bills back in their wallets, took out their cell phones and started scanning. Lin Nan didn't know exactly how much joss money these incense burners donated. However, from Daoist Wan's reaction, it was clear to see that the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. When he said goodbye, he even purposely sent to the door of the Taoist temple, saying precious on his lips, but that facial expression, it was almost like saying straight to Lin Nan, "Welcome to come back next time." After taking a taxi, Lin Nan and Jiang Tao returned directly to the school. Along the way, the fine dog did not let them worry, has been extremely well behaved and docile, simply out of curiosity about the outside world. He had been looking out through the car window, but had not made any yelps. After returning to school, Lin Nan walked on his way back to his dorm room. His godly disguise, as well as the fine dog following beside him, instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The fine dog seemed seldom to have been so much attended to, and was at first a little timid. However, with Lin Nan's few strokes, it became more confident and gradually raised its head. He quickly returned to the dormitory, but just as he reached the dormitory door, he heard Wang Qingyu's passionate open mic from inside. Yang Jian, do you know how to throw a dog? You can't even bite one of the 3 big wrecks on the opposite side? I advise you to hang up while you still can. Anyone else who comes on board is better than you. Hearing this conversation, the fat man who had returned before them was obviously hitting the pesticide, and with the sound of Lin Nan's footsteps, Wang Qingyu did not look up at first, but only greeted with his mouth. Yo, you're back. But in the next second, a solid white color jumped into Wang Qingyu's after-image vision. He glanced at it unsuspectingly, but his gaze stagnated, only to see that there was actually a white dog with a head like a pike and waist like a bow standing straight ahead. It was so scary that I almost skimmed my cell phone. I'll go? Where did this dog come from? Wang Qingyu surprised out loud, and then fixed his eyes to watch some more. Thought the dog seemed a little familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before. After a moment of recollection, Wang Qingyu muttered, this isn't the group in the Taoist temple. Good memory. Jiang Tao snickered, and then whirled around to briefly tell him the story of what happened. This dog, it was given to old Lin by Taoist Master Wang. As Jiang Tao narrated, Wang Qingyu gradually revealed a surprised expression. Hearing this fine dog's reaction to Lin Nan, Wang Qingyu scat his tongue, also curious about this breed of dog, muttered, no wonder the Taoist temple wants to send it outwards. Look at the thinness to this dog. It's almost skin and bones. Look at this, as the food in the Taoist temple is not good. Why don't I buy him some dog food? Jiang Tao laughed. Come on. This dog breed is like this, and feeding it again won't make it any fatter. You think they're all like you? Wang Qingyu seemed to want to retort something, and just then, Lin Nan tilted his head to indicate the cell phone in his hand and faintly said, still not moving? It's going to be ruled a hang-up. Wang Qingyu hurriedly glanced down at his phone, only to realize that the game was still going on with the match. Oops. He then slid the screen tightly and spoke. Nan, it's good that you reminded me, but this game deducts points fiercely nowadays, and getting stuck and restarting are considered malicious hang-ups. Lin Nan smiled and did not talk. Returning to his desk and sitting down, he stroked Roaring White's head and questioned the two. What's your class this afternoon? If it ends early, we'll have another live show in the evening. It seems to be Old Law's class. Wang Qingyu responded without lifting his head while operating. Just based on Brother Nan's influence you have in front of the school leaders, even if you skip half a class, Old Luo won't say anything. For the night to be live, I'm totally okay. And with Wang Qingyu's response, Jiang Tao, who was rummaging around in front of the closet, was the one who opened his mouth. Old Lin, I have to take the night off. Something's up. Before Lin Nan could inquire about the reason, Wang Qingyu screamed out strangely. Then he raised his eyes to see Jiang Tao rummaging through the closet. With a look of having to primp, Wang Qingyu was immediately in good spirits. What's going on? Is this going out on a date? Hey, you're not like Nan, are you? Flirting away our class without saying a word? It's only been a few weeks since the start of the semester, right? You guys are getting off one by one. Don't leave me alone in the dormitory when the time comes. Alone in the room. As Wang Qingyu opened his mouth like a machine gun, Lin Nan froze without finding a gap to deny it. By the time he finished his output, Jiang Tao had already rummaged through the closet for a suit, tried it on, and it runs slightly small, but it also outlined the muscular contours of his body quite clearly. Jiang Tao raised his arms, showing off his biceps, and smiled heatedly. Didn't I say I was going to be in the athletic department before? Tonight is to go for an interview. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu still had an accusing expression on his face last second. This time, however, as if he had learned to change his face, his expression immediately became attentive and piled up with smiles. After all, the sports department is concerned with the matter of running exercises in the morning, and Wang Qingyu is counting on Jiang Tao as a backer. Also figure it's easy to take a vacation. Can run a few less times. Busy pumping. So that's it. Tao Z. No. Tao brother. Then you have to play well tonight and try to pass Jiang Tao deliberately looked embarrassed and sighed. I heard that the competition is quite fierce this time. It's really not good to get in. Time flies. Freshman year is always so boring, but with a little freshness. Things went according to Lin Nan's plan. After taking a class in the afternoon, I returned to my dorm and worked on getting ready for the live broadcast. And tonight's broadcast was leveled by the appearance of Roaring White. Adding to the fact that its appearance was already extremely similar to that of a roaring dog, it was even more realistic when it was bent over Lin Nan's side. For a while, the heat of the live broadcast grew more and more prevalent. The netizens' praises were endless, and the GIF animations were swiped non-stop. But even so, Lin Nan sensed that Wang Qingyu was somewhat out of shape. No need to guess. He was 80% worried about Zhang Tao's interview. Every now and then he would look at his watch and mutter something under his breath. And after the live broadcast ended, Wang Qingyu also finally waited for Zhang Tao to return to the dormitory. "Tao-chan, how's it going?" Zhang Tao had just stepped into the dormitory in front of him, and Wang Qingyu couldn't wait to ask about the results. "Water." Zhang Tao remained unhurried, faintly spitting out a word. Wang Qingyu was momentarily dumbfounded, but still drew a bottle of mineral water and thoughtfully unscrewed the cap and handed it to Zhang Tao. "But see Zhang Tao sell up." Wang Qingyu sighed and said, "Alas, now ask you also got not a result. Departmental interviews included. It is estimated to come out tomorrow, right?" Zhang Tao sniffed, but the corner of his mouth raised a mysterious smile and shook his head. "I've been interviewed and will start tomorrow." "Ha?" Wang Qingyu was instantly surprised. Lin Nan was also a little curious, and his eyes looked towards Zhang Tao. "So soon? What have you been doing?" "It's not much." Zhang Tao sipped his water and said lightly, "It's just doing 51-handed push-ups in one breath in front of the head of the sports department with all the vice departments." Wang Qingyu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but give a thumbs up with heartfelt emotion. "Holy bull! 50 more one-handed push-ups? I can't even hold the ground with one hand for 2 seconds." When the next morning rolled around, the freshmen assembled for their morning run, as was customary. However, this time, because he had a backer in the sports department, Wang Qingyu appeared to be quite confident. Even before the squares were standing, he shouted a report to Zhang Tao, who was standing outside the queue. Unsurprisingly, the two began a clumsy performance, and it was embarrassing to watch Lin Nan on their behalf. However, Wang Qingyu was soon allowed to return to his dormitory first. But the moment he opened the door to his dormitory, the scene that took place in the dormitory made his jaw drop. "I go to. What's going on? Nan, your dog killed himself." End of chapter. Chapter 86, Triple Pointed, Two-Edged Knife. "Nan, your dog is trying to kill himself." It jumped the shark. Wang Qingyu was surprised. The scene just now had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Wang Qingyu had just opened the dormitory door when he saw the fine dog standing on the parapet of the balcony, and it was still swaying slightly, looking like it was going to be blown down by the wind at any moment. Wang Qingyu looked and felt dangerous and couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat in his heart. Then he tried to walk over quietly and carry the fine dog down, but before he could make a move, the next second, he saw the fine dog make a leap and jump down the stairs. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu was instantly confused. "What the hell? First time I've seen a dog jump too. What on earth has it been stimulated by? Is it necessary to be so thoughtless? And their dormitory is on the 3rd floor. Jump from this height. Even a dog would have to be missing an arm or a leg." Thus, Wang Qingyu lost his voice and yelled a few times. There was a sudden realization of the silence around them. Only then did he remember that Lin Nan and the others were still running drills, and no one could hear them at all. Thus, Wang Qingyu took a tight step and ran to the balcony's railing, and worrying that if I look down I'll see this fine dog fall into a bloody mess. A few seconds passed before he finally mustered up the courage and peeked his head out with trepidation. However, when Wang Qingyu followed the height to the ground, he was surprised to find it should have been a free-fall landing spot, but that concrete floor was surprisingly empty. There was also no bloodstains to be seen at all. Wang Qingyu thought it was his eyes and rubbed them hard. It was only then that he confirmed the situation and couldn't help but voice out in surprise, "I go? Where's the dog?" And just then, a small sound came from downstairs, like the sound of a Baird water gun being fired. Baird. Hearing this sound, Wang Qingyu immediately followed the sound and looked for it. However, when he looked at what was below him, his mouth couldn't close. Just downstairs in the bushes was the very same fine dog that had jumped down the stairs, and at the moment, it was letting go with one hind leg crossed. "Ha!" Wang Qingyu froze. "What is this?" So Nan, the dog, jumped down from the 3rd floor unharmed, and ran leisurely to the bushes to pee. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu swallowed his saliva and said, "I blanch, it's simply divine. I just heard that cats can't die from jumping off buildings easily, so this dog can do it too? This is too mysterious. It can't really be a snarling dog, can it?" Just as Wang Qingyu was sighing, he saw that this fine dog had already solved the problem. It seems that this fine dog is in the Taoist temple and has a habit of going outdoors to go to the bathroom, and they had closed the door to the dormitory because they were out running drills before Hosokawa simply jumped down the stairs. It was also because of the lightning mark that Lin Nan had planted on it, causing it to grow rapidly. If it was yesterday's one look of breath, I'm afraid it would have fallen so far that I wouldn't be able to get up. After more than 10 hours of nourishing the thunder seal, The physical quality of this fine dog had improved extremely significantly. Even jumping from the height of the third floor, he was able to land easily as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the fine dog's pike-like head twitched its nose twice. It seemed to be screening to retrieve some kind of odor. After 2 sniffs, it quickly confirmed its target location and ran with a joyful leap. And Wang Chengyu, still grasping the railing, saw this fine dog like white lightning, quickly disappeared from view. Surveying the direction of its departure, Wang Chengyu said with a bad heart. Spinning around, he hurriedly left the dormitory. Hurriedly, he went to find Lin Nan and headed again in the direction of the morning running group. After Wang Chengyu left pretending to be sick, the queue also ran quickly. Before that, Jiang Tao also secretly asked Lin Nan if he wanted to take a piece of vacation too. Lin Nan, however, shook her head no. It was only because he was in the queue and found that the aura of heaven and earth in the early morning seemed to be more abundant than usual. It's no wonder that there are always grandparents in the park for morning exercise. It's not quite the same effect. Thus, between breaths, Lin Nan silently recited the heart technique of the 8-9 Xiangong in his mind. As the mind turns, the surrounding heaven and earth aura was also surging, more rapidly being absorbed into Lin Nan's body. It made Lin Nan's entire body feel refreshed and revitalized. Plus, he had only been to the Taoist temple on the mountain yesterday and had absorbed quite a bit of aura. These auras flowed ceaselessly in the body, constantly opening up and strengthening the meridians and muscles. Therefore, right now, Lin Nanichi wanted to run a few laps to vent his energy. Secondly, I wanted to take a quiz to see if my current fitness has changed. As the morning running line begins to run, in the midst of running, experiencing the transformation in my body, it was really quite noticeable. After running around the school, there was surprisingly little fatigue, not even a breath of air. It seemed that this amount of exercise was nowhere near enough to make one feel tired. Just as Lin Nan was feeling elated by the changes in himself, his mind suddenly flickered and sensed a hint of something strange. Lin Nan froze, and before he could think about it more, he heard the sound of a fine dog barking from the rear. Woof! As the barking sounded, Lin Nan looked back. He found that it was none other than the fine dog Roaring White that he had brought back, which was running fast in the middle of the road. Its figure was like a curved bow, and its leaping run was surprisingly fast. And with this fine dog's move, a number of students around the area are still in the middle of the queue. Through the corner of their eyes, they all vaguely saw a white lightning flash from the center of the road. Only after a closer look did they follow the line of sight. Where's the pure white lightning? It was clearly a white dog with a bow-like stance. At the same time, there were students who marveled at the dog's appearance and started rushing to talk about it. You guys, look, where did this dog come from? It looks so special. Why is it so thin and skinny? Yeah, never seen a dog that looks like this. It looks skinny, but it's a really fast runner. At this moment, a sharp-eyed student recognized the breed and said, this seems to be a fine dog. It's not cheap. Along with the murmuring voices of the crowd, they all wanted to see where this fine dog was going. Right in front of everyone's eyes, this fine dog ran straight to Lin Nan and wagged its tail cheerfully. Seeing this, the surrounding students also looked over. Lin Nan, this dog seems to come to you? Looking at the cheerful Roaring White beside him, Lin Nan stroked the fine dog's head. Thinking about the incense money he donated to the Taoist temple yesterday, he opened his mouth. Well, is kind of what I bought. When he said that, he tried to communicate with his mind and whispered, be good and finish running with me. And right under the gaze of the surrounding students, they only saw that this fine dog really seemed to understand. After barking twice, it followed Lin Nan's side and began to run with the queue. The students were all a bit surprised and had a surprised look on their faces. Good lord, is this hanging on to a pet to follow? How come it looks like it understands? It's too spiritual too, isn't it? Don't say. This dog looks quite handsome, and I always feel that I have seen it somewhere. Right, in the cartoon, our Langshan's roaring dog. It seems to look like this, and this fine dog pressed the pace to meet the speed of the queue. The journey didn't look like a run, it looked like a bounce forward, just under the frequent sideways glances of the students. They also finally finished 3 laps around the school, and after returning to the initial positions of the classes, Lin Nan shot a glance, only to see Wang Qingyu's panting appearance. He was talking to Jiang Tao about something. Seeing them return, the other party also hurried towards Lin Nan. Fatty, why are you back? Phew. Wang Qingyu pinched his waist and gasped for breath, and after seeing the fine dog staying obediently by Lin Nan's side, he breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to Lin Nan. Brother Nan, this dog of yours is a bit of a god. I just went back to the dormitory and saw it jump down from the 3rd floor balcony with my own eyes. Then it disappeared. I was afraid it was lost and guessed it might be coming over to you, which is why I chased after it. Wang Qingyu's voice also reached the ears of the surrounding students. They couldn't help but be even more surprised when they heard that this fine dog by Lin Nan's side had jumped down from the third floor. But looking at its appearance, there was not the slightest abnormality. It's really a bit of a stretch. Lin Nan, on the other hand, sniffed in his heart. It was thought that the thunder seal planted in this fine dog's body was stimulating its physical potential. No harm done. It's in better shape. Go back. Immediately, with Lin Nan taking the lead, the three of them prepared to head back. Jiang Tao held the book in his hand and spoke to Wang Qingyu. By the way, Fatty, I'll tell you the bad news. Our supervisory squads are rotating. I have to see another class tomorrow, so you'll have to wait a few days before you try to get me off again. Ha! Wang Qingyu was dumbfounded, as if the sky was about to collapse in an instant. Don't panic. Didn't you escape once today? Under Jiang Tao's comforting voice, Wang Qingyu recalled all the things that had happened in the past. He was worried about losing the fine dog, but he turned back from the dormitory in a 100-meter sprint. Then he saw that this fine dog was following Lin Nan obediently, and felt a loss of blood. Crying, he said, "But I'm today, and it's not much easier Given what happened in the morning, Lin Nan and the others didn't put Roaring White in the dormitory anymore. I'm also afraid that this fine dog, who jumps down from the third floor for some reason, will scare the other students, so let it roam free outside during the day." Unbeknownst to me, there is an upside to doing this. That is, there are many college students on this campus who will actively feed food to Roaring White. The school was a much more nourishing place than the clean, watery life in the Taoist temple. Basically 5 grilled sausages a day to start, and all freshly baked. And asthmatic White also especially loved to hang around downstairs in the girls' dormitory. What eggs, buns? Female college students are variations of feeding. Despite the fine dog's thin build, the Roaring White has a surprisingly large appetite. It was good that with the Thunder Seal's inspiration, its size change didn't come as fast as its growth. At this moment, just as several female college students gathered around and reached out to touch Roaring White, shhhhhhh. Suddenly, there was a loud whistle. This fine dog had been lying cozily on the ground, and at the sound of the sound he jumped up violently. It seemed to run like lightning towards the place where the sound came from, and the one who blew the whistle was naturally Lin Nan, dressed in a military uniform and hunting clothes. After seeing the fine dog running, Lin Nan said with a light smile at the corner of his mouth, "Go, accompany me to fetch the knife." End of chapter. Chapter 87, Weird Bruises. Under the watchful eyes of a group of female college students around them, Lin Nan called Roaring White over with a whistle and led it away with him. The destination was soon reached, to the express post on campus. It was when I received word that the tri-pointed, two-edged knife that I had previously custom-built online had arrived. Searching according to the number, Lin Nan saw the target at the corresponding shelf at a glance. It was the rectangular object, fully a man tall, standing straight out of the way. It looks quite eye-catching. That's why many students who came and went to pick up the delivery were curious about it. Immediately afterward, Lin Nan took this express delivery into his hands. As this three-pointed, two-edged blade is made of steel, it is really light in weight. The courier is still wrapped in a paper shell on the outside, and it's not easy to walk with. What's more, by getting the stuff out of here now, you can also test it out as soon as possible to see if you can reach the place suggestion. So Lin Nan didn't wait to go back to the dormitory, and directly moved at the express post. Baird. With the sound of a paper casing being unwrapped came the sound of a paper casing being unwrapped. What's going on inside is also becoming apparent. From among the torn gaps, a gust of cold aura reflected under the sunlight. Just seeing a corner of it, Lin Nan felt something. This tri-pointed, two-edged blade is built entirely on its own terms, and it's the real deal. Therefore, the results presented are perhaps even better than one could have imagined. Unpacked the delivery completely, took the long-handled, three-pointed, two-bladed knife here and there and held it in his hand. The full extent of this blade was suddenly revealed. According to the material Lin Nan had searched for, this knife was a double-edged blade with a sword-like blade pressed into the long handle. The part of the blade is much wider than an unusual sword and is pointed and wide at the front, giving it a three-forked shape, and the blade is 75 centimeters long, plus the length of the handle. The three-pointed, two-edged blade is about 2.5 meters long and weighs about 9 kilograms, despite the weight of the knife. But right now, after practicing the 8-9 Xian Gong, under the tempering of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Lin Nan's body had changed a lot. Therefore, even if you hold it in your hand, you won't feel the slightest bit heavy, and even swing it up very easily. Extraordinarily handy. Huff, puff, puff. Lin Nan gripped the three-pointed, two-bladed sword and waved it in front of his body a few times. The sound of the blade breaking through the air haunted in his ears. After briefly familiarizing himself with the feel of the hand, Lin Nan felt a wave of relief. After all, what boy didn't have that dream when he was a kid? The youth is empty of chivalry. Having a single medium straight branch can cut over an entire field of canola. And now that Lin Nan was holding such a realistic divine weapon, his heart naturally sighed with emotion. Again, he brought his hand to the near side of the blade and fumbled with it. It's not exactly a blowout at the edge. Quite the contrary. Lin Nan did not show any injuries on his hand even after a gentle stroke along the blade. Admittedly, the blade, while genuine, was not open. You can buy or customize this cold weapon online for the most part. There are also many stores selling swords. It's just that, according to the rules, none of them can be opened. Nonetheless, after holding this three-pointed, two-bladed sword in his hands, the Lin Nan at this moment added a few more points of aura. Obviously, this play Erlangzhenjuan. Indeed, holding the three-pointed two-edged sword is more realistic, but also really can reflect the identity of the excellent weapon. Lin Nan's current situation was really like this: a slingshot crescent-like on his waist and a three-pointed, two-bladed gun in his hand, plus a military uniform that was hunting with the wind. Such a scene instantly attracted a large crowd of students. Holy, this is Erlang God Yang Jian? Is that a new cos? It looks too realistic too. How come I don't seem to have seen this version of Yang Jian before? Which movie or TV show is it from? At once, a student sensed something strange. The dress and clothing on Lin Nan's body were extraordinarily elaborate. All of them are built according to the image in the Xianban iconography. Therefore, it is just like to call it the closest image of Erlangzhenjuan, which is completely different from the one in the movie and TV drama. So a student reacted and spoke up at once. No, it doesn't look like any movie or television to me. I feel like this image is just like the real Erlangzhenjuan. And you see, the white fine dog that follows this around. Isn't that the snarling dog that follows Erlangzhen around and is inseparable? Along with the murmuring voices of the students around them, Lin Nan was waiting quietly. I ended up waiting for a few minutes, but was slow to hear any movement. Nothing else. Lin Nan was naturally waiting for the hint that the suggestion had been reached. However, the current situation does not seem to be conducive to such a proposal. How can you get this three-pointed, two-bladed sword and not count it as a success? What went wrong? The appearance of this blade is already built to the prototype. Lin Nan was flooded with doubts in his heart and couldn't help but murmur, simply pulling up this relevant piece of advice that had been included and scrutinizing it. Inclusion advice: building a triple-pointed, two-edged knife, cast with the blood of the three-headed Zhao's essence, supplemented with thunder-hardened blade. Completion rewards 5% play completion degree. Examining the details of the suggestion, Lin Nan pondered in his mind and his brows furrowed. Three-headed Zhao essence blood, thunder-hardened blade? Lin Nan clearly remembered the legendary allusion to this three-pointed, two-edged sword. It was evolved from the blood and flesh of the three evil scaly skulls and was quenched by the thunder ancestor who sent down divine thunder to quench this blade. According to this, could it be that in order to reach this suggestion, one would really have to go to some three-headed evil scow? Does this creature, which only exists in legends, really exist? And even if it existed, where would one find it? Lin Nan mulled it over in his mind and could never come up with a solution. With a helpless sigh, he planned to shelve that suggestion for now, thinking that since the current suggestion was a bit difficult to realize, it might be a good idea to cultivate the 8-9 metaphysical techniques first. Just after this thought came out in his lifetime, Lin Nan's mind conjured up that mountain forest. According to his own speculation, the heaven and earth aura of that nature reserve would definitely be quite abundant. At the same time, Lin Nan turned his sight to Roaring White at his side. Fine dogs like him are all hounds by nature. Previously this fine dog was unable to carry the Tengu bloodline because it was too abundant, so Sickly stayed in the Taoist temple, and there was still nothing to do. But right now, after the excitement of the Thunder Seal, this fine dog had become more and more active. The nature of the body belonging to the Tengu is also gradually being awakened. From its action of leaping down from the third-floor balcony, it can be seen that the needs of the snarling white, as if some of the activities are not open, and letting it stay on campus all day more or less inhibits the nature. He was planning a trip to the mountains himself anyway, so he might as well bring it along, just in time for it to let loose in the mountains. Thinking of this, Lin Nan made up his mind in his mind. Spinning his mind, he murmured towards Roaring White, "Want to go out and have some fun? Take you to see a new friend." Black Deer, as a reserved divine beast, belongs to the same origin as Roaring White and deserves to play up. And as Lin Nan's words rang out, the fine dog was instantly delighted, his tail wagging. In the meantime, Smoky Sea City, police station. In the conference room, a group of police officers were seated around a conference table. Liang Yuzhu, the head of the criminal investigation team, was reporting to Bureau Chief Zhang about some recent developments. Right now, it just happens to be talking about the poaching case that was so egregious in nature. Due to the 3 poaching thieves from earlier, all of them had suffered some injuries. There was also a poacher who appeared to have been electrocuted and was the most seriously injured. It was also only after these 2 days had passed and the state of affairs had improved somewhat that they completely finished their confessions. Director Zhang. This is the result of the interrogation of that group of poachers, Lian Yuzhu said, handing over the pile of transcripts in her hand. After Director Zhang took it and flipped through 2 pages, his expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed, seemingly somewhat unable to read the contents of this transcript. Director Zhang confirmed. Is that what they said? Ran into the mountain god and got his ride? As Secretary Matthew Chung said, the transcripts of these 3 poachers show exactly what happened that day. The word was that they had encountered the mountain god, and that mountain god rode a black divine deer and cleaned them up in 3 or 2 strokes. Even with a powerful crossbow and shotgun in hand, they are defenseless. That's right. Lian Yuzhu nodded and explained. And the so-called mountain god and black deer of these 3 poaching thieves do exist. It's the Lin Nan I mentioned to you earlier, an anchor who plays a god. A brief description of the situation. Immediately afterward, Lian Yuzhu reminded the secretary to look over the transcript of the confession made by the name Zhao Damao. Chief, take another look at this. From what he confessed, I think their purpose of going up the mountain is a little fishy. Director Zhang whirled around to check it out and found that this Zhao Damao's statement was not far off from the rest of the 2. Only, the remaining 2 confessed to encounters with mountain gods, being hit by black sacred deer, and so on. And this Zhao Damao, the confession is even more mysterious. Surprisingly, he claimed that he was struck by the lightning released by the black deer and that's how he suffered the electrical injuries. Director Zhang was silent for a moment, and only after a long time did he speak. This Zhao Damao is the one who was injured the most, and the traces of electric shock on his body. Have you found out the cause? What exactly caused it? Not yet, Lian Yuzhu reported, but according to the judgment given by the doctor, in the mountain and forest environment at that time, the possibility of coming into contact with high-voltage power lines did not exist at all. The electric shock wounds on this Zhao Damao's body are obvious. The skin and flesh have been electrocuted with charred lines, and it doesn't look like the effect that an ordinary electric shocker can achieve. Speaking here, Lian Yuzhu paused slightly, also cannot help but feel that the electric shock injuries on this person's body are a bit strange. So he spoke. Zhang Bureau, I think that the injuries on this Zhao Damao's body are more like those caused by naturally occurring lightning. But analyzing the timeline, we were already forming a perimeter in close proximity, but squelched to hear any thunder. Speaking of this, Lian Yuzhu fell into a short memory. She was incredibly certain that no man-made weapon capable of causing lightning strikes existed on the scene at the time. Even at that time the only thing that could have something to do with lightning, it's also just that god played by Lin Nan. It seems to be the Thunder Father? Lian Yuzhu muttered. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Thunderbolt? Jiro enters the mountain. As per the site survey at the time, the only thing that could be associated with thunder and lightning was Lin Nan's role as a god. But what direct connection could there be between this and the electric shock injury on Zhao Damao's body? Lian Yuzhu under the rummage of thoughts, but also never came up with an idea. It couldn't be that Lin Nan was really a god and could discharge electricity, could it? But by using the word thunder and lightning, Lian Yuzhu returned her attention back to their purpose. Spinning around, he reported to the director, Bureau Chief Zhang. This statement also mentions the purpose of their entry into the mountains, and it involves another case. It's that human trafficking case that happened the other day, and the reason why this group of poaching thieves went into the mountains has some connection to that case. There is a connection? Bureau Zhang frowned, naturally assuming that it was the 2 groups of criminals who had people who knew each other, and spoke. The networks of these 2 groups of criminals. There is a crossover? However, Lian Yuzhu was slowly shaking her head. It's not the relationships, but the 2 thunderbolts that came down from the sky the day of the human trafficking case. Seeing that Zhang Bureau was even more confused, Lian Yuzhu whirled and explained. They mouthed that they want to go into the mountains to look for what is a giant snake that crosses the thunder tribulation. It is also claimed that someone is behind a great deal of money, and that the other party promises to pay them a handsome sum if they can find the giant snake. Thunderbolt? Nonsense. Director Zhang jawed and continued to ask, behind the promise to provide funds, who is it? We've investigated along this line, but the gold master behind this is quite secretive, leaving no valuable clues, and we're still investigating further. With the contents of the poacher's confession reported and the investigation told clearly, Director Zhang was silent for a few seconds, but it's also seen a lot. After all, experienced a variety of cases. What kind of criminal motives? There was an arsonist before who went around burning people and talking about making some kind of elixir. With a positive expression on his face, Director Zhang spoke. Comrades, the impact caused by this poaching case is quite bad. There is also a ranger who was injured in the line of duty and his family is waiting for a statement. It is imperative that the investigation is carried out as soon as possible and the situation is made public. Yes. With the room, the officers responded in unison. The meeting was adjourned without further ado. Lian Yuzhu had organized the transcript and was heading out of the conference room. Just then, a few murmurs from the officers beside her reached her ears. Ever notice how the chief is suddenly so focused on that poaching case today? Well, heard that there is an entrepreneur in the city. After learning about the shooting of the ranger, not only donated money to the injured, but also took the initiative to set up a foundation to strengthen the staff formation of the ranger. The city leaders take these donations quite seriously, so naturally they are putting pressure on us to find out about this case as soon as possible. The two officers whispered and gradually walked away as well. And along with the murmurs of the two officers, Lian Yuzhu couldn't help but stare. Buzz. Just then, her cell phone rang with a vibrating sound. Pulling out my cell phone, I saw that it was a news story pushed by a local media outlet, and a striking headline caught the eye. This operation of the city's well-known entrepreneurs has completely changed the forest protection work. When I saw the headline, it was obviously related to what had just happened. Lian Yuzhu then clicked in and checked up on the news content. This seemingly critical headline is a different story when clicked on. Mr. Feng Wanhao, a well-known and outstanding entrepreneur in our city, set up a foundation today and took the initiative to donate to the city's forest protection work, and let its security company employees as temporary volunteers actively participate in the forest protection work to solve the urgent problem, is the city's excellent model. This story, published with the sponsorship of Marriott. Seeing the content on this piece of news, Lian Yuzhu's brows frowned slightly. There seemed to be something in the back of his mind. A flash of light. Ranger's duty room. Smoky Sea City natural scenic area. At this time, the ranger Xiao Ma is looking at the master's photo to be dumbfounded. He had also just returned from the hospital not long ago, and due to the master Lao Yan's leg injury, there is shrapnel embedded in the leg. After the current surgery to remove it, it will take some time to recuperate. But this work of forest protection needs to unfold daily. Xiao Ma then returned to work as soon as possible under the instructions of Lao Yan. This duty room was originally him and the master. Now, however, he was the only one left, which inevitably seemed a bit empty. Under this atmosphere of loneliness, Pony also harbored worries and missed his master more and more. Now that it was time for the normal time of forest patrol, Pony set the photo of the master and disciple back in place. Firmly. Don't worry, master. I'll make sure to keep an eye on our forest. Immediately, he put on his equipment and prepared to move. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the duty room. The pony sniffed, feeling a little strange, wondering who could be visiting this mountain. Who is it? He voiced an inquiry toward the door. However, no one spoke at the door. The only thing that responded to him was the continuous knocking. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ma could only go forward to open the door in bewilderment. When the door to the room slowly opened, he saw nearly a dozen people standing outside. They were wearing uniforms, and one by one, they crossed their arms in front of them, their backs straight, and everyone looks quite fit. You guys are? Pony wondered, and one of the burly men opened his mouth to respond. We are Marriott volunteers here to help with the ranger work. Hearing this, the pony remembered. I did get a notice earlier that some helpers would be coming to assist with my own ranger work. Is that the so-called assistant at the door? Thinking about this, Pony felt relieved when he looked at the group of strong men in front of him again. Ah, you guys are just volunteers here to help. Immediately afterward, he was a little agitated. After all, ever since he became a forest ranger, he had been studying under a master and had never brought up a junior. Now it's good that there are so many assistants in one breath. Immediately, the pony laughed and took out some of his senior's posture and said, Good wow. Then from today onwards, you guys will be responsible for assisting me in patrolling the forest well. But be sure to remember one thing, all actions are at my command. As Xiao Ma's words fell, these strong men did not respond, but only nodded silently. He, that's good. The pony didn't ask for too much, and after looking at the time, he couldn't afford any more delays, so he hurriedly said, since everyone agrees, let's set off immediately. With that, he was ready to head for the woods. As a result, just before taking 2 steps, the little horse seemed to think of something, paused and said, By the way, before taking you into the forest, I still have to instruct you a few words. First and foremost, the most important thing is the fire, which should never be brought up the mountain. As he spoke, the pony led them towards the forest. These few strong men following behind the pony exchanged glances with each other, and began to look around into the forest. It seems that they came here with some other purpose in mind. I go? How dare you come here? Anchor? Last time we just ran into a group of poachers here. I still think about it with fear. How dangerous. At this time, the netizens were swiping pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Lin Nan also acted as if he was in the guise of Erlang Jinjuan, leading Roaring White all the way towards the natural scenic area. Earlier, he had made up his mind that he wanted to come to this mountain forest to see if the aura was abundant and to cultivate a bit. On this trip over, Lin Nan was fully equipped, dressed in military garb over fairy armor. He carries a crescent moon slingshot at his waist. In his hand he also carried a three-pointed, two-edged knife. It was rather like going on a hunting trip, and drew a lot of teasing from the audience. You don't have to tell me. The anchor brought such a complete set of things. It really looks like he's going hunting. Holy, the anchor can't really be thinking this. Can he? Anchor? That's not a good idea to have. As the pop-ups rolled in the live stream, as he watched, he got closer and closer to the forest. The lush green not far away getting deeper and deeper. Lin Nan also clearly sensed that the heaven and earth aura in this surroundings was rapidly surging towards him. One's judgment was right. Being in the middle of the mountains and forests, this heaven and earth aura was really abundant. Even between a breath and an inhalation, there was a clear difference from before. And, under the flow of these auras, his own body was changing. Realizing this, Lin Nan felt a wave of mental relief. The trip wasn't in vain at least. And just as it was approaching the mountain forest, the Roaring White that was originally running wild with joy on the side suddenly showed something different. It only froze for a moment, and then just settled in place, perking up its ears to listen carefully. Soon, Roaring White focused his attention and locked it in the middle of the mountain forest in front of him. Ho woo! Roaring White's eyes locked on the front of the jungle, and his body tensed and arched. His front body bent down in a manner that made it look like he was about to attack at any moment. Seeing how strange Roaring White's reaction was, the audience in the live broadcast room froze and talked in the broadcast room. What's wrong with it? Why are you suddenly standing still and not moving places? Look at the firmness of his steps, as if he couldn't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. Hiss. But how do I get the feeling that it's jealous of something? And clearly made a stance to attack, as if there was some kind of danger in the bushes in front of them. With this comment, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded at once. Is it hard to meet a beast? I blanch. It's not another gang of poachers, is it? Hiss. I've heard that a dog's eyes can see things that a human can't. For a while, the netizens' speculations gradually became outrageous. Lin Nan, however, had a calm demeanor, and even had a smile on his face, because he knew very well in his heart what exactly existed in the middle of this jungle. Baird, with a subtle sound of intertwining thunder and lightning ringing in his ears. Only a subtle sound of leaves rubbing together was heard in the middle of the jungle. Immediately, a robust black shadow, under the gaze of many netizens, steeply scurried out of the forest. End of chapter. Chapter 89, The Divine Beast Controversy. With the sound of rattling coming from the jungle in front of them, a pitch-black figure fiercely scurried out. Swish! The figure's swift movements induced a blistering wind that caught a few leaves and scattered them. Immediately, the figure presented its full appearance. Its lanky form stood proudly before the trees, and a pair of thunderous antlers topped its head. Every move is majestic, like the king of the jungle. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was distantly opposite to him, and under the intersection of his eyes, he clearly perceived the other party's jubilation. There is no doubt that this is the Black Deer gens. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room also saw this scene. The original worry and anxiety disappeared, but a sense of security arose. Have commented on the live broadcast room. I'll be damned. I thought I was in some kind of danger, but it's that black deer. Is this it's rushing over to meet the anchor because it knows it's here? Good man. Looks like the black buck is doing well in the woods. Have you noticed? It looks like it's gotten a whole lot bigger. No, it's not the body type that's fat. It's the fact that his limbs are noticeably thicker than last time. Apparently, the ancient bloodline within Black Deer Schwanz's body grew thicker and thicker under the excitement of the Thunder Seal. The shapes of the limbs were also gradually converging towards the appearance of an ink unicorn. But that wasn't all. Right after the black deer scurried out, it locked its sight on Lin Nan, seemingly wanting to show off something to Lin Nan. He then tilted his head and let out an ethereal deer call. Soon, sizzling noises once again came from the surrounding grass, appearing on all sides of Lin Nan in close proximity. In such a situation, if a person does not know the original story, it is inevitable that he will be frightened to the core. Lin Nan, on the other hand, could clearly perceive the somewhat childlike bragging mentality of Black Deer, so he held the tri-tip in his hand, pinned the end of it to the ground, and waited quietly, at the same time, surveying the surrounding grass. There was some curiosity in his mind. Just under Lin Nan's gaze, there was soon movement in these bushes, but there was nothing rare or strange, just one furry head after another, peeking out of the bushes. Lin Nan recognized the class of these animals from the features of their heads: foxes, hares, badgers, civets, It was clearly a group of wild animals in the middle of the jungle, and at the moment, one by one, they were poking their heads out, curiously surveying themselves. Seeing this, and combining it with the black deer's freckled cries, Lin Nan was also clear about the situation at hand. Are these all new partners you've made? As Lin Nan's voice rang out, the black deer instantly leaped and responded with a grunt. And, under its bark, these animals that emerged from the forest also poked their way behind the black deer. It was a case of follow and obey. For a while, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded at once. What's the case? Did this black deer not collect a bunch of minions in the jungle? Good lord, I only thought this black deer was doing well, but he's become a boss. Look at this. Every move is accompanied by an animal. This is the living king of the jungle. Under the stunned voices of a crowd of viewers, there was even a clear-thinking water user who swiped up a pop-up screen and said, "Wait, if this black deer is the king of the jungle, what does that anchor count as? You know, this black deer can obviously listen to the anchor. According to this calculation, the anchor is not the king of kings?" As this viewpoint appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh and snicker. What a king of kings! Congratulations to the anchor for unlocking a new nickname. No wonder this fine dog likes the anchor so much. After all, there's no dog that can resist the lure of the king of kings. It's right. It's all right this time. However, at this moment, Lin Nan didn't have time to pay attention to what the netizens were saying. It was only because he saw that the black deer was happily about to move its feet and come towards him. But at that moment, a loud and clear barking sound suddenly rang out. Woof woof. Lin Nan looked towards the sound, and undoubtedly, it was Roaring White who was making a gurgling barking sound towards Xian Su, and it was only then that the netizens realized the strange movement of Roaring White. Only its body was slightly bent over, its front paws propped up on the ground, and its tail was antenna-like and erect. This acted as if he was ready to hunt, as if he might rush out at any moment. And under this barking and forcing of Roaring White, these small animals that followed behind the black deer also revealed a timid look. And when Black Deer Schwanza saw this, he seemed to sense that his little brothers were being bullied. At once, he stamped his front hooves forward. A crisp sound rang out, and the force splashed up a few gravel, making a demonstrative move towards Roaring White. Woof woof! And Roaring White even bared his teeth, his body storing up its strength, ready to strike. In a flash, one black and one white, the two were facing each other, rather incompatible. On the side, Lin Nan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Before coming here himself, he had fantasized about what might happen when the two met. The situation at hand was expected. After all, just because both are close to one's heart doesn't mean they are instantly recognizable. What's more, on their bodies, they were planted with the returning spring thunder seal, stimulating the bloodline of the ancient divine beast at all times. So much so that the purity of its bloodline is undoubtedly the only one left in the world. The Karen and the Tengu, both were once divine beasts of great renown. Now that the descendants with their bloodline are meeting here for the first time, they are bound to cut a deal. Of course, one crucial factor cannot be ruled out in creating the situation at hand. That's what Roaring White's nature as a hound makes it. If he only saw Xianzhe, it was fine, but now he saw so many small furry animals gathered behind Xianzhe. Roaring White's nature was aroused, and now it was even more foolish, wanting to bite the necks of several hares and carry them to Lin Nan's feet. But the black deer obviously also perceived the intentions of the Roaring White. Naturally will not let it act. There is also some intention to find a face for these juniors, to prove their own status. As he watched, the two took their stances and were ready to fight at any time. But Lin Nan did not stop them at the first opportunity, as he was sure of controlling the situation. This was a rare opportunity. Both had their bloodline stimulated by the Thunder Seal, so it would be a good idea to let these two divine beast reserves spread their wings. In the meantime, it is good to have a sparring match and test each other's growth. Woof! As Lin Nan's mind moved, he heard a clear barking sound resonating from the front. Roaring White's figure leaped, like a stringed arrow, and violently rushed up, and the small animal behind Xian Su, which should have been naturally fearful of this hound, stood at the back of the black deer, but froze without moving half a bit. There was no intention of fleeing, as if his feet had taken root. Immediately after, just as Roaring White scurried forward, this black deer also stepped forward. Its pace was calm and steady, vaguely carrying the wind of a king. Not panicking about Roaring White's onslaught, he just majestically watched Roaring White's every move, ready to react at a moment's notice. And there is quite a difference in size between the two. To Roaring White, a fine dog, Black Deer Schwanza's burly physique was like a small mountain. But even so, Roaring White didn't see any cowardice as he flew closer towards Xian Su. In a flash of lightning, it had arrived in front of Xian Su's close proximity. Oh yo! Seeing this, Schwanza raised the deer's feet high with a long roar, and then made a move to step on it. and Roaring White's small size highlighted the advantage at this moment. The movement was extremely swift, and under Xiansu's trampling, it changed direction like lightning, quickly dodging to Xiansu's side, a dog and a deer, in front of the beginning of a bout of exchanges. Despite the size difference between the two sides is quite large, but each other have their own attack, but also each advantage, actually let the battlefield changes oddly. It was a dazzling moment and the audience was in awe. Oh my, aren't these two the anchor's pets? Why are they fighting? Not to mention, their twists and maneuvers are pretty exciting. It's just too fast for the eyes to follow. But, this is more or less damage if we let them fight any longer, right? And the anchor doesn't care? Along with the chatter in the live broadcast, Lin Nan observed the tangle between the two and found some clues. He realized that even though the thunder seal planted in Roaring White's body was not as good as Xiansu in terms of time, he rarely lost out during the confrontation between the two. The reason for this must be the different physiques inspired by the thunder seal. Roaring White's bloodline was a few points closer than Xiansu's. After all, in terms of appearance, Roaring White's resemblance to the divine beast Roaring Dog would be 70% to 80%, but there were still some gaps before Black Deer could completely stimulate its bloodline and become an inked Qilin. The way it looks, maybe the speed of the two will even reverse. Baird. Just as Lin Nan was pondering, he heard a faint sound of thunder and lightning ringing in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Nan's heart tightened and he immediately looked at Black Deer Xuanzi, only to see it seems to be in the process of entanglement. The body bloodline potential was inspired. Even with the last general, the pair of narrow antlers, vaguely flooded with lightning, a look to invoke the thunder. Seeing such a dangerous move, Lin Nan immediately intended to call a halt. However, when the line of sight turned to Roaring White, the next scene he saw caused Lin Nan to be slightly stunned once again. Woof! With a loud and clear barking sound, Roaring White even took the initiative to meet the Black Deer's two horns, not fearing the power of the thunder on it in the slightest, and with his mouth wide open, trying to swallow something. And this scene was just like the statue of a Tengu swallowing the moon enshrined in the Taoist temple side hall. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan's scalp was also numb. After all, it was still live. If this situation was broadcasted, I'm afraid it would not be easy to deal with. So the mind stopped in time. Stop. This is the end of the day. You two masters and brothers will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, Xianzhe grunted indignantly and arrogantly tilted his head, not looking at Roaring White. Roaring White, on the other hand, also whimpered twice before returning to Lin Nan's side in a well-behaved manner. You two are considered to know each other. Xuanzi, you are the eldest senior brother, and this is even more your territory. Be generous, and even more so, do your duty as a landlord. Lin Nan soothed him for a while longer, glancing in the direction of the mountain forest and feeling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth converging within his body. You're more familiar with this place. Take us in to have some fun. Xiansu sniffed and let out a joyful deer call, even more showing off, glancing at Roaring White, signaling it to keep up well and not get lost, then turning around and stepping into the jungle to lead the way. The group of forest animals also seemed to follow the group, curiously hopping around Lin Nan. It's kinda like the King of Kings. End of chapter. Chapter 90, White Bones. Divine beasts go to battle. What I have just told you are all areas that need more care. You guys have to pay attention. Don't get sloppy, haha. In the middle of the jungle, Pony was patrolling the forest with a group of assistants. As he walked, he told them about the various do's and don'ts. The response given to the ponies by these burly men who accompanied them was never very positive. Most of them are just a couple of ahs and casual responses. However, they did pay quite a bit of attention to the patrol, and had been glancing around towards the mountains. Sometimes they even run in front of the pony to check out the situation. The pony couldn't stop sighing and shaking his head at the sight. Just think of it as these volunteers, with their relatively wooden personalities, just as well. There's no one to pick from now anyway. It's nice to have these people to help patrol the mountains. With this thought in mind, the pony also felt a sudden sense of relief when he lowered his demands. Looking at the magnitude of a burly man's frame in front of him, Pony stepped forward and squeezed the burly man's arm. It felt exactly as I expected. Very muscular. Ooh, practiced? The questioned burly man froze and frowned at the pony. For his part, the pony hemmed and hawed, as if he had thought of something. Continuing to lead the way in front, he said in a joking manner, even if you guys practiced your arms to be thicker, it's not next to the purpose of entering the mountain. With Pony's remark, the rest of the burly men also turned their heads. All of them landed their eyes on the ponies in front of them, their gazes slightly bizarre. It was the word purpose that seemed to strike a nerve with them. The men said nothing, exchanging glances with each other. There is already a person, quietly put his hand into the backpack among, and Pony was oblivious to this. After all, they were college students who hadn't graduated long ago, and to think that this group of burly men, is a group of volunteers sent by a security company, still pointing fingers at them as seniors. It never occurred to him that he himself was in the middle of the jungle with a dozen or so strange, strong men. The other side was so outnumbered that they could easily make him stay in this forest forever. His lack of social experience allowed him to fall prey at all times. Just then, for example, a burly man who had slipped his hand into his backpack, fumbling for something in it, had come up behind the pony. The pony, still unaware, staggered. TSK, it's useless. This carrying out of ranger patrols is mainly based on legs, with a strong upper body alone. Wouldn't that make you a monkey tugging on vines in the woods? Oh, as these words of ponies fell, the several strong men present were slightly stunned, and the one that was approaching pony even froze in his movements. The hand that was about to be drawn from the bag retracted stiffly. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoma previously spoke of these. The master Lao Yan hate to get him dead. I never thought that today. This damn sneer would save my life. In the midst of what he thought was humor, the pony seemed to think of something and slowly turned back around. That's when he saw these volunteers behind him, each with a strange expression and a somewhat rigid figure. He first froze, then assumed it was because they were tired of walking, so he followed the tone of his master, Old Yen, and opened his mouth. What? Are you tired of walking just this far? Work harder. The forest may be big, but sooner or later it's going to be patrolled. With that said, the pony looked up at the sky. Also, try to hurry up. The forecast is calling for rain today. When the words fell, they were as good as a crow's beak, so it could be said that the words followed the law. Only dark clouds gradually piled up in the sky, and the sky was overcast. The sound of thunder was even louder in the distance. A rainfall was about to fall between the mountains and the forests, and just beneath the thunder, these strong men who followed the ponies all raised their eyes toward the sky. Eyes were exchanged, obviously waiting for something. On the other side of the jungle, Lin Nan was roaming around recklessly with Xianzhe and a bunch of animals. And, long after stepping into the jungle, Lin Nan then rode on its back at Xianzhe's initiative. Beside him was Roaring White, a fine dog that was gradually letting go of its natural instincts as it entered the mountains, and from the emotions it sensed, it was also clearly having a good time. It's always much better than being in school, and Lin Nan himself was not idle, still cultivating the 8-9 Xian Gong. The mind silently recited the spell, and the body continuously absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth aura. In a state of superior jungle environment and abundant aura, Lin Nan was able to visibly notice that his own meridians were being widened and his physical qualities were changing rapidly. And these auras that were absorbed into the body gradually converged into the Qi Sea, hiddenly hovering and gathering in the Sea of Qi. It seemed to be converging on something. This had not escaped Lin Nan's attention since. Thinking about this 8-9 Xian Gong, it is the Gongfu practiced by Yang Jian, the Erlang god. And once the 9 revolutions of the Gong method are completed, reaching the realm of realization, one can condense the golden pill to achieve the great Tao, can become a saint in the flesh and be proud of it. It was just that Lin Nan was also fumbling with his cultivation, and there was no one beside him who could guide him. This was all still an unknown amount of time away from the so-called condensation of the Golden Dan, not to mention the 9 turns of the law. Rumble. Just then, there were a few thunderclaps in the distant sky. With a cool breeze blowing through, Lin Nan sensed that the surrounding aura was cold and wet. It looked like it was going to rain. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room heard the muffled thunder. However, they were subconsciously thinking of other things, and were swiping away. Ooh, what's this? Thunder again? That's right. Remember when Anchor played Raizu before? It basically rained everywhere he went. Now that the Anchor is playing on Erlang Shen, it's still so mysterious? Hoping that the Anchor, which plays the role of Thunder Ancestor's lightning summoning physique, hasn't changed over yet? By the way, it's about to drizzle. Is the Anchor secretly begging for rain behind our backs? When these words came out, the audience recalled the previous rain-praying formation, and they also regarded it as a joke. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs grabbing bamboo shoots but caught the Anchor without an umbrella this time. Why are you asking for rain at a time like this? You're not waiting to get drenched. I don't think he can wait now. It's almost as if he wants to ask for the rain to stop. Accompanied by the jokes of the live broadcast audience, the rain came down a few times faster than Lin Nan had expected. Obviously, only the sound of raindrops slapping against the leaves had just resounded between the surrounding trees. At first it was just a crisp ticking sound, but soon the rain gradually grew heavier and the sound became more and more noisy. Clap clap clap. Feeling the cold rain falling, there were already a few drops of rainwater slapping on his body. Lin Nan's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about getting sick from the rain. With his current physical condition, it was already difficult to develop something like a cold. The only thing that worried Lin Nan was the makeup on her face. Long before entering the mountain forest, Lin Nan even went to Yi Qing and jacked up her makeup. And it's the kind that's quite serious and has the eyes of heaven painted on it. And also paid for the makeup as usual. Still thinking about going back to another live show tonight to maximize the use of this makeup. But now, when this rain falls, if I wet this makeup, won't it go to waste? Headaches and bad outings. Lin Nan was helpless and raised his hand to touch his forehead, confirming that the heavenly eye was still there, and that there was no abnormality in its location. It was only then that he murmured with temporary relief. This rain won't stop for a while. Gotta hurry and find a cave to get out of the way first. With this countermeasure, as Lin Nan's mind moved, the black deer Schwanza that was carrying him let out a long roar and also sped up. And the fine dog Roaring White, who followed at his side, seemed to have some intention of competing for favor. The words "hold on" and "shelter from the rain" were memorized in my head. Just like a stray arrow, it shot rapidly toward the front. Seeing this, Shen Su was naturally not willing to show weakness, lowered his deer head, lightly hummed out a cloudy breath, and the speed of his four-hoofed strides accelerated by a few points. And the animals around them followed along. Together, they headed in one direction. Woof woof, with the sound of a barking dog. Not long after, Roaring White, who was originally running at a fast pace, stopped not far ahead, and he was very active in making grunting noises towards Lin Nan, with some inviting demeanor, as if he was waiting for Lin Nan's praise. And when Lin Nan saw this, he also looked at the position to the side of Roaring White. At once his eyes lit up with some delight, for behold a large cavern, and the entrance to this cave seemed like a huge mouth revealed by a mountain forest, which was clearly visible even 100 meters apart. There's even a cave this big here? It looks spacious enough to temporarily shelter from the rain. Thinking of this, Lin Nan then moved to speak to Black Deer. Come on, let's go over there too. However, just after Lin Nan's words fell, the Black Deer, however, gazed at the dark hole for a moment before its antlers drooped downward for a few moments, a dull buzzing sound emanating from between its throats, almost making a stance to attack. Even under Roaring White's bragging-like barking, Shen Su also temporarily threw away his thoughts of competing for favor, a picture of a strict standby to protect Lin Nan. Perceiving Shen Su's abnormality, Lin Nan was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but lock his gaze at the hole and inquired, "What's wrong? How about another place to get out of the rain?" But right now the rain keeps coming and it's getting worse. The Black Deer seemed to know that Lin Nan was getting wet, and at this moment, he also made a decision to stop dwelling on it. After only a few seconds of delay, he brought Lin Nan, like a black gust of wind, to the entrance of the cave quickly. After entering the cave, the sound of the rain outside of this was suddenly much smaller. Lin Nan didn't go deeper to avoid any danger, so he stayed at the entrance of the cave where the rain couldn't scrape in. And noticing that Shen Su's reaction just now was a bit abnormal, Lin Nan was filled with vigilance, so he turned back to take a closer look at the cave entrance. The cave was quite spacious, with a width of about 4 meters and a height of 2 meters. Lin Nan was riding a black deer, and at this height, he hadn't even touched the top of the cave, but it wasn't too far from the top, so he looked up and surveyed the situation above him. However, it was found that the walls of this cave had some special shaped lines, as if it had been smoothed and polished many times by something. At this moment, looking at the dark as ink cave, it was like a bottomless abyss. For a while, looking at the patterns on these stone walls, Lin Nan felt more and more strange and had to be more cautious. Ta-da! With the sound of fingertips tapping the screen, Lin Nan pulled out his spare cell phone and turned on the flashlight. The light shone towards the dark interior of the cave. However, it caused Lin Nan to let out a foul mouth and his sweaty hairs to stand on end, because when you look at it, the situation before you is appalling. In front of him were the miserable white skeletons scattered everywhere, like weeds, almost to spread the whole cave. The scene he saw before his eyes was creepy enough that Lin Nan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Woof! A loud and clear bark sounded. Roaring White called out towards the depths of this cave, his voice stirring and echoing back and forth on the cave walls. The black deer Schwanza underneath him was also in a guarded position. The animals that followed behind, though not scattered, were each barely holding on to their courage, shivering outside the cave. There were even some who didn't dare to take half a step closer to the cave even though they were drenched in rain due to sensing the strangeness inside the cave. At the same time, since Lin Nan was using his cell phone's flashlight to illuminate the image reflected in front of him, it was also seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and numerous netizens felt a chill down their backs. How is there so many bones in this cave? What kind of hole did the anchor break into? Geez, that's creepy looking. There's not a human being in there, is there? Just as some viewers marveled in fear, there were also netizens who barely recognized the shape of the bones in the picture through the live broadcast, and then gave a more professional judgment. These bones, though numerous, do not resemble bones of human structure. It's basically a class of animals from the mountains and forests. Except that, the bones are too scattered in broken pieces. From the location of the scattering, it looks like it's been torn by something. Along with the netizens' discussions, the atmosphere inside this cave became more and more sneaky. Not quite right. Lin Nan's eyes stared, and with a thought, he spoke to a dog and a deer. When the rain stops, we'll. However, before Lin Nan's words fell, a voice came from the depths of the cave. Something, it seemed, had fallen to the ground. Snap. Moreover, with the sound of this voice, only a white figure instantly scurried out from Lin Nan's side. It all happened so fast that even Lin Nan didn't have time to react. When the figure saved shot out several meters away, only then could he see clearly. That thin shadow, naturally, was Roaring White undoubtedly. I don't know what kind of stimulation it had received, but it ran straight towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan also perceived it in his mind, and soon he perceived the emotions leaping within the other party. Apparently, he had seen the white bones within the cave and was aroused to hunt. This, coupled with the excitement of that voice from the depths of the cave just now, was what caused it to press on. Under the illumination of the flashlight's light, its all-white figure leaped nimbly through the weeds made of white bones, as if completely unhindered, getting farther and farther towards the depths of the cave. And at this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be alarmed and a little anxious when they saw this scene. I'll go. This dog, why is he suddenly charging towards the cave? There's no telling what dangers are inside this cave. Besides, to get so many white bones out of this cave, it must not be a good thing. Is this fine dog crazy? How dare it charge in here? Anchor, call back. End of chapter. Chapter 91 Lin Shin Chopping Snake. Hot live stream. As the crowd of viewers in the live broadcast room wondered, there were people who noticed the crux of the matter and considered it from another angle. Perhaps, is there such a possibility? The situation inside this cave may seem scary to us, but is that what Roaring White thinks? The moment he entered the cave, he only saw bones all over the ground. How tempting is that for a dog? It's a feast. The netizens' odd angle instantly drew a crowd of pandering fans. I went to. Hadn't really thought about that before, hoping that in the eyes of the snarling white man, this cave isn't scary at all. Instead, it's a buffet. Nice guy, Roaring White, thanks for the gift of nature. With the discussion in the live broadcast, at this time, in the middle of this cave, Roaring White's figure had already disappeared at the end. That's where the light doesn't reach. However, just a few moments later, a strange sound once again came from the depths of the cave. First, there were a few barking sounds, and Lin Nan also detected a burst of tension coming from Roaring White. And immediately after that, there was a fishy odor that came from the depths of the cave. The scent was cold and damp, as if it had hit him directly in the face, and filled his nostrils sickeningly. Lin Nan frowned at the scent, but before he could react, he immediately heard a loud noise coming from the depths of the cave. Clara. Listening to the sound, Lin Nan guessed where it came from. Heck, it was the sound of countless bones clashing. Judging from the sound, it seemed like there was some kind of huge thing that was coming from the depths of the cave. Woof! With a loud and clear bark, only the figure of Roaring White reappeared again in Lin Nan's field of vision. Seeing that it had re-entered, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Spinning around, he began to look carefully at the back of Roaring White. To be honest, there was fear of the unknown, and Lin Nan himself wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing. But the curiosity tendency, with the various spells as a backbone, he chose to stay again. Only smoke and dust could be seen rolling behind him, and there were sounds of bones being crushed one after another. In the middle of this deep cave, the sound spread unusually far. Lin Nan clearly sensed that Roaring White had seemed to be drawing something out from the depths of the cave. Thus, Lin Nan pinned the three-pointed, two-bladed knife in his hand behind his back, and carried the slingshot at his waist. As soon as he did so, twisting a projectile, he clipped it to the top of the slingshot's leather pocket. Putting on his guard, he observed the situation in front of him. After a moment, the Roaring White figure flexible, looking to return to the near, and immediately after the dust, also gradually revealed the situation underneath. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes and stared dead at where the movement came from. The audience of the live broadcast? At this moment, is also the atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Feel the scene than watching a blockbuster is still too much. Mainly live. In the trend of curiosity, pop-ups are a lot less, but the gift is more. Right under the gaze of the crowd, the figure in the dust emerged vaguely. The silhouette was huge, almost filling the 3-meter-wide cave. It was crawling fast on the ground, and its large and heavy body was crushing the white bones on the ground. As the giant object approached, the pungent, fishy odor came back, just as these miserable white broken bones continued to scatter. Eventually, a terrifying figure was revealed. Lin Nan vigilantly watched what was going on in that smoke and dust, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes that lit up in the dust. The eye was the size of a plate, enough to glimpse its size. But before Lin Nan was surprised, a second pair was lit up immediately after. However, this was not the end. Just as the crowd sucked in their cool breaths as they watched, 6 scarlet rays of light were actually lit up vividly in front of them. Judging from the location and distance, it was actually 3 pairs of horrifying pupils. With the dust dispersing, the situation ahead became a little clearer. Lin Nan also clearly saw that the huge thing lurking within the dust revealed its snake scales, and was spitting out scarlet letters. Sensing Lin Nan and his party, "Is that a snake in this hole? 3 of them?" Lin Nan's heart was shaken, and he had never seen such a situation before. Even that day when he faced the poachers, Lin Nan didn't feel his heart hanging in the air like he did now. After all, the 3 snakes were too big from the current situation, and they were still close together, as if intertwined and entwined from the neck of the snake. It's like it's hard to separate them from each other. Lin Nan thought about this, but suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Again, he carefully scrutinized the situation in front of him, and only then did he realize where he had gone wrong. These 3 snake heads are really too close together. Even Lin Nan felt as if their heads were all born from the same snake's neck. Right after this thought was born in Lin Nan's mind, as if it was confirming his suspicions, the dust in front of him finally settled slowly. The figure that was lurking amongst the soot and broken bones also finally surfaced clearly. When he saw its full appearance, Lin Nan's breathing was also slightly heavy, and his face was a bit stunned. In front of him was a monstrous giant snake. Its huge body nearly occupied the entire cave, and, at the location of its snake's neck, it actually split out 3 heads. It was those 6 pairs of scarlet rays that came. At this moment, if the group of poachers and thieves that went up the mountain earlier were here, seeing this 3-headed giant snake, they would categorically subconsciously think, the 2 thunderbolts that had struck down over here earlier were the lightning tribulation triggered by this 3-headed giant snake. Meanwhile, as Lin Nan went live, the netizens in the live broadcast room were jaw-dropped at the sight of this 3-headed giant snake. "I blanch. What the is this? There's such a big snake in the head of this cave. Scared to death. I just smashed my cell phone in my face. I'm still sitting at my workstation, and I yelled out at the top of my lungs straight away. Now the boss is heading this way. I'm in the middle of class. A shout just now brought the teachers over. Holy, this snake is too big, isn't it? And how come it has 3 heads? Look at its size. Could it be that it's already going to become a sperm? Anchor, don't run away while you still can." Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, Roaring White had already returned to Lin Nan's side, continuously barking, and his tail was standing upright in a ready-to-attack stance. As for the black deer under Lin Nan, the pair of narrow antlers were aimed at this 3-headed giant snake. At the same time outside the cave, those small animals, despite their trepidation, are still guarding the outside. The boss did not go. They do not dare to leave. They can only bravely look at the boss Schwanza, hoping that the boss can show great power. Lin Nan sank his breath and was a little frightened in his heart. After all, he had seen this kind of monster for the first time. The 3-headed snake he knew. He had seen pictures on the internet before, belonging to a mutated type of snake, but the size was usually small. As for whether there was one or not, it was really hard to say. But I never thought that. Not only did I see it today, but it was oversized. Looking ahead, those 3 pairs of scarlet snake pupils were watching themselves. The eyes were extremely spiritual, seemingly scrutinizing the situation ahead. Perhaps, it was also a bit confused to see so much food suddenly appearing, but once it reacts, that's when it doesn't hesitate to attack. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan tensed his bowstring and said in a deep voice, "I remember that when encountering wild animals, no matter if they are protected animals or what, as long as they themselves encounter a life threat, they can kill them. Friends, I'm considered dangerous now, right?" With Lin Nan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. A netizen who understands the law soon came out and explained, "What the anchor said is correct. When wild animals pose a threat to humans, measures can be taken to kill them, and this situation would generally be considered emergency shelter on a legal level. Even if it's a giant panda on the other side of the room, humans can strike down an unlimited number of humans whenever they are harmed, because the primacy of human life is the bottom line. But the most important thing for the anchor to do now is not to hurry up and think of a way to run away. What's the point of thinking so much? Is it hard to believe that the anchor still wants to make a move to kill it back?" As soon as this pop-up came out, the live broadcast room burst into life. "What the hell? The anchor is going to kill this big snake back? No, crazy? Look at the size of this snake. The anchor isn't even big enough to stuff its teeth. We're all just out to make a living. What's the point of playing with our lives? Who gave the anchor the courage? You don't think that this big snake is afraid of you because it's not attacking right now, do you? I think it's obviously seeing so much food suddenly appear in front of it that it doesn't know which one to eat first. So, while it hasn't reacted yet. Why don't the anchors hurry and run for their lives? However, with the sounds of heated discussion in the live broadcast room, these viewers were slow to see Lin Nan make any reaction. They were momentarily on tenterhooks and called out across the screen. I'm going. What's the anchor doing? How come there's no movement at all? This is going to be snake food. But move! It can't be that it's been scared silly. Accompanied by the netizens' great anxiety, and then looked at the front of this three-headed giant snake. Has been impatient, and it was obviously from the initial surprise, gradually reacted. Hiss! The three monstrous heads were spitting out letters in unison, and the vertical pupils that glowed with red light gradually locked onto Lin Nan's body. Nice! Even though this three-headed giant snake was chasing the fine dog out, but now the situation is different. The giant snake saw that the entrance to the cave has gathered a bunch of prey. After some comparison, this giant snake naturally felt that the fine dog's size was too small, and had seen its speed during the chase. It is difficult to catch them easily, not to mention that even if they are caught with effort, they are not enough to fill their stomachs. I'm afraid I haven't consumed as much energy as I've replenished. In contrast, the huge black deer in front of him was clearly more to the giant snake's liking. Thus, the three-headed giant snake had already switched its target. While spitting scarlet letters, he focused all his attention on the black deer. It also stared at Lin Nan on the back of the black deer. It seemed to be pondering the fact that it was a buy one get one free deal. A bargain. Hisses. It seemed to have finally become impatient, and the three-headed giant snake attempted to launch an attack, and it even knew how to make a false move, first lunging sideways towards the fine dog, but the next second, it viciously came straight towards Lin Nan. Rustle, accompanied by the sound of snake scales rubbing against the ground, as well as those bones that were constantly being crushed. Dust was once again raised for a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the Judas not clear, but also witnessed the snake head getting closer and closer. For a time the heart was in the throat, looking at the sweaty palms, but also feel really exciting. And just in the nick of time, Lin Nan finally opened his mouth and let out a loud shout towards the black deer. Schwanza! Flash! In fact, there was no need to wait for Lin Nan's words to fall. There was a sense between the two, and Xianso had already prepared himself long ago when Lin Nan's thoughts had just arisen. All four limbs were storing their strength in advance, always ready to save up and shoot out. So the moment Lin Nan shouted out the command, the black deer instantly stamped on the ground with all four hooves, directly rising up in the air from its original position, and dodged straight toward a side. Boom! With a loud bang, the head of this three-headed giant snake had smashed into the location where Lin Nan had originally been. The ground showed cracked marks as if it was all about to smash out a deep pit. 666. Give Schwanza a reward wave. Awesome Schwanza. I see Schwanza. With the appearance of a divine beast, the audience in the live broadcast room watched with excitement, horrified and at the same time exclaiming in shock. And for a time various gifs flew all over the screen. There were even a lot of never rewarded accounts among them, and you could see the surging mood of a crowd of viewers at the moment. They had seen the whole process of the giant snake's fierce lunge, and had also witnessed the three large snake heads approaching. The monstrous and hideous snake's head, in just a few seconds, rapidly zoomed in among the images of the live camera, as if it were there. It instantly filled the hearts of the audience with horror. The feeling of the moment was almost more frightening and exciting than watching a horror movie. There were even quite a few timid netizens who covered their eyes and didn't dare to look at it. And when they heard a dull ringing sound coming from the live broadcast, some of them filled in the subtitles for the sound in their minds, as if such a line floated before their eyes. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Young warrior, please start over. But when they cautiously went to watch the live screen again with worry, they were surprised to find that it hadn't turned black and white, or rather, not drenched in scarlet blood. Instead, he had changed his position in the first view and came to the side of this three-headed giant snake. Holy, what just happened? Is it possible that I'm stuck? How come the anchor ran over here when I wasn't paying attention? There were also netizens who had just taken it all in and were instantly reminded. It's clearly this black deer that the anchor is riding that just came over in a flash. It's just like pressing a flash. This deer looks so strong, but it's so fast. You guys missed the highlights. Wait till you turn around and watch the replay. That wave just now. Awesome. Along with the amazement of the netizens, they soon saw the speed of the black deer. After all, it had been energized by the thunder seal, and was already moving closer and closer towards the ink Shilin. At this moment, it even displayed a speed and agility that was very inconsistent with its size. And seeing that Fong's attack was deftly dodged by the black deer, this three-headed giant snake also quickly adjusted its body and continued to launch its attack. Those three snake heads extending from the same snake's neck were currently fanning out towards Lin Nan. The wide range of its attack was almost omnidirectional coverage within this cave. And in the middle of each impact, these three snake heads would reveal their narrow snake teeth. sharper than a dagger. The end of the serpent's tooth was still clearly visible with dark green liquid hanging from it. Whenever this liquid dripped onto the ground, it would emit a hissing sound, and judging from the fishy odor it emitted, it was undoubtedly something highly poisonous. In such a crisis situation, Lin Nan was riding on the back of the black deer, still like a piece of black lightning, constantly rolling around in the narrow cave. Moreover, each of Black Deer's dodges was unhurried. It looked like he was about to be attacked, dangerously close, but in reality, it was like a playful game, easily and effortlessly avoiding this giant snake's attack. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the audience in the live broadcast room to gasp in amazement, keeping their eyes glued to their cell phones or tablets to witness the history of the growth of the divine beasts, as well as Lin Nan's wonderful moments. And the heat of the live stream, it just went up and up and up. From a steady few thousand people online, it quickly came to nearly 100,000. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Just as Black Deer dodged and brought Lin Nan to escape the gnawing bite of the three-headed giant snake once again, Wang Qingyu was moving his butt and had just found a seat in the cafeteria. Zhang Tao sat down across from him and looked around twice. Realizing that Lin Nan was not there, he inquired towards Wang Qingyu, "Where's old Lin? Not coming to lunch?" Wang Qingyu shrugged and spoke. "Nan said he went to pick up a courier after class." And then the person disappeared. Speaking here, Wang Qingyu hemmed and hawed and gossiped. But, according to the gossip, Nan seems to have gone to find Yi Qing's senior sister. They're not back yet. They're probably together. Hearing this, Zhang Tao didn't think much about it. But just as the two of them were stuffing their heads and eating, exclamations of surprise were heard from the surroundings from time to time. "I blanch? This broadcast is too exciting. Jirakami singling out Orochimaru? It's too much of a show." With the sounds around him coming from time to time, Zhang Tao could not help but stop picking his food and lifted his head, and found that some of the students around here were looking intently at their cell phones, and did not know what content they were focusing on, chattering non-stop. "Fatty, what did they just say? Erlangshan?" Having been touched by this word, Zhang Tao naturally associated it with Lin Nan, and Wang Qingyu was eating so well that he didn't even think about it, and casually said, "Maybe they're talking about some game? Shinigami vs Naruto or something like that." However, Zhang Tao did not think so and was a little suspicious in his heart, while the voices around him were non-stop and still discussing. "But is there really such a big snake in this mountain? And it has 3 heads. This can't be some kind of green screen special effect can it? Where can you get special effects to do this scene? It's real." Just as Zhang Tao was listening intently, feeling that something wasn't quite right. "Zhang Tao?" Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Turning his head to look, it was actually Wang Yu walking over with an anxious face. When it came to his side, before he could open his mouth, Wang Qingyu on the opposite side sucked in a mouthful of cool air and kicked Zhang Tao under the table. "Bad. I don't suppose he's come to catch Nan." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Immediately, Zhang Tao inquired towards Wang Yu. Something's up? Brother Nan he went to the library." "What library? Don't be ridiculous." Wang Yu's expression was obviously a little anxious, for Zhang Tao's bull ***** is not believed at all. Just when the two people have some headaches, thinking about how to help Lin Nan lie. With a snap, Wang Yu has already placed the phone on the desktop. "I don't suppose you guys don't know, do you? See for yourselves." Wang Qingyu stretched his neck curiously at the sight, and then as soon as the picture on the screen came into his eyes, he reacted at first and said in surprise, Brother Nan is broadcasting outdoors? This is a good popularity today. There are so many people online." However, without waiting for Wang Qingyu to let out any emotion, along with a burst of angle change in the live broadcast screen, the figure of that 3-headed giant snake suddenly appeared in the camera, and it was quite close enough that the snake scales on its body were clearly visible. At the same time, Wang Qingyu also saw the white bones on the ground. The vinegared ribs I just beat from the cafeteria instantly didn't feel good. "Holy, what is this?" Wang Qingyu's eyes widened as he screamed in fear. It was as if his buttocks had been fitted with springs, and his entire body directly bounced up from his seat. Deadly staring at the screen, he saw that in the middle of the live broadcast screen was a giant snake with 3 heads, which was currently gnawing towards Lin Nan continuously. And just by seeing the appearance of this giant snake, Wang Qingyu was so scared that his heart clenched and he was so busy shrinking back that he almost stumbled and fell. Where did this snake come from? The size is still so big." At this time, Zhang Tao has also long seen the content of the screen. The reaction is not much better than Wang Qingyu, also full of horror. No wonder Ben didn't believe Lin Nan went to the library, and understood what the people around here were talking about just now. Dare I say it's all being watched live. "See now?" Wang Yu stomped her foot and anxiously inquired, "Where are Lin Nan's others?" And Wang Qingyu, 2 people also sideburned sweating. Looking at the live screen made a problem. He also did not tell us. Where did Nan run into such a big guy? It's too dangerous. Why don't we call the police? Or, shall I call Officer Leung first? At this moment, Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao also panicked. Knowing how dangerous the environment Lin Nan was currently in, the slightest carelessness would end their lives. In their perceptions, Lin Nan was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly deal with this kind of python? The two wanted to contact someone as soon as possible to go and mount a rescue. However, just as they were eagerly discussing, they heard a voice coming from their cell phones. Schwanza, guard the exit. This was naturally the voice that came from the live broadcast, Lin Nan, but when these words came out, the crowd thought they had heard wrong. What? Holding the exit? Shouldn't Lin Nan be thinking about how to get out of this right now? How did you instead go and order that black deer to guard the exit? Besides, he was riding a black deer. Should I not block the exit myself? For a while, the students watching the live broadcast were quiet, staring intently at the cell phone screen, while the live broadcast screen at this time made the audience's jaws drop. Lin Nan rode the black deer and rolled around within the cave, feeling the harsh winds blowing past his ears, and the occasional burst of flying debris. Since the black deer's speed of dodging was a few points faster than the giant snake's attack, after figuring out the attack of this three-headed giant snake, Lin Nan also gradually became calmer from among the fear he felt at the sight of this monstrous giant snake in the beginning. Even began to calculate in his head, why not take this opportunity to try his hand? Not only Xian Su and Roaring White beside him, but the 8-9 Xian Gong that he himself practiced, his body had also been undergoing the washing of the heaven and earth's aura. If you are in school, where do you get the chance to do that? Thinking of this, Lin Nan gradually made up his mind in his heart. So, sinking his teeth in, he wasn't going to dodge it all again. Roaring White. As Lin Nan's mind moved, the fine dog barked out at once, and without Lin Nan's need to say anything more, it swiftly lunged towards the neck of the giant snake. And at this moment, this three-headed giant snake was preparing to launch an attack towards Lin Nan. Having been dodged out of the way 3 times, he was already a bit annoyed. This time, it also opened its bloody mouth and was about to pounce towards Lin Nan again. Woof woof. However, with the sound of 2 barks, Roaring White had already saved up and shot out, pouncing on the giant snake at great speed, giving it a very powerful counterattack. In an instant, the white figure swept over the neck of the three-headed giant snake, so much so that the big snake didn't even react, and the Roaring White sharp claws and teeth scraped over the snake's scales with a toothsome sound. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Thunder-Hardened Blade. The three-headed giant snake hissed. Its attention seemed to be diverted, and those 3 pairs of disc-sized scarlet vertical pupils gave a vicious glance towards Lin Nan, then turned its head, wanting to settle this fine dog in the rear first. However, Roaring White's speed was strangely fast and small, just like a swimming dragon, repeatedly dodging the giant snake's bites, and as the three-headed serpent's goal shifted, the pressure on Lin Nan's side plummeted, and there was no need to bother dodging. So seizing the opportunity, he drew the slingshot in his hand to full capacity, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Phew! In the next moment, just as the giant snake was about to bite into Roaring White, Lin Nan loosened his fingers and shot the projectile pinched in his fingertips violently. Shoo! With a cracking sound, the projectile drew a trajectory in the air that was hard to reach with the naked eye, but in an instant, there was a muffled bang. The projectile struck the giant snake straight in the eye of its most lateral head. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room gasped. Although snakes do not search for prey by sight, however, the force of Lin Nan's blow was quite heavy. It was clearly visible that this projectile went down, directly deflating the head of this giant snake. And, along with this strike, the giant snake was clearly in pain. The behavior also became more and more frantic. That one blood-drenched eye also looked towards Lin Nan once again. Hiss! These 3-headed giant snakes opened their bloody mouths like 3 blood-red abysses and hissed towards Lin Nan. Such a scene really called for fear. The netizens who are watching the live broadcast right now, all of them are not pinching a sweat. However, it was Lin Nan who had to say that he was the most calm at the moment. Phew! After the party's strike, Lin Nan slowly let out a sigh of relief. It was only because of the results of this strike that Lin Nan had a bottom line. Gazing at the giant snake also became more and more subdued. Just like that, after a few more tries, this 3-headed giant snake behaved more and more maniacally, and its body was shot with several projectiles by Lin Nan, especially at the head and neck of the snake. Several indentations are clearly visible, and seeing that his attack pressure could not touch the human in front of him, even this deer with the dog did not know where to come out. So agile, frozen could not catch up. The 3-headed giant snake was obviously moved to anger, opening its mouth wide between hisses. Behind that scarlet letter, a greenish aura faintly glowed. It looked heck of a similar color to the venom on its snake's fangs. Seeing this, The netizens in the live broadcast room reminded Lin Nan, even though they knew that Lin Nan was afraid, that he had no time to watch at the moment. Watch out! This snake looks like it's about to spew venom. Looks like melee didn't work and changed to ranged damage. It's about to zoom in. Anchor, watch out. Snakes usually roll people up through their bodies and squeeze them alive. But nay, this snake couldn't even touch the anchor. So now it can only use poison. At that moment, Lin Nan was also staring at the giant snake's every move. And without needing to be reminded by the audience, he had already seen the giant snake open its mouth. And a touch of green color was revealed at the back, as if it was laced with the aura of death, making Lin Nan's scalp numb as well. Although he didn't know how toxic the snake was, Lin Nan didn't dare to underestimate it. So where would one wait for it to spray poison? Lin Nan directly drew his slingshot, put the projectile on the bowstring, aimed at the centermost head of the giant snake, skillfully lifted the bow and pulled the shot towards its mouth. Shoo! With the sound of the projectile shooting out, not even a second later, a muffled sound was heard, the sound of the projectile coming into contact with flesh and blood, instantly splitting the skin. It was important to realize that the scales of this giant snake were hard, but the interior was a weak point. Under this strike, the three-headed giant snake instantly hissed in pain, its neck suffering a heavy blow from the inside. The giant snake ate the pain and gave Lin Nan a vicious look, but it was as if it was remembering a grudge. Immediately, it also finally seemed like he had recognized the gap, and he was actually ready to head towards the outside of the cave. Seeing this situation, where would Lin Nan be willing to let it go again? After all, everyone knew the truth of keeping a tiger. Not to mention, there was such a huge snake hidden in this mountain forest. If you let it go, there is no guarantee that it will pop up again someday. Of course, the main goal is to finish playing the suggestion. Thus, Lin Nan commanded in a low voice under his breath for Xianse to stop it, and the black deer was instantly exuberant upon hearing the command. An ethereal deer sound rang out, and Xianse tilted his head and called out, seemingly sending out a command towards the jungle, and the giant snake had already scurried and crawled out of the cave at this moment. Outside, the pattering rain poured down and fell on its body. It flowed along its wound and gradually turned into a puddle of blood. It was still gazing at Lin Nan slyly, as if its eyes were filled with hatred. However, just as it was about to scurry into the jungle, a low roar appeared in front of it, only to see that the jungle rustled and a mottled tiger slowly stepped out from it. This three-headed giant snake immediately stagnated. After all, Fong just suffered a heavy blow, and now afraid that the human chased over, did not dare to entangle too much, so it was ready to move its body and leave in the other direction. Ho woo! But as this giant snake crawled and changed its position, there was still movement ahead. Immediately afterward, a leopard also slowly stepped out from the forest. Just like that, the three-headed giant snake fled back and forth in several directions, only to find that all around, it was barricaded by the animals of the forest. At this time, Lin Nan also rode the black deer out from within the cave, only to see that all the animals in this mountain were responding to the black deer's call, and under its leadership, it surrounded the perimeter tightly. A wall made up of animals had been formed, leaving no room for these three giant snakes to escape. When this giant snake saw this, it even looked back at Lin Nan, where the body was hit by the projectile. It was still pitted with blood dripping, and the appearance was unusually lousy. At this time, Lin Nan, however, had already recited the spell. In the universalization of the 9 heavens, the form is transformed into the 10 realms. Along with Lin Nan's chanting, the gloomy clouds in the sky gradually piled up. It converged above these three giant snakes. Rumble! A dull thunderclap sounded as if it were a drum. When this three-headed giant snake saw this, it seemed to have sensed something. There was actually a strong look of fear in his eyes. It hissed in fear, its body raging, its serpentine tail constantly slapping the ground, wanting to flee in all directions, but there was no room to do so. As for Lin Nan, he had also finished reciting the spell at this moment and secretly executed the Violet Heavenly Thunder skill. Anyway, there is rain now, and even falling thunder can be considered a coincidence. Whistling wind whip thunder, regaining and subduing the demon essence, evil punishing divine thunder, fall, the gloomy clouds in the sky rolled, and the majestic power of thunder built up in them. Lin Nan's blessed spirit arrived and slowly raised the three-pointed, two-bladed sword in his hand. In the sky, a bucket-thick purple falling thunder smashed down in an instant. Following the trajectory, it landed raw on top of the unopened tri-pointed two-edged blade. Bared, accompanied by a ringing sound of intertwining thunder and lightning, Lin Nan felt the trembling of the three-pointed, two-bladed sword in his hand. Spinning around, he swung the long sword in his hand. Only a cold aura interspersed with thunderous mighty light flashed by. With just one blow, it was like blowing hair off the head, and with a poof, it chopped off the snake neck of this three-headed giant snake. As the snake's neck snapped, a stream of foul-smelling blood flowed. following the rainwater and gradually haloing above the grass. The three-headed giant snake that had broken into two pieces also gradually lost its movement. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Heavenly Eyes. Open. As Lin Nan invoked the thunder skill and slashed the three-pointed two-edged blade out towards the front, the head and body of this three-headed giant snake snapped off in response, gradually losing its breath. Crimson blood also stained the blade. After the lightning flashed, all was silent around them, as if the world was silent. There was a moment of silence. It was only then that the pattering rain around them fell into Lin Nan's ears once again. The cold rain poured on his body, causing Lin Nan to wake up a few times. Looking at the three-headed giant snake that was lying on the ground and had become motionless, the three heads that split apart at the neck area of the snake seemed to still be watching themselves unwillingly. Lin Nan sank his breath and glanced down at the three-pointed, two-edged blade in his hand, only to see that on top of the blade, it was stained with the blood of the giant snake. And even though it was wet from the rain, the blood stain seemed to be engraved on top of the blade and did not swoosh away with the rain. Is it dead? Lin Nan was still in a bit of a trance as he looked at all this in front of him, only because what just happened so fast. From hiding from the rain in the cave, to encountering this three-headed giant snake and invoking the lightning method to kill it, it barely even gave Lin Nan too much time to react. And as Lin Nan pondered, the voice ringing in his ears gave a quick reply. Congratulations, Master. Reach suggestion, Erlang manifests himself and hunts the forest. Gain 1% play completion. Congratulations, Master. Initial suggestion reached, build a divine weapon. A tri-pointed, two-edged blade. Gaining 3% play completion. Hearing the voice coming from the system caused Lin Nan to be slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, the heart couldn't help but be happy. This encounter resulted in the mistaken completion of two suggestions at the same time. The so-called hunting in the forest must be referring to the tangle he had just had with the three-headed giant snake. As for this proposal to build a divine weapon to reach, it is slightly different from what is included. Lin Nan remembered that the originally included suggestion was to use the essence blood of a three-headed evil scaly dragon to pour it, and then have it quenched by Thunder Ancestor's lightning to cast it into a three-pointed, two-edged blade. The reason why it was reached. Perhaps it was the fact that a similar situation happened to arise when the party was invoking the Thunder Law to decapitate the giant snake. Only, this three-pointed two-edged sword was briefly catching the Thunder skill and was stained with the blood of the three-headed giant snake. Despite the initial reach, the result is not bad, it's better than nothing. After all, Lin Nan thought this way, but unexpectedly another system alert sounded next. Congratulations, Master. The current Erlang Jinjuan play completion level has reached 15%. Reward 100 years of mana. Gain the Eye of Heaven. Hearing this voice, Lin Nan immediately shot up. Eye in the sky. This was a very representative divine ability of Erlang Jinjuan. It is said to be able to see through all illusions and is even more powerful. Lin Nan thought in his heart, and at the same time, he also felt a strange sensation rise in his forehead. The place where the Eye of the Sky was originally presented by the makeup appeared to be very hot. Even under the icy rain, this touch of temperature did not drop by half. At the same time, Lin Nan's mind moved and listened to the functions of the Heaven's Eye. Mana will continue to be consumed while the Heavenly Eye is turned on. Can see things that are normally invisible, can recognize the origin of things, and see through the illusion of confusion. If you pour in mana, you can peer 1,000 miles away, and wherever the Eye of Heaven sees, it can open mountains and crack rocks, break waves and split waves. With the divine interpretation of the Celestial Eye complete, Lin Nan realized that the sizzling sensation between his eyebrows just now had disappeared, and was able to clearly perceive something extra between his forehead. So reach out and feel for it. It was found that the eye in the sky, which had been affixed by the original makeup, had opened up under the rain and had deviated from its original position. Lin Nan took it off in one smooth motion and reached out to touch the skin between his forehead. It was still flat and smooth, and I couldn't help but let myself breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Heavenly Eye's divine ability is not directly growing a heavenly eye up between the eyebrows. Otherwise, if you take off your costume and always have an eye on your head, you'll most likely be treated like a monster, right? Relaxed a little. For this time, the divine ability rewarded by the system had also been known for a while, but just hearing about it sure beats experimenting with it in person. Lin Nan pondered in his mind how he should test this Heaven's Eye's eyesight. Subconsciously, he landed his gaze on this three-headed giant snake in front of him. This snake, look at it with the Eye of Heaven? It was no wonder that Lin Nan thought too much about it, and there was something truly bizarre about this snake. Is it simply a birth deformity that it has three heads on its head? There was also the state that its party presented, giving Lin Nan a feeling of spirituality. One could even clearly see the hatred in his gaze, and when he chose to leave, he also had the intention of settling scores with himself in the fall. What on earth is this snake? Why don't we simply look at it with our celestial eyes? Lin Nan pondered in his mind for a moment, and then immediately made up his mind. So he looked at the corpse of the giant snake in front of him, recalled the spell, and tried to recite it. Yin and Yang clarify, chaos revealed. Wherever I see, the three worlds are clear. Accompanying Lin Nan's chanting, while the last incantation was recited, his two fingers were in the shape of a sword and swept between his forehead. The sizzling sensation suddenly came again. It was as if something that was showing through his own forehead. Soon, a golden light shot out from between Lin Nan's eyebrows, illuminating this side of heaven and earth. But it happened only momentarily. After the flash of golden light, everything was just as it was in the beginning. It was as if nothing had ever happened. However, at this moment, if someone could see Lin Nan's demeanor, they would categorically be shocked out of their minds. Simply because after Lin Nan opened his heaven's eye, there was indeed an additional vertical pupil in that forehead, and this vertical pupil was of great divine might, and in the pupil was a brilliant golden filament. With the opening of the avatar, Lin Nan also clearly sensed something strange. The first is that the field of view becomes much wider and you can see more of what's going on higher up. The second was the angle of this view, which was now like one's usual view, growing a few centimeters taller all of a sudden. Other than that, there was nothing else that was uncomfortable. At the same time, Lin Nan also knew that after the avatar was opened, a heavenly eye was truly born between his forehead. If you use this look live in the future, is an effect that no makeup can achieve. Only, after opening his heavenly eyes, Lin Nan perceived the depletion of mana in this body, even though this had gained another 100 years of mana, and there were still moments of replenishment from the 8-9 Xian Gong. This mana still had to be conserved and consumed, not to mention what emergencies one would normally encounter. Just like the party that had invoked the Thunder Law to cut down the snake. Secondly, Lin Nan hadn't forgotten one of Lei Zhu's suggestions. Invoke the thunder of heaven and sink the island. The mana spent on this suggestion was categorically not small at first glance. If we don't save up now, how long will it take to realize it? At the same time, Lin Nan couldn't help but make a mental remark. Previously, the heavenly book tongued when I had to consume mana non-stop while reading it, and now this heavenly eye does the same. It seems that this mana can never be accumulated enough, and there's also the cultivation of the 8-9 Xian Gong, which still needs to speed up its process. Lin Nan didn't dawdle and took advantage of the opening of his heavenly eyes to look towards the three-headed giant snake. This look, but also really let Lin Nan see some special places. See, the ordinary time cannot be seen things. One could only see that the body of this three-headed giant snake had been split in half from the center, and its body was obviously carrying some scorched marks, which were formed after being struck by the divine thunderbolt triggered by the violet heavenly divine thunder decision. On top of that, Lin Nan saw that this giant snake's body was emitting wisps of green aura. Lin Nan was able to clearly determine that this green aura was something that could not be seen in the ordinary, because, under the observation of his own naked eyes, he was only able to see that this giant snake was still radiating heat in the cold rainwater due to the high temperatures its corpse had endured as a result of being struck by divine thunder. As for this light green aura, it was escaping from another location of the giant snake. The two ascending auras, just like this, intertwined in Lin Nan's line of sight, and there were a few dreamy moments. This is? Lin Nan was puzzled in his mind. Spinning around, he stepped forward, wanting to go to the near front of this giant snake to find out what was going on. Woof! At that moment, a dog barked from his side, only to see a clean white figure that quickly scurried to his front. After blocking his way forward, he kept barking towards the giant snake on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Nan also reacted. This was Roaring White was still unsure of the life and death of this giant snake, and was worried that it would do something else suddenly. Don't worry, it's already dead. Lin Nan calmed down twice and stepped forward to the corpse of the giant snake. Needless to say, the three-headed giant snake looked appalling. Even when they are dead, the hideous faces of their corpses still scream fear. Bared. After Lin Nan got close, without saying a word, he slashed the three-pointed, two-bladed knife in his hand towards the head of the giant snake. Along with the contact between the blade and the snake's scales, only a sound of scales tearing was heard. This originally hard snakeskin was even slashed right through like tofu. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan was also a bit surprised. Originally, I just wanted to test this tri-pointed blade. Unexpectedly, this blade was so sharp after being tempered by thunder. At the same time, while observing the corpse of the giant snake on the ground, he looked at the pits on top of its snake scales, all of which were born from his own slingshot. And there were still many of those projectiles embedded on top of the snake's skin. These projectiles are also something that can be recycled and there is no need to throw them away. Lin Nan then leaned down, and in 3 tries, he recovered the projectile embedded in this snakeskin. And under the gaze of the heaven's eye, the green aura emanating from this giant snake got closer and closer. Following the source of this aura, eventually, The source was found in the abdomen of this giant snake. Put. Lin Nan stabbed the three-pointed, two-edged blade in his hand and gently lifted it. The abdomen of this three-headed giant snake was then cut open in the process. And with the wound, there was only a snap. An irregular object stained with snake blood slipped out of the giant snake's abdomen and fell into a small puddle where rainwater had accumulated. And, under the rain, the full picture gradually emerged. Lin Nan gazed with both eyes and realized that it was clearly a stone with a twisted shape. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Goldfinger? As Lin Nan did some probing on the giant snake's corpse, he saw a specially shaped stone that slipped out of the snake's belly. And, under the observation of the celestial eye, the stone still had a surfeit of green shimmering light on it. Seeing this, Lin Nan was also a bit puzzled, curious about the origin of this stone. He wanted to go forward and pick it up, and as he was about to move forward, the snarling white on the side didn't make any attempt to stop him this time, and twitched his nose twice. It also seemed to be very curious about the rocks in the little puddle. Even the black deer came forward. By now, Lin Nan was sure that the stone was not dangerous, so he carefully picked it up, taking a closer look through the slightly overcast light. With just the naked eye, it seemed to be a thumb-sized lime green stone, not even as big as a projectile from a golden bow or a silver bullet. Only the surface is extraordinarily smooth and irregularly shaped. After surveying it for a couple of moments, and then associating it with the location that had rummaged it out, he muttered, "Could this be a stone, just colored green by the snake's bile?" He muttered to himself, but what he perceived next surprised Lin Nan a little. Due to the special nature of the 8-9 metaphysical skills, Lin Nan was always hanging on to cultivate and accumulate mana. So the surrounding heaven and earth aura was constantly being drawn into his body. And just now, when Lin Nan held this stone in his hand, he actually found that the aura surging around him seemed to have sped up by a few points. And, on this stone, the same aura was emanating. After absorbing it into his body, Lin Nan sensed that it seemed to be a few points more abundant than heaven and earth aura. As it traveled along the meridians in the body and eventually converged into the sea of chi, the mana that was transformed into mana was also a bit more abundant than normal. There's even such a wonderful thing? Perceiving this, Lin Nan couldn't help but be a little surprised, and also began to re-examine the stone. Even more so, he was using his celestial eyes, trying and see if he could tell anything. Only, Lin Nan had just moved to this thought. In the process of watching, it was then noticed that the consumption of mana was steeply accelerated. Apparently it was the loss of the Heaven's Eye avatar. Seeing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but wake up. Although this Heaven's Eyes can see the normally invisible and recognize the origin of things. However, if one wanted to exorcise such a heaven-defying divine ability, the cost would be that one would have to use up more mana. You could even describe it as burning. Thus, after sensing this, Lin Nan thought about it and simply stopped scrutinizing his divine ability. After all, now that he had been able to glimpse the beauty of this snake Dan, there was no need to spend extra mana to explore in detail. I'll study it later when I've built up more mana. Immediately, Lin Nan pocketed this snake Dan and turned his head to look around. This rain is still pattering down, and the animals around it have not dispersed, still surrounding it and acting as security guards. Well, have to let them disperse first. At Lin Nan's instruction, the black deer let out an ethereal roar. Those large beasts in the surrounding jungle also scattered in all directions. In the midst of the rain, it gradually disappeared into the jungle. When they were gone, Lin Nan examined the surroundings. Finally, he dropped his eyes to the dark cavern. Looking at the seemingly bottomless cave in front of him, Lin Nan's vision condensed, recalling in his mind the oddities of this giant snake. Were there any more secrets in the cave it inhabited? As soon as the thought came, it could not be contained. Roaring White, go to. Let's see what else is in there. Woof! With Lin Nan's command, the fine dog instantly scurried out. A snow-white figure that flew towards that cave. The barking was regular, and the figure faded into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the southeast of this cave, the ranger, Pony, was taking the group of helpers and hiding from the rain under a rock wall. Ugh, rest here first. As he spoke, Pony opened his mouth towards the assistants around him. That's just bringing you guys along. Stopping to take a break seeing as it's the first time you've ever been in the mountains. To be in this situation like we usually are. We are continuing to patrol the mountain. Even if we have to brave the rain, we have to finish the tasks that need to be done. As Pony narrated, these assistants in the room, however, looked to other locations. All of them looked like they were keeping an eye out, as if they were waiting for something. Rumble. Just as they were scrutinizing the situation, they only heard a thunderclap in the distance, and these burly men instantly looked as if they had touched a certain nerve, and in unison, they looked towards where the thunderclap had come from. Right under their gaze, they only saw a huge purple thunder not far away that was the thickness of a bucket unexpectedly splitting down from the air. and it still seemed to be smashing towards the ground. Eyeing this scene, the group of burly men stared up one by one. One of them even raised his hand and pointed in that direction, alerting towards the people around him. Look, it's thundering over there. The forest ranger, Xiao Ma, was also surprised, and he also witnessed the large purple falling thunder that descended from the sky and smashed right in the middle of the jungle. Thus, hearing the group of burly men around him making noises, Xiao Ma also immediately said, "That's right, you guys are focusing on the right direction, and you can't let your guard down on this rainy day." Many times even on rainy days, a small fire on the ground, or lightning striking the woods, can easily cause a mountain fire. But no one was even willing to listen to more of his bleeping, and the group of assistants beside him were the first to have someone wake up and speak up very proactively. "Quick, go over there and take a look." Seeing his assistant take such an initiative, Pony froze, then made a sound to cater to the situation as well. "Well, right, you guys are pretty responsive. This forest where it thunders does need attention." Several of the surrounding strong men had already gone in unison in the direction of that falling thunder, but only two were left behind, standing shoulder to shoulder in a row, stopping in front of the pony. You guys are?" The two burly men sniffed and didn't pay any attention to the pony, just blocking the way. Outside the cave, Lin Nan was still waiting for Roaring White, who had gone inside. Through his mind sensing, Lin Nan was roughly able to know Roaring White's state and emotions. It seemed to be treating Lin Nan's order as a treasure hunting game, and had been in a more exuberant mood. And it could also be seen from Roaring White's reaction that there were no other dangers in the middle of this cave. After Roaring White had gone in for a few minutes, Lin Nan's mind suddenly flickered, suddenly sensing a wave of excitement, as if it had found something. Immediately, only a few barks were heard from inside the cave, followed by no movement. Soon, Roaring White sprinted back. Lin Nan watched its figure as it flew all the way to the near front, seeing a wooden box come back in its mouth. It was no wonder that the party did not make a grunt. "Hard work." Lin Nan leaned down and stroked Roaring White's head. Then he took the wooden box into his hands and looked at it carefully. The wooden box was found to be ornamented and did not look like an object from this country. Some of the drawings and styles above are a bit Southeast Asian. "What is it? This three-headed snake still drops equipment when it dies?" Lin Nan was stunned and tried to perceive what was in this wooden box. There should be no organs. So, slowly, he gave it away. Click. With the opening and closing of the wooden box issued a crisp ringing, and clearly see a black smoke from the opening of the wooden box rustling scattered. It looked like it hadn't been opened in a long time. Lin Nan fanned the scattered black smoke twice with his hand and frowned as he watched. It was actually discovered that the wooden box was lined with an elaborate piece of red silk, and in the middle of the wooden box was a baby's little hand. Lin Nan's eyes stared, and he also saw that although this hand was small, all 5 fingers were already clearly visible, and there was a golden glow. And the whole little hand looked golden. Pure gold? The weight is not like. It can't be some antique that needs to be surrendered to the state, can it? Lin Nan pondered in his mind, and was not sure what this little man's golden hand was. Thought I might be able to watch with my celestial eyes, but there are still scruples at the moment. After all, the party was still live. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Nan first took the 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword in his hand, and gave it back to his back. Because of the rain at the very beginning, Lin Nan felt that the hilt was a bit slippery. So, the rubber cord that was used to carry the blade was given a layer of wrapping around the hand grip, improvising a handle large enough for one to hold with both hands. This gives a tighter feel when wielding this knife. Right now, Lin Nan again wrapped the rope that was previously wrapped layer by layer around the hilt of the knife, and gave it a few simple loops to untie. The length of the rubber cord was extended so that it could again be carried on the back. After doing this, Lin Nan pulled out his cell phone from his breast pocket and unlocked the screen, only to find the screen was gray. Apparently the signal was jammed in the mountains and the live feed went straight down before that. At this time, within the cafeteria of Smoky Sea University, Wang Qingyu and the others were sitting in place, looking at the gray screen on their phones. Astonishment was written all over one's face. The scene that had just happened was still burned into their eyes and minds. As Lin Nan confronted the giant snake, they only saw a blinding bright light that erupted from Lin Nan's vicinity and was accompanied by the splintering sound of intertwining thunder and lightning. A thunderbolt suddenly fell, just as they were worried about Lin Nan's situation. However, he realized that in the next second, in the middle of the live broadcast screen, with the flash of a cold light, the long knife cut down horizontally, and that 3-headed giant snake had already collapsed on the ground. However, before the crowd could react, the signal of the live broadcast was disconnected. End of chapter. Chapter 96, The 3 Flowers. Chapter 96, 3 Gatherings of the Top. Is Nan he all right? Looking at the reminder on the screen that the live signal was disconnected, Wang Qingyu was still stunned and muttered with a surprised expression. Jiang Tao and Wang Yu on the side had similarly not slowed down. No, don't know Jiang Tao spoke. Just now the screen flashed, and I saw a lightning strike down from the old forest side. And then, this live feed cuts out. He can't really have had an accident, can he? Hurry up and call him, Wang Yu said anxiously, and the two of them, Wang Chengyu, also hurriedly pulled out their cell phones and started trying to contact Lin Nan. Meanwhile, outside that cave in the jungle, the falling rain gradually became thinner. The animals that had gathered outside the cave were long gone. All that remained was the sound of raindrops slapping among the leaves and grass. The three-headed giant snake on the ground. Its cold corpse was being allowed to be washed away by the rain. Tap tap tap. With a rush of footsteps, only a group of strong men quickly scurried out of the bushes. One by one, they were dressed in uniforms. The same so-called assistants who had followed Pony into the mountains earlier. Just now, after they witnessed a lightning strike over here, and no pretending to be some kind of volunteer in front of the ponies, immediately followed the thunder to the scene and searched very purposefully for something. And just the moment they stepped out of the jungle, then he saw the corpse of the three-headed giant snake on the ground. Found it! With the low voice of one of the burly men, the few people around them looked in unison, looking at the corpse of this giant snake. Their expressions were also written with dismay. As they trotted closer and came into the proximity of the giant snake, they were startled. This giant snake had actually split into three separate heads starting from the neck area of the snake. Despite entering the mountain with a mission, when faced with such a situation, the hearts of these strong men were more or less scared. You guys look at the ground. Another voice of reminder. And the burly men bowed their heads. The muddy ground left footprints of various animals. Tiger tracks are also evident in them. It seems that just a short time ago, these animals were gathered here, all facing in the direction of the giant snake's body. Seeing this situation, the gang of strong men looked at each other for a while and couldn't help but discuss. Dare I say that in this forest, there really is a snake immortal who is undergoing a lightning tribulation. And if you look at the footprints on the ground, it looks like all the animals in the mountains and forests came over to worship it just now. Could it be that it knows that it will be able to transform into a dragon after it passes the thunder tribulation? Only from the scorched black marks on its body. Right now this three-headed giant snake was undoubtedly already cooled off. Combined with the situation at hand, the group of burly men recoiled with a restored mind, sprouting a guess. Could it be that this three-headed giant snake, Fawn, did not cross the thunderbolt? He was killed by lightning? Under these circumstances, perhaps this is the only explanation that makes sense. One of the strong men even whispered, I've read a novel before. It seems that there's another way of saying that this kind that grows three heads is called a triple gathering. It's by cultivation. After some muttering, the burly men didn't delay long. Immediately, one man stood out and opened his mouth to order. Come on, don't even think about it. The boss has ordered that whatever is found must be delivered to him in full whiskers. Immediately afterward, the man turned his eyes back to the cave not far away. Looking at that deep cavern, I thought it must be the shelter of this three-headed giant snake. So with a raised hand, he continued to speak. Go on, get in there and have a couple of guys do a good search. As this person's orders were given, the burly men moved in and began to divide their labor in a systematic manner. Two men bowed down and began to crawl deeper into the cavern. The posture was extremely similar to Roaring White. However, after some searching on their part, they found nothing in the middle of the cave. Immediately afterward, the crowd set about to carry away the corpse of this giant snake. Looking at the size of this giant snake, it was clear that its weight was definitely not light. These 10 strong men also barely managed to carry the corpse of this giant snake out of the mountain forest in secret. And, while moving, someone else felt an anomaly in the snake's skin. That was undoubtedly the dent Lin Nan had shot with his bow. And Nana opened his mouth. Even if this snake has 3 heads, how come its skin is still numb? It's got a bump on it. Just as they were carrying the giant snake out of the forest, not far away, the ranger pony was still being held back by the 2 men. Seeing these 2 strong men in front of him, deadlocking the way, the pony was also getting more and more irritated. No, what the hell are you guys doing? Didn't you say before you came in that all actions are under my command? However, the 2 burly men were indifferent at the sound of their voices and did not have any intention of avoiding the situation. After much effort, the pony still couldn't squeeze between these 2. At the moment of helplessness, Xiaoma looked at the direction that the group of strong men had just left, as well as the strict defense of the 2 people in front of him. Even though his nerves were big, at this moment, it was inevitable to detect a hint of something wrong. Recalling again all the anomalies that these people, from the beginning, presented, Pony frowned. What exactly do you want to do when you go into the woods? With that statement from the pony, it seemed to finally catch a soft spot. Only the 2 burly men in front of him finally gave a hint of reaction. Hanging his head slightly, he turned back towards the pony. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The pony saw this and froze in place for half a second, seemingly pondering the true purpose of the group. The whirlwind began to roll up its arms and sleeves, pointing at the other party's nose. He opened his mouth without any good manners. Well, wow. Looking for trouble, huh? I can warn you, if there's a spark in the forest today, none of you will escape. Hearing this, the two burly men but looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. And soon enough, the two men received an alert when a communication sound rang out. Then he also stopped paying attention to the ponies and followed the large group to leave together. Seeing this, Pony's brow furrowed like hemp and he muttered under his breath, "What's wrong with these guys?" Turning his head to look into the distance, he didn't dare to delay and quickly ran towards the falling thunder. However, by the time the pony arrived at the scene, it was empty. The corpse of that three-headed giant snake had already been carried away a long time ago. The pony froze in place for a moment as he looked at the various odd and disorganized footprints and marks on the ground. The dozen or so employees of the security company, after removing the body of the giant snake from the jungle, it was then quickly put in a car and transported all the way to an aquatic company's cold storage. Not half an hour, two low-profile black sedans came from the direction of the city and drove into the aquatic company. Click. As the men opened the doors of the first car, only a middle-aged man in a suit was seen walking down from the back seat of the car. His hair was slightly gray, and he had kept his body in pretty good shape compared to the middle-aged blonde, also wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a svelte man. Only, the middle-aged man's face was slightly paler than normal. As the man got out of the car, a man got out of the car behind him, and following behind the man was an old woman with a veil covering her face. Her figure was a bit stooped, and between her exposed eyebrows, there was a hidden shade. Wow! As the roll-up door of the aquatic company was pulled open, as soon as this middle-aged man showed his face, those strong men on both sides bowed in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Fong." Hearing the voices of these men, the middle-aged man was unmoved. Instead, without stopping, he walked straight toward the cooler. Mention the identity of this middle-aged man. If a reporter from Smoky Sea City was here, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. There was no other reason. Simply because this middle-aged man was the chairman of the famous Marriott Group in Smoky Sea City. And when it comes to the Marriott Group's influence in Smoky Sea City, it covers nearly every industry from real estate to restaurants to entertainment. This Mr. Fong, as the chairman of the Marriott Group, was naturally a resounding figure in Smoky Sea. Not only is the group well run, but it is also often charitable and contributes money. As a result, there was no shortage of appearances in the city's news. However, at this time, Fong Wanhao's face did not have the slightest hint of the usual smile when facing the camera. His expression was a bit odd, and his footsteps carried a bit of urgency. All the way to the aquatic company's cold storage, there were a few burly men standing in front of them, bowing and saluting immediately upon seeing General Manager Fong. Fong Wanhao only waved his hand. These two men gave way to their bodies, revealing what was behind them, only to see that three-headed giant snake, which was clearly lying on the ground. Seeing this giant snake, as well as the forked three hideous snake heads, Fong Wanhao took a deep breath. Take 2 steps forward and take a closer look. Mr. Fong, as you commanded. At this point, a burly man, displaying an attitude diametrically opposed to his size, coyly said, "We just found and picked it up, and other than that, no one else has touched it." Fong Wanhao sniffed and nodded, spinning around with a wink. These henchmen retreated in a sensible manner. Then, Fong Wanhao brought that old crone and checked out the corpse of this giant snake in front of it. This wound on its body doesn't look like it was split open by lightning, but rather like it was made with a knife. Observing the neat wound at the snake's neck with some scorch marks on it, Fong Wanhao made a judgment in his heart. The old woman then leaned down and stretched out her old and wrinkled hand, rubbing it repeatedly over the giant snake's body. It seemed to be searching for something, but in the end, it was still to no avail, and only then did he slowly stand up and shook his head towards Fong Wanhao. "Marks," as the crone's voice rang out. The peculiarities of its pronunciation don't seem to be a dialect of any kind. Fong Wanhao sniffed, and after a moment of silence, he instructed towards his men, "Go and investigate what really happened then. That forest, who all went in there?" "Understood, Mr. Fong," the men answered and went to investigate. Fong Wanhao gazed at the corpse of the three-headed giant snake and a flash of color flashed under his eyes. Lin Nan rode a black deer out from the mountain forest, came close to downtown, where it was easier to get a cab. After calming down a bit, Xuanza returned to the mountains first. Lin Nan then took Roaring White all the way back to school. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, he met the gazes of Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao head-on. Looking at each other, the other two seemed to freeze for a long time. A look of unresponsiveness. "I blanch. Nah." Finally, A few seconds passed before Wang Qingyu muttered in surprise. It was as if he had been pierced through the capsule. The two immediately jumped up from their seats and came forward. Nan, you're finally back. We were worried sick watching the live feed. We thought something was going to happen to you. Along with Wang Qingyu's voice, Zhang Tao also said with rare urgency. Exactly. Called you and didn't answer. And that snake. What the hell is going on? Lin Nan sniffed and just wanted to open his mouth to explain. However, he realized that Zhang Tao's last sentence was clearly a bit of a desire to speak. This anomaly stunned Lin Nan, whose senses were getting sharper nowadays. What Zhang Tao wanted to ask. Wasn't it the giant snake he encountered during the live broadcast? Why are you still covering up? There are no outsiders in this dormitory. Couldn't someone still be listening in and have a camera planted? What's wrong, Sayu? Is it Nan who's back? Just as Lin Nan was wondering, a voice suddenly entered his ears. At that moment, it was as if he had been nailed on his body and froze in place. It was a voice that was more than familiar to himself. Mom? Lin Nan subconsciously called out. Then he looked at the blood-stained projectile at his waist, and the three-pointed, two-edged sword on his back. But inexplicably, a feeling was born from the bottom of his heart. Why do you have the immediate feeling of skipping class or getting into a fight as a kid and being caught by your parents? Lin Nan didn't need to guess who it was and turned his head to glance towards Wang Qingyu. I don't blame my Nan. He told me to call my aunt. Wang Qingyu quickly raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Tao. There was an innocent look on his face. At the sound of his voice, Zhang Tao's eyes widened at once and he whispered, Me? Wasn't it you who first asked Lao Luo for the number just now? Along with the sound of the duo talking, Lin Nan had also figured out a rough idea, but not before saying something. Then I heard a voice from the desktop, and it was Wang Qingyu's phone on the stand. The mother on the other end of the line continued to ask this moment. Nan, you brat, where did you run off to just now? Xiao Yu just told me that you encountered a bit of a situation during your live broadcast, and people were so anxious that they were about to call the police. Say, did you let someone beat you up? With her mother's voice, Lin Nan quickly came close to the cell phone. But, was hit? There was indeed a fight just now. Only, the one that tried to eat himself had been countered, and if he mentioned the giant snake to his mother, he was afraid that it would worry the other party. So Lin Nan spoke up. No mom, didn't fight with anyone. At that, the mother on the other end of the line seemed relieved. He also heard Lin Nan's voice and put down much of his original worries. That's good. You don't mind mom nagging. I see fast feet above those big net read all day about the fight. A link said to go real. You can't follow blindly mixed ah. Hearing this, Lin Nan said somewhat helplessly. Mom, don't worry. We're not walking a track. After a pause, Lin Nan added. This is also considered to be promoting traditional culture for us. It seems that this incident has given the mother something to think about. Not out of two sentences. The mother on the other end of the phone made up her mind and said, Okay, it just so happens to be nothing recently. In a couple of days mom will take your dad and go to school to see you. Ha? Lin Nan froze. What Oh, and, while I was on the phone just now, I also saw a little girl who was quite good looking. It looks like she cares about you. You too. End of chapter 98. Chapter 97 Investigation. Internet Sensation. Chapter 97 Investigations. Internet Sensations. Mom, I really don't have anything with her. Lin Nan roughly guessed who it was and explained somewhat helplessly. And I'm also afraid that my mother will ask something else. Spinning around, he took the initiative to pull a couple of home truths, and then hurriedly said, I've got some things to do in the evening, so I'll leave it at that for now. By the way, I'll call you later with some money. Don't be shy with my dad, haha. As the phone hung up, a dead silence fell over the dormitory. Lin Nan didn't open his mouth first, so Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao naturally didn't dare to say anything. Just a moment of silence. Wang Qingyu's face was suffocating red, but he still couldn't hold back a giggle. Nan, don't say. Your nickname is quite chic. Lin Nan sniffed and feigned a glance toward Wang Qingyu. The other party instantly covered their mouths and looked away with forced laughter. Ahem, old Lin, is it really alright? And that snake you touched? What the hell is? With Zhang Tao's inquiry, Lin Nan exhaled. Rising from Wang Qingyu's seat, he thoughtfully gave his judgment. I'm not sure. It could just be a deformed snake that eats more because it grows 3 heads. It's not like there's a shortage of prey in the woods, so it's relatively large. But that's what the mouth says. Lin Nan could still carry the green stone in his arms, still emitting an aura, and it also increased the cultivation speed of the 8-9 mysteries, which could not be explained for the time being. And then what? We just saw a flash of white light and the signal of the live broadcast was cut off. Wang Qingyu couldn't resist his curiosity and inquired. Oh, I was going to leave, but a thunderbolt just happened to fall, and it struck it dead straight away. as Lin Nan lightly narrated. Wang Qingyu's eyes widened. Ha! What a coincidence! Then, as if he had sensed something, he said in surprise, see, what did I say before? Sincerity makes the heart grow fonder. In fact, I've always felt lately, too, as if there's a god sheltering over my head, Wang Qingyu said, and made a gesture towards the air to pay his respects. Seeing him look like he's in a frenzy, Lin Nan also raised his head and glanced at the top of the other party's head, but did not see any clues. Spinning around, he pulled the wooden box out of his pocket. What is this? Wang Qingyu and his duo were curious. I picked it up on the road, and since the style is a bit old, I'll keep it for now, Lin Nan said and looked around the dormitory, trying to find a place to put it up. Look at the subtle black gas that escapes from the box from time to time. After hesitating for a moment, he eventually took a slow walk towards the balcony. On the balcony was a kennel they had placed for Roaring White. Lin Nan relocked this wooden box and put it inside. Meanwhile, Roaring White burrowed in with him. It seemed to be paying extra attention to the wooden box, and it continued to suck in the black chi that escaped from it. Under the lick of the snarling whites, the black gas in the middle of this wooden box couldn't spread out at all. Lin Nan was just relieved to see this. At this time, the cell phone rang, and the caller was clearly Liang Yuzhu. Hello, Officer Liang? Lin Nan answered the phone, only to hear Liang Yuzhu's voice coming from the other end. It doesn't take much to figure it out. The other party was contacting himself now, no doubt because of what had just happened in the forest. As expected, just as Lin Nan was pondering this, in the next second, the other party was heard to speak. Lin Nan, where are you now? Apparently, Liang Yuzhu had also just judged that Lin Nan was fine over the phone. After Lin Nan briefly explained the situation, he heard Liang Yuzhu continue. Come down to the station and take a statement first. I'll send someone to pick you up now. Before Lin Nan could say anything, the other party hung up the phone in a thunderous manner. Lin Nan just wanted to say the same. There's no need to send a police car. Just take a cab yourself. Yo, what's up Nan? Just after hanging up the phone, Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, opened his mouth. With a melon-eating expression, he turned toward Lin Nan and said, it was Officer Liang who called? She still remembers your number? Is this a routine inquiry about how things are? Or are you worried about your well-being? Study on the side. Lin Nan didn't have time to engage in small talk with him, so he turned around and packed his things, preparing to go out. Why go Nan? It's just a trip back and you're leaving again? Under Wang Qingyu's puzzled voice, Lin Nan faintly responded. Officer Liang called and asked me to go to the police station. Immediately, he stepped out of the dormitory and went to the entrance of the school, and Liang Yuzhu's speed was obviously not slow. After less than 20 minutes, a car had stopped in front of Lin Nan, with the windows down. Lin Nan froze when he saw the person in the main driver's seat, only to see that it was none other than Liang Yuzhu sitting up there. Officer Liang, how do you? Lin Nan was a little surprised. Didn't you say on the phone that you'd send someone to pick you up? But now how come the chief of detectives of this hall even came over in person? Liang Yuzhu didn't respond, only her eyes sized up Lin Nan. Seeing that he was not injured, he whirled around and signaled, get in the car, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing this, Lin Nan circled around the front of the car and prepared to get in. No sooner had his hand been on the passenger door than the voice came from the front again. I'm on a bus. There are rules. Sit in the back. Lin Nan did as he was told indifferently. The car quickly started and headed towards the police station. You know what I'm looking for you for, right? From the main driver's seat came Liang Yuzhu's inquiry. Lin Nan sniffed and nodded. Is that what happened in the woods? However, this kind of thing, how come you still let Officer Liang come here personally? This matter is complicated. The car was silent for a few seconds before Liang Yuzhu continued. Feng Wanhao, you should know this name, right? Ha? Lin Nan voiced out in confusion. Don't recognize it seems. Liang Yuzhu was stunned, as if she hadn't expected this answer. She smiled and gestured out the car window to Lin Nan. Following Liang Yuzhu's gesture, Lin Nan looked towards the outside. At first, he didn't see anything, until the line of sight went all the way up and saw a building complex with Marriott Group written in several large red letters. Oh, now recognize. Lin Nan nodded his head. Yet, there were still some doubts about Liang Yuzhu's words. This Feng Manhwa, is he the head of this group? Why are you talking about him all of a sudden? What was the connection to the giant snake he had decapitated in the jungle? Lin Nan asked towards Liang Yuzhu with doubts. Officer Liang, what does he have to do with this? And when Liang Yuzhu heard the sound, she first slowed down the car, glanced at Lin Nan from the rearview mirror. Immediately, he briefly recounted the circumstances of this matter to Lin Nan. Not quite sure. Initially, we also received a report from a ranger that a group of people claiming to be volunteers came to the woods, thinking they were sent to help. But the Rangers thought their movements were sneaky and a bit suspicious and suspected spies, which is why they called the police. The case just happened to come to us, and after investigating the group's background, we found that they were indeed volunteers and belonged to a security company. Hearing this, Lin Nan became more and more confused. A ranger reporting a crime? And a group of volunteers? Just as Lin Nan was puzzled, Liang Yuzhu seemed to know what he was thinking. The problem is that they moved the body of the snake you decapitated. As soon as these words came out, Lin Nan also instantly understood. That means another set of people have been to, since I left, and took the body of that snake? That's right. Liang Yuzhu nodded. And the reasons they give for that are very questionable. During the initial investigation, that security company reached out to us, saying that their volunteers had seen such a large snake carcass in the jungle, thought it was going to be disposed of, and went ahead and helped the Ranger one move it out. As for the body of the snake, it was also sent to the relevant biological science research organization not long after we were alerted. Here comes the fun, Liang Yuzhu said as her eyes narrowed. This security company, which is precisely the Marriott Group's property, and that bioscience research organization, which has just received a whole set of research equipment purchased by the Marriott Group. Hearing Liang Yuzhu's words, Lin Nan was also suspicious in his heart, because from what the other side revealed, it's clearly like there's a group of people that are doing something in the shadows. And, after learning that officials had begun to intervene, they quickly began wrapping things up, and outwardly made a show of being extremely cooperative. It's normal to say that. Even he had this feeling. Liang Yuzhu, who was the head of the criminal investigation team, would naturally think more about it. Immediately, I only heard the other party continue to inquire. The reason I think this is suspicious is because it looks like the group is trying to find something in the woods by using the volunteers. So I wanted to ask you first, did you find anything at the time? As Liang Yuzhu's words came out, several images naturally flashed through Lin Nan's mind. It was related to that three-headed giant snake. The most bizarre discovery to be made was naturally the snake itself. Surprisingly, it has 3 heads and is huge. Other than that, it was the snake pill that he had found in his body, and the wooden box that is now lying peacefully in the kennel. Both of these items were scrutinized by Lin Nan with his heavenly eyes. It was just that the mana it consumed was too much, so it didn't give its past history a direct look through, especially the wooden box that held a small golden baby hand, and under the gaze of the heaven's eye, one could clearly see its escaping black aura, which was extraordinarily bizarre. The onlooker, though invisible, however, Lin Nan guessed that this black gas would more or less have some negative effects on people. Right now, only the roaring white of the Tengu lineage was able to keep sucking in black chi, sort of a temporary relegation. And so, having pondered on this for a while, Lin Nan did not open his mouth. A short silence passed. Liang Yuzhu realized that Lin Nan did not respond and thought that it was because he was stuck in his memories, thinking about its status. After all, it was also still a freshman and had just gone through this kind of thing. Despite the outward composure, it is inevitable to feel fearful and scared. So, without further questioning, he opened his mouth. There are quite a few tapings online now, and I've seen what was going on. It can basically be ruled as an emergency shelter. Just have to give a statement later to explain the situation. Understands. Seeing that the other party didn't pursue the question further, Lin Nan looked out the window and said with a sigh of relief. It was just that the live recording that Liang Yuzhu was talking about had already caused an uproar on the internet. As Liang Yuzhu said, the image of Lin Nan tangling with that 3-headed giant snake in the jungle earlier, it started to go viral on the internet through live recordings by some netizens. And this live taping is spreading faster than even before. Even in just half a day, a hotspot has developed. On short video platforms, it became a small burst of news. Moreover, there are a number of marketing numbers that have seen its heat and have spontaneously run over to rub the traffic, constantly posting eye-popping videos. Families, I got goosebumps after watching this live recording. An anchor actually encountered a giant snake in the jungle. Who gets it? This turned out to be a real thing that happened this year. Images of Monty Python finally shining into reality. With all these marketing numbers coming in on their own, it pours that the recorded video is getting hotter on the platform. The first one to post the recording was apparently a fan of Lin Nan's livestream. This is despite the fact that the original account only had 3,000 or 4,000 followers. However, the video alone, which is less than half an hour long, already has hundreds of thousands of likes. In the middle of the scene, it was exactly what happened when Lin Nan entered the cave to avoid the rain. And then what happened? With the explosion of live recording, many passers-by on the internet also saw this scene. They witnessed Lin Nan in the middle of the picture, dressed in a military uniform and clad in immortal armor. First, he rode on the back of the black deer and kept wandering around, tussling with this giant snake. Several times, he had watched the sharp snake's teeth, nearly falling on Lin Nan's body, pulling at the heartstrings of the internet and tensing up with it. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was holding a curved bow in his hand and squeezing the projectile, hitting the giant snake's vital points with each precise blow. With a scene presented in this videotape, netizens caused a sensation. There were comments underneath the video. "I'll be damned. The anchor can do this with his hands. And this costume. This outfit. I almost thought it was Erlang Shinjun descending to Earth." Yeah, I just felt that way too. Is this a videotape? How come it's more exciting than those special effects blockbusters? This section alone, when intercepted, feels like it could be made into a movie. It's like a real-life Erlang Shinjun beheading an evil scaly dragon. Still, the first view. What a bold attempt. It's simply too good to be true. I'm also considered to be an advisor, right? When it's a box office hit, remember to count me in on the split. There's a problem though. This snake is all dead now. Where can I find a body double to make up some shots? Just as the netizens were rambling on, someone also recognized Schwanza at once. Thinking that the black deer the anchor was riding looked really familiar, he immediately commented, isn't this black deer the highway buck that was on the news earlier? I remember when it roared down the highway. It was a blast to ride. Hiss. I see this anchor's costume looks a bit familiar too. Good lord. It's really the one I've been following. At Munin. As netizens dug all kinds of deeper, they followed the recorded screen to find the rightful owner. For a while, the number of fans on Lin Nan's account was also like a rocket. It started to go up miserably. End of chapter 99. Chapter 98 Live Response. Special Guest. Chapter 98 Live Response with Special Guests. Chapter 99 Live Response. Special Guest. With the attention that live video recording has garnered on the internet, the number of followers on Lin Nan's account had already surpassed 300,000 fans. It's so hard to stumble upon such a hotspot. None of the local news media, naturally, wanted to miss this opportunity. Reporters were hurriedly dispatched to start checking up on Lin Nan's whereabouts through various clues. There were even media outlets that were planning to arrange an exclusive interview for Lin Nan. However, Lin Nan was momentarily unaware of this news from the outside world, only because he was in the police station. The cell phone was also temporarily handed over to Liang Yuzhu for safekeeping. The disposable paper cup that had just been handed to him in front of him still had tea steaming in it. I can't believe that. Really came in to drink tea. Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh. However, the situation one faces is a little different from what the police department had previously envisioned. There wasn't much of an interrogation session. Officer Liang brought Lin Nan over here, and with only one word of explanation not to go anywhere, he went off somewhere, and Lin Nan waited quietly, and no one came over for a while. The people are there. After a while, only Liang Yuzhu walked over with a police officer. Lin Nan looked at the visitor, only to see that the police officer was slightly chubby and looked svelte. Lin Nan, right? Hello, my last name is Chen. Officer Chen. A brief hello. Through 3 or 2 conversations, Lin Nan found that the other party's attitude wasn't bad, and was even quite kind. Mr. Lin, in your case, we've already asked for instructions. The first thing that can be determined is that it can be ruled as an emergency shelter. After all, it was clearly presented in the recorded video that the giant snake tried to eat people for all to see. Officer Chen's words secretly relieved Lin Nan. It's just that there are a few more details that we need to understand. Officer Chen followed the situation again and asked about what had happened. And there was mention of the last encounter with that gang of poachers. Between the words, Lin Nan sensed that the other party seemed to mean something else. Well, not yet thinking of how to speak. After 2 seconds of silence, Officer Chen continued with a smile on his face. Student Lin, these things are actually quite easy to explain. After all, we also have an unforgiving request. Look at this first. Lin Nan looked at the cell phone that Officer Chen handed over, and on the screen was a live recording of himself. Upon closer inspection, when you see the number of likes on this video, even Lin Nan himself couldn't help but feel surprised. How? With Lin Nan's reaction, Officer Chen said with a slight smile, didn't realize? Your recording video is a hot commodity right now. By coincidence, our Smoky Sea City police also have media accounts on top of short video platforms and need to do some regular publicity. With these words from Officer Chen, Lin Nan also roughly figured out the other party's intentions. Perhaps it is, and this time things can go in the direction of a big deal. It's just that there is a need to cooperate with the police in some operations. Lin Nan read the other party's intentions and promptly nodded. Officer Chen, if you need anything, just say so. And seeing that Lin Nan was so cooperative, Officer Chen's face revealed a smile and directly told Lin Nan the purpose. Actually, it's not that hard. We'd like to have a live link with you on our next broadcast. and also make it easier to inform the public where the line is drawn in terms of wildlife encounters like this one and taking emergency avoidance behavior. And also to serve as a wake-up call that we generally can't actively harm wildlife unless we have to. Hearing these words from Officer Chen, Lin Nan didn't have any reason to refuse. I would have been in this situation myself and had to figure out how to explain the situation to the audience. And, having just glanced at the comments underneath the video myself, there were quite a few netizens questioning it, thinking that Lin Nan had overreacted and hurt that giant snake. It also left Lin Nan a bit speechless. Should he have just tied his hands and been eaten at that time to be considered not overly aggressive? Now with Officer Chen's request, this matter is instead simpler. If there is a live police connection during the broadcast, this is certainly a powerful response, enough to shut some of the sanctimonious netizens up. Understood. I'm fully cooperative. Lin Nan thought about it, so he nodded. Good. Then, Mr. Lin, I look forward to our cooperation. Officer Chen was obviously very pleased with Lin Nan's painful response and shook his hand. Immediately, after taking care of these things, Lin Nan left the police station, and Liang Yuzhu was about to get busy with the matter at hand when she caught a glimpse of Officer Chen's expression. Seeing his appearance of constantly rubbing his hands and still organizing his instruments, Liang Yuzhu was puzzled. Little Chen, it's just a connection. Are you so excited? Officer Chen still looked at Lin Nan's departing direction and could not hide his excitement. Of course, think about what people watch when our account is live. And this is the first time I've worked with an internet celebrity with so many fans. TSK. Why am I still a little nervous? At this time, Lin Nan was already out of the police station door. Thinking back on Officer Chen's words, he also mentally prepared for the live link. That's easy. Just as Lin Nan was thinking, something unexpected happened, only to see that he had just come out of the police station and was about to turn a corner to get a cab. Two silhouettes suddenly sprang out in front of the side. Excuse me, is this the Munin on the doujinshi? Lin Nan looked up at the sound, only to see two people standing in front of him, blocking his way, and with one hand holding a microphone and the other carrying a camera. Looking at this situation, Lin Nan also roughly guessed the identity of the other party. Spin nodded, and when the two people on the opposite side of the room saw this, their faces clearly showed joy as they hurriedly inquired. Great, is it easy to ask you a few questions? This sounded like an inquiry, but before Lin Nan could respond yes or no, the female reporter in front of him inquired like a machine gun. Excuse me, do you realize that everyone is watching your live recordings online right now? Facing that giant snake with 3 heads, were you scared then? Did you just get out of the police station? Is it something to do with the live recording? What kind of view do the police harbor about this incident? Hearing the other party's series of inquiries, Lin Nan was momentarily at a loss as to which one to answer first, but after thinking about it, I'd be responding live later anyway, so I turned to the camera. Well, I'm sure that what you're asking questions about is what people are curious about. I will also turn on the live broadcast tonight, and we'll give answers one by one then, Lin Nan said politely, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. And after such a response, this reporter was clearly not satisfied. After all, the local news media is now chipping away at this hotspot. Now it was so hard to get them to find Lin Nan through various ways. You end up squatting for half a day and get a live preview? There's no way I can explain this to my superiors. So the female reporter said a couple more words in a hurry, somewhat to pester. Just then, and I don't know if it was a coincidence, only to hear a police officer at the entrance of the police station, suddenly coughing twice. The reporter glanced back at once, and his movements were curtailed, and Lin Nan took this opening to step away from the police station. When the female reporter came back to her senses, she saw that Lin Nan had already walked away inside. Alas, nothing was asked, and the man carrying the camera, who had saved the footage, inquired, "It's all filmed. Is this going to play?" "Put what?" the female reporter said with bereft eyebrows. "What he just said doesn't reveal a thing. If we put this up, aren't we just warming up people's live rooms for free? What's wrong with that?" The other media didn't even get an interview. Rather, thought in her mind. The female reporter waved her hand and said, "Never mind. It's better than going back to Open Sky and putting this material up." Soon, Lin Nan took a taxi back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by Wang Qingyu's big face and an expression of good faith. "Brother Nan, are you alright? What did Officer Liang want with you?" Lin Nan shook his head and opened his mouth to make arrangements. "Fatty, let's get ready for a live broadcast in the evening, so pay attention to the connection then." As Lin Nan's words fell, Wang Qingyu immediately came enthusiastic. "Brother Nan, we also have a live linking business? Which beautiful netizen is this going to be with? The kind that does punishment if you lose, right?" Lin Nan sniffed, glanced at the other party, and explained, "To be linked tonight is the Smoky Sea Police. When these words came out, Wang Qingyu's smile, for a moment, froze on his face, and when Jiang Tao, who was on the side, saw this, he somewhat couldn't help but open his mouth to snicker. Yo, what's wrong, fatty? Wasn't he quite active just now? Do you still want to live, connect and lose as a punishment now? Cough. Wang Qingyu coughed twice, awkwardly looked around and said, it's better to get ready first. TSK, look at the dirty ground. It's almost able to shine out. After Lin Nan said that he was going to connect with the police in the evening, the enthusiasm of the duo of Wang Qingyu also apparently gradually increased, and the preparations went exceptionally well. And just as they were getting ready, a news outlet in the city of Smoky Sea also posted a story on the video platform. It was for Lin Nan's interview that the reporter questioned Lin Nan, who had just left the police station. Lin Nan said he would elaborate on the situation during the evening broadcast. Seeing this news, netizens also became curious and squatted up Lin Nan's live broadcast, and the news outlets that posted the video of the interview were a bit surprised at the moment, even though they just let Lin Nan show his face. But because of the sheer heat of this video, the numbers are quite impressive. Soon, it was time for the evening broadcast. Yunan's live broadcast opened on time, and Lin Nan changed into his Erlang Jinjuan costume. Just a few short minutes after the start of the show, the number of online viewers grew by an eye-watering margin. Such an amazing speed also made the duo of Wang Qingyu, who were on the side, feel a surge of excitement. Immediately, netizens exclaimed as they flooded the live broadcast room. Anchor, I watched your live recording. It was awesome. Just this god costume and the stance at that time. It's a direct road trip. I can get goosebumps just by looking at that giant snake through the screen. How dare you get close enough to tangle with it? Anchor, were you Sushian in your last life? And, Anchor, the snarling dog you're following around. It was also quite divine in the recorded video, to dare to confront a giant snake with such a large difference in size. It's too divine. As the live broadcast opened, Lin Nan eyed the favorable comments that were pouring in on the review. On the side of the Wang Qingyu duo also took the opportunity to liven up the atmosphere for Lin Nan, reminding the audience of the live broadcast that they could first add a concern or something like that. However, there were soon some skeptical voices as well. Some people with ulterior motives began to comment at the bottom. Anchor, I heard you were invited into the police station for tea today? And the reason? Is it because of the decapitation of that three-headed snake? As soon as this comment came out, the netizens in the live broadcast room were surprised. This thing even alerted the police? As far as, there's still a possibility of getting in? There were some netizens who knew the law in the live broadcast room, and they immediately came out and explained. Not so much. If it's an emergency shelter in self-defense, it's all good. But if it's judged to be intentional harm to wildlife, that's not accurate. Hiss. So, the anchor isn't going to go in and step on the sewing machine anytime soon, is he? With the netizens talking, there were even some peers, sneering at the bottom, taking the opportunity to furtively talk to the netizens in the live broadcast, trying to gain a wave of fans. Seeing this, Lin Nan waited for a few moments. As a prompting sound rang out, behold the request to connect to the live broadcast, which slowly opened its mouth. Everyone. At Lin Nan's voice, the scrolling speed of the comments in the live broadcast room steeply slowed down. I see the questions, and since there is confusion, here are the answers from the people involved. Immediately, Lin Nan signaled Wang Qingyu to come forward. Under the confusion of the netizens in the broadcast room, only a connecting video popped up, and the video screen appeared in the bottom right corner of Lin Nan's live broadcast, and in the middle of the picture was a police officer in a police uniform. With a smile on its face, it waved toward the camera. Hello everyone on the air. My name is Chen. I'm a police officer in our Smoky Sea City, and we've already understood the situation regarding Yunnan. If you all have anything you want to ask, you can come and ask your questions now, and I will give the answers within the scope of my duties. As Xiao Chen's words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Eyes on the anchor to open the video link, even connected to the Smoky Sea City Police? And from the meaning of the words, the other party was clearly trying to explain for the anchor. So, as the live stream connected, netizens exclaimed, and their questions were quickly explained. Knowing the final situation of the matter, some peers who were originally red-hot and wanted to take the opportunity to step on a foot, now saw that Lin Nan even dared to link up with the police, but also had to collect their small minds and quickly slipped away. After the live link, Lin Nan asked for another wave of advice from the netizens. When this live broadcast ended, a series of beeps rang in Lin Nan's ears. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions included: inclusion suggestion, build the Ascension hat and the Ascending Cloud Crawler. Difficulty is easy. Completion rewards 1% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, clear the source of the wonderful way to get rid of diseases and disasters. Difficult difficulty. Completion rewards 5% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, Erlang reveals himself as a saint and rises above the clouds. Extremely difficult. Completion rewards 10% play completion. End of chapter. 100. Chapter 99 Getting rid of diseases and disasters? Chapter 99, Getting rid of diseases and disasters? I'll go. Nan. We're tough this time. After the live broadcast ended, Wang Qingyu said with some excitement. He was seen looking at the background data and could not help but sigh. It's not just him either. Usually has always been a little more stable Jiang Tao. This moment look is also difficult to hide the joy. What's wrong? So excited. After seeing the reaction of the two, Lin Nan came closer. An end-to-end glance toward the cell phone screen. On that was clearly the backstage data that was displayed after the live broadcast was over. Lin Nan also gradually realized the reason for the two men's excitement. As shown by this live streaming data, Lin Nan realized that today's highest real-time online number could be higher than even before. You could even say it's tripled. And due to the large number of people, the gifts received for this broadcast have multiplied several times. However, that alone is not all. Go see if the fans are up. Under Lin Nan's reminder, Wang Qingyu clicked on the homepage and went to his account to check the number of fans. Only the number of followers of the account was seen, approaching towards 500,000. Woohoo! It's gone up so much. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu immediately leaped forward. No wonder he was so surprised. After all, they hadn't been on the air for very long in total since they started. Unless something comes up that's hard to get out of. Otherwise, Lin Nan would basically take them on live broadcasts every day. Despite having a few eye candy fans, it's a short time to reach that many followers. It was more or less exciting. Immediately, he heard Wang Qingyu cheer. Nan, you're too good. To think that we can get the Smoky Sea Police to come and connect with us? How on earth did you do that? Also, the previous live broadcast of chopping the demon snake. That effect was simply not too explosive. For our account to reach this level today, old Lin properly takes the credit. Immediately, Lin Nan told the two of them briefly. The reason why the Smoky Sea City Police linked up with them was actually because of the impact of the incident. It just so happens that their account is also tasked with this aspect of legal literacy. So, take this opportunity to come over here and link up and tell your friends about the law. By the way, on the air, for myself, I did some clarification. After all, there aren't really many viewers for a simple live police broadcast of law enforcement. It was just that the results so far had not occurred to Lin Nan himself. This Smoky Sea Police connection has created much more than a 1+1 effect. Lin Nan's side of the account. The number of fans soared, not to mention. Went back to the Smoky Sea Police account that the live stream had linked to. It was discovered that the official account, which originally had 6,000 followers, had long since broken 10,000 even after a live broadcast. Rather a win-win situation. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao on the side listened to the advantages and disadvantages of this. That's when I realized why the Smoky Seas Police were actively linking up and still kept staggering around at their side. As this broadcast ends, Lin Nan heard the system include some more netizen suggestions. So do some searching in your head. Begin to scrutinize the suggestions for inclusion and speculate in your mind. First up are two easy ones, building the Ascension Hat and the Ascending Cloud Walk. It really isn't that difficult. It was just that when he made the Erlang True Lord Immortal Armor costume earlier, he was a bit rushed and didn't notice this. Now with the advice of the internet, go search for some canonical records and you will be able to make a look according to it. Just these few remaining suggestions. Taking off in the clouds? Lin Nan muttered. This advice is quite familiar to myself. One could even say that each of their own gods is played by an Edison. But on second thought, it couldn't be more different. After all, when ordinary people saw Lin Nan's realistic disguise, they would most likely be in a trance at first glance, subconsciously thinking that it is the gods coming down to earth. It is natural to associate it with prancing clouds. Only, according to his current progress in the cultivation of the 8-9 Xian Gong, he was still at the stage of strengthening his body. At best, it was able to lighten the body quite a bit, far from reaching the level of riding on clouds. As for this other item, inclusion suggestion, clear the source of the wonderful way to get rid of diseases and disasters. Difficulty. Completion rewards 5% play completion. Looking at the included advice, Lin Nan's lips pursed. Looking through the information previously consulted, Erlang Jinjuan can be said to be quite spiritual in the word of mouth of the people. Not only can they get rid of diseases and disasters, but they can even ask for heirs in marriage. It's just that, at the moment, this inclusion suggestion is in front of one's face, but it seems to be a bit of a hard sell. If it's like what the Thunder Ancestor Heavenly Father suggested, pointing out where to go to make a thunderstorm is a clear goal. But this expectorant, how does it work exactly? And let's not talk about what counts as removing a disaster. But you haven't gotten any spells to get rid of illnesses at the moment, have you? Is it hard to believe that I have to go and learn the art of healing first? Lin Nan couldn't help but secretly say in his heart. Early the next morning, the alarm went off in the dormitory. Sandwiched between snarling whites waking up to the sound of the alarm clock and a few resentful barks from the balcony, Lin Nan's 3 people also woke up one after another. It's time for the thunderous run-through again. After a night's rest, Lin Nan found that she was full of energy today, and it was as if she had an inexhaustible amount of strength in her body. And the whole body and mind had a feeling of floating. This is realized to this point, and immediately examined itself. When it became clear where this marvelous feeling came from, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel elated as well. He only saw the heaven and earth spiritual chi absorbed within his body becoming more and more abundant. This was a level that had never been reached since practicing the 8-9 mysteries. Lin Nan felt a bit puzzled while rejoicing. It stands to reason that, during the course of this night, one did not recite the mindfulness method. As a result, the speed of self-absorption of heaven and earth aura should be a few points slower. But looking at the current situation, how come the cultivation progress hasn't fallen at all? Even the aura of heaven and earth in the body is more abundant than during the day? With this in mind, Lin Nan also remembered something. So, looking towards his pillow, his eyes settled on an irregularly shaped green stone. It was the snake dam that was dug out of the belly of that 3-headed giant snake. Could it be because of it? Lin Nan said in his heart. Just then, the floor of the dormitory seemed to shake, only to see Wang Qingyu surprisingly jump off the bed. Yo, it's been a long time coming. Fatso is so active today? Seeing the fat man out of bed, surprisingly without procrastination, is holding the book ready to go out. Jiang Tao cannot help but flirt. Wang Qingyu sniffed, barely opened his sleepy eyes, stood by the window with some anticipation, and surveyed the weather outside, until he saw that the sky was cloudless. Wang Qingyu's hanging heart completely died. Ugh, what's going on these days? Didn't we have thunder and rain and the occasional hailstorm at school a while back? Why can't it just happen to rain and stop when the running time passes? Wang Qingyu muttered under his breath, still undeterred, and opened his mouth towards Lin Nan. Nan, why don't you think of something? Draw another formation or something? Swish! Lin Nan also jumped down from the top bunk, but he was as light as a swallow, and landed without making any noise. While changing his clothes, he spoke to Wang Qingyu. Drawing formations? Do you really think I can call the wind and rain? After Lin Nan jokingly said that, Wang Qingyu immediately looked like a deflated ball. This look made Lin Nan couldn't help but smile. Right, old Lin. Jiang Tao suddenly opened his mouth at this moment, pointing at the balcony. Roaring White, who was wagging his tail towards Lin Nan, he said, later, take Roaring White down with you? Otherwise, it's kinda boring to watch it stay on the balcony. As Jiang Tao said, Lin Nan sensed Roaring White's emotions and naturally wanted to follow him out. Just, again, slightly apprehensively, he said, is this okay? Wang Qingyu, who was behind him, also spoke at this moment. Yeah, and it caused a wave of attention the last time it followed Nan on a gym run. Will it affect discipline or something? Jiang Tao seemed to have considered this earlier and said with a smile on his face, I've talked to the seniors I know better in our department, and there's no school rule that covers this. It's just running drills anyway, so I'll let him go for a couple of laps as well, just to walk the dog. Hearing this, Lin Nan also pondered in his heart. Spinning around, he took a step in the direction of that balcony, came to the kennel built for Roaring White. Lin Nan stroked Roaring White's head and glanced at the wooden box in the kennel. The eyes stared down. Even without fully opening the heavenly eyes, one was still able to see something. Under observation, Lin Nan realized that the black gas escaping from the wooden box had been very sluggish. And the black gas seemed to be somewhat afraid of the sunlight. Even if Roaring White hadn't licked it, it wouldn't have mattered for a while. Seeing this, Lin Nan glanced at the leaping Roaring White. Immediately, he turned toward the Jiang Tao duo at the door. Success! Let's go! Lin Nan's trio took Roaring White with them and made their way to the class lineup. As their figures appeared, these surrounding students standing in line also cast gazes, especially when they saw Lin Nan. These freshmen burst into life. Look, it's Lin Nan, the one who's been playing the anchor that's been so hot on Dujang lately. It's all over the internet now that he's playing a god live streaming the beheading of a snake demon. It's simply awesome. I watched him live last night and the heat was real. Even the police are looking for him to connect the dots. With these voices of discussion, Lin Nan's face was unperturbed. Jiang Tao was also on the side and spoke with a smile. Looks like we're really on fire. It's okay, just get used to it. This did not get any better after coming to the queue. Many students still expressed their concern towards Lin Nan, which naturally included Wang Yu. All of them were responded to by Lin Nan in a couple of sentences. In a few moments, the queue began to run. Roaring White followed Lin Nan's side, hopping along for a walk. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was carrying that snake pill in his arms, feeling the convergence of heaven and earth's aura, between breathing and exhaling. It was all about the circulation of aura. That's 2 laps around the school. After it was over, Lin Nan found that he did not feel any fatigue. On the contrary, Wang Chengyu, who was beside him, was already tired and sweating profusely. Phew, Nan, I'm going to lose it. If this runs out of good, school to pay for it? Wang Chengyu said towards Lin Nan with a half-dead look on his face. At the same time, he also saw through the corner of his eye that Lin Nan had a calm and relaxed look. Cannot help but be somewhat surprised. Enviously asked. Not Nan. We just ran so far. How? Do you atmosphere are not asthma? Maybe. Running is a habit. Lin Nan sniffed and said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Before Wang Qingyu could slow down, Zhang Tao also stepped back. It's still early. Why don't we go to the cafeteria for breakfast? Hearing Zhang Tao's proposal, Wang Qingyu still bowed his body and said, I can't. If you want to go, you guys go. I'm so tired I don't want to eat. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan was thinking of something. So first he inquired with the two. Today's class. Before Lin Nan's words fell, Zhang Tao spoke. There's a class in the second major in the morning and a full afternoon. Lin Nan sniffed and made a calculation in his mind. It was in thinking about. Last night, the suggestions of the webmasters included in the live stream. This builds the ascension cap and the ascending cloud track. You can start to prepare for it, but get rid of diseases and disasters. How can it be accomplished? Lin Nan glanced in the direction of the library and also made up his mind. Anyway, he was practicing Xiangong himself. Moreover, this heaven and earth aura was accumulating mana as it was continuously absorbed into the body. A trip to the library wouldn't hurt. Lin Nan arranged it down towards the Zhang Tao duo. The matter of building the ascension hat and the ascending cloud crawl was explained to them. The two men also immediately said that they would go back and look for information to contact the tailor store. After receiving a reply, Lin Nan glanced at Roaring White and signaled, Okay, then you guys take Roaring White back first. Upon hearing this, the Zhang Tao duo froze. Even Wang Qingyu, who had been gasping for air, barely managed to hold up his back. I don't know what came to mind, but I was a little worried. Ha, Nan, where are you going again? Seeing this, Lin Nan turned his head and gestured in the direction of the library. I'm going to go to the library and check something out. With that, he had moved on, striding towards the library. Only 2 people and a dog were left, standing still and watching its back. Taozi, Wang Chengyu muttered. What did Nan say he was doing last time he went to the library? Hiss, he can't be going on another date behind our backs, can he? A few moments later, Lin Nan was already sitting on a chair in the library. Several books were stacked in front of him, stacked like a hill. It was himself who searched the shelves of the library. From the medical category. Such a situation also drew sideways glances from the surrounding students. Originally, there were not many students in this library in the morning. Not to mention, look at all the books someone has piled onto the table. Inevitably, it caused onlookers to stare. These books, can you get them out and finish them? And some of the students poked around and realized that the ones Lin Nan had taken were also clearly medical categories. As the saying goes, if you advise someone to study medicine, heaven help you. The difficulty of the medical profession is evident. If a medical student had been present, he would have known how obscure these books were. However, Lin Nan searched these books over at this time. Right now it's also trying to figure out how to reach the proposal to get rid of the disease. Then he sank his breath and recited the Dharma of the heavenly book of Tungwan eyes under his breath. Immediately, in the state of turning on the avatar, he began to read, and in the middle of the library, all that could be heard was the sound of pages turning. See how fast this flipping is. The students also cast curious gazes towards Lin Nan. End of chapter 101. Chapter 100, The Yushin. Chapter 100. Inside the library, Lin Nan collected some medical books and exerted his divine powers. Swish swish swish. For a while, the sound of pages turning was incessant. As Lin Nan was absorbed in reading, he also drew sideways glances from the surrounding students. As they watched Lin Nan flipping through the books so quickly, they were inevitably surprised in their hearts. What's this dude doing? Book flipping so fast? Look, he just picked up a copy and flipped through it in 3 or 2 minutes. Good lord, printing isn't even as fast as he is. What does that tell you? Eyes watched Lin Nan's flipping movements and a look of fascination. These students couldn't help but wonder. I remember an educational organization was exposed on the internet before, saying something about quantum fluctuation speed reading? It's just a bunch of charlatans under the guise of education, getting kids to turn the pages of a book at breakneck speeds and saying they can't forget it. Even letting kids flip through books blindfolded, saying they can feel knowledge from the quantum realm or something, fooled a lot of parents. This dude, It's not like he's been brainwashed by this kind of organization too, is it? And it's not even the end of the period. Is it necessary to fight so hard? Under the discussion, the students noticed the category of books on Lin Nan's desk and whispered, "Not to mention, look at all the books he reads. They're all medical. Another medical student driven mad? No wonder then." With this speculation, the students all thought they had guessed the original story. However, how could they know what was going on in Lin Nan's eyes? While consuming manna in a state where the heavenly book tongue one eye is open, Lin Nan flipped through the pages of the book, and all the words on it were like they were coming to life, constantly leaping from the books into the mind and imprinting themselves. And in order to finish reading it as soon as possible so as to save the loss of mana, Lin Nan's hand movements were non-stop, constantly memorizing the words on it. The whole person was fully concentrated. In this state, the book no longer seems obscure, but rather quite interesting. And so it goes. From Western medical records to Chinese medical texts, Lin Nan murmured in a small voice as he flipped through the pages. The main way of treating disease in medieval Europe turned out to be by bloodletting. This drug history story even quotes some records from the Shanhaijing. The grasses and trees in the Yamaha Sutra are traceable in reality? Looking at the contents, Lin Nan was quite mesmerized. Without realizing it, it was almost time for the second class to begin. Just then, from within the library's study room, a professor wearing glasses came out. It had been just passing through and seemed to be rushing to class. When he walked near Lin Nan, he was also attracted by the sound of the pages turning. Ben thought it was some mischievous student. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Nan, he took a couple of careful glances. "Lin Nan?" Hearing a voice from behind him, Lin Nan also turned back. The person speaking was clearly Professor Chui. At this moment, was holding up his glasses with a look of scrutinizing himself. "Professor Choi." Lin Nan froze and instantly woke up from the state of heavenly book passage text. At that moment, the other students in the library also saw Professor Choi, and Professor Choi's reputation was quite loud within the school, and all knew of his severity. So to speak, even if you happened to pass by for lunch, you might be lectured by Professor Choi. Not to mention the fact that Lin Nan was casually flipping through the books like this, looking like he wasn't chanting with all his heart. So, seeing Prof. Choi open up with Lin Nan, the students around them assumed a natural posture of watching the show. TSK, this dude isn't having much luck. It's okay to go through books haphazardly in the library, but I can't believe I ran into Professor Choi. It's a good thing I won't be able to escape a reprimand. However, just as the students had thought that Prof. Choi would be strict with him, what happened in the next second overwhelmed them. Only Professor Choi stood behind Lin Nan and looked at the mountain of books on his desk. It was actually pressed without any anger. Instead, a smile appeared on his face and he opened his mouth. "Lin Nan, coming to the library to memorize books in the morning? Students who work as hard as you do are rare these days." At those words, the students in the room froze. For a while, it was all a bit confusing. What's the situation? The dude had what must have been 7 or 8 books on his desktop, to say the least. Who can read so much in one sitting, may I ask? And the speed at which he turned the pages just now was outrageous. How come Prof. Choi not only didn't say anything about him, but even praised him? However, there were students who noticed the name Professor Choi called out. Seemingly remembering something, he couldn't help but freeze and said, "Wait, what did Professor Choi say? Did he just call out his name as Lin Nan?" Under the gazes of several students around him, the student said with some surprise, "I'm going to go. I heard a student in the economics program was caught skipping class earlier, and ended up giving Prof. Choi a straight up full book recitation when he picked him up for a question. It's hard to believe that is him. Ha!" The rest of the students had obviously heard about it. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Nan again, their gazes were filled with marvel. Had he memorized all the books he had just flipped through? Meanwhile, the professor glanced over to the table as he spoke. He had thought that Lin Nan was reading books on economics. However, upon seeing the names of the books, Professor Choi was visibly stunned. Drug history story? Lin Nan, you shouldn't be thinking. Before Professor Choi finished, Lin Nan looked at the other party's reaction and smiled sarcastically. "Oh, just reading some extracurricular books on a whim," Lin Nan said, but realized that Professor Choi seemed to be relieved. "So, that's good." Immediately, under Lin Nan's doubts, Professor Choi slowly explained. "Lin Nan, teacher was a bit strict before, but after the last time you memorized, I found out that you are a good seedling. Your teacher has an intention to train you and take you to do some research on economics." Hearing this, Lin Nan immediately understood. It's not uncommon for professors in schools to take a couple of their favorite students to do research. People like Prof. Choi aren't very well liked though because they don't usually fit in. But after all, the status is here. If he did lead the research, it would be an outlet for freshmen. Only, Lin Nan didn't expect that memorizing a few paragraphs of the textbook last time would be valued by Professor Chui. So instantly, he digressed. Professor Choi, are you going to class? Ah, right. Professor Choi nodded. It's the third class of economics and management later. Lin Nan was also stunned. The third class of economics and management? Good lord. I was too busy in the morning asking which section had class. Dare I say that the next class will be Prof. Choi's? For now, it looks like there's still a class schedule to memorize. Immediately, Lin Nan also spoke. Shouldn't we get to class then? A few minutes later, Lin Nan walked with Professor Chui all the way towards the classroom. The students in the same class were already seated in the classroom at this moment. After all, no one dared to skip Professor Chui's class. As a result, they soon saw Professor Chui and Lin Nan talking and walking into the classroom together. The students in the class looked at each other when they saw this. Wang Qingyu also rubbed his eyes, and after confirming it, he opened his mouth towards Jiang Tao beside him. Taozi, am I reading this right? Why did Nan come in with Prof. Choi? And looking at this talk and laugh. It feels like they know each other quite well. That's strange. Didn't they have a problem before? Seeing Lin Nan walk into the classroom with Professor Chui, especially when the students realized that Professor Chui showed a diametrically opposite attitude from his usual when facing Lin Nan, couldn't help but cause a murmur among the students. However, the ringing of the class bell quickly stopped them in their tracks, and in the middle of the classroom, apart from the sound of Professor Chui's lecture, all that could be heard was the incessant chirping of cicadas outside the window. Squeak, squeak, with a muffled thud, a cloud of debris rose from the trunk of the tree, and pieces of bark crumbled in all directions with it. The cicadas in the trees seemed to sense each other's emotions. Even the originally raucous chirping sound, all of a sudden stopped for a few minutes. In the middle of the compound stood a young man, dressed in a craftsman's getup with a pair of brown backpacking pants underneath. At that moment, he was holding a slingshot and pulling the bowstring full towards the trunk. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to realize that the style of the slingshot held by this man was very similar to the one held by Lin Nan. To be different, it just doesn't have the subtle ornamentation on it like the golden bow and silver bullet. What was promised to be left to me has been passed on to an outsider. Words don't count, the youth muttered, and his hand also once again drew the bowstring full and squeezed the projectile. Immediately, with a downward tug on the bow as he scattered his hands, the projectile shot out again at a rapid pace. Another snap. The youth seemed to gamble a little, and kept exciting the projectile. Hearing the thumping sound outside naturally attracted the master in the hall, only to hear a voice from the hall inquired out. Guangzheng, told you to try a bow. How to try not finished? Stepping out from within the hall, one person, the very same Master Liang who had previously built Lin Nan's slingshot, stepped out while inquiring about the youth. When striding to the compound, he saw the behavior of his disciple. It was still like a competition, and they kept shooting projectiles towards the trunk of the tree with their bows drawn. Looking at the projectiles scattered on the ground, Master Liang frowned. Xiaozhang also stopped his bow slinging when he saw his master walk out. Despite being a bit downcast, he offered this newly built slingshot with both hands and opened his mouth towards Master Liang. Master, bow test finished. The weight and accuracy are not bad. Master Liang sighed bitterly when he saw Xiaozhang's lost look. There was no other reason than the slingshot that had been built for Lin Nan earlier. Due to Lin Nan's Erlang Jinju in disguise at that time, he made Master Liang marvel. It was then thought to give it all he had to create a slingshot that would be unrivaled, so that it would be worthy of the image of Erlang Jinjuan. For this reason, Mr. Liang has used his long-cherished bow-making materials, and this disciple of his own, right now, is also gambling over this matter. After all, if nothing else, this material was originally intended to continue to be treasured, carefully maintained, and saved to be passed on to an apprentice in the future. Masa, you don't have to gamble. Master Liang glanced at the presented slingshot in the other's hand and opened his mouth. Does this bow feel good to you when you try it? Masa sniffed and nodded naturally. Then you keep it. Ha! Masa froze for a moment, looking at the slingshot he had just tried. That's when he responded and inquired. Master, could it be that this bow, you made it especially for me? Master Liang didn't say anything, but his expression was already acquiescent. Xiaozheng's face flashed with a touch of joy, and then fell a little bit, murmuring, but, the material of that previous bow is the good wood that you have selected 1,000 times before treasuring it down. Now that the temple fair is coming up, why don't you let me take it and go to the competition? Hearing this, Master Liang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The temple fair that Xiaozhang mentioned was a major event coming up in the city of Smoky Sea. The festival lasts for 7 days and there will be many folk activities and programs. There is also the most popular Yushin event. That is, it refers to the gods going on a journey. Countless people will take this opportunity to worship and pray to the gods and make wishes to the parading gods. Pray for wealth and well-being, as well as the ability of your family to be free of illness and disease. And I heard that many entrepreneurs also put in financial support for this temple fair, which is unprecedented in scale. There will even be many media interviews and reports. The slingshot, which is a non-heritage item, was naturally invited to participate. It is only because of the gradual decline of the slingshot program nowadays and the manipulation of people behind the scenes that the slingshot was merged into the archery tournament, and only participated as a special invited performance category. Thinking of this, Master Liang looked at the disciple in front of him and opened his mouth. This temple tournament is for us to go and get some color. It's all archery then. Do you expect us to take any place? Hearing this, Xiaozhang was still a bit unconvinced and said with some expectation, but what if it works? Once you take a place, won't you be able to call more people? In time, this craft of ours, too. However, before the words were finished, Master Liang waved his hand. He naturally knew more about this archery competition than Kamesa. The opponents you meet then can be selected by the investors behind the scenes. The purpose, in fact, is to build momentum for the archery club that will soon become a reality. With a slingshot alone, even if it is perfected, how can it compete with those who use modern bows and arrows? Come on, what's the point of talking so much? If you have this time, you might as well do more work. Xiaozhang sniffed, pursed his lips. Just the age of blood and vigor. How can he easily give in? Visible Master Liang's attitude is determined. Xiaozhang, a stomach of words held in his heart. Then he sat down in silence and flipped through the video somewhat gamely. It was meant to be a look at the preparations for the temple fair, which should already have been covered by the media. However, after pulling out his cell phone, he was the one who saw the push message. Following that, I swiped a video of what appeared to be a recording of a live broadcast. In the middle of the screen, a three-headed giant snake was opening its bloody mouth and continuously lunging towards the camera. At first, when he saw the video, Xiaozhang merely found it thrilling, but as the progression played out, his vision was held tight, only to see that in the middle of the picture, the man was clearly holding a slingshot in his hand, and the shape is exquisite, and the grain can be seen on it when the camera is close up. This, Masa recognized it at a glance. It wasn't exactly the same slingshot that the master had previously treasured the good wood and built. However, that's not all. As the video plays, the man in the frame keeps drawing his bow and a projectile leaps out. With an air-breaking sound, it shot towards the three-headed giant snake at a rapid speed. In the video, muffled sounds rang out one after another, and lurid depressions were gradually added to the giant snake's body. Seeing this situation, Xiaozhang's eyes flashed with surprise. Standing up immediately, he inquired towards Master Liang. Master, look, is this the guy in the video that you gave the bow build to earlier? End of chapter 102. Chapter 101 Invitation to the Temple Fair. Chapter 101 Temple Invitation. Hearing Xiaozhang's voice, Master Liang was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked towards the cell phone screen. It is not good to not see. Just a glance. Master Liang was also wide-eyed. He looked at the slingshot that appeared in the middle of the video footage and instantly recognized that it was from his hands that day. Add to this picture the dress code that is revealed from time to time. Who else could it be but Lin Nan who came that day? Just looking at the picture in the middle of Lin Nan's entanglement with that three-headed giant snake, Mr. Liang was surprised, but also cannot help but staggered. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. From time to time, a few comments flash underneath this video. All of them were wondering why the bow Lin Nan was holding was so peculiar. Surprisingly, the shots were not bows and arrows, but copper and iron projectiles. Master Liang, on the other hand, was paying attention to Lin Nan's movements. Every time he raised his hand to eject, he was incomparably skillful, as if he had endured countless trials and tribulations. Moreover, the projectiles that were sent out from it hit the vital parts of the giant snake with precision. There were even a few that accurately hit the giant snake's pupils. You know, this giant snake could have been constantly roaming around attacking. The snake's head didn't even stop for a moment, as if it was swift lightning. Even so, he managed to hit the nail on the head every time. In such a situation, it is clear that the aim is well placed, and it can be called 100 shots. Such a skillful technique, called Master Liang himself a little sweaty. If it was himself, when he encountered such a situation and faced this monstrous giant snake, he would definitely be emotionally tense, thus causing this hand to lose its aim. But on the contrary, Lin Nan in the middle of the picture was in a state of ease. The latter is a great thing. Master Liang watched the video with Xiaozhang. The more they watched, the more surprised they were, and from time to time they let out a few exclamations and shouts of surprise, until he saw a white light flash. The giant snake seemed to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. This live broadcast also ended abruptly at that time. The recording screen to hear there is no follow-up. After determining Lin Nan's well-being, under Xiao Zhang's astonished gaze, Master Liang couldn't help but murmur as well. I saw him test his bow that day, and found his every movement impeccable, and with only one projectile fired. The force was quite impressive, but I didn't expect his slingshot technique to have reached such a pure and perfect point, not to mention that in the face of such a perilous situation, his performance is one that even I, who have touched bows all my life, would not dare to say that he can match. As Master Liang's words fell, Xiao Zhang also nodded his head at the side in deep agreement, his gaze filled with awe. Obviously, there was still no reprieve from the video that had just been made. Squeak! A raucous chorus of cicadas gradually yanked the two back in their thoughts. Kamesa recalled the slingshot strike in the recorded video. Even in his youthfulness, admiration was in his heart. Still, he didn't let go of that upcoming game. This moment also subconsciously, connecting the two, murmured, Master, this man is so skillful with his slingshot. If he is allowed to come to the shooting match at the temple, it is guaranteed. Can you get a good ranking? Upon hearing this, Master Liang also immediately brightened up. Yeah, the performance in the video of the party was there for them to see. Lin Nan's bow skill is so familiar that in a trance, it really has the feeling of Erlang Jinjuan possessing his body and manifesting his spirit, hunting in the forest and fighting the three evil scaly scales. If he can be invited to participate in the temple fair, and represent the slingshot arts in competition, not a bad idea. Maybe, will actually work. Smoky Sea University, inside classroom A207. As the bell rings for the end of class, Professor Cui glanced at his watch, and his mouth just shouted out dismissal. Lin Nan patted Wang Qingyu and gave Jiang Tao a look. Immediately, he got up and walked directly towards the classroom door. Seeing this, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, despite being somewhat confused, got up and followed closely. I'll be damned, why is Nan so active today? Is it time for dinner? While following Lin Nan out of the classroom, Wang Qingyu muttered under his breath. And just after the trio took their seats from the back row and quickly dashed away from the back door of the classroom. That, Lin Nan's student first. It was only then that Professor Cui opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner, wanting to stay Lin Nan for a bit. As a result, when he raised his eyes, he realized that Lin Nan's piece was already empty. Ha! Professor Cui froze for a moment, but didn't think much of it. And the back door of the classroom. Lin Nan took a few steps ahead and didn't slow down until she came to the stairway. What's wrong with Nan? Why are you in such a hurry? Behind him, Wang Qingyu held a book and moved his body at a fast pace, which caught up with Lin Nan. What's wrong? Jiang Tao also said with a puzzled look on his face. Looking at the bewilderment of the two, Lin Nan sank his breath and said to the two, Nothing, I was afraid that if I went slow just now, Professor Cui would yell at me to stay. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao were even more confused. Keep you? Why? Is it still because of what happened last time? But when they said that, the duo remembered that the party was just before class. Lin Nan was here with Prof. Cui, and it looked like there had been an exchange. With Prof. Cui all smiles. That's not right. I don't see Professor Cui's reaction, and it's not like he's still holding a grudge against you. As Wang Qingyu said, Lin Nan naturally knew that Professor Cui did not hold a grudge, and on the contrary, he is now quite impressed with himself. It even tried to take itself to an academic paper, but at the moment, he had no intention of doing so, and it was not good to rebuff him positively. So, it can only be delayed for a while is a while. It's not holding a grudge. Not only that, but Prof. Cui wants me to write a paper with him. Lin Nan briefly explained to the two of them about his previous encounter with Professor Cui in the library, as well as the other party's intentions expressed on the way. I go, Can Nan. So, Professor Cui is interested in wanting to take you on as a protege? As Lin Nan recounted, Wang Qingyu and his duo's expressions gradually became surprised. Prof. Cui has never been good with words, and the last seniors get a big headache when they mention him. Rather, it's the first time I've heard of him taking the initiative to throw down the gauntlet with a student. Old Lin, you're breaking new ground. Hearing these words from the two, Lin Nan faintly said, You guys seem envious. Why don't I introduce you two to Professor Cui as well when we run into him again? That won't be necessary. The two of them, Wang Qingyu, immediately showed a look of resistance on their faces, waving their hands to indicate their refusal. Lin Nan shook his head and lost his smile, somewhat unable to hold back. He was planning to go to the cafeteria to eat first, but just then, Wang Qingyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Which one? Wang Qingyu answered the phone. I don't know what was said on the other end, but he raised his eyes to Lin Nan and handed over his cell phone. Nan is looking for you. Lin Nan received the cell phone suspiciously, only to hear a mid-range voice coming from the other end. opening his mouth to laugh. "Oh, is that Mr. Lin? Last time you guys booked a slingshot, you left this contact number." "Master Liang?" Lin Nan sniffed and instantly recognized him as the same Master Liang who made slingshots. "What are you looking for me for?" "Student Lin, it's like this. I have a competition here. I don't know if you're interested." Immediately after, Mr. Liang in the phone a narrative, explaining the original story. "For this temple fair, our slingshot program served as a special guest for the shooting competition. Of course, I'd love for you to come and join us." Lin-san, temple fair? Obviously. The two of them, Wang Chengyu, had also heard some words, and in the course of Master Liang's narration, Zhang Tao has pulled out his cell phone. The two got together and looked up the news. Rather, there is no need to search deliberately. There has long been a pervasive press campaign because of the extravaganza of this temple fair. It's just that the push messages are not followed in the usual way. Now with such a search, relevant content jumps out at you. After flipping a few times, Wang Qingyu saw that the Smoky Sea City news media, and even the media in Dongshan province, were all publicizing. A 12th degree of curiosity rose in him. He also held up his cell phone and showed Lin Nan a few pictures of past temple fairs in full bloom, as well as the current location of this temple fair. Those streets are already laying down the atmosphere. "Brother Nan, this temple fair looks like it's going to be very busy." "Old Lin, I've been wanting to go before. Why don't we just go and check it out?" Hearing the whispered reminder from the two of them, Wang Chengyu, as well as the sincere invitation from Master Liang on the other end of the phone, Lin Nan thought for a moment. It wouldn't hurt to think about going to a temple fair. Even if he went for a shooting competition, Lin Nan had a bottom line in his heart. Previously reached the play degree of Erlang Jinjuan and gained proficiency in slingshot. This hand, the golden bow and silver bullet, had been utilized quite well by himself. A glimpse of this can be seen from the time he tangled with that three-headed serpent. What's more, the unprecedented scale of this temple fair will surely have many media interviews, maybe even pull some more popularity to the livestream. You can also take advantage of the temple fair to accomplish some play progress. After all, the temple and the traveling gods are closely related to one's playing of the gods. In addition to that, Lin Nan looked at Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao, both of whom were looking forward to it, and seemed to be quite interested in this temple fair. Thus, Lin Nan also made a choice and made his request out. "Master Liang, I can go to the shooting competition. I just have some ideas. I don't know if it's feasible." "What idea?" Master Liang heard. There is a doorway to this. His tone also loosened up quite a bit, and he was ready to accede to Lin Nan's request in advance. "Student Lin, if you have a request, just mention it." "Well," Lin Nan whirled around, slowly speaking, "I want to broadcast it live, or give the live room some more visibility." "This? No problem." Hearing that Lin Nan's request was so simple, Master Liang said without thinking, "When the time comes, you'll just continue to broadcast live, wearing the Erlang Jinjuan's attire, and you'll be able to promote the culture of slingshotting as well." However, Master Liang seemed to suddenly remember something and his voice paused. "It's just that this Erlang Jinjuan is, after all, the ancestor level of the slingshot. I don't want to burden you, but if you want to go live, you'll have to get as good a ranking as possible, ha." Also taking advantage of Lin Nan's request, Master Liang reminded him in passing, "Temple starts this week, and the shooting competition is this Saturday morning. If anything happens, let's keep in touch." "Okay, no problem." Lin Nan agreed painfully. End of call with Master Liang. Wang Qingyu took the cell phone, so he began to search for it as well. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Tao asked with some curiosity, "Fatty, aren't you the favorite to lie flat in the dormitory? Why are you active now?" "Hey," Wang Qingyu spoke as he searched for relevant reports. "For a temple fair of this magnitude, there should be a lot of delicious food, right? I'm not much of a sneak, but I'm not resistant to food." At those words, Lin Nan and Zhang Tao couldn't help but glance at each other. "What are you guys talking about?" Just then, a voice came from behind him, and Lin Nan followed it. It was discovered that it was actually the department head, Wang Mingxiang, walking towards them. "Good day, Director." Wang Qingyu was the first to greet him. "Nothing, we're just talking about school stuff." And the department chair sniffed and didn't seem to care about that. His eyes fell on Lin Nan's body, and he beckoned, signaling, "Lin Nan, come with me for a moment." The three men were a bit confused at the sight. "Director, what's up?" Under Wang Qingyu's inquiry, only to see the department head's face calm, put down a sentence and said, "You'd have to ask the principal." "Ha?" Wang Qingyu muttered, even more puzzled. "Headmaster? He wants Nan?" Although confused, Lin Nan could only instruct the two men. "You guys go ahead to the cafeteria and remember to bring me a copy back to my dorm room." Immediately, He followed the department head's lead and headed towards the principal's office. Knock knock. Soon there was a knock on the door of the principal's office. Led by the department head, Lin Nan stepped in, only to see the principal, Zhang Jian, sitting with a smile on his face, waving at Lin Nan. Lin Nan, sit, Zhang Jian signaled. And when he saw Lin Nan come closer, he continued, it's not a big deal to get you here, just to talk about something I learned recently. By the way, I heard you have a pet in your dorm. Hearing that the principal was asking about Roaring White, Lin Nan didn't deny it and tried. There is such a thing, but it usually knows quite well, so it should not be noisy to others, right? Well, Zhang Jian was non-committal and continued to ask, I heard that last time. Another black deer ran into the school and came looking for you too? Seeing Lin Nan still nodding his head, the principal opened his mouth with an unabated smile on his face. Then it's better to pay a little attention. School is a place of learning after all. Wouldn't it be a zoo if we adopted a pet every other day? Understood. Seeing that the principal did not mean to pursue the matter, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jian turned his words around and said, however, I didn't come to you to pursue this matter. Lin Nan na. Remember when you assisted the police earlier and caught a group of poaching thieves? Our school leaders went through the process and are going to give you a recognition assembly this Saturday. Zhang Jian also wants to take advantage of this opportunity to take some photos, give a banner, and then make a banner, but also side to the school publicity. However, upon hearing these words from the principal, Lin Nan was stunned. Saturday? Fong heard Master Liang mention it on the phone. Seems like that shooting match at the temple is on Saturday, too. Ha! End of chapter 103. Chapter 102, Forming a Group. Chapter 102. Hearing the principal open his mouth to give himself some kind of recognition ceremony. The timing was coincidentally scheduled for this Saturday as well, obviously clashing with the temple shootout, since he promised Master Liang first. What's more, Lin Nan was not interested in the so-called commendation assembly. Without making much hesitation, he straightened up and said, Principal, if it's this Saturday, I really have something. Zhang Jian didn't seem to expect Lin Nan to refuse. Having known something about Lin Nan, it was assumed that he was planning to broadcast live on Saturday. So, with a smile, he spoke. Lin Nan, you mean about the live broadcast? It's okay to slow down a little. Think of it as a break. And given your current situation, you're already working pretty hard. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. As the principal narrated, Lin Nan observed the other party's reaction. Seeing as he seemed to be about to make a hard request or something like that the next second, Lin Nan only continued. Principal, it's not a live broadcast. I'm going to a temple tournament on Saturday. What? Hearing this, Zhang Jian obviously froze for a moment. Hadn't even thought about it earlier. It's hard not to get a little confused when you hear it now. Lin Nan is a college student. How come she's still involved in the competition? With this in mind, Zhang Jian still intended to fight a little more and took out a few educational gestures and said, Lin Nan, how come you're still going out to compete on the race here? What in the world? However, before the principal's words fell, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, with an appearance of having grasped the point. The line of sight also looked towards Lin Nan, his eyes slightly glaring at the avenue. Wait, what did you just say? Temple fair? Right, Lin Nan answered. Looking at the principal's expression, he looked slightly surprised. Not knowing what the other party was thinking about made Lin Nan a little puzzled. It was just that he had received an invitation from Master Liang to participate in a temple shooting competition. How come the principal even flickered his eyes for a moment after hearing this? Is it our Smoky Sea City? The temple fair that will be held soon? The one where there will be a lot of media interviews? Lin Nan subconsciously nodded and said, Headmaster, there doesn't seem to be any other places in the city that are organizing temple fairs during the same time period, right? Zhang Jian looked at Lin Nan in surprise and asked in confusion, Who invited you to this? A master named Liang. Lin Nan briefly explained. Zhang Jian muttered twice under his breath. Master Liang. Hiss. This temple tournament if you can really participate. In case of another award, it's a chance for the school to show its face. With this in mind, Zhang Jian immediately made up his mind and cast a firm look towards Lin Nan, revealing a look of complete support. This is a good thing. Participate in the competition while the school has also repeatedly emphasized the need for students to develop the whole person. I approve of you going. If there are any requests, you can ask me. That dog breeding thing. No problem. Hearing the principal respond so painfully, Lin Nan said with a slight smile, If you say so, then I'll start? Well, go. Zhang Jian nodded and even personally sent it to the door, showing the importance he placed on this classmate. Until Lin Nan left, Zhang Jian sat in his original position, his mind still pondering about the temple fair and the competition. At the same time, remembering the introducer Lin Nan had just mentioned, he muttered under his breath, "Master Liang, what is the origin of the one who made the slingshot? To be able to just go around, arranging for people to have matches?" With this thought, Zheng Jian began to operate the computer. First, I minimized the chess interface on my desktop and searched the internet. With a few keywords typed out, search engines pop up with relevant content. Among them, there are several videos with official watermarks, as well as photos taken during news interviews. Hiss. Zheng Jian sucked in a breath of cool air and said with some surprise, "Inheritor of non-heritage items? President of the Slingshot Association? This old gentleman has also been on CCTV." As soon as Lin Nan returned to the dormitory, he saw that the two of them, Wang Chengyu, had already called back the meal. Seeing that he was back, Wang Chengyu also put down his cell phone and curiously came up. "Nan, is the principal really looking for you? What's wrong?" "Well, nothing." Lin Nan explained the situation in a few simple sentences and then reminded the two of them. "This Saturday is the temple shootout, and it'll be the same old thing then." "Understood. Don't worry, Nan." The two of them, Wang Chengyu, understood and made an okay gesture towards Lin Nan. The old look in Lin Nan's mouth was naturally that he would play as a god and turn on the live broadcast. With Lin Nan to play, the burden once again fell on the shoulders of the duo of Wang Chengyu. After a brief command, Zhang Tao also appeased Lin Nan out of the goodness of his heart. "Old Lin, even though it's a race, we can put our minds at ease. As for the ranking and all that is irrelevant. There's no need to stress yourself out, haha." When these words came out, Lin Nan himself didn't think much of it. "I'm not sure about the specifics of the competition yet, but I just promised Master Liang that I would do my best." On the contrary, Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, sniffed and said with a look like he was going to blow up a rainbow fart, "Taozi, are you doubting Nan's caliber? Did you forget Nan, shooting that long worm full of holes?" Lin Nan froze and frowned. "The situation is right on, but why does that always seem a little weird when it comes out of your mouth?" Wang Chengyu smiled twice and wanted to open his mouth to say something flirty, but the cell phone on the table rang incessantly. It was a message alert from a chat program that went on and on. "Still not going to check it out? Keep ringing a little longer and I think the phone is going to blow up." Lin Nan glanced at him and signaled. The latter then immediately went forward, picked up the cell phone on the table, and flipped through the messages. And, after a couple glances, the smile on his face gradually stiffened. Watching him turn his head with a forlorn look when he was originally springing to life, Zhang Tao caught the opportunity and took advantage of the damage. "What's wrong with Fatty? Suffered a love injury? Ho, that's just alarmist. And don't go out and ask around. Who can hurt me when it comes to feelings?" With Zhang Tao's flirting, Wang Chengyu instantly reverted to his usual look, and he held up his cell phone triumphantly, showing the screen to the duo. Even though it was just a flash, Lin Nan took in what was on the screen, only to see that on Wang Chengyu's cell phone screen, the WeChat interface was clearly displaying a chat box full of a whole page. "See, that's casting a wide net. From the day I stepped into the school, I made up my mind not to be a licking dog, but a war wolf," Wang Chengyu said, smugly. "Aren't we going to the temple fair on Saturday? Nan's game probably won't take all day. I just want to ask a girl from my class to go to the temple fair together. It's sure to improve our relationship." Speaking of which, Wang Chengyu seemed to have thought of something and was still a bit frustrated. Lin Nan already knew where the reason lay. Only because of the cell phone screen that just swung past, that had a whole night of chat boxes on it even though, but their responses are basically 1,000 different things. Either politely decline and say you're not available. Either that or they pulled some reason that looked ridiculous. Also, there seemed to be girls who didn't recognize their fellow classmates and returned sorry for the mistake or something like that. Lin Nan couldn't help but shake his head. "So, you messaged all the girls in your class?" "Yes." Wang Chengyu is still a complacent look. "So the base is large. The success rate is not also can be a little higher. In case the girls in our class, there is a good me this mouth?" Lin Nan realized that he still hadn't grasped the point, so he could only make it clearer and reminded. "Fatty, did you forget? They have a lot of girls too. Do they live in the same dorm?" "Ah, so what? Not quite normal." Wang Chengyu at first did not react, froze for a moment before gradually back to the taste. Understand what exactly Lin Nan is talking about. Cannot help but mouth open avenue. I blanch. "Yes, ha. They live in a dorm too. As long as one of them is in the dorm mention, then won't it leak out that I send out a group message asking out all the girls in the class?" For a while, Wang Chengyu was quite a bit like losing his ideal. Eventually, the spirit was all a bit dazed, and he fell headlong onto the bed, muttering under his breath, "It's over. It's over. This time it's a mistake." Meanwhile, next door to Lin Nan's dormitory, A boy who was in the same class as Lin Nan came over to the class president, Lee Zevin, with his cell phone. "Brother man, there's a situation." He held up his cell phone as he narrated to Lee Zevin. "I heard that Lin Nan and their dormitory. They're going to the temple fair on Saturday." "You say, Lin Nan? He's not going on a date with Wang Yu, is he?" As the boy recounted his story, Lee Zevin froze. Curious, he took the phone and glanced at the message on it. It was from a girl in the same class, and Wang Yu is a class. To say which boy in the class is not moved but false. Lee Zevin thought for a moment, and in his heart there was already an idea. So, opening his mouth towards the boy in the same class as him in the dormitory, he asked, "Do you want to go to the temple?" When these words came out, the boy in front of Lee Zevin was stunned. "Brother one, what do you mean by that? It's not like you want to follow along, is it?" Lee Zevin smiled faintly and opened his mouth. "I'll organize an activity in the class group later. I'm planning a group trip for the whole class, and we'll go to the temple fair together on Saturday." When these words came out, the rest of the people in the dormitory then reacted. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. "Brother man, hi wow, just have a group outing. Doesn't that give them no chance to be alone?" Without saying a word, Lee Zevin sent a message in the class group. At all members. End of chapter 104. Chapter 103, The Spectacle. Chapter 103. Did you see the message in the class group? The class president said he wants to organize our class to go to the temple fair this Saturday. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Yan read the message she received on her cell phone. Wang Yu, who had been questioned, was slightly lost in thought at the moment. It was only because just now they were still talking about the message that Wang Qingyu had sent to their group. That wide net approach to dating had spread among the girls. There were also a number of girls who winded up skulking around the dorms asking if others had gotten the message as well, and from time to time, the sound of laughter rang out. Only Wang Yu, although she had similarly received news from Wang Qingyu, but the other side withdrew quickly. It also said something about posting something wrong and inexplicably accepted a wave of apologies. However, even though Wang Qingyu withdrew quickly, she still saw some words. Then he thought, Wang Qingyu is Lin Nan's roommate after all, since he said he was going to the temple fair. Will Lin Nan come along then? Mulling it over like this, Wang Yu considered whether or not to go and inquire about Lin Nan, but girls are thin-skinned after all. Since they hadn't initiated the date, she couldn't be bothered to rush up and ask. It was just at this moment that the organizational message initiated by the class president, Zevin Lee, appeared, and as if he was afraid someone wouldn't see it, another message popped up next. Anyone who has time on Saturday can fill out a solitaire in the group so I can look at the numbers ahead of time. Also, this is the first off-campus activity for our class since the beginning of the school year, so everyone try to be there Thank you for your cooperation. Looking at the news released by Lee Zevin, it did give Wang Yu a reason. Soon, students were starting solitaire, and freshmen, on Saturdays it happens to be all about wanting to hang out. Plus this temple fair is said to be one of the liveliest organized in recent years, so the group signed up and almost all of them said they would be happy to do so. Wang Yu looked at the group statistics and was slow to wait for Lin Nan's news. Nor did he know the others' intentions, muttering, why hasn't he moved? He can't have missed it, can he? Nope, even if they didn't see it, surely the housemates would have told each other. Just as Wang Yu was waiting in doubt, a message popped up again in the class group. Hers was a reminder from the class president, Lee Zevin. Anyone else who hasn't taken a stand housemates tell each other. Speed up. Seeing this message, Wang Yu also found Lin Nan's dialogue box first, but looked at the phone screen in a bit of a trance. Because the chat screen showed that the last time the two had talked, it was still the friend verification pass that popped up when they were first added. I can't believe we've never chatted before. After doing some mental struggle, Wang Yu was ruthless, biting her lips, red-faced, and starting to type with shivering fingers. Lin Nan, did you see the message? Our class is organizing a trip to the temple fair. Do you want to come? After repeatedly deleting and modifying the message many times, finally with the message sent, Wang Yu only felt her heart thumping and became more and more apprehensive. Fortunately, after just waiting for a moment, she heard a beep coming from her cell phone. Wang Yu hurriedly brought her cell phone over and nervously looked at it, finding that it was Lin Nan who gave a response. Go, but it's just to run some errands, so I can't be with the class for a piece. Seeing Lin Nan's response, Wang Yu was relieved and at the same time a little curious, but she was too embarrassed to ask more. Okay. Anyway, it was good to know that Lin Nan would be there. Follow the class at that time and you might even get a chance to run into them. With this thought, Wang Yu clicked on solitaire in the group and sent out the message that she could participate. On the other side, the squad leader, Lee Zevin, was staring at the screen of his cell phone. He had been waiting for news from both Wang Yu and Lin Nan, and had intentionally reminded them just now, trying to go through the replies of the two to see if they had an appointment ahead of time. After waiting for a few moments, Lee Zevin saw the message sent by Wang Yu in the group. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, thinking that now at least it was a piece of their classmates. The two of them couldn't do anything with so many light bulbs around. And in the next second, even more news that made Lee Zevin breathe a long sigh of relief appeared. Instead, it was a response sent out by Lin Nan in the group, a message to take a vacation, indicating that he, as well as the dormitory duo of Wang Qingyu, were unable to follow their classmates. Seeing this scene, Lee Zevin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What's going on here? The boys on the sidelines noticed the catcalls and wondered. This Lin Nan and our class, surprisingly, are different replies. Did they not make a date in advance? Hearing this, Lee Zevin smiled. Isn't that better? At this point, it's not just them. As the date of the temple fair approaches, some of those involved are making preparations. Marriott Group. Inside the high-level leader's office, a hot secretary knocked on the door. Then, only a calm voice rang out. Enter. Tap. With a clatter of heels on the floor, the female secretary came to the desk. Handing the documents to the table, he opened his mouth. Mr. Feng, the 2 documents here. Still need your signature. Aha. Feng Wanhao was taking off his glasses and rubbing his temples. Seemingly thinking of something, he opened his mouth to his secretary and instructed. By the way, remember to empty the Saturday morning schedule for me in advance. Where is Mr. Feng going? Do you need to arrange a driver in advance? Temple fair. Feng Wanhao said lightly. After all, as the biggest contributor this time, I still have to show up. Speaking here, Feng Wanhao continued to ask, is the player side all arranged? Don't worry Mr. Feng, according to your instructions, it's all been prepared. Okay, got it. After all, for this temple fair, the Marriott Group did not pay a lot of money. The purpose, however, is for the shooting club that will soon be inaugurated. Once this shooting match is over, they send a competitor who can place. This soon-to-be completed archery club will undoubtedly be able to rise above the water. As the day wore on, it was soon Saturday. On this day, Lin Nan's trio got up early. In order to prepare for the live broadcast in advance, he ran straight to Yi Qing to jerk his makeup. After Lin Nan's role during this period of time, Yi Qing's senior sister's makeup techniques became more and more skillful. In less than an hour, the makeup that Lin Nan needed to play the role of Erlang Jinjuan had been finished. When the last step of the makeup was over, Lin Nan apologized towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing, I'm really sorry to trouble you so early. Hey, what's up with that? Yi Qing looked at Lin Nan, waved her hand in a pretense of indifference, and then said, knowing that you have a special reason today, I'd like to go to the temple fair for a bit too, though you guys should be too busy to bother with me by then. Then I might as well not go. I'm going back to my dorm to catch up on my sleep. After saying that, Yi Qing said goodbye to Lin Nan and headed towards the dormitory. Then I'll buy you dinner next time. After saying goodbye to his schoolmates and changing his costume, Lin Nan and the 3 of them then took a taxi and headed directly toward the temple fair. Soon came to the temple fair site. This area has been dressed up. Folk atmosphere. Only because it was still early. Now is not yet to the most lively time. Even some snack stalls on both sides of the road have not come out. Instead, there are already some reporters, who are squatting here in advance, and were filming and recording something. As soon as Lin Nan's trio got out of the car, these gathered reporters heard the sound and looked in the direction of the car. When they saw Lin Nan's Erlang Jinjuan costume, their eyes also fell on the slingshot carried on his waist. Even though he couldn't recognize the person, this slingshot on Lin Nan's waist was a distinctive feature that was directly recognizable to these reporters. It was the same anchor that had tangled with that 3-headed giant snake earlier. This isn't. And I don't know which one of them shouted. Immediately afterward, these reporters, who were still worried about not getting any material because they came too early, swarmed towards Lin Nan. For a while, several cameras and microphones almost disliked Lin Nan's face. The group of reporters spoke up and started asking questions. Excuse me, is this the anchor Munin? Can you tell us more about how you were feeling? Did you come to the temple today as a visitor? As these reporters inquired, Lin Nan swept his eyes and realized that there seemed to be more and more reporters rushing to the scene. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao have not seen this kind of situation before, more or less at a loss. Just when Lin Nan wanted to simply deal with 2 sentences and withdraw, he heard a neutral voice from not far behind him. Aya, little friend, came so early. Hearing the familiar voice, there was no need to turn around to know who the visitor was. It was Master Liang who came towards the Lin Nan trio from a short distance away. As he appeared, some of these gathered reporters recognized him. After all, the identity of the non-legacy program inheritor. There have been many media interviews in the city before. is considered a celebrity in the city of Smoky Sea? Baidu Encyclopedia can be found. It's Master Liang? Ha! It's that nonagenarian who was interviewed by Central Mom. Ooh, it's still true. I've seen the video of Senpai's interview for him. With the sound of the group of reporters talking, Master Liang had already arrived in front of Lin Nan, blocking the middle between him and the reporters, with the appearance of trying to relieve Lin Nan. Moreover, Master Liang is obviously much more experienced when it comes to dealing with these reporters. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, this little friend is here by special invitation. If people have any questions, people can just come and ask me. With Master Liang's words, the reporters present froze. They looked at Lin Nan and then at Master Liang. He was invited by you? He, not bad, Master Liang said, not forgetting to nod and smile towards Lin Nan, those eyes full of appreciation. And, in the way of Lin Nan's current costume, there was a hint of reverence vaguely mixed in. So, you know the anchor? Why did you invite him specifically? Is there a reason? Still with a smile on his face, Master Liang explained. I'm sure you're all aware of the shooting competition that's going on this morning? I'm old and not very useful, so I've asked this little friend to help. At these words, the reporters in the room froze again, caught the weighty news and was surprised. What? So according to you the anchor is going to represent the non-professional slingshot program and compete? Master Liang smiled faintly. But it's not just a competition. See little friend's costume? This is obviously also going to participate in the Tour of Gods. End of chapter 105. Chapter 104, Classmates and Fans. Chapter 104, Classmates and Fans. Mr. Liang, what you just said is trying to get him to come and represent the non-professional slingshot program in a shooting competition? A reporter inquired, wanting to confirm an answer. And the rest of the reporters were surprised. They have mostly been well informed about this race in advance for work reasons. So, all know how much gold this temple shooting competition really is. This race can be different than any other. Not of a performance nature, but rather more focused on competition. The contestants who came to compete were basically hired by a few bosses behind the scenes, at a high cost. The business world is a sea of uncertainty, and they are all fighting each other. The outcome of this shooting match will even directly involve many businesses. Many factors are intertwined, thus leading to a shooting match that is far less simple than it appears. That was why the reporters were so surprised when they heard that it was Lin Nan who was going to the competition. And having a good nose for news is a necessary professional quality for journalists. Lin Nan's live recording on the internet. These reporters on the scene have also long since watched the whole thing. It causes them to be more familiar with Lin Nan, despite knowing that Lin Nan did have some level in him. But ultimately, they're amateurs, right? How can you possibly compete with the athletes that money is specifically hired for? Holding this doubt, reporters inquired towards Master Liang. Mr. Liang, why did you let the anchor compete for you? You know, the other players on the same stage in this game are. Ahem. Before the reporters present could ask the question clearly, Master Liang suddenly coughed lightly twice, and his sight also glanced towards Lin Nan. It seemed to be an intentional interruption of the reporter's words, in order to avoid giving Lin Nan any extra tension. It's getting late, media friends. There's still a number to pick to warm up before the race, and it takes some time. The intent of this statement is quite obvious. These reporters, seeing that they wanted to leave, still wanted to fight and ask something more. However, Master Liang had already said towards Lin Nan, little friend, let's go to the venue first and prepare in advance. With Master Liang's words, Lin Nan naturally nodded his head. Then he took Wang Qingyu and the two of them and headed towards the direction of the stadium with Master Liang. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had long since realized, beside Master Liang, there was also a young man following him, and from time to time, he would also cast a few lines of sight towards himself. Mr. Liang, can Munin say a few more words? The reporters present chased after the question again, but saw that a few people did not take care of, has walked away, which is resentful to stop. Then, after looking at the time, I was ready to take my equipment and go to the shooting competition site to conduct interviews. However, these journalists made small talk as they packed up their equipment. Speaking of which, these capitals nowadays don't know what to think. Even the temple fair archery, a folk custom used for praying for blessings, has been made to smell of gunpowder. Humph. No. The older reporter next to him responded. I remember a few years ago, I think, the archery I interviewed at the temple fair was still simply a symbol of getting rid of evil spirits. And the slingshots that were shot at the time, they all started with a layer of vermilion powder on the projectile. When the projectile hits the bullseye, when the vermilion powder on it spreads out, it's as good as a blossoming red. With that said, the older reporter seemed to fall into reminiscence. After sighing for a while, he said with a long sigh, hey, To say that now this temple fair shooting range, the only remaining a bit of folklore performance nature, and that's just the slingshot, right? On the other hand, under the leadership of Master Liang, several people headed towards the venue where the shooting competition was held. Master Liang, who is this? Lin Nan noticed the youth following Master Liang and opened his mouth to inquire. Oh, he's my disciple, just call him Xiao Zhang. After getting to know each other briefly, Lin Nan realized that the other party was looking at him with something strange in his eyes, and, it seemed, was concerned about the slingshot he carried around his waist, but did not think much of it, and soon came to the place where the shooting competition was being prepared. Inside this open-air rest area, many participants had already arrived. There was a staff member on hand to do the checking and the rest of the participants were cooperating. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Lin Nan's gaze stagnated, simply because he noticed that the rest of the contestants were not only wearing neat sportswear, the ones you carry are also professional compound bows. Hiss. Nan, they're here to compete too? The bows these guys are carrying seem to be quite specialized, and dressed formally, not like an amateur. We'll compete with them later? Without the need for Wang Qingyu to remind him, Lin Nan had already discovered this. At that moment, a staff member in charge of inspection at the site spotted Lin Nan and the others and took a step towards them. Seeing Master Liang, the staff at this site first greeted him with a respectful attitude. Seeing this, Lin Nan was about to take off the slingshot at his waist and bring it to the other party for inspection. Somewhat surprisingly, the staff member merely glanced at it and dismissed it. For the other competitors, the bow and arrow equipment carried was checked quite carefully, but when it comes to yourself, it's like there's no need to check at all. But on second thought, it's no wonder. After all, people's bows are modern products. At least it's a good idea to see if the assembled firing mechanism is uniformly spec'd. And his own gold bow and silver bullets are all handmade by Master Liang. Press can't hide any technological hard work. Therefore, the staff member just took a glance and waved his hand with a smile. That's fine. Here are your number plates. With that, the staff member handed up a number plate with a 9 written in black on a white background. Receiving the number plate, Lin Nan glanced towards the front, spotting the empty stadium floor not far away. The lawn was painted with 9 location markers, 100 meters away. The target to be shot at had also been fixed. When this was done, Master Liang also spoke from the sidelines. Little friend, I'll work hard for you this time. Just put your mind at ease, and as far as the rankings are concerned, it doesn't matter if you don't get it. Hearing Master Liang say this, Lin Nan clearly experienced a hint of helplessness mixed in his tone, as if it was the gap in equipment that made it also dare not hold any expectations. Understood. Lin Nan smiled and nodded, not caring. After all, the main purpose of this visit wasn't a competition either. With the consent of the site staff, he took Wang Qingyu and the two of them to the competition venue first. Standing at the number 9 position, Wang Qingyu's duo began to set up the live broadcast equipment on the side. It's not too cumbersome. It's a stand with a cell phone on it. Adjusted the angle just enough to get a full shot of the shot. And on Lin Nan's side, after all this debugging time, the temple fair outside is coming to life. At this time, the temple fair to and from the more vendors, a steady stream of tourists. Right at the entrance to the temple fair, a group of college students had gathered and were waiting for the others. At the head of the group was none other than the squad leader, Li Zevin, who had just arrived not long ago. This year's temple fair was a blast. I just saw that there was like a TV interview in there. There must be. There are several interview cars parked along that road. I hear there's a shooting competition in there. Along with the voice of the students' discussion, the enthusiasm of visiting the temple has been impatient. Seeing that the squad leader seemed to be waiting for the others to arrive, someone got impatient and suggested, "Squad leader, this one's almost here, isn't it? It's no fun to wait here. The temple fair is so busy. Why don't we go in first and take a look?" "Yeah, let's go in first and have some fun." Seeing a suggestion, several girls in the class echoed it. However, the class president, Li Zevin, looked at his cell phone, glanced at the time, and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Why don't you come? I should have known to arrange the gathering in advance." While waiting, Li Zevin pulled a reason to respond. "Wait a little longer. There are so many people in this temple fair. If we go in first, I'm afraid that the later ones will get separated and won't be able to find it." Just then, a cab pulled up slowly. As the door opened, 3 girls got out of the car. A youthful and pretty outfit that shows off a nice figure. It was Wang Yu with a few people from their dormitory. Seeing the queue waiting at the entrance, a few people hurriedly came, and Wang Yu apologized to her classmates full of apologies. "Sorry for the wait, everyone." At this point, all the other boys in the class could see was a light. Seeing that Wang Yu was extraordinarily beautiful today, her face was painted with a delicate light makeup. Even the girls in the same class couldn't help but look twice. Ahem, It's fine. It's fine. A girl puts on a little makeup. It takes a little longer. Everyone understands. Lee Zevon pretended to glance at his phone again and spoke. Well, about the same number of people are coming, and those who are a little later won't wait. Let's go in first. As Lee Zevon's words fell, the students cheerfully walked towards the entrance of the temple fair. Wang Yu, on the other hand, silently walked at the end of the group and looked around. Spinning around, he took out his cell phone and snapped a picture, sending a message with Lin Nan. Are you guys here yet? But at this time, Lin Nan was on the field preparing for the debugging. Where would he read the news? After waiting for a while and seeing that she didn't get a reply, Wang Yu was a little disappointed. What are you looking at? At this time, Lee Zevon also came closer and inquired towards Wang Yu. Nothing. Wang Yu, however, was in a bad mood and only looked at her cell phone, not lifting her head as she responded. Seeing her somewhat lack of interest, a situation where her mind was not in the right place, Lee Zevon also wanted to seize the opportunity, so he found an excuse and said, I hear there's a shooting match going on in there and it's pretty lively. Why don't you go over and check it out? Race? Before Wang Yu opened her mouth, Lu Yan on the side made a sound, with a look of anticipation. Yeah, so many people today. It's going to be a blast. We're going together, aren't we? Don't get separated, I'll tell them. With that, Lu Yan hurriedly walked to the front of her classmates and organized herself towards the crowd. Everyone stay put. There's a game at the temple fair, and the squad leader wants us to watch it together. At once, Lee Zevon's face collapsed, an expression of having eaten a fly. Where is he calling for everyone to come together? It was clear that he was looking for an excuse to ask Wang Yu out alone, but with Lu Yan's organization, the students looked towards him. Lee Zevon had to take a few deep breaths and fake smile on his face. Yeah, let's peace. After all, the temple fair is crowded, and safety is paramount. After another glance at Wang Yu, who was still staring at her cell phone, she could only resign herself and return to the front to lead the team and prepare to head to the shooting range. As the clock ticks down, the shooting competition is about to begin. Many visitors to the temple fair, knowing that this is one of the main viewing programs of the fair, could not help but come in droves and gather at the entrance to the stadium to get in and watch the game. At one point, a big line began to form at the entrance to the stands of this arena, and Lee Zevon and a group of students also arrived long ago and consciously followed behind in line. After all, college students are really good at standing in line. Anytime you're on vacation, whether it's a scenic spot or a food court, it also doesn't matter what team he is or what he is going to do. Anyway, whenever you see a crowd, the row is over, and looking at the spectators lining up for the entrance right now, it also convinced them in their hearts that this match was absolutely wonderful. Look at that, there are so many people lined up, this is going to be a good game. Good thing we're not too late. Lu Yan led a group of girls and spoke in the group. One of Lee Zevon's followers, because of this Lu Yan stirring up things earlier, said in a conspiratorial manner, have you ever watched a shooting match before? Don't follow the rules later when you can't even figure them out. Lu Yan is also a big heart. Pressure cannot hear the other party's words with thorns. Instead, a bright spot in front of his eyes, took out his cell phone and opened the search engine. Right-o, you really remind me. I'm going to go and search right now. Seeing Lu Yan's appearance, that follower was momentarily speechless and could only helplessly raise his hand to gesture a 6. The other students in the queue, who were curiously observing their surroundings, did still find something strange. There was a group of girls holding banners and lighted signs, not many people in front of them, and the clothes they were wearing were all similar. It looks like some starstruck fan? Seeing this, the surrounding students couldn't help but be curious. How come there are still fans here? Is it hard to believe that any of the stars are coming to this game today? At that, these girls in the same class were the ones whose eyes lit up, excited at the thought of possibly bumping into a star. One more personified Sherlock Holmes and began to observe the group of fans, and trying to pick up clues from their bodies. These fans carry banners that leak a few images as they move with them, vaguely of a man with his arms across his chest. There was also a large line on it with a vaguely recognizable name, Park Jun-hyun. I can see the name written on it. I think it's called Park something. Hurry up and search. Before the words were out of their mouths, the group of college girls' fingers were typing fast and they began searching the site. However, upon inquiring about this rightful owner, the original expectation was dashed by a pot of cold water, only to see that the searched word profile was a man with triangular eyes and thick lips. Clicking in and reading the introduction, Lu Yan said with disappointment, Park Jun-hyun, retired shooter from the stick country? Just this huh? I thought it was some star. End of chapter 106. Chapter 105, Lin Nan? Chapter 105, Lin Nan? Lu Yan's voice was undisguised. The voice was extremely penetrating. and called out to the several people in front of them to hear it clearly. The group of fans with banners were also looking towards her at this moment. There was also some hostility evident in the eyes. Seeing this scene, Lee Zevon and the others were not in any state of mind to watch. After all, they had the same idea this time. Despite pissing off the other side, it speaks to their hearts. Thus, on the surface, he hastily waved his hand in apology, but Lee Zevon was muttering in a small voice. It's also really strange. How come I haven't heard that name before? And all retired and presumably not too old to have fans. The fans should all be from the stick country, right? He originally thought that the other party couldn't understand his whispered words at all, and also subconsciously took this group of fans as the stick country people who came to travel. As a result, what he never expected was that in the next second, a fan with anger on his face pointed at Lee Zevon and yelled, "You! What are you talking about?" Hearing this wordy voice, Lee Zevon was instantly shocked. Turns out it's a national. He was embarrassed and afraid of getting into trouble, knowing that in this society nowadays, the feminist ideology is very serious. But he didn't dare to offend these little fairies. Tightly apologized. I'm really sorry. I saw you guys holding a sign and thought you were from the stick country. Lee Zevon was obviously genuinely flustered. He'd read a lot of reports on the internet lately and knew how hard it was to mess with the dining community. All I could think about was getting out of it, or at least not pestering my classmates in front of them. Feigning composure, he begged nicely with his opponent, the fan who had taken the lead, then turned back unhappily. Phew, so close. Lee Zevon let out a long breath. At that moment, the follower on the side also came up and whispered to him, "But what's with this crowd? A retired athlete from a baseball country can have fans?" "Hush!" Lee Zevon made a sign of silence in a hurry and lowered his voice. "But don't provoke them again. Can you guess what they are thinking?" With this little episode, even Wang Yu, who originally didn't pay attention to this and had been looking at her cell phone waiting for news, raised her head at this moment. She looked curiously at the front and murmured in a small voice, "This temple shooting competition even invited professional archery athletes? Seems like a bit of a looker-oh." At this time, inside the arena, Lin Nan and Wang Qingyu, a few people, were already ready. The live cell phone has been set up. Lin Nan also briefly adjusted the bowstring, confirmed that the projectile was sufficiently prepared and waited at firing point 9. "And Nan, look, the audience is entering," Wang Qingyu said excitedly. With his reminder, Lin Nan looked in the direction he pointed, only to see the spectators in the stands entering one after another. The originally quiet stadium gradually became lively. I'll be damned. So old some of them. Looking at the bleachers around here, they're almost full. Wang Qingyu felt the sight of these people and opened his mouth. Hiss. I'm starting to get nervous just standing here. Nan, you'll have to hold steady later. Don't worry, Lin Nan said blandly. I've fought with the serpent to the death. So what's a little scene like this? It didn't take long for people to come on from the surrounding shooting spots. Watch as these players, dressed in athletic attire, take their predetermined positions in turn. One of them, just as he showed up from the preparation area, heard a not-so-subtle shout from the audience. "Ah, it's our Jun Hyun Appa, Park Jun Hyun. Go for it." As shouts erupted from the audience, Wang Qingyu froze and couldn't help but look towards where the sound came from, and saw a dozen or so people, pulling a wide banner, on which was clearly the portrait of one of the contestants, as well as a large name. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but be surprised. Ooh, there are still players here. With fans? What strength? Immediately afterward, he squinted his eyes to scrutinize the name and muttered with some confusion. And his name? It doesn't look like our countryman. Lin Nan also looked towards his side at this moment. The player who was found to be standing at the 7th position was standing in place with an indifferent look on his face. The player drawn for this empty 8th position was slowly walking, with an assistant at his side. The man was seen tilting his head slightly. Taking a 6-parent step, he raised his head towards the audience. Just that one simple act instantly caused the group of fans to scream. Like a star walking down the runway, he walked not far from Lin Nan's side without slowing down. And when the other party came closer, it was also obvious that he had seen Lin Nan's costume. That military immortal armor, Erlang Jinjuan's disguise, caused his gaze to freeze. The man then smiled a crooked, contemptuous smile, opening his mouth towards the assistant beside him. He gabbled something. Hey, what's this one saying? Listening to the commotion, it seems to be words from the stick side. Ha, by the look on his little face just now, he probably didn't fart any good. Wang Qingyu whispered from the sidelines, when a staff member came to remind him, signaled the non-participants to lean back a little. Seeing this, Wang Qingyu inquired in a low voice, "Can I stand back and watch? We are assistants, mainly responsible for live broadcasting. Don't worry, we will definitely not interfere with the game." Saying that, He pointed at the athlete on his side. The assistant it had brought with it was standing just about 10 meters behind it. The staff saw this and didn't make a distinction. Besides, seeing as they were up for slingshotting, they naturally weren't too harsh, so they nodded in agreement. It's about time. Seeing a staff member clearing the field, it was obvious that the match was about to start, so Lin Nan reminded him. The two of them, Wang Chengyu, sniffed and immediately operated. The host's voice came on at just the right time as the live stream opened, only to hear him open his mouth passionately and introduce himself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's, the Smoky Sea City Prayer Temple shooting competition. After some blessing speeches, the host began to introduce them one by one. Next, let me introduce you to the contestants. At this moment, Lin Nan held the slingshot in his hand without pulling the bowstring, merely trying to aim at the distant bullseye. Being on a shooting range, the sound of the presenter was heard in stereo surround sound, but as the host introduced him, Lin Nan's brows frowned slightly. The contestant standing in the number 1 position is the one who has won the gold medal in the city shooting competition, Li Guanzi. The player in the second position is a youngster from the National Archery Reserve Team, Han Rong. What? Just by introducing the two contestants, Lin Nan's head was filled with question marks, but before I could think much about it, the host was still introducing them in turn. Standing in position number 7 is the coaching staff from the soon-to-be inaugurated Smoky Sea City Archery Club. In position number 8, our foreign friend and former professional national archer, Park Jun-hyun. After listening to the introductions of the previous players all the way through, Lin Nan was still confused. Good lord, I dare say this entry is basically a pro. And this one next to you is a retired archer from a baseball country? It's not just him either. The rest, even the least, are coaches at some archery club. This Liang master before only told himself what the temple fair slingshot to get a colorful. Thought it was just a folklore event where you have to shoot embroidered balls or something. Is it so formal? So much pressure. There are also municipal gold medals with retired athletes. This has to be at least a provincial tournament level. It's kinda funny. And after the introduction of the 8th position, it was naturally Lin Nan's turn. Only a slight pause in the presenter's voice as he introduced the. This year, we still have the legacy of the traditional slingshot program. However, this next contestant's identity is a bit special. Surprisingly, he is also a current college student. His name is Lin Nan. With those words from the host, those two words rang throughout the stadium. Ha, who, and at the same time in the audience, there were also dozens of heads at once, looking towards the field with confused and astonished faces. End of chapter 107. Chapter 106. Can a competition be compared to actual combat? Chapter 106. Can a competition be compared to actual combat? Who? Did I hear you right? Did the host just shout out Lin Nan? With the host's introduction, Li Zevin and the other group of students on top of the stands were all stunned. Then, uncharacteristically, they looked toward the stage, landing their eyes dead center on number 9. As their gazes locked on, one by one, they looked at the contestants waiting on the field, only to see that the one standing at number 9 was wearing the immortal armor of the Erlang True Lord, arms holding a slingshot, aiming in the direction of the target, raising his hands and throwing his feet. He vaguely gave people an immediate sense of heavenly gods descending from the earth. Seeing this scene, Li Zevin and the others' expressions were all clearly a bit dumbfounded. Nan Lin, a current college student, playing God with a slingshot in hand. Behind him stood a cell phone holder, and not far away stood a tall and a fat man. After a slight glance, that was clearly Jiang Tao and Wang Qingyu. At this moment, it was obvious that there was no need to doubt any longer that the player standing at position 9 was none other than the Lin Nan they knew without a doubt. All of a sudden, the students in the audience were amazed. Oh my god, look guys, contestant number 9, isn't it Lin Nan? Holy, it's really him, but we're sitting in the audience. How come he's on the field? With the surprised exclamations of her classmates, Lu Yan also hurriedly pushed Wang Yu beside her. You, Lin Nan is on the field. There was no need for her to remind her, and Wang Yu naturally saw it. And, the moment the host called out the name, she looked over towards the 9th position. The eyes were also filled with astonishment, unable to move half a step away from the sight. While surprised, his mind was puzzled. How is Lin Nan on the field? No wonder the previous proposal to stroll through the temple fair together. Lin Nan said he was not available, and said that he would also come to this side of the temple fair, just with some tasks cannot get out of the way. No wonder he looked everywhere and didn't see anyone. So he was in the race? Thinking of this, Wang Yu actually sighed in relief for a moment. Self-exclusion begins in the mind. It was more of a suitable excuse for Lin Nan's failure to return the message. It's natural for people to give their full attention when they're competing on the field. Where is the time to look at your cell phone? Brother Vin, What is this? The surprised voice of a follower sounded beside Lee Zevon. Hearing the inquiry, he was also staring at the stage and couldn't help but whisper, asterisk 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 asterisk. How was I supposed to know? Lee Zevon's head was full of questions, recalling the host's introduction just now, as well as the backgrounds of the various contestants. He became more and more perplexed by Lin Nan's appearance on the stage. The contestants who were introduced earlier either almost made the national team or were city champions. There's even, like, a retired ex-pro from the land of stick. But what about Lin Nan? What makes him able to appear on the field? This was a question that Lee Zevon couldn't find an answer to for a moment. However, there was already remorse in his heart. Looking at Lin Nan's figure on the field, he secretly said under his breath, Cam, had known that I wouldn't have brought them along to make this mess. It's not purely for everyone to come and watch Lin Nan act like a bully. Thinking of this, Lee Zevon's thoughts flew around and he stood up abruptly, proposing towards his classmates. Class, I don't think there's much to this game. We have a parade of gods at this temple fair. That's the main event. How about we all pray and ask for blessings together when the procession of wandering gods comes? Under Lee Zevon's apprehensive inquiry, the follower beside him also instantly understood and egged on the surrounding students. Oh, let's go watch God. Let's go. However, not to mention how poorly acted their fling was. Where will these students buy into this easily? It would have been fine if it was before the entrance. Now, they could all see Lin Nan standing on the field. Attention had been drawn to the whole thing. Already some students were beginning to get nervous for Lin Nan on the field, wanting to see how Lin Nan would perform. What's more, they had previously stood in a long line to get in. So, one by one, they couldn't move from their places, but instead, they turned their heads back and opened their mouths to Lee Zevon one after another. Geez Benji, Yushin hasn't even started yet. This archery match won't take much time. Yeah, besides class president, Lin Nan is still competing on the field right now. After all, he's in our class, and he's going to be competing against this group of professionals. Out of classmate affection, we have to cheer him on too. With the sound of his classmates responding in a chorus of voices, Lee Zevon dropped his sight to Wang Yu, seeing that she was still staring at the field, with no intention of taking care of herself. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Yu realized that her classmates were looking at her, so she smiled apologetically, but her words were firm and assertive. I want to finish the game too. Seeing that his classmates refused to leave, Lee Zevon had no choice but to sit back down resentfully, his eyes fixed on the field of play, watching Lin Nan's every move. Well, just with Lin Nan, he can also compare with these people? Since neither wants to leave, let's see how badly he loses later. The stadium, the very center of the stands. It has a great view and is undoubtedly the best place to watch the game. In the front row of seats sat several businessmen in suits, right in the center, but a middle-aged man in an executive jacket. The seat beside him was still empty. Oops, sorry I'm late. Just then, as a voice rang out, it was clearly Feng Wanhao who walked over from a short distance away. Despite saying sorry on his lips, Feng Wanhao merely looked at the middle-aged. Not much heed was paid to the other rich merchants around them. Mr. Feng, this temple fair is lively this year, isn't it? The seated rich businessmen got up one after another, facing this Smoky Sea City's commercial giants. Despite the private undercurrents, the surface work still had to be done, and shook hands one after another. Then, only to see Feng Wanhao all the way to that middle-aged side of the empty seat to sit down, was about to open his mouth to say something, but the middle-aged lifted his hand and said, come on the line. This temple shopping is also nothing more than to be able to add some color. I hope our Smoky Sea City has good weather and everything goes well. That's right. Once these words filled with officialdom came out, the surrounding rich merchants responded, while Feng Wanhao nodded his head, his eyes fixed on the players on the field. First, he landed on the number 7 position, but soon, his eyes were drawn over to Lin Nan on the number 9 position. Feng Wanhao's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, just as the audience on stage was arriving one after another. Lin Nan's live broadcast had long since begun. Many fans had just flooded into the live broadcast room when they saw the image of Lin Nan holding a slingshot, and, to its side stood a row of players. Fortunately, there are Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao, explaining the situation in a whisper. These viewers also quickly figured out the original story. Upon learning the backgrounds of the other contestants, they similarly sweated for Lin Nan. There were just quite a few other new viewers who didn't know what Lin Nan was capable of before, so they didn't have any expectations of Lin Nan at all. A moment. As the host introduces the contestants, he begins to read the rules. For this archery competition, with a slight change in the rules, each contestant will have 12 chances to shoot. It is conducted in 2 groups, and after 6 firings, the contestants are allowed a 10-minute break. Once the rules were recounted, naturally it wasn't far until the game started. It was also at this point Lin Nan heard a voice not far from his side. The assistant that the stick country player brought with him muttered something in a low voice behind him. After the cultivation of the 8-9 Xiangong, one's own six senses became more and more acute. There was some distance between them, but Lin Nan still heard it. I don't know if it's out of the avatar or not. Even though the translation assistant was speaking in stick country, he could vaguely make out a few meanings himself. The general idea is to keep it up to par and get as good a result as possible. And it was this simple admonition that the player named Park Jun-hyun showed an impatient look. The long, narrow face lifted slightly and pouted with thick lips. Yikes, so nervous on? Win them down, easy as pie. Hearing this, the aide couldn't help but wipe her sweat, and without further ado, he slowly retreated to the back. On the contrary, when Wang Qingyu and the others heard the commotion, they couldn't look at the player's lack of respect and couldn't help but mutter a few words in a low voice. Even the viewers of the live broadcast were brushing up their comments. At that moment, the voice of the host once again sounded on the field. I now declare the match officially open. Slap. The arena instantly erupted in jubilant applause. Soon the hearts of the audience were feeling something. Seeing that the players on the field had begun to draw their bows and raise their bows to aim, these thunderous applause also spiraled to a halt. Have been watching every move on the field with undivided attention. There were even quite a few people who were so involved in watching that they didn't even dare to breathe for fear of affecting the players on the field. Not to mention Master Liang, even Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao are nervous for Lin Nan. Seeing the standard stance of each of those players next to them, they put their arrows on the string and made preparations to aim and shoot. The two of them were also clenching their fists underneath for Lin Nan. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was very different from their nervousness. After hearing the moderator announce the start, Lin Nan first looked to his side and observed the aiming movements of the other players. Seeing them all calm and quiet, a few adjustments to the angle, and the only one left on the field who didn't have an aiming and shooting behavior was Lin Nan. Due to distance, the number of targets hit by arrows shot by other players is displayed on a large screen at the front of the stadium. It wasn't time to count the targets, so everyone then focused on Lin Nan, who hadn't yet shot his first round. Seeing that he had not yet drawn his bow and taken aim, the audience murmured, and the students in the audience couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't Lin Nan moved yet? It can't be too much pressure, can it? Still too nervous? Can't aim at all? Hearing these speculations, Li Zevin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. However, just as the crowd was wondering and ruminating, Lin Nan's side also finally made a move. The party was simply out of curiosity to see how they professionally shoot arrows, and after observing it for a couple of moments, Lin Nan decided to follow his own hand. So, reaching toward the capsule, he pinched out a projectile. After clamping it onto the leather pocket of the slingshot, Lin Nan then took a deep breath. Spinning around, he sank his shoulders and dropped his elbows, pulling back his wrists as soon as he had drawn the bowstring enough. It moved like a stream of water, without any delay. Snort! Only a cracking sound came steeply, and the movement of the projectile bursting out was quite a bit louder than the one from the arrow. It didn't even take a few seconds to move so quickly. It took less time than any other competitor to shoot their first arrow. It was a pity that there was no one on the scene who knew what they were doing, or else they would surely have been able to know that this was a maneuver that was only used in actual combat, and that it was completely different from a competition. Lin Nan's action, however, caused the audience to stare at him. The students in the audience were also a bit confused. The same thought was in everyone's mind. No, just watered down and punched out? Did he just take aim? It's a wonder this hits. End of chapter 108. Chapter 107 Bullseye. Chapter 107 Bullseye. Indeed, it was here that the crowd was amazed. Lin Nan's square move. Everything was too fast. It seemed that a projectile was taken from his belt and he just drew his bow and shot. It was as if he hadn't taken any aim at all, and had just struck out randomly by the feel of his hand. Therefore, when this was perceived, the students in the audience also talked about it. He clearly didn't aim just now. I saw it clearly. It was a complete release just after the bow was drawn. No hesitation at all. I'll go to, and say so. He probably took off because he was so nervous. Everyone had initially thought that Lin Nan could at least have some operations, or else why had he been invited here? But at this moment, they were discouraged. However, there was no lack of a few girls who looked at Lin Nan on the field, their minds flashing back to the images from earlier. Clad in immortal armor and holding a slingshot in his hand, he was valiant and heroic, especially with that flowing movement just now, and with Lin Nan's Erlang Jinju in disguise. He was quite handsome, couldn't help but make them whisper demented. But, should say no, Lin Nan's hideout just now was pretty cool, huh? Meanwhile, it wasn't just the audience that was buzzing. This closest audience to Lin Nan was undoubtedly Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao. The two of them also stared in disbelief. having witnessed Lin Nan's unrelenting 1-2 punch. Nan, you just played. Isn't it a bit hasty? Obviously. Wang Qingyu has never seen this kind of situation. How can this shoot without aiming? You're just going to pull the bow and let it go. Ha! And Jiang Tao, who was on the side, snorted after his surprise. Ahem. What do you know? Accomplishments are only for a moment. Handsomeness is for life. However, at this moment, the corner of Lin Nan's mouth was slightly smiling. Shooting does require aim. However, since a slingshot strikes a projectile, it is slightly different compared to an arrow. In addition to aiming, it takes more than feel. Not to mention that the art of slingshotting, itself, has the mnemonic of withdrawing the wrist down when striking. With the addition of slingshot mastery, Lin Nan had a somewhat near-perfect grasp of the hand sense. Fong was blessed with the spirit of the heart, and that's why he struck out with his extreme senses. As for what exactly the score is, ha ha ha. Just then, a sudden burst of laughter came from beside him. Lin Nan turned his head to look. It was the player from the stick country who was found grinning at himself, and with a mocking look in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he turned around and said something to his assistant who was standing not far behind him. Lin Nan vaguely heard the meaning. Roughly, see, I told you, didn't I? There's no point in worrying about opponents like them. Hearing this, Lin Nan smiled disdainfully in his heart. Wang Songwu, who was behind him, also saw Park Junhyeon's appearance at this moment. He vaguely guessed something. Wanting to fight for Lin Nan, he opened his mouth in contempt. Nan, what's he muttering to there like a fool? He's laughing like a madman. Is there something mentally wrong? This stick is stupid on kimchi, isn't he? Lin Nan didn't explain anything, he just shook his head. For the people of the stick country, the people of the dragon country had an inherent sense of superiority. Therefore, Lin Nan was even more disdainful of his mockery. The results will naturally hit him in the face later. Just then, a staff member from the field walked towards them, and reaching out toward a few people, he bent down to come closer and whispered to the three Lin Nan. Several guests, you've just had a shot with the slingshot. Feel free to go down and rest now if you want. Ha? By what? Hearing the other party's words, Wang Chengyu hesitated for a moment, then became annoyed. Listening to the words alone, one would have thought that the other side was trying to get them to withdraw from the race. Thus, Wang Chengyu lost his voice and yelled, "Isn't this a competition? We're contestants too, so we have to be allowed to finish the fight. What's the point of coming over and chucking people out now?" The staff also froze a bit when they saw Wang Chengyu react so violently. With an innocent expression on his face, he also came over to pass on a message to them, as the organizers intended. And, originally, the slingshot guests were allowed to compete just for the sake of color. Yet now look at this year's performer. Could it be that he's going for real? Really want to have a match with these pros? The temple format has gone too far. Aren't you going to take it for what it's worth? If you compare further down the line, you'll definitely be crushed by the rest of the players. It's still their face that won't look good when the time comes. With this in mind, the staff member still wanted to explain and persuade them to leave it at that. But before he could speak, Lin Nan also slowly said, "There's no rush. Haven't counted the targets yet." Hearing this, the staff member froze, and was instantly somewhat helpless, simply because he had also witnessed the whole process just now. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and secretly slander. "Brother, do you still need to see this result? How did you shoot that bullet out? Don't you know? It's clear that you're not even aiming at it." The staff member shook his head. Since the other party did not listen to advice, he naturally could not say anything more. And just then, the voice of the host on the field continued. The huge screen standing in the stadium was also displaying the target paper of each player in turn. The moderator's voice was impassioned as he read each contestant's first target score in turn. Player number 1, 8 rings. Number 2, 9 rings. Player number 8, 10 rings. Keep reading from target number 1 to target number 8. These players are currently scoring, basically, 8 rings or more. Enough to highlight the gold content of this competition. After all, for these players, hitting outside of the 8 ring is already considered playing poorly. The scoring bite was pretty tight for all, and as the screen refreshed, a target sheet was once again displayed on it. At the sight of this target paper, the host's voice paused noticeably. It seemed like he couldn't believe what he was seeing and confirmed it with the staff member next to him. Upon receiving an accurate answer, the moderator's pitch steepened a few notches. Declared, "Phew, honestly, I'm in a bit of disbelief as the host, but it's also important to announce the next contestant's score. Number 9, 10 rings." The words came out with a resounding thud. The scene briefly fell into a moment of silence, and the original crowd in the audience had no expectations for Lin Nan, even thinking that he had already taken off his hand. As a result, after hearing the host's announcement, all the people were a bit incredulous. thinking that they had heard it wrong. What? 10 rings? 9 positions? Is that the one who just shot the projectile out without even aiming? In a flash, the crowd in the room looked toward the screen. Only a target paper was displayed on this screen. A little different from the previous 8. That didn't have any arrow holes left in them. Only the very center of the target paper has a brightly colored red dot. According to the custom of the temple fair, the projectile Lin Nan used for the competition was coated with a layer of vermilion sand in advance by the staff. And right now in the center of this target paper, there was a red spot stained with vermilion right there. Not only that, but there was also clearly a circular depression in the center of this target paper. Obviously, the projectile that Lin Nan had just fired had landed accurately on the 10th ring. For a while, as the host's voice fell, there was silence above this arena. Wow! In the end, it was Lin Nan's classmates who were the first to react, coming back to their senses in a trance, and looking suddenly excited. Lu Yan erupted into an amazing cheer, driving up the atmosphere of the surrounding students. Even Wang Yu's face carried some undisguised excitement. 10 rings! Lin Nan, he actually hit 10 rings. How is this possible? Didn't he just press his aim? Go Lin Nan! Lin Nan, you're the best! Hearing the cheering and cheering of the students around him, Li Zeven's eyes were wide open, his eyes almost falling out, not expecting this result. Lin Nan, so powerful? And as their small wave of people cheered excitedly, not far away, the group of Park Junhyun's fans had a look of contempt on their faces. Che, what's the big deal? Hitting a 10 ring is like they've already won the championship. Is that necessary? Didn't our Junhyun Appa, just now, also hit a 10 ring? That's just it. Junhyun Appa is the king of the archery field. Go Oba! At the same time, with the commotion in the audience, the athletes next to them were also a bit surprised at the moment and looked towards Lin Nan. After all, they also knew that the 9th position was the slingshot-wielding performer, but just now he was able to use a slingshot to shoot a 10-ring score? This is indeed very challenging. As for the person in question, Lin Nan, who was the center of attention in the room at the moment, was quite calm, and just smiled and waved his hand at the students in the audience, acknowledging their cheering. Nan, it's not my ears, is it? Wang Qingyu had just come back to his senses at this time, his mouth slightly open as he inquired towards Lin Nan. Fatty, you heard right. Jiang Tao, who was standing beside him, had the same look of surprise on his face, but he still nudged his mouth towards the big screen, signaling him to look at the results on the target paper. I'll be damned. It's still true, and that red dot is right in the middle of the target paper. Touché. But Wang Qingyu was still somewhat incredulous, recalling Lin Nan's actions just now. The movement looks so easy and relaxed, and then you hit the 10th ring with a watery shot? Nan, you're too accurate with this shot. Hearing the voices of the two, Lin Nan's heart had no ripples, but in the next second, Wang Qingyu's joking words left Lin Nan speechless. But seriously, we didn't pay for it, did we? Our country has always had the spirit of sportsmanship. If we bribe the referees, faking and so on is not advocated. Lin Nan glared at him. What are you thinking? I've even shot snakes. So naturally this target isn't that difficult. That's true, haha. Why did I forget about that? The two of them were revitalized, and they felt that Lin Nan had a point. We've been in the field, so what's the point of comparing us to these athletes? But just then, Lin Nan sensed a line of sight from his side and turned his head to see that it was Park Junhyun. His original open smile had tightened up a bit at this point. The expression was visibly dazed, and then it was as if he had figured something out. Ha! Nice moisturizing breath. What Park Junhyun said this time was not the language of the stick country. There's just something weird about the way it's pronounced. Combined with the context, it wasn't hard for Lin Nan to guess the meaning. Lin Nan's face was expressionless and his gaze was majestic, giving him no small amount of pressure. But he didn't do anything in response. He is now playing a god, and he is not interested in this kind of mortals. So he is not interested in this kind of mortals. As for Park Junxian, facing Lin Nan's gaze, he also immediately felt a wave of might coming over him, and actually unconsciously avoided his gaze. The race continues. After the first shot, the competitors have found their feet. The next one sped up a few notches. Of course, the one with the fastest launch speed among them had to be Lin Nan. Again, he was searching for a familiar feel, and Lin Nan couldn't help but think darkly. This target at 100 meters away, but it won't even move. Wasn't it easier than fighting that three-headed snake? Immediately, Lin Nan did the same as the party. With a swift movement, he pulled out a projectile, then drew his bow and shot. It was as smooth as if it was flowing. Then the other players who have to hold their breath to aim. Lin Nan's lack of procrastination undoubtedly added a few more points to the view. Whoosh! Whoosh! For a while, the cracking sound of projectiles was endless. Wang Chengyu, who was behind him, also pulled out his cell phone at this moment, trying to act as a telescope. The camera function zooms in towards the target paper. With every inspired movement of Lin Nan, Wang Chengyu, like a comic, was constantly exclaiming and shouting in amazement. This action of Lin Nan's, due to the speed with which he drew his bow and spread his hands, caused Park Jun-hyun, who was on the side, to be a bit alienated. After all, he had thought that he would be able to crush the other players with his strength. But nowadays, I don't know where to kill this dark horse. It was amazing that they were able to shoot so similarly to their compound bows with this wooden slingshot. And listening to the constant sound of breaking air from Lin Nan's side, 3 or 4 projectiles had been fired one after another, and Park Jun-hyun had only just held his breath and aimed, managing to shoot out 2 arrows, perhaps fearing that all the limelight would be stolen by Lin Nan. Park Jun-hyun's mood became more and more anxious. Finally, after another draw of the bow, he slowly dropped his hand again. The sight skimmed in Lin Nan's direction. Seeing that the other was again drawing his bow and preparing to fire a projectile, Park Jun-hyun saw the moment. The moment Lin Nan was about to scatter, Park Jun-hyun suddenly yelled, "Yikes!" Along with this shout, there happened to be movement on Lin Nan's side. All that was seen was the projectile pinched in his hand, and once again it shot out. Seeing this, the corner of Park Jun-hyun's mouth lifted into a smile. It seemed to accomplish his purpose. And at that moment, Wang Qingyu and the others were also startled by his shout. He froze for a moment and saw Lin Nan firing the projectile out again, worrying if Lin Nan was also affected just now. Thus, Wang Sungwoo looked in Park Jun-hyun's direction with some anger. The other man laughed and was surprisingly wicked. Taking the initiative, he raised his hand to the arriving staff and pretended to look disturbed as he said, "Yikes, they just spoke and interfered with people like that. You don't care?" Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao couldn't help but voice out in their hearts, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. What the? He clearly did it on purpose just now. What a surprise. Well, a retired athlete. How can you even pull a stunt like that?" There was no time to pay attention to him at the moment. Wang Qingyu and his duo were more concerned about one thing right now. That was whether the projectile Lin Nan had just shot had been affected. End of chapter 109. Chapter 108, Gambling. Chapter 108, Gambling. Wang Qingyu could see his intentions, clearly trying to interfere with Lin Nan, and couldn't help but start harboring anger and exasperation. "Fatty, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses." Jiang Tao and Wang Qingyu, who were on the side, persuaded him. "That's just the way their sportsmanship is. Trickery has become commonplace. We can't be too impulsive now, lest we make a commotion that affects Old Forest again." Wang Qingyu also had no choice but to bite his teeth and resigned. Meanwhile, the live cell phone was placed in front of the two men. Although the distance between the field and the stands made it difficult for Park Jun-hyun's actions to be noticed by the spectators on the field. However, the netizens in the broadcast room could see it clearly. Even some netizens were startled by the shout he had just made through their cell phones. For a while, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to scroll up at a rapid pace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What was that stick yelling about? This is a shooting range. The most important thing is to be quiet, and the competitors have to keep a steady mind. He just gave me a fright with that voice. Can the anchor not be affected? This should all count as his malicious interference. How dare you turn around and say the anchor is wrong? What an evil person. Along with some rebuke on the pop-ups, the netizens were more concerned about one thing. Was Lin Nan affected just now? After all, the slightest handshake during a shot has a huge impact on the outcome. And so it was with all eyes on the crowd. Only an endless stream of air-breaking sounds could be heard on the field. Lin Nan's movements remained calm, and he sent the first set of 6 projectiles, all of them, out. Spinning around, he dropped his bow and waited quietly for the other players. Soon, after Park Jun-hyun shot his last arrow leisurely with a smile on his lips, the players are considered all done with their first set of shots. The staff came on and the target paper began to play in sequence on the big screen. Competitor number 1. The first set of shots totaled 57 rings. Competitor number 2. The first set of shots totaled 56 rings. 7. The first set of shots totaled 60 rings. As the moderator reads out the number of targets for each player in turn, the audience in attendance gasped for a moment. How can someone hit 10 rings in all 6 shots? Ooh, which master is this again? Good man. All 6 arrows are 10 rings. 100 hits. Ha! With murmurs from the audience, the VIP seats in this grandstand, and the few rich merchants around them saw this, and their hearts were clear. Thus, on the surface, he congratulated towards Feng Wanhao. Mr. Feng, if I remember correctly, the 7th contestant is one of yours, right? Arrows with 10 rings. It seems that Mr. Feng's club really has hidden tigers and dragons. Feng Wanhao smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth as his eyes fell on that number 7. Admittedly, It was he who had placed this seventh player in the room. As for its true identity, it is not a club shooting instructor at all, just hanging on to the name for a while. And even though it's just for him to participate in a competition, Feng Wanhao has paid a big price. The goal is to make it a championship. Thus, as a matter of course, creating a buzz for this soon-to-be inaugurated shooting club. Ooh, this old man can do it. I can't believe it's still a perfect score. At this moment, Wang Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. Along with his voice, Lin Nan also looked towards the seventh position. However, he saw that number 7 player with an unusually calm expression. It was as if the results announced by the host just now had nothing to do with it. Moreover, Lin Nan could see that there was some hidden ruthlessness between his eyebrows. It's never a generalization. Humph, now that there's a perfect score coming out, I'm afraid that Stick Country player is going to trip up again. Wang Qingyu muttered in a low voice from the back. It was also true to see that Park Junhyun visibly changed his face a bit after hearing about his accomplishments, and glancing up every now and then, as if figuring out how to interfere with each other. Just then, the host's voice rang out. Competitor number 8. The first set of shots totaled 59 rings, with the host announcing the number of targets. Only Park Junhyun's brow furrowed a little. That's not really a bad grade when you put it in the usual context. But nay, it was just announced out front that one got a perfect score. Wang Qingyu couldn't help it either, and burst out in joy at the back. Serves him right. Let him get his little act together. How about now? I'm afraid you're not putting your mind to crooked things. Muttering in a small voice, that Park Junhyun seemed to have heard something and even looked towards Wang Qingyu as well, with a few moments of anger in his eyes. Wang Qingyu did not show any weakness and glared back towards the other party. What are you looking at? If Nan's grades go wrong, I'm going to get you for this. Immediately, Wang Qingyu, as well as the students in the audience, also held their breath. Master Liang, who was watching the match, also clenched his fists a little nervously. After all, the next thing the host was going to announce was Lin Nan's results. Competitor number 9. First set of shots totaled 60 rings. With these words from the host, the sound echoed over the entire stadium. All of a sudden, the arena fell into a brief silence. Those spectators who passed by to see what was going on, even though they didn't recognize Lin Nan. However, they watched the other competitors, using compound bows in the competition. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was wearing an immortal armor and holding a slingshot. There was also a cell phone stand in the back that appeared to be broadcasting live. I thought he was some kind of internet sensation and came over just to make a scene. But, now hear the host reading the target. This guy, he even shot a 60-ring score too? It really surprised these viewers. And at that moment, those students sitting in the audience were in awe. Aha! Lin Nan is so awesome. I can't believe I played so well too. That was awesome. All of a sudden, these students were leaping and cheering in the audience. The girls in the class, one by one, were even close to standing up and cheering for Lin Nan. Wang Yu also started clapping and shouting in Lin Nan's direction. Even Li Zeven was stunned. At this moment, after hearing the results, he couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and muttered under his breath. I blanch. NBA. How did he do that? At this time, the one who held the same thought as Li Zeven was Park Junhyun on the field. When he heard the host read out Lin Nan's score, Park Junhyun's eyes were round and his mind was filled with questions. No way. How is he so accurate? No wonder he was shocked. If it was a bow and arrow competition alone, the 7th contestant also used a compound bow, so hitting 60 rings is justifiable. But what about Lin Nan, who was standing at number 9? He's holding. It was a wooden slingshot, and the projectile that struck it was still much heavier than an arrow. How is it possible to hit the 10 ring every time at such a distance? What's more, Park Junhyun had just played a trick. It should have interfered with the other side. Is it hard to believe that it didn't even affect him in the slightest? Park Junhyun thought like this, his sights deadlocked on Lin Nan. Looking at Lin Nan's immortal armor costume, he also had a heavenly eye on his forehead, and the cell phone behind it, which is streaming live. Something's wrong. Park Junhyun finally bit the bullet. Immediately, he called out towards the staff present. I apply. Check it out. A staff member came at the sound of his voice and inquired over his claim. I doubt his scores. Check his target paper. Ha! The staff member sniffed, but was confused. And Wang Qingyu, who was on the side, saw that he was full of problems with Lin Nan's grades. He was so angry that he pointed at his opponent's nose and retorted. No. Who's got a problem with that? If you can't compete, then say you can't compete. Why are you throwing dirt on others? Poof. Park Junhyun snorted coldly with disdain in his eyes and said in a broken accent. If there's no problem, let us inspect it. Are you afraid? You. Wang Qingyu was nearly speechless with anger and wanted to open his mouth to say something more. But in this moment of effort, The staff also asked for instructions towards the top. Immediately, he walked over to Lin Nan and asked for his opinion. Look, Can, Lin Nan said indifferently, but suspicion always needs a reason, right? Under the assistant's translation, Park Jun-hyun was momentarily speechless. He ironically thought that with Lin Nan's wooden slingshot, and that copper projectile, there was no way the press could have achieved a 60-ring score. But if we really want to talk about the reason, it was a moment of uttering and not making it clear. Can't say it? That's okay. I'll agree to let you check. Lin Nan laughed and said in return. But if you can't find out the problem, what are you going to do? When he said that, he only saw Park Jun-hyun's eyes narrow. What do you want to do? Hearing this, it was exactly what Lin Nan wanted, and the party came up with an idea. So, towards Park Jun-hyun, and that staff present, he said, for the next set of shots, move your target back 10 meters. As Lin Nan's words fell, Park Jun-hyun instantly frowned. Move the target back 10 meters? This distance is enough for archery to make a significant difference. Also, all of the field that had only been developed by shooting 6 arrows so far needed to be readjusted. Thus, seeing Lin Nan so calmly, Park Jun-hyun flashed a hint of muttering. But in the end, it was only taken as Lin Nan's fraud, and he nodded his head in affirmation. Yes, it just happened to be the end of the first set of shots with a 10-minute intermission. With the game paused, the crowd's attention all fell on Lin Nan's side. It was just quite a bustle on their side, with the staff going about their business. At that moment, the host's voice sounded again, apparently receiving a description of the situation and explaining it to the audience. Okay, there's a little hiccup on the field at the moment. It started with a request from the player in position 8 who wanted to check the 9th target paper. Hearing the host's words, the crowd in the audience froze. Check the target paper? Lin Nan's classmates couldn't help but be surprised, and all of them looked towards Park Jun-hyun, who was in the 8th position, and fought for Lin Nan. What kind of target paper do you check for a good reason? What the heck, is he not suspecting Lin Nan of cheating? Cheating! However, with the righteous indignation of the surrounding students, Lee Zevin's eyes, which were originally a bit disoriented, bristled with light. The first round of target paper is being replaced as the field crew runs through the course. According to the rules of the competition, originally, after the contestants shot 6 arrows, it was to change the target paper for 1 round, just in case there are too many arrows on it and it affects the results at the back. Due to Park Jun-hyun's request, a staff member, at that moment, handed over the target paper that had been replaced by the 9th position. When this target paper was placed in front of him, Park Jun-hyun carefully examined it. The target paper was seen to have a significant dent at the 10th ring, while the surrounding area was intact. The indentation made by Lin Nan's projectile shot can be clearly seen on it. The vermilion mark left behind when the projectile hit was also indeed right in the center of the bullseye. Seeing this, Park Jun-hyun frowned. After a moment of not picking out any faults, he opened his mouth and spoke to the staff. And, I'm going to be checking all the target paper in the 9 spot. All? The staff member froze again and explained towards him. Each competitor hadn't changed the target paper before the end of the first group shooting. It's just this one. With those words from the staff, Park Jun-hyun froze. Wang Qingyu sniffed and scrutinized the target paper. This moment also woke up. No wonder Park Jun-hyun mistakenly thought that there were other target papers on Lin Nan's side. Simply because the depression on this target paper is nearly exactly in the same place. Even if the target was not sturdy, plus Lin Nan did not use his full strength, I'm afraid the target paper won't even be intact and will be completely pierced through the center. That is to say, Lin Nan's 6 projectiles all hit the same spot with precision. Ha ha ha, Nan's technique is too good. Look at that. It's giving people a whole trance, thinking it's the effect of a projectile shot. Immediately after, Wang Qingyu smiled towards the other party. Well, convinced this time. Looking at Park Jun-hyun again, his expression changed significantly. As his eyes flashed with a touch of shock, his face was a bit ugly. Thinking about the bet with Lin Nan, really move the target back 10 meters? Then the next set of shots is definitely increased in difficulty. But in plain sight, Wang Qingyu also pointed specifically at the cell phone that was broadcasting live. Apparently, no room was left for him to backtrack. Meanwhile, the VIP seats in the stands, those rich merchants also began to pay attention to the movements on Lin Nan's side. Originally, they learned that number 7 had taken full points and thought that Feng Wanhao was winning. As a result, I didn't expect a dark horse to come out of this halfway house. This moment also watched as they checked the target paper to make sure there were no problems. While these rich merchants were surprised, they could not help but laugh a little when they thought about Feng Wanhao's situation. At the moment, a few people were laughing and talking about it. Hiss, is brilliant. In the usual temple fairs, isn't the slingshot always an added color? How is it that this year, a marksman even came out? And, just by looking at him in this costume. I thought he was part of the Wandering Gods team. Look at the way he's acting now. Shouldn't he be able to win the title? Gee, that's hard to say, haha. Hearing the sounds of the rich merchants talking and laughing around him, Feng Wanhao's gaze flashed with a strange color. And he was also watching Lin Nan, his gaze filled with curiosity and surprise. It's a new week, so I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendations. Thank you all. End of chapter. 110. Recommend a good urban book in the transcendental genre. Recommend a good urban book in the transcendental genre. It's also in the urban transcendental genre with interesting ideas. Book title, I'm retracing the mythic path in modern times. Pen name, Prince of Chu. Synopsis, trace the origins of the path to the gods. One day, Lin Fan realized that a voice appeared in his mind, and that by retracing the path of longevity of the sages and mythological powers in the middle of the modern era, he would be able to obtain the endless longevity dharma. In the myth of the white snake, he saves the white snake, expels the demons, goes to the West Lake in Suzhou and Hangzhou, opens a medicine store like Su Xian, plays the role of Fa Hai sweeping the ground, holds an umbrella in the bustling West Lake Bridge, and disappears in the Leifeng Pagoda in an attempt to retrace all the myths of the year in the midst of the modern era. I thought everything was false. How could there be demons in the modern world? But I never thought that at the end of the road to immortality, there were really snake demons coming out of the world and messing up the earth. Tian Longjin Snake Demon. Since then, there has been a mysterious figure in the middle of Daxia, in the midst of Pang Lai. He showed all his powers and crossed the sea in white like the 8 immortals. Inside Huashan, he stepped on the great road, like Xinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother. In the Fruit Mountain, he lived and slept in the wind, learning the stubborn stone to open up and become spiritual. In the city of Chang'an, he spread the Dharma, like a holy monk returning to the east. Time and time again retrospective, time and time again walking, Lin Fan in the modern era to reenact the road to immortality. Along the road is long, and then look back, has long stood on the top of the 10,000 immortals. I can't put up links for single chapters, so please just search for the book title. End of chapter. Recommend a good urban book in the transcendental genre. It's also in the urban transcendental genre with interesting ideas. Book title, I'm retracing the mythic path in modern times. Pen name, Prince of Chu. Synopsis, trace the origins of the path to the gods. One day, Lin Fan realized that a voice appeared in his mind, and that by retracing the path of longevity of the sages and mythological powers in the middle of the modern era, he would be able to obtain the endless longevity dharma. In the myth of the white snake, he saves the white snake, expels the demons, goes to the West Lake in Suzhou and Hangzhou, opens a medicine store like Su Xian, plays the role of Fa Hai sweeping the ground, holds an umbrella in the bustling West Lake Bridge, and disappears in the Leifeng Pagoda in an attempt to retrace all the myths of the year in the midst of the modern era. I thought everything was false. How could there be demons in modern times? But I never thought that at the end of the road to immortality, there were really snake demons that came out and messed up the world. Tian Longjin Snake Demon. Since then, there has been a mysterious figure in the middle of Daxia, in the midst of Pang Lai. He showed all his powers and crossed the sea in white like the 8 immortals. Inside Huashan, he stepped on the great road, like Xinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother. In the Fruit Mountain, he lived and slept in the wind, learning the stubborn stone to open up and become spiritual. In the city of Chang'an, he spread the Dharma like a holy monk returning to the east. Time and time again retrospective, time and time again walking, Lin Fan in the modern era to reenact the road to immortality. Along the road is long, and then look back, has long stood on the top of the 10,000 immortals. I can't put up links for single chapters, so please just search for the book title. End of chapter. 111. Chapter 109, Capturing the Champion. Sound of drums and gongs. Chapter 109, Taking the lead. Sound of drums and gongs. In full view of everyone, Lin Nan's results were confirmed without error. Out of a previous bet, the face of that stick country player became visibly ugly. Yo, what's up with that? Wang Qingyu bloated and flirted cheaply from the sidelines. Still suspecting us of shady behavior? Be honest this time. At this point, the crew is preparing, pushing target number 8 back 10 meters. Wait a minute. At this time Lin Nan's voice rang out, calling the staff member closer. He bent his ear and whispered a few words. Are you sure? After listening to Lin Nan's whispers, the staff member was obviously stunned. Aha! Lin Nan gave the other party an affirmative answer. Okay, I'll ask for permission. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, were puzzled. Nan, what did you just say to him? Lin Nan didn't reply, just watched the movement ahead. The rest of them, too, followed their line of sight and glanced toward the target in the distance. The staff was seen moving up target number 8, but immediately afterward, he actually moved Lin Nan's target position backward as well. What's going on here? It's a mistake. What's the point of moving our target? Wang Qingyu yelled for the staff present. Fatty. Lin Nan let out a faint call. The figure of Wang Qingyu was fixed in place. Hearing Lin Nan's voice, Wang Qingyu recalled the situation just now and instantly woke up. Nan, could it be? This is what you asked for. Aha. Lin Nan casually answered. Then, under Wang Qingyu's surprise, he explained, so as not to be accused of taking advantage. It also saves us from being criticized and coming back to bite us for winning. Oh, that's true. But doesn't that make it harder for us? Yes? Lin Nan smiled. After a set of shots just now, Lin Nan found that this difficulty of hitting a fixed target was really not high. After all, when facing that three-headed giant snake, even though that wandering was strangely fast, it was still pointing and hitting everywhere. The slightest movement of the target backward would not constitute an effect on himself. Thinking of this, Lin Nan said faintly, it's only 10 meters farther. What's more, the target won't even move. With Lin Nan's words, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, froze. At the same time, images can't help but come to mind. It was exactly Lin Nan's situation that day, when he was entangled with the three-headed giant snake. And right now, the viewers of the live stream witnessed it. Seeing this action on the field, they agreed. There's nothing wrong with the anchor for this. Otherwise, when this stick country player returns home, he won't be sure how to add to it. And the anchor just said that the target won't even move? Yeah, I remember. No wonder the anchor is so comfortable. After all, he has been in a real battle with a three-headed giant snake. As this pop-up appeared, viewers reminisced. Yeah, the live recording of Lin Nan stalking the three-headed giant snake had already exploded on the internet. At that time he drew his bow several times, and the projectiles he struck all hit the vitals. Not only are they 100 times more powerful, they are even more powerful. All of them were able to rawly dent the scales of the giant snake, giving it a dent. And look at the anchor's reaction now. It's no wonder he's doing so well, even if he thinks it's too easy a difficulty. Guess these fixed targets. For Lin Nan, it's totally child's play. With the comments scrolling up on the live feed, Wang Qingyu and Zhang Tao also looked at each other and couldn't help but agree. Fatty, these comments are right on. Even that giant snake can get it right. This stationary target is really nothing for old Lin. Instead, it's us who are complicating this game. Saying that, Zhang Tao glanced at Lin Nan's back and staggered. No wonder old Lin wasn't nervous at all. Dare I say he had it in his mind for a long time. Spinning around, the time for halftime had passed. The game came down to the final stretch. This time Lin Nan made light of the situation and didn't hesitate for a moment, just wanting to finish the last set as early as possible. So sink your shoulders and drop your elbows and feel that familiar touch. Even though this target had moved position, it was quick to find the right angle. Whoosh! After the first shot was hit, it was realized that the drop was precise and unerring. Lin Nan then continued to shoot in quick succession, and the sound of breaking air continued. Just as the other players, aiming at the first arrow, Lin Nan had already fired 3 rounds of projectiles, and this loud noise has since drawn the attention of the other players. And, inevitably, it has suffered. It's like doing papers together. While I was still looking at the multiple choice questions myself, there were already students in the class going through their papers and doing the backs, but nevertheless, they just had to try to get in the right frame of mind. Then Park Junhyun was even a little anxious. Junhyun Oba must not be disturbed. Go Oba! In the audience, Park Junhyun's fans also started to yell. Hearing all these fans cheering, the group of students, too, couldn't help but talk about it. I'm going to yell quite a bit? A retired player from a baseball country. Why are they so excited? No way. At this moment, Lu Yen slapped her thigh and organized. We can't lose the battle either. Classmates, let's cheer for Lin Nan together. Driven by Lu Yen, the students all responded. Started cheering as if he was competing with the gang of fans for loudness. Lin Nan, go for it. And as the students were chanting, the follower glanced at Li Zevin. He only sighed and shouted after him in a small voice. Go. Under the sound of this cheering, Wang Qingyu's duo froze. Someone in the audience was heard yelling for Lin Nan to go for it. Spinning around, he looked toward the stands. It was only then that I saw from a distance that it was my classmates who were yelling at the top of their lungs. Look, it's our classmate. Nice guys, all cheering for Nan? Meanwhile, the cracking sound of projectiles continued. Only after shooting the entire second set of projectiles in succession did Lin Nan withdraw his bow and stop. Standing calmly, he glanced toward the audience, and it's this glance that the female students in the audience were suddenly excited. Ah, Lin Nan is looking our way. Whoa, Lin Nan. All of a sudden, the sound of the students cheering grew a few more degrees steeper. SHHHHHH. With the sound of a whistle, the end of the game was announced. The audience in attendance began to listen to the scores. The moderator also read out the number of targets for each player one by one. Player number 1. Total target, 113 rings. Contestant number 2. Total target, 115 rings. Contestant number 7. Total target, 119 rings. Upon hearing this achievement, the 7th player's eyes went cold and glanced towards Lin Nan, and above the stands, Feng Wanhao, who was sitting in the VIP seat. After hearing the results, a slight frown was raised. Contestant number 8. Total target, 116 rings. The two scores are right next to each other, and Park Jun-hyun is clearly not expected to win. The fans in the arena were greeted with a chorus of disappointment, and Park Jun-hyun even blamed Lin Nan for this defeat, throwing a gaze with hatred towards Lin Nan. But the people also know. The next thing to be announced was Lin Nan's final score. For a moment, both the students in the audience and Master Liang in the nearer guest seats, even the viewers of the webcast, all held their breath. Don't even dare to breathe. Next is contestant number 9 with a total target count of 120 rings. With the host's voice, there was a sound of surprise in the arena. What? 120 rings? Good lord, that's a complete take. In the audience, the students heard the voices of these passers-by. Can't help but cheer at this moment. All of them could not help but feel overwhelmed. Lin Nan, this is too awesome. I thought it would be just for fun, but I didn't think he'd win the title. And he had his target position adjusted, yet he still got a perfect score. So godly? Could it be that Erlang Shin is possessed? Along with the voices of his classmates, Xiao Zhang, who was a little closer, was incomparably excited. Master, did you see that? Lin Nan, he actually really took the championship with a slingshot. Ha 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 ha. Master Liang's eyes were also red. Looking around at the media taking pictures, reporters were grabbing at the frenzy. Self knows what this situation means. The slingshot, a non-heritage item, will again become better known. Thinking of this, Master Liang smiled and nodded repeatedly, looking at Lin Nan. Little friend, I really wasn't wrong about you. Let's congratulate contestant number 9 for taking the top spot. With the host's voice ringing through the room, a group of rich businessmen in the VIP seats were also applauding and congratulating. While sighing, his line of sight also glanced towards Feng Wanhao. Oh, I didn't realize that it was a dark horse that came out halfway and won the championship with a slingshot. This is 100,000 miles away from what Mr. Feng expected. That's right, invested a lot of money, but also stuffed in such a master. Isn't it just to build momentum for the archery club? Now we're out of pocket, the rich businessmen around them said, seeing the staff invitation. Then he got up and went over to say hello to the contestants as well as present the awards. Instead, Feng Wanhao got up and walked slowly into the shadows. His face was a little grim. At this time, a henchman walked over and handed Feng Wanhao a cell phone. Boss, look at. Feng Wanhao frowned and scanned the cell phone screen. As a result, his attention was instantly drawn, only because he saw, on that screen, it was clearly an image of Lin Nan tangling with a three-headed giant snake. Feng Wanhao couldn't be more clear about this giant snake. After all, he was the one who sent out the men to look for it at the time. He himself had also personally examined the body of this giant snake. Although there was nothing to be found, it was clear to see the scorched marks on its body, undoubtedly struck by lightning. It was thought to be a failure to cross the thunderbolt, but the wound at the snake's neck was flush and appeared to have been chopped off. Now, seeing this live recording screen, Feng Wanhao's eyes flashed with light. Boss, it's been investigated. Besides our people, the only one who had been in and out of the woods that day was Lin Nan. As the men reported back, the live recording screen was played. Feng Wanhao sniffed and took off the string he was wearing to twist it. This string is strange to say the least. The 6 wooden beads strung on it have different textures. If Master Liang, the bow maker, had been present, he would have been able to distinguish the material of these beads. 5 of the pieces of this string were clearly made of 5 ghost wood. The 5 ghost trees, namely, mulberry, willow, poplar, acacia and neem, are rumored to be extremely een, and this string is the 5 ghosts of wood. To put together a complete, the bead left in the very center was black and oily in color. It was a shady wood with an extremely long vintage. Lin Nan, Feng Wanhao mouthed. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned toward Lin Nan, who was receiving his award, and with just that glance, the pair seemed to feel something. In the next second, he even followed Feng Wanhao's line of sight and looked over. Together with Lin Nan's current costume, he was the Erlang Xiansheng True Lord. Vaguely, Feng Wanhao seemed to feel it all. The opponent's third eye, which hung between his eyebrows, all flashed out a light. Hiss! This situation actually caused Feng Wanhao's heart to palpitate. The hand twirling the skewer stiffened involuntarily. Of course, The trance was only momentary. One thought of the other's identity. The corner of Fong Wanhao's mouth raised a meaningful smile. Ha ha ha. Interesting. In the middle of the shooting range, on the podium, many staff members gathered around, and with the hosts reading, it also summoned a group of unrecognized leaders of wealthy businessmen to come forward and congratulate them. And Lin Nan was standing in the very center of the award podium as if he was being held by all the stars. In front of them, there were countless reporters and cameras. However, right in the midst of all this hustle and bustle and raucous noise, Lin Nan caught a hint of something different, and so glanced in that strange direction. It seemed that right where the stands were, there was a unique aura that was hidden, and something was watching itself from the shadows. Make yourself feel a twinge of discomfort. What's wrong with Nan? Just as Lin Nan glanced sideways, trying to see into the dark places of that grandstand, Wang Qingyu's voice came from behind him. It was clear that he had seen his perversity, and that was why he had inquired out loud. Oh, it's fine. Lin Nan shook his head and returned. Plus, if you look at the dark place with the naked eye, you can only barely see an outline. Just had to stop for now and bring my attention back. Seeing a circle of reporters gathered in front of him, and it seems like they were all waiting to come over for interviews after filming the awards session. Lin Nan also just dropped by to do a favor. Not wanting to waste time here, he opened his mouth. Fatty, there are too many reporters over here. If I stay, I'm sure the interviews will go on and on. Having said that, Lin Nan was about to look for an opportunity to leave first. But the next second, heard not far away, there was a faint sound of music. Knock knock. Listening to the sound of this music, it doesn't sound like it's being played out on a modern stereo. It was clearly many native ancient instruments, played together. It was also interspersed with the sound of an urn drum and a gong. In just an instant, Lin Nan was captivated by the sound of the music. Could this be? Blessed to the core. Lin Nan then withdrew his feet back. Let's borrow Wang Qingyu's body type as a cover first. In another blink of an eye, he himself quietly disappeared into the back of the crowd and headed out of the arena. Nan, what about it? Let's find a chance to go? Hey. Wang Qingyu did not feel the situation in the rear. Right now, he's still smiling and waving to the reporters ahead of him, and seeing no movement from the rear for a moment, he glanced back. That's when I realized that Lin Nan was such a big living person. Surprisingly, it disappeared without a trace at the moment. Where is everyone? He immediately exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao, and the two of them stared at each other wide-eyed, as if Lin Nan's voice was still echoing in his ears. He couldn't help but murmur, "Good man. Slipped away so fast." Urban Transcendence genre. Highly recommended. End of chapter. 112. Chapter 110 Yushin, The Undertaker. Chapter 110, The Wandering God. A misadventure. Where's the winner of the contest? At this time, not only Wang Qingyu was surprised, the reporters who were filming were also confused. They just saw Lin Nan standing on the podium. How come in the blink of an eye, the person is gone? So the crowd looked around and began to talk to each other. But the search was still fruitless. Even Mr. Liang, who wanted to thank Lin Nan, failed to find a trace. Strange, wasn't it just now? At that moment, several rich businessmen invited by the temple came near with the leaders. The middle-aged man in an executive jacket came up and shook hands with Master Liang, smiling. Oops, Master Liang, you've made a name for yourself this year with this craft. Master Liang sniffed, and seeing the attention around him, it was hard not to be a little springy. But he did not dare to take credit for it and said modestly, "Wherever, it's all because of little friend Lin Nan. If it wasn't for him, with my old bones alone, taking first place would be unthinkable. Master Liang is too modest." A few people were polite and looked around, and also inquired curiously, "By the way, where is Lin Nan?" Right now, the podium looks incredibly lively. These interviews are with the journalists who are presenting the awards, as well as the staff. Everyone else is still here, but the only winner is the contestant, who suddenly disappeared while receiving the award. Reporters were glancing towards the surrounding area, still wanting to interview Lin Nan some more. Li Zeven led the students, also crowed with Wang Qingyu. Two people gathered together. Just as they met, they heard these students surprised and praised. Wow, Lin Nan actually won a championship. I just realized today that together Lin Nan still has this skill. By the way, where is our champion Nan? Why aren't you on the podium? As their classmates inquired, the duo of Wang Qingyu coped. It was not clear where Lin Nan had gone, and Li Zeven was happy to see it. Looking at Wang Yu and the others in front, he proposed towards his classmates. Maybe there was a sudden emergency? Oh, look at the time. The temple fair tour is about to start. We have to hurry. Go now before the crowd leaves the stage and you can still grab a good spot. With these words from Li Zeven, the students in the room nodded, and it would have to do. At the same time, Feng Wanhao also noticed the movement on the field. After seeing the scene, he waved his hand toward his men and commanded, "Go! Find him and don't get caught." The henchman standing in the shadows immediately nodded. Understood. Putting down a sentence, he whirled toward the exit of the racecourse and searched for it. Contestant number 9. Congratulations on taking first place. Please retrieve your previously held items over here. Stepping out of the arena, Lin Nan arrived at the location of the previous security check. One of the staff members, still holding his place, opened his mouth to Lin Nan. This time, when she came to the temple fair, Lin Nan not only got Yi Qing to jack up her full makeup in advance. What's more, he had brought the three-pointed, two-bladed sword, as well as Roaring White, along with him. It was only in the way that the party had to go to the field to play. So the objects, which were placed here for safekeeping, retrieving the tri-pointed, two-edged blade that stood to the side, he resumed carrying it on his back, slinging the slingshot back to his belt again. He organized the leather pouch that held the projectiles. Immediately after that, was about to leave the field, but as he stepped forward, he realized that something seemed to be missing. Dropping his head to look, Lin Nan immediately froze and said, "Where's the dog? Yeah, where's my big dog?" Before, he had clearly brought Roaring White along with him. It was placed here for the staff to look after because it could not enter the race site. But nowadays, how come I can't even see a shadow? What did you say, sir? Is something missing? Hearing the staff member's voice, Lin Nan immediately inquired, "Did you see a white dog?" The staff member had a puzzled look on his face, and Lin Nan knew it was useless to ask him when he saw this. So he composed himself and sensed the orientation of the thunder seal. Baird, with a clap of thunder and lightning intertwining in his head. The first one to respond to himself was clearly the thunder seal, which was in a slightly distant direction. Looking at the direction, it was Xinzhe who was in the protected natural scenery area. Immediately afterward, another voice started up. Lin Nan sensed Roaring White's location. It was a relief to find that it hadn't gotten too far. Was about to see where it had gone and retrieve it. However, just as it was ready to move, knock, 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 the sound of the drums and gongs in the distance once again reached Lin Nan's ears. And, it's a few moments clearer compared to being on the field. Lin Nan's attention was drawn to the voice, but he saw that the staff in front of him was unresponsive. Perhaps it was because the 8-9 Xian Gong that he practiced made his six senses extra sharp. Therefore, a distant voice was heard. Upon further examination, Lin Nan realized that Roaring White's location wasn't far away. It seemed to be right in the direction the voice came from. And, sensing Roaring White's leap, Lin Nan speculated, "Is it not going to get together first? Oh please God!" With a lilting shout, the procession of the traveling gods had already set out from the incense hall, a long line that swelled, and all the visitors coming and going from the temple were attracted. Knowing that this tour of the gods is the highlight of the temple fair, it is meant to drive away evil spirits and pray for good fortune, and to pray for good weather and peace of the country. And, in case of a difficult situation, visitors are even able to pray on the spot, asking the gods to be able to send down well-being to help them out of their predicament. So, visitors to the temple fair, after the tour of the gods began, then they all stopped at the sides and watched the procession of the wandering gods with reverence. Just see, in the streets of the temple, the sides of the road were crowded with people, but only a spacious road was left for the center. Knock, 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 with the sound of a beating drum. It seemed to strike at the heartstrings of the crowd. It makes the heart beat with the drums. At the very front of the Yushin's queue were two horsemen dressed in costume, constantly at the front of the group, stepping on the 7-star steps and wandering repeatedly. With a whip in his hand, his main duty is to help the procession to clear the way and evacuate the surging crowd. There has always been a rule about traveling to the temple. It is said that the person who was hit by the horseman's whip can bring good luck. Therefore, even those who were touched by the whip had smiles on their faces. Whoa! Look, nah! Here comes Yushin's team. The crowd around them began to leap and shout. A booming crowd that drowned out the sound of beating drums. And there's something to be said for the queue of wandering gods. The higher the immortal level of the gods, the more they had to be at the back of the queue. Therefore, behind the horseman who drove the road, the first thing that could be seen was the land god, the city god and so on. Although these gods are not of high immortal rank, they are closely related to people's lives. The landlord, in particular, is known as the guardian deity of a land boundary. So the crowd gathered around them looked at these play-acting gods and began to pray with devotion as well. And in addition to these gods, behind the horsemen, there were two dancing lions, one yellow and one white, their bodies glittering with gold, looking immortal. In front of these two dancing lions, one man held an oddly colored embroidered ball in his hand. The reason why it is called odd is because most of the unusual embroidery balls are red, a symbol of joy. This embroidered ball, however, was coated in black and had black cloth wrapped around it. As the person holding it runs and dances, this embroidered ball is like an evil thing that emits a rolling black gas. Seeing the strangeness of this embroidery ball, some unknown spectators also asked for advice from the people around them. Why is the embroidered ball of this lion dance team solid black? It's still weirdly unlucky to look at. Harm, you don't understand this, do you? It's the embroidered ball that's wanted that's unlucky. Ha! As the crowd wondered, someone in the know spoke up and explained. Can't you see that these two lions are chasing and biting at the hydrangea? Need I say more about the symbolism? Later, when the lion catches up, it will symbolize the exorcism of evil spirits. It's the first color of the Yushin. With this Moncler outlet online explanation, the surrounding crowd woke up. Oh, so that's what happened. The older man who spoke up to explain the situation said to the crowd with his hands behind his back, Hey, look at that. It's gonna be quick. Meanwhile, just as the surrounding crowd applauded and prayed, one of the lions of the lion dance team had a rather vigorous range of motion. Under the lion's head and quilt were two young lads. The one who is the head of the lion is looking through the throat of the dancing lion at the situation ahead. Through its perspective, one can see the sheer scale of this temple fair and the crowd of people around it. The mood of this young man, obviously a little excited, the movement more and more vigorously, and as the lion's head leaps, it pulls the lion quilt. The combination of lion dances, moreover, requires countless hours of training to reach a tacit understanding. Being a lion-tailed youngster, he naturally sensed a difference in the front man, so he whispered a reminder behind him. Carmine, you save your energy. There's still a long way to go. Phew, no problem. Don't worry, Kamen agreed, but his voice was still agitated. Seeming to think of something else, he opened his mouth towards the man with the lion's tail. Do you think Master values us by asking us to go? The man who was in the lion's tail sniffed, and did not pick up on it. It was also because he knew that the lion dance was the first colorful prize to be claimed by the Yushin queue. If you make a wrong move, you may implicate the entire queue behind you. Therefore, he remained cautious and careful for fear of making a mistake. Knock. Ciao. God bless. Let's have good weather and peace in the country. Anyone who sees the temple or hears us speak will be able to have good health and prosperity for their whole family. Fine. With the sound of prayers shouted by the crowd above the temple fair, the atmosphere of the scene also grew more and more enthusiastic. Whoosh, whirled a windy sound, and yet no one noticed what was going on behind them, only to see that there was, after all, a pure white fine dog, running fast. It was leaping over a high wall on one side, like a white lightning bolt that kept jumping. It drew a succession of arcs in the air. There was no doubt that this pure white fine dog was undoubtedly roaring white. At this moment, it also heard the sound over here and saw such a lively situation, excited like a child, and it seemed to be very interested in this queue of wandering gods. Just after this procession of wandering gods went out some distance, the man holding the long stick with the black embroidered ball tied above it took a deep breath. Start making preparations. Meanwhile, at the front of that wandering gods queue, a tourist held up his cell phone to take a picture. It seemed to shoot a little out of focus, and tried to get around the crowds around it. Without realizing it, he actually came to the side of the queue, just stood in front of the horseman. The horseman who was responsible for dispersing the crowd had originally set a lively pace. I didn't notice it for a moment, and when I did, I was close to the man. The horseman reacted instantly. His feet managed to pull back and he raised the whip in his hand in a symbolic sweep. It was supposed to be just a hiccup. Without realizing it, it caused some chain reactions. Only the man holding the embroidered ball at the back was disrupted by the sudden change of pace at the front. Originally, he was going to give a loud shout to first alert the rear lion dance that he was about to throw the embroidered ball. Then the lion head of the lion dance leaps up and takes a bite out of this black embroidered ball, which symbolizes evil spirits. However, this time, before he could cry out, his figure tilted back. The embroidered ball tied above that long stick then directly left the stick and slid down towards the back. Seeing this situation, the man holding the long stick reacted quite quickly. A quick reminder was shouted at the top of his voice. Get rid of the evil spirit. Upon hearing this sound, Kamen also understood it by heart, but due to the lion's head blocking his vision, he did not know what was ahead of him. Still following the original rehearsal, the lion's head was held up and leapt upwards. However, when he leaped up, the embroidered ball had already crossed the lion's head. Unbiased, it was sent flying upwards by the lion's head. Immediately, it was under the gaze of the crowd. Only this black embroidered ball was seen, leaping high in the air. Eventually, the black ribbon tied to the embroidered ball actually wrapped around the branch. Suffered, accompanied by the surprised gasps of the surrounding crowd. The man who was originally holding the embroidered ball also gave a cry of darkness. Hearing the strange movements around him, Kaming didn't see the embroidery ball even in this jump. He instantly oozed cold sweat and turned the lion's head in a hurry to look for it. After searching around, this is how I found the black hydrangea. It actually hung above the treetops. Along with their errors, this entire lineup of yokai gods slowed down. The many gods playing in the back began to step back and forth in place. Kamen, also in a moment of impatience, started the attempt in a hurry. He let the lions' tails go low and worked with each other to leap again, trying to remove the black hydrangea from the treetops. But after several attempts, they were all a little short of the distance. In the view of the surrounding crowd, just see this yellow dancing lion keep jumping, trying to take down the black embroidered ball on the treetop. But it was delayed. That older man who had explained to the bystanders earlier was also confused at this moment. Hiss, the sneaky hanging on the tree? Gee, I've been going to temple fairs for half my life, and this is the first time I've run into this kind of thing. This is not something to take down again. This Moncler outlet store was trying to say something, and the crowd around him knew it. Just under this Yushin Q stalemate, suddenly, only a swish was heard from the side. Then in full view of everyone, a clean white figure scurried out from above the high wall. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the black embroidered ball straight on top of it. End of chapter 113. Chapter 111, have you met the real one? Chapter 111, have you come across the real thing? Swish, only to see a white shadow on the side, scurrying out like a swimming dragon. The figure was swift and incomparable, splitting straight on top of that black embroidered ball. For a moment, the crowd present was confused. All of them were not clear about the situation that was happening right now, and they lost their voices. What's going on? What was that thing just now? It came out in a flash? With these surprised exclamations, the crowd of onlookers were all wide-eyed, observing the situation in the treetops. After getting a slightly better look, the crowd was still in disbelief as they saw the image before them. You guys, look, why is there a dog standing in that tree? With this shout, all the people tilted their heads to watch, only to see that above that tree branch, there was a white slender figure standing. Look at that shiny white fur. And under the sun's reflection, there was a light golden glow. It was the roaring white that Lin Nan was looking for without a doubt. Roaring White's athletic form stood atop a slightly swaying branch, the same branch with the twisted black hydrangea hanging below. At this time, the black hydrangea was also swaying lightly with the wind. Immediately afterward, in full view of this crowd, there was a clamor of murmurs underneath. Roaring White's movements didn't stop. It actually began to scurry and leap up among the branches. He only saw the black embroidered ball that was hanging, and his body bowed and leapt between the branches, and as it passed by this black hydrangea, its sharp claws and teeth made an attacking gesture. Prickly, as the wind whistled, only the sound of tearing from above could be heard. Roaring White moved surprisingly fast. The crowd at the bottom, observing with the naked eye, could nearly only catch a white residual shadow. Within seconds, the black hydrangea that was entangled in the branches was constantly attacked by Roaring White. Like a plaything on a branch, it was left to the whims of Roaring White. Soon, the black fluttering ribbons on that embroidered ball were bitten into rags in pairs, just like falling leaves. It is also like the black ashes that fall from the air after a fire has burned. At this moment, these crowds that had come to the temple fair, both men and women, young and old, were all jaw-dropped. The eyes looked at the asthmatic white that kept leaping on the branches, and they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Nor could they help but be amazed that this Roaring White had a thunder seal planted within his body. The Tengu bloodline within its body was being continuously stimulated, for it is above the branches of a tree. The white fur around his body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light when the sun shone. With such a stance, it was quite a bit like a divine beast. What's more, Roaring White's actions were so beyond the ordinary that they were straight up mind-boggling. So, when Roaring White tore apart all the floating ribbons wrapped around this black embroidered ball, the black embroidered ball that had been tied to the branch by mistake had also been taken in the mouth by Roaring White. It's holding this hydrangea right now, standing above the branch, head high and mighty. It was like a heavenly dog descending from the earth, and the many people gathered underneath witnessed this scene. For a moment, the reckoning began, trying to make sense of what had just happened. What just happened? How is it that out of nowhere a pure white fine dog came and stepped on a branch and snatched the black hydrangea? And this embroidered ball can signify evil spirits. For this temple fair, the significance of its representation is even more extraordinary. This is the first color of the temple fair. So they looked at the snarling white on the branch of the tree with the tattered black hydrangea in its mouth. This pure white fine dog is in sharp contrast to the black hydrangea in its mouth. This picture, but also a lot of people feel deja vu. It's like the temple of the god Erlang, the sky dog that swallows the sun. Seeing this situation, the people gathered around were all dumbfounded. At this moment, they also spoke out, unable to stop the chatter. Oh my god, is it possible that a god dog has come from the sky to get rid of the evil spirits for us? What kind of mortal dog can do such a thing? And looking at it like this, I feel like it's still surrounded by a layer of golden light. What? Golden light covering the body? This must be the Tengu. God! What a god! As the crowd underneath gasped, many others reached for their cell phones to shoot video. There were even quite a few people who had begun to reverently meditate in their hearts. Toward Roaring White began to ask for a wish. Well, with the prayerful movements and astonished voices of those many people under the tree, Roaring White seemed to enjoy this. And his head, which was holding the embroidered ball, was raised, and with his head held high, he was actually about to sit on top of the branch. Great look of enjoyment. Bared. However, just as Roaring White's face was enjoying himself, the corners of his mouth were rising. A subtle sound of intertwining thunder and lightning suddenly resounded between its forehead. And, with that voice, Roaring White's figure stalled, and immediately even his ears perked up, like a child who has been playing around for a long time and has gone a little too far, and is discovered by a parent. Its originally high chest shrank in an instant. Immediately after that, it was seen standing up straight. With a light step of his hind legs, he leapt back to the ground. From above the branch, when Roaring White took the embroidered ball in his mouth, he leapt down from the tree. At that moment, another voice of shock came from the surrounding crowd of onlookers, and for the moment, the people who were in the Yushin queue were confused. They watched, eye to eye, at the black embroidered ball held in Roaring White's mouth. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. This black hydrangea was, according to the plan, to be damaged by the lion dance team, but nowadays, its appearance is so dilapidated that only the skeleton of an embroidery ball remains. Where did this dog come from? I don't know. What now? The teams behind us are still waiting. We can't afford to be so delayed. With some whispering, the front few people who had made a mess were discussing their strategies. Kaming could now clearly see the black embroidered ball through the throat of the dancing lion. The position Roaring White was in was also not far in front of him. So, Kamen saw that he still wanted to fight for it. Then he intended to take a step and go up to retrieve this black hydrangea. And as originally planned, it was damaged by the lion dance team. Ready? Let's go over there. So Kamen spoke to his companions behind him, under the back of the dancing lion. Good. The young man behind him, who was in control of the lion's tail, immediately answered. Spinning around, it seemed that they all came up with a solution at the same time, only to hear the sound of the drums and gongs of the traveling god's queue rise again. Stomping to the sound of the drums, Kamen split his legs and sank to his feet, shaking the lion's head. The red spikes and fur on this dancing lion blossomed, and just as Kaming set up his stance and saw the right moment to move forward, shhhhhhh. Suddenly, a melodious whistling sound rang out. The sound of the renewed drumming was overshadowed by the sound of the drums. Before the crowd could react, it was a whistle from somewhere. However, he saw Roaring White's figure tremble at this moment. The black embroidered ball held in his mouth was also spat out onto the ground at once. Hiss ha! Roaring White kept spitting out his tongue with a fluttering look. It seems to be leaving already. Just as it followed the sound of the whistle, it took a step and leapt. Click! Only a sound of wood snapping was heard, and it was the black hydrangea that it spat out. Surprisingly, he was stomped on by Roaring White. Seeing this scene, the air around them all seemed to freeze. The sound of the drums beating in the Chushin-kyu immediately stopped for a few beats as well. The horseman who drove the road ahead also stopped to watch, especially within the lion dance costume, carrying the lion's head Kamen. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and he was gazing at the scene in front of him in amazement, and couldn't even keep his jaw closed. Looking at the black embroidered ball on the ground that had been trampled and deflated, Jiaming's heart burst with darkness. It's over, it's over. How could this embroidered ball be ruined by a dog? This time it's completely smashed. The master goes back and doesn't know how to punish it. Thinking of this, Kaming instantly glanced towards the fine dog. Not only him, but a cluster of people gathered around him were staring at the thin dog. After all that just happened, their eyes had been firmly grabbed by Roaring White, not moving an inch, right in front of everyone's eyes. Only Roaring White was seen running towards the front of the road, and as the white figure ran at a brisk pace, the crowds on both sides consciously stepped back. Finally, when the crowd was once again set apart, the fine dog, too, had run to the place of its goal. Immediately, the crowd only heard a voice. You, sinful animal, didn't I tell you to wait nicely? How did you get here? The person who spoke was naturally Lin Nan, who had searched all the way here. At this time, Lin Nan wasn't clear on what exactly was happening over here. Just seeing the crowd around them was a bit strange. All of them looked toward the front, and it was really a bit difficult for Lin Nan to go all the way through and behind the gathered crowd. Thus, he only had to utilize his heavenly eyes to check out the situation in the distance. I just happened to see Roaring White, standing tall on a branch. There seemed to be a black ball in his mouth. The surrounding crowd also kept talking about something. even joining hands in worship towards Roaring White. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan thought that Roaring White had gotten into trouble. It was then that a whistle was claimed and a call was made in haste. This is what led to the scene just now, where Roaring White leapt down from the branch and hurriedly arrived. Right now, even though Lin Nan said sinful animal, it was mostly a joke. Watch as Roaring White darts to his side, tail wagging like a fan. Where Lin Nan would be angry, he could only sigh, the corners of his mouth lifting into a warm smile as he stroked Roaring White's head. However, with Roaring White returning to himself, it brought back, along with the stares of all present. Right now, the sights of these people all landed on Lin Nan's body. They also all saw that Lin Nan was dressed in this outfit. It was clad in immortal armor over its military uniform, and behind it, floating ribbons danced in the wind. A crescent moon slingshot was at his waist, and a three-pointed, two-edged knife was in his hand, was hanging down a hand, stroking the head of this sacred dog. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd present once again exclaimed in shock. Those who stood close to Lin Nan even consciously stepped back, thus witnessing Lin Nan's full appearance. For a moment, the crowd in attendance stared again. In conjunction with the party, this god dog's every move. In the crowd, there was a loud clamor. Geez, look at this outfit, and the three-pointed, two-bladed sword it wields. This is Erlang Shun? Yes, no wonder. I thought, where did the divine dog come from? It even knows how to play with the black embroidered ball to get rid of evil spirits. Dare I say it's the roaring dog under the seat of Erlang Jinjuan. Oops, this dog was so spiritual just now. It's definitely a divine dog without a doubt. Could it be that Erlang Jinjuan manifested himself and came to our temple fair? Accompanied by the crowd's eruption of murmuring voices, everyone was in awe and dismay. There were even those who reacted a little faster and already started praying and worshipping towards Lin Nan. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lin Nan froze in place for a moment. A group of people around here are folding their hands and chanting something towards themselves continuously. Seem to think of themselves as prayers? It's just that there should be a lot of people playing gods in the procession of traveling gods at this temple fair. He himself wanted to come and join in the fun and see how things were going at other people's temple fairs. How is it that these people, on the contrary, are so devoutly praying to themselves? Thinking about this, Lin Nan recalled the party, Roaring White's various actions, couldn't help but glance his eyes over and ask in his mind, what did you do? Fizzle fizzle fizzle. Roaring White was still wagging his tail and poking out his tongue, making an innocent face. Erlang True Lord? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, the head-breaking few people located in this Yushin queue also had a puzzled look on their faces. Jia Ming had been keeping an eye on where Roaring White was going, and naturally, he had seen Lin Nan, whom it was ultimately searching for. Looking at Lin Nan in full costume, combined with his words admonishing Roaring White, it was just like Erlang Jinjuan descending to earth. Even though he was in the Yukai queue, Kamen couldn't help but fall into a trance. Immediately afterward, doubt erupted in his mind and he murmured toward his companion at the rear, this Erlang Shinjun, how did he get to the front? The companion at the lion's tail sniffed, recalled carefully, and wondered. No, it seems that no one is playing Erlang Shinjun in our god tour this time. Ha! Ka Ming sniffed, his eyes fixed on Lin Nan's body, witnessing its every move. The heavenly eye between those eyebrows came to life. So I'm still seeing the real thing? At this time, the rest of the Yushin queue was also discussing countermeasures. They also heard the crowd around them, and the constant murmurs that resounded. Erlang Jinjuan, why is he here instead of in the parade? It must be deliberate. Besides, it's in line with Erlang Jinjuan's style, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, the people in the Yushin queue hurriedly exchanged glances, since some people thought that the other side was part of the Yushin team, so might as well make it a mistake? And the horseman who had made the most headway to open the road, consulted in a whisper at this moment. We can't delay any longer. The team behind us is waiting, or we could just let him into the team. The other horseman sniffed, still a little uncertain, and said, is this appropriate? What if something goes wrong? What else to say? Just a dog came and got rid of the sneakiness? Besides, how is this Erlang Jinjuan going to explain to them? After thinking it over, the two horsemen then stepped forward. At Lin Nan's side, he swept the ground symbolically with his whip. This action was undoubtedly giving way to Lin Nan. That lion dance team also stood to the sides one after another, making room for Lin Nan. At this time, the crowd that had gathered was also growing. Since Lin Nan was one of the first few people to come out of the shooting competition, the students who had watched the shooting match first had finally arrived by now. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Facing the Divine Order. Chapter 112, Straightening the Divine Order. Oh, there's so much activity up front. It looks like the Temple Fair Tour of the Gods has begun. With the voice of the class leader, Li Zevin, it was he who rushed over here to join in the fun. bringing with him his classmates who had watched the shooting match together earlier. And the reason why Lee Zeven rallied his classmates was simple. He found that Lin Nan had disappeared after winning the title, nor did he want to see him make a fool of himself again, especially in front of Wang Yu. So they took the opportunity to snub their classmates, wanted to take advantage of the hustle and bustle of the Temple Fair God Tour so they could quickly forget about Lin Nan, and there was no need for Lee Zeven to open his mouth to describe it. The noisy sounds of the crowd in front of them had fallen into the ears of the students. To say that this temple fair is really very lively, even though they had arrived, there was a sea of people in front of them, also can only follow the back a little bit to move forward. For a moment, there wasn't even a trace of the Wandering Gods team. Oh hoo! Suddenly, the crowd in front of them resounded with cheers and thunderous applause. A sudden burst of sound was heard from the front. It is the unseen hustle and bustle that tickles the most. The students were all curiously standing on their tiptoes, looking toward the front as far as possible, and wondering under their breath, what's going on up ahead? Something seems to be going on. What's all the commotion? In the midst of all this confusion, the curiosity of the students was aroused and their attention fell on the temple tour. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lee Zeven's mouth smiled slightly. With such a bustling temple fair, who else could care about Lin Nan? Oops, what should we do? We haven't contacted Nan yet? Just as Lee Zeven was thinking about it, at the end of the line of students, Zhang Tao and Wang Qingyu followed them over, even though they didn't come to the temple together in the first place. But right now the shooting competition is over. Earlier, the three of them, Wang Qingyu, had originally planned to take a good stroll around the temple fair as well. The duo then followed their classmates off the field, and inquiring with the staff on his way out, he learned that Lin Nan had already taken what he had previously kept. It's just that there's still a delay in finding out exactly where he's gone. Wang Qingyu, despite being full of thoughts, was eating, drinking and playing at the temple fair, but nowadays, because he could never contact Lin Nan, he had also been unable to let go of his heart, and his every move was also seen by Zhang Tao. Fatty, you don't have to worry too much. At this time, Zhang Tao was carrying a cell phone holder in his hand. It was still logging into the account with Wang Qingyu's cell phone and turning on the live broadcast. While filming the bustling scene around him, he whispered in a soothing voice, "Didn't old Lin say before that he didn't want to delay the interview with the reporter? Since he's out as well, we'll run into each other sooner or later." As Zhang Tao's words fell, Wang Qingyu nodded his head with trust. Snap! Pop! Just then, the horseman at the very front of the traveling god's queue raised his whip high. Wandering the 7-star steps, he lashed the whip toward the ground. It was in the procession for the wandering gods, dispersing the crowds blocking the road ahead. As the horseman moved, he only saw the crowd in front of him gradually spread out, and the rules were divided into two groups, standing on both sides of the road. At that moment, the horseman came just ahead of these students. When the crowd that had gathered in front of them was parted, it allowed them to have an open view. Finally, I was able to see the situation of the god of the traveling gods queue in front of me. Can see. Wow, is this the Yushin's team? It's hilarious. Those two dancing lions in front. Why do they look like they're giving way? The back at the front of that queue seems a bit familiar. As their vision opened up, the students got a good look at the procession of wandering gods ahead of them. It's just that there's something strange about this procession of wandering gods. It seemed as if something had just happened and was still wandering and stepping in place. The two dancing lions at the head of the group did not leap for joy either. Instead, the lion's head is tied up in a stance, and the lion's tail is held high in the air. It was like a bowing down. With such questions in mind, the students looked forward to take a closer look. This moment also finally saw, right at the very front of the Eugene queue stood a figure, and it looked rather familiar. Dressed in a military uniform, he was clad in eye-catching immortal armor, a slingshot crescent across his waist and a three-pointed, two-edged knife. What's more, there was a pure white fine dog standing by its side. You guys, look, isn't that Lin Nan? Immediately, a student recognized him and pointed forward and shouted. As the voice rang out, the surrounding students fixed their gazes. The line of sight was firmly locked onto Lin Nan's body. I'll be damned. It's still true. How did he get to the front? No wonder the awards couldn't find anyone else just now. Could it be that he ran out early to see the wandering god? At this moment, when Lee Zeven recognized Lin Nan in front of him, the expression on his face froze. The original idea was to find an opportunity to take the class for a diversion. And then, I saw him here again. What a coincidence! Just as Lee Zeven was depressed, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, came closer. It's really Nan. Seeing Lin Nan's figure, Wang Qingyu's heart was put down. With a surprised smile on his face, he watched Lin Nan's every move. However, he soon realized that something seemed wrong. Taozi, it doesn't seem right, does it? Wang Qingyu muttered. and his voice called out to the surrounding students to hear him clearly. Jiang Tao, who was on the side, was also holding up his cell phone to broadcast live. Fatty, what's wrong? He inquired in a whisper. Look, Wang Qingyu reminded the crowd. This horseman has come to us. Isn't it their duty to warn the surrounding spectators to make way for the wandering procession? But look where Nan is standing now, clearly where the horseman has already gone. Speaking here, Wang Qingyu's voice tone lowered a few points and said with some incredulity. Let's rule out that Nan appeared on the road out of the blue, so that can only mean one thing. These open horsemen who are responsible for dispersing the idlers have clearly bypassed Nan on purpose. When Wang Qingyu's words fell, the students present were all stunned. Some people haven't reacted yet, and they don't know what happened before. So full of questions. Wasn't this Lin Nan just like them, also coming to the temple fair to join in the fun? Why the horseman didn't drive him away? Instead, it was deliberately avoided? With confusion, the students also noticed the two dancing lions. Only to see these two dancing lions, they gave way to Lin Nan and were in a bowing position. This view, could it be that he was inviting Lin Nan to enter the queue of the wandering gods? Just as the students were surprised, only Lin Nan finally made a move. It seemed to see that this vast line of wandering gods was waiting for a reaction. Thus, Lin Nan took a deep breath. Holding a three-pointed, two-edged blade in his hand, he took a slow step with roaring white, straight ahead of the divine order. Meet the line of wandering gods in front of you, and seeing Lin Nan move, all the students could hear was the sound of cheers ringing around them. End of chapter 115. Chapter 113, The Sleeping Girl Child. Chapter 113, The Sleeping Girl. Along with the cheers of the surrounding crowd, and that succession of prayers, the students present watched as Lin Nan met the queue. Seeing this, the students were stunned. A boy came to Li Zeven's side and opened his mouth in surprise. Brother Wonder, what's going on here? They're treating Lin Nan like he's one of the Wandering Gods team? Li Zeven scat his tongue and could only believe what he saw in front of him and whispered, that goes without saying? Can't you see that even the horseman who opened the road gave way to him? Ha! They got it wrong. The follower beside Li Zeven immediately spoke. Why don't we remind them to kick Lin Nan out? Hearing this, Li Zeven immediately tightened his brows and turned his head to look at the boy. Are you crazy? This is the Yojin's team. How dare you yell at them? If you touch any of them, you won't get rich and find a girlfriend for the rest of your life. Ah! The follower sniffed, and couldn't help but shrink his neck. It's not exactly superstition. It's just that the fear of the gods should still be there. Usually when you go on a trip to worship a temple, you don't dare to yell. Not to mention right now, facing such a vast procession of wandering gods. Thus, Li Zeven and the others could only watch as Lin Nan took a step and entered the group of wandering gods. At this moment, Lin Nan was holding a three-pointed, two-bladed sword, leading roaring white, and marching forward to meet the group. Knock, knock, knock. Right after Lin Nan entered the group of wandering gods, the sound of the beating drums had already risen again. This vast procession, once again, marched on, and Lin Nan, dressed in the costume of Erlang Jinjuan, walked through them, eyeing the gods that kept passing by on both sides. There are the short, crutching landlord and the loving-faced city god, and the dragon king of the four seas with dragon horns on his head and wrinkles on his face. All of them were brushing past Lin Nan, their eyes occasionally crossing. From time to time, Lin Nan could feel the flash of amazement under the eyes of the other players in this team of wandering gods when they saw him. All the way to meet them toward the back of the line, Lin Nan gradually realized something. That is, in this procession of wandering gods, the gods are all positioned according to their immortal rank. In other words, it means that the further back you go, the higher the immortal rank of this deity. Lin Nan also finally found a spare spot near the end. This was clearly the Yushin's team, adding themselves out of position on the fly. Being in the middle of the group, Lin Nan sensed that Roaring White, who was on his side, was in a rather high mood. Even more so, he held his head high and had a very enjoyable posture. In a vague manner, Lin Nan could still hear the subtle sound of thunder and lightning intertwining in his ears. It was the thunder seal planted on Roaring White's body, which was currently rapidly stimulating the Tengu bloodline in Roaring White's body. Seeing the situation, Lin Nan pondered in his heart. Could it be that it was influenced by Roaring White's emotions, letting the speed of this thunder seal's excitation increase? Or is it? Being in the middle of the procession of wandering gods, Lin Nan could clearly feel the piety of the surrounding crowd. It was as if his own 8-9 Xian Gong was running a few points faster amidst the cheers of these crowds. Though it's a little confusing to know what caused all this, but this was a situation that Lin Nan was happy to see. Not to mention that it wasn't too convenient to suddenly leave the scene now. Thus, Lin Nan secretly said in his heart, forget it, both come and go, right here to cultivate for a while. With this thought in mind, Lin Nan followed the wandering gods group and began to walk. and after a few steps, Lin Nan noticed a hint of something different. Immediately, Lin Nan's mind moved. The volume of immortal class illustrations appeared in his mind, and he found something, only to see that on top of this iconography, there were quite a few gods that had yet to be unlocked, and they were flickering with a subtle luster. The god of wealth, moon and longevity. Watching these unlocked gods, their outlines on the iconography flickered subtly. A few images flashed before Lin Nan's eyes at the right time. These gods that show up differently in the iconography. It was the very same thing that he had seen along the way when he was traveling through the procession of wandering gods. Could it be that simply seeing these gods will help even a little bit in unlocking the immortal class atlas? Lin Nan secretly said in his heart. And it was indeed true, though these gods on the Sunban iconography are not unlocked as a result. But Lin Nan was able to notice it clearly. There were a number of gods and goddesses on the iconography, and their outlines became a little clearer. It will undoubtedly help one's future iconography unlocks. Thus, Lin Nan was secretly happy in his heart and followed the group as they continued to walk forward. Taozi. Nan went in. Come on, get the camera up higher. Can you get a good shot? Eyeing Lin Nan entering the queue, Wang Qingyu leapt to remind him. Zhang Tao was also holding up his cell phone holder and showing it to the netizens in the live broadcast room. It seemed that there was some ambiguity about Wang Qingyu's reminder just now. Zhang Tao couldn't help but whisper, Fatty, say what how does it sound and feel so strange? At this point, live through a cell phone lens, the viewers also saw this scene and were scrolling through the pop-ups. Please, move over. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded behind Wang Qingyu. Give way? This is getting in the way any further Watch out for the horseman's whip, Wang Qingyu said while looking back. But then he saw a couple standing behind him, a dress that didn't look cheap, except that the faces of the two men were a little haggard, and that middle-aged man had a little girl in his arms. The girl didn't look very old, just 4 or 5 years old, with a small look that could be described as powdery. Only, at the moment, the little girl's eyes were tightly closed and her face was white, as if she was sleeping soundly. Yo, this kid is sleeping? It's so noisy over here. Why don't you take it home and go to bed? Wang Qingyu still didn't understand what was going on and spoke heartlessly. And as his words fell, he saw the couple, their expressions visibly sink. The woman wore an expression that was about to burst into tears, while the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Little brother, you don't know, my daughter has been like this for almost a week now. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu's eyes blinked twice. Looking toward the little girl again, he scrutinized her face. You look like you're sleeping, don't you? However, it seemed to look pale, and there did seem to be some weakness that should not belong to her age. That's it? Sleeping for a week? Yo, why don't you guys take it to the hospital then? Along with Wang Qingyu's surprised voice, the surrounding students looked this way. The middle-aged man sniffed, looked at his bosom daughter with heartache, and said with some grief in his voice, Why didn't you go? We've taken her to almost every major hospital. Everything has been checked and every hospital says there is nothing wrong with my daughter's health. But, she just won't wake up. End of chapter 116. Chapter 114 Kneeling for the True Lord. Chapter 114 Kneeling for the True Lord. Not waking up? What does mean? Hearing the middle-aged man's account, Wang Qingyu was filled with questions. Another glance at the girl it held in its arms, but no matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was just sleeping. And amidst the stirring sound of beating drums all around, the little girl seemed to be in danger of being awakened at any moment. However, Wang Qingyu took a closer look at her tightly closed eyes, and a pale face that seemed oblivious to the outside world. Could it be true what her parents said? This little girl, has she been asleep for almost a week? It's kind of mind-boggling. How about, you guys go to the hospital and take another look? As Wang Qingyu opened his mouth, the pair of parents immediately sighed out. Little brother, you don't understand. We've tried everything and everyone. The father with the girl in his arms hesitated and continued with Wang Qingyu. Alas, afterward, I asked several masters to read the 8 characters, and they all said that my daughter was born with a child's life, as soon as they grow old enough to be taken away. Speaking of this, the young woman standing beside him also could not help but wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. A child's life? And taken away? By whom? Hiss, you're being a bit. Wang Qingyu muttered somewhat incredulously. Fatty, Zhang Tao warned in a low voice from the side, gesturing for him to stay out of it too much. People were bad enough as it was, and Wang Qingyu sniffed and immediately reacted. Indeed, it was some of his own abruptness, so he shifted awkwardly and coughed lightly. Turning back to the family of 3 again, he hurriedly sidestepped to make room for them. That father cast a thankful glance. Then, holding the little girl in his arms, he walked all the way to the traveling gods team. What's wrong with these two? The Eugene team is almost on their heels, And they're still moving forward? This is not going to get in the way of the gods. That's a lot of guts. Aren't you afraid of being blamed and not getting rich for the rest of your life? A murmur rang out from the surrounding crowd. Only this family of three was seen, their figures blocking the path that the traveling gods team must take. The crowd of onlookers were not yet aware of the true purpose of their move. However, right here in plain sight, all that was heard was a thud. The man with the girl in his arms actually knelt down towards the group of yokai. Ho, what's this way? You want to worship before you stop and offend? It seems a little late to know the error of your ways. However, with the puzzled glances of the crowd, the answer was quickly arrived at. Only the girl's mother, too, was seen kneeling towards the procession of wandering gods. With some sobbing in his voice, he opened his mouth trembling. I implore all the gods and goddesses to have mercy. Save my daughter. Upon hearing these words, the crowd snapped out of it. Dare I say it was a couple trying to save their daughter. That's why he came here. To stop the front of the traveling gods queue. Just what had happened to the little girl? Under the suspicion of the crowd, this father, in turn, spoke to the procession of wandering gods ahead of him about what had happened to his daughter. It turned out that the girl, who had been weak since childhood, had suddenly collapsed at home a few days before. Immediately, it was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, allowing the bystanders to use whatever methods they could. They did not turn awake again. Along with the couple's narrative, reporters who came to the temple to conduct interviews also got a bit of a whiff of it. So, exchanging glances with each other, they turned their cameras on the couple. Please, all gods, save my daughter. The woman, still sobbing, kowtowed reverently and repeatedly with her husband. This horseman who was in charge of opening the road saw this, and his footsteps also lurched. Hurriedly, he asked for instructions toward the rear of the group. What about this? To rush or not to rush? People really have something to ask for. Not to mention that so many pairs of eyes are watching. It is also inappropriate to drive away. Right. That's fine. Let's keep going then. The two horsemen exchanged glances with each other and had no choice but to leave it to the line behind them to decide. Immediately, they stepped on the 7-star steps under their feet and continued to wander back and forth. As they passed the family of three, the two horsemen swept their whips in their hands, symbolically, over the girl's body. It is a rule of the temple that those who are hit by the horsemen are able to make good luck, and that was all the two horsemen could do. However, in the couple's mind, the symbolic gesture was enough to give them some psychological comfort. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of the drums beating, Yushin's group continued to move forward. The couple holding the girl was still kneeling above the path the gods had taken before them, and the procession of wandering gods passing by in the rear all seemed to have heard the couple's party's account. As they passed by them, they used their respective magic weapons to make gestures that symbolized the bestowal of blessings. The kindly-eyed landlord, holding a walking stick in his hand, knocked a few times in front of the girl. The old birthday boy with the broad forehead, holding a prop fairy peach, waved it around the girl's head a few times. Boom, boom, thanks. The couple saw that all these people playing the role of gods were blessing their daughter. He kept kowtowing, and thanked him repeatedly under his breath. At the same time, they couldn't stop the tears from flowing down their faces, and the eye watched as passing pretenders to God symbolically cast spells on the girl. The couple's hearts were originally filled with a vague hint of anticipation. Every few seconds, I would watch my daughter's reaction, trying to see if it was picking up. However, this turned out to be incredibly realistic. Even though these people who are in the procession of the wandering gods keep making the appearance of bestowing blessings, the girl still can't see any improvement, and her eyes are still tightly closed. It was as if everything around here had nothing to do with this girl. It was as if its soul had long since departed, leaving only this tender shell. Seeing this scene, the couple was suddenly overwhelmed with grief and were already at their wits' end. Yes, if my daughter hadn't been asleep, there would have been no way out. How could they stop at the heels of the procession of traveling gods and pray for their blessings? Oh, aoi, my baby. I saw that after all this waiting, my daughter still had no improvement. The couple couldn't help but burst into tears, and their voices were already tinged with sorrow and despair. It made the surrounding crowd, when they heard it, feel incredibly sad. It was as if the heart had been clenched hard. Some of the girls couldn't help but have tears in their eyes as they empathized. Alas, what happened to this couple is also too heartbreaking. Despite trying all sorts of ways, but ultimately can only watch their daughter's life gradually lost. That's a hard pill to swallow for any parent, isn't it? A low murmur rang out from the crowd standing to one side. The students, led by Wang Yu and the others, were likewise in a complicated mood. I can't imagine that I will see this kind of human suffering when I visit a temple fair. It just doesn't feel right inside. And those journalists in charge of interviews were a bit moved at this moment. Originally this was something that could have been released as news. However, such a heart-wrenching thing makes them feel bad in their hearts. What's more, the couple's emotions were infecting the crowd in attendance. They faced the procession of wandering gods and prayed so devoutly just to wake up their daughter. But if nothing comes out of it in the end, won't it defeat the purpose of this blessing fair? At the thought of this, many photographers have slowly lowered the equipment in their hands, with his fellow journalists inquiring in a whisper, "This footage we shot, can we put it out there?" The reporter sniffed and shook his head a little heavily. Looking at the little girl who was not getting any better, he could not help but sigh. This wandering god procession has passed a large part of the time, and there is still no improvement. This little girl is mostly, alas, it's only 4 or 5 years old. It's such a shame that we haven't had a chance to see the world properly yet. Along with the reporter's voice, the surrounding crowd of onlookers also had some complex emotions welling up in their hearts. Woof, woof, just as the crowd's hearts were churning with emotions, empathizing immensely with the couple, but unable to do anything about it. Suddenly, 2 sharp barking sounds rang out from amongst the ranks of the self-wandering gods. The crowd present was stunned at the sound and followed it. And who could it be but the fine dog that barked in the midst of the procession of wandering gods? And, in plain sight, only the pure white fine dog was seen staring at the girl in the man's arms with a deadly stare. There was a constant barking sound. It's the god dog. Seeing the reaction of this fine dog, the crowd gathered around them were all energized. The images that the party had seen were even more vivid in his mind. This sacred dog leaps back and forth on the upper branches of the tree, tearing and destroying the black hydrangea that signifies evil spirits. These scenes are still fresh in my mind, so the crowd that was there couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, "Look, this divine dog has been barking toward the girl. It hadn't been moving like that when it was in the middle of the queue before. Could it be that is seeing something?" At that moment, the couple also shuddered when they heard the barking. Seems like he doesn't know how there can be barking dogs in the midst of this procession of wandering gods. So the couple looked up, only to be surprised by what they saw. And standing before them right now, it was none other than Erlang Jinjuan, and the roaring dog on his side. It turned out that the couple was at the end of the line as the procession moved forward, and naturally, Lin Nan met up with him. Due to the cultivation of the 8-9 metaphysical skills, coupled with his own enhancement of his senses, Lin Nan had also heard a great deal of what had happened ahead of him. It was learned that the couple was at their wits' end to bring their daughter to the temple to pray to the gods. In Lin Nan's heart, he was naturally somewhat moved towards them. Only, even though Lin Nan wanted to help, he didn't have any clear means to do so. I thought I would have to pass by helplessly. However, just as he was just a few steps away from the couple, the roaring white beside him suddenly let out a barking sound, causing Lin Nan to be a little confused. Roaring White, what's wrong? Inquiring secretly in his heart, Lin Nan sensed Roaring White's emotions through the thunder seal, noticed that it seemed to be a little freaky. It was as if there was something in the girl that attracted it. That's weird. Could it be? Lin Nan was momentarily confused, but he was already standing in front of the couple. A glance was exchanged with them. Through those reddened eyes, the couple's grief seemed to come over them. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan secretly sighed in his heart and immediately made plans. Let's open our heavenly eyes first and see if we can get some clues. Thus, Lin Nan recited the spell silently under his breath. Yin and Yang clarify, chaos revealed. Where I see, the 3 worlds are clear. And as Lin Nan chanted, at the same time as the last incantation was recited, Lin Nan's 2 fingers were in a sword technique, and without attracting the slightest attention, he swept them across his forehead. Swish! In a flash, everything around this perimeter seemed to become crystal clear. The heaven and earth aura that drifted around them was as starry and shimmering as radiant dust. It was being absorbed into his body little by little. In this state where the heaven's eye was open, there would also be a constant consumption of mana. Lin Nan did not delay and immediately looked towards the girl in the man's arms. And with this glance, Lin Nan's brows couldn't help but frown. I actually did see something. Under the gaze of the celestial eye, there is no place for all hidden things to hide. Lin Nan also realized that there was indeed a cloud of black gas that was enveloping the girl's head. And the sliver of blackness was still twisting and winding. Seeing this black gas above the girl's head, Lin Nan momentarily felt a sense of déjà vu. After recalling some memories in his mind, a party of wooden boxes appeared in front of his eyes. It was the same wooden box that he had placed on the balcony of his dormitory. In the middle of his kennel, the black gas that kept drifting out from among its crevices, with the black gas twisting around this girl's head, it was simply average 5 or 2. Noticing this, Lin Nan could not help but be stunned. For a moment, the thoughts were electric. Thinking of the wooden box in the kennel, the black gas that escaped was licked down by the Roaring White, and Roaring White was burdened with the Tengdu bloodline, even though it was not clear, for the moment, what the source of this black gas actually was. But right now there is a solution to the problem, so it's not impossible to try. With his mind reeling, Lin Nan had already made his choice. At the same time, just under the attention of the surrounding crowd, as they watched, the couple bowed down in front of the Erlang True Lord. And, as the couple raised their eyes to Lin Nan, only to see this Erlang True Lord, the divine pupil on his forehead seemed to move a little. But right now, they couldn't afford to think about it, and they still prayed devoutly. I beg True Lord, save my daughter. Along with the couple's bitter pleading voice, the people present all looked sideways. The procession of wandering gods that were originally walking around also once again slowed to a halt. Everyone was fully concentrated, staring at Lin Nan's every move. For no other reason, they had all witnessed the spiritual behavior of this divine dog just now. Plus, when the people looked at Lin Nan, they were all in a bit of a trance. It was as if he had gotten to see Erlang Jinjuan manifesting himself as a saint and descending to earth. For a while, a flash of expectation vaguely surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Thus, all of them stared at Lin Nan with their full attention, not daring to breathe. I go, Nan him? At this time, Wang Qingyu and a group of students were also watching the situation ahead. Watching Lin Nan stop where he was, he faced the couple's bitter pleas. End of chapter 117. Chapter 115 Exorcism and Disaster. Mission accomplished. Chapter 115 Exorcising Evil and Removing Disasters. Mission accomplished. I think this couple is really sick too. How dare you beg to Lin Nan? Seeing the couple face Lin Nan and keep begging and praying, a follower opened his mouth to Li Zeven. Poof. Li Zeven snorted coldly, obviously not believing that it could do anything. But the students around them were also staring at Lin Nan with their full attention. There seems to be some real anticipation. Seeing this, Li Zeven couldn't help but frown. Look guys, Nan moved. At this time, Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. The people present were all pumped up, scrutinizing Lin Nan's every move. Jiang Tao, who had been holding up the live broadcast equipment, also adjusted his angle, allowing the viewers of the live broadcast to have a clear view of what was ahead of them. No, you guys don't really believe that. Begging him works, do you? Li Zeven muttered. Seeing that no one around him was paying attention to him, he dropped his eyes on Lin Nan again and said in a deep voice, well, let's see what else he can pretend to be. Meanwhile, Lin Nan sank a breath as he looked at the couple in front of him, staring at the black aura wrapped around the girl's body in the state of heavenly eyes open. Moreover, it was found that this black gas was extremely similar to the one that overflowed from that wooden box. In his heart, he had also already made plans, and said in a deep voice towards the Roaring White at his side, go. Woof. With Lin Nan's command, Roaring White had also long been unable to hold back. Immediately, he took a step and walked slowly towards the girl. At that moment, the father, who was carrying the girl in his arms, saw the approach of Roaring White. At first, he seemed a little cautious, fearing that the fine dog might do some harm to the girl. He exchanged glances with his wife, who was beside him, turning back immediately afterward. This father looked at the snarling white form, and, at close range, he clearly saw Roaring White's eyes that were full of spirituality, and even ghostly dropped his guard. Stretching his hand forward, he exhibited the girl. Roaring White saw this and came slightly closer again. The tip of his nose twitched as if sniffing the girl's scent. Immediately afterward, Lin Nan only saw Roaring White turn around and look at himself. There was a clear note of invitation in those eyes. Lin Nan didn't say a word when he saw this, only nodding towards Roaring White. Having received Lin Nan's permission, Roaring White then braced himself. He actually reached up and licked the back of the girl's tender hand. With this scene, the onlookers present, despite not knowing what Roaring White's move meant, however, he was also a bit surprised and whispered from the sidelines, did you see that? This divine dog was asking for Erlang Jinjuan's advice just now? It's true. It's so spiritual. And the shape of this divine dog is just like the roaring dog enshrined in the True Lord's Hall. I'm even a little skeptical that it's a real snarling dog. Where in the world did you find such a spiritual fine dog? Look, you guys, it's still licking this girl's hand. Along with the murmuring voices of the surrounding crowd, the father, who was carrying the girl in his arms, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, the couple had tried everything before. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this, though I don't know if it works, but this father's heart, which was like a pool of stagnant water, also inevitably gave birth to a trace of anticipation. To say that the only one who could see what was happening was Lin Nan. With the opening of the heaven's eye, everything around him was incomparably clear. Lin Nan stared at the black chi entwined in the girl's body, which had indeed changed under the licking of the Roaring White. These twisted black gases seemed to be subject to an invisible suction force. It was being withdrawn from the girl's body and was constantly being drawn into the mouth by Roaring White. As Roaring White licked, only the black aura entwined around the girl's body became more and more ethereal. Vaguely, Lin Nan seemed to hear a faint sound. It was something like a child's shrill cry. It was only fleeting, causing Lin Nan to be unable to feel the exact location for a moment. A quick glance around didn't reveal anything suspicious. Lin Nan also only thought it was a momentary hallucination of his own party, and secretly noted it down in his heart. After waiting a few minutes, only the black aura entwined around the girl's body was already getting dimmer and dimmer. Even the original rich black color gradually morphed into a grayish white. It was as if at any moment it was going to be completely withdrawn from the girl. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan's heart was also secretly calculating. Thinking about this black gas, what is the connection with that wooden box he picked up from the giant snake's cave? Is it true that only Roaring White, who carries the bloodline of a Tengu, can suck it into his belly? And there was another doubt that hovered in Lin Nan's mind. That is, it had not yet been clarified where this black gas came from, and it was not known whether it would have any negative impact on Roaring White. So, while Roaring White kept licking the back of the girl's hand, Lin Nan was also keeping an eye on Thunderseal at all times, sensing Roaring White's physical condition. Under some scrutiny, Lin Nan but found, after this black gas was inhaled by Roaring White, instead of causing any negative effects, instead, it accelerated the stimulation of the Tengu bloodline in Roaring White's body, which was quite beneficial. Seeing this, Lin Nan also temporarily put his heart down. At this time, the Roaring White tongue, too, gradually moved a little farther away from the girl's arm, a few centimeters apart, still making licking motions. Seeing this scene, the father, who was closest to the girl, saw it clearly. It was just a realization that Roaring White, surprisingly, was licking the girl's hand across the room. This fussiness couldn't help but make this father quite amazed, and through his heavenly eyes, Lin Nan saw that the black aura on this girl's body was becoming more and more ethereal. So, holding a three-pointed, two-edged sword, he stepped forward. As Lin Nan moved, the crowd of onlookers cast curious gazes, wanted to see what he was going to do. The couple did the same. Seeing Lin Nan step closer, they were slightly stunned and again tightened their prayers for the future. I implore you, true Lord, to save my daughter. With the pleading voices of the duo, Lin Nan stared at the black chi on the girl's body. At this moment, Lin Nan was thinking in his heart. It was also seen that this black chi was about to be licked clean by Xiao Bai. That's why I wanted to come up and test it. Immediately afterward, Lin Nan slowly raised the three-pointed, two-bladed sword in his hand. The brightly shining blade forced its way straight towards the remaining black aura wrapped around the girl's body. Swish! As he moved, what happened next caused Lin Nan's eyes to flicker, only to see that under the blade's compulsion, when close to that black gas, it was as if the remaining black chi that was wrapped around the girl's body had met some kind of nemesis. Surprisingly, it showed a look of panic and fled, and began to leap up violently. The black chi on this girl's body didn't have much left, plus there was Roaring White on the side absorbing it non-stop. Under Lin Nan's gaze, he saw that these black chi panicked. All of them were sucked into the belly of Roaring White. Does this really work? Seeing this scene, Lin Nan was slightly stunned. Even he himself hadn't thought that this three-pointed, two-edged blade would be able to dispel the black aura as well. But for what reason? Keep in mind that this tri-pointed, two-edged knife was customized to specifications by a craftsman found online. It should just be a mundane weapon, but it could also dispel the black aura on this girl's body? Under some thought, some fragments flashed through Lin Nan's mind. With a flash of his eyes, he immediately realized a hint of something unusual. No, this three-pointed, two-edged sword is not an unusual weapon. Rather, it was hardened on that day. As a scene flashed through his mind, Lin Nan instantly recalled it. That day in the middle of the jungle, when he had confronted that three-headed giant snake, he had precisely allowed this blade to invoke divine lightning to quench it. Only then did he kill that giant snake with a single blow. With a little recollection, Lin Nan also recalled that at that time, he had invoked the violet heavenly divine thunder skill. The lightning method used to quench this blade at that time was the evil punishing divine thunder. Could be the reason for this? Lin Nan thought darkly in his mind, only feeling that he had guessed 9 times out of 10, but it didn't look deeply into it, and instead, it dropped its attention on the girl. Just after the party had swung their own swords and dispersed all the black chi entangled in this girl's body, Roaring White, who had been making licking motions, also reluctantly stopped at this moment. It also seemed to burp. Lin Nan also clearly saw that the girl's eyes were still closed, but the eyes underneath that were distinctly fine-tuned. Phew, it's a done deal. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan naturally knew that the matter had been resolved, so he secretly said in his heart, it was also a total relief. From the looks of things, it shouldn't take long for the girl to wake up. Finally, her life was saved. However, the couple did not seem to notice the girl's reaction, still agonizing towards himself. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan could only speak faintly. Take her home. After saying that, he took a resolute step and continued walking around the couple. Why is this gone? However, the crowd watching around them didn't know about all this. The sound of the drums rumbling around them, Lin Nan's words with the couple did not reach the ears of the bystanders. Therefore, the surrounding crowd of onlookers only saw Lin Nan take a step, seemingly wanting to continue to follow the procession of the upper gods, so they fixed their eyes on the girl again. Seeing that there was no movement for a while, there was a lot of talk. Hiss, this little doll still hasn't woken up. So what was that all about? Didn't this god dog lick the back of the girl's hand for half a day? And this Erlang Jinjuan, he just swung his sword in a fury. Along with the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, the students on the sidelines were all looking on in amazement. They witnessed the party. There was also a hint of expectation in his heart, because Lin Nan's actions just now could really be useful. But, upon seeing what's happening now, the girl still had her eyes closed and did not respond. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was already carrying a three-pointed, two-bladed sword, and led Roaring White to continue walking towards the front of the group. Seeing this scene, the crowd naturally assumed that Lin Nan was just doing the same. At this time, there was no one more joyful than Li Zeben and his several followers. When he saw Lin Nan take a step, the girl showed no sign of waking up. They couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Look at that, Brother Manuel, what did I just say? We're all chickens. What kind of phoenix do we have to pretend to be? They actually really put their hopes on Lin Nan? The corner of Li Zeben's mouth lifted up in a cold smile as he heard this. Immediately, he secretly came to Wang Yu's side and said in a deliberate manner, "Gee, it doesn't seem to be working, does it? I just saw how serious Lin Nan was. I thought he could really bring this little girl back to life." As Li Zeben's voice rang out, the surrounding students cast their eyes towards him. Only, the gaze didn't carry any goodwill. It seemed to blame him a little in his disappointment that he was still talking out of turn. "What did you say?" At the same time, Wang Chengyu, who was impatient, immediately spoke out. 3 or 2 steps came to Li Zeben, and he was close to pointing his nose and opening his mouth. "You didn't dare to breathe a moment ago, but now you have the heart to talk about it? If Nan really saves this little girl, do you have to call out twice for a fairy grandpa?" As Wang Qingyu's words fell, several followers around him stepped forward, although there was no intention of doing anything, just giving Li Zeben a voice, and instead of any annoyance, Li Zeben had a bigger smile on his face. "Who says it isn't? If Lin Nan is really that capable, I'd hate to burn incense and make offerings to him every day. But now well, situation you all see As Li Zeben's words fell, Wang Chengyu was still a bit irritated and wanted to say something else. As a result, he was stopped by Jiang Tao on the side. "Come on fatty, it's a crime to tangle with him." Wang Chengyu, who had been persuaded down, turned his head sympathetically, his eyes looking in Lin Nan's direction. Under his breath, he also muttered, "It's also strange. Wasn't Nan quite godly before? Could it be that this little girl? Is there really no way to live?" At this moment, the crowd also turned their eyes back to Lin Nan's side. True Lord. The father, who was holding the girl, saw Lin Nan step away from his side. He panicked and tried to struggle some more. The party had only vaguely heard what the other party had said, asking them to bring their daughter home. At this moment, he saw Lin Nan and Roaring White striding away. The glimmer of hope that had been born was suddenly dashed. Something like this is something the couple has already experienced countless times in just a week's time. For them, it has been an unparalleled torment since. The father sighed long and hard, and his wife beside him was in tears. Raising his eyes, he saw that the line of wandering gods was near the end of the line at the moment. Hope seems to be getting slimmer and slimmer. Only, when everyone else thought that the little girl had no chance of survival, Lin Nan's pace was nevertheless gentle, with a lightness in his heart. And, just after taking a few steps, a system alert sound suddenly rang in his ears. "Congratulations master! Achievement of suggestion, clearing the source of the wonderful path, dispelling illnesses and removing disasters. Reward 5% play completion. The current play completion has reached 20%, obtaining the Erlang Tanshan technique." Hearing this rewarding voice, the corner of Lin Nan's mouth raised a warm smile. In contrast, the couple in the back, holding the baby. At this point, despair had surfaced in their hearts as they waited for the next god to come along. But not before the next god approached. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out from the arms of this father. End of chapter 118. Chapter 116, The Man Who Follows. Chapter 116, The Man Who Follows. "Dad, Mom," with a tender and weak child's voice, it rang out from the man's arms. It was extremely easy to ignore amidst the deafening sound of the drums beating around them. However, this father's figure stiffened the moment he heard the voice. "Little, Aoi." His eyes widened as he chanted, and he hurriedly looked down. And in the next instant, his eyes met the daughter in his arms. I only saw my daughter, whose eyes were originally closed. At this moment, surprisingly, his eyes had opened. The father was still in a bit of disbelief at the moment he saw the scene. He stared blankly at the girl until the faint voice sounded again. It was only then that I dared to confirm that my daughter had awakened. The man burst into tears of joy, his voice trembling. Oops, oi, you're awake. As this father cried out, his wife hurried over to him. Daughter, you're finally awake. Great. Woo-hoo-hoo. This family of three hugged each other tightly as the couple wiped tears of excitement from their eyes. This commotion they made instantly attracted the attention of everyone around them. Ha, what's going on? Hearing the couple's cries, the crowd could faintly hear the contents, and noticed that the couple was clearly weeping with joy, and the girl was clearly stirring a bit. Seeing this scene, the onlookers present froze. What's the situation? The crowd of onlookers were originally on the verge of not having any expectations due to what they had witnessed earlier, but just as the crowd was hanging their heads, this girl has miraculously awakened? That little girl is awake? It seems to be true. I saw her arm move. Is it really that spiritual? This is too amazing. With the sound of murmurs ringing out from the crowd around them, the students, who had been equally hopeless, also looked in the direction of the girls in the same class, seeing the couple crying with joy, were infected with emotions. Oh my god, that little girl is awake. That's great. And when Wang Qingyu heard the voice, he also fixed his gaze on the little girl and was surprised. Holy, that's really Immediately afterward, he vigorously patted Jiang Tao's shoulder and excitedly reminded him. Taozi, look. It seems to be talking. See. Jiang Tao listened to the muffled sound coming from his shoulder and also hurriedly aimed his cell phone lens at the girl. Just as the crowd was pleasantly surprised, Li Zeven and the followers beside him froze, listening to the sounds of leaping voices resounding around him. A follower murmured to Li Zeven, Brother Wonder, how is this possible? This little girl, she really woke up? Li Zeven was also astonished at this moment, his sight dead on that girl. Watching the little girl when she did move, his mind was filled with question marks. There was even some doubt that what the couple said was true, but thinking back to the couple's earlier reaction, the love was genuine. How is it even remotely possible to perform it? Moreover, it was in the presence of the traveling gods team, so it was bound to be impossible to fake it. But, could it really be such a coincidence? At the same time, the follower on the side opened his mouth full of surprise. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Could it be that there is really a divine blessing among the ranks of this wandering god? With this statement from the follower, it was heard by the surrounding crowd. Those present also recalled. How did this girl, who had not been moving, suddenly awaken all of a sudden? And, before the girl awoke, it was also Lin Nan who had just passed by the couple, and after Lin Nan stepped away from them, before even meeting the next god. As a result, the girl is even better? A murmur erupted from the surrounding crowd at the thought. Yeah, why is this girl suddenly waking up? And right after the Erlang True Lord passed by the couple. Just now that snarling dog even licked for half a day. It's not like he was pretending. Is it really just a coincidence? Along with the crowd's murmurs, the crowd landed their eyes on Lin Nan. There is some reverence in their eyes, and their prayers are becoming more and more pious. There's such a thing? Gotta go back and tell the boss. At this moment, Feng Wanhao's henchmen who were sent out to follow him also witnessed this. After gazing deeply at Lin Nan, he moved forward to report on Feng Wanhao. Oops, this year's temple fair is unique and the god of tourism is lively. So don't miss it. At this time, a group of rich businessmen and leaders, after receiving the shooting match interview, have also come out of the racecourse and gone to watch this temple tour of the gods. And just as the rich businessmen around them, talking and laughing at the leader, Feng Wanhao, who stood at the forefront, seemed to feel something in his heart as his brows furrowed. The color of his face changed slightly as well. However, it was only a momentary reaction that was quickly covered up by Feng Wanhao. After walking for a few moments, he saw a crowd gathered in front of him. He had already arrived at the location of the traveling gods team, and these rich businessmen and leaders heard a clamor coming from the front. Although it was not clear what was happening, it only felt that the atmosphere of the scene was incredibly hot. Listen, there's a real buzz up front. This rich merchants were also complimenting and talking about the pomp and circumstance of the wandering gods ahead. At this moment, Feng Wanhao's sight swept, saw the men he had sent out earlier standing in a secluded spot in front of him away from the crowd. Feng Wanhao then found an excuse and quietly walked to a secluded spot. The henchman saw that no one was around and opened his mouth to report to Feng Wanhao. Boss, I just followed him all the way. A brief recounting of the situation left the henchman a bit stumped. In the end, it was still the case of Lin Nan and that couple that was given a detailed explanation. And originally this henchman thought the party might have happened out of coincidence. I don't know if I should tell Feng Wanhao in detail. However, when Feng Wanhao heard everything that had just happened, his eyes glowed. Can you see it clearly? Of course, absolutely, watch carefully, the henchman hurriedly assured. And after hearing this, Feng Wanhao was silent for a moment, twisting the string in his hand. I don't know what I was thinking, but I immediately arranged for my men to say, "Okay, I got it. You go ahead and follow up. Don't spare any details." "Understood," the henchman hurriedly answered and turned towards the crowd again, hiding himself in it. Feng Wanhao, on the other hand, stood still, narrowing his eyes. His sight gazed in the direction of the Eugene team. At this point, the prayers resounding from the surrounding crowd grew more fervent. It seemed that after what happened to that couple, it made the crowd marvel at the spirituality of the traveling procession. Of course, more attention was still being paid to the Erlangjinjuan in the Eugene team, and there were many people who began to chant the holy name of Erlangjinjuan on the spot. Lin Nan, who had resolved the black chi, continued to follow the Wandering Gods team, walking in a calm and relaxed manner. Taking advantage of this effort, Lin Nan began to learn about the technique he had just obtained. Erlang Tan Shan technique? As Lin Nan's mind moved, the spell for casting this spell and the use of this spell immediately appeared in his mind. The so-called art of carrying mountains is the ability to call upon mana. While being able to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, it induces the movement of rocks in mountains. With the support of profound mana, it was even able to move mountains and create infinite things. Carrying mountains and picking stones and moving mountains? A simple understanding gave Lin Nan a clear picture of this art. It is surprisingly powerful and strong. Under the mobilization of mana, it is able to stretch mountains and rivers and change the shape of the landscape? Slightly surprised, but Lin Nan quickly calmed down. According to previous experience, the mana required to cast these powerful spells was also extremely large. However, under the enchantment of this technique, one is able to physically carry the strength of a mountain. Instead, you can find a chance to try some. Lin Nan was thinking like this, and without realizing it, the sky was gradually darkening. As the sun set in the sky, the moon rose above the branches. The crowd erupted in an uproar, only to see that this procession of wandering gods, that one god actually lit up with various colors of light. That light was colorful, as if there was divine light reflecting on it, making it even more appear that this team of traveling gods was immortal. Lin Nan was in the middle of the queue, so naturally he could see it extraordinarily clearly, only to see this around. Where is what is the divine light? He is the body of these players, but also hanging a row of colored lights. Earlier it was not eye-catching. However, under the gradual shading of the night, these colored lights came on. It's what manifests this effect. At the same time, this is on the sidelines of the onlookers. Wang Qingyu, two people, is also surprised to open their mouths wide, listening to the sounds of amazement from the surrounding crowd. Wang Qingyu couldn't help but be surprised. There's still this kind of operation? On them, there's even a circle of colored lights. Don't tell me, it looks like that. Along with Wang Qingyu's voice of surprise, he also said quietly towards Zheng Tao, who was at the side, "It's really a case of live and learn. Taozi, why don't we give Nan a try some other day?" "Well, seems fine to me. Look, there's a smoke shooter over there." With Zheng Tao's reminder, Wang Qingyu looked in the direction he indicated. I only saw that on both sides of that procession of wandering gods, there were indeed other people holding these smoke sticks. With those spurts of red smoke, illuminated by colored lights of all colors, the atmosphere of the scene, rendered more and more hazy, can be described as beautiful. Amidst a lot of marveling from the crowd, the wandering gods procession eventually arrived at a square, and stayed at the entrance to the square. It seems that the playwrights of these wandering gods will perform something else next. And at that moment, in the center of the square, stood two well-protected and sturdy men. In front of them sat a burning stove. Inside that fireplace, there was a flow of melted iron, emitting a scorching light. Apparently, this is another exciting program that will be going on after the temple goes into the night. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, only the stout man standing in front of the fireplace could be seen begin to move about and serve the iron out of the middle of this fireplace in vessels. Taking the hot iron, he whacked the bottom of the vessel and swirled it high toward the sky. Snort! With the sizzling sound of iron meeting air, it blossomed into a brilliant fire under the night. Those countless hot flames seemed to color the entire night sky with a layer of red. Wow! It's beautiful! As the ironing proceeded, the surrounding crowd was drawn to the hustle and bustle. Attention has shifted over, and amidst the exclamations of the surrounding students, Wang Qingyu and his duo were also looking a bit mesmerized, was enjoying the ironing in all its glorious glory. Good looking. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind the two of them. Good looking. Wang Qingyu subconsciously responded, his eyes filled with fire, and after a moment's pause, he seemed to react that something was wrong. That voice just now clearly sounded somewhat familiar. Thus, Wang Qingyu immediately turned his head back and glanced towards the rear. Only then did they realize that it was Lin Nan who was standing behind them. I go. Nav, when did you get back? Wang Qingyu immediately froze and spoke out in surprise. Lin Nan sniffed, first signaling the duo with his eyes and opened his mouth. I just saw no one was paying attention, so I came back first. There should be arrangements for this Yushin's team later. After a brief explanation, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao immediately nodded. Immediately afterward, Lin Nan signaled Jiang Tao to prepare to turn off the live broadcast, and, with a sweeping glance towards the surroundings, seeing Lin Nan in this state, Wang Qingyu inquired with some doubt. Nan, what's wrong with you? Lin Nan sniffed, and after sweeping around, he saw that this crowd was crowded. There really wasn't much to discover, so he recounted the hint of dissimilarity he had sensed. Nothing, it's just that I always feel like someone is watching from the shadows, or maybe it's an illusion. Just as Lin Nan had said, he had a vague feeling when he was in the middle of the line of wandering gods. It was like someone was watching from the shadows, making Lin Nan a bit puzzled. However, when Wang Qingyu sniffed, he said with a smile on his face, Harm, I thought it was something. Brother Nan, you don't know, after that little girl woke up today, so many people were shouting for True Lord. It's simply hard not to be noticed when you're the prettiest boy in the Yushin team, and it's only natural for someone to peek, right? Hearing Wang Qingyu's explanation, Lin Nan also nodded and said, at the mention of that little girl, Wang Qingyu was also instantly energized. With the appearance of a fanboy, he inquired to Lin Nan, by the way Nan, how on earth did that little girl wake up? I see you in roaring white. After drumming there for a while, just stepped her immediately. It's not going to be another coincidence this time, is it? As Wang Qingyu inquired, Lin Nan's face did not change. Just glancing at the snarling white beside him, he responded lightly, we'll talk about these when we get back. After saying that, Lin Nan led the two of them and quietly walked behind the crowd, toward the exit of the temple. At this point, the bared sound of the beaten iron was still unceasing. Among the queue of wandering gods, the other players watched for a long time before coming back to their senses. It was discovered that the Erlang True Lord, who was in the middle of the queue before, had disappeared. At this moment, Lin Nan's trio was leading Roaring White towards the exit of the temple fair, and due to the bustle of the square, the crowd was mostly gathered there. After walking on the road for a while, Lin Nan paid attention to the surrounding movements. It was clearly heard now, with the faint sound of footsteps behind them. It appeared that someone was actually following them. End of chapter 119. Chapter 117 Recognizing a Godfather? Chapter 117 Recognizing a Godfather? Hearing the sound of footsteps faintly coming from behind, Lin Nan became more and more certain of his judgment. Someone's really following. Chanting in his heart, Roaring White, who was following beside him, also whispered twice, and, it's still stupid. It seemed to be just waiting for his command, and he would rush out without hesitation. Immediately, Lin Nan's eyes looked around, trying to figure out what to do to get the stalker behind him to show his face, and under the sweep of his gaze, there was a dark alley just around the bend ahead. It was enough to make the three of them temporarily disappear from the view of the people behind them. So, after taking a few more steps forward, as they passed through the alley, Lin Nan led the two of them towards the alley to hide. Nan, this isn't the way out of the temple, is it? At this moment, Wang Qingyu was clearly confused by Lin Nan's actions. He was opening his mouth to inquire, but Lin Nan threw him a look, signaling for him to be silenced. Seeing this scene, the two seemed to see Lin Nan's abnormality. How? What's going on here? Wang Qingyu stretched his neck, but his inquiring voice was much smaller. There's someone following behind, and has been for some time. Lin Nan didn't even look at it. His eyes were still fixed on the direction of that alleyway entrance. Ha! As Lin Nan's words fell, at this moment, Wang Qingyu duos was stunned, their expression surprised. Someone's following them? Who is it? And for what purpose? How come you didn't notice it at all earlier? Holding these questions, an inexplicable tension rose. Wang Qingyu's heartbeat had sped up, quite a bit of excitement. Brother Nan, who is it? Why are you following us? As the two of them spoke, and both looked towards Lin Nan. Hearing this, Lin Nan's vision stared. I don't know, so I want to grab him and ask him. Lin Nan spoke these words in a breezy manner. However, in the ears of the Wang Qingyu duo, they were doubly surprised. Pull out? Wang Qingyu was surprised. Brother Nan, we don't know who the visitor is, in case the wrong person is available. Swish! Before Wang Qingyu's words fell, only to see that from Lin Nan's side, a white figure sprang out at great speed. It was Roaring White, already heading towards the entrance of that alley, and, with a clatter, Roaring White had already run away from this alley and disappeared from the trio's sight. Woof woof! Immediately, a light barking could be heard. There were a few panicked voices of men mixed in. Due to the distance, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, did not hear it very clearly. Yo, Roaring White really caught someone? But what was the man chanting? Couldn't quite hear him. It seems like something. Divine dog, looking for the true lord? Wang Qingyu recounted what he had heard among the subtle sounds. At this moment, Lin Nan's expression changed slightly when he heard Wang Qingyu's repetition. To say that the man made a sound, Lin Nan had heard it clearly, and there was something distinctly familiar about it. Upon listening to its contents more closely, Lin Nan immediately froze. How is he? Frowning, he sent a command in his mind to call Roaring White back. Woof! Soon, Roaring White's call came from far and near, and, in addition to the shouting, the three could hear a footstep. It seems that Roaring White brought people back. Lin Nan made a look towards Wang Qingyu and the two of them, and then he came to the entrance of the alley to wait. And when the figure of Roaring White once again appeared at the entrance of the alley, behind him was a middle-aged man with a slightly haggard look. Upon seeing this person, Lin Nan was silent. Instead, the Jiang Tao duo glanced at each other, recalling the man's identity in a flash. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, so it's you? Along with the two men's surprise, and with a sigh of relief, only to see this middle-aged man, who had previously stopped in front of the traveling god's team, the one who carries the girl in his arms and prays with the passing wandering god. Surprisingly, it's him? Could it be that? Just now, Lin Nan said that he had been following behind. Is this the guy? At this moment, Roaring White was leisurely wagging his tail. On the contrary, it was the middle-aged man who had a palpitating look, probably startled by the Roaring White that suddenly sprang out. What are you following us for? Wang Qingyu opened the door and asked. The man stood still for a few breaths before landing his eyes on Lin Nan's body. Gratitude was also clearly revealed in his eyes. And, in a hurry, he opened his mouth towards the three. Several people. Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I came over to look for a few of you, but I also just wanted to thank True Lord again. Hearing those words, coupled with the fact that there was really no malice felt from the man either, Wang Qingyu dropped some of his guard and surveyed the two eyes and said, I see. By the way, where is your daughter? How is she doing now? With Wang Qingyu's inquiry, only the man's gaunt face flattened out, and visibly raising a smirk, he responded towards him. Much better. My wife took her to the hospital to have her checked out, and the doctor said she's just a little weak right now. But, now that you're awake, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing this, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao also felt happy from the bottom of their hearts, and they don't envision it. It is amazing that this girl was actually able to regain her sobriety with the blessings of the procession of wandering gods, and it also happened to be after Lin Nan passed by and struck out. As the man recounted the story, the attention was quickly turned back to the man. Looking at Lin Nan with a grateful gaze, he opened his mouth. Speaking of which, it's thanks to True Lord that my daughter was able to wake up. I came over again this time because I wanted to say thank you properly, the man said, but also took out a business card from his pocket and made a gesture to hand it to Lin Nan. With his words, Lin Nan subconsciously wanted to thank him. It would have been a show of hands. Not to mention it's still a life-saving thing, and one doesn't expect to profit from it. Seeing this father's sincere attitude, Lin Nan politely rebuffed. Gratitude be damned. She just woke up when I passed by out of coincidence. I didn't do anything. Still have to trust science. As Lin Nan's words fell, this middle-aged man's mind was reeling. Coincidence? The man was more or less disbelieving when he heard the word. If it really has nothing to do with Lin Nan, then how come the daughter didn't react when so many wanderers walked by in front of her? Until this pure white, fine dog that resembled a snarling dog came up and licked it, as well as the one in front of him who plays Erlang Jinjuan. Above his daughter's head, he swung and chopped the three-pointed blade. What about the gradual awakening of the daughter without waiting more than a few seconds? Also, mentioning science, that's even more intriguing. Since his daughter suddenly fell asleep, the man has been seeking medical attention. Almost every major hospital has been turned around, and every kind of instrument has been scrutinized. And yet, I can't even find out the cause of my daughter's illness. If we still believed in science, I'm afraid my daughter would still be in a coma. Thinking back to all this middle-aged man couldn't help but become more and more respectful towards Lin Nan. And Wang Chengyu, who was on the side, saw that Lin Nan had not yet accepted the business card, so he probed curiously. Preceding him, he took the business card handed to him by the man and began to look around. Su Zhengfeng, Zhanyang Group? Looking at the words on this business card, Wang Chengyu recited them. Strange, why do these two names still sound a bit familiar? Muttering, Wang Chengyu came over to Jiang Tao's side. Taozi, do you recognize it? Not sure. Jiang Tao first shook his head, but then, immediately afterward, as if recalling something, he opened his mouth. But from what you're saying, it seems kind of familiar. With a question in his mind, he took another look at the man in front of him. Look at his outfit. It's quite something. Wang Chengyu and Jiang Tao duo. So they took out their cell phones and started searching. Meanwhile, the man who had handed out the business card continued to say to Lin Nan, "Allow me to introduce. My last name is Su, and my daughter's name is Su Shaoka. I came over to see a few of you this time, and in addition to wanting to be grateful, I have an ungrateful request." Su Zhengfeng paused slightly when he said this. Lin Nan also watched the other man, waiting for what he wanted to say, after a pause of a few seconds, only to hear the other party actually speak with a questioning gaze. "I wonder if it would be possible for you to recognize my daughter as your goddaughter?" Ha! Hearing this request from the man, Lin Nan froze. How could he not expect that the other party would want that girl to recognize herself as her godfather? But looking at the man's reaction, it didn't seem like he was talking nonsense. Instead, it seems like a well-thought-out request, which is why I came over and made it. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan pondered in his mind, gradually sorting out the man's thoughts. Is he not, perhaps, worried that his daughter will, one day, suddenly pass out again? That's why it was specifically sought out, to recognize a relationship with me. As this thought appeared in Lin Nan's mind, he basically guessed it. The man before him, indeed, held such thoughts. There had been some backlash earlier from running around seeking medical attention for my daughter. After taking my daughter for some checkups, she was out of danger, albeit temporarily. I can worry about making another mistake in the future. That's why he purposely sought to come back again, wanting Lin Nan to be his daughter's godfather. He had already searched for the Wandering God team earlier and found that Lin Nan had already left. That's what led me all the way down the road to here. The man looked at Lin Nan with an expression of apprehension and anticipation on his face. On the other side, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao exclaimed in small voices. Hiss, is he not? Ouch. That's true. As the two men mumbled, it was clear that they had searched for something relevant. Repeatedly in the comparison of the appearance, Wang Qingyu came to the side, handing over the cell phone said, Nan, check out. We both followed the business card he gave us, searched the internet, and so many stories popped up. Lin Nan sniffed and looked down at her cell phone. Just see that search engine, popping up many related news stories. It turned out that the man's name was Su Zhengfeng, or a well-known entrepreneur in Smoky Sea City. However, most of the recent news reports about Zheng Yang Group have been negative. Perhaps it was the distraction of his daughter's affairs that caused the career aspect to fall apart. Seeing these contents, Lin Nan also understood. No wonder he said earlier that he tried every means possible with his daughter. If it wasn't for his family background, I'm afraid that ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. Nan, he just said that he wants his daughter to recognize you as her godfather? This is a good thing, Wang Qingyu whispered from the side, obviously out of Su Zhengfeng's identity. It also tells a bit about what's at stake. However, these words from Wang Qingyu did not make Lin Nan care too much. Instead, he mulled it over in his mind. The mind went back to the black aura that had wrapped around the little girl's body. How on earth had it gotten infected? Is there any connection to the man's identity? Woof. Just then, Lin Nan heard a yelp from the Roaring White beside him. Turning his head, he remembered what the black aura had done to Roaring White. Although the origin was unknown, it was real, and it was somewhat beneficial to Roaring White's bloodline stimulation. At this moment, all the fur on Roaring White's body seemed to be shining again. What's more, that black gas was extremely similar to the wooden box he had picked up in the cave. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Nan hesitated for a moment. Spinning around, he responded to the man in front of him. I see. Why don't we leave a contact first as far as recognizing the godfather thing? Better to wait until the boy is better. Lin Nan did not directly agree. After all, he was only a freshman now. Su Zhengfeng sniffed, and at least left a connection, which is considered to be something. So there was no insistence, and he nodded and laughed at once. Of course, then when my daughter is in better health, I will host a banquet for a few of you. After simply leaving a contact information, Su Zhengfeng looked at the three people and took the initiative to open his mouth. Where are you going? My car is outside and I can drop you off. Hearing this, before Lin Nan could speak, Wang Qingyu said first, Gu, how can this be good? Where did you park your car? Immediately, the four of them walked towards the exit of the temple, and just as Lin Nan's several people, their figures gradually faded away. In a shadowy corner, a man stared at their backs. It was murmuring heartily at the moment. Phew, good thing I dodged it fast just now. But when, exactly, did he realize I was following? Lin Nan's trio returned to the dormitory and found that the door of the next dormitory was still locked. Apparently it was Li Zevin and the others, who were still at the temple fair and hadn't returned. Then after simply cleaning up, Lin Nan pulled out his cell phone to see several unread messages. There was Master Liang's gratitude, as well as the class group that blew up, and several messages from Wang Yu. These first few were posted by Wang Yu during the day. The respective congratulations were on their shooting win, as well as saying that they saw themselves amongst the Yushin team or something like that. The last entry asked where Lin Nan had gone. Lin Nan glanced at it and simply replied that he had already arrived at the dormitory, then put his cell phone aside. And at this moment, Wang Qingyu was swiping his cell phone and muttering under his breath, "Why is this pushing all temple videos? Where's my internet harem?" As Wang Qingyu's fingers flipped, his vision suddenly stalled. Seemingly seeing something, his eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly screamed. Then, Wang Qingyu shared what he had seen with Lin Nan and the two of them excitedly. "Nan, look nah, you're on the news." End of chapter 120. Chapter 118, Returning a Wish. Chapter 118. Nan, you're on the news. With Wang Qingyu's surprised shout, Lin Nan looked at the cell phone he handed him. Above the screen was a news video about the temple fair. A couple at the temple fair actually stopped the procession of traveling gods. The reason behind it is moving. Lin Nan swept a glance and realized that this news material was the very same video that had been shot at the scene. Nan, slide up. There are several more. At Wang Qingyu's reminder, Lin Nan slid his finger, only to see several videos attached to it. The content is basically much the same. In addition to local news accounts, there are marketing numbers following the trend, with only slightly different copy. Is it science or metaphysics when comatose girls are awakened? The most spiritual one-time wanderer in history, cured on the spot. I'm amazed that metaphysics actually works. The videos are basically shot live, just from different angles. Also, the intercepts are basically the same ones that appear by themselves. Could clearly see that he had just taken a few steps out after swinging his tri-tip blade. The father then hugged the girl and shouted something like "wake up." And then look at how hot the phrase has become on short-form video platforms. It's like a hot news story. Lin Nan clicked on the one that was currently the hottest, and the number of likes had already exceeded 200,000. At the bottom are thousands of comments from netizens who can feel the amazement between the lines. I'll go. This team of wandering gods, they can even cure the disease? And looking at the meaning of this video, it seems like this one, who plays Erlang Jinjuan, rescued this little girl with his roaring dog. Is it really this divine? It's simply hard to explain. It's not supposed to be a self-directed show, is it? In the comments section, some netizens are still a bit disbelieving, questioning whether the girl is really sick. Soon, there were a couple of jacked-up netizens, claiming to be in the know, who said, "It's true, this little girl was sent to our hospital before, and after a consultation with specialists, they couldn't find out the cause of her illness. The story is all over the place within our hospital. Moreover, it's not good to disclose the identity of our family, so let's just say that his family isn't poor and doesn't need to rely on this kind of hype at all." With the comments of some people in the know, it reinforces the truth of the matter. A number of netizens, too, recognized Lin Nan in the video. Since he often watched the live broadcast, he was extremely familiar with Lin Nan's outfit, as well as the snarling white beside him. And so, too, began the comments section, with exclamations. This is the anchor I've been following. It's the one who went into the mountains earlier and encountered a giant snake. What? So it's him. This anchor is really a bit mysterious. Decisively follow it. With some fans' comments, it made many netizens recognize Lin Nan's identity. The last time the internet was on fire for a while, the live recording was taken from Lin Nan's first viewpoint. Many passerby netizens were still seeing Lin Nan so visually for the first time. So, there was a lot of searching up online and also leaving prayers in the comments section. For a while, the beeps on the cell phone went on and on. The number of followers of the account Munin began to rise wildly once again. Seeing this delightful scene, Jiang Tao also couldn't stop his excitement and opened his mouth. Old Lin, we're on fire again. What a coincidence. You say that this little girl just happened to wake up right after you left. The video has also been posted online by so many onlookers. It's hard not to be on fire. With the voices of the Jiang Tao duo, Lin Nan listened non-committally. Meanwhile, the at Lin Nan in this class group is unrelenting. At Lin Nan, seriously, this is too godly. So many people have gone over in front of us, and this little girl hasn't gotten much better. But when it comes to Lin Nan, she's just fine. Good guy. In the future, I won't even hang up my Conan for the exam. I'll just hang up a screenshot of Lin Nan's live broadcast. It's so much more effective. Oh my god. I just went to take a look at Lin Nan's fan count. Our class is on the verge of having a big internet star. Accompanied by the murmuring voices in the group, Lin Nan glanced at the duo beside him. Spin responded to the group. What if I said that this little girl was woken up by the live drums? Will you believe it? With a bit of a stir caused online, Lin Nan's account had gained a lot more followers. The earnings from the live broadcasts also went through the roof. And for a while, things seemed to be going in the right direction. Just a few days after the temple fair, at noon that day, Lin Nan was in his dormitory when he received a phone call. It was the girl's father, Su Zhengfeng, who called. After a few brief pleasantries, the other party began to briefly describe the purpose of the call. After recuperating, my daughter's body is basically fine, and today she is ready to go to Xianlongguan to return a wish. I'd like to take you to dinner when I get back tonight. I wonder if I'm free. Xianlongguan? Hearing the other party mention it, Lin Nan was slightly stunned. When the other party heard it on the phone, he briefly explained it to Lin Nan. Oh, it's like this. When Aoi was sick before, I took her to quite a few places. In the end there is really no way. We took her to the Taoist temple to incense. But also the master in the temple told us that some of this situation. That's why we took Aoi and went to the temple to beg for a procession of traveling gods. Hearing this explanation, Lin Nan also nodded. Immediately, the mind recalled the black aura that had wrapped around the girl's body. Surprisingly, it was the Taoist priests within the Xianlongguan who gave the couple a reminder? What exactly did they say? Thinking of this, Lin Nan couldn't help but have a trace of curiosity rise in his heart, and immediately said to Su Zhengfeng on the other end of the phone, I can go with you to the Xianlongguan. It just so happens there are things I want to know about. As Lin Nan's words fell, Su Zhengfeng on the other end of the phone also seemed to be begging for more. Instantly, he agreed. Gee, that couldn't be better. In that case, I'll send a car over to pick you up now, and I'll meet you on the hill. With that, the two hung up. Lin Nan turned his head and glanced at Roaring White, who was lying on his side. Thinking about Roaring White's origin, he still grew up within the Xianlongguan since he was a child. So he stroked Roaring White's head and said with a smile on his face, just in time to show you back. Soon, Lin Nan got into the car and made his way to Xianlongguan. As the car stopped, they only saw Su Zhengfeng's family of three, already waiting at the bottom of the mountain. When the car door opened, Lin Nan brought Roaring White out of the car. The opposite party took 2 steps to meet him and opened his mouth to Lin Nan. Oops, Mr. Lin. Lin Nan shook hands with the other party, only to see that the family looked much better. The little girl, in particular, was now able to move around, dressed in a small foreign dress, looks long, watery and cute, like a Barbie doll. I wouldn't dare to call you sir. Can we change our name? Lin Nan opened his mouth. Of course. Then I'll take advantage of my age and call out to elder brother Lin. Su Zhengfeng responded in a very mellow manner, and immediately patted the little girl's shoulder in a gesture. Little Aoi, call someone under Su Zhengfeng's hint. This little girl appeared to be very well behaved, her voice soft and sticky as she shouted out, Godfather. Hearing this designation, Lin Nan was first stunned. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he then raised his eyes to look at Su Zhengfeng. Apparently it was the couple, who had warned the little girl before. Lin Nan was slightly speechless, but this little girl was really cute. Soul didn't pick up on it. It was a smile on his face that said, aren't you going to return the wish? Just don't stand at the bottom of the hill. Seeing that Lin Nan didn't strictly refuse, Su Zhengfeng was already very pleased. Right. Then let's go up the mountain. After saying that, this group of people then walked towards the Xianlongguan on the mountain. Soon, it came to the entrance of Xianlongguan. The still young Taoist priest standing at the door also seemed to recognize Su Zhengfeng. Several residents. How do you? Apparently, this Taoist priest still had an impression of Lin Nan. Or perhaps it was because Su Zhengfeng had given quite a lot of incense money, so he felt a bit puzzled to see them going up the mountain together. Last time I brought my daughter to our Guanli to pray for blessings. This time I'm here to return the favor. Su Zhengfeng said with a smile on his face as he brought his daughter with him. This young Taoist, along with Su Zhengfeng's words, his sight also fell on the little girl. Seeing her pink face, this Taoist priest froze. There seemed to be some surprise that the girl had awakened. Immediately, he spoke to a few people, several monks, and follow me. Then the group entered the Quan and followed this young Taoist priest's footsteps inside. This young Taoist priest's pace was rapid, weaving his way within the halls. He soon led several people and found Taoist Master Wang. Senior uncle, Sojourner Su has brought his daughter to return the wish. With the call of the young Taoist priest, Taoist Master Wang, who was originally lighting incense, turned his head at this moment. At a glance, he saw Lin Nan, as well as Roaring White by his side, and nodded. Immediately, he locked his gaze on Su Zhengfeng and the girl. Hiss! A flash of surprise flashed across Taoist Wan's face. Immediately afterward, he quickly approached and carefully surveyed the girl's entire body. Awake? Seeing Taoist Wan's surprised reaction, Su Zhengfeng said with a smile on his face. Yes, I owe a lot to the Taoist priest's reminder earlier for us to go to the temple fair to pray for Aoi's blessing. That's not true. My daughter is now cured. Su Zhengfeng responded, then turned his head towards Lin Nan. Oh, I forgot to introduce to the Taoist master. This little friend Lin Nan. My daughter was able to awaken without this honorable man of his na. Upon hearing Su Zhengfeng's introduction, Taoist Wang, however, turned his gaze towards Lin Nan. Lin Jushi, what is this all about? And this reaction from Taoist Wang made Su Zhengfeng perceive something. Oh, so old brother Lin and Taoist master Wang, you knew each other before? Well, Lin Nan nodded naturally and greeted toward Taoist Wang. I've been here a couple times before and I'm kind of an acquaintance. As Lin Nan's voice rang out, it was clear that there was still some surprise in Taoist Wang's eyes. It also spoke to Su Zhengfeng. More than that, Senior Lin's blessings are deep and rare. That would be a coincidence. It just so happens that we came here because we wanted to return a wish, so the Taoist master can take elder brother Lin for a walk. Su Zhengfeng seemed to have seen Taoist Wang's intentions and took the initiative. Immediately, Taoist master Wang instructed the disciples within the Taoist temple to take Su Zhengfeng and the others to burn incense to return their wishes. Then he walked over to Lin Nan's side, carefully surveyed him, and whispered, Lin Jushi, was it you who awakened this girl? Not really. Lin Nan sniffed, and naturally didn't make peace with it, just simply recounting what happened that day. He explained to Taoist Wang, I was just making a show of it, but I didn't expect the little girl to wake up. This, and as Lin Nan's words fell, he only saw that Dao Lord Wang's face was still puzzled, a look that seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing this situation, Lin Nan's mind also recalled what Su Zhengfeng had told in front of the group that day. I think it was mentioned that her daughter was judged by several masters, so Lin Nan also took this opportunity, intended to see if he could figure out what the black aura that was wrapped around the girl's body was. Taoist, do you know something? What's going on with this girl? I heard she was asleep before. As Lin Nan's words fell, only Wang Dao let out a long breath. After glancing at Lin Nan, he spun around and leisurely opened his mouth to narrate. Not bad. Lin Jushi was in a sleeping state when this girl was brought to the Guan before. The poor Tao then asked Su Jushi for her birth date in 8 characters, and from the destiny, this girl was born with a child's destiny. Child's life? Lin Nan muttered in his heart. Immediately after, he only saw Taoist Master Wang's eyes condense as he raised his hand and pointed to the sky and then to the ground. The so-called child destiny is to be born with a predetermined destiny, a chosen one. There are also many divisions in the life of a child. There are those who have escaped down from heaven by breaking the commandments and are found to be taken back, and there are those who are chosen later in life, Taoist Master Wang said, and then turned his eyes toward the girl who was offering incense, opening his mouth to Lin Nan. But, I see that this girl now has a rosy complexion, and her future destiny is excellent, and it seems that she has dodged this calamity. But a child who can escape such a fate is still unheard of. What a strange thing, Taoist Master Wang said, already sighing a little. And when he looked at Lin Nan again, his eyes were also obviously a bit complicated. When Lin Nan heard Taoist Wang Feng's narration, the questions in his mind recoiled. A child's destiny? Selected? What does this really mean? Moreover, how to explain the black aura that wrapped around the girl's body that day? When he was puzzled in his heart, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of a barking dog not far away. Lin Nan perceived that this was exactly the sound that Roaring White had made. It was only then that he saw that Roaring White, in the party, was no longer at his side. Judging from the sound, it seemed to have returned to Erlang Jinjuan's side hall. It is also known as the Xianlan Guan, the hall dedicated to the roaring dog, and the kennel place where the fine dogs are kept. Lin Jushi, you did bring Little White back as well. Hearing the barking dog, Taoist Master Wang came back to his senses and said, only, with the sound of Roaring White's barking, Taoist Master Wang seemed to sense a hint of something strange. It is reasonable to expect that the fine dogs kept at this kennel heard a barking. Other fine dogs will bark alone. How come there's only the sound of snarling whites now, but you don't hear any of the other fine dogs? End of chapter 121. Chapter 119, What I Saw in My Dreams. Chapter 119, What You See in Your Dreams. Strange. Why do I only hear the barking of the white one? The other dogs, why are they so quiet? Taoist Master Wang kept fine dogs and naturally knew the habits of fine dogs. Generally speaking, all it takes is one dog to bark out. Then the other fine dogs, more than likely, will bark along with them. But now the situation is obviously somewhat abnormal. Thus, with a question, Taoist Master Wang glanced towards Lin Nan. Perceiving the other party's sight, Lin Nan felt something in his heart. Without saying anything, the two of them took a step together and walked straight towards Erlang Jinjuan's side hall. Soon, the two came to where the side hall was, the kennel of the Taoist temple. which was dedicated to keeping fine dogs, was located a short distance to the side of the side hall. As Lin Nan and Dao Lord Wang's footsteps approached, Roaring White's cries became clearer and clearer. Woof! Woof! However, the closer he got, Lin Nan also noticed the abnormality. It was not the first time he had been here, and he knew that several fine dogs were kept in the kennel. There was no more movement now except for the cries of the Roaring Whites. Hiss! When the two made their way to the kennel, what they saw next caused Taoist Master Wang to take a breath. Just see, all the other fine dogs in that kennel, and Roaring White was standing with his head held high, in front of the kennel, even though it was barking towards the sky. But the fine dogs around them looked like they were afraid of something. All of them were cowering back in fear, still with their tails between their legs, and all of them made an obedient appearance towards the Roaring White in front of them. Seeing this, Taoist Wang immediately comprehended it. This Roaring White was just like completely suppressing these fine dogs by virtue of his aura, and make them submit to it willingly. Even the previous leader of this kennel, the black dog, had his head bowed and lowered at this moment. Not the slightest bit of his earlier prowess was lost, and he was half afraid to be reckless. Seeing this, Taoist Wang was again somewhat staggered. Oops! Forest dweller. How could this little white change so much? Dao Lord Wang was obviously extremely surprised by the change in Roaring White. After all, he had been taking care of these fine dogs. Almost all of the fine dogs in this kennel he grew up watching. And Roaring White, this pure white fine dog. In Taoist Wang's impression, it was not as imposing as it is today. Instead, they have been sickly since birth. It's even more extremely out of place, and stays alone in the side hall all day long with its head hanging down. These fine dogs around him would still bully him from time to time to get at his food, and in order to take care of Little White, Taoist Master Wang would feed it individually every time. All of these situations still seem to be fresh in my mind, but it's only been a few days. The original sickly little white man had become so formidable, even standing in front of these fine dogs, being able to make them so fearful with a few barks. After being taken away by Lin Nan, it would produce such a big change? Taoist Master Wang was surprised in his heart and even wanted to ask Lin Nan for experience. However, where Lin Nan had any experience, he himself had merely planted Roaring White with the thunder seal that could stimulate his bloodline. As for the rest, basically go with the flow. Not to mention that Roaring White already possessed a more abundant Tengu bloodline, so the change was going to be a bit faster. At this moment, Lin Nan looked towards the Roaring White at the front of the kennel, and the surrounding fine dogs that were trembling in front of Roaring White, obviously sensing the Tengu's breath. Even just a trace of it was enough to completely subdue these fine dogs. Godfather! Just as Lin Nan looked at Roaring White, not far behind him, a soft shout suddenly came. This is a bit uncomfortable to hear in the cold, though, yet, it was distinctly sweet to the core. Lin Nan sniffed and felt a bit of familiarity, naturally recognizing who it was. Immediately turned around and looked. It was the girl who came trotting. Behind him was the smiling Su Zhengfeng couple. Ha ha, old brother Lin. We came out to return our wishes and didn't see you, so we looked for a Taoist priest to ask for directions, and sure enough, here you are. As Su Zhengfeng's words fell, he then looked towards the kennel where Roaring White was. It seemed to be noticed that this side hall where the Roaring Dog idol was enshrined. Thus, the line of sight looked towards the Erlang Jinjuan's hall. Taoist Master Wang. Is the god Erlang enshrined in front of here? Exactly. Taoist Wang nodded naturally. With his reply, Su Zhengfeng should have thought of something. Glancing towards Lin Nan, he opened his mouth somewhat apologetically. Elder brother Lin, since we've arrived at the Erlang Jinjuan's temple, you must still allow me to offer incense. After all, with these words, Su Zhengfeng was naturally recounting the circumstances of that day. It was also after Lin Nan's character Erlang Jinjuan went through the girl that the other party miraculously got better. Thus, before the other party finished speaking, Lin Nan smiled. Sure, just go. As Lin Nan's words fell, Su Zhengfeng nodded. Spinning around, he leaned down and barked a few words toward his daughter. Aoi. This time mom and dad will just go. You just hang out here for a while, okay? Good. Aoi returned sweetly. Elder brother Lin, then I'll trouble you to look after it. After Su Zhengfeng said that, he led his wife towards the shrine dedicated to Erlang Jinjuan. Aoi. Who was left here? Her eyes seemed to be drawn to the growling white that was barking. Immediately afterward, under Lin Nan's gaze, Aoi took a few steps towards Roaring White. At this moment, Roaring White was pulling his neck and barking, rather like the king of dogs, and Aoi approached all the way to Roaring White's side. Staring at Roaring White with a pair of big, watery eyes, she gazed at him without blinking. Roaring White seemed to have sensed something and immediately looked towards the little girl. It had been barking and stopped all of a sudden. Somewhat confused, he looked at the little girl, and in the next second, a smile appeared on Aoi's face. stretching out her small hand towards Roaring White about to touch it. Roaring White saw this and didn't seem to want to be reached out and petted by her in front of the other fine dogs, so took a step and ran. Ha! Big dog, don't run away. Aoi saw it was about to run, and with a sweet purr, she ran after it as well, and also issued a silver bell-like laughter. See this girl in Roaring White you chase me to play. Seeing such a scene, a smile appeared on Lin Nan's and Taoist Wang's faces. This little girl, on the contrary, is not afraid at all, Taoist Master Wang said with a smile. His voice seemed to be heard by Aoi, who responded while running. He Aoi isn't afraid. It's the brother I saw before that's scary. As Aoi's words fell, even though it seemed like childish talk, but it was still noticed by Lin Nan, and he couldn't help but wonder. Brother? What brother? Does Mr. Su have another son? However, this Taoist Master Wang clearly had some understanding and responded. No, as far as the poor man knows, his family has only such a daughter. As Dao Lord Wang's words fell, Lin Nan's brows furrowed. Spinning his mind, he called Roaring White, who was hiding from his little daughter, to the near front. The girl also followed Roaring White and ran over, stopping beside Lin Nan. Finally, it was touching the Roaring White as it should be. At this moment, Lin Nan recalled in his mind the black chi that was wrapped around the girl's body that day. Could it have anything to do with the brother the little girl was talking about? Spinning around, he leaned down towards the girl and softly inquired. Aoi, you said there is a terrible brother. What does he look like? Where did you see him? With Lin Nan's inquiry, this little girl's figure gave a start. The hand-stroking Kahaku also stopped for a moment, as if recalling something, then staring with a pair of eyes, he opened his mouth and narrated to Lin Nan. It's just a brother AC. I saw it when I was asleep, but my brother seems to have gotten sick too, and has been crawling on the ground, this way and missing, Aoi said, gesturing towards her right hand. But as her words fell, Lin Nan frowned even more tightly. What did the little girl say? While she was being haunted by that black aura, she actually saw a baby boy in her sleep? And the baby boy was crawling on the ground with his right arm still missing. Such a picture is chilling when put in the mind of an adult. Favorably, this little girl was so naive that she didn't perceive the horror instead. And could this narrative of hers have anything to do with that black gas? Just as Lin Nan was pondering, the girl's parents had finished offering incense, seemingly hearing their party's conversation. Su Zhengfeng stepped over and explained to the two. Elder brother Lin, Daoist, I haven't had a chance to tell you guys yet. Ever since my daughter woke up, she's been telling us things. Said that during the time she was asleep, she would dream about a baby boy. Su Zhengfeng said, but he didn't take the girl's sleep too seriously. Just thought it was a dream she had while she was passed out. However, this account of hers concerned Lin Nan greatly. Even in the midst of his thoughts, he unconsciously linked it to the wooden box he had picked up from the cave. Could it be that there is some connection between the girl's condition and what is contained in the wooden box? Before Lin Nan could think more, Su Jingfeng's family had already done their business. Spinning around, he spoke to Lin Nan. Elder brother Lin, the matter has been completed. As stated last time, I've already found a place. Let's have dinner together tonight, along with a couple of your friends. Under Su Zhengfeng's hospitality, Lin Nan followed to the banquet. Su Zhengfeng did his job properly, and also sent someone to pick up Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao from the school together. And at the restaurant he arranged, the three of them actually saw the world, sighing that this Su Zhengfeng is worthy of being one of the top entrepreneurs in Smoky Sea City. I don't know if it was for the purpose of receiving Lin Nan, but the dinner party was quite luxurious. Instead, Wang Qingyu had a hard full meal, and so it was. After a few days, the second largest class of that morning had just ended, and Lin Nan's trio was walking on their way to the cafeteria. Usually it was Wang Qingyu who would figure out in advance what to eat for lunch, but today, on the way to the cafeteria, he didn't say a word and smashed his mouth every now and then. What's up, fatty? Didn't you used to be the most active in the cafeteria? Why are you mute today? Jiang Tao, who was at the side, saw Wang Qingyu's abnormality and exited to inquire. And with a helpless expression on his face, Wang Qingyu shook his head. Then he glanced at Lin Nan and sighed quietly. Ugh, don't say it. It's not like that last meal was just too good. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days and I really want to go back and rub it in. Speaking of which, Wang Qingyu hemmed and hawed. Bitterly, he opened his mouth towards Lin Nan. Brother Nan, when will you let us dip into your light again? Hearing this, before Lin Nan could open his mouth, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, snickered. What? Did this meal feed your mouth? Then you've earned it, and by the way, you've got the opportunity to lose some weight. With the sound of the two men snickering, they were on their way to the cafeteria. Suddenly I heard a car behind me. Immediately afterward, a car stopped in front of the trio. Can you drive? Why are you still blocking the road? Seeing a car suddenly stopped in front of him, Wang Qingyu opened his mouth and muttered a few words. However, Jiang Tao disliked it with his hand, signaling the other party to look at the front of this car, and with Jiang Tao's reminder, just see the front of this car is carrying a small gold man's car label. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyu was stunned. Taozi, am I reading this right? This car with the little gold man seems to be quite expensive. Is there anyone else in our school who can afford to drive this kind of car? Along with Wang Qingyu's words, he wasn't the only one. The surrounding passing students also cast their eyes toward the luxury car. There were even a bunch of female students, who had slowed down their steps to watch from the side. After all, a car like this is something they mostly only see on TV. Wow. Look guys, it's a Rolls-Royce. We can't believe this kind of luxury car is in our school. Whose is it? With a murmur of voices around them, passing students gave sideways glances. Right in front of this crowd, only the car door slowly opened. A man in a suit got out of the car and didn't even look away. The line of sight was locked straight onto Lin Nan. Spinning around, he took a step and walked straight to Lin Nan. Excuse me, it's Mr. Lin, isn't it? Only the man came before him and respectfully inquired. Hearing his words, Lin Nan froze. The crowd of students around them, despite looking sideways, couldn't hear the specifics, only to see that the man who came down from this luxury car was actually standing respectfully in front of Lin Nan, and with a very humble attitude. He was asking Lin Nan about something. Seeing this, the surrounding passing students were surprised. My goodness, there's such a rich dude in our school? Look at this respectful look on his face. Can't he be a butler or something? As it was just after class at this point, many of these onlookers on the side were Lin Nan's classmates. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised. Hiss. What's this? Look at the way he treats Lin Nan. He can't be some hidden rich second generation. Good lord, Lin Nan is hiding so deeply. With the sounds of discussion coming from the surroundings, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao were also excited for a while. On the contrary, Lin Nan, looking at the strange man in front of him, was slightly puzzled. After recognizing his identity, he only saw the man in front of him with a smile on his face and continued. Mr. Lin, our boss would like to treat you to a casual dinner, and has specially arranged for me to come over and pick you up. End of chapter 122. Chapter 120, The Third Man. Chapter 120, The Third Man. Boss? With the respectful narration of this man who came down from the luxury car and stood in front of Lin Nan, Wang Qingyu looked at the other party suspiciously as several thoughts flashed through his mind. Can be heavenly messy to ponder for half a day. It appeared that he knew Lin Nan in Smoky Sea City and was able to send such a luxury car to greet him. All they know is Su Zhengfeng, right? Could it be Mr. Su again? Thinking of this, Wang Qingyu muttered under his breath. Spinning around, he turned his head towards Lin Nan. With a smile on his face, he subconsciously licked his lips and said, Hey, Nan, it's really what you think about. Did Mr. Su want to invite you to dinner again? And as Wang Qingyu's words fell, Lin Nan's brows furrowed. Obviously, it felt like it wasn't that simple. Fatty, Jiang Tao, who was at the side, reminded in a small voice and pulled Wang Qingyu back and said, I don't think we're basically familiar with it. Even if Mr. Su wanted to thank old Lin again, most likely he wouldn't make such a big show. As Jiang Tao's words fell, Wang Qingyu, who was originally pondering what kind of food he could have, woke up a bit at this moment. Returning from the initial expectation, he found that what Jiang Tao said was not unreasonable. Yeah, if Su Zhengfeng, at least he could have made a phone call in advance. No. Speaking of which, Wang Qingyu re-examined the luxury car in front of him, as well as the man who stood in front of Lin Nan and was looking like he was quietly waiting. And who sent him? As this query arose, several people wondered a bit. At that moment, the man in front of him continued to maintain his smile and said, Mr. Lin, our boss is still waiting for you. Can we go now? As the man inquired. Some of the surrounding students who were onlookers also heard only a few words. It was only then that I realized that someone had come over to invite Lin Nan. But what is the other side? To send someone in such a luxury car to greet Lin Nan and with such sincerity? And what kind of status was Lin Nan? Enough to make such a big shot respect him. This discovery was accompanied by another series of murmurs around the room. It seems to be more surprising than finding out that Lin Nan is a rich kid. At this moment, Lin Nan glanced at the man in front of him, thinking that the other party was making such a big deal out of it. Naturally they would not hold any malicious intent. What's more, there didn't seem to be any treasures on his own. From the sidelines, one is just an anchor with some coincidences added to the mix. There's no point in worrying more about the has-beens. Immediately, Lin Nan was just about to open his mouth to give a response, but it was the Jiang Tao duo behind him, who raised their hands and tugged at the corner of their clothes. turning their heads. It was the two of them who were acting rather scornful instead. Carefully surveying the area, he didn't forget to remind Lin Nan. Nan, be careful. We haven't figured out the other side's intentions yet, so why are we looking for you with all this effort? Yeah, old Lin, I thought it was strange too. With the sound of reminder from the two of them, Lin Nan smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Spinning around, he cast a look toward them. After signaling the other party to rest assured, he spoke in a low voice. Don't worry, they'll be fine if they dare to come over and pick them up with so much fanfare. Not to mention it's all about finding the school. Sincerity is before us, where there is no reason not to go. Lin Nan said that he had already made a decision and expressed it to the Jiang Tao duo. After hearing this, Wang Qingyu still seemed a bit uneasy and said, Nan, then why don't I accompany you? However, before Lin Nan could say anything, Jiang Tao, who was beside him, then immediately denied it, stirring up Wang Qingyu's memories and said, forget it, you haven't forgotten what you ate at the restaurant last time? Besides, looking at this row, the place to go is 80% not a serious place to eat. Why don't you get a few Michelin stars? How many plates did you have to eat in the past? As Jiang Tao's words fell, Wang Qingyu nodded. Immediately, Lin Nan nodded towards the man in front of him after pacifying the two. At the other party's inviting gesture, Lin Nan slowly opened the car door. By the way, your boss is? Before getting into the car, Lin Nan naturally casually inquired. Oh, Mr. Lin. Our boss's last name is Feng. The man who had come to pick up the man opened his mouth and responded, although the other person did not answer the full name. But after hearing this surname, a name flashed through Lin Nan's mind. Immediately, as Lin Nan sat in the back seat, the man drove towards the outside of the campus. Right after this limo was started, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, were still standing in place, gazing at its back, still can't stop being amazed. And the murmurs of the surrounding students were even more incessant. There were even quite a few people who came forward to watch curiously. Wang Chengyu, what's going on here? Who did Lin Nan get picked up by this? The two of them were puzzled by the questioning voices of their classmates. They had only heard a last name in the party. It is yet to be known who exactly is the boss behind that. And just then, a voice came from behind Wang Chengyu. Ooh, making such a big scene? With this sound, the brows of the two of them, Wang Chengyu, then frowned unanimously. One didn't need to look to know that the people coming were none other than Li Zevin and the others. As expected, this Li Zevin, along with a few of his followers, also clearly saw the situation in the square. See a limousine stopping to look for Lin Nan, and the person who drove the car was still acting respectfully towards Lin Nan. This naturally caught the attention of Li Zevin and his party. However, they did not believe this easily, and instead other judgments were born in their minds. Brother wonder, this Lin Nan even knows someone so rich? It shouldn't be. Is it a fake? Along with a follower's conjecture, this Li Zevin was also a bit confused. According to this, plus Lin Nan is supposed to be the anchor. There are so many scripts to see on the internet thing. So, Li Zevin grew skeptical as well. Could this be a self-directed act by a few of Lin Nan's people? And just as a few people were speculating, they saw that Lin Nan had already gotten into his car and left. See the class asking questions. Li Zevin's few people then also came up, and one of the followers opened his mouth to mutter a few words. It seemed to have heard the derision in their words. Wang Qingyu took the lead and turned back to the students who were watching and discussing. It's a bit of a big deal. If you say you want to invite Nan to dinner, just have dinner, and you have to pick him up in a special car. If this keeps up, shouldn't there be helicopters coming over all the time in the future? With Wang Qingyu's jokes, the matter seemed to pass jokingly. Even though the rest of the people were curious, Wang Qingyu really didn't know any other news. The students around us also asked half a dozen questions. Seeing that Wang Qingyu just snorted, he felt that he couldn't ask anything. So, one by one, they continued to stride towards the cafeteria. But just as they were about to disperse, one of Li Zevin's followers, at this moment, spoke up again. Is it unknown, or is it just pressed? With these words, most of the surrounding students' figures were certain. As for Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao, they were still a bit unresponsive at this moment. Puzzled, he looked toward the boy. What? What do you mean it didn't happen? And just under Wang Qingyu's puzzled gaze, the follower, only, seemed to be working out the truth in his mind. He said with a smug expression on his face, come on, don't pretend. I know that you guys engaged in live broadcasting want to be read, but to engage in this out, is not the strength to make too much? Hearing this, coupled with the boy's aggressive attitude, only then did Wang Qingyu and his duo react to what the other party was alluding to. What do you mean? So the two couldn't help but ask back with a cold face, and you have to make me say it explicitly? Is it possible that what happened just now was a self-inflicted stunt by you guys who wanted to create more heat? Besides, if there's really some kind of invitation from the boss, is there a need to hide it from us? As this follower's words fell, the surrounding students muttered a few words in whispers. Some people who didn't know Lin Nan did think it wasn't impossible. However, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, almost exploded with anger when they heard it. How is it that they're directing themselves? And at this moment, Wang Chengyu's mind recalled what he had just heard. Lin Nan clearly asked the other party and learned a surname. He thinks back carefully and catches a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Just a few tall buildings outside the school. On the rooftops of those buildings hung several large red letters. Then, Wang Chengyu suddenly remembered something. Hiss. After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, he pointed to the words with some excitement and opened his mouth. Open your eyes and see what that line above the college town says. As Wang Chengyu's words fell, the students present followed the direction of their fingers. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few big words on it, and they were Marriott. When this group is mentioned in Smoky Sea City, almost no one knows about it. So, upon seeing Wang Chengyu's movements, combined with the party, the limousine that had picked up Lin Nan, for a while, the students couldn't stop talking again. While Wang Chengyu saw this scene, he also acted a bit skeptical. Just a random guess myself. But then he recalled the driver's account, and he also heard a last name. Combined that with the circumstances of the party, Wang Chengyu was a bit skeptical himself and muttered under his breath, TCH, could it really be him? Feng Wanho, on top of the moving limousine. Lin Nan, who was sitting in the back row, recited this name in his mind. Ever since the man driving the car said that his boss's surname was Feng, Lin Nan guessed his identity. At the same time, his mind recalled that day, the information that Officer Liang had exchanged with himself. This Feng Wanhao is a famous rich businessman in Smoky Sea City, and after the last poaching case, he not only invested in the scenic preserve, but also sent some manpower there to assist. At that time, Officer Liang's words revealed a hint of suspicion towards him, and right now, this Feng Wanhao would actually take the initiative to invite himself. Naturally, it also aroused Lin Nan's idea. However, having this opportunity was also just the right time to see what this Feng Wanhao's intentions were. He sent his men forward to assist at the reserve. Is there a connection with the three-headed giant snake he encountered and the wooden box he picked up in the cave? With these thoughts in mind, the limo also made its way to its destination. Arriving at a commercial building, the waiters on either side of the building rushed forward to greet them. Led by these waiters, Lin Nan took the elevator all the way up to the topmost floor of the building. Ding! When the elevator doors slowly opened, the waiter led Lin Nan forward. Lin Nan raised his eyes and looked around, only to see that the top floor of this building was actually an upscale restaurant. Surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass, it offers an unobstructed view of the outside. Looking down at the city below that was the size of a model, it was big enough to overlook the city of Smoky Sea. Mr. Lin, this way please. The waiter continued to guide Lin Nan forward, only to see that all the other seats in this restaurant were empty. Only at the very front, by the window, sat a man. Lin Nan could only see its back under his eyes, all the way to the front of the room. It was only then that he saw the front face. As in some news reports, only a smile was seen on his face. It was clearly Feng Wanhao. Ha, Lin Nan? When Lin Nan came closer, Feng Wanhao stood up from his seat. With kind smiles on their faces, they shook each other's hands. Mr. Feng. Lin Nan also did his best on the surface and spoke with a smile on his face. However, Lin Nan was also secretly observing at this moment, and realized that there was a vague sense of strangeness. I don't know why, but I feel a twinge of dislike when I touch the other person. There was something familiar about the feeling, but I couldn't quite remember it for a moment. However, then he heard Feng Wanhao say with a smile, we've actually met, right at the award ceremony for the temple shootout. Only, you left too soon then to give you the award in person. Along with Feng Wanhao's words, Lin Nan was a flash of thought. It turned out that he was present at the temple fair that day. And, Lin Nan remembered the temple fair. It took a moment to remember exactly where the familiarity of this feeling came from. It was on the day of the temple fair that one perceived the gaze coming from the audience. So it is. Lin Nan smiled. However, Mr. Feng has such a battle today, and even sent someone to the school to pick me up. It's not like we're trying to make up an award ceremony, is it? With Lin Nan's seemingly jocular words, Feng Wanhao's smirk intensified. That's natural. Mr. Lin Nan, sit down. Immediately, Feng Wanhao waved his hand with the waiter. That waiter immediately understood and began to serve the dishes one after another. Student Lin Nan, I'm not afraid of you laughing when I say it. Feng Wanhao's tone was kind. The expression on his face at the moment was the same general mold as the smile he showed on the charity news. Do you remember the seventh player on the field at the time? He was actually slipped in by me specifically to try and get him to win the title and promote the club. But I didn't expect to kill such a dark horse as you. Ha! It was also while Feng Wanhao was speaking that Lin Nan noticed a detail. That is, on Feng Wanhao's right side, there was an extra set of plates with knives and forks. In the capacity of Feng Wanhao, it must not be an omission due to carelessness on the part of the waiter. But is there a third person at this dinner? However, without waiting for Lin Nan to think more, the other party seemed to notice Lin Nan's line of sight. By the way, I heard that Lin Nan's student is also an anchor, and has been to the mountains before to live broadcast, right? With these words from Feng Wanhao, Lin Nan thought to himself that indeed, the other party's motives for inviting him were by no means simple. End of chapter 123. Chapter 121, Trial and Divorce. Chapter 121, Temptation and Divorce. After hearing Feng Wanhao mentioning his previous incident of entering the mountain to broadcast live, Lin Nan perked up at once. More so, he subconsciously guessed in his mind that the other party was more than likely trying to steer the conversation towards this. And once you go down the line, it's about your own encounter with the three-headed giant snake in the mountains. Thinking about this, Lin Nan did not deny it. After all, right now one wants to find out for oneself. What exactly is the purpose of Feng Wanhao? What connection does he have with the three-headed giant snake in the mountain forest? The volunteers he had sent out earlier were beautifully described as acting as assistants to the rangers. But from the information Liang Yuzhu shared, those people were acting rather unusually. Could the reason they were sent up the mountain by Feng Wanhao be to search for that three-headed giant snake? And the most important point, it is the wooden box he found in the cave. What was contained there was a golden baby's arm, and the black gas that keeps escaping is generally the same as the one that haunts the girl's body. Judging by intuition, these things might have some connection with Feng Wanhao. That's right, Mr. Feng. Thus, Lin Nan said, still maintaining a smile on the surface. I do live streaming online, partly as a hobby and partly to earn some tuition money. As for the previous Into the Mountain Live, the intention is to want to do some program effects, but I did not expect. Under the narration, Lin Nan also left a special word for Feng Wanhao. However, when one says the strike, however, he saw Feng Wanhao's eyes glancing towards himself and opened his mouth to laugh without picking up the conversation. Oh, Lin Nan's student is really modest. This hobby of yours live streaming is already worth some people's real jobs, isn't it? The earnings are quite substantial now. Speaking here, Feng Wanhao paused slightly. Of course, high return means high risk, and that applies in any business. When Feng Wanhao said this meaningfully, Lin Nan sniffed, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. It seemed to be able to perceive the meaning implied in the other party's words. High risk. What was said should be the three-headed giant snake that he had encountered. However, what surprised Lin Nan a bit was, Feng Wanhao clearly had already brought the topic to this point, but did not rush to ask down the line. Instead, it changed the subject. Well, it's no wonder you were able to shine at the shooting competition. So this slingshot skill is still honed in the mountains? Immediately, Feng Wanhao then spoke. Actually, I asked you to come here today because I want you to be the ambassador of our shooting club. It goes without saying that you were able to come out on top in the shooting competition. So naturally your strength goes without saying, not to mention that you won against the competitor I placed you with. Then Sojourner will hire you to be the sign of this club. Hearing these words, Lin Nan was slightly stunned. Ambassadors? What else? Shooting clubs? What is this Feng Wanhao doing now? Just as Lin Nan was puzzled, he only heard the other party continue. Oh, Mr. Lin Nan, let me put it to you this way. I will pay you a sizable lump sum if you agree to serve, and it doesn't usually require you to do anything, as long as you hang around. After all, with the status of a temple winning champion and the heat you're getting online, it's a live sign. As these words of Feng Wanhao fell, Lin Nan followed this action of the other party and pondered the meaning of his words. Become an ambassador and don't worry about anything yourself. What's the difference between that and sending money into your own pocket? But why did Feng Wanhao do this? There's some pulling of the strings yet. Thinking of this, Lin Nan naturally had no intention of agreeing, and seeing that Lin Nan had not yet nodded his head, Feng Wanhao was not in the least bit anxious. Glancing at the time, he smiled and opened his mouth with Lin Nan. Student Lin Nan, this matter is actually very simple. Sure, you can reconsider. There's no rush. I'm going to the restroom first. After saying that, Feng Wanhao stood up and picked up a handkerchief to wipe his hands, make a show of moving, and seeing the other party get up, Lin Nan's vision narrowed, associated with the flash of difference that he had perceived from him earlier. I've been wanting to take a closer look at him myself for a long time. It was just that it hadn't been too convenient for Feng to cast his divine ability. Now if Feng Manhwa is going to leave for a while, then take advantage of this effort. he himself could open his heavenly eyes and observe the situation on his body. Thinking of this, Lin Nan secretly made up his mind. However, despite this, Lin Nan was not the least bit careless. Seeing Feng Wanhao get up, he was in no hurry. Watching him get up from his seat, he planned to wait until he was some distance away before turning on his celestial eyes. Ah yes, just as Lin Nan was watching and preparing to recite the spell in his heart. However, after turning around, Feng Wanhao suddenly made a sound. It seemed to be just remembering something. The steps he had just taken also came to a halt, then turned around, asked slowly while wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Lin Nan-san, there's something else I want to ask you about. Did you pick up any rare trinkets in the mountains? Before? Accompanying Feng Wanhao's words, a flash of light flashed under Lin Nan's eyes, still gazing at each other. Though it was prepared long before that, guessing that Feng Wanhao would most likely ask about this. Only, what made Lin Nan slightly unexpected was, it was surprising that he chose this moment to inquire out so abruptly. And, Lin Nan watched Feng Wanhao's expression at the moment. Although there was still that same smiling look, Lin Nan heatedly realized, its demeanor seems to have shifted in some way. Even though his face was smiling, it still made Lin Nan feel a hint of discomfort. Gadgets? Lin Nan repeated it under his breath, and images flashed through his mind. It was a green stone, and a wooden box with a strange pattern. It was the snake Dan that he had picked up from the three-headed giant snake, as well as the golden little hand that Roaring White had taken out of the cave. This Feng Wanhao really did care about this. It was just that Lin Nan was not yet clear which of these the other party was looking for. Or is both related to him? I wonder what Mr. Feng is referring to? Even though there were questions in his mind, Lin Nan was cloudy on the surface. With a warm smile on his face, he continued to inquire towards Feng Wanhao, and as the words fell, this Feng Wanhao, who was standing in place, had a glint in his eyes. Immediately afterward, smiling, he opened his mouth to Lin Nan. Oh, it's nothing. I just heard that some antique debris had appeared near that forest. If you could pick something up by chance. Speaking here, Feng Wanhao paused slightly, gazing at Lin Nan. He continued to speak. I know some experts in antiques, so I can introduce you to them if needed. As Feng Wanhao's words fell, his intentions were already quite obvious, and Lin Nan had already guessed what it was referring to, and on the surface, he was unperturbed and smiled lightly. Good, if I really have such good luck, I'll come back to trouble Mr. Feng again. Receiving Lin Nan's response, Feng Wanhao gave a deep gaze. Spinning around, he nodded and stepped away without a word. At this moment, Lin Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the other parties departing back. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately recited the spell in his mind. Yin and Yang clarify, chaos revealed. Where I see, the three worlds are clear. As the spell was recited, the hand presented a sword technique in a sweeping motion across the forehead. The Heaven's Eye avatar was opened, and everything within sight became incomparably clear. However, when Lin Nan used his heavenly eyes and viewed towards the front, he was stunned, only to see that as far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was surprisingly filled with black gas like soot. It was as if the ashes from the burning were drifting around with the air. And right here at the table, the seat where Feng Wanhao sat just now, the extra set of tableware set next to. Surprisingly, there was a cloud of black gas piled up on top, and this mass of black gas was very clear, as if it was about to form a substance. Such a discovery caused Lin Nan to frown. Another close look at the black mass of gas, only to quickly make another surprising discovery. It was as if this bizarre mass of black gas could outline a vague outline. Looking at its outline probably, it's like a young child sprawled out on the dining room table. And at this moment, as Feng Wanhao's footsteps moved away, after walking out a certain distance, the black gas on this table moved in a flash. Its speed is quite fast, like a leather ball jumping off the dining table quickly. In 3 twos, he chased after Feng Wanhao towards him, and this black chi eventually enveloped Feng Wanhao's shoulders. At first glance, it looked as if a baby was lying on his shoulders. Right after this black chi stopped, Feng Wanhao even raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder. It seemed to be a look of feeling some soreness in the shoulders. Seeing this, Lin Nan's brows furrowed. At the same time, as if faintly heard in his ears, there was a baby's shrill laughter. Thus, Lin Nan contacted the girl in his mind. Could it be that what happened to the girl had something to do with Feng Manhwa? Thinking of this, Lin Nan made plans in his mind. No matter what this Feng Wanhao said again, it was time to keep a certain distance from him. At the entrance of Smoky Sea University, the limousine again slowly stopped. The students around them gave sideways glances. Soon, when the car stopped, Lin Nan also got out of the car. Without any pause, it went all the way back to the dormitory. Yo! Nan is back! When Lin Nan's figure appeared in the doorway, the shouts of Wang Qingyu resounded in this dormitory. Immediately afterward, he saw a large face, quickly coming close, looking up and down inquiringly. Nan, how's it going? Just what kind of big boss is it that makes such a big show to find you for dinner? Well, you guys should have heard of it. Lin Nan didn't hide it and told them about tonight's events. When Wang Qingyu heard the name Feng Wanhao, he froze. Spinning around, he let out a strange cry. Turning his head to talk to Jiang Tao, he said, Tao-chan, see what I'm talking about? I was right. Dare I say it's really that Mr. Feng. Immediately afterward, Wang Qingyu seemed to remember something and confirmed with Lin Nan again. By the way, Nan, what were you saying about what he wanted from you? Asked me to help him promote a club of some kind, but I've already turned it down. Lin Nan naturally didn't reveal too much to them, and as those words fell, only Wang Qingyu asked with a puzzled and surprised face. What? Brother Nan, you actually turned down Mr. Feng? Why is that? Looking at Wang Qingyu's surprised gaze, Lin Nan, however, just shook his head and said indifferently, not interested. With that, he moved to wash up, and hearing this reply, Wang Qingyu froze for half a day. Then he exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao and slowly gave a thumbs up, heartily praising, good man, as expected of Nan. And just as Lin Nan was washing up, the cell phones of the three of them rang at the same time. Clearly there is some common message. Jiang Tao picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, only to see a notification from the class group. The time and place were clearly written there, and Jiang Tao muttered and repeated it. Tomorrow morning's morning run is cancelled and the freshmen are having a recognition meeting. All present? With Jiang Tao's retelling, Wang Qingyu first didn't care that much. The only key words I heard were morning run cancelled and jumped out of my skin. Then this was mulled over for a moment, and then he turned his attention to Lin Nan, who was washing up. Wait a minute. Recognition meeting? Recognizing who? It couldn't be the school, specifically for Nan, could it? Early the next morning, the freshmen went forward to the playground to gather, and as a group of freshmen stood in line, banners had been pulled up on the stage. Looking at a few large, distinctive words on the banner, the crowd looked towards Lin Nan in the queue. Good lord, I don't suppose I've had my mouth opened, do I? I can't believe I got it right again. Wang Qingyu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but be surprised. As he said, last night's speculation has come true. Last time, the principal postponed this recognition assembly for a few days because of the temple fair. Right now, it still hasn't escaped the school schedule. The school's recognition assembly has already taken place. Lin Nan didn't say a word, watching the several school leaders on the stage arrive one after another. Soon, the head of the department spoke as a representative and summoned Lin Nan to the stage. And due to Lin Nan's previous performance, he was already quite famous among the freshmen. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the students at the bottom were talking and there was a round of applause. At this moment, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, who were standing under the stage, watched Lin Nan's windfall. Wang Qingyu was unable to stop being envious, especially noticing the not-so-girl classmates around them, who seemed to be talking about Lin Nan as if they were in a state of springtime. Seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, gee, if only I could be recognized by so many people. There is. Jiang Tao, who was on the side, seemed to remember something and immediately laughed. Then, under Wang Qingyu's puzzled gaze, Jiang Tao reminded, Fatty, did you forget last time? Using group messaging to ask the whole class of girls to go to the temple fair. Ask any girl in our class, or even in our department, who doesn't know your name. With these words from Jiang Tao, Wang Qingyu was immediately like a deflated ball. Without a word, he made a sick sign toward Jiang Tao. Classmate? Just then, someone behind him suddenly tapped his shoulder. Wang Qingyu looked backward in confusion, only to see that it was a strange boy who opened his mouth and asked, Is your name Wang Qingyu? No? Someone over there is looking for you. End of chapter 124. Chapter 122 Collecting Antiques? Chapter 122 Collecting Antiques? Following the other man's lead, he saw two men standing outside the fence of the playground, and was looking towards Wang Qingyu's side. Looking for me? Wang Qingyu swept a glance at them, confirming that those two people he didn't recognize at all, and couldn't help but wonder, who are they? I don't know. The strange classmate in front of him shrugged. I'm just passing on a message. Wang Qingyu sniffed and first exchanged a glance with Jiang Tao, indicating that he would go over to take a look. Turning to the boy who had delivered the message, he said, Okay, thanks. Immediately, Wang Qingyu glanced at the school leaders above him. The dog sneakily bowed and quietly moved to the back row, all the way back to the exit position of the playground, only to see the two men see it and walk over as well. You know me? What do you want with me? Across the fence of the playground, Wang Qingyu inquired towards the duo. One of the men glanced at him and spoke with a smile on his face. Mr. Wang, I want to ask you something. We specialize in collecting antiques and jade. I heard that your dormitory has recently received some strange and weird contraptions. As the other party made their intentions known, Wang Qingyu was confused. Antique dealers? How did you find yourself? Besides, there's nothing in the dormitory that's even close to that. Wang Qingyu didn't think for a moment about the wooden box that Lin Nan had brought back from the mountains. After all, the wooden box had been lying in Roaring White's kennel since the day he got it back. For Wang Qingyu and the others, there was almost no impression of the wooden box. Not, where did you guys hear that? Thus, Wang Qingyu said with doubt. And when these two saw that Wang Qingyu did not deny it, they first casually perfunctorily said, that's out of your hands. The main thing is to see if we can make this business. With that, the other man reached out and gestured. If there is, we are willing to pay a high price for it and can give you that number. Wang Qingyu eyed the other party's gesture and his eyes lit up for a moment. Ha, can you give 500? He asked in confirmation, his mind all ready to start brainstorming. Intend to carefully recall if there is anything in the dormitory that the other person said. However, before Wang Qingyu could even begin to use his brain, one of the men laughed and resumed the gesture. It's not that cheap. There's another 10,000 on the back. 5 million? Seeing this, Wang Qingyu nearly hiccuped at the other party's price. And seeing him in this state, the two men in front of him looked at each other and smiled darkly. Thought there was a doorway to this. But what they didn't expect was that Wang Qingyu had a brainwave. Seemingly figuring out what was going on, he immediately changed his expression and cast a skeptical gaze towards the duo. Who the hell are you, guys? Really think I'm easy to fool? As Wang Qingyu's words fell, the two men froze and their original smiles froze on their faces. Apparently it was not expected that the other party, after hearing such an enticing offer from them, instead of being moved, you're hardening your attitude like a Szechuan opera face turn? To be fair, they really didn't misrepresent this price, when it's really taking orders from the boss. And the price will be higher once you find what you want. Despite quoting 5 million, they even snuck in some drawbacks. No, Mr. Wang. One of the men saw the situation and hurriedly tried to explain something. Not what not. But before he had time to speak, Wang Qingyu's voice sounded first. You guys didn't ask around first. We're freshmen who have only been enrolled for a few months. And when we moved into the dorm, we cleaned up inside and out. Now you say, we have something in our dormitory that can be worth $5 million? Why don't you go to heaven? Wang Qingyu's words were justified. After all, from his point of view, let alone their dormitory, even if the entire dormitory building was packaged and sold, it wouldn't be worth that much. While hearing these words from Wang Qingyu, the two men were stunned. It was as if this was a reaction to why the situation had suddenly gotten worse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Talk too much. If I had known, I would have reported 500. Maybe I would have gotten something instead. Taking advantage of the exchange of eyes between the two, Wang Qingyu also kept sizing up, examining the two. They really didn't look like they were from school, and mentally speculate on their motives. After looking towards the surroundings, when Wang Qingyu's gaze returned to the queue on the playground, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he saw the class president, Li Zevin, watching him. It seemed to have noticed the situation on his side and was concerned. Look at this scene and combine it with this inexplicable pair of comers. Wang Qingyu understood the situation and seemed to figure it out at once. Oh, he held out his hand and pointed to the two men in front of him. Well wow, screw this right. Arranging two groupies specifically just to catch me in a meeting violation. Ha, Wang Qingyu said with certainty, his heart having affirmed his guess. Quan, as these two were specially found by Li Zevin from outside the school, the goal is to call yourself out and catch a disciplinary infraction, then give yourself a demerit. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on Wang Qingyu's face, as if he had wisely seen through everything. Come on, I don't have time for you guys. Go ahead, call for an arrest before Li Zevin reports it. Wang Qingyu turned around in a hurry and hurried back towards the queue with another quick step. Only these two were left confused, looking at his dog Sneaky departing back. No, what do you mean? What is he afraid of? A meeting? Disciplinary? A man muttered in a million different ways. After all, they were talking to each other about a big project that could be worth $5 million, but the other party was not even the slightest bit upset about it. How dare you run back like that for fear of being caught in a disciplinary case? What's wrong with that? Along with the man's surprised look, his companion on the side frowned. Originally, they were given the task and intended to start with this aspect of Lin Nan's housemate. I didn't realize that the other party was not on the right track. Understand? Maybe. This is college students. The man had no choice but to pat his companion on the shoulder and sigh deeply. Hey, you two, how did you get in here? At that moment, an interrogative voice came from behind the two. It turned out to be a security guard on campus. Seeing that the two were not dressed like students, they took a step and hurried over. On the other side, Wang Qingyu carefully rushed back to the queue and returned behind Jiang Tao. His eyes skimmed over to Li Zeben, and he was whispering curses under his breath. Fatty, what's wrong? Jiang Tao saw Wang Qingyu in this state and asked out loud. Don't mention it. This Li Zeben is also too damaging. Surprisingly, he designed a trap to catch me in the act. Hearing Jiang Tao's inquiry, Wang Qingyu recounted his thoughts to the other party in a whisper in his head. After hearing his description, Jiang Tao also froze in place. And you said he hired two people from outside the school just to make this whole thing up? Not so. Jiang Tao felt a bit unbelievable. 1,000 times over. Wang Qingyu was very sure of his conjecture and also narrated to Jiang Tao. I could just see Li Zeben sneaking around looking my way and just about shouting. Luckily I was resourceful and slipped right back in. Anyway, I'll count this as a grudge. Don't let me catch him in anything in the future. With the sound of the two whispering, Wang Qingyu, who was standing in front, and his followers could vaguely hear two sentences. One of the followers couldn't really hear it and couldn't help but remind towards Li Zeben suspiciously. Brother Wonder, listen, what are they muttering back there? Li Zeben is really innocent this time. Obviously did not do anything, but in turn was Wang Qingyu to mark a line. He still knew nothing about it now, only glancing at Lin Nan on the stage with complicated eyes. Lin Nan was standing beside the principal, who was still speaking at length. Seeing this, Li Zeben didn't turn his head back this time and just shook his head. Forget it, leave them alone. However, when he heard Li Zeben's words, the follower beside him was a bit confused. It seemed to think that Li Zeben was a bit strange today, as well as Wang Qingyu's private departure from the team just now. So one of the followers asked suspiciously, why, Brother Manuel? Also, as you saw just now, Wang Qingyu sneaked outside the playground by himself. If we had just reported it, we would have directly asked the discipline department to arrest him for leaving the team without permission while the school leader was speaking. As soon as this was said, several other followers echoed in a whisper. However, Li Zeben remained unmoved and only glanced at them. Spinning around, he sighed and spoke. I said, can you use your brains? Before you say that, want to see who this conference is for? Saying that, Li Zeben signaled Lin Nan on the stage with his eyes. His follower also followed Li Zeben's line of sight and looked at Lin Nan, who was standing beside the principal. Then, Li Zeben continued to speak. See, people are now the principal's big hitters. It's enough to get the school to hold a special recognition assembly for him. And you guys still want to prosecute his roommate on this occasion? Tell me, what do you guys think? As Li Zeben's words fell, the few followers beside him comprehended. Despite being counted out, he didn't forget to take rainbow farts. Oh, so that's it. It's still you, Brother Wonder, who's thoughtful. As this crowd of followers chimed in, Li Zeben rolled his eyes. Impatiently staggering, he said, come on, the conference is almost over. Meanwhile, the principal on the stage, Zhang Jian, had reached the end of his speech. Once again, I hope that all of you will learn from Lin Nan and continue to carry on the fine traditions of our school. After some recognition and praise, the stage erupted into a chorus of concurring applause. When the applause stopped, the principal continued to talk to the students. Also, in a little while it will be our fall sports. You guys are freshmen, but you can take this opportunity to do well and try to do well again. After speaking about this last matter, the principal, Zhang Jinan, finally put away his speech. The students on stage were relieved to see this scene. Immediately following, the department chair took the stage to announce the end of the recognition ceremony, and the classes left with their teams. And Lin Nan came down from the stage at this moment, holding a rolled-up award in her hand. Ooh, Nan, that's okay. I can't believe I can get the principal to throw you a separate recognition ceremony. That's unparalleled, isn't it? Amidst the lively voices of his classmates, Lin Nan came to Jiang Tao's duo. Brother Nan, Wang Qingyu called out. Seeing this, Lin Nan first glanced towards the outside of the playground. There was no further sight of the two men, who seemed to be gone. Then, Lin Nan opened his mouth and inquired towards Wang Qingyu. What's up with those two guys just now? Are they here to see you? And with Lin Nan's inquiry, the two of them, Wang Qingyu, looked at each other and lamented. Yo, you can do it, Nan. Even this was discovered by you. It's true that nothing can escape your eyes. Lin Nan sniffed and didn't respond. After all, he himself was standing on the stage, not to mention having gone through the cultivation of the 8-9 Xiangong. Even with just the naked eye, everything underneath this was incredibly clear to see. What's more, the rest of the people were standing in neat formation, and only Wang Qingyu was sneaking out. Thought the people on stage didn't know. Harm, and nothing more. Wang Qingyu whirled around and explained to Lin Nan. It is inexplicably came two people. said to collect antiques and so on, but also we shouted a sky-high price. Gee, I don't have to guess. Someone must have arranged it. Wang Chengyu said, just as Li Zeven was passing by, and he purposely pulled a long tone. It seemed to be a reminder that he had recognized the other's little trick, and a smug look on his face. Collecting antiques? And at a high price? However, when he heard Wang Qingyu's narration, Lin Nan frowned and associated it with something. Did they say anything else? Not much. I ignored them after I realized what they were up to. Wang Qingyu responded, then saw Lin Nan with a thoughtful look, so he patted his stomach in relief. Gee, Nan, don't think so much. It just so happens that I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria and get something to eat first. As Wang Qingyu's words fell, several people moved to walk. It's just that Lin Nan looked at Wang Qingyu's current heartless appearance and was bent on showing off a few buns. It was probably only Lin Nan who understood that the price quoted by the other party was not pie in the sky. Boom! Ouch! Suddenly, a crash sounded. Only Wang Qingyu was seen covering his shoulder while beside him was a boy who hung his head very low. Sorry. It seemed that he had accidentally bumped into Wang Qingyu, but his footsteps were hurried. After apologizing, he hurriedly hid himself in the crowd, without even looking at his appearance. Hiss! What's the hurry? Can you even bump into such a big body? Wang Qingyu muttered and reached up to rub his head again. Seeing the situation, Jiang Tao couldn't help but snicker. Fatty, didn't I just bump into you? How come even your head hurts? Wang Qingyu seemed to have just reacted with vigor, rubbing the back of his head in pain. No, I think he just gripped my hair. End of chapter. 125. Chapter 123, Fat Boy? Chapter 123, Fat Boy? Hiss. With the sound of Wang Qingyu's pain, Jiang Tao, who was on the side, sniffed and pressed the road without taking it seriously. Fatty, it's not your imagination, is it? I think he just bumped into you. What's the point of pulling out your hair when he's got nothing better to do? Ouch. I wondered that too. But this back of my scalp, it's on fire right now. Wang Qingyu was still rubbing his head. Seeing him like this, it wasn't like he was faking it. So Lin Nan looked again in the direction where the boy had disappeared. The sight retrieval really made Lin Nan seek out the man again. It was a strange face. And, as he was about to fade into the crowd, he glanced back sideways. Upon realizing Lin Nan's sight was firmly locked, only then did he quicken his pace and blend in completely with the crowd. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan's brows wrinkled. The man's actions are really a bit suspicious. From this, was what happened just now really just a coincidence? With this doubt, Lin Nan pondered in his mind. Didn't think much of it for a moment though. Under Jiang Tao's greeting, the three of them left the playground. In the evening, the 304 boys' dormitory at the University of the Smokies, dropping, an alarm clock sounded, waking up Jiang Tao inside the dormitory. As it turns out, since the afternoon session ended, the three of them then went back to their dorms to catch up on their sleep and set their alarm clocks. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, a few seconds after the alarm clock sounded, Jiang Tao sat up from his bed. Obviously, it's natural to have exceptional self-control when it comes to maintaining a year-round fitness jerking habit. Wake up when you say you will. The execution is simply pulling full stop. Only, Jiang Tao thought he was the first to wake up. As a result, he raised his eyes. It was discovered that Lin Nan wasn't even lying on the bed at the moment either. Rather, he was sitting in an upright position, and looking at the shape under the quilt. He should have been sitting on his knees. At the same time, his eyes were slightly closed, breathing in and out in a calm manner. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tao was stunned. It was only because the other person's appearance at the moment was so similar to the meditation he had seen on TV. It also made Jiang Tao recall those masters on TV, being able to cultivate while toning the spirit by virtue of this sitting position. Thus, Jiang Tao looked at Lin Nan and muttered under his breath, I go, old forest this is, sit and sleep? While saying that, Jiang Tao also wanted to come closer to look at it. However, before he could make a move, he heard a voice ring out, awake? As this sudden voice came, Jiang Tao's figure paused. He scowled toward the front again in a hurry. It was discovered that the one who had just spoken was none other than Lin Nan in front of him. That's when it became clear that, dare I say it wasn't sleeping. Recalling his naive thoughts from earlier, Jiang Tao couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. Nice guy. Scared me. Old Lin, I thought you were meditating just now. Make it look like the real thing. As Jiang Tao's voice rang out, Lin Nan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath as a brilliant light flashed under his eyes. Jiang Tao didn't guess wrong just now. Lin Nan was indeed cultivating. In his mind, he silently recited the Dharma decree of the 8-9 Shen Gong, silently quenching his body with aura and accumulating mana. At the same time, Lin Nan held the green snake Dan in his hand, accelerating the speed at which the surrounding auras gathered. During this time just now, Lin Nan induced the aura to run through his body. Just feel refreshed as a whole. Hearing the alarm clock go off, and also noticing through the five senses that Jiang Tao turned awake. That's what spoke up. After getting a response from the other party, Lin Nan smiled silently. Spinning around, he glanced at the sky outside and said, "It's almost time to pack up and get ready for the broadcast." With that, the two men came down from the top bunk together. After coming below, Jiang Tao naturally saw Wang Qingyu's bed. Saw that Wang Qingyu was still lying in bed now, and with a quilt over his head. He looked like he couldn't be woken up. Listened to the sound of the alarm clock going off and on in the dormitory. The other party still didn't have any intention of getting up, so he couldn't help but laugh. Old Lin, look. Fatty's sleep. It's too heavy. Lin Nan sniffed and glanced towards Wang Qingyu, and there was no rush to wake him up. Just made a look, signaling Jiang Tao to simply clean up with him first. The two then began to prepare the equipment for the live broadcast in their dormitory, until the equipment is all set up and ready to go. Nearly simultaneously, the two of them glanced their eyes toward Wang Qingyu, only to find him still buried whole under the covers. Even the alarm clock has gone off several rounds and still no sign of turning awake. No, Fatty, he's not awake yet? I can't believe he didn't respond when the alarm clock went off so halfway through the day just now. At this moment, Jiang Tao saw Wang Qingyu's quilt slightly undulating. That's how you know the other person is still breathing. Or you should all suspect something has happened to the person. And as Jiang Tao's words fell, Lin Nan's brows furrowed slightly, feeling something strange. Although Wang Qingyu was also a bit of a good eater on weekdays, he could at most whine. Not so much as this, even with the alarm clock going off halfway across the pillow. Surprisingly, he didn't even reach out to close it, as if lying on the bed, only a shell in general. Wait, thoughts flashed violently through Lin Nan's mind, and a small figure instantly appeared before his eyes. It was the girl he had met at the temple fair, Su Shaokuai, and the state he himself was in when he saw her then. Exactly what it looks like on the surface, like it's slumbering, but no matter how much outside stimulation is applied, it is not waking up at all. Did Fatty him? Thinking of this, Lin Nan's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, the roaring white on the balcony seemed to sense Lin Nan's emotions. It was only seen entering the house from the balcony. First, a pair of doggy paws plopped down on the ground and stretched. Then he walked over to Wang Qingyu's bedside, and his canine teeth bit down on the corner of the quilt and started pulling it down. Swish la, as roaring white gripped the quilt and yanked it back. Only Wang Qingyu was seen lying on the bed, his eyes still tightly closed. And Lin Nan brought Jiang Tao up close. It was found that Wang Qingyu's expression was a bit painful and his head was drenched in sweat. But it was so, and he still hadn't woken up. Nice guy, sleeping so much? Jiang Tao also felt something was wrong at this moment. Said a word to Lin Nan, and then whirled up and shook it. Keep trying to wake each other up. And after some shaking, this Wang Qingyu still had his eyes closed. Let Jiang Tao more and more surprised. Hand movements also increased a few points. Fatty. As Jiang Tao moved, Lin Nan saw that the other party showed no signs of waking up after a long time. Worried that something might go wrong, he was about to open the eye of heaven. However, to the duo's surprise, before Lin Nan could check, Wang Qingyu's end moved first. Hiss. Who? Only a heavy breathing sound lent itself to the sound of miso. Wang Qingyu sat up from the bed while breathing heavily, and at this moment, his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen some horrifying sight. Holy, you're finally awake. Seeing Wang Qingyu sit up, Jiang Tao immediately opened his mouth. Wang Qingyu, who had just woken up, was in a palpitating state of mind. Observed the surroundings carefully. It was a slow sigh of relief to confirm that he was still in his dorm room. Phew, that was scary. Hearing Wang Qingyu's recitation, Lin Nan was also puzzled, so he came forward and inquired toward the other. What's going on? Wang Qingyu sniffed, seemingly still not completely awake, and wondered, what did I just do? What do you say? Jiang Tao, who was on the side, grabbed the first reply. Just now you were smothered under the covers and didn't say a word, and I couldn't wake you up even though I kept calling you. Just like you lost your soul. If you hadn't earned your eyes now, I'd almost think you were that child's life too. Hearing Jiang Tao's description, Wang Qingyu was stunned. It didn't seem to occur to him that his party would be in that situation. So, pulled out his cell phone and took a look. This alarm clock repeated so many times. I just pressed it and didn't hear a thing nah? And speaking of which, I think I'm having a nightmare. But what exactly is it? And why can't I remember any of it now? Wang Qingyu said, but also really showed a thoughtful look. Jiang Tao sighed in relief at this point and joked. What kind of nightmare can make you linger so much that you don't want to wake up? Upon hearing this joke, Wang Qingyu did not play around at all, but said with solemn certainty, I've forgotten the specifics, but it was definitely a nightmare. Don't believe you guys listen. My heart is still jutting now. With what Wang Qingyu said, Jiang Tao responded with a few words. Spinning around, he pointed to the device in the middle of the dormitory and spoke. Alright, old Lin and I trust you. It's getting late, so grab your stuff and get ready to work. Hearing Jiang Tao's command, Wang Qingyu didn't say a word. Then he got up from the bed and headed for the bathroom on that end. Upon seeing Wang Qingyu wobbling and getting up, Lin Nan was still paying attention to the other side. After all, in the perspective of an onlooker, it might only seem like Wang Qingyu was sleeping too much, but Lin Nan was otherwise. He himself had used his heavenly eyes to see the black chi that had appeared inexplicably. It is also understood that they can have some effect on people. So, it's natural to think of an extra layer. But before Lin Nan could think about it, Jiang Tao beside him seemed to sense the difference and spoke as if he was consoling. Old Lin, come on, don't think too much, probably just sleeping too much. No big deal. As Lin Nan listened and saw that Wang Qingyu had already awakened, he planned to put these thoughts aside for the time being. Boom! Right at this moment, a sudden, crashing sound came out from inside the house. It was followed by a crackling sound. Lin Nan immediately looked towards where the sound came from, and it was clearly Wang Qingyu who had unexpectedly fallen to the ground. The live broadcasting equipment that they had set up earlier was also dropped to the ground by Wang Qingyu along with it. Yo, fatty! Seeing this scene, Jiang Tao exclaimed in shock and hurriedly came over. While saying that, he tried to help Wang Qingyu up, and despite the pain from the fall, Wang Qingyu waved his hand and said to the two, it's fine. Then helping him up, Jiang Tao swept the ground and saw that the spot where he had just fallen was empty. What's gotten into you? Look, there's nothing on the ground. Can you even fall on your head when you're walking on a flat surface? Wang Qingyu was also puzzled at the sound of his voice, rubbing his arm while muttering. Yeah, I just felt like I tripped over my foot and went straight to the ground. That's odd, but it was just an interlude, and a few people didn't care too much about it. Spinning around, after a bit of re-preparation, the broadcast opened on time. Due to the growth of Lin Nan's fan base, the show attracted a lot of viewers right after it started. See Lin Nan sitting in front of the camera, holding a three-pointed, two-edged sword, a Erlang Jinjuan costume. The heavenly eye on his forehead is lifelike, and there is also a crouching white on his side. It's like a true ruler coming down to earth. It drew a lot of first-time live viewers to make a wish, and there were even some fans, who began to brush up the pop-ups. Anchor, I see you in the procession of wandering gods at the temple fair, and for some reason, it feels like you're the one that's dressed up the most in there. More than just like. Following the anchor to make a wish really works. I've seen live video of a little girl who even the doctors couldn't cure, worshipping the procession of wandering gods all the way. Turns out when it was the anchor's turn, the little girl woke up on the spot. Thanks to the previous videos of the temple fair, there was a lot of heat on the platform. Many of those who entered the live stream have watched the live video. For a while, they began a lively discussion in the comments section. There were exclamations of Lin Nan's spirituality, and some old fans, who were sharing it with everyone. Also, I often have to walk at night because I work night shifts, and every time I'm too scared to walk too much. But ever since I took a screenshot of the live broadcast of the anchor playing as Rezo and set it as my phone's wallpaper, now when I walk at night, I no longer have the same feeling of trepidation that I had earlier. And, for a while, the fans in the live stream began to share the good things that had happened to each of them. Seeing this, Lin Nan smiled lightly in his heart. I'm not sure if there's really any connection to what happened to the fans, but at the very least, Lin Nan could truly feel a spiritual level of help. Fans are even on their own merits and thus some of the good things that come their way. However, due to the previous wish in the live broadcast, it would also make them think of Lin Nan. Thinking of this, Lin Nan then spoke up, stating that it was also the fans themselves who were blessed. Spinning around, and trying to get the viewers of the live stream to make another suggestion. As Lin Nan's words fell, the live broadcast room was once again lively. Netizens have spoken freely and given Lin Nan many suggestions. Good lord, the anchors are even getting the whole snarling dog thing going now. This dress is just like the Erlang Shen I remember. It's practically carved out of the same mold, but Erlang Jinjuan uses quite a few divine weapons, and there's also the mountain catching whip. Anchor wants a whole lot of program effects. It would be nice to get something big. After all, it's Erlang Shen, so it's not too much to ask to casually split a mountain. Right? Of course, the viewers of the live stream were just talking casually. It's also all clear that anchors are just ordinary people. How can they be that powerful? But even so, still none of the suggestions made by the webmasters were included in the system. When this live broadcast ended, Lin Nan's mind moved, and the currently included suggestions rang in his ears. Multiple suggestions detected. Suggestions included. Inclusion suggestion, build a divine weapon. Catch the mountain whip. Completion reward 2% play completion. Inclusion suggestion, Erlang gods might to open mountains and split the earth. Completion reward 5% play completion. End of chapter 126. Chapter 124, The Rainstorm is Coming. Chapter 124, The Coming Rainstorm. With the end of a live broadcast, the system once again included suggestions from netizens. Listening to the reminding voice in his ears, Lin Nan began to ponder in his mind. This crafting a weapon sounds fairly simple. As long as it wasn't like the last time we built a three-pointed, two-bladed sword, we still had to take the risk of decapitating a three-headed giant snake to make it work. As for this opening of the mountain, right now, he had obtained the art of carrying mountains, and could call upon his mana to move some mountains and rocks. But just take this advice literally. The amount of mana that would be spent trying to reach this suggestion would be astronomical, I'm afraid. So, after thinking about it, Lin Nan decided to start with other suggestions first. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Just as Lin Nan was pondering, Zhang Tao's inquiring voice came from behind him. Hearing the commotion, Lin Nan also turned around to look. It was only because Wang Qingyu had indeed acted absent-mindedly during tonight's live broadcast. The whole thing had a soulful look about it, not to mention the fact that he was, on a regular basis, able to work closely with Zhang Tao to enliven the atmosphere. Tonight, however, he rarely answered, and spent most of the time in a daze, as if he couldn't hear Zhang Tao calling out to him. Even came close to knocking over the live equipment a couple of times. So when the live broadcast ended, Zhang Tao went up to observe out of concern and suspicion. With Zhang Tao's questioning, Wang Qingyu's reactions were all significantly slower. It froze before responding with a reply. Oh, it's fine. Hearing this, Lin Nan raised his eyes and observed, seeing that he still looked soulful, and from the observation of his face, it didn't look like a mere physical reason. After all, Lin Nan was in the library earlier and had memorized quite a few medical books. Couldn't see what was wrong with the other person under his own visual inspection. If Wang Qingyu was still this way all the time, then it might be an internal reason. Is it hard somewhere? Why don't you go to the hospital and have it checked out? Lin Nan was a bit uneasy and opened his mouth to propose. However, a smile showed on Wang Qingyu's face, as if he had returned to his original heartless state. Harm is really okay. It's probably just that I didn't get much sleep this afternoon, so I'm in a bit of a poor state of mind. Just wait until tonight to catch up on some sleep, Wang Qingyu said while patting his chest to assure him. And seeing that he was so convinced, the Lin Nan duo looked at each other. He was about to say something else when Lin Nan's cell phone rang. Dropping, with an incoming call alert sound, Lin Nan shot a glance. Spinning around, he took his cell phone off the holder and answered the call. Hello? Mom. This caller was none other than Lin Nan's mother. Only to hear a familiar voice from the other end saying, Nan, how's your school? Are you used to living there? Oh, it's all good. Don't worry guys. Along with 3 or 2 sentences of family talk, the mother on the other end of the line was mystified. Right Nan, remember what I told you before? It's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival, so Mom and Dad want to go over and see you. By the way, let's see if you've changed much in the time you've been in military training. Ah, Lin Nan subconsciously opened his mouth. What? To tell you the truth, your dad and I bought the tickets. Immediately afterward, the mother added with an undoubted tone. Right, and that girl child from last time. You remember to bring her over for us to meet haha. It's settled. Hearing these words from his mother, Lin Nan froze. What female? Hello? He quickly tried to explain that he was not in that kind of relationship with the other party. However, before Lin Nan's words could be uttered, he heard a busy phone tone. Apparently the other party had hung up. Lin Nan smiled helplessly when he heard this. Oh, that's the first time I've ever seen that look on your face, and it's really one thing or another. Zhang Tao came forward at this moment and spoke to Lin Nan. Auntie is quite the man of action, and it saves you the trouble of coming to see you on Mid-Autumn Day. Zhang Tao's words weren't wrong. After all, if her parents came over to the school, it would save Lin Nan a lot of trouble. Immediately, Zhang Tao turned his head to ask Wang Qingyu again. Wanted to ask him about his plans to go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After all, his home is not far away. However, after inquiring for a long time, Wang Qingyu acted as if he didn't hear. That is, until Zhang Tao walked up and tapped him on the shoulder. Only then did Wang Qingyu react and open his mouth to respond. Ha? Oh, Mid-Autumn Festival. Tell me more. Responding, and also ignoring Zhang Tao's concerned look, he rubbed his head and said, I've got a bit of a headache, so I'm going to bed. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Qingyu fell headfirst onto the bed. Seeing him looking sleepy and holding the covers over his head without saying a word, Lin Nan glanced at the time. This evening broadcast ended at 10 o'clock, and it's not unusual to go to bed now. And Zhang Tao simply cleaned up and hurriedly turned off the lights. Let's also hope that Wang Qingyu is really sleep deprived and will be fine as long as he rests for the night. The next morning, it was time to run the drill again. With the dormitory alarm clock going off, Lin Nan and the two of them then got down from their respective beds and checked on Wang Qingyu's condition first. As a result, lift his covers and take a look. It was found that Wang Qingyu was still unconscious, like he was having some kind of nightmare, and he couldn't call up. How is this still the case? Seeing Wang Qingyu in this situation, Jiang Tao muttered suspiciously, and Lin Nan frowned, carefully looking over Wang Qingyu's body. As a result, there was no waiting to see anything out of the ordinary. Wang Qingyu on this bed suddenly gasped for air, and then sat up again dripping with sweat. Don't chase me, as he exclaimed. He caught a glimpse of Lin Nan and Jiang Tao. It seemed to put his mind at rest, and gradually recounted the situation as the two men questioned him. Good lord, I think I just had another nightmare, Wang Qingyu said, still wanting to recall something more. However, it was as if his mind went blank, remembering only the fear in his heart. For a moment I couldn't think of anything. Then I heard the alarm clock in my dorm room. He glanced at the time and turned his head to the two men inquiring. Yo, it's already this time of the day. We have to go to the gym, right? Saying that, Wang Qingyu got up out of habit and wanted to get off the bed. He even forgot to whine a few words to Jiang Tao. As for Lin Nan and the two of them, they also clearly sensed that there was something wrong with Wang Jiyu's situation. Come on, you're like this. What's the point of running? Jiang Tao pressed Wang Qingyu back onto the bed and rummaged for another thermometer from the corner of the bookshelf. Handing it to Wang Qingyu, he opened his mouth and instructed, take your temperature with this and wait for us to come back with the rest. Don't worry about the morning exercise side. It just happens to be my turn to check it today and count you as a leave of absence. As Jiang Tao's words fell, Lin Nan also observed Wang Qingyu's reaction, only to see a smile pulled from his face, snickering as before. Ooh, there's still a treat for that? It's kind of a stuffed shirt, isn't it? And this time, Lin Nan gave a command in his mind, instructing Roaring White to stay behind and accompany him. Only then did he take Jiang Tao and the two of them walked out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Smoky Sea City's Smoky Chin Tunnel, this tunnel is an important hub connecting the city of Smoky Sea with the city of Qingdao. To say that the tunnel was also peculiar, as if it had been drilled out of the middle of a mountain range in a raw manner. As this tunnel was built a long time ago, it requires regular maintenance for safety reasons. At this time, there is a construction team that is busy working inside this tunnel, and to avoid closing the tunnels and causing distress and disruption to the public, maintenance work in this tunnel is carried out on a maintenance basis with normal traffic. Just at one end of this tunnel, a couple of construction team leaders were crossing their fingers. It seemed to be waiting for some big shot. Not a moment later, a car drove up from the front of the tunnel and slowed to a stop in the area by the side of the road. Immediately, a man got out of the car. These few people immediately greeted the front when they saw it and spoke with smiles piled on their faces. Gu, Mr. Su. Along with the greeting of the leader of this construction team, the one who came here was none other than Su Zhangfeng. Seeing the arrival of this Mr. Su, the workers of the surrounding construction team cast their eyes, and, while pretending to sell out, began to whisper, Mr. Su, this is a big leader, right? Why is he suddenly here with us, inspecting the work? And naturally there were some well-informed ones among the workers who explained to them, haven't you heard? Some time ago, the daughter of Mr. Su's family had an illness, and I heard it was quite evil. I've been to all the major hospitals, but I haven't seen any improvement. Then I don't know how. But Mr. Su's daughter was suddenly cured, and this instantly put him in a good mood again. I've been delayed quite a bit before because I was busy with my daughter, so I'm just going to inspect the major construction sites and walk around a bit. With this worker's explanation, it was a good way to state the facts. Unbeknownst to them, just as these workers were muttering in whispers, at the end of them, there were a few workers with furtive glances, glancing at Su Zhangfeng outside. A few people even secretly exchanged glances. Then he pretended that nothing had happened and sulked. Phew, fatty, did you take your temperature yet? How does it feel? Soon the time for running drills was over. Lin Nan and the two of them brought Wang Qingyu a breakfast first when they came back. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Jiang Tao inquired towards Wang Qingyu in the room. When the two of them entered the house, they only saw that Wang Qingyu had already gotten out of bed and was sitting on the balcony. Seeing that Wang Qingyu did not open his mouth to respond, the two of them whirled around and took a step up. Also a little curious, Wang Qingyu didn't lie on the bed and ran to the balcony. What was he doing? As the two of them stepped closer, what they saw next caused them to feel a little puzzled. Only Wang Qingyu moved a chair and sat on the balcony, but did nothing, as if just sitting there, staring at the snarling white kennel. And at that moment, Roaring White was sitting in his dormitory, facing the doorway to the balcony. Lin could seemingly sense Roaring White's thoughts through his mind. It was like he was worried that Wang Qingyu was harboring some mischievous intentions towards Roaring White's kennel. Fatty, what are you sitting here staring at? At this moment, Jiang Tao had already walked closer carrying breakfast and inquired towards Wang Qingyu. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Qingyu seemed to wake up and shook his head towards the other party. Oh, nothing. Want to sit here and get some sun. However, as Wang Qingyu's words fell, it confused Jiang Tao again. He looked up and out. It's a distinctly cloudy day and there are dark clouds looming over the sky. Where's the solar tan when it looks like it's going to rain? However, according to Wang Qingyu's usual behavior, Jiang Tao thought he was in the mood to joke again at this moment. He also didn't take it seriously and asked for the thermometer back towards Wang Qingyu. Taking a look at the scale on it, Jiang Tao said with a sigh of relief, "That's a normal temperature, not a cold or fever." Hearing Jiang Tao's words, Wang Qingyu also slowly stood up. Squeezing a smile on his face, he reassured towards the duo. "Right. I told you guys I'm not sick." Seeing Wang Qingyu say that, Lin Nan and the two of them could only wait and see for a bit longer. Immediately, Wang Qingyu sat back at the table and ate the breakfast that Jiang Tao had brought back for him. Seeing him nibble 2 bites of the bun, Lin Nan and Jiang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Thought Wang Qingyu was at least not in any serious trouble. However, just as the two were thinking so, they saw Wang Qingyu suddenly let out a strange cry. This was followed by a wow and a spit of the contents of his mouth. Hearing the commotion, the two of them hurriedly looked towards Wang Qingyu. "Fatty, what's wrong?" Jiang Tao even opened his mouth to inquire, thinking that it was Wang Qingyu's body that was not feeling well. But what they didn't expect was that Wang Qingyu yucked a few times in a row. Immediately afterward, he first looked around curiously, a disgusted expression on his face. It was only then that he pointed to the remnants of the plastic bag he had spit in and toward the Lin Nan duo. "Gee, Nan, where did you guys get the buns? How is the bun filling? Wrapped in hair here?" With these words from Wang Qingyu, Lin Nan and the two of them froze, also looking toward the plastic bag on the table. Hurtingly, he realized that what had just been spat out from Wang Qingyu's mouth was actually a small strand of ebony hair. The hair was twisted around each other as if it had been balled up into a small ball with crumbs of bun skin hanging from it. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tao was stunned. Turning his head, he exchanged a glance with Lin Nan, obviously also wondering. In this bun, he even told Wang Qingyu to eat out of the hair? It can't be. Our school's cafeteria is pretty clean, and I haven't heard of this with all the people buying food in the morning. Just as Jiang Tao was speaking, Wang Qingyu dry heaved 2 more times, his demeanor somewhat tired. Then heading for the bed, he spoke to the 2 men. "Never mind. I just taken a vacation from Lao Luo, so I'll go back to sleep some more." Seeing Wang Qingyu lying back on the bed again, Jiang Tao couldn't help but say with a worried doubt, "What the hell is wrong with Fatty?" As if anything weird had caught up with him. Hearing Jiang Tao's words, Lin Nan frowned. It had also been noticed that Wang Qingyu's behavior over the past 2 days had been rather wrong. Not only did he say that he had frequent nightmares at night, but he was also so unlucky. Thus, Lin Nan's mind recalled the girl and muttered, "How about finding time to take Fatty to Xianlongguan?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold wind struck him from beyond the open door of the balcony. Lin Nan turned his head and glanced out the window, seeing that the sky outside was overcast. It's going to rain any minute, and given how wet it was around here, the rain was definitely not going to be light. End of chapter 127. Chapter 125, Weird Hair. Chapter 125, Weird Hair. Rumble. Just as Lin Nan raised his eyes to look at the weather outside, suddenly a few thunderbolts struck down from the sky. Immediately afterward, under the thunder like a jar of drums, the rain poured down. Lin Nan took a deep breath, feeling the rich moistness in the air. Judging by the rain, it fell as if it would last for some time. Lin Nan was originally due to the fact that he swept his own eyes, but did not see any abnormality in Wang Qingyu, and let the Roaring White go sniffing, and even it didn't find anything. He thought that it would be a good idea to take Wang Qingyu to Xianlongguan to see if there was any connection with the girl's situation. As a result, it's now raining, and by my own judgment, it will continue for a couple of days. Besides, in Fatty's current state, it would be inconvenient to make a trip to the Taoist temple on the mountain. Lin Nan thought about it and decided to give Wang Qingyu a closer look himself first. Thus, Lin Nan turned back and glanced at Jiang Tao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. To Jiang Tao, who was observing the Fatty's situation, he called out, "Tao ah." "What?" Jiang Tao sniffed and cast a puzzled look towards himself, and as Lin Nan only wanted to detach him first at the moment, he casually found a reason and ordered towards the other party. "You go downstairs to the supermarket and buy a packet of melon seeds for Fatty." "Ha?" As those words left his mouth, Jiang Tao froze, a question mark written all over his face. seems to be mulling it over. Now that fatty had passed out, what kind of melon could he eat at this time? However, Jiang Tao turned back and saw Lin Nan's sure gaze. His eyes rolled, and he didn't think much about it at the moment, so he immediately got up and answered, "Okay, I'm on my way." With that, he grabbed an umbrella and hurriedly left the dormitory. And just as Jiang Tao's footsteps walked away, Lin Nan was already standing in front of Wang Qingyu's bed. On his side, Little White also followed, wagging his tail at Lin Nan's feet. Lin Nan looked at Wang Qingyu with his eyes closed tightly and muttered something vaguely under his breath. It's as if this has just gone to dreamland. And not much later, it's already dreaming. Yin and Yang clarify, chaos revealed. Where I see, the three worlds are clear. Lin Nan sank his breath and recited the spell under his breath. At the same time, his fingers were in a sword shape in front of his forehead. This time, since there were no bystanders present, Lin Nan spared no effort in exercising his heavenly eyes. All of a sudden, it was as if there was a flash of brilliant golden light. It brightened up the otherwise gloomy dormitory. Of course, it was only a fleeting moment, and Lin Nan watched as everything around him became incredibly clear. The line of sight began to move up on Wang Qingyu's body, scrutinizing it from head to toe first. However, under Lin Nan's gaze, he saw that there were no obvious strange circumstances on Wang Qingyu's body. It was a very different state than the little girl's that day, and there was no sign of any hideous black aura wrapping around her. That's weird. Seeing this, Lin Nan couldn't help but mutter, if it wasn't the girl's symptoms, then why was Wang Qingyu so unlucky these days? Not only do I have nightmares at night, but I'm also in a bit of a trance, and I can even get a mouthful of cold water in my teeth. So Lin Nan examined it carefully again, and finally his eyes narrowed. Finally, something was not right. Ha! Lin Nan let out a light eep, and his sight was fixed on Wang Qingyu's head. Just now, he was only looking at his body, and under the sway of his gaze, he seemed to see that there was something odd about his hair. So fixing his eyes to watch, the corner of Lin Nan's mouth pulled out a cold smile. No wonder I couldn't see anything unusual in my previous view. Only a few silky black thin lines were seen between Wang Qingyu's hair, and was swaying gently like an underwater seaweed. If not for the fact that Wang Qingyu was not moving at all right now, these subtle black lines would really look like the hair that he had already grown, hiding pretty deep. Lin Nan gave a cry in his heart, and was able to see some clues. Sure enough, Wang Qingyu's recent abnormal behavior was influenced by this thing. Thus, after locking onto the target, Lin Nan's sight was fixed on those black lines. He also probed his hand forward and flipped it over Wang Qingyu's head twice. It was only then that he realized that these black lines, which were as thin as silk, were practically drilling out of Wang Qingyu's head as if they were drilling out of Wang Qingyu's head. But how did this appear? Lin Nan pondered a bit in his mind, and images flashed rapidly in his mind. Fortunately, Lin Nan's memory was quite terrifying, and he quickly recalled a few subtle fragments. I remembered that day after the commendation meeting, when it was dispersed, Wang Qingyu was bumped by someone. He said at that moment that the back of his head hurt, like he'd had a few hairs pulled down. It didn't seem to matter at the time, but now it was associated with these black lines growing on Wang Qingyu's head. Maybe it has something to do with what happened then. A strange face flashed through Lin Nan's mind when he thought of this. It was the boy who bumped into Wang Qingyu at the time that perhaps no one could have imagined. Even though it was only a hurried glimpse, his appearance was still clearly recalled by Lin Nan. How dare they take a shot at someone close to them? They have to be found out. Thoughts flashed through Lin Nan's mind, knowing, of course, that this was not the time to pursue the matter. Before Jiang Tao came back, there was still a need to resolve Wang Qingyu's situation as soon as possible. Thus, Lin Nan thought back to that day when he encountered the girl, Roaring White. First, he moved his mind and called out to Roaring White to go over. Woof! Under a bark, Roaring White immediately stepped forward. Coming next to Wang Qingyu's head, he twitched his nose twice. Seems to be onto something as well. But Lin Nan sensed Roaring White's emotions and was slightly disdainful. It's as if you've usually eaten too many ribs, and now all you see is a pile of bone crumbs. Realizing this, Lin Nan then looked at the thin, silky black lines on Wang Qingyu's head. It seemed to have sensed Roaring White's thoughts. Is this too little? Lin Nan froze, and a helpless, bitter smile pulled at his face. According to this look, I'm afraid that Roaring White could have detected the oddity earlier. It was just that there were too few of these black lines in the way of Wang Qingyu's head. The amount wasn't nearly as real as the black gas radiating from that wooden box. Is that why Roaring White has no intention of doing anything? However, at this moment, having received Lin Nan's command, Roaring White didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Then his body nimbly jumped onto Wang Qingyu's bed. Stretching out his tongue, he licked at Wang Qingyu's hair, bared. Along with Roaring White's movements, Lin Nan remained staring at the black lines, only to see that it did work for a moment. Those few black chi that were as thin as hair and hidden extremely deeply were being sucked into the mouth by Roaring White. At this moment, Lin Nan also really saw what it meant to be not even enough to stuff his teeth. When those black threads were licked away by Roaring White even licked his mouth, a little unfulfilled. Aha! Meanwhile, Wang Chengyu, who was lying on the bed in a coma, muttered out at this moment. It was as if the nightmare he was having suddenly wasn't so scary. The expression on his face gradually relaxed, as if he could turn awake at any moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. It was thought that the disease on Wang Chengyu could be solved so easily. What remained was to find that freshman who had bumped into Wang Chengyu that day. There is also what Wang Chengyu mentioned before. What inquired towards him to acquire antiques off campus. Maybe the other side thinks no one will find out. But by investigating the school surveillance, Lin Nan was able to rely on the memories in his mind. Pull him out of the sea of people. And just as Lin Nan mulled it over, intending to find out the mastermind behind it, out of the corner of his eye, but once again, a few distorted black flashes, Lin Nan's brows furrowed. Just see Wang Qingyu's head, originally by the Roaring White licked away those black threads. It actually grew out of his head again. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan didn't delay and let Roaring White continue licking again. And Roaring White continued to stick out his wet tongue and kept licking at Wang Qingyu's head. Fatty's originally messy hair was also wet with snarling white saliva at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it has come to this, the thin wires at the top of his head were like weeds that couldn't be chopped up. Just as soon as a wave is sucked away by the Roaring White, it will soon burrow out again. And it's still that original length, with no change in sight. Fizzle. Until the snarling White could not even lick it a little bit anymore and started sticking his tongue out and hissing over and over. Lin Nan was also a bit puzzled at this moment. How come it's not quite the same as the little girl before? The previous blackness sucked away, so it was pulled out as much as possible. But this time the growth of Wang Qingyu's scalp, even with leaks, cutting and sprouting another crop? Doubtful. Lin Nan pondered over the countermeasures in his mind and looked for differences. At this moment, a flash of light also recalled in his mind. There are indeed some differences. On that day, when dispelling the black chi from the girl's body, it was Roaring White who first sucked away most of it, and in the end, it was only when he himself swung the three-pointed, two-bladed knife that the girl turned around and woke up. Could this be the reason? Thinking of this, without saying a word, Lin Nan drew out his three-pointed, two-bladed sword with a swish. It was put down directly on top of Wang Qingyu's head. Lin Nan's hand was precise and measured, and did not hurt Wang Qingyu one bit. It was just a matter of comparing the blade to his head, close to the scalp. Bared. Along with Lin Nan's move, only a subtle sound of intertwining thunder and lightning seemed to resound in his ears. Immediately afterward, under Lin Nan's gaze, the black threads that were known to be as thin as silk began to curl up and curl as if they were being cauterized. In an instant, it was turned into black smoke and dispersed. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan still didn't drag his feet in the slightest, still observing Wang Qingyu. Well, with a groaning sound, Wang Qingyu finally turned awake at this moment. Eyeing Wang Qingyu's eyes opened, even though he had just entered dreamland not long ago, but the state was as if he had slept for a long time, a dazed look on his face. But finally, he woke up, and Lin Nan just breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, he heard Wang Qingyu doubtfully say, "Nah, what are you getting at? Hey, and on your brain, how?" Accompanied by Wang Qingyu's confused mutterings, Lin Nan froze. It turns out that I was just observing too closely, and also to make sure that nothing was wrong. It didn't hide the eye of the sky first. Therefore, in Wang Qingyu's eyes, he could clearly see a heavenly eye on Lin Nan's forehead, as if it was radiating an exquisite light and was lifelike. However, Lin Nan wasn't the least bit panicked and stretched out his left hand towards his forehead, while obediently putting away the eye of heaven. He pulled out the fake eye that he used while dressing up from his pocket. Waving it in front of Wang Qingyu's eyes, he casually said, "Nothing, just had a whim to see what else could be refined in the disguise." With Lin Nan's behavior, it was as if he really had a fake eye on his head and was casually removing it. Coupled with the fact that Wang Qingyu had just woken up from his sleep, he hadn't mulled it over for a while, but when he looked back a little, he saw something even more wrong. It was only because Lin Nan was currently carrying a three-pointed, two-edged sword in his right hand. The cold blade was pressing against Wang Qingyu's scalp, causing him to get goosebumps. I'll be damned. Nan. Wang Qingyu, who was a bit more sober, immediately hit a jolt and said somewhat incoherently, "I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Let's talk amongst ourselves. Why do we have to dance around with swords and guns?" Hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Lin Nan didn't really know how to explain it for a moment. Immediately after that, Wang Qingyu seemed to feel a cool chill on the top of his head. There seemed to be something else besides the temperature coming from the blade. He then reached out and touched his hand toward his head. A coldness entered his hand, and it was still a little sticky. Wang Qingyu froze and retracted his hand to the tip of his nose for a sniff. He nearly threw up, as if he had been fed a mouthful of bean juice, and his expression was incomparably agonized as he said, "Ouch! Who's this that's taking slop and washing my hair?" Roaring White, on the side, was wagging his tail innocently, and as Wang Qingyu said that, he actually jumped up from the bed with his butt, and moved with a magnitude that almost made Lin Nan think he was trying to get up in a carp style. Seeing Wang Qingyu in this state, he had already returned to the nimble little fatty he was earlier. Lin Nan was temporarily relieved and pondered how to tell the principal about accessing the surveillance. "Old Lin, the melons are bought back." Just then, a footstep sounded outside the dormitory. It was Jiang Tao, who had been sidetracked, who came back somewhat moodily carrying his things, and as soon as he entered the dormitory door, he just saw Wang Qingyu, who had nearly jumped up from the bed, and his eyes widened, carefully observing Wang Qingyu's state. Because of the contrast between these 2 days, it made Jiang Tao also remember it in his heart. At this time, Wang Qingyu was clearly active again. "Fatty, how are you?" With an incredulous look on his face, Jiang Tao quickly stepped forward to confirm the situation, all the while muttering in his mind. A moment ago, Wang Qingyu still looked sickly, but he had only been gone for a while, and he had somehow recovered? And it seems like Lin Nan was the only one in the dormitory with him just now. What's more, at this time, Lin Nan hadn't put away the three-pointed two-edged blade. Jiang Tao couldn't help but tsk in his heart as he thought this. He also hurriedly inquired about Wang Qingyu's situation. "Well, I don't know. I've just been feeling foggy in the head for the past 2 days. Even when I'm usually awake, it feels like I'm dreaming." Click click click. Wang Qingyu said as he unwrapped the bag of melon seeds, just knocked it down with gusto like it was nothing, said a couple of words, checked what Jiang Tao had bought back, and muttered, "Tao wow, not that I'm talking about you. You went down there and came back with a bag of melons?" Saying that, Wang Qingyu also patted his belly, signaling that he was a bit hungry. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tao was somewhat speechless and turned his head to look at Lin Nan. The mind seems to have many questions. End of chapter 128. Chapter 126, Tracking Down Surveillance. Chapter 126, Tracing Surveillance. Seeing that Wang Qingyu was now alive and well, he was still complaining about how little he had bought. This caused Jiang Tao's heart to be filled with questions, and his sight was directed towards Lin Nan. Strange, just now the old forest inexplicably let himself out a trip, and as soon as you turn your head and come back, the fat man is already back as good as new? What the hell just happened? With these questions, Jiang Tao then inquired towards Wang Qingyu. "Fatty, why are you suddenly energized? Didn't you say you were sleepy just now?" Hearing this, Wang Qingyu also pondered for a moment. The result seemed to be that he didn't expect anything and frowned in response. "I don't know. Just now, I was dreaming, and suddenly I felt a lightness in my body, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Old Forest standing beside my bed, and then, felt much more comfortable." As Wang Qingyu explained, he also pressed for the desired answer, and while the two were talking, Lin Nan had already put the three-pointed, two-bladed knife back into its original position and glanced at Wang Qingyu again. "Okay, it's good that people are okay. I do have a serious matter I'd like to discuss with you." After Lin Nan opened his mouth, the three of them carried chairs in a circle. Wang Qingyu asked curiously after him while getting high on melon seeds. "What's up, Nav?" The face of the boy who had bumped into Wang Qingyu appeared in Lin Nan's mind, and he said to the two of them, "Fatty, have you ever felt that your state, these 2 days is a bit fishy?" As Lin Nan opened his mouth, even though the duo didn't know what he wanted to say, but being asked this, Wang Qingyu also nodded his head. "So true. I've been feeling drained for the past 2 days. Like a dream. Something like this has never happened before." Hearing Wang Qingyu's response, Lin Nan paused for a moment and continued. "So, I'd like to check the school's surveillance and find someone." "Looking for someone?" And with these words, Lin Nan froze the two of them, Wang Qingyu, and came closer to whisper. "Looking for who?" "It's the boy who bumped into you on the playground the other day." As Lin Nan's words fell, the dormitory was briefly quiet for a moment. Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao exchanged glances as if they were speculating on Lin Nan's intentions. Immediately afterward, Jiang Tao seemed to have thought of something and muttered somewhat incredulously. "Old Lin, you mean to say, the strange things Fatty encountered in the past 2 days are related to what happened that day?" Lin Nan didn't deny it and nodded towards the duo. Seeing this situation, Wang Qingyu was somewhat puzzled. Then combined with his own situation, he was amazed. Can't be, is that the one time, gave me a concussion?" Then confirmed with Lin Nan. "Nan, you're not going to find him and pay for my medical bills, are you?" As Wang Qingyu's words fell, Lin Nan rolled his eyes, and I don't know how to explain to him that I saw that. The few weird black lines growing on his head might be the cause of the unusual appearance. So Lin Nan blurred first, it's not just the medical bills. I suspect there's someone behind it. Anyway, let's find the person first and ask questions. With Lin Nan's words, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, did not make any excuses. Just hearing that he was looking for someone, the two men kind of mentally muttered again. But Nan, there are so many people in this school. Where can we find that guy? And I didn't even get a good look at the person's face at the time. I don't even know if it was a man or a woman yet. Even if we could pull up the surveillance, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hearing Wang Qingyu's words, Zhang Tao also responded at this moment, somewhat in a difficult situation. However, what was difficult for the two of them was not difficult for Lin Nan. After all, it was just a quick glance, and that person's appearance was still engraved in Lin Nan's mind today. As long as he could see it on the surveillance, Lin Nan was sure he could pick it up. Lin Nan then stood up and spoke to the two. You don't need to worry much about what the man looked like. I can still vaguely remember a few things. In short, this matter of Fatty cannot be left unsettled. It must be investigated to the bottom. Along with Lin Nan's words, the two of them, Wang Chengyu, also looked like they had been pumped with chicken blood. Zhang Tao slightly sighed in his heart. Lin Nan's righteousness towards his brother was really nothing to write home about. Even Fatty got better and had to help him get to the bottom of this weirdness. As for Wang Chengyu, he was even more moved in his heart and spoke with a firm gaze. Success! Nan is all yours. I'm also trying to figure out why I've suddenly been so unlucky in the past 2 days. Seeing that both of them had made a decision, Lin Nan did not say anything. Instantly, he picked up the dormitory key from the table and ordered it. Let's go. Check the surveillance with me. Immediately, the three of them exited the dormitory building and headed towards the security room on campus. And to make things easier, Lin Nan dialed the principal on the way. Just informed the principal that he wanted to look for someone through the surveillance. That's fine, but you have to promise me first that you won't make a mess. Don't worry, headmaster. I'll take care of myself. With a few words, the principal agreed painfully. Lin Nan's trio had also arrived at the security room and knocked on the door. A campus security guard was seen coming over to open the door, and the head of security was sitting in front of the monitor. Apparently had just left his cell phone behind and was staring at the monitor in front of him. A few seconds passed before he turned his head toward the door. Seeing that it was a few freshmen standing at the door, the head of security was relieved and asked the reason for the visit. You're not. Before Lin Nan could say anything, the head of security at the school recognized Lin Nan. After all, having experienced it before, Gensur broke into the campus looking for someone. These school security guards were also quite impressed with Lin Nan. And when Lin Nan said he wanted to check the school's surveillance, I only saw the security chief put his head up and put up a stance and said, "Nonsense. The surveillance in the school. Is that something you few freshmen can look at whenever you want? You don't have to talk to your mentor first? And bring a note for approval? You think you're the principal?" With these words from the security chief, the remaining few security guards cast their eyes in unison. They also all knew that this freshman was the toast of the school and that the school had a special assembly to honor him. But earlier that Black Deer had also come over specifically to find him, and hadn't caused much trouble for the security team. So, seeing the captain say these words, these few security guards all showed an expression of watching the situation, just waiting to see Lin Nan suffer. However, without saying a word, Lin Nan simply passed the cell phone he was talking on forward. That security chief first froze, frowned, and took the phone in Lin Nan's hand, when the voice on the other end of the phone rang. In the next second, the security chief's expression froze, and the legs that had just been cocked up were hurriedly lowered. Yo, principal, is on duty. You want to cooperate with Lin to check the surveillance, right? Fine, no problem. Eyeing the security chief's reaction like a Sichuan opera face turn, the Wang Qingyu duo following behind could not help but laugh. The few security guards around them also froze in place when they saw the scene. None of them had expected that Lin Nan was actually talking to the principal on the phone. And the principal would even step in for this and have the security office cooperate with Lin Nan's investigation? Without waiting for the crowd to think much, the security chief immediately got up. After making a promise to the principal, he voluntarily handed the cell phone back to Lin Nan. There was also noticeably more politeness in his movements and an awkward smile on his face. Go ahead, Lin. Which day's surveillance do you want to check? This security chief spoke while operating in front of the monitor. It's the day of the recognition ceremony. Lin Nan stood and watched while speaking to the security chief. Soon, as the head of security operated, the playground surveillance from that day was pulled up. Immediately afterward, he asked Lin Nan about the purpose of viewing the surveillance. "Oh, there was a guy who bumped into my roommate the other day and I'm trying to find him out." With these words, the few guards in the security room froze, not to be outdone by the wide-eyed stare. What do you mean? It was a big deal to come over. Even having the principal himself call to give permission. Is that what this is about? And also in front of the security guards on campus. Listen to this meaning. Is not like a good thing. Thinking about it, this security chief was also stunned. Thought Lin Nan was going to do some kind of kooky thing, to pull that guy out and dish out the road. But the security chief was a bit embarrassed because he had just finished talking to the principal on the phone. Ahem. Lin student. It's normal for students to bump into each other. There's no need to have to find someone out for something like that. Is there? Not to mention I don't see anything wrong with your housemate. Hearing these words from the security chief, Lin Nan understood that the other party had misunderstood something. But what happened to Wang Qingyu is really a bit less explainable. So casually and perfunctorily, don't worry. I lost something on my roommate and suspected that I might have gotten rid of it at the time. We're just trying to find the people. And it's okay to ask. With this explanation from Lin Nan, the security guards in the room then put their hearts down. The security chief nodded his head in disbelief, and then swiveled his eyes to the screen. Looking at the surveillance video that had been pulled up, it showed the day of the recognition ceremony. That multitude of freshmen stood in neat formation on the playground. It was only the angle of the camera that prevented a full shot of the playground. Simply placed at the exit of the playground, it was able to illuminate the streets of the school. As the surveillance video plays, only a pair of men appear first in the corner, across the playground fence. In looking in, when this scene appeared, Wang Qingyu behind him was pointing at the screen and spoke out. Hey, Nan, see, these two people are the ones who said they wanted to collect antiques the other day, and I could tell right then and there that they had a ghost. Along with Wang Qingyu's guidance, Lin Nan stared at the two people on the monitor. It was also true that not long after they stood outside the fence, half of Wang Qingyu's body was also revealed in the surveillance image. After a few words, it seemed to go sour. When Wang Qingyu moved to return to the middle of the playground queue, the two men first took a few steps. What happened next, however, was not seen by the then Wang Qingyu. Only after they had taken a few steps, one of them pulled out his cell phone and made a call. And I don't know what I'm saying to the other end. Then a security guard from the school came over to ask questions, which slowed the car down and left. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan turned his head toward the house and swept a glance, and really looked at the security guard on the monitor. You stopped them then. Do you know where they came from? The security guard being questioned sniffed and saw the crowd in the room looking toward him. This security guard nodded and said, they are from outside the school. They said they came to the school to look for someone and registered when they entered the school. Hearing the security guard's response, Lin Nan nodded thoughtfully. But soon, only the exit of this playground gradually became more crowded. Apparently the freshmen who were meeting at the time were dismissed and were heading outside. Lin Nan took note of this matter for the time being and asked that security guard to first look for the registration form at that time. Then the eyes settled on the monitor. As the surveillance footage showed, it was only this multitude of freshmen coming out of the playground. And it's almost crowded. So it's a bit of a needle in a haystack to find someone. So seeing this scene, the security chief couldn't help but inquire. Student Lin, as you can see, there are so many people on the monitor at this moment. I'm afraid the one you're looking for will be hard to find, won't he? As the security chief inquired, Wang Qingyu and Jiang Tao behind him were also guilty of muttering. After all, there are so many people, not to mention some with similar physical characteristics. Moreover, even Wang Qingyu himself did not see what the person who hit him looked like. How can Nan get that guy out without even knowing it at this moment? However, at that moment, Lin Nan couldn't take his eyes off the monitor. The hastily glimpsed face in his mind became unmistakable. In Lin Nan's state of total concentration, everything in front of him became incredibly clear. The faces on this surveillance screen were also compared one by one in front of Lin Nan's eyes. Originally, Lin Nan also intended that if he looked at the surveillance and couldn't find that person with the naked eye, you can also use the heavenly book Tungwan eyes, and you can always pull him out. It seems to save that now. While Lin Nan was staring at the screen, the few people around him didn't dare to breathe. However, as time went on, mutterings flooded the crowd's minds. Stop. Just then, a dry voice rang out. Hearing the commotion, the head of security was still a bit unresponsive and hurriedly sat up straight and pressed the pause button. The spinning surveillance screen was fixed. Only this image still shows the faces of nearly 100 students. Wang Qingyu scrutinized the sight for half a day, but he still couldn't help shaking his head. Press couldn't find out who it was that hit him at the time. Nan, did you find it already? Thus, Wang Qingyu inquired with some surprise. As his words fell, the people in this room also turned towards Lin Nan. Aha! In the next second, right under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Nan nodded his head and answered. Spinning around, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at a figure on the surveillance screen. That's him. Under Lin Nan's guidance, The crowd looked at the figure he pointed to. It was only a small-eyed boy, half his body still cowering behind the crowd at this point. Only a side face was shown, and it seemed to look toward the back. Seeing that Lin Nan had really found that person, Wang Qingyu stared at the surveillance screen for a long time. Then he touched the back of his head and seemed to recall something, and then he said with wide eyes, "Hiss, Nan. It seems like it's really this kid. By the look of this direction he's going, he should be heading for the boys' dormitory." End of chapter 129.